The story begins one night on a high mountain range. Along the trails, crowds of people were holding torches. It seemed that after a month of hardship in Xinjiang Tianshan, he was overjoyed to have it in his hand. Yunhui saw that it was full of strange ancient characters, so he believed it was authentic. Nearly 600 years ago, the Sword Immortal had left behind an ancient manual named Sword God. Yunhui truly wanted to possess it, but having the manual would be meaningless as his dantian was severely damaged. If other martial sects discovered it, they would eye it and try to steal it. Therefore, Yunhui decided to hide it. He tremblingly brought the hard object to his mouth. Finding it a bit difficult to swallow, he regretted not bringing water. Just then someone appeared. "There you are. Hey, Blood Sect spy, you found the manual." Yunhui pretended to say that he had indeed found it, but had stored it safely. If the man kept his promise, he would hand it over. Yi Xiang stroked his beard in thought and replied, "That promise? I heard about it when I arrived. You want me to remove the blood clot from your chest, right?" He slowly dragged out his words. "It is true that I made such a promise, but what reason do I have?" A curtain regarding his past was also lifted. It turned out he had been expelled from the sect because his dantian had been destroyed, and 10 years ago he was kidnapped by the Blood Sect and had a blood goo implanted in his chest. Since then, to the Blood Sect, Yunhui was nothing more than a puppet. Thus, he thought, even if the boy wanted to reclaim his freedom, where would he go? Rongzi raised his voice even higher. "Did I say anything wrong, Zhao Yunhui?" Unexpectedly finding that the man knew everything about him, he hesitated and asked, "What is your purpose in telling me this?" The man simply coldly demanded that he hand over the Sword God's secret manual. Rongzi promised that if he obediently handed it over, he would consider removing the blood goo. Although he tried to bow his head, his eyes turned cold as ice when the manual was mentioned. He stayed. Deng Tu listened and fell silent for a few seconds. He added that he only wanted to leave the Blood Sect and live a normal life, so if he had the blood goo removed first, then the other party would receive the secret manual. Just then, Yi Xiang laughed gloomily. The old man couldn't help but praise, "You really are wise." Then his face suddenly turned pale. Van Hui was stabbed straight through the heart by a sword. Deng Tu looked at him with even more disgust. "I knew a third-rate spy like you would hide things here. I bet you hid it inside your body." Only then did Van Hui realize they had planned to eliminate him from the start. As the sword was pulled out, his whole body trembled with pain. Deng Tu acted as if it was nothing and told him not to hate them. He said that from the moment he became a spy, fate had determined such an ending for him. Van Hui's mind was filled with hatred. "Bastard, why does my miserable life end like this?" At this moment, Deng Tu was preparing to strike another blow. His sword was so fast it left only a streak of light, but he had already lost consciousness, and the small bamboo scroll was also sliced in half. Deng Tu was extremely angry because the secret manual was inside his body. Right then he saw streams of bright green energy. He didn't know why his body burst into azure fire. However, the temperature wasn't hot, so Van Hui didn't know. When he sprang up instinctively, he became a laughingstock. After fumbling around for a while, he discovered his body had no slash marks or signs of burns. When he heard someone calling him pathetic, his heart suddenly trembled, because those were the infamous twin brothers Zuobai and Wu Suen of the Blood Sect. At first, he was slightly surprised because they looked young, but then he doubted even more whether he was actually alive. Hearing his scream, they didn't understand why he was panicked. Yunhui clearly looked at his appearance and determined it was when he was young. Zuobai conveniently kicked him once. "Is this crazy guy still drunk? Wake up and pay us the gambling debt." Yunhui felt extreme pain all over his body, and it seemed that if he felt pain, he wasn't dreaming. After that, he quickly sat up. Yunhui grabbed Zuobai's collar because he wanted to ask what day it was today. While the two were arguing, Wu Suen answered, "Year of Jiaxu, month of Jiyu, the 9th day." He started calculating in his head. If today was truly like that, then it was exactly 10 years before his death. Wu Suen suspiciously asked, "Otherwise, what year is it? Did you drink too much and become stupid?" Though being cursed at, Yunhui laughed out loud in joy. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Zuobai, I'm However, before he could finish speaking, the customer paid him a hefty reward. At that moment, another employee in the shop walked out. He panicked upon seeing the horrific scene. Back to this side, Yunhui felt angry because he hadn't arranged things sooner. Zuobai only cared about collecting debts, so he immediately reminded him, "If you don't want to die, pack up and leave here quickly." He angrily retorted, "You're being too arrogant. Do I need to teach you a lesson?" Just then, Yunhui found it, the only keepsake his mother left behind, the Shaotan sword. He regretted losing it in his previous life. Even if he had to flee urgently, he had to take it with him this time. A piercing scream suddenly reached his room. Yunhui didn't know what was happening either, but he was about to go deaf. The screams for help made them more alert. The siblings Wu Shen and Zuobai both guessed the sound came from outside. But he thought if it were from outside, the sound was too loud. He knew now was not the time to argue. That scream meant it had begun. The twins were still immersed in confusion. At that moment, Yunhui pushed the two apart. Seeing the twin brothers ask about the situation, he explained that it was the Blood Sect. Afterward, Yunhui urged them to run immediately to save their lives, but Zuobai was skeptical because clearly the Blood Sect had been defeated by the Wulin. Losing patience, he snapped, "Why don't you go ask them to their faces? I have to run. You do whatever you want." Then he discussed the escape plan with Wu Suen. Meanwhile, Yunhui knew now was not the time to worry about them, because if kidnapped, they would become Wulin experts anyway. As long as he survived and escaped that inn, it would be fine. But thinking back, he remembered the person who always called him young master. Yunhui felt foolish for forgetting a song, because the boy was the only one who always stood by his side at the Chiangza family. He could not abandon the person he considered a brother. Immediately, his shout rang out, "A song, wake up!" The boy gasped, startled. Yunhui grabbed the boy's hand tightly and said, "We must get out of here quickly." A song was naive and didn't understand, so he said he would explain after they escaped. Yunhui reported that they were being attacked by the Blood Sect and they would soon enter the inn. The boy also thought they had been destroyed, so he told him to shut up immediately. After that, Yunhui rejected the exit the boy pointed out, because the entire town was surrounded. Leaving meant getting caught. A song then suggested going back to the room and hiding in the wardrobe. That idea seemed like something anyone could discover. The Blood Sect didn't come to steal wealth, but to kidnap people like them. Next, Yunhee said they must hide in a place where no one would think anyone would hide, a place that even if thought of, no one would actually hide there. The moonlight shone down as if everything was very peaceful. When Asong asked if it was this place, Yunhee immediately affirmed, "It is here." He said this is a place no one would expect someone to hide. Looking down from above, one could see a square pit emitting a fragrance. Asong was annoyed because he didn't want to hide in a latrine, but Yunhee didn't care. Yunhee pushed the boy in and said, "I'm letting you hide in a whole house by yourself. Thank me later." Finally, only the helpless voice of the boy could be heard. "Wait, don't push me." Yunhee thought that even the Blood Sect would not search that place. He originally intended to hide there. The horse suddenly escaped from the stable and ran out. The haystack in front of the stable was concealing a secret. Yunhui thought hiding there wasn't a bad idea, because if the horse was lost, people would look for the horse, not search the hay. Then he thought that if they were top-tier spies, they would sniff him out, so it was best to hold a weapon. At that moment, the sword in his hand made a sound. "So dirty, you damn brat. Don't use that wet hand to clutch me. What sound do you think it is other than me? Wipe your hands. Do you look down on my words because I am a short sword?" In his heart, he secretly thought the sword was possessed by a ghost. She immediately shouted, "What ghost possession? You mean my voice is due to ghost possession? I am the Shaotan sword, the keepsake from your mother. Wait, you can understand what I say? A human and a sword?" Then Shaotan transformed into a white-haired woman. She asked anxiously, "If you can hear me, can you see the sword's incarnation?" Yunhui stared blankly at her. What is this thing? Am I having delusions? Those suspicious thoughts in his head made her annoyed. Shaotan explained that she knew he could hear and see her, and that swords could also read the thoughts of those who touched them. Before they could figure it out, both heard a noise. Yunhui quickly told her to stay silent because someone was coming. But actually it didn't matter because only he could hear her speak. Yunhui actually asked her to be quiet so he could concentrate easily. The assassin was looking around. His intuition Shaotan suddenly wanted to ask him if he truly dared to stab that man. She thought the power gap between the two sides was too great, wondering if he had the guts to do it. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Look at how loud your heart is beating. You're very scared, aren't you?" That person's hand started moving closer. The uneasiness in his heart was also rising. Rongzi's fatal stab seemed to still be vivid. At this moment, that person's hand was about to reach him. Yunhui widened his eyes, as if he had seized the opportunity. Dry grass was flying in the air. Yunhui suddenly lunged out to stab him. That person's pupils contracted, ending a life. Yunhui also said coldly, "Scared? No. I am very excited. Just watch. I will survive this whole life at any cost." Shaotan couldn't help but praise his bravery. She thought Yunhui was just a fool who liked to drink wine all year round, but it seemed she had misjudged him. Seeing her rambling on, he immediately scolded, "You're making my brain explode. Shut up for a bit." Shaotan pouted, claiming she only said a little. Yunhui thought he should just ignore her, but of course, she heard all these thoughts. Yunhui considered that the situation was deteriorating significantly. According to the military tactics of the Blood Sect, when on a mission, martial artists would be divided into groups of 3. He knew this man's accomplishment. Hearing Shaoan call out, he felt annoyed, thinking she wouldn't let him think in peace. It turned out she wanted that too, but seeing another Blood Sect member standing behind them, she had no choice but to alert him. Immediately, Yunhui spun around. The opponent spoke in a gloomy voice. "Did I disturb you? It's fine. Carry on. Don't mind me." A tall, thin figure was leaning against the door. Both he and she froze for a few seconds. He leisurely continued.
Yunhui was angry at himself because he should have reacted faster, because if it were now, he wouldn't stand a chance of winning. Shaoan was very excited. "About to fight, huh? Should I lend you a hand? Show him the power of the short sword?" He also gradually walked towards him. "Do you not know how to measure your own strength? You look like you're not proficient in martial arts, are you? Even though it was a sneak attack, it's quite praiseworthy that you could take down a low-rank warrior." So he guessed Yunhui was at the elementary intermediate level. Therefore, he was granted a favor. If he surrendered, he would have a chance to live. Yunhui decided to provoke him. "If you intend to kill me, what's the need to talk about these ranks? You want to capture me, but are afraid of dying like that other guy, right?" Shaoan thought he was crazy for provoking him, but Yunhui thought exactly as he predicted. He just acted arrogant, so a little provocation would make him drop his guard immediately. The warrior immediately laughed. "Did you eat a leopard's gall or something? Your mind is quite sharp too. Killing you would be a waste." Yunhui was also surprised to see him being so cautious. He directly drew his sword. "Looks like you're trying to avoid a fight, aren't you?" Then he moved the sword blade in a curve. "Then let me see, is your skill as good as your mouth?" Yunhui was thinking that even though he was It felt as if an explosion rang out in his head at that moment. He appreciated the boy's observation skills, but his speed was worthy of disdain. Yunhui was lifted off the ground. After disarming him, he spoke again. "That strike just now was quite sharp. I'll pretend I didn't see you kill that low-rank guy. Just come quietly with me." The sword fell backward behind his back and was caught by him. A sword path quickly swept toward the man, and Yunhui firmly shouted, "No way." Just when he thought it was over, something unexpected happened. Clearly, he had dealt a fatal blow, but the opponent still managed to dodge. The slash left a cut across his eye, driving him mad. The martial artist swung his leg and kicked Yunhui like kicking an animal. He couldn't help but retch due to internal injuries. Yunhui dragged his body across the ground and then rolled over several times. He questioned himself whether he had been complacent. He hadn't expected the man to dodge at such close range. Next, he used his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth.
She asked worriedly, "Are you planning to be stubborn to the end? What are you going to do now?" Yunhui thought that although the cut wasn't deep, his opponent's vision was already impaired, so he would continue to aim for the eye. The Blood Sect warrior was furious, thinking he had tried to be reasonable, but Yunhui was completely ungrateful, truly someone tired of living. He drew his sword, initially intending only to warn him a bit before taking him to the Blood Sect. "But I've changed my mind. I will finish you off right here. I will chop you into hundreds of pieces." Seeing the cold, sharp sword strikes, he felt fear. The enemy swung the sword continuously at Yunhui. While dodging, he immediately recognized this as the basic blood sword technique of the Blood Sect. However, the man was too fast, not allowing him to read any moves. Moreover, he was trying to attack Yunhui with fatal strikes. While swinging the sword, he questioned him. "Do you realize what you've done now, huh?" Yunhui thought in despair, "Is he really striking to kill me completely?" The warrior thought it was too late for repentance. He knelt on one knee to mark the boy's doom. Yunhui was surrounded by lightning and sword chi. He was gradually falling into despair. The enemy was using every trick. What should I do? Am I just going to close my eyes and accept my fate? At that moment, Shaoan whispered to him, "It's a frontal attack." Yunhui immediately raised his sword in front of his face, blocking the opponent. The man froze for a moment in surprise. After the warrior He just realized it was because she had tipped him off about the attack. Shaoan angrily explained, "I told you I could see it. The clumsy moves of a third-rate swordsman like him are too easy to read. So what do you want now? Should I continue or stay silent?" Yunhui awkwardly apologized for ignoring her, then asked for help. Shaoan had been patiently waiting for this, as she couldn't just watch the only person who could talk to her get eliminated.
When she asked what he would do after she read the moves, Yunhui admitted he didn't know, because his current strength was hard to match up. The enemy had seen him counterattack once, so he definitely wouldn't engage in close combat again. Yunhui asserted that the guy would keep his distance. Shaoan thought that they just needed to make the enemy lose patience to find an opportunity. Back on the other side, the warrior stood stunned. He was still shocked by how the boy had blocked his attack. He feared that the boy had seen through his swordsmanship, even though that should be impossible. Then the warrior continued trying to take his life. Shaoan instructed Yunhui to block the attacks first to stall for time, and he was ready, waiting for her cues. Shaoan captured every movement of the enemy. She leisurely called out several cues in a row. Left shoulder, then a hand strike, finally the right flank. He screamed unconsciously, "Impossible! How can he block everything?" Just then he felt blood, and his vision ahead seemed to be obscured. Shaoan immediately
Upon realizing he was being ambushed, he immediately raised his hand. But Yunhui lowered his body. He had been signaled. Right at this moment, the warrior was so surprised he stammered. How could he? Is that what you wanted to hear when I was stunned, right? Then he directly executed a knee strike. He managed to block it with his hand in time, but the power of that blow was not light at all. Yunhui was still kicked flying back several meters, his arm aching so much he wanted to collapse. He laughed heartily, thinking that his arm was about to break. His right arm hung loosely on his leg, but very quickly he clenched his fist tight. Yunhui was extremely excited. Right at this moment, the warrior brought down a slashing sword strike, but Yunhui spun his body like a whirlwind. The man didn't understand the situation at all. He only saw a sharp slash graze the flesh under his neck, and the person who swung that sword was him, fresh blood spraying out like a huge wave. Yunhui cheered softly. "I did it. I slashed him." A moment later, a soft voice asked, "Are you okay? Can you stand up?" So he replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Shaoan praised him while feeling nervous about the scene just now. He also admitted that he was almost a goner. She happily recounted the leg spin, while he modestly attributed it to her guidance. Shaoan suddenly became guarded. "Even though I am a short sword," he immediately interrupted. "What are you salting about?" She retorted that she was just a bit surprised, then turned to tell him to wipe the sword blade clean. Although he tried to show concern, she insisted she wasn't angry, yet kept nagging. "Remember to wipe the scabbard too. It's a keepsake from your mother, yet you're so careless." Suddenly she shouted, "Shao Yunhui, duck down!" A loud thud instantly resonated. Moreover, that person's hand was still burning with momentum, while his face was punched out of shape, and the person who just launched the attack was Captain Hu. He said in a deep voice, "Ridiculous. I didn't see those two return for a long time, so I went to check around. To think you two were killed by a wet behind-the-ears brat." Yunhui lay on the ground with a pool of blood spreading out. The token in his hand was carved with the following words, "Yiyang City, Yulong County, Sha Yunhui." This alluded to the notorious playboy in this Hunan region. People called him the trash of Yulong County, treated like garbage by the clan after his dantian was destroyed. That man added,
Even though he was the son of a prestigious clan, he had scared himself into wetting his pants. The man didn't think there was any use for him. Finally, the captain ordered, "He isn't even worthy of being called low rank. Dispose of him." Yunhui trembled and cried out, "I beg you, please don't kill me. I will become a spy or anything you want." Finally, he even clasped his hands together. "Please spare my life." That was what he thought. Yunhui had struggled to avoid the situation, yet it happened anyway. But this time, both his hands were tied. He then asked Shaoan about the time, but it seemed she couldn't answer him. Yunhui assumed it was because Shaoan was not in his hand. At that moment, the words were different from the previous life. For someone with a crippled dantian, that was impressive. "You used this old, rotten dagger to kill 2 of my subordinates. Truly, even with a lost dantian, you are still a descendant of a prestigious clan." He began to calculate in his head. The man rated him higher than in the previous life. They have a highly pragmatic tendency, so if this continues, they will take me with them, right? Calm down, or you'll just return to the same ending as before. He thought.
Over here, he admitted that the boy could become a spy, but there were many outsiders possessing a dantian who were more worthy of being groomed as spies. Thus, he thought there was no need for a piece of trash and ordered him to be disposed of. Yunhui secretly thought that even if the evaluation had changed, the crux of the matter remained the same. Knowing he had no other option, he resigned himself to uttering the plea just like in his previous life. Captain Hu replied sarcastically, "You've been staring at me all this time and now you're begging for mercy? Stop this cowardly act and pay the price for killing my subordinates." Just as he was still scolding, that guy swung his sword upward. The target was likely aimed right at the middle of Yunhui's neck. He felt a bit desperate because
The leader spoke again. The sight of you struggling to survive is impressive. Why don't you kneel and beg like a dog again? Yunhui was focusing on a sword, while the man threatened to turn him into a pet. He seemed to recall seeing that weapon before, a sword with white leather accessories on the hilt. If he remembered correctly, it was definitely that person. Yunhui immediately bowed his head and shouted, "Blood Demon reveres blessings. Blood reigns over the world." The subordinates whispered in confusion. They didn't understand why he was alluding to the 4 blood stars. Captain Hu was still oblivious. What is all this noise? There's no way someone like the 4 blood stars would be here. But clearly the radiating fiery aura frightened him. Facing the terrifying pressure, he had to gasp and pay respects to the 4 blood stars. Then Captain Hu and his subordinates knelt down. Yunhui was recalling that the Blood Sect was under the management of 11 leaders, including the 4 venerable.
mixing into the ranks to monitor subordinates. At that moment, Young Hui heard an order and raised his head. Zong Hao leisurely spoke up. Interesting. No one has ever discovered my identity while I was undercover. And this person was indeed one of the 4 blood stars, Zong Hao. He was very curious about how the boy recognized him, especially since the boy was not a member of theirs. Young Hui implied that it was thanks to his sword. Because of the accessories and the leather sheath around the hilt, he immediately knew it was used to commemorate his precious horse, Bai Song. Zong Hao quickly let out a sound of exclamation. He lowered his body to face the boy. Sharp eyes. By the way, how does someone not belonging to the Blood Sect know about this? Young Hui understood well that he was being suspected. In this situation, it would be strange not to be. But in his past life, he had hidden as a spy for 7 years, experiencing this hundreds of times. He quickly demonstrated his storytelling skills. That is because this lowly one possesses the bloodline of the Blood Sect. Hearing this, Captain Hu was the first to be astonished. The subordinates also caused a stir over that testimony, while Zong Hao remained poker-faced, waiting to hear the rest. So he continued his story. My maternal grandfather participated in the wars as a low-rank warrior of the Blood Wolf Squad. After being injured, he left.
He said that to earn money for medicine, his mother worked as a servant for the Qiangzhao family. Later, she met his father and feelings developed, and Yunhui was born. Zhang Hao murmured that story softly, touched his sword, and told him to continue. Yunhui knew it wasn't enough, so he had to recount that his grandfather had trained him diligently since childhood. Every time Yunhui complained about the bitter training, he would mention the warlord blood wolf Lu Shaoan and his son Lu Changju. Yunhui began to mimic his voice. The warlord's son had already completed all his training at your age. The subordinates were also shocked that he knew the names of the 2 warlords. Yunhui spoke with heartache, saying that every day his grandfather said that one day the Blood Sect would seek out its own flesh and blood, and even on his deathbed, his last words were about the Blood Sect. Zhang Hao looked at him thoughtfully for a while, then seemed to understand. If that is true, then it is understandable that someone with a destroyed Dantian like you could kill 2 of my members. Just as he was about to say something, Captain Hu shouted out. He told him not to listen to the boy, saying the subordinate didn't know where he heard those things, but Lord Bloodwolf had already... A sharp sound silenced him. 5th leader, who allowed you to interfere in my business? It seems that just because you are a leader, you think you can interfere in the affairs of a blood star, right? Immediately, he knelt down and said, "Please forgive me. I hope for your pardon." Yunhui also had his own thoughts, making a leader terrified with just a look and a few sentences. This was the authority of a blood star. Zhang Hao softened his voice at this moment. Sorry for the interruption, but there is something very strange. I think although your righteous action caused a loss to the Blood Sect, why didn't you reveal your identity to the 5th leader, but instead begged for your life? Yunhui stammered, explaining that he was afraid that if he spoke, he would be punished if they knew his identity.
Next, his arm gradually relaxed, and Zhang Hao laughed out loud, leaving everyone confused. He also silently waited for the man's next move. Zhang Hao finally spoke, admitting he had joked a bit too much, so they should just let it be. If his maternal grandfather was a former member, then he could also be considered a brother within the Blood Sect. Only after hearing the full sentence did he finally relax. He felt relieved because he had almost lost a precious lineage carrier of the Orthodox faction. Therefore, he allowed the boy to join, considering it as continuing his grandfather's legacy. Zhao Yunhui immediately bowed to him. It is truly an honor for this lowly one, Lord 4 Blood Stars. My grandfather can now smile in the 9 springs. In his heart, he reached a conclusion. Somehow he had preserved his life, but he still had to join the Blood Sect. The ropes on his hands were also loosened. Now Zhao Yunhui could perform the proper etiquette. The blood demon descends, cleansing the world with blood. Zhang Hao left only one sentence: "Welcome back to our sect." However, Zhao Yunhui was thinking differently inside. Even though he survived, being captured and forced, he could only think of a question mark full of suspicion, because he told him to state his wish, but deep down it might just be to test his reaction. Since he didn't fully understand the situation, he had to make a reasonable request, and what he asked for was the return of his mother's keepsake sword. Zhang Hao was also surprised when he called it a keepsake. When ordered to hand it over, Captain Hu hesitated, because the sword was stained with his subordinate's blood. Conversely, Zhang Hao only said coldly, "Don't make me repeat myself." Thus, he had to present it with both hands. He saw the sword was a bit old, but still a good weapon. Then Zhang Hao paused. "However, you must pay the price for spilling the blood of our sect's disciples, right? Next time you swing your blade, I think you should be more careful." Zhang Hao coldly tossed it back. Although the sword fell to the ground, he didn't rush to pick it up.
Next, Zhang Hao ordered him to stand up. Yunhui quickly replied, "I will pick up my sword and leave immediately." He thought that just finding the sword would be enough, but clearly Shaoan was very angry, because that was her beautiful hair. He could only comfort her by saying he would find a craftsman to fix it later. Shaoan didn't forget to scold. If I could move on my own, I would definitely shave him bald, and he also really wanted to see that scene. After that, she probed into the matter of his Blood Sect bloodline, asking if it was real or fake. To her, he frankly said that the matter was neither real nor fake, but if it were her, he would tell everything. Shaoan was very worried, seeing his serious expression. Yunhui then probed, "If I said I came from the future of 10 years later, would you believe me?" This face looked like it trusted Yunhui a lot. Meanwhile, something was happening on this side as well. Zhang Hao had ordered a secret
but he observes every single one of my small gestures and behaviors, grasping the seat's intentions like a professional spy. Regardless of what it is, he knows too much. We should keep an eye on him. Therefore, Captain Hu immediately obeyed the order. On the carriage, Shaoan said she would summarize the information. She tried to recall. "You lived as a spy for 10 years, and after dying unjustly, you were reborn here, right? You returned to 10 years before your death, and then I became able to talk to you, right? No wonder I found you not as stupid as the Yunhui I knew." She thought he was truly unlucky, having suffered so much only to be kidnapped again now. When Shaoan mentioned that he should abandon Song, he immediately brushed it off, because Song was the only one who treated him like a human being. His voice became increasingly deep. "Moreover, in the previous life, Song lost his life to protect me. That was a debt of gratitude in my heart when I was in the Blood Sect. Today I have repaid it." Knowing that everything was over, Yunhui resigned himself to thinking about his next life. However, Shaoan thought he would be deceived just like 10 years ago. She sternly called out to him.
He needed time to digest her words. Then Yunhui agreed. That's right. Why did he keep worrying about how to survive when he held knowledge of the next 10 years? He also agreed to make good use of everything. However, Shaoan told him to keep his voice down, forcing him to explain that he was just overly excited. Now Yunhui understood that he still had many opportunities, and moreover, there was a possibility he could learn martial arts. Shaoan was a bit confused because his dantan had been destroyed, but Yunhui said that wasn't necessarily accurate information. But in short, he thought they should temporarily put that aside, so she looked at him with a look of disdain. Then she hesitatingly spoke up. "I mean, if you still retain internal energy, I will teach you martial arts. It's me, the short sword techniques that the previous master used. Apart from me, no one knows them." He found the idea of learning martial arts from a sword impossible. Shaoan angrily shouted at him. "Haven't you heard that a dog guarding the gate for 3 years knows how to recite poetry? I know even more than you. Listen, now I will read the mnemonic for you." Just then, his right hand glowed. Yunhui was also amazed by those streams of azure energy. He didn't understand what that thing looking like azure fire was. A second later, Yunhui was lost in a magical space. He bewilderedly looked around. Where is this? Why did it turn out like this? Moreover, his body looked very strong. Next, a voice echoed from somewhere. "The universe will open to those who possess the sword heart." He also realized it was Shaotan's voice. Then shining swirls appeared before his eyes.
The strange thing dazzled him a bit. When he regained clarity, he had returned to reality. He didn't understand what the hell just happened. Shaoan angrily scolded him. Thus, Shaoan disappeared in a huff, which made him realize that only he could see that thing. He then had to soften his voice. "I'm sorry, Shaoan, but are you all right? It took a whole half-month." The sword trembled slightly, as if surprised, but still angry. She coldly replied, "Enough. I am very tired." Now Yunhui finally had time to ponder the earlier events. He thought that thing resembled the blue fire from when he returned, so Yunhui was certain it was related to the sword god's secret manual. The scene shifts to where the
Someone opened the door of his carriage. Shouting immediately filled the air. "Get up, you brats! How long do you plan to lie there? Get up and gather over there. Anyone causing trouble will be sent to meet their ancestors." Not seeing the sun for a long time made him feel slightly uncomfortable. The shouting still echoed throughout the camp. "Hurry up! Gather everyone at the front there." Shaoan yawned and scolded the noisy person. Yunhui then stated the location was Lushui Valley. He remembered clearly it was one of the territories of the Blood Sect and also the place for training kidnapped children. That made Shaoan realize they all shared the same status as kidnapped children. Yunhui also introduced the name of the man standing on the platform. That was the supervisor responsible for monitoring the training, Zhu Qingying. Just then, someone called out to him, "Hey, useless trash from Yulong County." Before he could answer, Yunhui was shoved at the shoulder. Zuobai immediately teased him. "You acted like you knew everything beforehand, so why were you still caught in here?" Seeing them there, he knew the black and white twin demons pair had been arranged to be there. However, Zuobai noticed Yunhui was not tied up. When hearing that the story was a bit long, he still insisted on hearing it. Just then, they were shouted at again. "Stop chatting! Pay attention here! Do you see the platform behind me clearly? I will count to 5. Run up there immediately." Zuobai was very angry because he should have been untied properly. Conversely, Yunhui emphasized, "If you aren't tired of living yet, just follow me." The two brothers, Zuobai and Wu Shui, didn't understand what was happening, but before they received a reply, he had already dashed off. The kidnapped children were still standing there screaming. He complained that Yunhui should have spoken clearly, then looked on. At this moment, someone waved a hand to signal. A martial artist was silently approaching from behind them. The twins agreed they would run. A second later, red blood spurted out from somewhere. The brutal scene of slaughter made a girl scream. Below, a scene of pursuit and killing began to emerge, while the two brothers Wu Shui and Zuobai ran a fair distance. However, they were also very panicked when they noticed what was behind them. At this moment, Zuobai understood that once again, everything was exactly as Yunhui said.
Witnessing this unprecedented event astonished Qingying. Moreover, they knelt without needing any discipline. Afterward, the matter that the fifth leader reported regarding Yunhui claiming to be a descendant of the Blood Sect was also brought up. Shaoan was very afraid of this, but he believed that making such a claim would avoid suspicion later. Besides, he knew that if he didn't speak up, he would be beaten as an example for others. On the high platform, Qingying shouted, "Attention!" and the children below instantly fell silent. He emphasized that they should be rejoiced to have been chosen. The will of the great blood demon had led them to the loyal Blood Sect. However, upon hearing the name Blood Sect, the crowd seemed to panic. A stubborn While she was still bewildered, he reaffirmed it. He said that perhaps she didn't see it because he had run ahead. Over here, he was still threatening to report to the Martial Arts Alliance, Woolen Alliance. Next, a crimson sword streak shot out, and that was proof that the Blood Sect showed no mercy to the weak. Yunhui explained that this was a tactic to shake the tree to scare the monkey, forcing absolute loyalty. A cold voice rang out just as he predicted. "If you want to end up like this guy, then go ahead." Shaoan wondered how he had survived in his past life. Yunhui thought back with humiliation because he had groveled like a dog. At this moment, Qingying announced that the initiation ceremony would be held. He glared at him with hidden meaning, starting with, "All right." It turned out he was probing to see if Yunhui knew what the object in the box was. When he calmly said it was the blood goo, he praised him. Then Yunhui was ordered to explain the object. His voice was deep for a while. "Blood goo. It is a poisonous insect implanted in the chests of new disciples."
Zuobai trembled and asked him how he knew all of this. Qing Ying was extremely satisfied with the detailed explanation, truly worthy of the title of a loyal descendant. Zuobai was so furious he cursed. "You damn bastard, are you a spy?" Shaoan wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but he immediately stopped her, because this situation was very difficult to resolve. After that, he said he would grant him a favor, which was an opportunity to express the loyalty of a descendant, being the first to receive the blood goo. Yunhui was heartbroken, as there was no other way, but strangely enough, he was receiving a lot of attention. He thought there was likely no way of retreat. To survive meant he had to swallow the blood goo. He clasped his hands together and shouted loudly, thanking the Lord for bestowing this blessing. Afterwards, the fifth leader heard him asking for more water to swallow it easier. This made him jealous. Qing Ying seemed to have a good impression of the brat, though it was not yet confirmed if he had the bloodline of the great Blood Sect. That matter would be revealed sooner or later. Everything was prepared. Just you wait and see, Zhao Yunhui. Right now, Yunhui was still ceaselessly thanking Qing Ying, who also highly praised that loyalty. Then Qing Ying said, "You all know what to do, right? Now step up here one by one to receive the blood goo." Shaoan.
He felt his chest burning hot and painful, as if something was igniting inside. She asked him with concern, "Is there a problem with your chest?" Yunhui naturally didn't know. He only realized it was a very strange sensation, but it was indeed the spot where the blood goo flared up. He understood that this thing wouldn't flare up without cause, but very quickly he suspected the fifth leader, the one who had used underhanded methods. Qing Ying was also the one who noticed his abnormality. At this moment, someone asked him again, "Is the blood goo in your chest acting up? Someone with the bloodline of this sect is writhing in pain during the blood goo reception ceremony?" Yunhui was furious. He wanted to find out what that man had done to him. Qing Ying worriedly asked, "What's wrong? Is he okay?" He explained that it was because Yunhui got agitated when swallowing it, but naturally he wouldn't make such a mistake. The fifth leader told him to turn around because he would personally use internal energy to help the bloodworm hibernate. He urged Yunhui to hurry up as many people were still waiting. Yunhui wavered, thinking perhaps it wasn't him who did it. Just then, he felt the pain moving down to his stomach. So when he said he was fine, the fifth leader was a bit angry. He told Yunhui to tense his lower abdominal muscles so he could transmit internal energy, but Yunhui's strange sensation was spreading.
He hesitantly said, "I warned you already, I'm fine." Laughter echoed throughout the mountains and forests, but no one could hear it. Because Shaoan was the owner of the laughter, he was quite embarrassed as she kept teasing him about the farting incident. She thought it was rather boring here, and having him to make her laugh was very fun. Only Yunhui was feeling terrible. But she got even more excited, asking what was so terrible. Was it because of that fart? He knew clearly it wasn't because of that, but because of the bloodworm. His pain had disappeared, and his chest felt very comfortable. Right at that moment, Zuobai approached and asked, "Bloodslave, where are we going now?" He didn't like that title, and Shaoan also mocked him along with Yunhui, asking if he had forgotten that he had also swallowed a bloodworm to survive. During the argument, Zuobai revealed that he was someone who treated his fellow villagers badly, wanting to stand out alone. He had a slight suspicion. In his past life, he was a different person. Was it because of what happened earlier? The fifth leader pointed to the stone caves behind him. It turned out that in each cave there was someone from the Blood Sect, and their talent would be evaluated by those people. When the evaluation was complete, they would receive rank tags ranging from high, medium to low. They had to strive for a high rank because the Blood Sect only valued strength. He pointed to his green belt, a symbol of high rank. High-rank warriors recognized for their strength and achievements would have the bloodworm removed. He said that striving hard would be recognized and even heavily rewarded. The crowd was also astonished about the removal of the bloodworm. They all now aimed for the high rank tag. Yunhui also realized everyone's hope, but only he knew that they were gradually becoming people of the Blood Sect. The fifth leader coldly said, "I told you not to be noisy." Yunhui stared at the item in his hand. Afterwards, the sound of the blood whistle rang out louder. Seeing him cover his ears tightly, Zuobai was a bit puzzled. He didn't know if he should copy him. Although the whistle was a bit loud, there was no need to overreact. However, a second later, his face darkened. The screaming of the entire crowd rang out. Shaoan was very worried about him and everyone else. Yunhui explained that the bloodworm would squirm when the whistle was blown. However, it was very strange that when the whistle blew, he didn't feel anything. The people below were writhing on the ground. The fifth captain frowned.
I told you about the high-rank warriors because it's procedure, but how many of you think you can achieve it, huh? At most only 2 or 3, and the rest will live with the bloodworm for the rest of your lives. He continued to shout. How much longer do you intend to lie there? Stand up. Meanwhile,
he wished his Dantian hadn't been crippled so he could use internal energy to investigate. Zuobai then said gloomily, I've decided, since I've swallowed the bloodworm, there's no turning back, right? No matter how talented you are, I'm better at martial arts than someone without a Dantian like you. He declared that he would quickly achieve a high rank, get rid of the bloodworm and take revenge, which startled him. The 5th leader was about to speak when a hand went up. Zuobai wanted to volunteer to be the first to take the challenge. Shaotan thought that it was because he was sulking since Yunhui had hidden everything. After the request was accepted, Zuobai immediately rushed forward. He thought he didn't need his help and would prove he was better on his own. Right at that moment, a fist struck his face, and Zuobai immediately crashed to the ground. He was angry because he had announced that no one was to act without permission. They were only allowed to move when ordered and answer when
He instinctively blurted out 2 words, me, because he knew the man was ultimately trying to make things difficult for him. The man mocked him again. What is it? Does the descendant of the Blood Sect have a problem with that? Immediately, Yunhui replied, No, sir, I only appreciate your care. But in his heart, he had already accepted that this life would not be easy. Yunhui took steps inside the cave. The 5th leader continued to order the others to line up. Although this was his 2nd time facing this challenge, he found it quite fresh. Shaotan was quite worried because he did not have a Dantian, and even asked about his old results, and naturally the answer was the lowest. People like that were just cannon fodder for miscellaneous missions. Suddenly, a person appeared. Are you Yunhui of Yiyang City? He felt a bit apprehensive. If he wasn't mistaken, this voice was, so he had arranged this. He looked a bit younger, but he was sure it was him. Yunhui knew every little detail about this person very well. That was his direct superior in his previous life. Shaotan curiously asked which squad he had been in.
He found Captain Hu's plan very clever, but unfortunately he had even deceived a Bloodstar after all, so deceiving someone he knew from his past life should be even easier. He immediately spoke up. Captain Bloodwolf, I have heard my grandfather talk a lot about you. Chengu coldly drew his sword. Terrible lie. You say your grandfather was a warrior of the Bloodwolf squad? No warrior in the Bloodwolf squad could be your grandfather. Tell me, who are you really? Reflexively, Yunhui jumped back, startled, but Chengu rushed forward to strangle him. He said with murderous intent, You want to die. You say your grandfather worked under my father? I have trained in the Bloodwolf squad since I started having memories. I remember every soldier under his command. Shaotan anxiously told him to draw his sword quickly, but he knew that would make things worse, so he had to choose his words carefully. Just then, Shaotan warned him of an attack from below. Yunhui took the full brunt of an uppercut from him. All he could do was try his best to defend, but the sensation of his ribs shattering was truly painful. He didn't expect him to be so fast. If he couldn't resolve this by talking, it would be dangerous, but one thing to note was that his body couldn't hold out for too long. Then Yunhui was kicked directly into a rock. Blood sprayed endlessly, and Shaotan was trying to encourage him. Yunhui also acknowledged that this violent personality was exactly like in the past life. He tried to act like he was fine, but he also knew that the previous blow wasn't even a proper martial arts move. Shaotan told him to get ready because Chengu was about to rush in, but he felt dizzy and found it hard to concentrate. She immediately discovered that his back was injured, so Shaotan instructed him on how to move.
Seeing that perplexing expression, Chenji was slightly confused. Over here, he was talking to Shaotan, but realized she had flown off somewhere. Afterward, he quickly looked around to search, yet Chenju stomped straight onto him. He ordered coldly, "Answer me. Who told you about my affairs?" Knowing this was a good opportunity, Yunhui immediately asked, "Leader, aren't you looking for your younger sister?" Chengju became even more furious. "It seems you have investigated thoroughly." He quickly aimed at the key point. Why was only her body burned? Because it was fake. Your younger sister is still alive. If you want to hear more, let's make a deal. From afar, Shaotan lit up as if listening to the story. Xingju kept his voice low. You know her name? He lifted his sword, then stabbed it next to Yunhui's head as a warning. It seems you are not bragging. Consider me deceived by you. I will listen to your story.
He would decide whether to make the deal after listening, then immediately asked for his sister's whereabouts. Yunhui only said one name, Full Moon Flower Merchant Guild. He carved that reputation into his heart. But that place was under the management of the first of the 7 stars. In that case, who would be the mastermind behind his father's assassination? Yunhui quickly spoke into the dark depths of Xingju's heart. It was all to incite your hatred and seize control of the Blood Wolf Army. The first Blood Star Chenglong of the Blood Sect. It was all a plan arranged by him. Xingju immediately thought it was absurd, because the wounds on his father's body were reported differently. Before he could finish, Yunhui interrupted. Did you see it with your own eyes? The collection and autopsy of your father's body were handled single-handedly by the Full Moon Flower Merchant Guild and Commander Xingyu, right? Yunhui glanced and understood he was wavering. It was time to strike. Then Yunhui confidently said, the young miss is currently at the Junhai branch in Jihai. That place has many eyes and ears, so send someone trustworthy to investigate. Xingju hesitated for a long time. Who exactly are you? Conversely, Yunhui asked smugly, is this enough for you to make a deal with me? Please help me once when I need your strength. Xingju did not forget to threaten. If the story you just told is fake, I will come and slit your throat.
Regardless of the deal, he would consider him a benefactor for the rest of his life. Yunhui also appreciated that integrity. His heart couldn't help but feel proud, because in his past life he had also chosen to follow this man. But then, suddenly, he paused slightly. The object in his hand surprised him a bit, for it was an intermediate command tablet. Chengu said that it was because he had blocked 2 of his attacks, not because of the deal, that he gave it to him. At this moment, he returned to the old topic. You heard about my character from your grandfather? The boy immediately asked if he wanted to believe it or not. Chengu sheathed his blade and said he would accept that lie. Before the boy could speak, he pondered again. I don't know if you are smart or stupid. You never mentioned your grandfather's name. Only after being threatened by me did you start rambling about that information. Reflecting on it, the boy saw he was right and realized he had been trapped. Chengju really didn't know what he was plotting, but still chose to trust him this time. Shaoan now felt very relieved. I thought something terrible would happen when I was knocked away. Chengju watched as the boy quickly left the cave. He thought the boy was relatively mature, but compared to his youth, it seemed as if he had lived more than 10 years longer. Furthermore, regarding his movements just now, considering the first block is luck, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Although a bit confused, he didn't feel hatred towards him. Outside, the 5th leader shouted again, Hurry up, arrange your positions according to your ranks. Those with intermediate tokas will follow behind me. Zhuobai was also very astonished. No way, a lowly person from Luoyang like you, how can you be an intermediate rank just like me? The group followed closely behind the 5th leader. Zhuobai still didn't forget to grumble about the unexpected and unreasonable situation. He was most angry about the fact that Yuan Hui had no Dantian, but still received intermediate rank, perhaps because he was a spy. Seeing that personality, Shaoan thought he was too competitive, while Yuan Hui found it extremely annoying because neither of them could fight him. She was a bit confused about who both referred to, but a moment later Shaoan said, I understand now. That Captain Hu is also here. Zhao Yunhui. The fact that you are still safe after facing Chengju seems to have struck his pride. He keeps glancing at you. Yunhui also thought it was understandable that Chengju vouching for him had made him irritated. When Shaoan laughed at him for being a fart sniffer, he only hoped she wouldn't mention it again. Next, Shaoan asked about his plans. He thought that for now he should find an opportunity to heal his Dantian. Shaoan asked word. He explained that this was a physician known to be able to cure any ailment. One only needed to pay the right price, and he would treat it. From what Yun Hui heard, that physician had once even healed a shattered Dantian. Hearing that this person would be passing by in 10 months, she knew he would make an offer to receive treatment. She was slightly worried because he had left all his money at the inn. Aside from her, he had nothing left. He remembered that the divine physician needed a special herb when coming here. She knew he had planned ahead. Yunhui thought that since he had entered the tiger's den, he must find a way to advance within the Blood Sect. Seeing her slightly mocking him for abandoning the orthodox path, he retorted that whether it is the evil path or the orthodox path, they are still just humans. Over here, many martial artists were lying on the ground. Captain Hu quickly ordered a halt. He looked at the scene in frustration. What is this? Who did this? Turning to this side, it seemed the culprit was still standing there. Yue Tian angrily scolded. These guys are all trash. Hearing the commotion, he also turned around, his voice light as if nothing had happened. Fresh meat has arrived. The 5th leader quickly retreated. He did not forget to order everyone to fall back, but his sword-holding arm was grabbed.
Yue Tian bluntly said, "Too much hindrance, get lost." He was immediately dealt with by a single strike. Then Yue Tian threw his hand into the air. The fifth leader flew away like a leaf, and the sword he was so proud of also fell to the ground. He had heard of such a high-level expert in Lushui Valley in the past. Wariness rose within him. The man was too powerful. Who exactly was he? Seeing Zuo Bai accuse the old man of murder, he only found it truly foolish. Yue Tian placed both hands on the stone slab and clapped lightly a few times. But just that was enough to create immense air pressure. At this moment, a shockwave suddenly surged forth, and Yuan Hui felt an indescribable stinging pain. Yue Tian stood there calmly, as if watching a show, while the people below were already writhing in agony. He snorted coldly and said, "Daring to cause a ruckus with just this much skill. Are all of these guys trash?" On this side, Yuan Hui was reporting the situation to Shaoan. "My eardrums feel like they're about to tear. I can't even hear the surrounding sounds. I'm so dizzy, I just want to vomit and get it over with." But then he suddenly calmed down as he felt heat in his chest. Shaoan looked at him with suspicion. He recounted that the buzzing in his ears had stopped, and his injuries had also healed. But then he heard a shout, "Damn it, come here, try to kill me. If you want to touch my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body first." It turned out that because Wu Shui had collapsed, he reacted this way. He looked anxiously at the older brother Zuo Bai, then at his younger brother. But in front of such
Behind him, countless others had suffered the same fate. Wu Xuan anxiously ran up to check on his brother. Shaoan was only worried about him, but fortunately he could still move, though it was uncertain what else might happen. Yunhui's eyes gradually darkened at the screams. There was still one enemy left. Ye Tian looked at him with great amusement, while Shaoan urged him to run away from the man immediately. Just as Yunhui took a stride, the person behind him flew forward. His leg raised 180 degrees, and the target was precisely the little mouse, Yunhui. It seemed his intuition had also sensed it. A long time later, calls for Commander Hu echoed all around. It turned out that because he hadn't appeared at the appointed time, Qing Ying had come looking for him. Looking around, most of their recruits were injured. The superior asked, but he couldn't remember anything other than a wild bastard suddenly going crazy. Qing Ying was quite surprised by this. Commander Hu described that the opponent knocked him down in a single blow. The body was huge, hair messy, wearing tiger skin as clothes. This description of a giant wearing tiger skin made him pause. He didn't understand why Qing Ying was deep in thought. He only implied that that person was the culprit.
However, recently he has always been operating outside the Lucia Galley area, one of the highest authority figures, a master, and the person with the most eccentric personality, Man Yi Guitian. And the person being mentioned was laughing loudly. Unexpectedly, "Are you looking for this weapon? I heard that all the new recruits are weak, but you actually possess this short sword." A person with no Dantian could withstand that move, and was even the first to wake up. He found the whole situation truly interesting. The scene shifts to a towering mountain area. It turns out 2 people are crossing the mountain here. Captain Hu apologized repeatedly, while Qing Ying only reminded him that Yue Tian is someone untouchable. He was a bit worried that the man would kill the recruits. They are intermediate cadets who are very hard to come by. He wasn't sure about Yung Hui, but the twins were different, though Qing Ying wasn't entirely clear either. He knew well that the man often visited, but never thought he would cause trouble with the cadets. Then he announced that they were arriving, so Captain Hu had to mind his speech, because among the 4 leaders, Yue Tian was the most difficult to deal with. Upon arrival, Qing Ying knelt down to recite the sect slogan, and identified himself as the person in charge of the cadets.
Because Qing Ying knew that provoking Ye Tian would do no good. Suddenly, a dust-swirling attack appeared from nowhere, striking him. Its trajectory originated from the cave entrance. More precisely, the object creating that shockwave was a walnut. Inside, Ye Tian laughed loudly. "I guess you are quite a capable commander." Qing Ying humbly replied, considering himself merely an insect compared to him. Next, Ye Tian asked, "Is the reason you came here because of these newly captured children?" Qing Ying honestly replied, "That is correct, sir. They will be raised to become warriors of our sect." He seemed slightly displeased, thinking Qing Ying implied he would harm them. Qing Ying had to lower his head to deny that. Ye Tian continued to laugh louder, yet his intentions were hard to guess. He thought these children were quite decent. He thought he would teach them a few moves while they were here with him, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, Qing Ying was somewhat astonished about the private tutoring. Knowing that he had never accepted a disciple, Qing Ying, though finding it a bit awkward to speak, congratulated him on the good news of accepting disciples. However, Ye Tian cut him off. Don't be mistaken. I'm only using them to avoid loneliness in this place. Do you think I would accept disciples? Qing Ying profusely apologized. Meanwhile, the fifth leader thought with difficulty. What are they talking about? Not accepting them as disciples? But being taught by a powerful martial arts master was already a life-changing experience, especially one of the four supremes. He didn't want to give Yunhui that chance, so he immediately spoke up to address
Terror suddenly seized his emotions. The fifth leader was free-falling in mid-air. Ignoring the screams, Yue Tian laughed loudly. I am the one who wants to teach. Who allowed you to have an opinion? I don't want to hear you rambling anymore. Get lost immediately. Qing Ying respectfully responded to the order. As he left, he felt pity for the potential twins, but at least he could utilize Yang Hui as a spy. Inside the cave, Yue Tian was still annoyed about the noise disturbance. Yang Hui now understood the origin of the black and white twin demons in his past life. It was because they were taught by one of the four great supremes, Yue Tian. But the reason he brought Yang Hui along remained unknown. Yang Hui discovered another anomaly. Yue Tian stood up and complained about being hungry. He coldly ordered Yang Hui to bring food within 4 hours. Yang Hui was bewildered by the order. He angrily thought that the old man only brought him here to find food. Then Yue Tian warned him not to think about escaping. If caught, he would certainly face death, a statement that sent a chill down his spine. Yang Hui secretly thought otherwise. Did he think saying don't run meant he wouldn't run? He would play along with his wishes, wait for a good opportunity, and then bolt. Thus Yang Hui immediately knelt and asked, Sir, but I do not know martial arts, and it is difficult to find food without a weapon. And that short sword you are holding is a keepsake from my mother and is... But before he could finish speaking, Shaoan was thrown onto his head. Yue Tian thought he was troublesome and tossed the sword because he didn't need it. Shaoan, upon appearing, immediately complained that the old man was dirty, and worse, had used her to pick his teeth. In short, it was disgusting. At that moment, Yue Tian's arm roughly pulled the two brothers up. Just as he reached the door, he paused for a moment, almost forgetting. I want to eat meat. Remember to bring some back. Finally, Yue Tian leaped away and disappeared. Yuan Hui hurriedly ran out to see where he had gone. He only felt a powerful gust of wind. Then, upon realizing the situation, his shock intensified. Yuan Hui screamed with all his might. Where on earth am I? A cliff 10,000 zhang deep was just a step away from him. He became even more frustrated about finding food, as climbing down there would take 4 hours. Yuan Hui didn't know where he gave Shaoan was astonished by that jumping ability. She didn't know how he would escape from the old man, and he himself had lost all motivation. The mountain area had become extremely quiet. Yuan Hui was trying to calm himself down, because if he gave up, he would become a slave, so he had to do everything possible. But the cliff was too steep. He couldn't understand how people could run off. Just as he intended to focus on climbing down, he encountered a cracked rock. Immediately after, Yuan Hui slid his body down the cliff face. His body fell faster and faster, but fortunately, Yuan Hui managed to grab onto a tree branch. That incident made him resent life immensely. He almost fell to his death. Why is his life so miserable? This is already his second life. Shaoan remarked that doing so was a faster way down, but he was in no mood for jokes. He timidly asked how far down he had gone, but her expression made him give up asking. A preliminary observation suggested that the ground was still a long way off. A long while later, someone spoke up. 4 hours have passed. I can't believe you were still lingering here. You probably didn't listen to the warning, did you? Prepare to die, right? Immediately, he stammered in response. I remembered that day. And this bizarre statement made the old man exclaim, What the hell? Shifting the scene slightly, the forest below was extremely quiet. A brown rabbit was looking around bewilderedly, unaware that it was becoming prey. A thwack sound rang out. The small rabbit was hit by an
He silently recalled the day he struggled physically, spending 2 watches to descend the abyss. Shaoan also thought he would be killed back then. Later, she told him he should know when to give up appropriately, because the subsequent times he also struggled when trying to escape. But seeing that Yuan Hui was fine today, he happily replied, If I can hunt 1 or 2 more. The next second, a tall figure wearing tiger skin jumped down, the vibration causing him to fall on his backside. Yuan Hui smiled forcibly and said, Sir, you arrived early. I was just preparing to climb up. Ye Tian smiled wickedly and asked, So you caught food? I'm starving.
Yunhui offered the fat rabbit and said it was dinner. When he counted 2 rabbits, his voice lowered ominously. Yotian looked at him angrily. 4 mouths to feed, but only 2 rabbits. Looks like I have to reduce the population. Yunhui looked at him blankly. This violent scene was not suitable for viewing. He only knew the world was spinning every time a thumping sound rang out. He was sad because he had to be hung upside down again, but it was no longer a surprise. He felt weary and didn't know what Yotian was thinking, assuming there must be a reason. In fact, for the past 2 months, he lived like a slave.
And after fainting from the beating, he was hung upside down from a tree. Shaotan angrily asked him, "Weren't you very noisy when you were first hung up?" To which he simply replied that he was used to it. At that moment, someone approached and called him. Zhou Bai also questioned why he couldn't bring back proper food, as the 2 brothers had also been beaten together. Yunhui chuckled inwardly at Shaotan's teasing words, then told him that even without him, he would have been beaten anyway. Zhou Bai immediately got to the main point. "The elder is looking for you. Come in here." Shaotan realized he was called 2 hours earlier than usual, and he didn't know what the old man intended to do. Upon entering, Yue Tian gave the first order, "Take off your shirt." Yunhui hesitated and asked again, but he only gave a slight grunt. He didn't know the reason, but his hand started to obey. Yue Tian gazed at him intently for a few seconds, pondered for a bit, and then spoke. "It's been about 2 months, hasn't it? You are quite ready now." He didn't understand, but she was very sharp. "Your body looks quite good thanks to climbing mountains and hunting every day." Yue Tian was ordering Zhou Bai to hunt for food starting tomorrow, which he refused to accept, and naturally such resistance only deserved a kick. Yue Tian kicked him flying. "Just do as I say, you talk too much." Before going out, he also instructed Wu Shen to cook thoroughly. Both Shaotan and he looked in bewilderment at his heartless.
He fearfully demanded to be let down to walk, but Yu Tian curtly replied, "You are speaking nonsense." He thought he was exerting himself like this because Yu Tian refused to use the stairs, but in return, the old man threw him down a waterfall. The water below was crystal clear, with fish swimming about. However, when he shattered the tranquility, the fish quickly scattered. After surfacing, Yunhui shouted in frustration, "Why do you keep treating me like this?" Yu Tian Shaotan began to whisper, seeming to realize that he was actually the dirty one. Just a second later, Yu Tian said, "That's enough bathing, come up." But that was merely getting wet, and Shaotan thought that was the reason the old man smelled like a beggar. The stream water flowed with a murmur, drowning out the surrounding sounds. Yunhui and Yu Tian were walking along the cliff beside it. Shaotan was quite curious, because there was such a hidden place behind the waterfall, wondering who would live there. He immediately replied that it was for someone who did not want to be discovered. She also mischievously chimed in to tease him, saying it could also be a beautiful expert living in seclusion. After that, he started thinking about the person Yu Tian asked to take him as a disciple. Surely they would not be ordinary. After a long walk, he announced they had arrived. Then Yu Tian also turned to announce, "The person is here." He suddenly turned back to look at him. "What are you doing? Show the proper respect you should have. This person will be your master from now on." Yunhui knelt on one knee and said, "Long live the Blood Demon and the Blood Sect. Intermediate Cadet Zhao Yunhui pays respect to Master."
He thought it was a talking skeleton, and he felt like he was being mocked. Yue Tian laughed heartily. "Joking? Do I look like I have time for that? Don't you know the changes that have happened to you in these 2 months? Your health increased when climbing mountains, when chasing prey, your legs got stronger, and your endurance increased." He also said that when being beaten, endurance and psychological strength would also increase. Moreover, even being hung from a tree was training to help him have a strong upper body and solid balance. Yue Tian became more serious as he spoke. "All those things are for you to acquire the necessary characteristics to learn martial arts." Yunhui hesitated and replied, "Elder, I apologize for saying this, but I lost my dantian since childhood due to evil qi." His laughter became even more bizarre. "Do you think I trained you without knowing your body's condition? What would you do if there was a way to circulate internal energy without a dantian?" Yunhui's mind seemed unable to process it yet, but a second later he was completely astonished. Circulate energy without using a dantian? Suddenly, Yue Tian asked if he knew what a dantian was. Hearing this, Yunhui fell into deep thought. He said that it was something he would know when he started learning martial arts. The small glowing pearl right at the navel was likely the dantian he spoke of. Any martial art needed it, and it was also considered the energy core. When a martial artist cultivated, they used qigong to absorb qi and blood, and that thing was called internal energy, and internal energy would be accumulated in the dantian. But his dantian was broken, so he could not accumulate the absorbed qi and blood. So he only had two things left, the absorbed qi and blood, and his body. Then he asked again what qi and blood were. Inside his head, he had a bad feeling about controlling internal energy. He guessed that he intended to explain about origin energy. Yuetian immediately replied, "You learned some fake stuff. Origin energy..."
It possesses double the power compared to the internal energy accumulated in the dantian, so he thought the boy was very lucky, because the writings over there taught him how to control the innate origin. Shaoan was equally happy. You hit the jackpot. With this, you can learn martial arts now. But she did not understand why he was not happy, acting as if he wanted to pass up the opportunity. Only Yunhui clearly understood that it was the essential qi and blood directly linked to one's life. There is only one instance where a martial artist uses it, which is when they want to perish together with the enemy. That thing cannot be recovered. If used too much,
He only had one message to convey. Did the old man think I would be rejoiced by this opportunity? No way in hell. Thus Yunhui immediately bowed 90 degrees. Thank you, sir, for teaching me such valuable things, but my stupid brain still does not understand. I have lost my dantian and have no talent for cultivation. When I was still in the clan, I was always criticized as incompetent. Please reconsider teaching me this. Shaoan really admired this talent for lying. Yet Tian pondered and opened his mouth. I worked so hard to refine your body, yet you claim to be incompetent? I bet you know a few moves due to originating from a martial arts family. Did you think I didn't know that you were afraid of consuming your origin energy and dying early? Although feeling guilty, he tried to deny knowing anything. The very next second, the old man's hand grabbed him. Yet Tian thought he spoke poorly, so he needed to help him clearly understand proper education. He released a terrifying killing intent. You know that if you don't learn this, you will be useless to me, right? I will let you choose. Do you want your neck broken and die here? Or do you want to learn this and die slowly? Shaoan advised him to learn, but he felt that doing so would be playing into the old man's plan. Finally, he bravely shouted, "Then please kill me." Yet Tian lowered his voice and spoke, "You don't care about your own life?"
As for him, he was encouraging himself to be brave. If he wanted to advance, he had to do it. Yunhui hesitantly asked if the old man intended to kill him, as that was how he bet his life in a critical moment. Yuetian heard his voice. "I am very afraid, but if I live like that, as you said, I will be used all my life, and when I am no longer useful, I will be eliminated. Because I already have the bloodworm inside me, I would rather die than live like that." Hearing this, the old man was slightly stunned. Bloodworm. Then Yuetian laughed loudly. He put him down and said, "I can't believe you're still trying to lie in front of me." Not understanding, he immediately probed the old man's meaning. Yuetian frankly replied, "Do you think I haven't checked your body? I've known since I decided to bring you along. It's best if you don't play any tricks from now on." So he asked again, "If you knew, why didn't you do anything?" But the old man didn't care about those things, because there was something else more important. Thus Yunhui seemed to have understood everything. He understood that if the old man wanted to kill him from the start, he would have done so when he found out he didn't have the bloodworm. Surely he wanted something from him. Though not knowing what it was, Yunhui affirmed it would be related to teaching these things. Next, Yuetian implied, "All right, I will propose something that will definitely interest you. If you follow my words, I will overlook the fact that you don't have the bloodworm. It's not difficult. After you learn this,
He glanced at her. Cooperate with him? Why should I do that? She, on the other hand, found it quite interesting. Seeing him ask more, Yutian threatened, "Ask again and I'll break your legs. Just because I'm easygoing doesn't mean you can ask nonsense. I've finally gotten it through your head. I'm sure you'll follow my words now." He told him to start by sensing the primordial heaven chi. Once sensed, return to his place. Yunhui briefly acknowledged the order. Afterward, Yutian turned away, but didn't forget to threaten that if he tried anything, broken legs would be the least of his worries. At this moment, Shaoan stammered, "It's just my intuition, but I think that old man likes you." He thought that was terrible. He had no intention of getting close. Yunhui thought he should look over that martial art. Shaoan probed, "Are you not going to use it?" It turned out he would use it when needed, but the important thing was whether he could learn it first. He thought if people could learn just by looking, why would anyone need a master?
Outside, Yu Tian was comfortably riding the wind. He thought about the boy. Besides being brave, he's not stupid either, but he regretted that if those words were complete,
Back on this side, Yunhui was screaming, "Impossible!" Seeing Shaoan so confused, he explained, "If I learn this to the very end, I can avoid depleting my innate origin." Knowing she was excited, he finished his sentence, "I won't die from running out of innate origin." She seemed very happy, so he had to restrain her. "Don't celebrate too soon. I haven't finished reading it yet." Yunhui continued reading. "Use internal energy to destroy the Dantian. Move the origin energy immediately after." And when he read to the very end, the line of text stopped. The missing final part, coincidentally, was the section teaching how to maintain the innate origin. Yunhui screamed in extreme anger. He should have at least rewritten it. This stupid skeleton, why did he die before finishing it? Right at that moment, Shaoan suddenly went, "Huh?" And Yunhui also seemed to remember, based on the words that old man said earlier. Yuitian had threatened him like this: "Do you want to have your neck snapped and die here, or do you want to learn this and die slowly?" That was why Yunhui belatedly realized that he already knew this thing was incomplete. Despair made him curse. "Damn it, what does he want me to do with an incomplete guide?" Shaoan looked a bit confused. "Hey you, why are you so sensitive? How would I know?" Yunhui was bewildered by the way she spoke, so Shaoan explained, "I'm talking to this thing. It's very angry that you called it a skeleton." He moved his lips for a long time but didn't know what to say. Finally, he concluded she was talking to the skeleton, but of course she meant
However, Shaoan found him quite dull. "I do not converse like humans. It is because you are special that you can hear the voice of the sword." His face looked a bit bewildered. "I understand now. That is the meaning of sword heart in the secret record of the immortal sword. Secret martial arts manuals often have vague instructions, so it was described as sword heart. Literally, it must mean the voice of the sword. I do not know what power I will receive when the fragmented part is restored." She told him not to daydream and pointed out that the sword next to them was also intrigued, seeing that he understood their conversation. Immediately after, Yunhui reached out his hand. Tiannan appeared, looking ravenous. "It has been so long since I was touched by a human." Seeing him cry out, Shaoan reminded him not to make strange noises. He softly apologized and touched Tiannan again. The spirit quickly bombarded him with questions. "Yunhui, is it? Can you really hear my voice? Let me introduce myself. I am the Tiannan sword. That is the name my master, the Tiannan sword master Hu Zhongda, gave me." Seeing his surprise at that title, Shaoan asked for the reason. It turned out he had heard of him before. That person was famous for turning the entire town of Yunnan upside down with just a single sword. If he had not suddenly vanished, he would have become one of the top martial
He was furious, thinking Haiyu Tian was the one who did it, but Tiannan shook his head and said it was someone else, and that Zhu Xiyang had never defeated his master even once. Immediately he fell into deep thought. One of the 4 supreme figures of the Blood Sect, yet he had never defeated the Tiannan swordmaster even once? But who could kill a martial artist with such profound martial arts, to the extent that even that Yu Tian could not win against them? Tiannan said he would tell him later, because he had something important to do right now. Although very curious, he nodded and said he did. He said that after hearing the story, he understood quite a bit. Yunhui
Shaoan was a bit worried. Is it okay for you to agree so quickly? But he replied that it concerned the honor of the Tiannan swordmaster. If Yunhui lost because he didn't learn his master's martial arts properly, that honor would be sullied, and he hoped that those martial arts would be passed down to the next generation. That was his own wish. Seeing Tiannan acting so cool, he agreed immediately. "I hope we have a happy cooperation." However, Tiannan suddenly said they needed to negotiate. He seriously suggested that he become the new master. Although the old master's honor was important, since he was a sword, the most important purpose was not to lose the value of his existence. Tiannan acted effeminate again, complaining about being lonely, wanting him to become the new master, then saying something about touching him from the sheath to the body. Shaoan had to step in to quell the chaos. "So annoying, you're making the iron sword look weird too." Yunhui looked thoughtfully at their quarrel. He was thinking about a question. Should I just give up on the manual entirely? A long time had passed inside. Finally, Yunhui said he would voluntarily become Tiannan's master, but if he acted like a pervert or made weird requests, he would give up learning the martial arts. Tiannan accepted and declared they would start learning immediately. The sound of explanation rang out.
The place people usually call lianghe is the primal body below the abdomen. The lower lianghe and the innate origin lie in different positions. He told him he needed his chest to sense the innate origin. The previous master called that point the middle lianghe. Though hearing it for the first time, he guessed, if there are lower and middle, there must be an upper lianghe, right? Exactly so. Tiannan
Seeing that he did not know how to sense vitality, he immediately said, if you find it too difficult, try experiencing it with your 5 senses. Yuan Hui did not expect to use his 5 senses. Tinnan said indifferently, vitality is easiest to recognize in harsh situations or life-threatening dangers. You will receive strength you don't possess or feel a powerful heat energy rising from your chest. That is the feeling of primordial heaven chi. Yuan Hui immediately understood that those things were not just for physical training, but to help him learn the sensation of primordial heaven chi. Conversely, Shaoan saw that Yue Tian also beat the Songweathers to the point of making Wu Shen bald, which also became a mystery. Tiannan spoke up again at this moment. I don't know what happened, but perhaps you have felt it before, and he confirmed as much. Then he told him to remember.
And so the timeline rewound to when Yue Tian was still here, or even further back to when he met Xingju and got beaten up, but even further back to the first time he met Zong Hao. And perhaps that wasn't enough. He even remembered when he had just been reborn and fought those warriors. The final image Yuan Hui thought of was the death bestowed upon him by Rongzi in his previous life. After declaring that he would survive, he felt a strange transformation. Is this the innate origin? This heat energy, it feels strangely familiar. Immediately, Shaoan recalled that he had said similar words before. When he swallowed the bloodworm and his eardrums were perforated, his chest had also heated up. Hearing this, Yuan Hui nodded in agreement. Tiannan spoke up again. Truly surprising. My previous master struggled for a whole month. The fact that you could do it in 4 hours is truly excellent. He also couldn't believe such a martial artist would take months, while Shaoan thought it was all because he had died and come back to life. Tiannan praised her for
Even if you can't feel it, it doesn't matter. I think it will be fine once you learn internal kung fu. On the contrary, Yuan Hui said it wasn't just a fingernail's worth. He felt it was about 2 fingers worth. Tiannan was also very surprised. By using the accumulation gate, he would be able to transmit internal qi through the meridians and control the innate origin. He told Yuan Hui to try punching a stone pillar in that state, but Yuan Hui thought it was a bit difficult. Shaoan cheered him on, saying that if he got injured, the innate bone potential would heal him. Tiannan also thought that if that happened, it would be fine too. Yuan Hui was a bit sarcastic, saying that they talked like that because it wasn't their hands. He was a bit worried about what would happen if he didn't meet their expectations. Being able to use martial arts again was more than enough for him. Then Yuan Hui widened his stance, wanting to test how strong he had become. A loud boom suddenly echoed in the cave. Right where he punched, the stone pillar shattered. Shaoan shouted excitedly, "Wonderful! Is this the internal qi of someone possessing the heavenly origin bone potential?" As for Tiannan, he had long since frozen in place. He was astonished because he had never seen such a thing. Even though his master's bone
Then suddenly he asked if he had truly been reborn, right? As for Yuan Hui, he kept looking at his hand, fearing he was dreaming, because this was even better than he had imagined. So he remained deep in thought. Was this truly the power he now possessed? Outside it was pitch black. Yue Tian stood there with a gloomy power. "You useless fool." He trampled on him like a rag. "Are you trying to escape from me?" Yuan Hui thought he had misunderstood, even though he had been climbing up and down the mountain for about 2 months. But how could someone with no talent for Qinggong like him return on time? Seeing him say to just move faster, Yuan Hui was quite annoyed. If I had left half a day earlier, I would have returned on time. Afterward, Yue Tian asked him again if he had sensed the innate origin yet. Seeing his silence, he asked again, "I asked if you sensed it yet or not." Yuan Hui hesitated for a long time. About that, now Yue Tian understood that he not only failed to sense the innate origin, but also felt nothing within his body. Yue Tian rested his chin on his hand and laughed again. "I guess you didn't sense any." He thought he was certain about a few things. Looking at the old man, he saw exactly what Tiannan had said. Those who haven't learned the innate origin cannot sense it in others. Yue Tian suddenly smiled sinisterly. "I was almost fooled by you.
It seems you were trying to avoid using origin energy to prolong your life. I guess I have to help you realize that you need to discuss this clearly. The bet was set. If Yunhui lost, he would be handed over to Captain Hu. Yue Tian explained that when he brought him here, the captain had stopped by to look a few times. He didn't care about such trivialities, but that man seemed to want to take him back. At that moment, Yunhui realized he hadn't been let off the hook by him even once. The corners of his mouth weighed down heavily. Yue Tian also recounted that the twins mentioned that man was very interested in him. If he revealed that the boy didn't have the bloodworm, he would become a low-ranked disciple for the rest of his life. Yunhui was slightly stunned, because this was different from what he had promised. Yue Tian retorted that was before he tried every trick to avoid the duel. Hearing him say that was the motivation, the boy just thought to himself, "So that's what you want, huh? I've prepared a few things for you too." Yunhui lowered his voice and spoke. "You said you would kill me if I lost. So what if I win? Is there any reward?" Yue Tian was interested in that cheekiness. He immediately said that if the boy wanted motivation, he would grant one request if he wanted.
Yue Tian honestly admitted he didn't know the Huanneng technique that the skeleton used, but the Guanlun Sha would help him balance the Huanneng technique, allowing him to learn anything without obstruction. He said he taught the twins the same way. Shaoan was quite puzzled. Is he really trying to help you win that competition? The next book was the Xing Guang sword art. Doubts arose in his mind about this thing. Yue Tian explained that it belonged to the skeleton. To be more precise, it was the sword art his master used to wield. Yunhui realized it was the sword art required to execute the Tiannan sword. Shaoan found it strange that he possessed the secret manual of the Tiannan sword. He also suspected whether it was found among some corpses. Yue Tian saw him frowning, so he thought he was dissatisfied. Naturally, he denied it immediately. But Yunhui dared to ask him where he got that secret manual. Yue Tian seemed to be rendered speechless by him. He hemmed and hawed a bit before admitting that someone had handed it over. Hearing this, Tiannan accused him, claiming he had stolen it, and plotted to use the Xing Guang sword art to defeat his former master. Shaoan also laughed slyly and replied, "Stolen? I guess that old man really wants to win badly." Tiannan asked him if Yue Tian would show him the Xing Guang sword art, right? Yunhui recounted that he would show it to him for 3 consecutive days. He rubbed his chin and replied, "If he performs it for you, it
Yunhui thought that Yue Tian wasn't trying to fight him seriously, but he didn't understand the man's intentions either. Shaoan angrily said, "He's a bastard. Does he think doing this can change the fact that he lost to the master of the Tiannan sword?" Just then, Tiannan said something that surprised them. "That is because my previous master has died. My master fought Hai Yue Tian countless times, but there was never a clear winner. Now that he is dead, Hai Yue Tian cannot find anyone of such high caliber, so he is training you to potentially compete like in the old days." Shaoan clearly remembered him saying his master had never lost. Tiannan clarified that he meant it was a draw. Just then, Yunhui quietly asked, "No matter what happens, it doesn't change anything if I lose, right?" He thought there was still time to consider his options. She asked him how he would do it. She suggested that if he struggled against the metal sword during combat, he should just use the 8-light short sword, but Yunhui thought Yue Tian probably wouldn't agree to that. Tiannan gently said, "No, Yunhui, you don't need to worry. The Starlight sword art that he stole is the old version before my master improved it. After my master lost the manual, he cultivated and refined it, so every movement of the current sword art exposes countless weaknesses in the
He listened as the man continued. "I understand you can learn from the improved version. Although it resembles the old sword technique, there are still differences. If he hadn't stolen that manual, my master wouldn't have thought of improving it, since whether modified or not, it was already superb." Shaoan trembled as she spoke. "I apologize for ruining the mood, but wouldn't that crazy old man be shocked if we use the improved version?" She thought Yue Tian would question him for not following his instructions. Tiannan also nodded. "It is indeed extremely difficult to improve a sword move that is already nearly perfect, for improving sword arts only happens with those as talented as my master." Yunhui was very conflicted between two issues. If he lost, he would remain a low-ranked disciple for life. If he won, it would be hard to deal with Yue Tian's questions. Shaoan reminded him that without using the improved version, he would lose.
While the two sword souls were worried about him, Yunhui insisted he was fine and would not repeat his past mistakes.
The natural scenery here remained very peaceful. 2 figures stood before the cave entrance, one of them laughing. It turned out the 5th leader was happy because he was about to capture Yunhui. He was still unclear how the boy was lucky enough to become Yotian's prisoner, but now he could no longer rely on the old man's influence. Next, he ordered Du Xuan to demonstrate the ability of a high-ranking disciple in front of him. The command for slaughter was issued without hesitation. Du Xuan clasped his hands in salute and accepted the order. On this side, Yunhui heard someone say, "Long time no see, Zhao Yunhui," and he politely greeted the captain in return. The captain calmly dispensed with the formalities, mocking him for doing a good job as a prisoner. Tiao Nan also recognized this as Captain Whom the boy had.
Sir, you traveled far from the Blood Sect. Do you have any business here? In his heart, he thought the man was using internal energy to probe his body. Captain Hu said with satisfaction, "I thought if the elder sent you to do this, there must be something special about you, but it turns out your Dantian is just the same." Yunhui found it amusing because he couldn't detect the innate origin. Afterward, Wu Xuan was assigned the serving duty instead of him. The reason was that a high-ranking disciple serves much better. He added, "I don't know how you persuaded the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad, but no one has ever seen your grandfather before. I need you to go to Lu Sui Alley for inspection." Yunhui immediately broke into a sweat. This man was truly persistent. He couldn't believe the man wanted to expose him at all costs. If he were this persistent in martial arts, he would have achieved great success. Yunhui respectfully said, "You misunderstand. My grandfather must keep the secret that he is a member of the Blood Wolf. How could he reveal his face? And the elder wouldn't be satisfied with just a high-ranking disciple." He furiously shouted, "Arrogant bastard. Fine, I will use this opportunity to teach you a lesson. Don't be too haughty and also make a good impression on the elder. Wu Xuan, teach him a proper lesson. I will take responsibility. Just do it." Wu Xuan walked closer to him after replying. Yunhui also felt the troubles increasing. He rubbed his neck lightly and said, "I have no prejudice against you, but I can't let a good opportunity slip by, so try to endure the pain." Yunhui was a bit annoyed that he dared to think he was weaker. As soon as his fist appeared tearing through the wind, he slightly dodged. Wu Xuan was immediately made to look foolish on the spot. The 5th leader was also quite surprised by this. Yunhui knew him quite well because it was a basic fist technique called 8 blood fist, and the stance was perfect, but in his eyes the move was too slow. While it was true that Yunhui had reached the 2nd stage of the Starlight secret art, he didn't expect
That indescribable majesty made it difficult for him to perform a full salute, yet the old man's hand had already gently pressed his head down. Yunhui stared blankly at the scene before him. It seemed as if Wu Xuan was no longer a living creature. Next, a screaming sound rang out. Yue Tan grabbed Captain Hu's head and asked who he was. He immediately trembled and replied in detail, "I am Captain Hu, serving under the commander of the Blood Extermination Squad." Yue Tan thought that a low-ranking person daring to cause trouble worthy of death in his territory was unacceptable. Yunhui felt very afraid, because the old man could make a martial artist immobile instantly, while she only felt that even if the boy studied like crazy, it would be hard to be as strong as him. While he was replying to her, another sound rang out. "Dulong is no good at all. I heard you've been learning swordsmanship lately. Are you well? You look quite fine." At the same time, Zulbai discovered Captain Hu. As for him, he focused his attention on the 2 brothers, because in just a few days their bodies had become much stronger.
At the same time, the pleading voice rang out again. "Please listen to me. We still don't know that guy's background. Please let me investigate him." Yue Tian had just replied, "Not interested," when another fist punched out. His eyes rolled back white, and inside his mouth several teeth were broken. Yue Tian lowered his voice and spoke. "I told you before I'm not interested in nonsense, yet you still brought another person here." He let go, dropping Captain Hu. Then he turned to speak to the boy. "For him to bring someone to replace you, he must hate you a lot." Yuan Hui also recounted the story of how he had eliminated his 2 subordinates. Zuobai and Wu Xuan stood frozen like statues. Yue Tian asked curiously, "You killed his subordinates? They really are stupid. How could they be killed by someone who doesn't even have internal energy? The weak dying is just natural. It can be predicted." After that, he ordered
Next, Yue Tian laughed and said, "You have just gotten yourself into a very troublesome situation, because you are being targeted by that bastard. The power of those bastards is that once they bite, they never let go. You won't be as lucky as this time again. This is your chance." Zhao Yunhui clasped his hands in greeting. He also knew he had to seize this opportunity. Thus, Zhao Yunhui wanted to go with Zuobai. He hesitantly asked, "I don't mind, but can you keep up?" Zhao Yunhui remarked that he seemed to be losing strength, so he would help carry the burden for the second half of the journey. Before he could finish speaking, a blue streak flashed past his face. Zhao Yunhui was incessantly panicked. What is wrong with that bastard? Is he running on the cliff face? Zuo Bai continued running while teasing him for being too slow. Xiao Tan thought he should also learn Qinggong. Zhao Yunhui also thought it would be great if he learned the Qinggong of the Tiannan Swordmaster. Afterwards, Xiao Tan also asked Tiannan to tell him about it, and he was willing to teach Zhao Yunhui that Qinggong. Tiannan became more serious and said, "But you cannot run on this cliff face like that, unless you use the Qinggong of Haiyue Tian. My master was also impressed by this." He didn't pay attention to the two of them bickering, only thinking about the formidable power of the previous master. But anyway, he thought he still had to hurry up. Moreover, he didn't know if Zuo Bai understood what the elder said or not. A while later, the fifth leader was thrown to the ground. Zuo Bai wiped his sweat and said, "I think throwing him here will be fine." He wondered if he should finish him off now. At that moment, Zhao Yunhui appeared and asked what he was doing. Zuo Bai
Hearing a startled cry, he simply drew his sword and said, "I think you are mistaken. Do you think that old man will stop at just breaking legs?" A series of question marks appeared, reflecting his confusion. Zuo Bai hinted at silencing the witness, making him think he was pitying the man. At this moment, Captain Hu had not yet woken up, and the sounds of arguing continued to echo. Yunhui said if he wouldn't do it, he would handle it himself. Then, a shoe flew straight into Zuo Bai's face.
He was quite annoyed because Zuo Bai had not sealed Captain Hu's acupoints on the way down. The man laughed extremely viciously. "So you are taking this opportunity to make a move on me, aren't you? I will make you all regret missing the chance to kill me." The cunning laughter echoed louder and louder. He asked very disdainfully, "What do you intend to do with that sword?" Tiannan rubbed his chin, realizing he didn't know the boy could use martial arts. Wen Hui also replied, "That's right, I need to strike while he is off guard." He rushed over like a beast. "You think a brat without a dantian can hit me?" But the boy only had time to hold out a hand in front. A second later, a stream of power helped him confront the punch. Moreover, Wen Hui directly knocked back that strike. Captain Hu was terrified for a moment. What? While he was bewildered, Wen Hui seemed to be gliding forward. A slashing mark stretched across his body. Wen Hui had slashed an upward cut from low to high. Fresh, fishy blood spurted out, causing him pain. Wen Hui remained in his stance, while the opponent had been knocked back. He was very happy because he realized he could use internal energy. Tiannan also praised. "Using sword technique for the first time and it's already like this. Quite decent. But don't let your guard down because of that, Yunhui. Your opponent is a first-rate martial artist. It is only truly beginning now." The man was confused because earlier he didn't feel any chi from the boy, yet the strike had power. Inside the fifth leader's head, things started to get chaotic, but then he brushed it aside. A second later, Yunhui jumped up from somewhere, and the spot he was about to land was exactly where Captain Hu was. A fast execution of Ma Deng Lunan created quite a large pressure. He held his head and ducked low to dodge like a cowardly creature. But Wen Hui was still frantically slashing, as he had to keep retreating. Captain Hu
Captain Hu concluded that he was a dangerous individual who needed to be dealt with carefully. He gritted his teeth and spoke up, "You bastard, I won't let you survive." Elsewhere, Zuo Bai had woken up by this time. The clouds and mountains were still quite peaceful, as if nothing had happened, while in front of him was thick smoke and dust. The first sentence Zuo Bai could say was, "Since when did Captain Hu wake up? How could he be fighting Yunhui one-on-one like that?" Just then, Yunhui rose up. His lower chest had been kicked by a foot. The opponent ruthlessly put all his strength into the kick, leaving a long trail on the ground. That was the mark left when he was pushed back. Tiannan was very worried about whether he was okay or not. Yunhui quickly reassured him that he was still fine. Moreover, he had anticipated part of the move, so the damage was reduced. It was his first time facing a first-rate expert, so he hadn't adapted yet.
Hearing this, he immediately agreed. Just then someone shouted, "Get out of the way, Zhao Yunwei." As soon as the shout ended, that person quickly ran over. Zuo Bai said that he had done a good job holding him back. From now on, he would handle it himself. He just needed to watch him fight. Captain Hu only saw him as an obstacle. He told him to get lost and wait for his turn. Then he punched him directly. "After I deal with Yunhui, I'll turn around and kill you right away." In the blink of an eye, his own face was beaten into deformation. A laugh of satisfaction rang out. "You bastard!"
It turned out Zhou Bai had flipped over and kicked him. Tiannan admitted that blow must have been very painful. What was more surprising was that he could still counterattack while being attacked. Zhou Bai grinned from ear to ear. You're good too, but if that's all you have, how can you defeat me? Prepare to die. I will return all the humiliation from the selection. Captain Hu fell backward and swore. When he stood up straight, a stream of liquid sprayed from his mouth. Fresh blood immediately splattered all over Zhou Bai's face. He channeled energy into his fist again. You stubborn bastard. If you want it, I'll kill you first. Both Shaoan and Yunhui held their breath in fear. But Yunhui understood that in the current situation, he couldn't block that move. He thought of something. If so, then... Thus, Yunhui crouched down while they were fighting. He decided to push Zhou Bai out of the way of the enemy's punch, and taking advantage of when he was in a missed attack stance, his weakness would be exposed. And the final thing was to take him down. His robe fluttered with the lightning-fast movement. A bloody sword tip appeared on the wooden pillar. A drop of sweat fell. He thought this would be the finishing move.
He believed that with the 8 short swords he could finish him off. As fresh blood spurred out, he thought that thanks to this, he was quite certain. But he did not expect that the man could still block it, even mocking him as a pitiful creature. Yunhui was astonished, because the man's vigor was too strong, even though he was already wounded. Seeing him still struggling to resist, he sensed that his vitality would not last long. Captain Hu
After that, Captain Hu warned him, hold on to your short sword tight. Suddenly, Zhou Bai rushed out from out of nowhere. Wait, excellent, just hold it like that. As Yunhui leaned aside, he jumped up and delivered a straight kick. Captain Hu's entire body was bathed in a sea of blood. The sword plunged deep into his hand. Afterward, he was flung far away. When it was all over, Tiannan commented that without Zhou Bai's kick, he could have held out for quite a long time. Yunhui agreed. He knew that fighting alone would have been dire. Zhou Bai smiled brightly and said, that bastard dared to spit blood on my face. He looked at him with a gloomy gaze, thinking this was the first time he had killed someone. Surprisingly, he told him he owed him a life. Knowing he was taking the chance to brag, he just went along with it. Zhou Bai then said they would soon face each other, but the winner would naturally be him. If so, he would become Yue Tian's disciple. Hearing this, he realized the old man had made such a promise to him. He draped his arm.
Next, Yunhui proposed, so shall we make a bet? Whoever loses becomes the winner's subordinate. I'm confident. How about you? Zhou Bai agreed and turned away. Fine, just wait and see. However, Yunhui thought he should stay to clean up the mess together. The last sound he heard was, see you later. Being left behind, he wasn't angry. He knew that in the future, the loser would kneel before the winner. A very stimulating thought. Afterward, Tiannan appeared upon hearing his call. It turned out Yunhui wanted to ask if Yu Tian's thunder body technique was superior to the starlight secret art. Tiannan nodded, hinting he was curious to learn it, but on the contrary, he only hinted, I understand now. My upcoming confrontation with Zhou Bai seems like it will be worth looking forward to. Upon returning to the cave, Zhou Bai reported completion and was praised by the old man, but Yu Tian was not pleased to see him return alone. Zhou Bai had to explain that Yunhui's qigong was slower than his, so surely it would take him another 30 or 45 minutes to get up there. He mentioned that since Yunhui hadn't been properly trained, climbing slowly was not unusual. Yu Tian took one look and immediately knew he had suffered internal injuries, so he asked directly, who killed that Captain Hu? Hearing it was Zhou Bai, he laughed happily. It should be so. It seems you delivered the fatal blow. He felt a bit annoyed inside, realizing Yunhui was right. Next, Yu Tian spoke again. You just faced a martial arts expert. Lucky you two joined hands, so the injuries are minor. Just when he thought Yunhui would look wretched, the boy appeared. However, his expression
His voice of rebuttal rang out, saying it was just a misunderstanding, claiming he was mostly the one who acted. In that situation, he only threatened Captain Hu. But then the old man told him to shut up, and a gust of wind whizzed by. Zhou Bai was mercilessly thrown against the cave wall. Shaoan saw that he was struggling quite a bit, while Yunhui realized that speaking less meant getting beaten less. At this moment, Yue Tian told him he could leave after reporting, but he replied that he still wanted to discuss the wish that the old man had promised. Yue Tian remembered. It was the wager for winning, so he decided to listen. Yunhui humbly said it wouldn't be anything major. Then he expressed his admiration for the old man's wall-climbing qigong. Actually, if the old man didn't want to teach it, that was fine, but he wanted to learn that move. Yue Tian was slightly pleased and replied, you were talking about my qigong, aren't you? Fine.
Next, Yue Tian briefly announced that the match would take place in 3 months. Since Captain Hu was dead, Yuan Hui had one less thing to worry about. You had better train as if defeat means death, he warned. Yuan Hui bowed his head lower and thanked him. Then Yue Tian dismissed him to have time to train the twins. Outwardly, Yuan Hui remained respectful, but inwardly he was determined to master the Qinggong technique. Outside, Tianan immediately asked, "How did you feel using the Starlight's secret art in actual combat for the first time?" Yuan Hui thought for a moment and replied, "Somehow I managed to kill Captain Hu, but looking back, the first strike landed too easily. It must be because he had already suffered internal injuries from Yue Tian." Tianan agreed with him, noting that the move wasn't an ultimate technique, just one of the 18 basic sword stances. His late master could have killed the man in a single move. Yuan Hui couldn't help but be shocked. Was he really that strong? Shaoan chimed in. "You won anyway. Now that you've destroyed that troublesome captain, just focus on cultivation." Yuan Hui muttered, "The battle is 3 months away. Based on how Zhuo Bai fought today, it can be said that he is a formidable expert." "But are we only practicing sword stances today?" Yuan Hui asked. Tianan immediately explained, "Naturally. If you don't master the 18 basic sword stances, you're no different from someone just dancing with a sword." He told Yuan Hui that he wouldn't learn anything else until the basics were ingrained in his mind. Shaoan suddenly called out to Tianan. She asked hesitantly, "Do you know how Yuan Hui asked to learn that old man's Qinggong? Don't be sad about it. He's new to martial arts, so he just wanted to learn that move." Yuan Hui's indifference surprised her. Did he look like he was sad? It turned out her point was this.
Even though Yuan Hui is inheriting the cultivation method of the late master, he is not his replacement. It is only natural for a martial artist desiring to become stronger to understand various martial arts. He is alluding to the battles with Yu Tian. Furthermore, he is referring to Zhuo Bai. At this moment, Zhuo Bai had completely fallen on his back. Yu Tian scolded him with utter disdain. "You idiot. I personally demonstrated the Xingguang sword art for you to see. Where have you left your brain?"
The staff glowed as if showing off to him. Yu Tian continued to scold. "You pitiable fool. Did you learn nothing from today's battle? Currently, Yuan Hui is merely practicing 2 secret manuals by himself, yet he suffered no internal injuries after the battle with Captain Hu." Zhuo Bai thought it impossible, for he had seen with his own eyes that the boy was hit several times. Yu Tian retorted, "Do you think I cannot tell whether he has internal injuries or not? Having fought him at close range, you should know better than me. Was it because you underestimated him that you failed to detect his skill? You basically wasted the opportunity I set up for you." Zhuo Bai grew angrier at being constantly compared to Yuan Hui, so he resolved to win. Thus, he requested to see the move one more time. Yu Tian found it amusing that he kept getting beaten yet still asked to see it. Zhuo Bai shouted that training at this level was nothing. He had to show the old man that his level was higher than Yuan Hui's. Even while curling up to endure the blows, he remained determined. "Just wait and see. I will definitely defeat Yuan Hui in battle." Yu Tian lowered his voice to lecture him. "If you are truly determined, you should show it through actions instead of words." Then he told him to complete the training by observing the technique, promising to teach him that thing. Zhuo Bai hesitated, seemingly realizing that teaching him that thing meant accepting him as a disciple. A resolute voice rang out across the sky. "Disciple will practice until exhaustion, master." Yu Tian gently asked, "Who said I accepted you as a disciple?" At that moment, the chant rang out again. "Long live the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon rules the world." The commander of the Blood Extermination Squad, Zhu Qingying, expressed his sincerity to the Supreme Elder. He coldly replied, "You just need to deliver food to the entrance of my dwelling. That is enough." Qingying hesitated and asked, "Sir, I wonder if Captain Hu and a disciple came to see you today." The result was that Yu Tian claimed ignorance and chased him away. Qingying stubbornly recounted that the man had mentioned wanting to visit today. Yu Tian emphasized every word. "Commander of the Blood Extermination Squad."
Beneath the canopy, Yuan Hui was meditating. His concentration was extremely intense. He sat cross-legged, his hands forming a meditation seal. Just then, the icicle above made a cracking sound. The block of ice lost its hold and fell. According to calculations, in a few seconds he would be injured. But Yuan Hui remained calm and sat still. He reached for the Tiannan sword on his back. 3 slashes overlapped to form a star shape. The ice block was resolved by Yuan Hui just like that. Afterward, as it shattered into smaller chunks, he continued to swing his sword, slashing a few more times. Tianan commented that the posture was not standard, and only Shaoan thought it was acceptable. However, Yunhui believed they shouldn't argue, but
the tree branches had become much more withered. Yanhui had just asked about what realm his swordsmanship had reached. Conversely, Tianan thought it was still unstable and far inferior to his former master. However, in the past 3 months he had trained very hard, and he felt it was thanks to his good teaching. At that moment, Shaoan was a bit annoyed at being forgotten. Yanhui dotingly thanked her, but she thought a mere thank you was too superficial. That look in her eyes frightened him. He thought that a sword spirit with a female personality was truly competitive. Shaoan flipped around and shouted, "You should pay attention that the upcoming duel uses the Starlight sword art." However, she felt that in previous duels, she herself had defeated 3 people, proving she had never failed in those matches. Tianan calmly spoke up. "Let's consider it so, but this time is completely different. Stopping at the point of contact implies no longer harming the opponent's life." Shaoan pouted in agreement. "That's right, it's a contest of skills." Yanhui pushed her aside and asked Tianan something. "In the past 3 months, although I tried hard, the Starlight sword art is very complex. I only learned 3 moves, so I don't know if I can win." He nodded and replied, "Good question. Although there are only 3 moves, they are the essence of swordsmanship. Compared to my master it is nothing, but for a duel right now it is acceptable. 1 strike to kill. Learning a lot is not as good as mastering a few. Watching you execute moves, Tianan sees you have become quite proficient."
Upon arriving, he saw Yue Tian looking at him with high spirits. The old man spoke sharply. "Ha, praise be to you. I thought you were too scared and ran away. You prepared well over the past 3 months, didn't you?" Yunhui responded respectfully. "Yes, everything will be demonstrated through today's match." Right at that moment, Shaoan told them to look ahead. She hurriedly asked if he saw that the twins looked a bit different from before. Moreover, Yue Tian also had a dark aura covering him. First, they assessed Suobai. Both sword spirits saw that he was extremely solid, and he also thought they had made significant progress. Then the next person was Wu Shen. The 2 sword spirits paid quite a bit of attention to his non-existent hair, while he thought he would use the Iron Head Kung Fu. Yue Tian understood that he had realized they had changed. Inside, Yunhui was speculating whether those 2 still had something unrevealed. After that, Yue Tian spoke up. "The competition format is quite simple. Fight until one side cannot continue. But note that in this match, life and death are up to fate, no complaints allowed." Zuobai smiled and said, "What is so surprising? You use a sword, I use fists. It looks like you have the advantage. But let me tell you in advance, this is the fist technique the elder used to roam the Zhonghu unhindered." Yunhui was fearless and began to wield his sword. He thought everyone had their own forte. If the opponent was good at defense, he would attack. He did not forget to taunt. "Your physique, combined with martial fists, seems suitable, but do not be too complacent." Tianan and Shaoan were both satisfied with the stable start, as he had successfully provoked the opponent. Indeed, Zuobai was gradually losing his cool and cursed a few words. He charged forward like a rushing bull, shouting for him to take the hit. Yunhui just thought to himself, "Coming in perfectly. A guy like you is so easily provoked. As a swordsman, I must fully utilize the advantage of distance to execute sword moves at the right moment, while preventing him from closing in to use his fists." Zigzagging sword blades of the Xingguang sword art appeared. Then he reversed the sword tip to unleash the Tiger Fang world-destroying sword. Continuous sword paths slashing down forced him to recoil. In front of Yutian was the scene of his
But those 2 brothers were not pushovers. With just that move, immediately in the next second, Zuobai had indeed grabbed him. Afterwards, his right hand continuously threw several punches. Moreover, Zuobai did not forget to provoke. "How is the tyrant killing Heaven Fist? You put in some effort, but you cannot win." Right when he punched across with very strong force, the boy managed to lower his body, and the next movement stunned him. It turned out Yunhui somersaulted backward, intentionally kicking up into his chin, and the boy also took the opportunity to keep his distance. But Yunhui also felt a bit of danger, because his power during close combat was too strong. A second later, the battle took a different turn. Zuobai ran up and kicked Yunhui into a wooden tree. He wiped the wound and said, "Excellent leg technique, a swordsman yet launching such a powerful kick." Yunhui humbly replied, "You flatter me. Your body is sturdy, so that kick was nothing. but your internal energy has also improved. Is there
He curled his lips into a smile to hide his thoughts. Occupied with training, thinking back now, the current battle time is still too early to realize that, in the future, these Hunan twin Talents brothers would become supreme experts of the Blood Sect, their reputation resounding through the nickname Black and White Twin Killers. But right now, he found him quite stupid and easily angered, though time would eventually provide him the destiny to develop. Yunhui knew he had been subjective, making the situation difficult. He muttered that he had been wrong from the start. Zuobai immediately told him to speak up, so Yunhui haptasized, "I underestimated you. From now on, I will put all my strength into a fight to the death." That face was clearly shocked by those words. The snow on the ground was about to be stained with blood, because Zuobai's bai had taken a slash. As for Yunhui, he had landed behind him some time ago. Yuetian also glared at the battle. Zuobai, until the end, still did not understand why his sword moves were so fast. He himself could not see them in time. Yuetian's mouth twitched as if he was very angry. Yunhui understood that it was because the old man did not expect Zuobai to lose so miserably, but he declared that this was just the beginning. The good part was still to come, so just wait and see. Rewinding to the past a bit, the wooden stick swung up with a shout. It smashed
Zuobai trembled and pleaded, "Even though I understand, your moves are too fast for me to keep up." Yuetian immediately shouted, "If you can't see it, I'll beat you until you do." Hoarse screams had enveloped his memories like that. Back in the present, Zuobai was thinking that although he had been hit by the Xingguan sword art too many times, he still couldn't dodge any of the moves Yunhui executed. He felt that level was on par with the elder. No one taught him, but the scary thing was that he was very strong. Yunhui then spoke up, "Why haven't you stood up yet? Want to give up?" Zuobai naturally pushed himself up immediately. He silently cursed because someone like him dared to mock him. He had been taught by the elder himself, trained to counter the Xingguan sword art every day. With training intensity like hell, Zuobai would not give up, determined to fight with all his strength. So he shouted, "Come on, you bastard!" Yue Tian suddenly smiled very sinisterly. On this side, Tiannan had said he had inherited all of his supreme arts. Shaotan didn't think he also added the Vajra indestructible body. He said gloomily, "In this case, I guess Yunhui can only follow the plan." Right at that moment, his sword trace was separating the two sides. Then he was pushed back by the opponent's force. The Tiannan In the very next second, Yunhui drew several sword paths towards him. Zuobai continued to be forced into a passive stance before the Tiger Fang world-destroying sword. He understood that although he couldn't see the entire trajectory, he could still parry the sword if he predicted the next movement. Having been hit by the move twice but only suffering scratches, he could still act as he pleased. However, Yunhui also grasped his opponent's plot to lock his sword moves. Moreover, his Qinggong was quite proficient, so taking him down was no longer as easy as before. Yunhui thought he should attack the lower body to restrict movement. Yunhui continued to create bright blue sword chi. Zuobai realized it was the Tiger Fang world-destroying sword again. It was a powerful move intended to put great pressure on the opponent. Zuobai determined to slowly close in and then unleash a flurry of tyrant-killing heavenly fists all at once, and when the moment came, he felt the sword moves moving slower. Then Yunhui drew a vortex with sword light. He pondered for a moment. Void Flow Slash is a sword move that is both real and illusory, intended to confuse and prevent the opponent from concentrating. Instead of using the left hand while keeping the body balanced at all times is the second form of the Xingguang sword art, Yin Tian Slash, a move that creates a collision with the opponent to open up space for oneself. However, Zuobai viewed it wouldn't be fully effective if the user couldn't predict the enemy's movements. Currently, he had lost his balance. The opportunity had arrived, so Zuobai immediately gathered power into his fist. Yinhui was spinning as if about to fall, while his fist was fully charged with vigor. Rocks fell to the ground. Zuobai was very smug about having broken the sword art. Zuobai silently asked, "What will you do now, Yinhui? I know every weakness in your Xingguang sword art. It won't work on me anymore." Conversely, Tiannan said the plan was quite successful, and even Shaotan was more excited. Yinhui smirked because he was only feigning negligence to make him complacent, and now the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Tiannan said indifferently, "Everything will go according to intent." Shaotan also agreed since everything had gone according to plan. He could still demonstrate to Yue Tian that the Starlight sword art had secretly been deciphered. If Yinhui continued to use it, he would truly be a fool. Now he needed to use the improved Starlight sword art to fight. With the excuse that he had achieved enlightenment on his own, no one could find fault with it.
Conversely, Zuobai was still eagerly waiting for him to attack. He assumed that no matter how much Yunhui tried to attack, it would be futile, but something unexpected happened. Before him was the hidden heaven slash technique. Surprisingly, it was sharper than usual, with sword blades slashing horizontally and vertically. He dug his feet into the ground so hard that dust flew everywhere. Yuetian also realized that the sword moves had changed. Zuobai couldn't help but blurt out, "Bastard, what the hell did you just do?" Yunhui smiled and replied, "You deciphered the sword art, so I changed it a bit. Do you like it?" He felt afraid because doing such a thing should be impossible, but the truth was happening right before his eyes. Zuobai could only feel that everything was stronger and much harder to approach. His leg had collapsed to one side while taking the hit. However, that wasn't the problem. He saw that there was still an opening, even though the technique had transformed, and Zuobai needed to close the distance at that moment, so he had to seize the opportunity. A violent punch smashed straight at him. Yunhui seemed to give up slightly as he took the hit, but then Zuobai was quickly bewildered again, because his arm had been blocked by Yunhui. He had used his left hand to block the blow and keep his balance, while still maintaining distance, and counterattacked with the second form. Next, a stream of sword energy with the color of glacial ice from the second form flashed by. Yunhui ran forward while slashing out numerous hidden heaven slashes. The final destination of the sword tip was Zuobai. At that moment, Yunhui discovered he had executed.
It seemed that the Dantian below was regenerating power for him. Yunhui heard a voice saying it wasn't over yet. He was quite confused as the two gauntlets had been removed. Tiannan simply said it was the golden blood body. This information struck his ears like lightning. So he had used that thing. This battle would be very different from what he had experienced so far. Tiannan told him to immediately get away from the opponents. A voice full of murderous aura rang out. "Hey, Cao Yunhui, where are you looking?" Although the punch didn't hit, it left a scratch. Yunhui found him unbelievably fast. His Qinggong was already fast before, and now that he had been taught, he had improved even more. The punch just now was merely a warning. If he used his real fist technique, Yunhui wouldn't be able to dodge. Yunhui didn't think he would go through such a difficult moment, so the thing to do was to end this match right now. This time, his sword paths curved like ocean waves. Yunhui surfed on that wave and rushed forward, while on this side, Zuobai also ran closer. Behind him was a stream of scorching hot internal energy. His sword paths this time were sturdier. However, stabbing in, they became useless against his flesh. Then Yunhui suddenly stopped his movements. A massive force had punched through him.
He was slightly terrified because this astonishing power was even stronger than last time. A human cannonball was flying towards him. Yunhui was somewhat startled by this transformation. Sparks flew from Zuobai's eyes. He swung a leg up, and his sturdy shin slammed down heavily. Yunhui used both hands to form a shield to block the attack. He was quite happy to have blocked that move. It had been difficult to create an opportunity to counterattack. Two sword ribbons of the hidden heaven slash struck out again. Zuobai's whole body was blasted against a rock by the pressure, but he was still able to stand up. When Zuobai stood up, the smoke and dust from the previous blow had not yet settled. He gritted his teeth and said, "So annoying. I don't have enough time left. Whenever you see me get too close, you use hidden heaven slash again? If that's the case..." Suddenly, countless rocks appeared in front of Yunhui, and he looked very small compared to that hail of stones. Yunhui thought while slashing them away, is he trying to create a diversion? This move looked more like a real attack. Just then, Zuobai suddenly appeared. He also knew that he was approaching very fast. But while blocking the sword, Yunhui was stunned. Zuobai, looking at the cracks on his body, he was afraid he wasn't stable. The sword in his hand also gradually tilted downwards. Zuobai pushed him away and asked, "Are you worrying about me?" Then he aggressively advanced. "Don't act like you're better than me, you bastard." Tiannan reminded
When he traveled with his former master, he had witnessed Yue Tian's golden blood body several times. However, Tiannan noticed that his skin did not swell or peel like his. Thus, this could be a side effect of using a martial art beyond one's control. If this continues, he fears Rabai will die. He also knew what Tiannan wanted to say.
He needed to win while ensuring the other man survived. A sharp sword glint was thrusting right into the middle of Zuobai. Everything seemed to freeze, as his sword had opened a path of blood.
Yun Hui was furious. This madman. If he had stopped just a moment later, he would have pierced through his chest. Zuo Bai grasped the blade of the Tiannan sword tightly. While Yun Hui was confused about what to do, Zuo Bai seized the opportunity to throw another punch. At that moment, Yun Hui seemed to recall something. It was the solution to this situation. Right now, the hands of both sides were tightly interlocked. A look of surprise flashed through Zuo Bai's eyes, while Yue Tian looked profound and unfathomable. Shaoan shouted worriedly, asking how a swordsman could get close to someone fighting with fists and kicks, but Tiannan understood. It turned out he was trying to resolve the situation by engaging in a battle of internal energy. Yun Hui intentionally allowed Zuo Bai's internal
Zuo Bai's entire body was enveloped in a hot orange aura. Yun Hui, on the other hand, let the primordial heaven Shi burst forth. Just as Shaoan panicked because he was being pushed back, Tiannan told her to look at his expression. Although at a glance Zuo Bai seemed to have the upper hand, he would undoubtedly run out of stamina first. Tiannan was impressed by his killing intent, yet Yun Hui not only possessed high martial arts skills but also a chivalrous spirit. If things continued this way, this would be a perfect victory for Yun Hui. Zuo Bai spoke in a terrifying voice. A contest of internal energy? How dare you play that game with me? But a second later, he was nearly exhausted right in front of him. That was when the blood oath was dissolved. Subsequently, Zuo Bai's whole body seemed to be flung backward as Yo Tian suddenly struck him with a palm strike from out of nowhere. Moreover, Yun Hui was also pushed away by the interference. He fell to the ground with a loud crashing sound. After landing, he immediately asked, "Why did you intervene in the match, Elder Man Yi Hui Tian?" The old man simply smiled and replied, "I saved you from depleting your internal energy, and that's all you have to say?" Since no winner had been decided, Yo Tian declared the match a draw.
I know you have completely mastered it, meaning you know both its pros and cons. Therefore, if I still used it exactly as it was, those twins could have countered me. Yue Tian raised his chin and asked back, "So that is the reason you changed it?" He firmly nodded to confirm once again. The old man did not believe it and asked if anyone else had taught him. Naturally, he would not answer truthfully. Yue Tian huffed coldly. "The sword technique you displayed is just that. I have seen all your flaws." But the truth was that he deliberately did it so the old man wouldn't scrutinize him. After that, he heard the boy ask him, "Do you know? Do you think that perhaps the previous master of this sword technique had once corrected and further perfected it? How could such an exquisite sword technique not be improved further?" Yue Tian, burning with rage, roared the two words Tiannan. But in the end, he calmed down and said that saying more would be useless anyway. But Yun Hui still firmly insisted that if there had been no interference, he would have won, because looking at Zuo Bai's condition made it obvious. Yue Tian still stubbornly reaffirmed the four words undecided outcome. He was unconvinced and spoke up. "You are going too far. Do you really think acting like this is fair? Please reconsider." The truth was that Yun Hui only had half of the cultivation method, and that guy Zuo Bai inherited all of the old man's fist techniques. Furthermore, he knew all the weaknesses of his sword technique. He even used elixirs to enhance his internal energy, and there were also rare gauntlets assisting him. Yun Hui felt
Am I just a chess piece to you? Do you think he could compare to me if we fought a fair match? If you hadn't enhanced his internal energy or given him those gauntlets, then... Hearing this, Yue Tian laughed maniacally. His foot stomped hard on the snowy ground, the counterforce immediately lifting Zuo Bai's body into the air. He bluntly questioned him. "Who allowed you to use that? I told you that you wouldn't be able to completely control it. Putting that stupidity aside, did I give you spirit elixirs?" He could only hint at the spirit pills given every night. Yue Tian squeezed Zuo Bai's hand even tighter. "You call those spirit elixirs? You idiot. If I had that many spirit elixirs, why would I give them to you?" Then Yue Tian asked if he knew the reason why he transmitted martial arts to them. It was because they had the perfect bodies to learn the golden blood body. It turned out that the blood of the two brothers circulated faster than that of ordinary people, giving them the ability to unleash internal energy quickly. But if their blood flowed too fast when executing the blood body, they would not be able to control the internal energy. Their blood vessels would stretch excessively, leading to body explosion and death. If he hadn't intervened, Zuo Bai would have died, and those few spirit pills were only to help control the speed of the blood flow. As for the weapon, how dare you say...
Tiannan was extremely satisfied because finally Yo Tian said something reasonable. However, Yo Tian also saw that he was at a disadvantage, as this match was calculated for Zuo Bai to win. Nevertheless, Yun Hui still managed to turn the tables, contrary to his expectations. The match ended in a draw, so Yotian canceled the agreement. Yunhui sadly said, "In the end, I am still just a pawn of yours." However, Yotian replied that through this match, he decided to accept him as a disciple. It would be a waste to discard a potential like him. There are those considered martial arts geniuses who learn 1 and know 10. They are hard to find, and he is such a person. Yotian had decided so, while Yunhui felt that he was mistaking his skill for innate talent. Tiannan encouraged him, saying that it was indeed his talent, and Shaoan also told him not to undervalue himself. Yunhui was deeply moved and thanked them, but it was still too early. He had to ask him one more question. Thus, Yunhui asked directly, "Even if I become your disciple, I still cannot learn the golden blood body, right? You said it can only be learned by those with fast-flowing blood." Yotian laughed and told him he should be grateful, for he would not teach him that, but instead help him perfect his swordsmanship. He lowered his voice and asked, "Do you know that what you are learning belongs to the person who was once the overlord of Yunnan province, my enemy?"
Since this was the first time he heard it, he had to react that way. She told him he should get used to it because that's called playing dumb. Yue Tian was telling him that he was the one who knew the Starlight sword art best after the Tiannan sword guest died and was also the one who could help him perfect it. Yuanhui didn't think it was necessary because he already had Tiannan teaching him, but then the old man mentioned repairing his dantian. Seeing his confusion, both sword souls seemed to encourage him to seize the opportunity. Yuanhui spoke with great respect. Disciple Jia Yuanhui pays respects to master. It seemed his fate had undergone a significant change after these words, so Abai hesitated and called out, "Elder Man Yi Guitian." It turned out he was implying about his brother and himself. Yue Tian generously replied, "Although you two are clumsy, I cannot drive away those who have learned my martial arts. I don't like it much, but I will also..."
A story he didn't expect. Congratulations, junior brother. I can't believe I have 2 junior brothers so quickly. Unbelievable. The sound of arguing over who was the senior brother made him smile. Then Yue Tian's laughter rang out. He was asking about a person. "Zhongda, do you see this? The successor of your martial arts has become my disciple, so consider it my win." While he was stunned, Tiannan disdainfully said that if he became the old man's disciple, he wouldn't help him. The cold ice on the mountain witnessed everything, and the waterfall continued to flow murmuringly. Stepping inside, Yue Tian immediately asked, "Are you well? I have finally surpassed you." Suddenly, he frowned again. "Except for one thing. Zhongda, tell me." The deceased, of course, had no reaction. He continued to ask, "Who dared to kill you?" The story of the past began. That day, Tiannan's master received a letter mentioning a time and place, accompanied by a flower. His master had received many challenges before, but that letter made him uneasy. To this day, Tiannan is unclear who that person fought, only knowing the opponent had 1 golden eye. The battle took place with countless clashes of blades. At that time, the opponent was a teenager in the reign, but was able to defeat his master within about 40 moves. The famous conical hat was slashed apart, despite him being the 8th great expert of the Wulan. The Tiannan swordmaster who commanded Yunnan met such an end. That was all Tiannan knew about the person who drove his master to death. Shaoan was very surprised by the story, but he felt something was wrong. She immediately reminded him to watch his mouth. Tiannan's master lost because the opponent was too strong, and he also thought the master wasn't weak. But he was just suspecting something. Yunhui kept staring.
As for Tiannan, it had entered a silent state. It turned out Yunhui intended to soothe the sword to inquire about the Tiannan sword master, but the result was not very optimistic. Judging by the Tiannan sword's reaction, he thought it was still hiding something. What it said still hadn't explained why its master was in Guangdong, not to mention the strength of the 8th grade expert. For such a person to be heavily injured in 40 moves was too surreal. If the opponent was truly powerful, they wouldn't need to use so many moves. Yunhui recalled that Tiannan had said, "He drove my master to his death," which implied that the person who killed him was actually someone else. Yunhui deduced that after that battle, the Tiannan sword master was still alive and chose this place to recuperate. Perhaps after that, someone appeared, and that person was the one who truly murdered the Tiannan sword master. But he didn't know if it was the Therefore, he reasoned that the person who took the master's life and stole his martial arts wanted to be the sole possessor of the Shengguang sword art. He smashed the master's jaw so he couldn't speak, broke his hand so he couldn't write, and fractured his leg so he couldn't go anywhere. The only reason that person acted so cruelly was to monopolize the master's martial arts. It might not be that the master hadn't finished writing, but that the killer erased it so he would be the only one in the world to possess it. Yunhui gritted his teeth in extreme anger. Although he wasn't the master's direct disciple, having become the successor of his martial arts made him furious. Not to mention the Tiannam sword, unable to help because it was merely an object. Who knows what he thought while witnessing it all? He remembered when they first met. Tiannam avoided the topic by promising to tell it later, perhaps because it was too horrific. Yanhui decided to wait until he was truly ready to tell. For now, not mentioning it was the best thing he could do. Shaoan kept pressing for answers. Sure enough, he didn't reply, only softly thanking Yanhui. But she misunderstood, thinking she should tell him not to be so polite, as they were both swords, so it was natural. Furthermore, she acted subtle. Don't worry, if that guy Yunhui asks about your master's death, I'll distract him immediately. Tiannam, however, said that he seemed to have realized it already, so he wouldn't ask anymore. It turned out that words weren't necessary.
Watch me teach you a costly lesson so you know your place better. While almost asleep, Yunhui heard a loud noise. Yue Tian suddenly appeared behind him out of nowhere. He immediately greeted him, but almost used the wrong form of address. Yet suddenly the old man hit him. You weakling. The blow landed on his head, making Yunhui stiffen. The rage continued to erupt. You think being my disciple gives you the right to sleep in? Yunhui apologized verbally, but was unconvinced because the master hadn't given any instructions. He was taken to another place. Yue Tian said in a deep voice, "This is the first time I've accepted disciples. I can't just let you sit around." They were extremely shocked to see a giant wine jar. He even declared that if they didn't finish it, they couldn't sleep. When asked who would drink first, all three faces lit up. They competed to be the first one. Finally, he had to scold them. "One by one, you brats." The next morning, Yunhui lazily yawned as white particles were blown through the cave entrance by the wind. He couldn't help but exclaim that the snow was falling heavier than yesterday. Someone appeared again. What were they doing so early? Yunhui asked with some amusement. "Up already? How are you? Still okay?" Suibai replied angrily. "Do I look okay?" The old man can't hold his liquor, but insisted on drinking and even went crazy. Yunhui just thought he was too stupid to laugh at the master's pain of being rejected by his white moonlight. At this moment, he was criticized for speaking with honorifics to his
So Yunhui immediately asked if he remembered the bet. His amusement grew. "Do you want to call me senior brother or great lord as per our bet? If you are not convinced, we can fight again." Finally, Zuobai muttered, "Senior brother," in a small voice. Yunhui naturally pretended not to hear, so he screamed, "Yes, senior brother, but clearly my internal energy is superior to yours." Xiao Tan appeared and asked about him trying not to hurt the other. It turned out he knew but refused to admit it. Afterward, Yue Tian also stepped out to lecture the two rebellious disciples. He grabbed him by the collar and said, "Let's go," leaving him confused. Before he could regain his composure, his body began to soar upwards. The wind pressure made him uncomfortable. How long would they have to fly like this? Yet Yue Tian was incredibly amused by this game. Even though he screamed, the old man used the excuse that his Qinggong was too slow and it would take too long to arrive otherwise. Before he could ask why they were going to Lushek Valley,
Yue Tian raised his voice aloud. "May I ask if the divine physician is here? Please help me treat this brat." Only Yunhui silently screamed, "Oh, divine physician, please save me." At that very moment, someone stopped him. Yue Tian reflexively turned around. As soon as she appeared, she greeted Yue Tian. This character's background is Bai Sha, the 6th blood star of the Blood Sect. She was inquiring.
"Your temperament remains the same as before. Have a cup of tea." He also smiled and replied, "All right, you've worked hard, so drink plenty of tea." Xiao Tan was very surprised by that politeness, while the boy was astonished because it had been a long time since the old man showed such behavior. Moreover, he didn't think the person who just appeared was the divine physician. It was different from his imagination, as the physician should have had white hair and a white beard. Ye Tian held the command tablet and briefly ordered him to heal the Dantian for the boy. If successful, he would bestow the command tablet. However, the other party politely asked to refuse. It turned out that during his time in the Central Plains, he had received many command tablets as payment for treatments. Yunhui glanced over and saw that they were all command tablets from figures of great stature. There was even a command tablet from the #1 assassin of the Central Plains. Compared to those command tablets, Ye Tian's item had no value at all. Wanzi, divine physician, then said that a problem with the Dantian did not affect one's life, and he had many more important patients, so he would not treat it. If Ye Tian understood, he should come back later. But Yunhui wondered, was that person an important patient? Who was it? Ye Tian aggressively asked, is this?
But next, Yue Tian claimed you could even cure a cracked skull and wanted to try. Poor Yunhui could only scream internally, "What are you saying?" The Wanzi divine physician gently replied, "What a pity. I heard that was your first disciple. Remember to drag him out once he's dead. I'm busy." Before their eyes, the door slammed shut. Yue Tian coldly waved his hand backward. Luckily, Yunhui was caught by Ching-eng. His anger rose even higher. "You dare to be rude to this seat? Fine. If the child behind the curtain is gone, then surely the divine physician won't be sick anymore, right?" Bai Sha immediately rushed out. "Fourth Venerable, please stop and step back." His action halted in midair. Yue Tian shouted loudly, "You dare block this seat? Suddenly you make me curious about who that person is." But a second later his pupils constricted violently. That expression made the boy curious. What is it? Why the sudden silence? The sixth Bloodstar's throat moved ever so slightly. Although he couldn't hear it, the boy was certain they were transmitting sound. Then another order was issued for everyone to leave. Yue Tian stated that except for Bai Sha, everyone must withdraw. Yunhui became even more curious about the identity of the person who made his face turn so grave. After a long while, only 2 people remained in the room. Yue Tian tried to confirm again. "Is everything you said true? If you dare lie to me, even if you are the 6th Bloodstar or whatever, I will..."
He began to think the person inside must be a noble figure that even Yue Tian wouldn't dare to provoke casually. When would they finish talking? Shaoan wondered if there was nothing to speculate about at this time. Yunhui actually wasn't sure either, because the sect leader here was already dead, and no one could rank above the 4 venerables. Tiannan suddenly spoke up, saying the question he just asked was a bit strange, and at the same time the boy sat up. He lowered his voice and spoke, "Isn't this the first time we've encountered the situation? Sometimes you talk as if Yunhui knows the future." They simultaneously admitted that he had indeed reincarnated. His elegant face froze. He scratched his head in frustration, as he originally thought it was just a metaphor spoken in jest. Seeing her teasing him, the boy recounted that she had been the same way. Shaoan was quite annoyed because she was interrupted while speaking, so he had to apologize. Afterward, Yunhui went to the food warehouse to find some water because he was feeling uncomfortable. Tiannan sighed softly, remarking that humans are truly inconvenient. Yunhui tried to recall, because if it was according to his previous life, this would be the food warehouse. But when he opened the door slightly, he stopped. Yunhui didn't know who it was, as he hadn't heard any movement. However, the other person seemed quite gluttonous. When their eyes met, his face flushed with embarrassment. Finally, Yunhui could only leave behind an apology and fled. Lian Sha immediately chased after him.
But Yunhui saw that she had clearly eaten almost half the warehouse. Afterwards, Lian Sha cleared her throat and said to keep it a secret anyway. Instead, seeing her hand him 2 coins, the phrase of a tyrannical CEO popped up in his head. This girl is truly interesting. Saying it was fine was enough. Why take out money? Right at that moment, his master called him. Yue Tian shouted loudly, "Come here immediately." Seeing him dash off like the wind, she tried her best to stop him. Yue Tian punished him for not staying in his position, while Lian Sha also knelt down at Bai Sha's feet. Seeing him questioning, the boy immediately explained that he was a bit thirsty. Just then, Yunhui realized someone was transmitting sound to him. Her whole body radiated killing intent, threatening that if he spoke, he would lose his life. So Yunhui immediately continued explaining that he still hadn't found any water. While Yue Tian was scolding him, Lian Sha was whispering to Bai Sha that she hadn't eaten anything. After that, she approached and praised their master-disciple relationship as quite good. Not sure if it was true, but the bump on his head was clearly too big. She continued speaking indifferently, the 4th Venerable accepting a disciple as a blessing for our sect. Yunhui also noticed Bai Sha's gaze. There was
He realized the reason was due to her talent, but he did not understand why the heavenly immortal chi was activated. Seeing his bewilderment, Yue Tian immediately warned her not to play any tricks. Bai Sha smiled and said, "No such thing. How would I dare to do anything in front of the 4th Venerable? In that case, we ask for permission to leave first. See you later, 4th Venerable." He hummed softly and watched their backs as they left. Finally, he lowered his voice and cursed. Troublesome bunch.
Yunhui looked at him blankly, waiting. Then he explained that perhaps they needed to find the Hantian Fu snow herb to treat him. That name was something he had heard in his past life when he met the Wanzi divine physician. Yue Tian recounted that the physician said whoever found that herb would receive his command tablet, allowing them to request treatment at any time. Although everyone found it difficult, he found it easy because he knew where it was. Yunhui heard him curse again. Damn it, that young lady just now colluded. Yue Tian then transmitted his voice to him. Only you know this. If you reveal it, I will kill you. Do you remember the person behind the curtain in the divine physician's room earlier? That person is the granddaughter of the recently deceased sect leader. Yue Tian could not help but be horrified. The bloodline of the blood demon still existed. This was top secret information that he did not know in his previous life. The blood demon was a major figure in the history of the Wulan, having gathered the Black Path and the 4 sects to form the Blood Sect. In the past, the Orthodox Path established the Martial Arts Alliance to deal with the blood demon. After Wushang City, a major power in the martial arts world, joined the war, it turned into the Great War of Good and Evil. Just because of one person, just because of the blood demon, everything happened. After the Great War of Good and Evil ended, countless experts allied to kill the blood demon. They even hunted down those carrying the blood demon's bloodline to
Shaoan immediately understood why Yue Tian accepted the divine physician's proposal. He also knew there was no other way. In the previous life, even the believers were mobilized to search. In that case, he knew there was a chance to become the benefactor of the future sect leader, but he hesitated, wondering if that would be enough. Yunhui believed that without becoming stronger, even good opportunities would be manipulated by others. Shaoan looked blank and asked, "Are you not going to look for the medicinal herb?" He thought he definitely had to search to seize the chance. Both sword souls encouraged him. However, seeing him acting a bit too leisurely, she feared someone else might find it first. He replied that it was impossible to find it right now. It turned out that the flower
And after the others withdrew, he would go straight to the medicinal herbs. The space ahead seemed to be sucking in his vision. Yunhui felt quite good, because in his previous life he was always jealous of those who knew Qinggong. Hearing Tian Nan softly call him, he replied that he already knew. He thought everyone had given up, but someone was still following him. Yunhui immediately asked Tian Nan if he knew who it was. It turned out to be the young lady he met this morning. Lian Sha was accelerating and about to catch up with them. He couldn't believe this possibility, because no matter how much one practiced Qinggong, a blondie like that would find it hard to chase for long. Yunhui was quite confident that dragging it out for a long time would throw her off the track. First, he made the snow covering the trees fall down. Confusion suddenly engulfed Lian Sha.
But suddenly Tian Nan warned him from above. Lian Xia appeared like a female assassin, conjuring magic in her hand, causing him to freeze. She emitted an enchanting aura and ordered him to stop. Yunhui felt his pupils dilating abnormally. Then Lian Xia struck down ruthlessly. Fortunately, he managed to draw Tian Nan to block in time. He shouted in panic, "Young miss, wait, why are you attacking me?" In that moment, his body fell to the ground. Although he landed safely, he realized she was stronger than him. Lian Xia landed and asked, "I heard the disciple of the fourth venerable has problems with his Dantian, so why is your Qinggong so good?" A crimson scratch lingered in the air. Even though he had dropped down to dodge in time, he was still bewildered. Yunhui didn't know what kind of Qinggong she used that made her like a powerful hawk. Moreover, this martial art that turned her fingertips red was the signature of the Blood Hand Demoness. He quickly used his sword to block a blow directed at his head. Currently, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantaged Yunhui would be. Unable to subdue her, Yunhui needed to talk. Next, he determinedly slashed down with a powerful strike. The surrounding space was quickly blurred, and he parried another sword path upwards. Ice and snow shot out like a storm. Lian Sha knew just by looking that he missed on purpose. He took the opportunity to ask, "Why are you chasing me? You startled me, young Bess." The crack on the ground extended into a trench. She said she saw him hiding, so she chased him. Yunhui was slightly annoyed, because even so it had nothing to do with her. Lian Sha frankly exposed him. "It is related. Doesn't the young master know the location of the herbs?" Yunhui felt a momentary guilty pang in his heart, but he still feigned innocence. Lian Sha told him not to be wary of her. She was a disciple of the 6th Blood Star and a friend of the noble person who needed the herbs. Yunhui quickly said that she had wasted her efforts today, but Lian Sha insisted on running after him and demanding to go along. She also made it clear that she would do her
Actually, being generous right from the start didn't feel like a transaction. Adding the matter of giving money, he assessed Liansha as a hasty person, so prolonging the time would be beneficial. At the same time, her voice rang out again. I'm just saying this to warn you. Don't think about running away. You know I'm faster than you, right? Yunhui thought that to strengthen trust, they should bet on one more thing. He requested Liansha to teach him the Qinggung she had just used to chase him. He said it would be a form of advance payment. Liansha found such a request very rude. He was about to leave, yet was certain in his heart, the young lady will teach me, because that's the kind of person she is. True enough, she agreed, but attached a condition. He must only use it when his life is in danger. Shaoan was quite annoyed, because Liansha agreed even though she disliked revealing it. Tiannan explained that she did it out of friendship. Conversely, Yunhui thought it might not be friendship, but ultimately he still asked Liansha to come along. A while later, Liansha exclaimed in surprise, if you use Qinggung with Xiantian True Qi, you could die. If you don't want to shorten your life, don't do that anymore. But he thought that since his Dantian wasn't working, he had to do it this way. He probed why she knew he had information about the medicinal herb.
And secondly, she was certain of this. She sensed it while following him. He moved like someone who knew the destination beforehand, not searching, just walking straight there. Then Liansha asked again, young master's name is Yunhui, right? It seems I am older, so calling me big sister is fine. A disciple of the Four Venerables should do so, and I am not that old anyway. After arriving at a cliff, he said the herb grew down below. They bickered for a bit, mainly about Liansha scolding him for daring to harbor the idea of selling the herb for money. After a while, the precious flower was within reach. Yunhui picked it and confirmed that it was the one. That thing was indeed the immortal manor snow herb. Liansha
Before the item could be handed over, a warning voice urged him to jump up quickly. A cloaked figure rushed in from nowhere, and then the Hantian Fu snow herb was snatched away. Yunhui felt terrified, because he hadn't sensed any trace. Even he couldn't detect these experts. Thus, these people were formidable enemies. The man in black cheered. Following them was useful after all. I got it. Restrain them now. Liansha turned to question the assassin, while Yunhui had already drawn his sword, wondering how long they had been followed. Suddenly, one of them grabbed his hand. Disciple of the Fourth Venerable, pardon the offense. Before Yunhui could react, the man seized the opportunity to strike with 2 fingers. Yunhui felt a sharp pain in the meridians of both shoulders. He seemed to lose all his strength. Liansha anxiously wanted to call his name, but she realized he had already collapsed. Perhaps Yunhui had been knocked unconscious. She looked at them in anger. She didn't know when they started trailing them, yet they managed to rob them just like that. His body lying on the ground was a big problem. Liansha was faced with 2 choices. But Yunhui was still annoyed, because she could have unblocked his acupoints before leaving. Just then, he realized that the points on his body were being released. Tiannan explained that it was due to the innate true qi, which could resolve the blockage on its own. He was surprised that it had so many effects he didn't know about. Shaoan was the angriest one. That shameless person dared to abandon the one who helped her? She should have saved people first. Is the Han Tianfu snow herb that important? She also urged him to hurry up and follow. Yunhui replied calmly, is that necessary? On the contrary, I was already prepared. From the beginning, that thing wasn't a fully mature herb. If it were a mature Han Tianfu snow herb, there would be seeds between the petals. 7 green seeds would all emit light. As I recall, the herb then snatched only had 5 green seeds. Yunhui knew there were countless immature herbs nearby, but they had no value to him. The true Han Tianfu snow herb was discovered on the cliff behind this waterfall. If they had acted later, they might have gotten it. In any case, the moonlight didn't reach this spot, so nothing could be seen. Yet Shaoan said there was something hazy. He was delighted when he found it. 7 seeds, immune to blue light. There were only 2 flowers, but this was the genuine Han Tianfu snow herb. It only blooms in the middle of a winter night. He felt that even without touching it, his hand was cold enough to freeze. In the dark cave, their figures appeared. Yunhui was being very careful, so he didn't notice the object behind him. But at this moment, he asked, if I carry this with me in the summer, it would be very cool, wouldn't it? Right at that moment, Shaoan told him that the broken saber over there was trying to say something. He didn't care much, so he let her listen in. The sound from that saber.
But it was too late. A snake demon appeared before them. Shaoan was trying to urge him to run quickly, and Yunhui swiftly leaped high into the air. Below, the monster had coiled itself and lunged down. Even if he asked, someone as profound as Tiannan did not know what it was. Everything was too dark to see clearly. Shaoan only found it disgusting. After landing, he concluded that since he could not see it, he could not deal with it. He had already dug up the medicinal herbs, so he decided to leave first. His whole body accelerated to top speed. His destination was the waterfall that flowed to the outside. However, his sneaking figure had been imprinted in the monster's eyes. Yunhui did not know, so he continued to fly away, while the monster
A half-human, half-snake figure was hovering behind. He was actively retreating to let the sword god handle it. Suddenly, its long arm reached out. He looked at it and thought, since the monster is not human, who knows if it will have any effect? Just attacking back like this should work. A sharp blade was created thanks to the starlight sword art. Yunhui was aiming for its lower body. Then he continued to execute the first form, latent toad attack sword. However, the truth was that its flesh was too hard, yet he clearly felt the sword pierce into something. Yunhui was extremely suspicious. What exactly was it? Clearly, it was something he could not defeat. The misty fog helped it hide better. Shaoan spoke up and asked him, is that thing that scary? Now you know how to be cautious? The mutated monster was still furiously approaching. Tiannan reminded him to seize the opportunity, and Yunhui also briefly replied that he knew. The monster swung its long arm forward. He quickly lowered his body and charged forward. In his heart, he was even more determined.
He flew into the air preparing for the Xingguang sword art. Cold sword streaks cut across its body. But not stopping there, he followed up with a Tiger Fang world-destroying sword strike. Yunhui was quite happy that he had finally hit it. Tiannan also praised him. Excellent, it has fallen. But then, Yunhui himself suddenly stiffened. Shaoan did not know and judged the situation too simply. An object just thudded onto the ground. It was his powerless body falling. She hurriedly checked on him, but only heard Yunhui complaining of heat. Shaoan became even more panicked. What should I do? Looking at the black mark on his hand, he knew the poison was spreading. Yunhui could feel the heat of the poison from his ankle. Although he had poison resistance, the pain did not diminish. He was truly bewildered. How terrible must the poison be to create such an intense burning sensation? His internal organs felt like they were being cooked, and his throat felt like it was on fire. There was a fire burning inside him, and his mind felt comatose. And to soothe this heat, he could only think of the Han Tian Fu snow herb. It would help, because it was a spirit herb containing cold energy. After chewing it, his mouth exhaled a few air bubbles. His arms still revealed the poison part, but the cold immediately invaded his throat, an extremely powerful stream of cold energy. The hot and cold energies collided, making his body stiffened. Shaoan quickly advised him to circulate his energy. She was so angry she screamed. He remembered clearly that in his previous life he had failed to do this. Thanks to that memory, Yunhui was no longer shaken by anything now. He gratefully said to Shaoan, "Thank you, I will definitely live." The black mark on Yunhui's hand gradually faded, and his body was being covered by a layer of cold air. Moreover, the spots of light on the back of his hand reappeared at this moment. He was briefly startled. Was the Big Dipper illuminating this cave? Among the 7 stars, the 2 spots on the right were turning blue. A magical sound rang out. Listen to the sword. Unleash the Xiantan. Yunhui realized he had heard it before along with the blue light. However, it seemed he had lost focus because of it. Immediately, thousands of blue light strands escaped, causing him to convulse. The 2 streams of energy attacked each other and injured him, both striving to take over his body. Tiannan spoke again. Don't circulate energy normally. Circulate it using the Xiantan mental method. He reminded him not to be swept away by the 2 chaotic energies, not to try to suppress them, but to guide the flow of true qi. He stopped all movements upon hearing those words. Yunhui decided to give it a try. He instructed him to imagine the Xiantan true qi as a still lake, surrounded by lightning and thunder. His voice repeated, a still lake. The 2 violent streams of water gradually followed the flow. If he could find the way to the lake, they would turn into small ripples and calm down. Yunhui also let his thoughts become as slow as possible. When he opened his eyes, everything was quieter. The 2 chaotic streams of energy
Shaoan was slightly surprised. Tiannan helped? Are you sure you are awake? She pointed to the other side. Tiannan is over there. That makes 5 swords, right? Yunhui froze when he saw the sword out of reach. He also asked if Yunhui truly heard it. Yunhui replied that he listened via sword hearing.
Deep down, Yunhui remembered clearly that after hearing the sound from the azure fire, he had heard his voice. Shaoan was a bit suspicious. Is it the thing you mentioned before? Could it be the power of the sword immortal? Yunhui was certain of one thing. When the color changed, the ability became stronger. She told him to spend time reading about the sword immortal, while Tiannan would worry about the monster's origin. Yunhui pondered its form and said it was probably a spirit creature, but a spirit creature like that didn't drop an internal core, which disappointed him. Tiannan just thought they should leave that place first. Yunhui's foot seemed to trip over something. The sudden swaying left him bewildered. On the cliff, waves of misty smoke appeared that Yunhui couldn't observe, gradually falling deeper. Shaoan wondered why he rushed into it. Yunhui briefly replied, "I didn't mean to. I just used a little strength, and my body naturally shot forward." Tiannan sharply spoke up. "Circulate energy using the Xiantian."
He was surprised because it had increased. That amount was double, like cultivating Xiantian Qi for 30 years. Tiannan also replied that indeed Xiantian True Qi is directly related to Origin Qi, which can be called life force. He found it very difficult to nurture, but when falling into dangerous situations, it gets stimulated. He listed examples ranging from the fire poison of the monster to the cold energy of the spiritual herb that stimulated the growth of true qi. Yunhui only felt that the more he knew, the more completely different it was from internal kung fu. Anyway, this could be considered an opportunity for him to gain massive internal energy, and Shaoan realized that the more he overcame near-death pain, the stronger he would become. She immediately flew over to mention a good idea. Then she asked if he still had a Han Tianfu snower, right? Shaoan slyly said, "You also know how to control poison gas and cold energy. Give it a try. If successful, this time the true qi will double. If so, you will become an expert with over 60 years of true qi." Ignoring whatever she said, he walked straight away, causing her to scream that she was his mother's keepsake.
Then he curiously asked, "I still have a doubt. That brat had his dantian destroyed, so how can he still use qigong?" Just then, a voice rang out, "You cannot leave Luche Valley with that herb." 3 purple claw marks slashed across the front, yet she still looked at them indifferently. Lian Sha ordered them, "Return the Han Tian Fu snow herb to me. It is mine." He mocked her, saying she was too fat to suit the martial arts of the Blood Hand Demoness. She attacked directly to teach him a lesson. The assassins were surrounded by sword marks. They were like beasts being sliced up one by one. His eyes filled with despair. 6th blood star, that is. A gentle face appeared. Looking at the glowing hand, it seemed this person was the killer who had struck. A soft female voice resonated. "Do you know who you have ambushed?" Bai Sha lowered her voice and said, "They were only after the reward, but why did you go alone without saying a word?" She sighed in relief that the girl was safe, but then noticed the item in her hand. Hearing Lian Sha recount how the herb was stolen,
On this side, Yunhui was lifted by the stream of energy, and he leaped out from the deep cliff. He was quite surprised that it was so easy. Tiannan explained that it was due to the power of vitality, which had improved all his abilities. Tiannan believed that if his true qi was strong, he would be able to sense the traces of the enemy. Yunhui was very pleased with this powerful change. He also saw Lian Sha approaching. The 2 sword spirits did not see her, proving that his hearing and vision had also increased. Yunhui was a bit worried. Had that young lady been chasing those people the whole time? Truly impressive. Even running consumes more stamina than an average person, yet her vigor still seemed abundant. A moment later, he scratched his head and said, "Young miss, fortunately you are all right." Lian Sha panted and apologized to him for forgetting to unblock his acupoints. He said it was fine, and explained that because the seal was too weak, it had unblocked itself. She then noticed his unusual leg condition, thinking he was injured by the assassins, and wanted to take a look. Yunhui shook his head immediately, saying it was just a small wound, and changed the
Knowing he was suspicious, she explained immediately, "In any case, I will give that command tablet to the young master." Yunhui still did not trust Lian Sha at all. "Your master will listen to a disciple and give it to me?" Lian Sha affirmed with certainty, "I will definitely give it to you. It's just that the 4th venerable, she assumed that woman would force Yuetian to do something before handing it over. He knew that all too well, for who would give anything away for free?" Scene change. A transaction was taking place in a lit room. Bai Sha spoke indifferently. As promised, if the fourth venerable agrees to the request, I will hand over the command tablet to you. Yue Tian replied coldly. This seat said I would not interfere in your business, yet you dare use the command tablet to bargain with this seat? She stated that in the face of death there were only two choices, so you should join them. Otherwise... At the same time, the Blood Sect camp was being observed. A slender figure stood alone in the windy night. Yue Tian's words echoed. Don't tell me you intend to defect to the opponent. Pupils the color of blood revealed an even more mysterious look. Bai Sha hesitantly asked, Fourth Venerable, at some point will you... Yue Tian maintained his harsh attitude as he spoke, implying that it was the brat who gave up anyway. Hearing this, Bai Sha replied, Impossible. If that's the case, it will be difficult for me to give the command tablet to you. But deep down she wondered if he was just putting on an act or telling the truth. Just then, Yun Hui opened the door and announced his arrival. Yue Tian immediately rushed over, shoved his head and threatened, You're late. I'm afraid your Dantian can never be healed in this lifetime. A second later, the Wanzi divine physician suddenly said, What a pity. The sixth blood star still needs more Han Tian Fu snow herb. Bai Sha, not understanding, asked back, What do you mean by that? He replied, That is not a mature spirit herb, so it is not enough to concoct the medicine. A mature Han Tian Fu snow herb contains 7 seeds that emit a blue light inside, but the herb you gave me only has 5 seeds. It is an immature plant. Hearing this, Yue Tian laughed heartily and shouted, What should be done now? Looks like we have to find more spirit herbs. Yun Hui, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Apologies for interrupting, Master, but that probably won't be necessary, because I already have a mature Han Tian Fu snow herb. After examining it, the Wanzi divine physician nodded in admiration. What a coincidence.
Lian Sha, on the other hand, was extremely puzzled and used sound transmission to ask Yunhui what this was about, why he didn't tell her, and if he was deceiving her. Yunhui resentfully thought it was because Lian Sha didn't keep her word about finding the spirit herb. She had deceived him from the very start. Yunhui wanted to reply, but didn't know how to use sound transmission, so he told himself he must learn it later. Yunhui raised his voice and asked, Master, is it possible that the sixth blood star will give the command tablet to you? Yue Tian immediately retorted, What are you saying? She said if I don't accept her proposal, don't even dream that she will hand over the command tablet to me. Hearing this, Bai Sha stammered a denial. Old man, how could I do that to you? He seized the opportunity to say, Then hand over the command tablet. This single sentence thoroughly silenced Bai Sha. Unable to argue back, she cast a profound glance toward her disciple, Lian Sha. Yunhui suddenly asked a question out of nowhere. I was right, wasn't I, miss? A moment later, he politely added that he was counting on her. Hearing this, she helplessly thought, Whatever, looking at that expression is fine. A bet is a bet after all. The scene shifts to before Yunhui and Lian Sha left Lusui Valley. She was so shocked she blurted out, You don't trust my master? Lian Sha resentfully said, I taught you Qinggong, yet you don't trust me? Hearing that, he explained, I trust you, miss, but I am certain the sixth blood star will not...
He did not waver at all, instead asking back, Are you sure, young lady? Lian Sha, both angry and aggrieved, responded aggressively. Of course, who would dare... no, how could any disciple doubt their master? Suddenly, Yun Hui proposed, How about we make a bet? She hesitated and asked back, A bet? He reassured her, It is simple. You trust the sixth blood star, while I trust my own judgment. Either way, your master has already taken the Han Tian Fu snow herb away. We both found it, but neither of us kept it, right? Hearing this, Lian Sha stammered in reply, That is true. I truly apologize for that. Immediately after, Yun Hui said, I have lost the opportunity to obtain the command tablet. Shouldn't you put up something of equivalent value? At this moment, she suddenly exclaimed, If one looks closely, young master is truly a gambler. So what should I bet? Having achieved his first objective, Yun Hui asked comfortably, You said you were very close to that noble person, correct? She immediately replied, Yes, very close, but... Yun Hui didn't bother listening and cut her off. All right, if I lose, naturally I will persuade my master and even give up on taking the command tablet from the sixth blood star. Lian Sha heard this and asked suspiciously, Give up the command tablet entirely? What if you win? At this point, Yun Hui gently dropped a sentence. If the sixth blood star is someone with such a noble heart,
Severing her own hand with the blood hand jade,
Over there she bowed and said, 6th Bloodstar Hanbei Sha apologizes for disrespecting the 4th Venerable. This subordinate knows that cutting off one hand is not enough to atone for the crime, but I hope you will forgive me and reconsider the mission entrusted by that noble person. A moment later, Yue Tian slowly spoke up. You are still the same, Bloodhand Demoness. Thanks to that loyalty, I will accept your apology. Hearing that, she thanked him for accepting. Witnessing the whole scene, the Wanzi Divine Physician sighed with emotion. Truly, there is nothing one wouldn't dare to do in front of a Divine Physician. Yue Tian heard this and laughed in response. Above all, you must keep your word, right? The physician replied, I will keep my word, but shouldn't I give that command tablet to the 4th Venerable's disciple instead of the 4th Venerable himself? Hearing this, the old man spoke generously. It doesn't matter. After all, I have a favor to ask of you anyway. A moment later, the Wanzi Divine Physician turned to say to Bai Sha, I will keep my word, but since I have a prior appointment, I will examine your disciple later. Bring your disciple here at high noon tomorrow. Since there is plenty of time, tomorrow I will examine his condition first. The scene shifts to high noon the next day at Luxu Valley. Yuan He leaped up the cliff in a flash. Then he exclaimed, Truly a rocky mountain. Now is the time for Yue Tian's Qinggong.
Yesterday at that time, Wanzi Divine Physician suddenly changed his way of speaking, and the Bloodhand Demoness did the same after glancing at Lian Sha. Moreover, seeing her master cut her hand, that child just stood watching as if it had nothing to do with her. The Bloodhand Demoness even acted like her subordinate. Hearing this, he replied straightforwardly, She really is a subordinate. If my prediction is correct, she is not just a disciple of the Bloodhand Demoness. Shaoan heard this and wondered, if not a disciple, then what? Could she be her daughter? Yunhui immediately denied.
Shaoan was still surprised. It truly was a good way to hide one's identity. Who would have thought such a harmless child carried the bloodline of the Blood Sect master? He nodded and added, You are right, but gaining weight to hide isn't easy either. Hearing this, Yun Hui thought to himself, recalling it, she seemed to be losing weight. Could she be suffering from some illness that caused the weight gain? Probably so. But if she is the only flesh and blood of the Blood Sect master, she would certainly be the focal point of the entire sect. Whether male or female, this is a fatal vulnerability. Another question arose. Then who is the girl behind the curtain? He affirmed firmly in his heart. Definitely a body double. If she is the granddaughter of the Blood Sect master, there surely wouldn't be just 1 or 2 people targeting her. Suddenly, the Tiannan sword said there was still something very strange. Yun Hui curiously asked what it was. He asked, This is the Blood Sect's territory. Even if it's dangerous, is it necessary to use a body double to hide one's identity? Just then he suddenly thought, Wait, it seems I was wrong. Why did I assume there is only 1 person left carrying the Blood Sect Master's bloodline? So how many are there? What if they all want the position of Sect Master? Who are they? Are these people all in Luxu Valley? The sounds of shouting and fighting suddenly rang out loudly in his ears. Shaoan saw this and asked him. Yun Hui recounted, I hear many voices. However, these sounds were too loud, so Yun Hui could not ignore them. Hearing that, he immediately asked, Then what about circulating energy using Xiantian True Qi? He immediately replied, Clearly, moving with True Qi will make the sound quieter. A moment later, Tui Shang coldly asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Because of the sound of the swords, he could not avoid it. Yun Hui had to speak up to introduce himself. I am a disciple. But before he could finish speaking, she silently remarked, Too slow. Then she directly gave him a palm strike like a thunderbolt. Tui Shang then coldly exclaimed, Truly a disciple of... She had to stop her exclamation abruptly because she discovered he was not dead yet. Yun Hui silently evaluated Tui Shang. Not wanting to waste time on a slow person, she had attacked extremely violently. She sighed with emotion. A tiny disciple actually withstood my internal energy? But he did not answer because he was busy thinking. After gaining 30 years of Xiantian True Qi, I was much more confident, but just one move and my internal organs...
She spoke loudly. That person is not a trainee, but the master's disciple. Hearing this, Hui Shang muttered to herself, Master's disciple? Has master accepted a disciple already? You should have said so earlier. I almost killed him. She then sheathed her sword. Yun Hui found this woman extremely strange, especially since she was determined to kill him from the start. Hui Shang did not spare her praise. Master has raised his disciple very well. You were the first among your peers to dodge my palm strike.
Saying that, she asked about Yue Tian's health, but Yunhui thought to himself, this woman is too arrogant. Moreover, she calls Master Yue Tian as if looking down on him, able to directly mention the Blood Saint and Venerable, just like senior sister Lian Sha. Could this woman be? Just then, Lian Sha stepped down to politely chase her away. Your Excellency hasn't left yet. Please leave. I cannot see you off any further. She coldly replied. Anyone looking would think you were the master of Lu Shui Thali. My legs know how to walk. You don't need to rush me. Hui Sheng spoke in a provocative tone. I'm starting to get annoyed. She then moved to draw her sword. Seeing the two about to fight, Yunhui regretfully thought, if I had known, I would have arrived a bit later. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the stalemate. You have arrived?
Seeing the Wanzi divine physician appear, Tuishang immediately restrained herself. She used the excuse of having her mood spoiled to slip away. Before leaving, Tuishang did not forget to instruct him. Pass my regards to Master for me. Next time we meet, let's have a spar to see how it goes. Shaotan and the Tiannan sword. One excitedly urged him to fight, while the other whispered a warning to be careful. Yunhui thought to himself, both speaking at once is distracting me. Truly, women give people goosebumps. Her sword. What exactly happened to make it suffer so much? A moment later, Yunhui suddenly remembered and asked, Senior sister, are you all right? This person is... Lian Sha did not answer but interrupted. Young master. She reminded him that the Wanzi divine physician was still waiting. Seeing her attitude, Yunhui speculated, clearly she heard me but cut me off. It's no different from saying, don't ask anything. I have a few guesses, but that's none of my business. Just...
Have you ever used the Han Tian Fu snow herb? Hearing this, the boy was surprised, thinking, how did he... But outwardly, he still feigned ignorance and said yes. Seeing Yunhui hesitating, the old man said, I am a physician, so I won't tell a patient's story to anyone, rest assured. Shaotan's group also chimed in to reassure him. Don't worry, this person can be trusted, because many experts have handed over command tablets as payment. Who knows, perhaps he can help you treat your injuries. Yunhui began to recount. Because I wanted to find all the mature Han Tian Fu snow herbs, I went behind the waterfall. There, I met the human-faced purple-eyed snake. It had a face resembling a human with 4 purple eyes. Truly a rare experience. That monstrous snake was just like a demon hiding in the dark, waiting to devour humans. The Wanzi divine physician pondered and judged. Since it hates bright places, you just needed to hold a torch and you wouldn't have encountered it. In short, there's a reason. But there is one thing I still don't understand. The Han Tian Fu snow herb does not have purifying or detoxifying properties. Not only is cold energy covering your blood vessels, but there is also hot yang energy that contains no miasma. Hearing him say this, Yunhui guessed. Miasma? Could it be because of the Xiantian true qi? The blood goo is the same. Xiantian true qi is something with the ability to eliminate poison. Thinking this, he asked, Senior, are the yang energy and cold energy still stable? If there's too much, will strange things appear on...
It is no different from consuming spirit elixirs and accumulating vigor. Zhao Yunwei was astonished and whispered, no different from eating spirit elixirs? Another question popped up. So if I only treat the Dantian, can I quickly circulate internal energy? Wanzi divine physician replied calmly, it depends on your effort, but if you balance the absorption of the 2 types of qi currently inside your meridians, you can circulate internal energy faster than others. After speaking, he handed the contract Jia token to Zhao Yunwei. This made him extremely stunned. Wondering to himself, even if it was for the Dantian treatment fee, there was no need to give him the Jia token. Unless... Zhao Yunwei asked in disappointment, could it be that Senior cannot cure my Dantian? Hearing that, he asked back, you mean how to heal the Dantian completely? Seeing Zhao Yunwei's dull expression, Wanzi divine physician affirmed, it seems you really don't know. Fair enough, that's why you asked me to treat your Dantian. This is exactly where the Dantian is located. Although you don't know, if it lies here, there will be a distinct sensation like small bugs crawling. These are the damaged fragments of the Dantian. However, within them are very small pieces, like sparks being revived in a dying fire. Zhao Yunwei suddenly asked, so does that mean the Dantian is healing automatically? He helplessly said that until now, that was all he could guess. Wanzi divine physician replied, that is an extremely rare occurrence. From the beginning, when the Dantian is destroyed, most people give up, so it's hard to encounter a case like this.
Just as they stepped out, Shaoan exclaimed, "How lucky! This is no different from receiving 2 command tablets from the Divine Physician." Yunhui happily agreed. Even though they received 2, one had already been used to heal his dantian. Suddenly she asked, "How did your dantian heal anyway?" Hearing this, he whispered his conjecture. "Do you remember after taking the life of the human-faced purple-eyed sneak, my legs felt better when circulating qi? For a moment, your body's recovery ability increased 4-fold. Shaoan cheered excitedly. "That's right! If so, you really have to thank that human-faced purple-eyed snake monster." Yunhui replied, "Indeed, we should be grateful to it." A moment later, Shaoan turned and patted the Tiannan sword, asking, "Why are you silent?" He replied, "The dantian healing is indeed good news, but it is also concerning. My previous master destroyed his own dantian before he could cultivate the Xiantian Heart Sutra and the Xingming Divine Art." Yunhui suddenly remembered that the first mnemonic of the Xiantian Heart Sutra was to abolish one's own internal energy. The Tiannan sword nodded and said, "Therefore, there is a possibility that the middle dantian
Even what you are holding on to can slip away. Meanwhile, Yue Tian scoffed. So annoying, truly too troublesome. You people are also very strange. I see not just one, but both. Yuan Hui heard this and whispered in repetition. Not just one, but both? Before he could respond, Shaoan and the Tiannan sword asked in turn, "Are you talking about that chubby kid and that red-eyed woman? Anyway, it seems both are indeed the granddaughters of the Blood Sect leader. What do you mean by saying you saw both of them?" Yue Tian did not answer, but exclaimed, "That woman was right. A choice must be made." Yuan Hui thought dejectedly, "Master is talking to himself again. Is he troubled about who to side with?" Yue Tian's voice resonated again. That person was strong enough to reach the peak of the evil path, surpassing even the Blood Sect, like an unstoppable storm. No matter how strong, it is hard to avoid breaking if too much power is accumulated. After going through that incident, I felt everything was useless. Others are calling for everything to revive the sect, talking about things like reconstruction or revenge, but to me it all means nothing, so I let go of everything and wandered around doing meaningless things.
Meanwhile, Yu Tian continued to ramble on. This seed intended to live like this forever, but the seeds left abandoned have grown like weeds and are about to bloom. Immediately after, he turned to ask, "If it were you, what would you do?" Yunhui knew just by looking at his eyes that he had already made a decision. He suspected Yu Tian asked this to test him. Thus Yunhui replied politely, "If one is indifferent to the blooming, then as you said, it is better to leave it be. Otherwise, one must apply fertilizer to help the flowers bloom, right?" He thought it would be better to speak his simple thoughts. In the previous life, Yu Tian wouldn't have chosen this, so his answer wouldn't have mattered anyway. But unexpectedly, the old man said, "One must nurture a force, right? As you said, no matter which flower is chosen, one must fertilize it before sowing the seeds. From now on, you will have more things to do. There are nearly 6 months left. During that time, become a great master." Hearing this, Yunhui thought,
If things continue like this, Yetian's history will be different. No, I am creating a future completely different from the previous life. He didn't know the details of Yetian's life, but some information had been verified. After the Blood Sect began to reactivate, the leaders issued directives, but he still operated independently. One of the 8 great experts of the Central Plains, the one who had fought Lai Wangba, even when seriously injured and having lost his right arm, that was an event from 6 years ago. Xiaotian's jaw dropped in amazement upon hearing this. She excitedly asked, "Then can anything be changed?" Yunhui replied, "I think so, because that was not yet the time when Yetian created his force. Even right now, many things have changed. Originally, I was just a believer, cultivating low-rank skills and becoming a disciple of the master. Then I had a small karmic connection with the blood robe of the Blood Sect leader. Every change in my actions is altering the destined future. The future is always a variable that I cannot predict." The Tiannan sword suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps this is an opportunity?" Yunhui agreed. "If Yetian creates a new force, becoming his disciple will be a stepping stone to go further. To do that, I need to become the arena master. I was certain of that after I finished circulating my energy. Shantian
Shaoan suddenly asked, "Don't you know a better Heart Sutra, Tiannan?" He replied, "The previous master had his lower dantian crippled, so I don't know any related Heart Sutras. However, the nature of meridians is the path for blood and qi to flow, so I wonder if it increases blood circulation." Hearing this, Yunhui fell into deep thought. Increase blood circulation? He then exclaimed with emotion, "You guys occasionally mention things I've never thought of. Coincidentally, I know a heart suture that fits those criteria." The scene shifted, and a firm voice of refusal rang out. "You want me to teach you the true blood sword emperor's heart sutra? I can't do that. Master explicitly told me not to tell anyone." Yunhui feigned disappointment and replied, "Is that so? I only asked because I don't know when Master will return." Zuobai stammered in response, "Master has been away lately, so work has been piling up." Yunhui suddenly spoke in a regretful tone. "If I could learn the chi circulation method with the other disciples right now, I could live like a fellow disciple." Hearing this, Zuobai suddenly changed his mind and called him back. "Wait, it's just a heart suture to restore the Dantian, right? Since we are all disciples, Master will understand, right, fellow disciple?"
Meanwhile, Yunhui thought with satisfaction, just losing a bit of title but getting taught the mental cultivation method is truly beneficial. It would certainly be effective. The speed of accumulating internal energy would increase several times over. 3 days later, whenever he circulated his energy, both yang qi and cold qi flowed through his blood vessels into his dantian. Immediately after, Yunhui suddenly said, "But the sensation of blood circulating throughout the body feels like being hung upside down on a cliff. I understand why people say they can't coexist unless one has a special physique. Now I have no way to execute it with the Shaoan mental cultivation method." While complaining, he suddenly sensed a human presence. Sure enough, a moment later, someone spoke up. "Greetings, young master. May I have a moment of your time?" As if afraid Yunhui would refuse, she added that the 6th Pudstar was looking for him. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "The 6th Bloodstar is looking for me?" The scene shifts to the front of the Luxue City Mansion, near the main hall of Luxue Valley. A cunning voice rang out. "Please make the pact using the young Mrs. Jia token. I wonder where you got the nerve to do that." Yunhui looked around and called for Lian Sha. Seeing this, Bai Sha explained, "That child can't see anything right now." Upon receiving the token, Yunhui suddenly thought that he believed the index and middle fingers of her left hand had been chopped off by the 6th Bloodstar himself. Suddenly, Shao Tan jumped out and asked, "Isn't that the name of the Wanxi divine physician?" Yunhui whispered, "People say there is no disease that cannot be cured, except for death." She exclaimed, "How strange! Your head was chopped off but could still be reattached." Hearing this, Yunhui replied helplessly, "If I lost my head, how could I live, Shao Tan?" While they were chatting, Bai Sha suddenly rushed over and grabbed his wrist. Yunhui thought to himself, "She approached so lightly that I couldn't react in time. I can feel Bai Sha's internal energy through the pulse at her wrist." Thinking so, he moved his lips to say, "6th Bloodstar." But a piece of advice suddenly rang out. "It would be best for you to keep your mouth shut." Bai Sha naturally commented, He immediately guessed that Lian Sha was the one who arranged this, but he also didn't know whether he should accept it or not. Just then, Bai Sha spoke again. "I hope you will not use that Jia token in vain." Yunhui thought to himself, regardless, he had learned something good. Even an expert at the level of the 6th Bloodstar could see innate characteristics that Yunhui could not see. Thinking so, he politely said, "Then I ask for permission to leave." Just then, Bai Sha He thought to himself, if it wasn't about that matter, then she must have other intentions, which was even more suspicious. However, on the surface, he still said, "Please tell me, what kind of bet can we make?" Bai Sha immediately replied, "If you win, young master, even if the master doesn't allow it, I will still teach you a skill." Hearing this, Yunhui thought in confusion, what does this woman take people for? No matter what, I won't fall into the situation she describes. Yunhui hadn't even finished his refusal when Bai Sha cut him off, saying, "If I win." This made him extremely dissatisfied at being interrupted. She only cared about saying what she wanted. On the other side, Bai Sha continued, "Then please speak to your master, the young master's teacher, to reconsider the 6th Bloodstar's proposal once more. Simple, isn't it? Young master, you won't suffer any loss in this matter." Hearing this, Yunhui understood their goal was to have him persuade Yue Tian by any means necessary. Shao Tan also remarked, "So you're not losing out on anything." Having finished speaking, Bai Sha jetted her chin to summon the girl behind her. Li Hua stepped closer and said, "It has been so long since I last saw young master. It seems this is our first meeting since the day of joining the sect, isn't it? I have already become a disciple of the 6th Bloodstar." Responding to her emotionally charged words, Yunhui pensively asked, "Do you know me?" Hearing him ask that, Li Hua raised her voice and replied, "I know very clearly, on the contrary." She reminded him,
That time here. Then she pointed out, that time there too. And that other time. Did you not know that I have always been following you? At this, Yunhui shyly replied, Ah, I remember now. It has been a long time, hasn't it? But in reality, he thought, I lived such a busy life. Where would I find the mind to notice? Seeing Li Hua sniffling and about to cry, Bai Sha had to speak up. Truly a magical destiny. This child is Tom Li Hua. I will teach her in Lushui Valley along with the cultivating believers I selected 3 days ago. Hearing this, he was extremely astonished. Tom Li Hua. I don't remember her face, but I remember that name. In the previous life, she went from a low-rank believer to becoming a disciple of the 6th Blood Star. That story became a hot topic among the cultivating believers, but looking at her now, a child is truly still a child. She spoke again. There is a ranking test in 6 months. From now until then, I will raise this child to become a superior level martial master.
This is the reason why those who want to learn martial arts always try to find an excellent master at all costs, because an excellent master can bring out their full potential. Yu Tian even disguised himself as a great master to avoid such things. Thinking so, he asked, How will the agreement proceed? Bai Sha immediately replied, Simple, a competition to see which of the two of you can become a high-rank martial master. Hearing this, the relaxed expression on Yun Hui's face disappeared. Lin Sha was no different. She was also very tense upon hearing it. A moment later, Yun Hui asked again, Then what if both become high-rank masters, or both fail? She frankly replied, Then both sides win. Yun Hui evaluated. This is truly an idea typical of Wulin people. The 6th Blood Star's proposal might be risky, but also stimulating. After all, I also need to become a great master. If I win, it will be an opportunity to learn a skill from the 6th Blood Star. Of course, if I lose, Yu Tian will think I was captured by Lin Sha's faction. Although slightly different, that woman said the same thing.
Living in this land without looking ahead and behind is as good as dead, so in this life I must definitely become stronger. Finally, Yunhui cupped his hands and replied, Fine, I accept this bet. See you again in 6 months. After he left, Lian Sha appeared and asked, Did he accept? The old woman replied yes. Immediately after, Bai Sha added, It seems Master was a bit hasty. Qi destiny is spreading everywhere in his meridians. It seems he even consumed a spirit elixir. I don't think he is as smart as the young miss said. If we win, it will be easier to persuade that eccentric via that child. Hearing that, Lian Sha sharply replied, That's right, I trust you very much, Bai Sha, but I think that person definitely won't lose. Unexpectedly, she agreed, saying, Young miss, don't worry. With this child's talent, he certainly won't lose to us. Please believe me. But Bai Sha did not forget to encourage Li Hua. You will do well, right? She respectfully replied, Yes, of course. In a blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. At the Lushui Valley Square, the arena matches were drawing to a close. Qing Ying stood observing, then suddenly exclaimed with emotion, Falling off the stage due to the difference of a single move? What a pity, isn't it? Because of this, the number of intermediate warriors is down to 37, which isn't too bad. There are a total of 6 people competing for the position of high-rank warrior among the cultivating believers this time.
Qing Ying couldn't bear it either, so he told him to stop, which greatly surprised his subordinates. Then he turned to ask the other person, Believer, you have finished the exam. Surely you know clearly how this sect's ranking exam is conducted, right? The ranking exam for the believers cultivating in the Blood Sect requires all believers to practice the Blood Demon Fist, a basic martial art of the Blood Sect, along with combined movement techniques such as the 6 bodies, 12 bodies, and 36 bodies. If this process is executed well, one can receive the rank of low-rank warrior. Those with outstanding strength among those who pass the low-rank warrior exam are allowed to participate in the intermediate warrior exam. The intermediate warrior is the 2nd rank, which is an exam involving the application of internal energy. They must at least prove that their internal energy has been accumulated for 10 years. The easiest way to test Qing Ying's deep, warm voice rang out again. If you can withstand more than 30 moves in this battle, you will receive the rank of intermediate martial artist. This sect only evaluates based on strength. We offer equal opportunities with no exceptions whatsoever. If I give you a chance, what about the 3 candidates who fell from the platform? And what should be done with the 8 people eliminated at the Jishi Stone? I understand. Instead of being angry, train hard and achieve merit to seek the next opportunity. Hearing this, that person obediently obeyed. Afterward, he even apologetically apologized for letting him see such a failed state. Up above, Captain Hai wondered whether to punish him or not. Qing Ying slowly replied, "Don't worry about it. It's not a common occurrence. All right then, let's begin the exam for the high-rank warrior position." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw something. Whispers also began to rise. Who is that guy? Who are those people in the front? Is there someone like that in Lushui Valley? After regaining his composure, Qing Ying suddenly raised his voice and called out, "Old Senior." The person who appeared was none other than Yue Tian and his disciples. Not knowing what he had said, Qing Ying distressedly stated, "This sect's exam is a place evaluated solely by results. If they are disciples of the Old Senior, they will surely pass the elementary intermediate rank exam." Seeing that he still hadn't gotten to the point, Yue Tian reminded him, "Stop beating around the bush. Speak straight." He bluntly asked, pass or fail, causing Qing Ying to be extremely confused and stammer, unable to form words. Seeing this, Shaoan wondered why that was. Yunhui immediately replied, "Because we cut in the middle, they think we disregarded the procedure, so we probably won't be respected. Just counting the people taking the exam this time in Lushui Valley, it has reached 106 people, and over half of them only reached low-rank warrior. But to skip that exam just because we..."
On the other side, Qing Ying had to speak tactfully. "But right now there are many eyes watching here, my lord." Yue Tian immediately replied, "Do I have to care about the gazes of those cultivating believers?" Then he helplessly explained, "No, over there are also other old seniors and people from the 7 blood clans. The competing disciples are waiting for the unit leaders to select them. At the very least, I hope you understand how these disciples have tried to prove their qualifications and strength." While Qing Ying was speaking, Bai Sha suddenly appeared and interrupted. "Unit leader Ju's words also make sense, Senior Fourth Venerable. He is handling matters according to our sect's laws."
It seems she shares the same thoughts as the Fourth Venerable, after all. Yue Tian began to justify himself. Should a Fourth Venerable like me have to listen to others? Did you also appear here to let your disciple participate in that high-rank exam? Bai Sha replied, "I won't deny that, Fourth Venerable. Therefore, Unit Leader Ju, how should the disciples prove themselves?" Qing Ying pointed to the rock behind him and said, "If they can prove they are qualified to take the exam for the high-rank warrior position, then skipping the procedure won't cause any objections. That rock behind is the Jishi Stone." Bai Sha then said, "To save face for Unit Leader Ju, I suppose we must go to this extent." Li Hua, who had been standing silently behind, immediately responded obediently, "Yes, Master." Yunhui looked at the way she answered her and evaluated. In 6 months, she has lost her immature look and is now full of confidence. I'm curious to see what realm she has reached. Meanwhile, she had slowly approached the Jishi Stone. Li Hua silently circulated her internal energy, causing her eyes and the power in her hands to flare up. A second later, she struck her palm directly at the Jishi.
Reaching this level in just half a year, that is enough to participate in the high-rank warrior exam. After finishing, Li Hua returned to report, "I am so embarrassed. I tried my best, Master." Bai Sha turned to ask, "Is my disciple's proof enough, Unit Leader Ju?" Qing Ying respectfully replied, "It is enough. Your disciple has superior aptitude." The Qiaonan sword asked in puzzlement, "This exam uses internal energy, right?" Yunhui replied he guessed so. She turned to ask if he had seen that. Yunhui thought to himself, "Anyway, the heavenly immortal true chi is a secret weapon. No need to show it here." Li Hua said she was determined to win. Then he thought, now what needs to be done is to demonstrate superior internal energy. The problem is, before this, I couldn't even take the intermediate martial artist exam. How should I use my power to be considered superior? Think. Just then, Yue Tian transmitted his voice to his ear, saying he must be determined to show his level so as not to lose face for him. Yunhui heard this and helplessly said, "I definitely have to be superior to Li Hua's group. Thanks to the Minglone Heart Sutra combined with the Minglone Divine Art that Yue Tian passed down, in 6 months, his internal energy..."
A second later, Yunhui gasped in surprise. He suddenly blurted out, "This Jishi Stone, it's not as hard as I thought."
The crowd below was equally abuzz. That punch penetrated the Jishi stone? Wasn't it just supposed to leave a mark? How was that possible? Has he reached this realm in just 1 year? Shaoan watched him struggle to pull his fist out and exclaimed, "That must be enough to pass the standard." Zhuobai saw this and immediately said, "Just splitting that rock in two is enough. Watch me." Hearing this, he thought in annoyance, that guy's adding oil to the fire for no reason again. Having said that, he dashed forward, shouting, "Witness the power of Zhuobai." Yunhui tried to stop him. "We are in a test. Are you using the true blood forbidden body?" The crowd whispered, "Does he want to break the Jishi stone? Ridiculous, but that punch was strong." He helplessly said, "That punch just now only broke the surface. It didn't help at all." Zhuobai explained, "I was afraid your hand would get hurt, so I used less force." While he was speaking, Wu Shen suddenly rushed towards the Jishi stone. The crowd's eyes widened as they witnessed the Jishi stone split in half. Yunhui looked at his round head and assessed. It seems he turned his head as hard as Vajra stone with the iron head kung fu technique. Zhuobai heard the praises and asked smugly, "Am I getting..."
All 3 disciples of the 4 venerables possess superior aptitude. If so, this lowly one will prepare for everyone to take the high-rank warrior exam. Seeing this, Yunhui said, "Unit leader, it seems you are mistaken about something." Qingying responded with a sound, and he frankly corrected, "We did not come to take the high-rank warrior exam, but the exam for the position of arena master." The exam for the superior level martial master position requires withstanding 12 moves from a superior level martial master who is a top-tier expert in the sect. Shaoan over there wondered, "It seems you are allowed to skip the 12 moves part, right?" Yunhui replied, "That's right. The superior level martial master is a top-tier expert. I have only passed the test of an intermediate level martial master. If I am determined, can I defeat an opponent who is a cultivating believer in 3 moves?" Haiyu Tian also did not request to conduct the arena master exam immediately. Perhaps he wants me to observe other experts more. Just then, he aggressively placed his hand on Yunhui's head, pointed at her and asked, "Did you make a bet with the Blood Hand Demoness?" This made him pause for a moment. Hearing that, the Tiannan sword pointed out that he had just seen her throat tremble. Yunhui did not expect him to mention this here, while Shaoan was exclaiming that she was too cunning and doing this to gain an advantage.
"I have told you, Etienne, everything," the man on the other side asked sharply. "You want to persuade this seat to bet on this brat?" But then Yu Etienne said, "Anyway, even if there is a chance, you won't get anything, so why be anxious?" Yu Etienne stuttered an apology upon hearing this. The old man exclaimed again, "This is indeed an interesting bet. Show her your strength. Go and show everyone." A unit leader is an elite superior martial master of the Blood Sect. There are 3 ways to become a unit leader. The first way is to perform sect missions as a superior martial master, accumulate achievements, and be promoted in the order of vice unit leader, then unit leader. The second way is to achieve great merit to be promoted, and the final way is to compete against 2 superior martial masters and win within 100 moves. This is a level of difficulty that a standard superior martial master cannot match. Right at that moment, someone transmitted their voice. "It seems the 4th Venerable has taught his disciples very well. I look forward to seeing the 4th Venerable's sword technique." Yu Etienne heard this and suddenly felt the scene was somewhat familiar, but if it was the commander, it was understandable. Meanwhile, Shaoan and the others confidently said, "You are our masterpiece after all. Show him the power of your sword technique, Yu Etienne." Then someone else transmitted their voice. "If it's because of old 4th Venerable's order, you don't need to be too ambitious about the unit leader position, because you still have many opportunities," Da Zheng said. Hu Yuan also transmitted his voice to him. "Disciple of the 4th Venerable, draw your sword. I wish to learn from your sword technique."
The 2 of them immediately rushed towards Yunhui like moths to a flame. Before he could even draw his sword, they had already arrived. Yunhui jumped up to counterattack and thought, "Good, let's just end it like this." But then he heard the sound of a sword from behind. Sure enough, Yunhui glanced over and saw a sharp sword tip pointing right at him. He showed no mercy and countered directly, surprising Hudan greatly. He was astonished and said, "How could you do that without looking behind?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hudan received another kick from him. Danzang spoke growly. "Didn't you just block 1 move?" But then he exclaimed, "To handle our combined attack without getting flustered? It seems his combat experience is quite rich. Indeed, someone with the strength to participate in the unit leader exam." The Tiannan sword group immediately said, "Of course, he has practiced very hard in the past 4 months. Yu Tian has simulated sparring with these twins hundreds of times." Yunhui also silently replied, "Although my memories are full of being beaten, something like this is not impossible to deal with." Immediately after, he saw them glance at each other.
Parrying the blows, he thought, he is using structured sword forms now, not simple moves like before. He could use similar powerful sword forms to counter, but what if he used flexible, soft sword forms instead? Thinking this, Yunhui used the secret autumn form sword technique to attack him head-on. Zhang immediately spoke arrogantly. Very impressive. However, immediately after, Hu Yin appeared behind him, intending to ambush him and finish the sentence. You are still just a child. He had just uttered the words, isn't that right, when he froze. Without him realizing when, a sword had been embedded in Hu Yin's foot. It turned out Yunhui was quick to attack before he could launch his move. Thinking to himself, he didn't hesitate to rush in with a high-level technique, the third move of the Xingming sword art. Right after that, Yunhui unleashed the returning dragon ascending sword.
He coldly spoke, Xingming sword art, fifth form. Hu Dan saw this and immediately circulated his energy, intending to go all out this time. But he had no chance, because the boy was unleashing the falling meteor sword move. The sword originally in Hu Dan's hand had now flown far away. He looked at the sword right in front of his face and felt a chill run through him. But after that, Yunhui did not continue striking. Instead, he sheathed his sword and instructed, hurry and staunch the bleeding. I will pull the short sword out. Hu Dan immediately admitted with admiration, I lost. You are qualified to be a unit leader. The crowd below heard this and exploded. Oh my God! That sword move was right in front of his nose? Crazy, he actually won! Wasn't it less than 100 moves? I don't think I even saw clearly how many moves it was. Meanwhile, Qingying also thought in surprise. Completely outside of my expectations. Yue Tian is famous for fist and kick techniques, yet when I saw Zhao Yunhui, I thought he was just showing off. Thanks to the Wanzi Divine Physician, he only recovered for half a year. Training for 6 months makes it very hard to deal with those two experts. But is the fourth venerable also good at using swords? Impossible. His unique martial art maximizes ability through internal and external energy, but the moves in the sword arts Dao Yu Yue Tian smiled with satisfaction and replied, you have worked hard. He thought to himself, he reminds me of the Tiannan sword guest. Zhengde, you should have seen this scene. Seeing this, Li Hua also requested, Master, this disciple also wants to participate in the unit leader exam. In the past half year, thanks to Master, this disciple has matured a lot. Regarding what Master taught me, I always believe in my own efforts without any doubt. I will protect Master's pride and will definitely win. I will definitely obtain the qualifications of a unit leader. The affirmation was strong, but reality was much more cruel. It was regrettable that the result was a crushing defeat. Tan Li Hua lost within 50 moves. A moment later, Yue Tian angrily scolded, this stupid brat. Yun Hua replied, the martial masters have become more cautious, but he bluntly said, do you think you can justify it with that excuse? However, he thought, it's been over 60 moves. No matter what, that brat is still the true successor of Hai Tian. The Tiannan sword exclaimed, it seems unlucky. Yun Hua also agreed, saying, one cannot unleash their inherent strength when feeling the urge to finish quickly. Immediately after, Bai Sha praised, the fourth venerable has taught his disciples very well. Yue Tian bluntly exposed her, are you planning to mock this seat? She replied, how could that be? The fourth venerable's unique martial arts aren't something just anyone can cultivate. Bai Sha paused for a second and then said, but that sword technique, this is the first time I've known the fourth venerable, a grandmaster of fist techniques, to be knowledgeable about sword techniques. Facing that profundity, Yue Tian calmly replied, I need to correct you a bit. It seems this isn't my sword technique to
Whispers erupted continuously. Was this the sword art of the peerless expert Tiannan sword guest who dominated Yunnan? He continued, Tiannan sword guest is dead. This is the sword art secret manual of Tiannan sword guest. The crowd then said, Tiannan sword guest is dead, so the fourth venerable is indeed, respectfully, we congratulate the senior. Yue Tian heard this and jumped up. Congratulate what? I haven't even determined the winner or loser with that guy yet. Is this something worth congratulating? Shaoan suddenly said, suddenly the truth is exposed. Yunhui replied, it could also be said that he killed him himself, truly unexpected. Those guys asked where that secret manual was. Yue Tian replied that he had obtained it. Yunhui immediately thought anxiously, hurry up and take back what you just said. But right after that he spoke up again.
This seat has perfected the weaknesses of the sword art and transmitted it to this brat. You could say he is the successor of both this seat and the Tiannan sword guest. Hearing this, Yunhui thought,
If so, then the result is that Haiyue Tian establishing an heir wasn't just to ensure the existence of the deceased Tiannan sword guest wouldn't be severed. Instead, he became the person who perfected the sword art of his rival, the Tiannan sword guest. Moreover, with this reasoning, even if someone in the Blood Sect recognizes the sword art, they won't raise any objections. The Tiannan sword heard this and said, "That is actually fortunate. Truly one cannot deny this matter. If not for that guy, Master's existence would have been severed. Furthermore, that guy also clarified that you are the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest. For this alone, I am grateful." Over there, whispering voices arose again. As expected, that was just the sword art of the Tiannan sword guest, so that child must have been taught the unique martial arts of the fourth venerable. Now that brat has finished his exam too, right? On the platform, Zhuobai wearily sighed. "Damn it, my nose is bleeding all over." The crowd below evaluated. It took nearly 100 moves to finish. Although not like the kid Yunhui, he can be considered worthy of that physique.
After that, he glanced at Yanhui. Seeing this, the boy wondered why he was looking at him and saying hard work. Zhuobai immediately transmitted his voice. "Even if those guys didn't run away during the wheel battle, they are still much faster than you." Hearing this, the boy was extremely puzzled as to why he explained via voice transmission. On the other side, Qingying raised his voice again. Next is the final candidate of the unit leader exam. Songwu Xuan steps forward. Yutian turned around abruptly and warned, "If you are as useless as your brother, I will make you starve for a few days." Wu Xuan was originally indifferent, but upon hearing this, his spirit burned intensely many times over. He walked while saying, "Du Jing and Kang Chichi, I challenge both of you." Yanhui was stunned upon seeing this, thinking, what was that expression just now? Moreover, this time there is both a pugilist and a swordsman. All three seem like they don't want to be unit leaders. Anyway, noticing Hai Yetian's expression, only one person used a weapon. Immediately after, Qingying announced the start. A second later, he froze in surprise. On the arena, Wu Xuan was suppressing his opponents with just his bare hands. After one fell, the other voluntarily surrendered immediately.
Yutian laughed heartily, especially seeing the results where all three disciples passed, with only Li Hua failing the competition, yet still meeting the requirements for high-rank martial master to be awarded the rank. After all the position exams concluded, the unit leader and the leaders moved to the entrance of the main hall of Lushui Valley. Suddenly, Shaoan said that for a while now, one of the subordinates of the Blood Hand Demoness kept glancing in this direction. He immediately replied, "After Tan Li Hua, who is it now?" "Oh, thought it was someone else. Turns out it's senior sister Lian Sha. Ah, no, it's Bai Lian Sha." She was stunned and asked back, "That is Bai Lian Sha?" Yunhui replied, "She probably was cured using the Han Tian Fu snow herb. She can be recognized." Shaoan emphasized, "That thing changes bones and transforms the body, changing completely." But he replied, "Her round eyes and long eyelashes remain exactly the same." Hearing this, she teased, "Hey, you recognized her in a split second? Is it good observation skills, or is it—" He shyly snapped, "Don't talk nonsense." Zhuobai then asked, "Why did Master come to the main hall?" Yutian replied, "From now on is the main point, because we have to bring back
Shaoan wondered what the selection ceremony was, and Yunhui immediately explained that, simply put, it was the designated assignment for new martial masters. The names of the martial masters who passed this exam were carved on a wooden nameplate, classified in order of high rank, intermediate rank, and low rank candidates, and the unit leaders under the command of each Blood Star or Venerable would take the candidates they had targeted beforehand and bring them back to their own forces. Hearing this, she asked, "So in the previous life, did unit leader Blood Wolf lead you?" Yunhui denied it, saying that low-rank martial masters had no right to nominate or choose. The Valley Master would distribute them evenly. In reality, it was a battle to snatch up the high-rank and intermediate-rank candidates. Over on the other side, someone fearfully asked, "Old Fourth Venerable is also participating in the selection ceremony?" Yue Tian immediately replied, "Since he didn't have any unit leaders under his command, shouldn't this seat choose directly?" The crowd felt aggrieved, thinking, "The Fourth Venerable is participating directly? We are just proxies, so we can't casually object." Then he turned to ask, "Starting with intermediate or high rank?" The person politely replied, "Starting with intermediate rank martial masters." A second later, Yue Tian calmly said, "Fine then, this seat goes first. Any objections? If there's nothing else, then I will choose." Immediately after, he placed his hand on the board containing the names of the candidates. Seeing this, the others asked each other, "Is he pointing at the bottom? Does he have a candidate targeted already?" Unexpectedly, a second later, the originally intact board appeared.
The remaining ones up top, this seat will take them all. Bai Sha and Li Hua gaped in astonishment upon hearing him say he would take them all. And Xing Ying and the subordinates nearby were no exception, their eyes wide with shock as they heard Yue Tian say he was taking 27 people. Xiao Tan saw this and burst into laughter, leaning sideways. Yuan Hui thought helplessly, even though I knew what he intended to do, he really doesn't care about looking at other people's expressions at all. Over there, Yue Tian still calmly said, I left 10 people behind to be fair, so you guys consult and negotiate or something, then take them away one by one. A moment later, Bai Sha slowly spoke up. Fourth Venerable, you have chosen too many candidates. Hearing that, Yue Tian calmly asked back, Too many? What do you mean? She immediately replied, Didn't you say at the Supreme Star Assembly that there were too many subordinates under your command? Back then you said you would act alone. If you choose this many candidates, how can it be distributed fairly to everyone? He then calmly said, You speak exactly to this seat's mind, causing her to gasp in surprise. What? Yue Tian aggressively asked. This seat will try to build a force of my own. If so, you won't complain about it being unfair, right? Since there isn't a single subordinate under my command, I intended to choose them all. I only left some behind to save a bit of face for you. Hearing this, Yuan Hui suddenly thought, if Master chose them
or we can settle this right here. I will tear your mouths apart. Bai Sha was at a loss for arguments, so she resignedly said, if that is what you want, then fine. However, she secretly talked to herself that they no longer had any reason to stop him. Now that he has declared he will develop his own force, it is obvious that he wants to gather all the martial masters under his command. But for someone who has been a lone wolf for so many years to suddenly want to build his own power, it will likely shake the forces within the sect, and it will definitely make her take action if she finds out about this. Yue Tian, a sleeping dragon, has now awakened. The young lady's future path is afraid to become increasingly dangerous. On the other side, Xiao Tan spoke thoughtfully. Don't you think
Hearing this, Yunhui immediately wondered, since when did you become so smart? This made her extremely angry. What are you saying? Of course I am smart enough to think of this. Just then, the Tiancorn sword complained that he did not understand what he and Xiao Tan were talking about. She snapped back, then you just stay silent. Thus, he sadly muttered 2 sounds and stopped. Scene change. Qing Ying said in a stern voice, We will begin selecting the high-rank Martial Master candidates. The 6 candidates who have passed the high-rank Martial Master trial, please step forward. 6 people loudly responded yes and stepped up. Then he continued, Before we proceed, I want each unit leader to say a few words so the candidates can make their choice. Xiao Tan began to exclaim, They get to choose? The treatment of high-rank Martial Masters is indeed different. Hearing that, he explained, Before I went into seclusion, the selection ceremony also took place like this. Candidates could choose the force they wanted to join. It can be said that from now on, everything depends on the eloquence of the unit leaders. Suddenly, a firm voice rang out, I leave it to you. We must get all of them. Use your magical eloquence to persuade them. Yunui's face turned pale as he asked back, How can I do that? He thought to himself, Clearly I am not on the same level as the unit leaders. It would be better if he
Qing Ying began choosing the pioneer. Seeing Yunhui step forward, he asked, Captain Zhao will represent the 4th Venerable. He politely replied, Yes, I will say a few words on behalf of the 4th Venerable. One of the unit leaders glanced at him and taunted, After all, there is a hierarchy here. Why don't we speak based on seniority? Yunhui suddenly realized that meant he would be ranked last. Bi Zheng agreed wholeheartedly with this view, while Zhang Jian wondered, Is there a need to argue about who goes first or last? The other person casually replied, Just following seniority is fine. Yunhui felt he was no different from Yue Tian. From the very beginning it was clear they didn't want to give me a chance. That guy Zhang Jian glared and asked, So unit leader Song will speak first, right? But Yunhui still had to compete for several reasons. He didn't know what to do to persuade all 6 candidates. After hearing Qing Ying announce that each person would come out to speak, he decided to adjust his speech after listening to them first. Suddenly Yue Tian angrily
But Yue Tian confidently said the worst outcome would be that no one chose him at all. This made Yuan Hui helplessly lament to the heavens. This crazy old man, who could possibly take all 6 of them? Up above, Bijan was the first to introduce himself. Pleasure to meet you. I am the unit leader of the 5 Poisons Legion, serving the 3rd Venerable Blood Snake King. My name is Song Bijan. The 3rd Venerable has countless talents. If you join us, you will be taught all the unique poison techniques. Then it was Zhang Jian's turn to recruit.
I am the unit leader of the Blood Extermination Legion, serving the second venerable Mad Demon Sword Emperor. My name is He Zhongjian. If you join, I will personally teach you sword techniques. And just like that, one by one they came up to recruit, with all 9 unit leaders taking turns to speak. Shaoan asked in boredom, why do all 9 of them speak in the same way? Yuanhui replied, because they all belong to the Blood Sect, so there isn't much difference in status. Their martial arts are what they are most proud of. The Tiannan sword spoke up again. It seems all the unit leaders are observing one candidate. He didn't expect him to notice this as well. That person kept a cold face while the unit leaders spoke. Yuanhui remembered his name was Cao Cheng Yuan. Just a glance revealed he was a first-rate martial master, with just a
I don't remember everything from my past life, but I certainly remember that name. Soon enough, it was Xin Sheng's turn to speak. Greetings. I am the unit leader of the White Blood Army, serving the 1st Blood Star. My name is Lu Xin Sheng. Meanwhile, Yuanhui was surprised to see Cheng Yuan paying such close attention. What is this? He had never cared about such things before, but now it was different. Up above, Xin Sheng continued to ramble on. I won't say much about the 1st Blood Star, as it is just as the seniors have already stated. Both the 4 Venerables and the 7 Blood Stars are figures of great stature within our sect, so I don't think I need to add anything more. However, there is one thing I must say. We, like the 1st Blood Star, have been the vanguard army fighting on Kai Peak until now, and we will continue to do so. He silently observed Cheng Yuan and asked himself. He reacted when Kai Peak was mentioned. Why is that? That place is near the stronghold of the Beggar Sect. Mentioning this, Yuanhui suddenly remembered everything. He used to wonder why he couldn't clearly recall this man. Could it be because Cheng Yuan is a spy for the Beggar Sect? Shaoan, hearing this, eagerly asked, what, a spy for the Beggar Sect? So he's from the orthodox path? But Yuanhui replied inwardly, that's not all. Half a year later, his identity as a spy will be exposed, and he will be hunted down. Hearing that, she asked, if we ignore him, will he be massacred? Will you help him? He replied with rare coldness, why should I help? He only wants to join the 1st Blood Star. It's unfortunate, but I have.
As for the old man, he continued to praise profusely. He is quite attractive. Is that why you were looking at him like that? He also performed excellently in the sparring matches. The unit leader of the Blood Extermination Army said that he comes from the Cao family. You must recruit him to our side. Hearing this, he blurted out, I'm going to go crazy. Then he thought discontentedly, does this old man realize he's asking me to recruit a spy to our side? Yet Tien heard him hesitantly ask, can I make a request of you? Hearing that, the old man replied, speak quickly. Zhou Bai, standing to the side, saw this and thought gleefully, seems like there is going to be some fun with that old man. He was enjoying himself when he suddenly
While the masters and disciples below were making noise, it was time for Yuanhui to go up and speak. He thought to himself, I must speak well, just stay calm. Looking at the expressions of the people here, I've made up my mind. To recruit talented people, I have to say something better. Thinking so, Yuanhui spoke up. I am very happy to stand here. I am also a disciple like everyone else. My name is Zhao Yuanhui. Then he paused to think, glancing briefly at the 6 people. His target was 5 of them, as the remaining one was quite hard to entice. A second later, Yuanhui spoke again. Everyone knows I am a disciple of the 4th Venerable Elder Hai Yuetian. Compared to everyone, I had a slightly better start. Below, people started whispering. He seems quite confident, huh? Let's see what he has to say. Yuanhui thought that pausing for a moment to let everyone focus and listen would be better, so he continued. Although I see myself as slightly luckier, I am also a martial arts student with the same desire to become strong and gain status in the sect. Therefore, I also understand everyone's thoughts. As he spoke, he thought, looking over, that guy Cao Chengyen doesn't seem to pay any attention to me at all. But he didn't mind and continued his speech. Just like the previous unit leaders, they were all people with eloquence superior to others. I believe that mentioning my master's merits won't have much effect on the fellow disciples here. Hearing this, Yue Tian grumbled in dissatisfaction. What is this Xiao Yanhui saying? Is introducing me meaningless? At that same moment, he sincerely said, although this humble
In just 1 year, we have made progress as everyone has witnessed in the previous tests. The candidates all nodded silently at Yunhui's sharp words. He was not exaggerating. Within 1 year, the 4th Venerable had trained the 3 of them to become the best experts in the sect. While he was on a roll, Bi Zheng interrupted with a question. Is your progress due to the fourth venerable directly transmitting first-rate martial arts to you? Before Yunhui needed to react, Qing Ying turned around to remind him, Sir, please do not disturb him while he is still introducing himself. Hearing this, he obediently complied. Shaoan was also furious at Bijung's action. Where did that guy come from? So annoying. But Yunhui calmly reassured her. He sees that everyone is being swayed, so he acted like that. It proves I am on the right track. Yunhui continued speaking. Everyone thinks that because we are disciples receiving martial arts from the fourth venerable, the candidates below were stunned upon hearing this. Some even whispered, Is 4 people too few? This force seems too small. Bijong also said disdainfully, With so few people, how much can this force develop that you're showing off? Zhang Zhen also chimed in, truly young and inexperienced in the ways of the world. Standing before those doubts, Yunhui still spoke slowly. Everyone thinks we have few people, but not for long. The fourth venerable's force will not stay like this. There will be many fellow disciples joining Master's force. At that time, the disciples who join and contribute to the fourth venerable will become the founding contributors, people who are respected as meritorious officials. Although the candidates here all have good martial arts, when joining other sects, you all start at a lowly position, also known as entry-level subordinates. This is a truth anyone can recognize. What I want to ask is, do you want to start at a low position or a higher one compared to other places? As for the fourth venerable's strength and teaching experience, just look at the 3 of us to know. I should also add, because we have few people, the martial brothers and master always treat each other like a family. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 immediately posed as a genuine family. Fearing it wasn't credible enough, UITN even used sound transmission to threaten. Smile quickly, or be careful I don't go crazy. This forced Zhuabai to play along. Thank you, Master. You are
What kind of family makes you suffer so much because of that old man? I know it all too well. Yunhui replied helplessly. Well, I have to exaggerate a bit so everyone will be shaken. Not long after, someone came to join Yunhui's side. This humble one wishes to join the faction of the fourth venerable elder. That person's name was Li Gui. He immediately replied, Congratulations, sir. The fourth venerable and we 3 brothers are very happy to have you join. Yunhui then thought gleefully. So that's one person down. The others will have to think twice, and that old man won't get mad at me anymore. Yet Tian down below was overjoyed to see his team being chosen. Shifting the scene upwards, Qing Ying solemnly asked the candidate if he had decided yet, to which the person replied he had. Shaoan observed him and reported to him that he was heading this way. Yunhui also urged impatiently, Come here. Seeing him struggling fiercely with his internal conflict, he sighed. Yunhui thought to himself, The other martial artist candidates are being influenced too much by the decisions of those 2 people. Hurry up and come here. Finally that voice rang out. Captain Zhao Yunhui, this humble one also wants to join the faction of the captain and the fourth venerable. That person was He Wenzan. Zhuobai down below said happily, There are already 2 people voluntarily joining, Master. Yet Tian praised delightedly. That brat Zhao Yunhui is doing exactly as I wanted. After Qing Ying called the next person up, he pondered. So consider it a success for me. The rest is quite hard to say. The person arriving was Cao Chengyuan. He thought this guy was the hardest to recruit. Observing the situation, one can see those captains are all transmitting secret messages to call him to their side. Although I really want this guy, he already has a target in mind. He wants to join and become a subordinate under the Blood Star. The old man wants me to recruit this spy? Should I let him join another faction to save myself the trouble, or try to call him over as per the old man's words? He has plenty of experience in deception, so I can't just expect him to listen to mere words. On the other side, UATN constantly signaled towards Yunhui. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, he even transmitted a voice message declaring, He must belong to me. I must have this person. Yunhui whispered helplessly, This troublesome old man, it's not like he can get whatever he wants. If he has already decided, then talking more is useless. It seems the matter is settled. The priority is to survive, and I cannot go against the will of the old man, Hai Yuatian. Previously, I was also a spy with plenty of experience, so I know it needs to be done. A spy fears nothing more than... Immediately after, Yunhui transmitted a message to Cheng Yuan, that beggar sect guy. At first, he stiffly replied, I don't understand what you are saying, but he warned him again, Don't pretend in front of me, you damned beggar sect guy. If your identity as a spy were to be exposed, you know what would happen without me saying it, right? After a few seconds of thought, Cheng Yuan had to compromise. What do you mean? Choosing to join the Blood Stars is the most correct choice. It turned out Cao Chengyun turned to speak to Yunhui. Unit leader Zhao Yunhui, this subordinate wishes to join the 4th Venerable's faction. While Zlobai was dumbfounded by his sudden change, Yue Tian said smugly, "Excellent, this one really has a future." Seeing this, Yunhui thought, so this guy has changed his mind. This might lead to his fate in this life changing as well, but I don't know if this decision of his is good or bad for me. Him joining under the 4th Venerable's banner might drag along many arising troubles, but no need to look far. The first and most troublesome matter is already here. The selection ceremony for high-ranking.
Zhuobai glanced at Yunhui and smiled meaningfully. How did you do that so well? We were chilled to the bone just now. He thought to himself, getting 4 people can't be counted as 70% yet. It's only about 60, just a bit over half. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately took a punch to the head from Yue Tian. The old man warned, "Stop spouting nonsense or you'll get punched, hear me?" A strange voice rang out. Even so, the young master's ability is not ordinary at all. Yunhui was momentarily surprised. Who is that? Why couldn't I sense his aura? Yue Tian laughed with interest. You've arrived, or are you staying to enjoy the view? Yunhui was slightly confused and thought, it seems he knows Hao Yue Tian. This is the first time I've seen such a friendly expression on that face. The old man spoke up. Apologies, my lord. It was so interesting just now that I kept watching. Yunhui silently judged. In urgent conditions where something needs to be hidden, he did it too well. Yue Tian walked over, patted the old man's shoulder and said, "Everyone, say hello. This is the person who worked under this seat 10 years ago." The old man clasped his hands and introduced himself. Chief of the escort squad, Zhang Wenshang, sends his greetings to the young masters. The 3 of them bowed in unison. I am Song Wuxuan, I am Zhao Yunhui, Song Zhuobai, disciples of the 4th Venerable, send our greetings to the unit chief. Wenshang announced, we have secured the number of people from the extreme
Jue County? That is the place for training new martial artists for the Blood Sect, just like Lushui Valley. Yue Tian exclaimed, "It seems so. This kid and you aren't that different." Wen Xiang laughed aloud. "My apologies. Since I don't have the gift of eloquence like the young master, that is all I have." Tian Nan spoke up. "The departure 6 months ago seems to be related to this matter." Yan Hui secretly speculated. Although he didn't say it, he must have clearly considered this transfer process. The 4th Venerable really has a higher vision than I thought. I wonder how powerful the force he creates will be. Yue Tian laughed happily. The head count is increased. It seems we will have to complete many tasks in the cave today. He shouted loudly, "You 2 twins." Yue Tian ordered, "Lead these brats along with Yunhui and bring everything in the cave back here for me." Zhuobai cheered excitedly. "So we will also get to sleep in a warm place like this in the winter?" He rejoiced. No need to sleep with spiders and centipedes anymore. The others heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of place did they live in?
He smiled and asked, "We need about 7 people. Can you manage them?" Yunhui proudly replied, "Of course." Then he surveyed the group. "Who here is good at Qinggong? Raise your hand." Shaoan exclaimed, "I really hate those who are good at Qinggong." She wondered aloud, is that why the master used to say one must be cautious of such people? Perhaps it was due to some incident that prevented the master from meeting the girl of his dreams? Shaoan quickly corrected herself. Wait, no, the master only cared about swords. Below, everyone raised their hands in unison. Yunhui thought to himself, that Cao Chenyuan, he's been staring at me this whole time. After traveling for a while, Zhuobai excitedly announced, "We're here, we just need to climb up this." Upon hearing that, the others' faces turned ashen, because in front of them stood a towering mountain. Suddenly, someone called out to the captain in a worried tone. A young man looked visibly terrified. "If we slip while climbing..."
"Can you give me a little time?" He chuckled silently. "This brat, is he scared because there are so many others going along?" Zhuobai turned back and instructed, "Whatever, but remember to catch up quickly. If you're late, that old man, no, master, will definitely fly into a rage." Having said that, he leaped up the steep cliff and ordered the others to follow. Yunhui crossed his arms and thought solemnly. The more he looked, the more he realized Hai Yu Tian's Qinggong footwork was truly magnificent. Zhuobai already possessed superior climbing skills, so he could lead them just fine. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Jia Wenhui from Hunan Province, Yiyang Jia family. Lost your mother at birth, treated as trash by the family because your dantian was destroyed when you were young. These are the facts I know about you. Yunhui mocked him. "Look at this. Just now you said you weren't a spy, yet you've investigated information about me." As the other person attacked swiftly towards him, he sarcastically added, "Planning to keep denying it or what? Then quick as a flash, he retreated backward to
My judgment was wrong. He didn't just touch the threshold of a first-rate expert. He has already become a first-rate expert. Tiannan, jaw-dropping in shock, warned, Yunhui, get out of the way quickly. This is the 18 dragon subduing palms. He was stunned. 18 dragon subduing palms? He silently questioned it. This is a palm technique that only the sect leader or the young sect leader of the beggar sect can learn. How does he know it? At this moment, Cheng Yuan was executing some technique, exploding with violent power. As Cheng Yuan struck with his palm, a giant tornado appeared, sucking in everything around it. He arrogantly provoked, draw your sword. It will be easier for you that way. Or perhaps you know you are no match for me. He closed his eyes tight and demanded Yunhui answer his question. Yunhui swung his sword at him while scolding, stop assuming things. Cheng Yuan reached out to block the sword and cursed Yunhui for being stupid. He frowned and shouted, daring to move the sword aside? Before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Yuan was knocked flying high into the air. His whole body trembled as he cried out, this source of internal power, you... Cheng Yuan panicked. You hid your true strength? Emitting a powerful aura from his whole body, Yunhui replied, knowing now is too late.
A month ago, he had even reached a new realm, so right now a first-rate expert was nothing to him. Cheng Yuan's face was drained of blood. His sword released streaks of lightning, causing Cheng Yuan to lose his balance. Instinctively, he raised his hand to protect his face. Cheng Yuan groaned aloud, struggling to keep his eyes open as he tried to defend himself. Yunhui concentrated intensely. He had diverted the path of his blade many times, but it seemed the opponent had reached his limit. He quickly discovered Cheng Yuan's opening. The man went mad with rage. I told you not to attack like that. When he struck out with his palm, Yunhui leaped up and smiled faintly. I knew it. Cheng Yuan hunched over due to inertia. He exclaimed in disbelief. What? Yunhui swung his sword down at Cheng Yuan from above. Unable to react in time, he whispered to himself, it's over. A lock of Cheng Yuan's hair was severed. He gaped and screamed as Yunhui slashed across his head. Sheathing his sword, the boy mocked. Stop pretending. I only hit you with the hilt. Cheng Yuan, tearing up from the pain, asked for the reason. Yunhui rapped him on the head and scolded. What reason? He sealed Cheng Yuan's acupoints and warned him, I've sealed your acupoints, so don't even dream of using internal energy. He cried out in fear. Wait, can we talk for a bit? I want to say a few words. Yunhui taunted, planning to ask who will play the
His lips curled up slightly. I can finally vent the anger from what that old man did to me on you. I'm truly grateful to you. After beating Cheng Yuan until his face was bruised and unrecognizable, Yunhui chuckled silently, feeling incredibly relieved. The trauma of the past 10 years had somewhat faded. Now I understand why Haiyuetin liked beating people so much. Shaoan spoke up. He has turned into a dirty brat, Yunhui thought to himself. Regardless, I was very careful with my strikes, not using internal energy, but only pure physical strength. Then he fell into thought. It wasn't just one or two suspicious points about him. First, facing the risk of his identity being exposed, he immediately approached me, initially threatening, then switching straight to attacking. Second, if he was trained to be a spy, then in any situation to prevent information leakage, he would commit suicide. But while being beaten by me, he cried for help several times. Facing death, he still clung to this life and begged for mercy. But finally, there is the 18 dragon subduing palms. As far as I know, in the entire Wulin, only the sect leader of the beggar sect and the designated successor are taught this martial art. Before my regression, the one who would become the next sect leader was Hong Kuei-gai. Yunhui sat down next to Cheng Yuan and asked about their relationship, while thinking, if he clings to life, asking directly is faster. He hesitated. Are you... He thought to himself, actually, I didn't know the current young sect leader of the beggar sect, Hong Kuei-kai, before I reincarnated. He was not yet 30 back then. It's just that if it's now, it has already been decided that he will become the next sect leader. If he and Hong Kuei-kai are both competing for the position of young sect leader, he raised his voice and asked, is there something wrong with becoming the young sect leader? Cheng Yuan punched the ground hard with both hands and growled, that wicked damned old man. It hasn't even been a year. He burst into tears. That bastard Hong Kuei-kai. Just because he's the sect leader's nephew, someone who studied the 18 dragon subduing palms for 5 whole years,
Yunhui quickly realized that this guy was the one pushed out of the battle for the sect leader position. He helplessly exclaimed, unable to bear being ousted from the successor position, you thought of infiltrating the Blood Sect to reveal information about their lair or gather some important intelligence to establish merit, didn't you?
Yunhui pointed at him and said sternly, "Does the Wulin Alliance care so much about the Blood Sect's resurgence that you have to go this far? But the young sect leader has already been determined. What merit do you intend to establish now to be recognized by the sect leader? And do you think the young sect leader or the current sect leader will just sit by and let you establish merit?" Chen Wen stared wide-eyed and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" Yunhui shouted in his face, "Do you still not grasp the situation? Suppose the sect leader intentionally leaks the fact that you came to the Blood Sect as a spy. Then what?" He looked at him with visible disdain. "That way they can deal with you without getting a single drop of blood on their hands. If that happens, won't all your efforts vanish into thin air?" Chen Wen froze on the spot upon hearing Yunhui's words. "Perhaps you will be remembered as a brave person who accepted the order to infiltrate the Blood Sect as a spy. That would be your only contribution to the beggar sect." Yunhui thought to himself. Thinking back, before his regression, Chen Wen was killed too easily. Considering he was a spy who had learned the 18 dragon subduing palms, there were 10,000 ways to deal with him. This kid was definitely abandoned. Chen Wen trembled, clawing at the ground, and said, "I understand now."
Cheng Yuan shared, "I hope he keeps his word. If even that doesn't happen, then I really have nothing left." Yuan Hui stared fixedly at him and thought to himself, "This guy, before grasping the situation of other sects, only thought about extracting information from within that cult. He hasn't even considered the difficulties." He raised his voice. "Why say you have nothing? You still have your life." Yuan Hui calculated inwardly. "If he is something discarded by the beggar sect, then I can take this opportunity to win over his loyalty." Propping himself up to stand, he said, "Here is an opportunity for you. If you swear to be loyal to me." Cheng Yuan was briefly surprised as he continued setting conditions. "Then I will pretend this conversation never happened." Yuan Hui extended his hand as he continued. "Not only that, I will help you achieve what you want. Make your choice. Will you die as a nameless spy of the beggar sect, or will you join me in taking revenge on those bastards?" And so he successfully won over Cheng Yuan. The man grasped his hand tightly and said, "Promise me one thing. If you can resolve this situation, then even if my identity as a spy is exposed or I am expelled from the beggar sect,
In the blink of an eye, both of them stood before Yue Tian. After hearing the whole story, his face turned ashen. "What?" Yunhui thought to himself. "This is the only way. If I don't want to die, and before the identity of being from the beggar sect is exposed, I must find a way to speak up first." Yue Tian furiously rushed forward and grabbed Cheng Yuan by the collar. He questioned, "What do you intend to do? Could it be that you are a spy?" Yunhui hurriedly interrupted. "It's not like that, sir." He closed his eyes and explained, "He truly wants to join our sect. To be precise, he originates from the beggar sect." Yue Tian wondered, "How do you know he is from the beggar sect?" Yunhui replied, "A few years ago I met him in Gulan County. I went there for a personal matter." He calmly recounted, "Back then he was still young and even darker and dirtier than he is now, so I didn't recognize him at first. During the talent selection for the 4 venerables, looking closer, I finally recognized him. Do you remember Chao Chengwen? He wanted to become a subordinate under unit leader Shan He of the First Blood Castle. When I recognized him, I transmitted my voice to him, and he was very panicked at that time. Cheng Yuan's veins bulged on his face as he glared at him. He silently exclaimed, "He is mixing truth with lies so skillfully." Yunhui put his hands on his hips and continued, "But it's funny that, if everyone knew his identity, he might have been eliminated from the selection, so he begged me not to reveal this." Cheng Yuan thought with a bit of bitterness, "But if you were going to do this, you should have told me beforehand." Yunhui transmitted his voice to remind
Right at this moment, a person stepped in and said, "We still can't trust him immediately, Cheng Yuan." It turned out to be Wen Sheng. He was skeptical. "Even though the young master said so, we still need to verify further if he really isn't a spy of the beggar sect." Yunhui silently exclaimed, "Now is the decisive moment." He said sternly, "During 1 year in Lushui Valley, although not very reliable, he gave me some very interesting news. He said that soon the relationship between the Martial Arts Alliance and Wushuang City will crack." Yue Ten froze upon hearing this, while Wen Xiang gasped, "What did you just say?" Seeing Cheng Yuan gape in shock, Yunhui immediately reminded him, "Hide your expression, you idiot." After all, this news was true. About half a year later, Wushuang City and the Martial Arts Alliance would end their alliance. The rift between the two forces led to the Wulin being split in two. This was the opportunity for the Blood Sect, which had been hiding for so long, to rise. This was something that happened before I reincarnated, but now for the Blood Sect, it is super important information. Wen Xiang hurriedly left while saying, "If his words are true, we must prepare from now." Yue Ten patted Cheng Yuan on the head and laughed with satisfaction. "If your words are true, I very happily welcome you to join my faction. Truly a useful person beyond my expectations." Cheng Yuan There is no need to worry about how the beggar sect leader will appear anymore. If you think about it, the situation has been flipped, hasn't it? Cheng Yuan turned pale with fear. If the Blood Sect reveals my information to the beggar sect, then at that point, I would no longer be a member of the beggar sect, but become an enemy of the entire orthodox path. Even if the information just now wasn't true, I would still be considered a mole by the Blood Sect. Yunhui spoke up. Now there is no choice but to bet, right? Everything requires taking a risk. Cheng Yuan was surprised. Can you read other people's thoughts? Yunhui replied coldly. Drop the spy act. Your expression during the selection was way too obvious. He froze. Just who is...
Cheng Yuan's sweat poured down like a shower. I don't even know if he really is that piece of trash or not, but my instinct tells me I will be in great danger if I become this person's enemy. Thinking this, he bowed and swore, I swear loyalty to Unit Leader Zhao. Yuan Hui replied, I know, now go do your work. Scrambling away on all fours, he said, yes, I obey. Xiao Tan appeared. Is that the lightness skill of the beggar sect, running on 2 hands and 2 feet like a dog? Yuan Hui froze for 2 seconds. I don't want to learn that. Anyway, the biggest headache right now has been solved. At that moment, someone was hiding behind a pillar, watching him. Yuan Hui calmly asked, who is it? Li Hua shyly exclaimed, greetings, Unit Leader Zhao. I have come to convey a message from the 6th Blood Star. Yuan Hui sneered, you remember me this time, huh? How delightful. She gently replied, true, since I am the only one who failed the Unit Leader exam. Li Hua laughed out loud. Surely you are more impressed with me now compared to when we first joined the sect.
Fast forward to midnight, Yunhui arrived at the agreed meeting place. He thought to himself, is it late? Anyway, since I released the news, the core members of the Blood Sect must have been discussing it all night. He quickly bowed upon seeing Bai Sha. Greetings, 6th Blood Star. She replied, cold as ice. I arrived late. Yunhui answered. It is all right. I just arrived as well. Bai Sha spoke with an underlying tone. It seems the young master is very multi-talented. This sect holds you in high regard. Then she suggested, so can you look straight into my eyes when I make the pact? Yunhui was so confused he broke into a cold sweat. What is this? What just happened? My Shantian true chi is moving on its own. Shaoan exclaimed in amusement. Did you just stagger? He was stunned and asked himself, stagger? Bai Sha released a fierce aura. You were able to withstand the Huan Yi Eye twice. Indeed, it is not a coincidence. Yunhui silently exclaimed. Although he did not know what it was, the talent of the Blood Hand Demoness was undeniable. A voice rang out in the night. This talent is a fated chance I obtained 10 years ago from a nameless senior. Someone smart like you, young master, would find it more useful than I do. Bai Sha closed her eyes tight and continued. Because of this talent, I gained the nickname
Bai Sha's face remained unchanged as she continued. This thing is called the Huan Yi Eye, and I will pass it on to you, young master. The Huan Yi Eye is a form of suggestion, a technique that causes the victim to temporarily fall into a state of oblivion. Bai Sha explained, those who fall into this state of oblivion or confusion, if subjected to special stimulation, will react unconsciously. Yunhui pondered. If that is the case, this is truly a terrifying skill. A place where lives teeter back and forth on the boundary between life and death in a short period, that place is precisely the Wulin. But if one is hit by this skill, they will fall into a defenseless state. Bai Sha laughed with delight. I know what you are thinking. She clasped her hands together and warned. But it is not as simple as you think, young master. If they continue to suffer slight collisions or are exposed to external shock waves such as sound, they will immediately wake up. Moreover, against those with strong mental power or origin chi, it is completely useless. And to execute it, the user must concentrate highly. Finally, when in a chaotic state or standing between life and death, it is very difficult to execute. Bai Sha asked straightforwardly, so, do you still want to learn? Yunhui clasped his hands and bowed. I have something to ask. He thought to himself, if the conditions to activate it are so strict, then this is definitely... All night long, the 6th Blood Star used sound transmission to tell me all the mnemonics and usage of the Huan Yi Eye. It seemed to be a type of sorcery different from martial arts, but according to her words, it required immense concentration. Besides the mnemonics and operation methods, she also told me other secrets related to the Huan Yi Eye. According to records, the Huan Yi has a total of 4 stages. The first stage uses mental suggestion techniques to cause the opponent to fall into confusion or unconsciousness. The second stage can control the opponent's actions according to one's will. The third stage can make the opponent see hallucinations. Unfortunately, the records regarding the final stage of the Huan Yi were lost, but the introduction noted that the final stage could push the opponent into illusions and seize their 5 senses. In any case, even the 6th blood star didn't understand its meaning. Shaoan was surprised. The name of the writer as well as the most important content were missing. It really makes one die of anger. Yunhui wondered, where did she learn this thing anyway? As Li Hua approached him, Yunhui silently thought, I was wondering why she was brought here. Turns out there was a purpose. Bai Sha signaled, give it a try. Yunhui thought curiously, since her cultivation is higher than ordinary disciples, it probably won't work, but why did Bai Li and Sha come along here too? Li Hua, cheeks blushing, shyly said, Young master, please be gentle, don't hurt me. Yunhui silently exclaimed, if others hear this, they'll misunderstand. Li Hua suddenly burst out laughing, then shyly apologized to him. She explained, it's just that your face is too funny. Yunhui rolled his eyes back, thinking, doing is harder than thinking. Li Hua teased, turns out, aside from being a disciple of the 4th Venerable, you're not good at anything, are you? Shaoan laughed uncontrollably. Such a funny face. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, to get mocked out of nowhere. Currently, I am only capable of unleashing the first stage of the Huan Yi. Bai Sha clasped her hands behind her back and reassured him, young master need not be disappointed. She reminded, because this technique requires high concentration, if you are too anxious, then... Speaking up to this point, she suddenly paused. Bai Sha was stunned and called out to Li Hua when she saw her taking off her clothes. Suddenly, a hand slapped her face hard, startling her. Li Hua was astonished. Young master.
Bai Sha gasped. Was that just the Huan Yi? How did you do that? Yunhui denied profusely. I didn't do anything. She wondered, could it be that Li Hua suddenly took off her clothes for no reason? Li Hua, blushing furiously, stammered, Me? Her jaw dropped in surprise as she looked down at her lower body. Li Hua hurriedly sat down to cover herself. Shaoan teased Yunhui, you're quite something. He looked embarrassed. It's not like that. I just thought that if I could use it up to the 2nd level, I could make her lose face. She asked, is that really it? So how are you going to make her lose face? Yunhui thought to himself, I thought it would be funny if she stripped naked and danced wildly. Shaoan gaped in shock. And you still dare to justify it? Bai Sha pondered. That was the 2nd level of Huan Yi. There's no mistake. Unless one cultivates for 20 years, it's impossible to use, yet he did it in one go. She asked suspiciously, are you trying to deceive me? Who taught you the Huan Yi? How on earth did you do it? He was confused. I really don't know. I just had some impure thoughts. At that moment, I thought it would be nice if Li Hua took off her clothes. He startled and corrected himself. That's not it either. Bai Sha shook Li Hua vigorously and shouted, Li Hua, open your eyes. Young master, do it again? Is she going to take off something else? That's enough. Liansha suddenly spoke up. That young master is not a liar. The matter is settled. Let's go back, master. Bai Sha turned to her and said, I know. I will trust your words. You remember to keep your promise. It's late. Let's go back. Liansha pulled down her veil while speaking. Anyway, today is not suitable for further conversation.
Lian Ya used sound transmission to scold him as a pervert. Yunhui, looking like he lost his soul, silently exclaimed, Damn it, I'm doomed. Shaoan immediately comforted him. It's okay, just find a chance to explain later. Hang in there. Yunhui shared, The problem is I don't know when that will be. She raised a question, but why did they rush back like that? Yunhui quietly walked into the room and thought deeply. Although it was accidental, I directly reached the 2nd stage of the Huan Yi. This is very important when I have to deal with other experts. Zuobai suddenly sat up, interrupting his train of thought. Where did you come back from? Yunhui sat down on the bed and smiled, replying, Nothing much. But he didn't believe it. Nothing much, yet you absolutely had to go out in the middle of the night? Yunhui was stuck for ideas. So troublesome. What excuse should I make? Shaoan suggested, How about using the Huan Yi? Yunhui nodded. Good idea. If I use him as a test subject, I can figure out what happened earlier. He quickly repeated the mantra 3 times, acting foolishly. Zuobai angrily clenched his fists and questioned, Why are you looking at me like that? Yunhui thought to himself, It didn't work. Clearly I need to practice more. He quickly apologized and changed the
Zuobai immediately vented on Wu Xuan, who was sleeping on the floor, startling him. Wu Xuan stood up with a darkened face. Zuobai exclaimed in astonishment, Why did I... Seeing Wu Xuan fuming with rage, he explained hopelessly, Wait, Wu Xuan, I didn't intend to do that. He shouted, My hand hit you on its own. I didn't want to do it. Yunhui was jolted awake by the loud noise. He froze for 2 seconds upon seeing Zuobai getting headbutted painfully.
The scene shifts to Jiangxi province, right inside the forest. In a cave, two people are exchanging words. Where did you get this news? The other replied, the letter was sent 9 days ago. The other asked again, are the other branches the same? The other replied that they were the ones to know the news earliest. Perhaps within half a month, all branches of the Blood Sect in the Central Plains will receive letters with the same content. Gema read the content of the letter and exclaimed, the situation is getting more and more interesting. He crushed the piece of paper in his hand, muttering, faster than expected. Zhang Zhan did not hear clearly, so he asked again, what are you saying? Gema calmly said that it was time for this sect to rise up. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan appeared extremely excited, as if he had guessed his intention. He ordered, call Jin Yuan and Yin Sai and arrange everything. We will immediately go to Luxu Valley. Zhang Zhan confirmed, call the young masters too? Gema turned his back to him and replied, that's right, it is time. This sect is still scattered everywhere and is not gathered yet. I must personally take action to seize this opportunity. Zhang Zhan silently calculated. To Luxu Valley, this is a decision that makes me suspicious.
I have been learning the Huanyi Eye for 3 days. During that time, I practiced countless times and realized many things about the Huanyi Eye. The first stage of the Huanyi Eye is exactly as the Blood Hand Demon has said. Now I can freely execute it by simply hypnotizing the opponent. But the second stage is a bit different. First, if hit by the Huanyi Eye, although there are slight differences, I can make the opponent move as I wish within the time it takes to count from 1 to 5. Considering this, even if I hadn't woken Tan Li Hua up, it's highly likely she would have stopped and not taken off her clothes. Second, a target who has been hit by the Huanyi Eye once cannot be hit by the Huanyi Eye again immediately, although the results show that the next day, Song Zuobai was still hit by the Huanyi Eye, meaning it cannot be used consecutively in a short period. Third, one cannot extract memories or information from the victim. The victim only acts according to instructions. This is a very regrettable part, because one cannot make the opponent voluntarily speak something out. Fourth, one must have extremely strong mental power, otherwise it has no effect on those stronger than me. In a way, this is natural, because the Blood Hand Demoness also couldn't use it.
Therefore, it is possible that the Blood Hand Demoness has only reached the first stage. If so, does a stronger Xiantian True Qi mean a higher chance of breaking through to the third stage? 20 days after learning the Huanyi Eye, Yantian had just knocked down a person. He frowned and raised his voice. Can't even withstand 3 moves? The Seat's disciples don't intend to stop at the position of unit leader, do you? He threw that person aside and added, however, even if the 3 of you attack together, you cannot get within 4 steps of this seat. You should feel ashamed. Yanhui cursed silently in his heart. Damn, it's so annoying. Because it's always like this, I want to prove my strength even more. But even so, it makes no difference. Hai Yuetian is a monster that even peerless experts must fall before. If I want to fight him on equal footing, I must at least attain the 6th stage of the Starlight Divine Art, just like the Tiannan Sword guest. The Tiannan Sword remarked, even so, I'm not sure now. Hai Yuetian is very strong. During the time we haven't met, he has improved a lot, seemingly equal to or surpassing my former master. The last duel between my former master and Hai Yuetian was 10 years ago. Indeed, Hai Yuetian's martial arts could not have remained stagnant. To completely defeat Hai Yuetian, one probably needs to master the 7th stage of the Starlight Divine Art, a round that my former master could not reach in his previous life. At this moment, Yuetian frowned and shouted,
The person who had just appeared in front of them was Lian Sha. Yunhui turned his head to look at her, thinking to himself that after that day, even if they crossed paths in Luxu Valley, they would just pass by each other. I thought I had discovered something, but why did that young lady come here alone? His train of thought was cut off by Yuetian's call. He told him to go ahead and come back later. Only then did he realize she had come for him. Lian Sha suggested they could talk right there. The first question she asked was if he knew who she was. Yunhui honestly replied, young lady Lian Sha, correct? But that answer was not what Lian Sha really wanted to ask. She appeared suspicious. Young master is smarter than anyone I have ever met, yet now young master still does not know my identity. This strikes me as strange. Does young master truly not know? The face hidden behind that veil made him fall into deep thought. Covering her face was only to avoid revealing her identity, but just from her actions over the past time, a lot could be guessed. Pretending to just find out would probably be fine. Suddenly, their conversation
Looking at him resembling a toad made Shaoan extremely curious. Yunhui silently agreed with that thought, but outwardly he still had to reply politely, "Yes, that is correct." At this moment Yinsai reached out his hand and asked, "Fortunately, this is my first time coming to Lushui Valley, so I got lost. Could you show me the way?" Hearing this, he felt that he was being looked down upon. Lian Sha, who had been forgotten until now, finally spoke up to ask for his identity. He turned his head to look at her and introduced himself. "I am the second disciple of the second venerable Geima, Cao Yinsai." Yenwei was slightly surprised upon hearing this name, as if he remembered something. He recalled that 10 years later this man would have the nickname Bloodblade Guest. Because his appearance resembled a toad, he was given such a nickname, but he was famous for killing people without distinguishing between good and evil. In the previous life, I was his nightmare, but the current me is not. After thinking, Yunhui immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "It is an honor to meet young master Tao Yinsai, disciple of the second venerable. I am Zhao Yunhui, disciple of the fourth venerable." This time it was Yinsai's turn to stare in surprise. He suddenly leaned in close, making Yunhui stunned. "What is it? Why are you staring at me all of a sudden? Am I so famous that you have to do?"
He stepped back, questioning in confusion. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" The guy replied, "Your master probably won't mind." He clicked his tongue in regret. "How could you be a disciple of the fourth venerable?" Yunhui clutched his chest, calculating silently. Even though he is a disciple of the second venerable, he has already reached the first-rate realm. With just my internal energy, I cannot cope with him. Suddenly, a hand reached out beside him. Lian Sha nonchalantly asked Yanshai, "What are you doing?" Yunhui also looked up at her. The guy replied without flinching, "A disciple of the sixth blood star. Even without introduction, one can tell." He licked his lips with disgust. "Ha, I accept many beauties as disciples." Yunhui could not sit still anymore, so he stood up thinking, "No, with him there was no need to hide my strength." He told her to let him handle it. Yanshai saw this and mocked. "Stepping up in front of a woman, huh? Anyway, I must let you taste my power." The two of them stared blankly at him, which made him pause for a moment. "What? Why are you two looking at me with that expression?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. "Well said. This seat also wants to see your power." Haiyu Tian rushed forward, tearing through the wind, and Yanshai was sent flying by his strike. As he was flying backward, another person appeared from behind. That person reached out to stop him from flying further. Yanshai struggled to say a few words of thanks. The person who arrived was his master, Gema. Yunhui thought to himself, the punch master landed on Cao Yanshai was neutralized immediately. Moreover, if Cao Yanshai calls this person master, then he
Yu Tian showed no deference whatsoever and answered directly, "Fourth brother, it has only been nearly 3 years. What is so long about that? What is the matter that brings you all the way here? Could it be because of the letter that was sent?" Yunhui stood next to him, slightly surprised by the old man's attitude. It seemed their status differed slightly, yet he still maintained that characteristic rude way of speaking. Gema turned his head to look at Yanshai, laughed a few times, then said, "That is correct, but it seems there is a misunderstanding here." Yu Tian replied with a look of disdain. "What misunderstanding? That piece of trash attacked this seat's disciple. If this seat hadn't seen it, this brat would have been injured without being able to do anything. How can your disciple be so insolent?" Gema slowly spoke. "Isn't it normal for young martial arts students to spar with peers of the same age? I only saw my disciple sitting on the ground. I fear it is Brother Hai's disciple who is too bellicose." Yu Tian mocked. "Then what about that disciple of yours insulting this seat?" Hearing this, he froze. His face immediately Conversely, right in front of the fourth venerable senior's disciple, he had humiliated the master, claiming the master's prestige in martial arts were quite mediocre. Yunhui was extremely fed up. Did he intend to use this method to cause trouble for others? Suddenly, another person appeared. That person's hand grabbed Insai's head and slammed it hard onto the ground. Master has already spoken. The one who took action was Jin Yuan. He directly warned him, putting forth that ridiculous reason. "Where did you learn your etiquette from, huh?" Insai could only hold his head and scream. After dealing with him, he walked over to bow to Yu Tian. "Old senior, I hope you can forgive my junior brother's rudeness." He stood with his arms crossed and asked back, "Junior brother?" Jin Yuan replied, "This junior would like to introduce himself. I am Hu Jin Yuan, master's eldest disciple." Shaoan wondered, Hu Jin Yuan, did he also become famous later on? Yunhui was also unclear about the situation, because he only knew of Yinsai. Hearing this, Shaoan became even more curious. So is he a disciple whose identity was concealed?
Yunhui also replied in confusion. If his identity was concealed, why would he reveal his background here? Anyway, something must have happened in the following 10 years. Perhaps he lost his life. In a situation of discord between heirs or martial brothers, the Blood Sect can be called the evil path. Disciples always compete with each other. How could
Yue Tian glanced at Yunhui and spoke insinuatingly. If you could have beaten that cocky little monkey, none of this would have happened. He felt extremely helpless because he had only been learning martial arts for a year, incomparable to someone who had practiced as long as that guy. He continued speaking, but this time turning towards Gemma. All right then, second brother, why did you bring your disciples here? If it was truly an urgent matter, couldn't you have just sent someone or come alone? Gemma cleared his throat a few times, then replied. This old man came to discuss a marriage proposal. Then he glanced behind him. One of my disciples with the young lady. Saying that, the group of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards Yunhui's group. He also glanced back slightly. Did he say he came to discuss a marriage proposal between one of his disciples and Bai Liansha? What is he saying? Furthermore,
The scene shifts to the living room of Luche Valley, where everyone is seated at the table. Yue Tian angrily slammed the table. What are you saying right now? What is the meaning of this? Say it again. Gei Ma slowly replied, Let's just leave it at that, Brother Hai. To unify the sect, do not cause a commotion. The young lady must give up her position, and following that, she must prepare to bear an heir. Yue Tian suddenly thought, compared to Hai Yue Tian, that old man speaks directly to the point, no beating around the bush. Just looking at the expressions of the subordinates, including the blood hand demoness, it was clear they were trying to endure this situation. Hearing this, Yue Tian became even more furious. Although I know the young lady has the right to choose her spouse, for these words to come out of your mouth, Gei Ma, if she is betrothed to that disciple who spoke recklessly with that torn mouth of his and then bears an heir, wouldn't that be harming the young lady? As he spoke, his face became more indignant. If you are determined to die by this seat's hands, then prepare yourself. Jin Yuan and Yin Sai had to bear the brunt of Yue Tian's rage. Their faces looked dark and unsightly. Yue Tian and Zhuo Bai were no better off. He thought to himself, this heavy feeling is as if my whole body...
Gei Ma did not change his expression before this oppressive pressure from Yue Tian. He slowly enunciated each word. Brother Hai, I am not here to fight with you. Please think rationally. After all, it is a fact that everyone knows. The 4 Blood Stars belonging to the First Venerables faction have decided to support young Lady Bai Huisheng as the successor. Just that alone influences more than half of the Supreme Star Assembly. Although my intention has not been officially clarified yet, the 3rd Venerable has also hinted at his agreement. Didn't you say earlier that you haven't decided which of the 2 to support, Brother Hai? Now I will ask the 6th Blood Star to see if anyone shows certainty in supporting young Lady Bai Liansha to marry my disciple. Bai Sha glanced slightly at Liansha, as if pondering something. On this side, Gei Ma continued. In such a difficult situation, even Bai Liansha herself cannot decide on this matter. Yue Tian had never shown Gei Ma a good attitude. He gritted his voice. So it is clear. Now it seems you are threatening young Lady Liansha, aren't you? Gei Ma placed his hand on his saber, ready to lift it. A source of power radiated from his body, making people fearful. Do I, the mad demon saber emperor Gei Ma, look like the type of person who would endanger the master's daughter over this matter, Hai Yue Tian? This time, Bai Sha.
May I address the 2 of you as I did before? The 2 replied in unison. Young miss, please speak. Shaoan whispered to Yunhui, What is this? Is the sound transmitting throughout the entire room? He replied, 6-direction sound transmission is a technique superior to standard sound transmission, used to conceal the user's location. The fact that all 5 people turned around like this is so that others cannot see her trembling. Although I knew her internal energy was not ordinary, to be able to use 6-direction sound transmission, is she already stronger than me? The voice continued to resonate. Uncle C, you speak first. You just went along with it. She began. Uncle C has decided to support Big Sister as the sect leader, so why still arrange a marriage for me? He respectfully replied, If it were a matter of qualifications, I would also want to support you, young miss, but this sect is currently facing a powerful resurgence, so we need a successor with greater strength. She spoke again. So you are saying Big Sister is stronger than me? Gei Ma replied, It is shameful, but that is the case. This is also to help this sect. Young Miss should relinquish the position to another leader so that this sect can revive more powerfully. And if Young Miss focuses on bearing offspring, you can carry a different status, which would also be considered a great service to this sect. Yunhui also somewhat agreed. That old man isn't wrong. This will also protect Bai Lian Sha, and just like the merging of the Blood Sect, it helps the
Goma asked back, "Then who has the qualification?" Yue Tian was stunned by his question. Goma confidently spoke. Among the neutral supremes, choosing a successor qualified to become the young Mrs. partner naturally must be decided by the head venerable. However, the situation is that other venerables have supported me quite a lot. Given the situation, can you really not approve? Zuobai suddenly had a bad premonition about this atmosphere. Hearing him finish, Yue Tian looked up and laughed loudly. "I approve?" He pointed at Yen Sai and spoke in a mocking tone. "You are truly good at calculating. This toad wants to marry the young mess." The guy was also helpless because he kept being criticized by him. Yue Tian continued. "Think about that proposal yourself again. A guy who flirts and jokes around the moment he sees the disciple of the Blood Hand Demoner. Among the 6 listed people, one was eliminated. Yunhui's eyes were suddenly filled with astonishment. She still didn't realize that the boy who was standing next to her just a moment ago had disappeared. When she looked back, he was completely gone. Gay Ma politely clasped his hands. "Please forgive the immaturity of my second disciple, but my eldest disciple, Hu Jinyan, is suitable to become the young lady's life partner." Yue Tian suddenly called out, "Hey, Gay Ma, why is only your disciple suitable to be the young lady's partner?" There is a saying that one only needs to look at the sprout to know the tree. Isn't this kid much better than those good-for-nothing disciples? Yunhui got caught in the crossfire even while standing still. He was shocked to the point of turning pale. Gay Ma used a mocking tone. "Brother Hai, are you saying your disciple is more capable than mine? You are quite confident in your disciple, aren't you?" Yue Tian confidently asked back, "Do I look very confident?" Gay Ma pretended to ponder and then proposed, "Then I have a way to confirm what you just said. Right here, right now, let's have my disciple and yours compete to see who is suitable to be the young lady's partner." Yue Tian naturally had never been afraid of anyone. He agreed, but on the condition that they compete in martial arts moves without using internal energy, because he had only started cultivating for a year.
Liang Sha was extremely annoyed listening to their exchange, because she was the person involved, yet they did not ask for her opinion. Over here, Yue Tian was still arguing with Gay Ma. Liang Sha was thinking about bluntly saying she didn't like it. She wondered if they would stop these nonsensical tricks, but this side had reached the final stage of negotiation and proposed conditions. Gay Ma set the condition to compete with real swords and establish a contract. No one could complain if one side was heavily injured or even lost their life. Yue Tian agreed immediately, but Bai Sha did not. Just as she objected, Liang Sha transmitted her voice saying that she also agreed. This decision made her turn her head to look at Liang Sha. Gay Ma immediately flattered her. "Young Miss truly decides for the greater good. I sincerely want to send my—" He hadn't finished speaking when she cut him off. "However, I also have a condition. My fiancé must be stronger than me, right? I will also participate in the competition under such conditions." Gay Ma had no objection, while Yue Tian laughed and said, "That is true. The young Mrs. fiancé must have such stature." Suddenly, Liang Sha asked, "But what if no one can meet my condition?" At this moment, Gay Ma was startled and asked, "What? What condition?" Liang Sha mockingly asked,
"If I win, Uncle Hai and Uncle Ge must pledge your support right here and swear loyalty to me." Yue Tian cheerfully agreed to the conditions she said. Lian Sha then pointed towards Ge. "And what about Uncle Ge?" He reluctantly agreed. Witnessing this scene, Shaoan exclaimed in admiration, "Good heavens, she's so smart." Yunhui also quite agreed. "That's right. In this situation, one can't just think of one's own benefits. If she were easily manipulated by these two venerables, she wouldn't have the qualities of a sect leader, a heroine dreaming of becoming the sect leader." Bai Sha stepped forward to preside. Before the duel begins, both sides must reconfirm the agreed conditions. On the side of the second venerable, the challenger will be the disciple Hu Jinyuan. On the side of the fourth venerable, Zhao Yunhui will be the challenger. Victory will be decided solely by martial arts moves. No internal energy is allowed. To ensure fairness, the two participating disciples will have their internal energy acupoints sealed by the venerables of both sides. Finally, she concluded, "This is a duel with real swords, ending only when one side is heavily injured or loses their life. Do both sides agree?" Both of them confirmed what she just said in unison. Bai Sha continued to command, "Everyone, step back to the wall. Both of you follow my lead."
Yu Tian was quite confident about the situation. That guy Game Ma had gone all in, even though it was a disadvantageous battle for his side. Yunhui felt puzzled. Everyone usually wants to do things that benefit themselves. So was that old man a fool? Yu Tian sent a message. Unleash your latent abilities. The boy froze on the spot. Then he pretended to ask. Master, what did you just say? Yu Tian smiled with certainty. Don't pretend you don't understand. Do you think you can pull the wool over my eyes? You aren't even circulating your energy yet. You are already like this. Your internal energy has long surpassed that of a normal person. I have trained in martial arts with you so many times. Do you think I wouldn't know? Just looking at your sword techniques is enough to tell. Go forward with the determination to win. He secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, Master didn't mention anything about his Dantian. However, hiding his true strength was not an easy task. Will I be discovered this way? Suddenly the old man added, but if you cannot handle this, admitting defeat is also
He transmitted his voice to his ear again. Don't look at me like that. I don't think someone who has only practiced martial arts for a year like you can win against that guy easily. Bai Sha continued to preside. You two stand a bit further apart. Jin Yuan challenged and threatened at the same time. I won't take your life, but prepare to become a one-armed man. If you surrender right now, you can keep your body intact. Yan Hui calmly replied. It's fine. I don't regret it. I want to participate in this battle, and I won't kill you either. Jin Yuan suppressed a laugh and drew his sword upon hearing that. Sure enough, truly the disciple of the fourth venerable. He also placed his hand on the sword hilt, preparing for a combat stance. Both sides stared intently at each other. In their eyes there was only the opponent. Bai Sha took a deep breath and shouted, 2. As soon as the word ended, streaks of sword ki were unleashed. Before anyone could see anything other than that sword ki, the battle had already reached its conclusion. The result was Jin Yuan having an arm severed by him, screaming miserably. Yan Hui asked in a cold voice, I won't take your life.
Bai Sha thought to herself, Young master, right now Ge Ma is clearly radiating killing intent. What kind of sparring is this? He angrily shouted, Didn't you just use evil arts? The scene before the battle played out like a slow-motion film. At that moment, his eyes had been a bit unusual. Ge Ma analyzed. During the confrontation just now, the moment he faced you, Hu Jinyuan staggered for a moment. Yue Tian did not deny it at all. What's wrong with people of the evil path using evil arts? Are you trying to make excuses? There is no rule forbidding its use in a life-and-death battle like this. This made Ge Ma even more furious. Excuses? He resentfully rushed forward to attack Yue Tian. Two massive streams of power clashed, the boundary between them distinct. Yue Tian was incredibly excited. Very well. It has been a long time since we had a chance to fight like this. Ge Ma agreed. Fine, let's end it here. Both sides flared with power, preparing for a fiery battle. Suddenly, Bai Sha reached out to stop them. Second Venerable, if you want to blame the young master, then blaming me would be more correct. Ge Ma immediately asked, What are you saying? She replied, The Huan Yi that the young master just used was taught by me. He gritted his teeth in anger. No wonder that kid's technique looked familiar. So it turns out to be your blood hand demoness's Huan Yi. If so,
The Huan Yi originates from the immortal arts of the Taoist school. It only requires the spirit and mental strength of the user, not internal energy. Shaoan wondered, Doesn't it use Xiantian true qi? He explained that perhaps the blood hand demoness had only cultivated the first stage, so she didn't know that Xiantian true qi is still used during the execution. Regardless, thanks to the 6th blood star, I have found the answer I desired. Suddenly Ge Ma spoke up, but if I don't check it myself, I won't believe it. Hearing this, Bai Sha was startled. She wanted to say something to Ge Ma, but Yu Tian stopped her. Wait, blood hand demoness, not everyone in the evil path is like you. He furrowed his brows and said, Second brother will only check the locations of the Dantian. That's how it has always been. Even though he is a venerable of the Blood Sect's evil path, he is someone who values fairness and integrity more than anyone in the orthodox path. At this moment, Ge Ma stood before Yunhui. He lowered his gaze, then closed his eyes and admitted, Indeed, the internal energy has been blocked. He raised the sword in his hand high, then stabbed it forcefully into the ground, admitting defeat. The sword remained there while he sat down in front of Jinyuan. Shaoan suddenly felt guilty, and Yunhui was also a bit stunned. Indeed, it shouldn't have been like this, for if I hadn't attacked him, my hand might have been severed from my body by now. But looking at Ge Ma at this moment, the Tianan sword
Shaoan laughed and exclaimed, But what good is the Wanzi Divine Physician's command tablet? Yunhui put on a confident look. If there was a chance, he might as well try. It was a very good idea. Ge Ma knelt down in admiration. I truly admire young Mrs. Forsyte. You anticipated this situation from the very beginning. You were truly wise to utilize that energy to gain my support. Since Brother Hai has agreed to the conditions you proposed, it is indeed true that you have inherited that person's bloodline." Yun Hui exclaimed, "What is this? Is there some misunderstanding?" The atmosphere suddenly became terribly serious. At this moment, Yuan Tian slowly reached out his hand towards him. He tapped his back to unseal the acupoints that had just been blocked. He turned to look at him in confusion. Master unsealed his acupoints without saying a word. What is this? What is this strange flow of air? Bai Sha suddenly turned his head to look at Yun Hui. Finally, he understood what had been happening all this time. No wonder he found it strange that the 6th Blood Star stood up to defend him. She secretly created an atmosphere to make everyone think that Hai Yue Tian was supporting young Miss Bai Lian Sha.
It seems that old Hai Yue Tian is determined to support Bai Lian Sha. He must have unblocked my acupoints, thinking there wouldn't be any more duels here. Suddenly, someone called out Gima's name, Uncle Qi, causing him to look up immediately. Lian Sha had turned to face him directly. He bowed respectfully with cupped hands and said to her, "I had heard the rumors, but it is true that you have recovered. Congratulations, young miss. You look as healthy as you were in the old days." Xiao Tan immediately assessed, "As in the old days? That old man lies without even blushing. She's just a sick person who recovered." Yun Hui speculated, perhaps she had never been this seriously ill in the past. Lian Sha held something in her hand and spoke. "Uncle Gi seems to have investigated me quite thoroughly, haven't you?" Gi Ma also noticed the item she was holding. She presented it. "This is the token that the divine physician..."
Lian Sha interrupted him. "I hope to help young Master Hu in the process of treating his arm." The person as astonished as Ge Ma was Yun Hui. He asked himself why that thing appeared in Bai Lian Sha's hands. The token of the Wanzi divine physician? Ge Ma received the token. "I am truly grateful to young lady. How can I ever repay this debt of gratitude?" Then he turned his head and ordered Jin Yuan, "Hurry up and pay respects to young lady." Lian Sha spoke softly. "It is fine. If through this matter second uncle's disciple can bring fame to this sect, then what is there to regret?" Hearing her words, Ge Ma's lips quivered slightly. Then he slammed his forehead hard against the ground. "I, second venerable Ge Ma, right now proclaim young lady Bai Lian Sha the inheritor of the Lord's bloodline as the new sect leader. I beg young lady to generously accept this proclamation." Lian Sha smiled slightly and accepted the reverence. Yue Tian was also about to bow his head. Yun Hui felt a sense of crisis. His master was also planning to kneel. Just like that, the final winner would probably be Bai Lian Sha. He immediately spoke up to stop it. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you intend to do?"
Yun Hui advanced towards Lian Sha under her astonished gaze. He clasped his hands and shouted, "The blood demon bows to the blood that rules the world. Disciple of the 4th Venerable, Zhao Yun Hui, wishes to challenge the young lady." As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of those on Yue Tian's side changed instantly, a mix of anger and shock. On Bai Sha's side, it was no better. They were so stunned that their jaws dropped. Gema gritted his teeth, stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Outside, the sky was clear and blue, but inside, Lian Sha confirmed his intention once again. "Challenge me?" She pursed her lips and asked back, "What did you just say, young master?" He asked in return, "Does the young lady not want me to be your husband?" Hearing this, Lian Sha blushed suspiciously. She stammered, unable to speak a word before him. She shyly turned her face away. "Does he really want to become a couple with me?" But then she denied that thought. Surely that's not it. But why then? Yun Hui added, "I am only following what the young lady said. If you defeat me, you can do whatever you want with me." "Well, is there any reason to hesitate?" Lian Sha bit her lip tightly and did not reply. He felt extremely puzzled. Why was she hesitating? She had seen the result.
Finally, Lian Sha accepted the challenge. She asked him about the condition he wanted. All of this was within Yun Hui's expectations. Sure enough, she knew his intentions and started to haggle. The Tiannan sword also felt a bit of schadenfreude seeing him face difficulties. Bai Sha continued to preside over the matter. Since the young lady had accepted the duel, there was no other way. Just like before, the 2 senior venerables would seal the internal energy acupoints of the young lady and young Master Zhao. Lian Sha told him to quickly state his condition. Yun Hui immediately spoke up. "I want to speak on behalf of my master and my fellow disciples. In the name of the young lady, please grant us the right of amnesty." This condition surprised her quite a bit. But he had his own calculations. Amnesty was the right to be forgiven for any criminal acts within this sect. Later, if she became the sect leader, it would certainly be useful. For example, if he wanted to sever ties with the Blood Sect. Or perhaps, his train of thought was cut short by Lian Sha's words.
Giving it to everyone is a bit too much. I will only grant the right to you and Uncle Hai. Is that agreement enough? Yunhui walked towards Gema. He agreed to her terms, but there was another issue that concerned him. However, I heard that the young lady possesses a token of the divine physician. Is that correct? Liansha smiled and shook her head. That does not belong to me, but rather to your master. More precisely, it belongs to the 6th blood star. She found it while gathering herbs. As she said this, her eyes widened as if she remembered something. Memories of when Liansha was a child came flooding back. Yunhui also remembered. I also found that Han Tianfu snow herb. Liansha replied, I thought so too, so I hid it away. I must apologize to the young master. Since I have already given that token to someone else to use, I will return something of equal value to the young master. Gamo proceeded to seal Yunhui's acupoints, and Yu Tian did the same. The matters they
Even if your master tries to stop me, I will still take your head, you brat. The arena is now reserved for Yinhui and Liansha. Yu Tian crossed his arms and smiled with satisfaction, as if he had guessed something. He spoke directly. Could it be that you truly like the young miss? Yinhui could no longer maintain his usual expression. He silently replied, I don't know why Master is using sound transmission to chat, but can Master truly not guess the intentions of a wise disciple like me? He replied, Regardless, I trust you. At this moment, his hand was grasping a ring. He looked to the side as the old man's words continued to transmit into his ears. I believe in your judgment. Bai Sha spoke up for the second time. Let's begin. The two immediately entered a combat state. Liansha shut her eyes tightly, confusing Yinhui. She closed her eyes.
He leaned sideways to dodge, silently exclaiming in his heart, too fast. He thought in horror, just a bit slower and I would have been done for. Another series of moves attacked him, leaving a scratch on his face. She slapped him powerfully. Before he could even figure out what had just happened, she had already withdrawn her hand. He held his face looking at her, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Liansha unleashed a palm strike towards Yunhui. He reached out to block the blow. When she pulled her hand back, smoke immediately rose from the arm that was hit. This power. He stepped back, but his arm was tightly grasped by her. Outwardly, it seemed she had lost weight and become gaunt. The hand with bright red nails attacked his face again. If she
Liansha retreated. She felt a bit of admiration for Yunhui, stabbing the sword into the floor to avoid falling over. Truly smart. He let out a breath, his mouth letting out a sound. That was close. Li Hua looked on in astonishment at the fierce battle before her. Oh my god, he isn't backing down at all. At this rate, she imagined a steamy scene between Yunhui and Liansha. Could it be that he is truly infatuated with the young miss? She recalled the scene that took place a few days ago. Young Master Zhao, you are truly bad. A few days ago you were craving to see my body. Young miss, you definitely must not lose. Bai Xiao looked at her constantly changing expressions and couldn't understand what was going on. On this side, the battle continued. Yunhui used his sword to block Liansha's hand striking towards him. Her hand was suddenly enveloped in a red light. That power, according to his guess, was a finger technique. Her finger slashed across powerfully. He wondered why her index finger could be so hard. I have heard that finger techniques are martial arts moves that are very difficult to cultivate, because during the cultivation process, martial artists have to repeatedly accept and get used to breaking their finger joints. My sword-holding hand almost slipped off. This finger technique is definitely not the martial art of the Blood Hand Demoness. The TNN sword also had to admit, this is the first time I've seen such a formidable finger technique. As for him, he asked himself, is it a martial art of the Blood Demon Sect? Answering his question was the confirmation from the TNN sword. That's right, it is a martial art of the Blood Demon Sect.
Gamal looked on with a hint of appreciation. That brat managed to cultivate the left hand technique? With just a sword like that? Not bad. The battle was still in a suspenseful phase, with dust and smoke filling the room. Liansha suddenly asked, Young master, do you insist on not drawing your sword? Yunwei immediately replied, I only want to uprightly and honestly counter young lady's finger techniques. In his heart he screamed, I said that, surely young lady understands my meaning. Since I thought from the start that I would hardly win this match, now I just want to confront and learn more about the martial arts of the Blood Demon Sect. Liansha gave him a compliment. Young master is truly a very interesting person. Then she returned to her fighting stance. The Tiannan sword mourned, This is no ordinary move. Prepare to resist with all your might. He completely agreed with him. That's right, just looking at it is terrifying enough. Yunhui's sword pointed towards Lian Sha, but it carried no weight against her. His face darkened as he cried out inwardly, dodging under the blade. Lian Sha sprang up, tracing a perfect arc across his body. Her toes lifted off the ground, and the Tiannan sword announced, "Now she is jumping upwards again." He hurriedly looked up. Yunhui silently calculated, "If I draw the sword and slash quickly upwards at that moment, with luck I might be able to repel by Lian Sha's attack." Just as he was smiling confidently, a voice rang out. "It seems to end here. Does the young master feel any pain?" Lian Sha, hanging upside down, smiled and asked, "It must hurt a little, right?" The result of the confrontation was that Young Lady by Lian Sha won, while Zhao Yunhui fainted. The scene shifts to another room. Yunhui wondered, "Why is it so pitch black around here? Is it night already?" As he thought, he glanced to the side. There was a figure lying next to him. "Is someone lying next to me? Is that Hu Jinyuan?" Jinyuan lay still on the bed, sweating profusely. His arm had been reattached thanks to the Wanxi divine physician. Yunhui turned over and sat up. He clutched his head in pain. It seemed the Shantian Tru Chi he had painstakingly
He lowered his head, looking under the bed to search for them. Xiao Tan recounted the situation, and he suddenly asked, "Was I really completely unconscious?" She immediately replied, "You fainted for over 6 hours. By the way, did you see that guy's arm being reattached by the divine physician? It looked truly gruesome. He connected every single vessel, every blood vessel." The two poked their heads out to look into Jin Yuan's room. Yun Hui wondered, "All right then, what else happened after I fainted?" Tiannan's sword replied, "Just as you expected, Hai Yu Tian swore allegiance and supported the young lady. At that time, Yu Tian knelt before Liansha and did exactly as Gama had done before." Yun Hui stepped outside. It was pitch black, but his mood was lighter. After all, everything had gone well. It was only midnight. He should return to his room in the guest hall. As he was about to return, he caught sight of someone's silhouette. That person was In Chai, standing motionless in the night. Yun Hui and his companion hid behind
Why is he out here so late? He even wisely avoided the areas with guards. He is quite skilled at stealth techniques. At this moment, Yin Sai was moving cautiously. In the pitch-black night, his actions seemed incredibly suspicious. He went to a forest, looked around carefully to confirm no one was there. He sat down heavily on the ground, holding a cloth bag. Yin Sai took something out of the bag, then released the powder into the wind. Yun Hui suddenly appeared behind him, his hand motioning to draw his sword. "What are you plotting?" Startled and terrified, the man shouted, "Who is that?" Then attacked to fight back, his moves flashing in the space. Only then did he realize the arrival was Zhao Yunhui. The boy asked, but with a tone of certainty, "The thing you just released is the 1,000-mile scent tracker, right?" Xiao Tan wondered, "What is the 1,000-mile scent tracker?" The Tiannan sword explained, "Just as the name suggests, it is a scent that can spread for 1,000 li. If this scent dust is used, one can track the opponent's location through a special method." Xiao Tan's eyes widened in surprise. "So he is a spy." Yin Sai looked down on the Frelish Yun Hui. "Haven't you heard that curiosity kills the cat?" The boy immediately replied, "Ah, so you haven't heard that the less careful you are, the easier it is."
He formed an initial assessment. This guy did not seem easy to deal with. It appeared he had been trained as a spy. He slashed across, but Yin Sai only gently leaned back to dodge his move. He thought to himself that this guy continuously dodged his attacks, truly a high-level expert. Yin Sai appeared even more disdainful. "Do you think I will be defeated by these trivial attacks? My level is far beyond yours. Didn't you experience that during the day?" Yan Hui calculated further. He had to change his strategy. He suddenly spoke up. "Put your shoes on properly first. Were you so scared you ran away and forgot your shoes?" The scent-containing shoe from earlier was placed right next to Yin Sai. The guy mocked him. "Stupid brat. You were lucky to defeat Hu Jinyan using sorcery. It seems you were mistaken to think you could deal with me that way. Didn't you intend to use sorcery on me just now? It's useless." Saying that, he laughed gleefully. "That sorcery only works on those with internal energy lower than yours. How pitiful. What are you going to do now? Truly pitiful."
Then Yin Sai suddenly exploded in rage. "You dare call me that? I will kill you." Yin Sai waved his hand, striking horizontally at Yun Hui, who leaned down to dodge.
Seizing the moment, the tip of his sword slipped past, striking towards the guy. He curled his body, spinning in midair to dodge Yunhui's sword tip, and a pillar of azure light appeared. Yinsai flipped over and slashed down, forcing Yunhui to retreat a distance across the ground. After both stood facing each other, the guy spoke in a scornful tone. "It seems your cultivation is nothing compared to mine, is it? Now what will you do? Run away?" Yunhui was not the type to give up easily. He swung his sword and rushed forward. "No, don't dream of it." Yinsai raised his sword high, smiling gleefully. "Feel free to rush up and attack me. I will show you my true power, the thing I didn't have the chance to display during the day." Suddenly, a powerful beam of light was struck out in front of him. At this moment, he still didn't understand what was happening. In Yinsai's eyes were interlacing lines of sword ki. The move Starlight Sword Art, Xingguang Sword Art, the first form, Xiaoya Sword Stance, was unleashed by him, breaking all the power of the move Yinsai had struck out. The smoke and dust cleared, and each person retreated in a direction to stabilize their center of gravity. Yinsai gritted his teeth and asked tremblingly, "You, how do you have such power? You are quite..."
Hide 3 parts of your true strength. As someone in the martial arts world, do you not know that saying? Xiaotan heard him speak and awkwardly said, "Yunhui, you are quite something." Yinsai frowned in annoyance upon hearing that. He decided to flee to save his life. Recognizing his action, he hurriedly chased after him. "You want to run away?" Yinsai thrust the tip of his sword into the ground and leaped high. He stabbed the sword down hard, creating a cloud of dust, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Yunhui swung his sword to deflect the flying debris. He felt puzzled by the man's action. What is he doing? Isn't the move he just used too useless? Shaoan suddenly spoke up to warn him. "Hidden weapons." Tiannan's sword also raised its voice. "Dodge it now." He immediately leaned sideways to dodge, following the warnings of the two. He flipped backward, and the hidden weapons found by Yinsai embedded themselves straight into the ground. Yunhui angrily gripped his sword hilt. "You dare to sneak attack me?" He rushed forward, striking straight at him. Yinsai, seeing
like blue flames piercing through the dusty haze. Furthermore, thanks to the aura emitted, I have determined your exact location. He moved his lips slightly. Starlight Sword Art, the 6th form. Yunhui leaped up, utilizing the 6th move of the Starlight Sword Art, the sword tip filled with power rushing towards Yinsai. The Zhuya return sword move thereby exerted its absolute power. Yinsai gritted his teeth to withstand this storm-like force. Ultimately, he still failed, knocked back by the technique, screaming in panic, his eyes rolling back as he fell backward. A deep gouge was left on the ground, with Yinsai lying inside that depression. He sat up, his body unable to stop trembling. "Who exactly are you? How could you avoid my hidden weapons?" Yunhui raised his sword high and replied, "I have a third eye. Now, shall we end this?" At this moment, Yinsai had stood up, gripping his sword tightly for defense. Tiannan's sword warned, he might flee, so you should strike first. However, Yunhui rejected that reminder. He thought to himself,
At this moment, Yinsai had placed the sword blade against his neck. "I would rather kill myself than die at your hands." A voice suddenly rang out. "Throw the sword over here." He seemed to be hypnotized and immediately threw the sword away. Everything was within Yunhui's calculations. In battle, if the opponent is driven to a dead end, at that moment, just a brief instant of eye contact when he loses focus is enough to easily fall prey to the Huanyi Eye. He quickly sealed the guy's acupoints, causing him to fall backward. He reached into the guy's mouth and searched for a long while. Found it. He tightly grasped the object he had just found. Shaotan looked at the object in his hand and wondered, what is it?" He replied, "Poison pill, tied to the molars by a thread and placed in the throat. It is the symbol of loyalty for a spy." As predicted, spies usually have 2 methods to commit suicide, but they often choose to end their lives by slitting their throats. If they choose to die by this poison pill, the poison will pass through the throat and permeate the internal organs, so the death will be extremely painful. Yinsai lost all combat capability, his voice trembling as he asked, "Why? Even the poison pill, you know about it?" Yunhui punched his body hard. "Even if I explain the reason, would you understand? And do you remember what you said earlier? Dying at the hands of a useless person like me, do you feel resentful?"
He cast his eyes on the person being carried on his shoulder. It was certainly caused by this guy. He had scattered the 1,000-mile scent tracker to report the location of this place. In his previous life, he knew the location of Lushui Valley and the situations that would occur well, but now, nothing was certain. Logically, Gei Ma, the mad demon saber emperor, had no reason to come here.
Perhaps the information he revealed had changed some events. Cao Yinsai also had no reason to do this, and he shouldn't have encountered him here either. If so, the fate of Hu Jinyun might also change. If his prediction was correct, Hu Jinyun would sooner or later die at the hands of Cao Yinsai. Many things and events in this life had changed too quickly. Thinking of that, Yun Hui clenched his fist in determination. Regardless, he had to hurry. The scene shifts to the main hall of Lushui Valley, where people inside were urging each other. Hurry up, burn down the building and retreat from here. Zuo Bai ran up panting to report.
Over there, Zhang Jin was also panting as he reported, young Master Yin Sai has also disappeared. Gaima looked thoughtful. Both of them disappeared by coincidence? Finally, Yun Hui appeared in front of them. Yuan Tian loudly questioned, Brat, where have you been? He slowly walked over, carrying Yin Sai on his shoulder. I apologize for being late. Let me put this guy down and I will explain everything. The people of Luxue Valley began to take action. Yuan Hui continued, it won't take long to explain. First, at that moment, sword blades suddenly surrounded his neck. Lian Sha was the first to speak up. An armed force of hundreds has appeared around the mountain like this. It seems these intruders are no longer scouts of the sect. Her entire face sank into shadow, her voice lowering. Don't move a muscle. Stand right there and explain, young master. Where were you that you had to bypass the guards? Even when the alarm bell rang, you disappeared, and now you appear with the second Venerable's disciple in such a state. If there is no valid explanation, you will be thrown into prison. Yuan Hui did not flinch. He slowly spoke. Take off the soul of the second Venerable's disciple.
In his hand was a paper packet containing white powder. He rubbed it on his fingertips. Then he brought it to his nose to smell, as if he had guessed what it was. Indeed, it was the 1,000-mile scent tracker. Jin Yan exclaimed in surprise, 1,000-mile scent tracker? Gei Ma also stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Bai Sha whispered to Lian Sha, is that how they pinpointed our location? Zuo Bai whispered to Wu Shan, what is the 1,000-mile scent tracker? Do you know? He didn't need to think and answered directly, no. Yun Hui searched inside his chest pocket, and I will show everyone this. He took out a poison pill. Jin Yan guessed immediately upon seeing it. Is that a poison pill? He continued. It was tied under the left molar of this guy. Because it was tied for a long time, there are still traces. Gei Ma was still in shock. It cannot be. How could my disciple? Jin Yan also acknowledged. It seems what the young master said is correct. Although it is a bit shameful, it is the truth. Because the poison pill was tied for a long time, the gum under his molar has deformed like this. Young Master Cao Yinsai's molar also has traces, and this is irrefutable evidence. Gei Ma wondered, how do you know so clearly? He answered, I also infiltrated the Martial Arts Alliance as a spy for half a year. Hearing this, Yun Hui was also extremely surprised. He didn't know that Zhu Qinyan had also worked as a spy.
Although everything had been cleared up, Qing Ying still had doubts. But how did you know about this? Poison pills or the 1,000-mile scent tracker aren't things a normal person would recognize. He whispered to himself, of course I have experience. But then he wondered, should I lie? Ultimately, he explained clearly. I woke up early in the morning and tried to return to the guest hall. At that time, I saw Cao Yinsai leaving the guest hall and going somewhere. I found his movements very suspicious because he was trying to avoid the guards. Suspicious, I chased after him. After chasing for a while, I saw him spreading the 1,000-mile scent tracker. Qing Ying asked sternly, so you ambushed him. That was reckless. Why didn't you channel all your internal energy and try to scream? Yun He replied calmly, if I did that, I'd rather just run away.
He silently answered in his heart. Of course, claiming that he subdued an expert a level higher than himself was indeed absurd. Outwardly, however, he tried to rationalize his answer. At that time, because I was still immature and lacked experience, I couldn't think of any other way. I took advantage of the moment to launch a surprise attack with my short sword while he was putting his shoes back on. Luckily, I managed to take him down. Otherwise, I would have been dead for sure. This matter had been anticipated by Yun Hui. Before coming here, he had intentionally stabbed the short sword into the body to create a matching wound. Shaoan had to admire his cleverness. Qing Ying placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke up. That could have cost you your life. He praised him, but you managed to accomplish that difficult task. Yun Hui thought to himself, even though he says that, the expression on his face looks quite interesting, doesn't it? At this moment, Lian Sha slowly walked over. If not for young master, I wouldn't have known who the spy was and would have almost let him escape. She cupped her hands and said, truly, thank you, young master. Yue Tian also laughed smugly. See how brave and courageous my disciple is? Yun Hui humbly replied, disciple only did what I had to do. However, in his heart, he thought, this might be a coincidence, but surely this counts as a great merit.
Lian Sha replied to him, "Now is not the time to assign blame, Uncle Gay. It is time to retreat. We can discuss what Uncle Gay just said later. It won't be too late." Gay Ma accepted the order. "Yes, young miss." Yunhui walked over to call Yue Tian to leave. It seemed his actions this time made the old man very happy, as he kept smiling smugly. He patted the boy's head and praised. "Well done. We were almost deceived by that spy." The boy asked curiously, "Was it because of the alarm that everyone gathered here?" He immediately replied, "That's right. But we couldn't set off because we didn't see you and that's how Yinsai." Over here, Gay Ma reached out and did something to Yinsai's body. A stream of purple aura escaped outwards. Seeing him twisting in pain, Shaoan wondered what it was. Yunhui immediately replied, "His Dantian has been destroyed." Gay Ma thought to himself, "Even I never thought there would be a day I'd have to destroy the Dantian of my own disciple. This action also means I have expelled him from the sect. If so, young Miss Bai Lian Sha is also." At this moment, Lian Sha coldly uttered a sentence. "Sever his hamstrings and tendons." He quickly followed her order.
The scenery changed once again. The place where they had just stood was now engulfed in the sea of fire, while the group watched from a distance. Bai bit his lip, eyes tearing up. I liked sleeping in the guest hall, yet Yinhui, standing beside him, urged him to leave quickly. As soon as the spy incident was resolved, the discussion regarding the retreat route had been finalized. It seemed that before I arrived, they had already discussed how to retreat safely. However, listening to them, it appeared they weren't just fleeing to a single location. They intended to split into 3 routes. First, the right wing, Gama, along with some elite soldiers, would escort the Wanzi divine physician. Heading towards the left wing, Han Bai Shaya would escort the person impersonating Bai Lian Shaya to cause confusion for the enemy. Finally, the straight path, Waste Blood unit leader Hai Yu Tian and us would escort Bai Lian Shaya. Although half of the Lushui Valley's forces were coming along, most of them were just low-level soldiers or intermediate martial artists. If we had to fight with full force, we would be the core strength of this retreat. Unit leader Shaya, who possessed the fastest attack speed and the best concealment ability, had taken on the most dangerous mission. Because the 1,000-mile scent tracker covered his body, he would attract the enemy's attention. This task could easily lead to losing his life. That mission required sacrifice, but there was no other way. Because we didn't.
"We must try to survive, even if there is only a glimmer of hope," Yinhui affirmed. The chance of them winning was very slim. He hoped to prolong the time until everyone completely evacuated Lushek Valley. At this moment, Yue Tian's brows furrowed tightly. He spoke slowly. "Zhao Yinhui, take the 2 captains there and quietly move forward." The scene shifts to a desolate forest. A voice rang out. Are they really going to retreat this way? The other person wasn't sure either, as there was no clear information yet. The one behind said, "I heard there are some formidable experts in their ranks." The one front immediately retorted, "Are you scared?" He continued, "Look at that burning stronghold. The moment they sensed danger, they burned everything down and fled. They immediately felt exhilarated. So they are just cowards after all. Our worries were in vain." Suddenly, the group collectively looked behind them. Someone wondered, "By the way, where is he?" The one who had reached the peak of a martial artist in just a few years. His superior level was equivalent to the 8 great experts of the Central Plains, their most promising individual. The person they had just mentioned was leaning against a tree, hugging his sword. He declared with immense confidence, "You guys are exaggerating, but I won't let you down. No need to worry at all." He added, "Unless an expert appears among them, defeat."
She clutched something tightly in her hand and thought further. However, dragging things out here would be very dangerous. The situation was not very good. Even at this moment, she didn't know how the information had leaked. Could it be? Her train of thought was cut off by a voice. "I want to eat too." At this moment, Wu Shen and Zua Bai were standing behind her. Zua Bai reminded him, "Don't glance like that." But Wu Shen said very resentfully, "But I'm so hungry right now." Lian Sha gave each of them a piece, silently lamenting. "Uncle Hai, young Master Zhao, please come by quickly. I feel so annoyed staying with these 2. The scene shifted to another place, where 2 guys were warning each other. Behind you. Since when did they?" The other one was just about to reach for his sword when he was suddenly pierced by a sword.
Qing Ying frowned and gritted his voice. "From now on, answer the questions I ask exactly. If you do, you won't have to die in pain." At this very moment, Yunhui and a few others were moving to another location. He thought to himself, with such a meager force, it's hard to consider this an ambush. It seems more like a reconnaissance or scouting mission by the enemy. He recalled that not long ago, even though standing quite far away, he still heard the sound of someone swinging a sword. Based on the sound over there, I guess there must be at least 5 people. If counting those using fist techniques barehanded and those using other weapons, the number of enemies is even higher. At that time, Yue Tian had told him, I can sense the aura of 7 people hiding behind that hill on the right over there. Thanks to that statement, he concluded that there were 2 people using other weapons. The old man added, one of them is a peerless expert. The others are probably just first-rate or second-rate swordsmen. I will handle that peerless expert and one first-rate.
He calculated in his mind that he would handle this second-rate swordsman. If it were before his regression, dealing with such an enemy would have been quite difficult, but now it was no problem. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he swung his sword. He stabbed into the man's body, causing blood to spurt out. When he intended to finish him off, the man's sword desperately begged for mercy. Stop! Don't kill my master! Yanhui immediately had an idea. Begging for mercy, huh? I just had a good idea. First, let's seal this guy's acupoints. The sword was extremely surprised that he could hear its voice. You can hear what I say? How can a human speak with me? Yanhui replied, Why do you need to know that? I just heard you speak, so I responded. The sword appeared distrustful. At this moment, he added, Surely you don't want your master to be stabbed through the throat, do you? The sword hurriedly begged, Please don't kill my master. If he dies, I will become ownerless. He took the opportunity to ask, Then tell me about your master's background and where his accomplice.
They must be wiped out for the sake of justice in the Zhanghu. Yunhui raised his sword high. If so, I have no other choice. Don't blame me for being cruel. The sword cried out in fear. No, what are you planning to do? He replied to it. I only chopped off one of his arms. Next will be his head. The sword fell into hesitation. But how could I? He pointed the sword at the guy's neck and added, Or do you want me to use his own sword to send him on his way? As the sword inching closer and closer, it decided to compromise. I will speak. I will tell you everything. Please do not kill my master. Shaoan looked disapproving. You are being a bit too cruel. Forcing it to betray its master is humiliating it. Yunhui was also out of options. I didn't want to go this far either, but I had no choice. However, he told himself, in this situation, there is no other way. If I hesitate, everyone here will be in danger. At a location nearby, Qing Ying and the others were inspecting the captives they had just caught. Yue Tan approached from a distance and asked, How is it? Did you discover anything? Qing Ying reported, This subordinate failed. They bit their tongues to commit suicide, or used poison pills hidden in their mouths. He turned his head and ordered, Fine then, I cannot blame you. Dispose of the bodies in places like the thick bushes, then let's return. Suddenly, Yunhui spoke up, attracting Yue Tan's attention. Master, I know who they are. He frowned and asked, What did you say? The boy clarified what he knew. These guys are from the Heaven Array sect and the Hai Lian sect. Zhang Yi frowned in disbelief. Heaven Array sect and Hai Lian sect?
He replied, Master, I have interrogated him. Behind him, the sword was screaming for help with all its might, but Yunhui was still focused on conversing with Yue Tian. I guessed there were accomplices nearby, so I sealed his acupoints and used sound transmission to interrogate him. I know they have hundreds of men. When one group fails, they will use a signal whistle to call other groups for backup. Qing Ying praised him, while Shaoan indignantly asked, Did you break your promise to that sword spirit? They continued to calculate. He was just a second-rate swordsman, so the information he knew was limited. However, the expert
Furthermore, the sect leader of the Halian sect has also brought hundreds of experts to scour the area for us. Qing Ying held his head and asked, Then, are the routes we planned to retreat from all blocked by them? Yetiam pondered and replied, Since it has come to this, there is no other way. We must forcefully break through to find a way out. Qing Ying cried out, My lord, but that is too dangerous. The whereabouts of the second young miss might be exposed. Yetian angrily asked, But if we don't do that, what else can we do? Go back and let them kill us? He stammered in reply, No, that's not what the subordinate meant. A footstep in grass, accompanied by a voice speaking up. Unit leader, 4th Veneral. Zhang Yi stepped forward to offer an opinion. What if we do it this way? What does everyone think about going down the path beneath the cliff in this adjacent valley?
Jing Ying objected fiercely. Absolutely not. That path has a sheer cliff on one side and a deep abyss on the other. Furthermore, the slope is too steep. Once entered, it's hard to advance or retreat. If we are attacked, it would be extremely dangerous. In an emergency, jumping down such a high ravine to escape into the rushing rapids.
He reached out and grabbed the man's shirt. The man frowned, speaking the words from the bottom of his heart. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. The enemy will never suspect that we would take that path. Qing Ying brought his face close to Zhang Yi and shouted, Unit Leader Liang, do you want to gamble with the safety of the second young miss and the lives of everyone here? Yun Hui stood nearby, lost in thought. I also think Unit Leader Liang's idea is too dangerous, but we have too few choices now. Returning to the main road would take too much time and is too far. Whether we attack frontally as per the Fourth Venerable's words, or follow Unit Leader Liang's advice to take that path, we must accept the risks that come with either choice. The scene shifted to Lian Sha's location, where a strange sound suddenly echoed through the air. She looked up at the sky and deduced, that whistle sound is coming from Uncle Hai's direction. Could something have happened? Elsewhere, a man was being held by the throat, blood flowing from his mouth. Yue Tian strangled him until his eyes rolled back, not expecting there was still a survivor left. He wondered who had been so negligent as to make such a mistake, causing the situation to be
Ban Hui's ear suddenly caught a certain sound. The number of sounds kept increasing and transmitting into his ears, from 1 to 32 sounds. He cursed silently in his heart. Damn it, the situation is too tense, with the sound of swords reaching up to 100 like this. Finally, Yu Tian made a decision. Hurry, move towards the cliff. Queen Ying was startled upon hearing this. Elder, why? He replied, there is no time to argue. When the enemies heard the signal whistle, they blocked all our retreat routes. Now they are all swarming here. At this moment, the people of the orthodox path were rushing straight in. This battle was unavoidable. A voice rang out in the forest. Second young miss, we have to split up, each going a different way. The owner of the voice was Yu Tian. Lian Sha felt a sense of foreboding, so she raised her voice to ask, Uncle, speaking like this means something has happened, right? He replied with a grave expression. That is correct. Right now there are many enemies moving here. Therefore I need to go over there to attract their attention and stop them from chasing everyone. Standing aside, Van Hui thought to himself, to make that old man say such words, I'm afraid the enemies here are truly very strong. Perhaps among them is the sect leader of the Hylian sect. Lian Sha sincerely urged, Uncle, you must definitely come back alive. He turned away with an assurance. Young miss, do not worry at all. Once I deal with them, I will return to catch up with everyone immediately. He also reminded those remaining, no matter how dangerous the situation is, you must protect the second young miss. Absolutely do not forget the gathering.
Zoubai and Yunhui responded in unison. We have committed it to memory, Master. Suddenly, he heard a sound transmission from Yue Tian. Yunhui, while I am absent, you must take my place as the commander to lead everyone to escape danger. Do you understand? He was somewhat surprised. This old man is actually transmitting his voice to me? The old man continued. Among those remaining here, you are the most intelligent. I hope you can help the second young miss escape this place safely. Yunhui thought to himself. Perhaps he saw that I have achieved many merits recently, so he trusts me quite a bit. Finally, he cupped his hands to accept the order. This disciple understands, hoping Master returns safely. His heart felt a bit vague. Truly, sometimes I always ask myself what the relationship between me and him is. Who would have thought he would trust me enough to give me full authority to decide everyone's life and death like this? Yue Tian instructed further. All right, you should take care of everyone's safety. After those words, he truly merged into the darkness. Qing Ying also sent a message. Among the people here, apart from Unit Leader Zhu, you are the strongest, young masters, all Yunhui. Everything here depends on you, young master. Everyone cautiously moved along the cliff path. The cliff stood high, and below the water surged, looking extremely dangerous.
Everyone's mission is to protect the second young miss, so we will have her walk in the middle. If we are lucky and the fourth venerable can block the enemies chasing us, we can leave this place peacefully without any worries. Yunhui glanced in a direction as a sound transmitted into his ears again. He thought with confusion, strange, why can I hear the sounds of swords in my ears again right now? And what is even stranger is that these sword sounds seem to be coming from the front of the valley, the direction I am heading. However, from these sounds, it appears that the enemy
But as a precaution, I will have everyone stop for a moment to assess the situation first. Suddenly, Zhang Yi turned his head and asked, "Young master, did you suddenly notice something unusual?" Yunhui did not hide it. "I discovered that there are enemies ahead." The man frowned in confusion. "Enemies ahead? Why can't I sense their aura at all?" He secretly replied in his heart, "Of course, with your strength, how could you possibly sense them?" Shaoan mused thoughtfully. "By the way, if you say the reason you discovered the enemies is because you heard the sound of their swords, I wonder if they will call you crazy." Yunhui immediately replied to her, "Does that even need to be said? Of course they will say that." Then he proposed, "If we want everyone to know there are enemies ahead, it's simple. Just let Unit Leader Ju go ahead to scout." Zhang Yi shook his head in disagreement. "That doesn't seem right. Unit Leader Ju is protecting the second young miss. If we let him go ahead to investigate, there won't be any experts left to protect the young miss." Yunhui was a bit taken aback. He hadn't thought his suggestion wouldn't be accepted. He looked into the distance, feeling a bit helpless. If so, how should we handle the current situation? Zhang Yi suggested, "Young master, for now, let's just assume there are enemies ahead. We should report back to those behind so they can prepare. Young master, please
However, in a situation where the path in the mountain valley was this narrow, there needed to be an expert who could break through the enemy's encirclement ahead so everyone could retreat safely. The people behind had received his secret signal, and everyone became more cautious. As he raised his sword high, Tiannan suddenly spoke up. "Wait, Xiao Yunhui." Yunhui wondered, "What do you want to say, Tiannan sword?" At this moment, Zhang Yi was still speaking. "It seems we need to hurry up, young master. If we hesitate, the enemy will set up even more traps." He stood behind the man, his entire body submerged in the shadows. The man frowned and his steps faltered. Then he was slashed down in front of Yunhui. The one who slashed him was none other than the young master himself. He suddenly asked, "Everyone behind, let me ask you, did you see the white powder on my scabbard?" The people behind replied, "Yes, correct, we saw it." Yunhui used sound transmission to interrogate him. "Liang Zhangyi, you bastard. If you don't want to die, use sound transmission to answer my question immediately. Who are you?" The man trembled and asked back, "Young master, what is wrong? Why did you attack me?" He directly exposed the man. "You still deny it? You smeared the 1,000-mile
Thanks to the ability to hear the voice of the Sword Heart, I was able to escape death in this situation. If I hadn't detected it in time, I would have unintentionally led everyone to their deaths." He angrily transmitted his voice to Zhang Yi. "You bastard, don't even think about denying your guilt. I checked with the martial artists behind us, and they all said they saw the 1,000-mile scent tracker on my sword scabbard. I was careless to think the enemy had been lured away by the Fourth Venerable, but I didn't expect there to be so many ambushes ahead. Thanks to my vigilance, I discovered your plot. Bastard, tell me immediately, what is the reason for your actions?" At this moment, Yunhui's sword was already pressed against the guy's neck. He wondered to himself, there is a difference here. The 1,000-mile scent tracker of this Liang Zhangyi is different from the type that the toad Cao Yensai used in the valley. Are these two on the same side or different? This is very hard to guess. It's possible they are on the same side but use different.
There was no time to think too much. The reason he lured everyone down this path might be because they had already set up an ambush ahead. He suddenly thought of something. Could this be the reason? He transmitted his voice into the guy's ear. "Earlier in the valley, an enemy blew a whistle to signal the alarm. It was because you only knocked him out. So when that enemy woke up, he took the opportunity while no one was paying attention to alert the Orthodox Path people. Did you intentionally spare that enemy, didn't you, Liang Zhangyi?" Hearing this, his face turned pale. He was about to scream, "I didn't," when he was disposed of by a single sword strike from him. Yunhui continued calculating. The situation was too dangerous. If they went to the end of this road, they would certainly encounter an ambush, but now that he had guessed their intentions, he couldn't let them succeed. Wen Shang stepped up and wondered, "Young master, why stop in the middle of the road?" He immediately replied, "There was an enemy ambush ahead." He asked again, "Ambush? How do you know? And why did the young master kill unit leader Liang Zhangyi?" He answered, "That bastard Liang Zhangyi was a spy planted in our army." Hearing this, Lian Sha was startled. "Are you saying unit leader Liang Zhangyi was a spy? He smeared 1,000-mile scent tracker on my sword scabbard." Hearing that, Lian Sha immediately reached out and touched his scabbard. Wen Shang also acknowledged, "So that's how it is. There is an enemy ambush ahead. I was paying attention but didn't hear it. But now that the young master has warned us, I concentrated hard and could only hear a little noise coming from ahead." The young master truly has strength surpassing others. Lian Sha brought her finger to her nose to smell and then concluded, "This scent seems a bit different from the scent in the valley earlier." Yunhui was extremely curious. It was indeed strange. He was, after all, a spy in his previous life, so he could distinguish between these two scents. But how could the second young miss distinguish them? Then he placed his hand on the sword strap. This scabbard had
The scabbard has been with me for so many years, he immediately promised him. Rest assured, in the future I will find a better scabbard for you. After that, he turned to everyone and said, We don't have much time left. Let's retreat quickly. Lian Sha suddenly called out to him. Young master, she said thoughtfully, I think unit leader Liang Zhongyi is not a spy. No, but in this case it might be possible. He wondered in his heart. What is it now? She says Liang Zhongyi is not a spy, but in this case implies he is. What does that mean? She added, This is a bit hard to explain, but unit leader Liang Zhongyi and my big sister have... As she was speaking, suddenly a sound transmitted into his ear. Wen Shang hurriedly cried out, It's bad. It seems they have already swarmed here. Let's retreat quickly. He hurriedly said, Second young miss, they have arrived very fast.
A group of people holding swords rushed down to where they were standing. They descended powerfully, their eyes glaring fiercely. Wen Shang hurriedly shouted, All guards follow me to block the enemy. The rest protect the second young miss. Young miss, retreat quickly. The situation was a bit chaotic. Above, the group of people kept closing in. Someone shouted loudly, They are here. Everyone prepare for battle. The newcomers raised the swords in their hands high. The scene shifts to another place. In a cold and gloomy space, a voice rang out. This subordinate is also unsure if that will happen or not. Zhang Long spoke up. But whatever the eldest young miss commands, this subordinate always obeys. Toishang did not hold back and said directly, Enough, I understand what you mean. You are just showing off that you are a person with accurate foresight for supporting the eldest daughter like me, aren't you? The old man replied, Well, the eldest young miss has seen it too. I, along with the first venerable and many other blood stars, have always supported you. As for those supporting the second young miss, there is no one other than the third blood star and the sixth blood star. Toishang looked into the distance, her voice deepening. As long as we dispose of them all, I can restore this sect. Zhang Long hesitated slightly. Young miss is not wrong, but does the eldest young miss remember what this subordinate told you? Toishang turned her head and asked, You mean not letting that little girl have any chance to raise her head? The old man replied, Yes, exactly. In some aspect, the blood flowing in the second young miss is the blood of the sect leader. If she has even a tiny opportunity,
And then there is Lord Fourth Venerable. If he also stands on the side of the second young miss, then the supporting forces of both sides will be equal. That is exactly why we need to make a move on her first, before those two venerables have any intention of supporting her. Tu Xiang offered her opinion. If we could pull the Fourth Venerable to our side, it would be wonderful, but this seems very difficult. But why do you say that the Fourth Venerable will come here to submit under my command? Even though I have previously sent many diplomats with beneficial offers for him, they were all rejected. The old man smiled confidently. First young miss, rest assured, the Fourth Venerable will come here, because he will have nothing left to lose, first young miss. The scene shifted. On the other side,
on that side, dust and smoke obscured the sky. On this side, Yunhui was silently calculating. Using a flying spear thrown from a great distance to injure him and force him back? A person capable of throwing a spear with such powerful force is certainly no ordinary character. The technique of the move, the way internal energy was transmitted into the flying spear to launch it, shows that this person's internal energy is truly mighty. The person who just threw that flying spear must be the one standing there with arms crossed. I haven't tested the power of that flying spear yet, but seeing Unit Leader Zong injured after being hit by it, I can conclude that this person's strength ranks only below the 4 venerables of this sect and the 7 blood stars. Can I block him? He calculated silently. If I risk my life to fight him, perhaps the second young miss will have a little time to retreat. Yunhui wasn't in a hurry yet, but Shaoan was unbearably anxious. Hey, why haven't you run away yet? Why care about the life and death of others? He also somewhat agreed with her. The sword spirit was right. If one cannot keep one's own life, why care about anyone else? He didn't understand since when he had become such a loyal disciple of the Blood Sect. Whatever happens, if one does not look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Let's worry about my own little life first. He turned his head to look behind, where the fierce waves were rolling, and pondered.
Not to mention the submerged rocks down there. But all in all, if there is no other way, we still have to jump. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Is there anyone named Bai Lian Sha among you? At this moment, Yunhui noticed the movement over there. So that's it. Are they targeting her? Wuji's group jumped down, moving in front of Yunhui's group. The man holding a large mace threatened. I say, if Bai Lian Sha isn't here, you have nowhere left to hide. But if she is here, just hand Bai Lian Sha over, and I will give you a way to live. Everyone remained silent, not answering him. He continued, "Looking at your eyes, I don't need you to speak to guess part of it.
Wenshang pulled the spear, piercing his body out decisively. He tapped his acupoints near the wound to stop the bleeding. Then he valiantly faced them. Looking at the situation, Yunhui understood somewhat. Unit leader Zhang seemed to want to fight them to the death. That wouldn't do. With everyone's current strength here, fighting back would only lead to death. He shut his eyes tight, forcing himself to calm down. He transmitted his voice to him. "Unit leader Zhang, I will stay behind to hold them off. Unit leader, you must quickly lead everyone to escape. Fighting to the death with them is impossible. Our strength is not enough to confront them." Wenshang wanted to say something. "Young master, wait a moment." But Yunhui turned away without looking on, panicked and cried out, "Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you running?" He reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm just staying to buy a little time. I don't want to die yet. After everyone retreats a bit, if I can't beat them, I can jump down that cliff to escape." At this moment, Yunhui was standing facing a group of people. The man holding a mace raised his voice. "Did you bastards not hear what we said? We don't have time to wait for you. Hand over Bai Li and shot immediately." He pressed the tip of his sword into the ground. Replying to the man was Yunhui's question. "Everyone, looking at you, you don't seem to be from the Woolen Alliance. If you are not from the Woolen Alliance, why must you force us to such a dead end?"
He asked again, "So tell me, Senior, why would you spare us just for handing over Bai Li and Sha? What you say is completely contradictory." Yunhui concluded decisively. "The goal of the Wulin Alliance is to exterminate the entire Blood Sect. How could you spare us for the sake of one person? Think about it. Isn't what you're saying utterly absurd and ridiculous?" Wuji finally spoke up. "You little brat, are you still running your glib mouth talking nonsense? You must want to die faster. Our Wulin Alliance has spread out across this mountain range to ambush you all. No matter where you run, you will die." He immediately seized the key point. "The more you speak, the more wrong you are. If you are all from the Wulin Alliance, does it matter who arrives first or last? Why did you say we don't have much time left?" He began to analyze. "Before I always wondered why. Among us there was one person who kept saying we had to go towards the mountain path below this canyon to have a chance to escape. Later,
He concluded the matter. "But now it is clear to me. He is the person you planted in our team, isn't that right?" The other man comfortably admitted, "You are quite smart. At this point there is no need for me to deny it. He is indeed the spy we planted in your team. If you already know we could plant someone in your place once, then there will be other times. Therefore, no matter where you hide, I can still track you down." He replied, "That's good. I also thank you very much for saying that." The man frowned at his words. Yunhui smirked. "Thanks to that statement, I know that there are currently no other spies in our team. I thank you very much for revealing that secret to me." Then his eyes suddenly hardened. "If you still had spies in our ranks, you would have been able to identify Bailey and Sha immediately, so why waste time asking questions? Doesn't that spy know how to use sound transmission to point her out to you?" Wu Ji had no more patience with him.
When they were about to advance, they were stopped by him. "Wait a moment. If I'm not mistaken, you are people of the eldest young miss by Tui Hung, aren't you?" He was certain. If they weren't the eldest young miss's people, why would they be looking for the second young miss by Lian Sha? Those on Lian Sha's side were startled and frowned upon hearing this. Are they the eldest young miss's people? Zhua Bai wondered. In that case, we are all disciples of our Blood Sect. Why would they? After being exposed by him, these men were furious. One guy raised his spear with malicious intent. "Kill that guy quickly!" The move tore through the wind, rushing towards Yunri. He calculated, if I use Xiantian True Qi, I can catch that flying spear. Reaching out to catch the spearhead, he threw it back at them. "Take this back, you bastards!" After countering the move, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone run!" In his heart, he thought, it's time for everyone to fend for themselves. This is all I can do. Wu Ji effortlessly caught the spearhead. At a glance, you are merely a first-rate expert, but being able to catch that spear of mine, I am quite impressed by you. However, you will have to die here today. There is no other way. Saying that, he raised the spear high.
That flying spear was completely different from before. He had infused a great deal of internal energy into it. Could it be that I will lose my life here? The spear stopped just a short distance from him. A voice suddenly rang out. "Kid, you're not bad." The spear tip had been caught by someone. Yunhui turned around to look. The voice belonged to the second venerable Gei Ma. At this moment, Gei Ma had removed his face covering to reveal his face. Lian Sha also stepped up to his side. "Young master, thank you very much." He thought to himself,
Bai Lian Sha, hasn't she run away yet? Why is she still staying here? She spoke sincerely. Thanks to you, young master, I cannot confirm that we no longer have any spies on our ranks. He was even more surprised to see the blood hand demoness Han Baik Sha arrive as well. Yunhui's face stiffened. So from the beginning, they didn't split their forces to distract the Woolen Alliance, or followed us instead. They deceived me from the very start? Truly dangerous. I couldn't detect it at all. The intention to split into 3 paths was fake from the beginning. The schemes of these demon heads are truly not to be underestimated. Wuji gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. They brought their whole army here. The person next to him also glared and shouted. We've been tricked. No one thought the second Venerable would side with Bai Lian Sha. Wuji signaled to those behind him. They are all experts at the Venerable and Bloodstar levels. We have no chance of winning. Retreat immediately.
Did these people finally realize it is the 4th Venerable? He held out a human head and said, Do you think you can hold me back with just this bastard? Yue Tian threw the head straight down the abyss. His aura flared up, powerful and fierce. He slowly approached, declaring powerfully and eloquently, From this moment on, anyone who wants to escape from here, just look at the head of that board just now and take it as an example. A person who did not know his own limits rushed forward with a saber to attack Yue Tian. He simply reached out gently and caught the man's saber. The man cried out in astonishment. How is this possible? Catching a saber with bare hands? Yue Tian gripped the saber tightly and whipped it to the side, causing the man to fall to the ground. He grabbed the man's leg with his hand. The man's face scrunched up. He lifted the man's leg high, then slammed him hard onto the ground, shouting loudly, You're good. After the slam, the man could only let out a groan.
Yunhui looked at the motionless crowd, thinking to himself that seeing their comrades killed like that, yet no one dared to step forward to rescue them, meant they all understood it was merely a path to certain death. The power radiating from Yue Tian's body made people unable to help but feel awe and fear. Say what you will, facing Yue Tian was no different from facing a terrifying beast. He was like the incarnation of a tiger, ready to swallow his prey whole. Wuji suddenly spoke up. Everyone step back. Leave that old man to me. He walked up to him and said, Truly a strange old man. I had heard of your reputation before, but didn't know your true strength. But now facing you, I realize it. Although my name isn't as famous as yours, my strength is not inferior to yours in the slightest. Before, my subordinates always compared me to you, which annoyed me greatly. Today is a good opportunity for us to compete and see the result. Let's fight with all our might. A light flashed. It was unclear what had just happened. Yue Tian's hand threw a punch, and Wuji caught it. He frowned as he blocked. Fast and strong fist technique, but there was no need to strike so immediately. His other hand
Yue Tian's moves were a bit overwhelming for Wuji. He admitted, I underestimated you too much. Your strength is indeed a level above mine. However, if you only know how to use fierce force to strengthen your body to launch such fierce moves, it is not enough to take me down. Saying that, his hand began to clench tightly again. At a glance, it looked like many arms were rushing towards Yue Tian. He curled his lips in amusement, his legs bent down, and his hand struck out to counter Wuji's punch. He got into a ready stance, one palm open, striking forward. Yue Tian suddenly clenched his fist, power flowing ceaselessly from between his fingers. He swung his hand forward, blocking Wuji's attack. His face darkened. What? Has that fist technique changed? His eyes widened in disbelief, because Yue Tian had landed a powerful punch on his stomach. His eyes glared, his expression full of shocked disbelief. At this moment, his punch had also aimed at Yue Tian's face. He dodged, and dust swirled around them. Yunhui, acting as an observer, made a judgment. Watching this battle, it could not be denied that the masked martial artist's strength had reached the first-rate rank. That
Over here, Yue Tian asked with interest. Good, but is that all you can do? He exclaimed. The battle was absolutely wonderful. Observing it, he had also learned many things. He couldn't imagine how the Jiannan sword guest could have contended with Yue Tian in the past. Tiannan slowly analyzed. Back then, there were many unspeakable things about the master's strength. At that time, the two sides confronted each other in many battles, but the result was always undecided. The fist technique you see Yue Tian displaying looks extremely simple at a glance, but it is not as it appears on the surface. He has blended it with the Xingming sword art to make that fist technique very difficult to deal with, along with increasing the power in each move. Second Venerable Gemma also had to admire.
It seems that Brother Haiyue Tian has become much stronger, not having met for just a while, yet his strength has skyrocketed like this. Yunhui heard this and thought to himself, seeing Second Venerable Gemma also judging like that, he really has approached a level of martial arts that I cannot imagine. He wondered, but why do I feel somewhat proud when the Second Venerable praises that old man? He only praised the Fourth Venerable. It has nothing to do with me. Since when did I have such a familiar feeling with the Fourth Venerable? Tu Shang's people began to feel uneasy and fearful. At this moment, Lian Sha suddenly spoke up. Everyone look, the enemy's morale seems to have wavered. Seniors over there, I have something to say. The crowd listened to her voice and looked over in unison. Lian Sha said loudly, if you were sent here by my big sister, then please reconsider. We originally belonged to the same sect. This matter has nothing to do with you.
In this situation, she actively persuaded the opponent to surrender. Usually, she does not act so quickly and intelligently. It seems she had prepared for this situation beforehand, so she proactively used a counter scheme to trap her own older sister. Shaoan also guessed her intent. Yunhui, it seems she predicted this situation, so she actively laid out such a scheme. He completely agreed with that thought. That is right, Shaoan. I really did not expect that this trap, besides entrapping the enemy, also deceived our own troops. She must have been guarding against the spies the eldest young Bislanted, so surely only a few people knew about this plot. She had long realized that her older sister, Bai Huishang, plotted to use the orthodox path to kill her, aiming to eliminate the competitor for the sect leader position. Therefore, she proactively used a counter scheme to set this trap. Hearing this, Shaoan felt a bit of admiration.
She wondered, how could she use so many tricks? It was true, Yunhui also thought about that problem. Surely the plan to use the Wulin Alliance to take down her opponent wasn't thought up by her. She must have a very skilled strategist behind her planning for her. Of course, Bai Lian Sha wasn't a pushover either. She must also have someone helping her to foresee this plot and find a way to counterattack so brilliantly. But there is one thing I don't understand. Why is Bai Lian Sha being chased and killed by the eldest young miss like that? Although both have the blood demon blood flowing in them, the eldest young miss has real power and influence far superior to Bai Lian Sha, right? Shaoan, hearing his analysis, exclaimed in admiration, Yunhui, you were quite sharp. She remarked, you discovered the schemes of both sides at a glance. Not everyone can do that. He didn't show any arrogance when praised. It's nothing. I just deduced it from the current situation before my eyes.
On this side, Lian Sha was still trying to persuade them. Everyone, this is the final warning I give you. Think carefully. If you do not surrender, there is only the path of death. You will not be able to escape. The man holding the mace slammed it hard onto the ground. He frowned and shouted loudly, Do you think we have reached a dead end? Don't underestimate us like that. Come here. It is not yet known who will die at whose hands. Gay Ma turned and whispered to Lian Sha, Second young miss, let it be. They are already determined to fight to the death. Persuasion is useless. Since they want to die, fulfill their wish. Just leave a few leaders alive for interrogation later. One man ordered, Everyone, charge! In the crowd immediately obeyed and rushed forward. Gay Ma instructed by Sha, Sixth Blood Star, protect the young miss well. She immediately assured him, Second Venerable, rest assured. Gay Ma turned and said, I will personally deal with that ringleader. He turned his head and said to Hudan, Lend me a saber. After receiving the saber, he looked straight ahead. Yunhui thought to himself. He frowned slightly, seemingly not very satisfied with that saber. After all, the demon saber emperor has always used long sabers. Those are the sabers he prefers. Now using that ordinary saber, it is not strange that he feels it does not fit his hand. But there was one thing Zhang Yunhui did not expect. Since Gay Ma was titled the Saber Emperor, any saber in his hand could unleash its full power, and this ordinary
He also rushed forward at the old man's order. All right, it is time for me to act as well. Gemma led the crowd charging forward, shouting the slogan, Kill them all! The old man raised his saber high to confront the leader. Two sources of power collided, sparks flashing brilliantly. Yunhui stood watching and exclaimed in astonishment within his heart. In such a short moment, they have already exchanged over 10 moves. Is this a battle between experts? Another guy jumped up high, swinging his sword and shouting, Die, you bastard! Directing this move towards Yunhui. He thought wearily, truly looking for death. I wanted to quietly watch the battle. Why are you actively seeking death? then decisively dispose of the guy with a sword thrust to the throat. He acted decisively. After all, I need to actively take down a few enemy minions to claim some war merit. I must also take the opportunity to hone my martial arts a bit. First, aim for the weak ones. I'll ignore the strong ones. He moved quickly, sword chi flashing past those who courted death by rushing in. Two men swung their swords to slash down at him. An explosion occurred, and two beams of light flashed from the smoke. He rushed past the crowd, attacking the one standing behind, while the two attackers still didn't understand what was happening. As if realizing something, they told each other, "Look, that bastard seems to only target those with weak strength, right? That's right, he deliberately avoids us and only targets the weak to strike." At this moment, Wensheng also joined the battle. His powerful sword chi swept through, handling two men effortlessly. He rushed to attack the crowd still in a daze. "You bastards are good, but perhaps you have underestimated an old man like me." They screamed in terror. How is this possible? He was clearly heavily injured. How can he still join the fight? Yunhui thought to himself, truly an expert. Unit leader Zong Wensheng really has the strength of a peerless expert, inferior only to the Blood Stars and the Venerables. Among the ranks of experts, he could be said to have a voice, with those fierce red fists sweeping through the enemy troops with hardly any opponent. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him. He pointed and shouted to call others. "That brat, he is the one who ruined all our plans. Everyone, kill him first." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy was besieged by them. He exclaimed in surprise inwardly, "What the hell is this? Is it necessary for everyone to rush at me like this? It looks like I've become the center of this battle." There was no other way. He had to protect him.
Yunhui turned his head and replied, "You were too complacent. Don't think I am that easy to deal with." That guy hissed in anger. "What did you say?" On this side, Wuxian attacked with his shiny bald head. The enemy, struck directly by his head, spurted blood from his mouth and his eyes rolled back. Li Hua also joined the fray, her move flashing past and taking down one man. She playfully said, "Young master, I'm here to lend you a hand." Zualbai, refusing to be outdone, swung his fist. "Take my fist strike." One enemy was knocked out cold by him. Brother Lian stood back to back with Yunhui and spoke with a hint of smugness. "Let's see how many of them are left." He immediately warned, "Don't be complacent. You could really die. The remaining ones are all first-rate experts. They are few, but their martial arts are supreme, which is why they have survived until now. Understand?"
Even the enemy leader was suppressed by him to the point of frantically defending, unable to counterattack. Suddenly, Zhao Yunhui spotted someone raising a spear high, intending to launch a sneak attack. That spear was aimed at Gei Ma, who was fighting up above. He also sensed something coming, so he glanced over. Yunhui jumped up and slashed the spear in half. The man roared in anger. "You bastard! From the beginning until now, you've ruined all our schemes. You must want to die faster." He immediately retorted, "If you want to sneak attack others, you must also pay attention to being sneak attacked from behind yourself, you bastard." While that man still didn't understand the meaning of his words. "What did you say? Sneak attack me?" Zhua Bai and Wu Xuan had already appeared behind him. Speaking of Gei Ma's side, he successfully slashed through the mace of a first-rate expert, severing his arm as well. The man clutched his arm and knelt, groaning in pain. Gei Ma also landed on the ground. He raised his saber high, speaking slowly. "Die. The fact that you held out this long shows you have strength." The man frowned, looking up at him. He exploded with power from within his body. "You old bastard, do you think this is over?" Gei Ma did not expect him to suddenly attack, so he carelessly had his saber knocked.
However, he had forgotten that Lian Xia still had Bai Sha protecting her. "Do you think you can do that?" The man suddenly smiled ambiguously. He planted his hand on the ground, spun in the air, and then changed direction to attack Yunhui. He dodged to the side. What the hell is this? Why did he change direction towards me? Or did he target me from the very beginning? Even if you are a first-rate expert, you cannot stop this sword move of mine with your bare hands. The sword in his hand emitted a source of light. Moves were unleashed continuously. Xingming Sword Art, 6th Form. Zuya Return Sword. He spat blood after being hit by the boy's sword chi. What he didn't expect was that the man closed in, his hand tightly gripping his sword. "Brat, I've caught your sword. Let's see what you can do now." He cried out in his heart.
Did he intentionally let himself get hit to catch my sword?
He didn't expect him to do this. Did he actively want to perish together with me instead of attacking Bai Lian Sha? He shouted, "Let's go to hell together, you little brat." As he grabbed him and dragged him away, he still couldn't believe the truth. He knew my name from the beginning. It seems he actively targeted me. How could this be? Lian Sha reached out and screamed, "Stop right now, you can't!" By this time, he had been hugged by that guy and fell into the abyss. Lian shouted in despair, Young Master Sha!" The two of them fell into the freezing water. Yunhui poked his head out of the water. Tianan hurriedly shouted, "Yunhui, wake up right now!" Shaoan also shouted loudly, "Don't you dare let go of us!" He replied, "No way I'm letting go of you two, don't worry, but the current is too strong." He cried out inwardly, "This is bad. After taking that hit, my physical strength has decreased, and my body is sinking. If this goes on, I'll be swept away and drowned by this current." Suddenly, his hand holding the sword was wrapped by something. A rope pulled him out of the water. The figure of that person appeared in his eyes. Looking at the person in front of him, he wondered what kind of monster this was. Yunhui turned towards Zishang and thanked him. "Thank you, senior, for lending a hand to save this junior from danger." Shaoan also cried out, "Yunhui, looking at him is terrifying. This place seems quite dangerous. Let's leave here quickly." The ground was full of skulls and bones. Seeing this, he became even more cautious. There were too many human bones piled up on the ground like this. Shaoan took the opportunity to scare him. "Be careful, he might just eat you up." Suddenly, Zishang rushed forward with a long tongue dripping with saliva and sharp teeth. "Food is here. Come here quickly." He swung his sword out in terror. "What the hell? What is going on?" He suddenly froze, his eyes filled with shock. The old man reached out and caught the tip of his sword gently. He couldn't believe it and cried out inwardly, "How can this guy catch my sword with his bare hands? It was such a powerful strike." Zishang cried out greedily, "Fresh meat is here. Come here quickly." The old man knocked his sword aside. His mind began to race rapidly. "Although in a dangerous situation, my internal energy is still there.
Shaoan immediately cried out, "Yunhui, cut it quickly." Yunhui gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Strange, why can't I cut this thread? Although I lost a lot of strength after falling into the river, how can I not cut this thin thread?" At a glance, it looked quite thin and small, but it was incredibly tough and elastic. Zhishang's claws struck, strangling his neck. The old man bared his teeth and stuck out his tongue, lunging at Yunhui. He bit into his arm. Yunhui could only helplessly scream, "No!" Zhishang clung to his body just like that. He raised his sword intending to stab down, but unexpectedly his hand was grabbed by the old man. A scream rang out. Yunhui's sword was thrown to the side, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, my wrist has been broken by him." Zhishang stuck out his tongue, his mouth drooling incessantly. "Fresh meat, don't you dare escape." He helplessly gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I just escaped up there. Am I going to be eaten down here now? Does my luck have to be this bad?"
Yue Tian jumped down from above, his mouth ceaselessly calling out, "You stupid disciple, are you going to speak up or not?" At this moment, he realized it was Hai Yue Tian. Did he jump into the river to find me? I must make a sound to let him know my location. Thinking this, Yue Tian hurriedly cried out, "Master, I am here!" In the pitch-black space, urgent calls rang out. "Yue Tian! Hey, wake up quickly! Don't you die on me!" He grumbled, "What's with all this noise? Can you two stop it already? And why did I faint like this?" He slowly opened his eyes, and Shaoan shouted, "You're awake? Open your eyes, Yue Tian. If you're still tired, just lie still." After you fainted, that strange man suddenly acted very weirdly. It seems he doesn't intend to kill you. He dragged you deep into the cave, then ran to that corner and sat down, trembling as if he was afraid of something. He asked back, "Has he been doing that since I passed out?" Shaoan added, "It's been quite a long time, about half a day, and he's still like that." He immediately caught the main point. "So I've been out But I guess at his peak, that strange figure's martial arts were equal to the venerable rank, comparable to Hai Yue Tian. He wondered, "I heard that crazy old man looking for me earlier. Hasn't he found this place yet?" Tiannan hovered in the air and replied, "He seemed to be wandering around screaming and looking for you out there before, but it's been a while since I last heard him shouting." Yunhui clenched his fist in determination. It seems he gave up. I have to resolve the situation here myself then, but it's fine. I can do it. I've been through many life and death situations before. And it seems that strange figure's mind isn't stable. Is he trembling in fear of something? He only started acting like that since the sound of old man Hai Tian appeared. Could it be that Hai Tian's shouting scared him? If he is cultivated to such a superb level of martial arts, normally he would have sealed my acupoints to ensure I couldn't move before doing anything else, right? Tiannan suddenly announced, Yunhui, it looks like he's waking up. Over here, Shishang trembled and said, I'm hungry. Yunhui sensed a movement.
But this was the first time my heart trembled with such terror. At this moment the old man had crawled onto him, his gaze sharpened, secretly calculating in his heart. But this is the opportunity. I must utilize the full internal energy of the Xiantian True Qi and unleash it all at once. He focused his strength into his fist. This punch must aim with full force at his ribs. However, his fist was caught gently by the old man. He silently cried out that it was not good. How did he block that punch? He gathered force in his other hand. But you have underestimated me. That was just a feint. All my strength is poured into this left hand. From the start, I intended to aim for the Tianling acupoint on top of your head. The strike was successful, knocking the old man back a distance. Tiannan suddenly spoke up. Yunhui, I'm here. Take the sword and stab him. He jumped up to grab the sword, then slashed straight down at the old man's body. But his sword was blocked by a thread. Yunhui cursed silently in his heart. Damn it, blocked again. Zishang glared coldly and asked, You brat, I was a bit careless, but I have something to ask you.
The old man shouted, Isn't this the sword of the Tiannan sword guest? The Tiannan iron sword? He was astonished and thought to himself, how could this strange man recognize this sword as the Tiannan iron sword? He thought again, although I don't know the identity of this strange man, and we were fighting to the death just a moment ago, now that he has returned to normal, I might as well try talking to him. Thinking this, he immediately replied, I am the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest. Zishang asked in astonishment, What did you say? You said you are the descendant of that Tiannan sword guest? Yunhui fell into deep thought. This strange man referred to the Tiannan sword guest as him. It seems the two of them didn't have a pleasant relationship. But what I don't understand is why such a peerless expert has to live at the bottom of this abyss. Why didn't he find a more comfortable place to live? When he's sober, he's no different from a normal person. Or does he have some hidden grievance here? Suddenly, Zixiang shed tears upon hearing him speak. The young man felt very confused. Why was he suddenly crying like this? The old man bowed his head and spoke. Could this be fate? Yunhui asked back, Senior, this junior does not understand what you were saying. Could Senior perhaps tell this junior your identity? Zishang looked up at him and replied, I am called Han Zishang. The young man felt this name was somewhat familiar. Han Zishang? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Tiannan already knew who the old man was. Is it him? I didn't think he was still alive. If I mention his nickname, you might know it. He has the nickname Flying Dagger Killing King. Yunhui exclaimed in surprise. Flying Dagger Killing King? Isn't that the great name of the #1 assassin in the martial arts world? Tiannan pondered and replied.
The person who stole the Xiantian True Qi secret manual from the master back then is none other than the #1 assassin, Han Zhishang. Zhishang spoke up again. If you are the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest, then let me repay the debt from the past. Tiannan cautiously reminded him. Yunhui, be careful. He stole my master's secret manual years ago, so he is no good. Therefore, do not believe anything he says. At this moment, Yunhui was being surrounded by threads. Those threads wrapped around his body and lifted him high up. The old man raised his voice. I do not have much time left. The boy immediately shouted, Senior, what are you doing? Why are you... Before he could finish, the old man interrupted him. Don't say anything, just stay still and let me do it. Zhishang placed his hand on Yunhui's head, saying in a deep voice, This is a debt I must repay. Even if you don't want it, you must accept it. I will transmit internal energy through your heavenly spirit acupoint. This is the best acupoint to receive the Xiantian Shui Qi that I am passing to you. Focus your mind to receive.
Flying Dagger Killing King Han Zhishang. In the past, within the Zhonghu, Han Jisheng was acclaimed as the top assassin in the Black Path because his martial arts surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. With his superb martial arts and brilliant stealth techniques, he made both the black and white paths of the Wulin tremble in fear. There was one thing no one expected. The event that made him most famous in the Zhonghu was actually the one assassination attempt on a martial arts expert where he failed. The target he aimed for was one of the 8 great experts of the Central Plains. This was indeed a reckless act that rarely any assassin dared to undertake. The target Han Jisheng aimed for was the tyrant king of the overbearing path, Chengu. This was a first-class expert, so it was not worth mentioning that Han Jisheng failed. The main point to mention here is that among the many assassins who received orders to assassinate Chengu, he was the only survivor. Not only that, he was even able to exchange over 10 moves with the tyrant king. It was precisely thanks to this incident that Han Jisheng received the title.
But I never expected that he would transfer all his lifetime Xiantian True Qi cultivation to me. However, it was slightly surprising that his Xiantian True Qi and mine were somewhat similar in nature. It couldn't be wrong. The Xiantian True Qi he cultivated came from the secret manual obtained from the Tiannan sword guest. Thanks to cultivating the same technique, the process of transferring internal energy proceeded smoothly without any difficulty. Han Jisheng softly reassured, "The Xiantian True Qi I cultivate is just like yours. You don't need to worry about this process. Just focus on receiving my Xiantian True Qi." At that moment, Yunhui was slightly astonished. He thought it was impossible, but as the Xiantian True Qi was transmitted, the mnemonics of the Xingming divine art in his mind merged and became increasingly clear. Not only did his internal energy increase significantly, but he also felt something within his body constantly growing. At that time, the form of the Tiannan sword faintly appeared. "I didn't think this opportunity would help your Xingming divine art reach the 5th stage. The 4th stage is a bottleneck. No matter how much Xiantian True Qi cultivation increases, one cannot simply rise to the 5th stage. I didn't expect that due to this opportunity, you achieved enlightenment."
Now that I have been transmitted more Santian True Qi, the True Qi gathering in my middle dantian has formed a core energy that is expanding day by day. I estimate my cultivation power has reached 60 years. Shaoan beside me was also happy. "It really is your opportunity, Yunhui." He secretly speculated further. "Now that I have advanced to the 5th stage, with this much accumulated knowledge and internal energy, the opportunity for the Xingmin divine art to advance to the 6th stage is not difficult." The Tiannan sword spoke indifferently, in a perfunctory manner. "Congratulations on obtaining this opportunity." Yunhui calculated and considered. "In the not-too-distant future, if I can make the Xingming divine art advance to the 6th stage, wouldn't that be the realm that the Tiannan sword guest reached in the past? Thanks to him I have achieved this result. I should kowtow to thank him, but why is he sitting so still?" Old Ji Xiang sat motionless like a dried corpse for a long time. Shaoan asked foolishly, "Could it be that he transmitted all his Xiantian True Qi to you and has died?" The Tiannan sword turned its back on that scene, its mouth uttering a cold sentence. "He deserved to die. Consider it the karma."
I do not know from whose commission the Flying Dagger Killing King targeted my master for assassination. Regardless of the action, my master was always strictly on guard, so it was difficult for the Flying Dagger Killing King to get close and succeed. Unfortunately, my master was defeated by a peerless martial artist with golden eyes. After that battle, my master suffered severe internal injuries. Since then, he was always on guard against everything, vigilant in fear that one day someone would come to take his life. Needless to say, the master lived very miserably during that time, and what had to come eventually came. The Flying Dagger Killing King arrived to assassinate him. With such severe internal injuries, how could he be anyone's opponent? Thus that moment was a golden opportunity for the Flying Dagger Killing King. However, he did not strike to kill him, but instead made a proposal to my master. He said, "Judging by the situation, his internal injuries were too severe for him to live much longer, so why not pass on his martial arts to him?" At that time, the master was too tired and weak, drifting between consciousness and unconsciousness, not lucid, and coupled with the desire to have a successor before dying. Therefore, he was seduced by him. He made an agreement with him that he would have to pass on all the learned martial arts to another person. If lucky, later on, that person would possess Xiantian True Qi and be considered his future descendant if he met him.
He feared that if his master survived the great calamity, he might return for revenge later, so he broke both of his master's legs. I don't understand how, but at that moment, the man with the golden eye suddenly appeared there. He approached without saying a word, acting as if Han Jisheng didn't exist. Upon seeing my master in such a state, with both legs broken by Han Jisheng, he seemed displeased. Han Jisheng didn't know who he was facing, relying on his high martial arts skills, and having just been taught the martial arts of the Tianan sword guest, he attacked the man with the golden eyes immediately. He simply thought that years ago he had exchanged blows with the Tyrant King Saber, one of the 8 top experts of the martial arts world. Now, even if he failed, he figured he could rely on his movement technique to escape safely as before. But little did he expect, in less than 3 moves, his legs were cut off by a single sword strike, just as he had broken my master's legs. Not stopping there, the man with the golden eyes destroyed his Dantian and casually threw him down to the bottom of the abyss where we are standing now. Returning to the present, the Tianan sword did not deny it, stating that that was the reason he said earlier that even in his dreams, he never thought this guy could still be alive. I thought that after suffering like that, how could he survive? If he had died, wouldn't that have been better? The Tianan sword frowned in annoyance. Now that I face his current situation, I don't know what is the right thing to do. Yunhui sympathized with him. Tianan, I understand what you want to say. You resent him for betraying your master in the past and pushing him.
Transferring his internal energy to me, so you must feel quite awkward. At this moment, Han Jixiang stirred and softly asked in confusion, "How long have I been in this state?" Seeing the old man wake up, Yunhui clasped his hands respectfully, but Han Jixiang interjected, "Junior, there is no need to thank me. I only did what I had to do to repay a debt of gratitude from years past." He accepted this statement. This Junior understands. But Senior, may I ask why you were living in a place like this? The old man expressed, "You do not need to look too deeply into that. Just understand that I am suffering today because of my own greed in the past. However, I do have a favor to ask of you." The two faced each other, and Yunhui wondered, "You have a favor to ask of this junior?" Jixiang then voiced his deduction. "I see that you are the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest, so you must be a member of the orthodox path of the Wulin, is that correct?" Yunhui looked pensive at the difficult question, his heart filled with hesitation. "On the contrary, I am actually a disciple of the Blood Sect. Should I tell him the truth that I am walking the evil path?" The old man continued, "My request is not difficult. I do not know how long I have lived in this cave. I only know that living here without both legs is extremely agonizing, something you cannot imagine. Driven by extreme hunger, I cut off one of my own arms and ate it all. You cannot imagine how..."
But the harder I tried, the more my spirit couldn't take it. At first the hunger only tormented me for a moment, then it dragged on for a quarter of an hour, 2 quarters. Then it became 1 day, 2 days, 5 days. It was absolutely terrifying. It all made me feel like dying and coming back to life. Now I am living, but might as well be dead. My existence has no meaning left. I don't know when I will lose my spirit and mind again in the future. Therefore, before I go mad like you witnessed earlier, I have a favor to ask of you. I have passed on everything I have to you. Now only my unique ultimate technique, the Yan Ying flying dagger art, remains, and I will teach it to you as well. The favor I want to ask is, in the future, please pass on the Yan Ying flying dagger art to my son." Hearing those pleading words, Yin Hui was slightly surprised. Shaoan beside him was
See if your answer and actions resemble his from years ago. Yunwei made his own decision. I think regardless of what kind of test or challenge this is, it doesn't matter, Shaoan. As long as it benefits me, that's enough. However, I will also give him a satisfactory answer, just as I intend, because I want to uphold the honor of my master, the Tiannan sword guest. Thus, he straightforwardly answered Han Zhisheng, "Senior, I have received so much from you. I will never forget this favor. Therefore, please rest assured, everything you have taught and desired, I will leave to your son." A promise made, the old man's burden seemed lifted. His hands gradually loosened, accompanied by a sincere thank you to Zhao Yunwei. "I believe in you. Now I will pass on everything I have to you." After some time, finally the sunlight could be seen shining down. He stood under the rushing waterfall. Shaoan worriedly asked, "Yunwei, can we really do this?" He explained that the core of the leaf shadow flying dagger art relies on using the silver soft wire for manipulation, so substituting a flying dagger with a flying sword shouldn't be a problem. The small sword in his hand was swung out. Shaoan's helpless voice echoed, "I know that, but don't you dare lose me. Oh my God." The sword shot out and embedded itself into the cliff on the other side. The soft wire connecting to
At this moment, from inside the cave, Han Jishang's voice echoed out.
Descendant of the Tiannan sword guest, there is one last thing I want to tell you. I actually never had any son. At that time, I just wanted to confirm something for the last time. Once again, Yunhui was slightly surprised. This old man admits honestly, I have no descendants to inherit my legacy, so I have passed everything on to you, because I do not want the Yan Ying flying dagger art that I created to be lost to the world. Everything I must suffer now is the karma for what I have cost. But at this moment, Yunhui seems not to want him to know that he had heard those admissions about the despicable past. Senior, the waterfall is too loud. This junior did not hear anything. A second later, Yunhui used Qinggong to leave the place, not forgetting to leave behind a respectful parting word. This junior asks for permission to leave. There are many people waiting for this junior up above. In the gloomy and dark
I even almost ate his descendant, yet when thinking that I was the benefactor who saved his life, he wanted to save face for me. Tiannan sword guest, you truly have a good descendant. Those bright, sharp eyes are just like yours from the past. Finally, I can end this miserable life. Han Jishang uttered these as the final words of his life, then immediately took action with the desire to return himself to the realm of death. Blood sprayed out quickly, without hesitating for time. Han Jishang's mouth was full of fresh blood. The remaining words echoing were
Shaoan felt dizzy, her whole body feeling like she wanted to vomit. Yunhui showed concern for her while praising Jishang. Are you okay? It's true that if Han Jishang still had all his limbs, he could simply escape the cave with ease. Shaoan also speculated on the old man's intentions. It could be as you said, or maybe he didn't want to go out, because when he heard the sounds outside the cave, he started trembling. He had to run back inside and sit quietly in a corner. Yunhui admitted that made sense. Maybe he really didn't want to go out, but what could have terrified him so much? She didn't bother much with it and said, oh, forget it. Anyway, we've escaped that cave. It's much more airy out here. Yunhui cheerfully suggested, if that's the case, then we probably don't need to rest, right? Let's go right away. Before she could reply, his hand shot out a long wire flying far away. By this time, Shaotan's panic came too late. He didn't pause for long. The soft wire soared high, leaving only the sound of Shaotan desperately enduring. Don't do that anymore, Yunhui. I'm getting dizzy again. Yunhui quickly gripped the soft wire to pull himself into flight, not forgetting to comfort Shaotan. Bear with it a little. We're almost out of here. We have to hurry now because there's a place I need to get to quickly. At this moment, in another place, a person was being surrounded by a group of wanderers by the river. He spoke up in annoyance. What is the matter with you people? The leader shouted angrily. Where did this crazy guy come from? You are definitely a member of the evil sect. I guess I can't be wrong. The person, appearing
The leader pointed straight at the opponent, shouted, "You bastard, you still dare to argue back? Whether you are related to the demon sect or not doesn't matter now. You are definitely related to the blood sect. By doing what you did, you have become a target for pursuit by our orthodox Wulin, understand?" He confronted the man. "What are you saying? Who made such a rule?" The man bluntly replied, "Of course it was the Wulin Alliance." The resilient man sighed lightly as if in contempt. "As far as I know, the Wulin Alliance gathers all the orthodox martial artists. They can be said to be reasonable heroes and chivalrous men. But from your words, they sound like unreasonable bastards. How is that? Since you have pinned such a crime on me, what else can I say?" The man was refuted into silence, then snapped, "You bastard, I'm not arguing logic with you anymore. The law is set. Who are you to dare argue against it? You must be a bastard new to the Zong Hao with no experience. That's why you dare to speak like that." The opponent waved his hand. "Let's assume I am new to the Zong Hao, but if you act like this, I won't accept it." Every word was like a knife poking the wanderer, making him furious. "You bastard, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think I'm soft." Saying that, he made a move and called his cohorts to rush in. "You guys, go up and teach him a lesson so he wakes up." The person on this
Up above, Yunhui's silhouette was preparing to land from elsewhere. The group was astonished. What was that flying over in the sky? The person next to them also wondered. Is that Lingkong Shubu? This mysterious person immediately cast an admiring glance. How could someone execute the Lingkong Shubu movement technique to the point of soaring like that? That person must be a peerless expert. There could be no mistake. Up there, Yunhui seemed not to pay much attention, only casually talking to Shaotan. Using the silver soft wire, I can move back and forth between the cliffs much faster than using Qinggong. When I fell into the abyss, deep down I just wanted to consider myself dead. At that time I only wanted to leave the blood sect far behind and live a normal life. It seems that through recent events, Yunhui's existence in the blood sect has become known to quite a few people.
In this situation, my only path is to join forces with the second young miss and everyone else to defeat the faction of eldest young miss by
Seizing the opportune moment, the person below shouted loudly, "Great hero, save me, please save me." Tiannan also observed the situation before them. "Yunhui, it seems there is a fight down there." He felt it was a bit troublesome. "Great hero? Is he calling me? He doesn't know who I am, right?" He continued, "When you fell into the water, Hai Tian flew down to search for you for 2 whole hours. You were unconscious then, so you didn't know. He searched for you for a long time but couldn't find you, so he left, but he might have left people behind to search for you." He agreed. "Tiannan, what you say makes sense." Then he looked at the dumbfounded expressions of the people below. Seeing that, Yunhui immediately covered his face with a cloth. "I've attracted too much attention. They are all staring at me now. I can't let them recognize me, or it will be quite troublesome." After that, he flew down into the brawl below. The leader also felt something was amiss, and immediately
He also felt it was too strange. Currently, my middle Dantian hasn't opened yet, and the aura I emit is only at the level of a first-rate expert. So why are they so mistaken? The sword spirit in the hands of that group of idiots also went crazy. It was truly annoying. What the hell, void treading? He just used a soft wire to swing across the cliff. Truly a piece of trash. Why do I have such a stupid master? He used a soft wire, yet they keep talking about void treading or whatever. Yunhui smartly told himself, "It seems they didn't see the soft wire in my hand, but only saw me flying across the rocky cliff to get here. That must be it. That's why they thought I was executing the void-treading steps, flying back and forth in the sky, so they were terrified. In short, right now in their eyes, I can be considered one of the 4 venerables of the Blood Sect, with supreme martial arts, someone they absolutely cannot cope with. If that's the case, I can take advantage of their mistaken judgment." At this moment, Zhao Yunhui followed the flow of events and impersonated a Blood Sect venerable. He immediately glanced at the person next to him and wondered, "But who is that man looking at me? If he calls me a hero, do I have to help him?" The sword spirit of that young man also spoke up. "Looking at him, it seems useless that you called him here. He isn't a venerable level expert of the Blood Sect either." This remark was overheard by Yunhui, a sword that could speak in a steady voice like an old man. "Since I heard that, I guess he isn't a member of the Blood Sect, although I don't know why he sought out the Blood Sect. First, I must deal with those people from the Woolen Alliance." Then, to make things easier, Yunhui communicated secretly. "When I give the signal, you and I will simultaneously attack those Woolen Alliance people immediately, okay?" The young man also smiled and agreed. "I understand, great hero."
Shaoan took the opportunity to tease him. "Yunwei, just hearing that, you seem to be enjoying yourself already, don't you?" He clenched his hand and said to her, "Shaoan, it is fun to be addressed like that, but let's deal with the Woolen Alliance people first." Yunwei immediately got into character. "You already know this seat is one of the 4 venerables of the Blood Sect, yet you still dare to hold weapons in front of me? I was just imitating the way second venerable Gamma talks, that's all." The Woolen Alliance leader was a bit wary of him. "Orthodox Path martial artists have already surrounded this area. Even if you are one of the 4 venerables of the Blood Sect, it will be hard for you to leave here safely." Shaoan was treated to quite a show. "Look at that fool, he's so scared, so he's been tricked by you." Yunwei saw the situation was a bit difficult. "Luckily, I managed to trick that leader in the first step, but he doesn't intend to retreat, so what should we do now?" The voice of the lad on the other side responded, "Great hero, he is..."
Hearing that, he felt relieved and uttered a word of thanks. The person's face beamed with a bright smile, catching Shaotan's attention. "Yunhui, that guy seems to admire you already." Believing so, he immediately retorted against the leader. "You must be lying." The man remained stubborn. "I am not lying. If your excellency acts rashly against us, people from the Woolen Alliance will swarm here immediately." At this moment, Yunhui suddenly shouted loudly to overwhelm him. "You are lying too clumsily. Do you think that among the 4 of you there isn't anyone planted by our Blood Sect?" Seeing that they were quite alert out of fear, he thought he only needed to say a few exaggerated words and use language that would cause agitation to make them terrified and guarded. Then they wouldn't know what was real and what was fake anymore. The leader tried to keep calm and argued back. "Your Excellency says so."
At that moment, the man was shocked to hear his companion screaming from behind, "What are you doing?"
Turning around, the sight of his subordinates slaughtering each other struck his eyes. No, are they actually spies planted in our army? Yunhui quietly observed from the side, thinking to himself, my goal was only to hypnotize one of them. I didn't expect all three to be hit by my Huan Yi. This discovery is quite accidental, but now I know that Huan Yi can be used to hypnotize not just one, but multiple people at once. One of them watched in confusion. What the hell is this? Why are teammates attacking each other like that? He angrily used his sword to block while questioning his hypnotized companions. Wake up! Why are you suddenly attacking me? Yunhui immediately used sound transmission. Now that they are in chaos, their four-man sword formation is effectively neutralized. This is our moment to strike. The man beside him gripped his sword with fervor. I've been waiting for those words, great hero. Saying so, he looked straight at the target with sharp eyes, then dashed towards the chaotic brawl. The leader, bewildered, shouted, You bastards, why are you suddenly slashing each other? Stop it immediately, or we'll all die. Only then did he realize the danger looming right beside him. A technique, the first move of the Xing Ming sword art.
The leader calculated, even so I just need to retreat into a defensive stance, and he won't be able to close in on me immediately. But at that moment an incident occurred. His leg was tightly wrapped by Yunhui's soft wire, rendering him immobile. Then with a strong yank the man fell backward. He could only curse and rage. You bastard, you despicable, low-life scoundrel. Not stopping there, with the soft wire in hand, he delivered a sweet finishing blow, slicing the man's body in half. As the enemy fell, Yunhui replied to the motionless corpse. In a life-and-death battle, what does being despicable matter? Victory is the top priority. With that smooth
The toughest leader has been dealt with. Now only those three riffraffs remain. Shaoan, who had been watching the situation from the side, immediately said to him, You don't need to act anymore, because that brat has already taken down all those minions. Looking over there, the whole group from the Wulin Alliance was lying scattered on the ground. Tiannan spoke up after a period of silent observation. Yunhui, looking at that guy's sword technique, I see his strikes are agile and quite vicious. The person who created that sword move must be extremely cruel. When everything was over, that teenager looked at Yunhui and clasped his hands in thanks. Great hero, thank you for lending a hand to help me. But Yunhui, on high alert, pointed his sword tip at the opponent. He coldly questioned, Who are you? How did you know I am from the Blood Sect to ask for help? And you are not from the Wulin Alliance either. What are you doing here? The teenager immediately realized, So you really are from the Blood Sect. In my entire life living in this
Yunhui wondered inwardly. He says he wants to find experts of the Blood Sect. But is his purpose to join the Blood Sect? Seconds later, the youth bowed respectfully and said sincerely, I heard that traces of the Blood Sect can be found here. Therefore, I did not mind the danger to come here and search. Hearing those high praises, Yunhui felt awkward, thinking to himself, I am not a figure with any voice in the sect. How can I decide these matters? At this moment, Shaoan noticed something strange and said, Yunhui, look closely. His voice seems quite strange. His body is also quite slender. It looks like he is wearing many layers of clothes to make himself look more muscular. Yunhui immediately paid attention to that. He says he is a youth who has practiced martial arts for a time, so how can he have such a slender body? That must be a lie. Or perhaps he is actually a woman disguised as a man. He thought further. How can I bring someone of unknown identity like this back to this sect? From the beginning, I already said I don't have the qualifications to recruit disciples for the Blood Sect. But thinking back, earlier, he was the one who destroyed the signal whistle of the Wulin Alliance, preventing them from calling for reinforcements. Thinking about it, he has consistently done things to make a good impression on me. Perhaps his desire to join the Blood Sect is genuine. After some assessment, Yunhui probed further. I am not clear about your identity yet. Who are you that you want to join the Blood Sect? But the other party skillfully evaded. Is identity really that important? If one is talented, they can be employed anywhere. If one is a hero, who cares?
I do not yet know your background or where you come from, so how can I accept you? While chatting, he suddenly sensed something. Shaoan saw him looking around frantically and asked in panic, What's wrong, Yunhui? He reminded Shaoan, Do you hear anything? It seems a large number of enemies are running towards here.
Based on the sword hearing, there seemed to be about 15 Wulin Alliance martial artists. Yunhui then said, "Currently, many martial arts figures are running this way. Let's put that matter aside for now." The young man noticed Yunhui's strange expression and was confused. "Great hero, how can you say that? How could there be so many people coming? I've been observing the surroundings and haven't seen anyone, have I?" He signaled the other to keep quiet, switching from speaking to sound transmission silently. "It seems there are even more than I sensed. Looks like over 20 people are rushing here. It's best we leave here quickly." The other person was even more puzzled. "But didn't you say you are one of the 4 venerables of the Blood Sect? How could those martial artists trouble you?" At this moment, Yunhui quickly leapt away. He answered himself inwardly, "With so many people, I'd only be waiting to die. How could I deal with them? In front of a stranger, I shouldn't use the silver soft wire to fly back and forth to avoid revealing unnecessary secrets. But with my Qinggong speed this fast, can he keep up?" Looking back into the distance, he saw the young man trailing behind. He's quite fast too. His Qinggong isn't much inferior to mine. His strength has now approached that of a first-rate expert. Sooner or later, he will improve even.
I have to get this close to sense even a little bit. It seems from the aura I sense that among them is a very strong first-rate expert. On the contrary, Yunhui also rates the opponent highly. On what basis can he judge whether the enemy is strong or weak? But wait, someone is chasing here with extremely fast Qinggong. At this speed, that person will catch up to us in no time. At this moment, he used sound transmission. "Hey, little brother, with the speed of the person chasing us, we won't be able to escape even if we run. Since we can't run, when I give the signal, let's turn around and attack him together immediately." Yunhui began to count down. When the time came, both of them simultaneously.
Only 3 moves had been exchanged, yet the hand holding my sword felt as if it were about to tear apart. At this moment, Yunhui suddenly realized something and immediately raised his hand to stop the teenager behind him. "Stop for a moment, little brother." Yunhui removed the face-covering cloth. It seemed the person opposite was an acquaintance. "My lord, is that you?" The pursuer also revealed himself. It was Gema. He was somewhat surprised. "So it is you, you brat? So you are still alive? I saw you fall from the cliff and thought your life was over." The teenager watched sullenly, feeling let down, and visibly annoyed, questioned Yunhui. "So, big brother, it turns out you are not a descendant of the Blood Sect?" He felt a bit guilty. "I never said such a thing. That was all your own assumption." The teenager pouted angrily. "How can you still say that?" But before anything else could be said, a sword tip was pointed towards the teenager. Gema, on high alert, had also seen through this person's nature and interrogated. "A young lad with a woman's voice? It seems you are wearing a human skin mask. Speak quickly. Who are you?" Yunhui stopped him. "My lord, he is the one who helped me confront the Martial Arts Alliance group. He also has the intention of joining."
"I think you should speak everything out right here. In front of you is a venerable envoy of this sect." After that, the woman disguised as a man revealed her true identity. "Senior, this lowly one is named Sima Ying. I come from Siwei Valley in Sichuan Province." Zhao Yunhui was slightly surprised. "Siwei Valley? Is it the Sima family of Siwei Valley, Sichuan Province?" Showed a firm and determined expression. "No, senior. I have absolutely no relation to the Sima aristocratic family. In fact, the Sima family is the enemy of my mother and me. Because the Sima family belongs to the Wulin Alliance, they are protected by the Alliance. I am all alone and powerless to do anything, which is why I..."
Shaoan wondered where did the other reason lie. He explained to her, "I think this matter is due to her father. There are many within the Sima family, but coming from Xiwet Valley in Sichuan, there is only one person. That person is one of the 4 great villains, known by the title Moon Evil Sword. The 4 great villains and the 8 great experts of the Central Plains are the ones dominating the martial arts world. They could be considered the peak martial artists at this current time. Moon Evil Sword, Sima Tor, he is exactly such a strong individual. His era can be described as follows. In the southeast of Sichuan province, there was a sect called the Guyu Gang. For some unknown reason, they offended Sima Tor. In a single night, over 200 people died. It could be called a sect annihilation disaster. Overcome with grief and indignation because of this, the sects or friends of the Guyu Gang joined forces to attack Xiwet Valley, which was Sima Tor's residence, to take revenge for the Guyu Gang. However, although they were numerous, none could return. Sima Tor alone completely exterminated all of them.
Since then, hearing the name Sima Tor, the Moon Evil Sword, makes the Zhonghoot tremble with fear. Shaoan heard this and found the event truly cruel, absolutely terrifying. So he alone wiped them all out. At this moment, the Tianan sword also popped up, curious to listen in on the story. But I don't understand. Why would a woman like her want to join the Blood Sect? Yan Hui also couldn't understand. He felt something was wrong. Before Zhao Yunhui reincarnated in this life, he was sent as a spy to the Woolen Alliance. Back then, an event occurred in the Zhonghu. At that time, for some unknown reason, Sima Tor single-handedly went to challenge a massive power in the Zhonghu, which was
However, everything happened quite unexpectedly. There was no war between the two sides, yet Sima Tuo became one of the guest elders with nearly the highest rank in Wushang City. The Woolen Alliance couldn't understand it either, so they investigated the cause. The reason Sima Tuo did this was because his descendant had become a member of Wushang City. Thus, the Yue sword Sima Tuo joined as an elder of Wushang City. Yun Hui looked at the girl Sima Ying in front of him and pondered. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the descendant who had joined Wushang City in the previous life. But he couldn't understand why she chose to join the Blood Sect in this life. Perhaps it was because of his existence that many historical events had changed accordingly. It seemed that the Gu Yu gang massacre incident hadn't happened yet at this time, so he must be the only one who knew her identity as Sima Tuo's daughter. Since I already know Sima Tuo's behavioral patterns, I can let her join the Blood Sect, and then
Gumma was cautious with the opponent. What is the reason you must use a human skin mask to hide your true face? You said you wanted to join this sect, so there is no reason not to show us your real face. Faced with those pressing and suspicious demands, Sima Ying did not hide it anymore. She directly tore off the mask on her face. Gumma was startled by her. Beneath that male disguise was a beautiful young lady. Senior, this lowly one did this because I wanted to rely on my own ability, not on my female status or this face. Shaoan asked Yunhui, "Hey, that girl is quite pretty, isn't she, Yunhui? Compared to Bailane Sha, what do you think?" The boy was shy and hesitant. "Let me see." Shaoan immediately used that to tease him. "Oh, looking at your face, there's no need to say anything." Gumma sent a sound transmission, whispering to Yunhui, "Hey kid, what do you think about this girl's intentions? You were the first to make contact with her, and she has helped you with many things, so do you believe what she says?" Yunhui contemplated for a moment.
Turning around, he saw Sima Ying putting on a pitiful act, pleading, "Brother, please help me join the Blood Sect." Thinking for a moment, he called out to her, "Hey, young lady Sima." Sima Ying happily responded immediately, "Yes, you will agree to let me join the Blood Sect, right?" Following that was a proposal from Yunhui. "If you can help me with one thing, I will agree to help you join the Blood Sect." Hearing this, Sima Ying was surprised and fell silent to listen to what he had to say next. The scene shifts to a desolate temple located outside Lushui Valley, a secret temporary hideout of the Blood Sect. Inside sat Yue Tian. A subordinate entered from outside to report, "My lord, we can only wait for one more hour." The person speaking was Qing Ying. He asked further, "So when the time comes, we will all set off together, correct?" Yue Tian immediately retorted in an annoyed, gritty voice, "All right, I understand. Did you not hear what I said?" Qing Ying wanted to say something more but was stopped by Lian Ya. "You may withdraw, Unit Leader Ju. I will speak with the Fourth Venerable." Bai Lian Ya then stepped forward to persuade him. "I know Uncle Hai always wishes to find young Master Zal. You are staying here because you want to wait for the young master to escape danger and return." Hai Yue Tian spoke dismissively to let it pass. "Second young miss, I am fine. The time has come, so let us set off." She was a bit worried about him. Yue Tian also said a few sentences to reassure her. "That kid has his own destiny. I have done my best. It is Outside, Yun Hui laughed heartily, surrounded by seniors welcoming his return. Hai Yue Tian was happy to see Yun Hui safe and sound. He quickly ran out, not forgetting to shout an exclamation. His expression, one could feel his overwhelming joy. Thinking there would be an affectionate hug, but just as he reached Yun Hui, he suddenly braked hard and froze. Only then did he realize the crowd behind him had been watching, so he suddenly felt embarrassed by his own expression. Thus, he immediately flipped his attitude, pretending to be angry and scolding. "You brat, what did you do to make everyone worry about you so? Putting yourself in such danger, is that how I taught you?" Shaoan saw through it and said to him, "He speaks like that, but his eyes express something completely different." Yun Hui saw it too.
That incident caused everyone a great deal of worry. The old man won't pursue it too strictly. You truly are a fool. All right, it's good that you have returned. Luckily, the second young miss was concerned about you. She had people searching for you everywhere. Your safe return is partly due to the young Miss's grace, so hurry up and go thank her. Bailey and Shaw happily spoke up. Just returning safely is enough to thank heaven and earth. Let's skip those formalities. Compared to the merits young master has contributed to the sect, what I did is hardly worth mentioning. If not for young Master Zhao, how could we have discovered the two spies hidden in our ranks? Thanks to young Master stalling for time, the second venerable
If the second young miss hadn't sent people to search for my whereabouts, how could I have simply escaped the encirclement of the Woolen Alliance? She hasn't stopped praising you. Young Master Zhao need not be humble. You have contributed much strength to this sect this time, and such merit deserves a reward. However, the situation is currently critical, and it is not the time to discuss rewards and merits. But to raise our army's morale, where those with merit are rewarded, I must do something. To acknowledge the contributions young Master Zhao Yanghui has made to our sect, Bai Lian Shao will promote you. I officially appoint young Master Zhao as vice unit leader. I hope that in the future you will continue to dedicate even more of your strength to this sect. Shaoan saw him standing motionless and stunned, so he said, "This is good, Young Hui." He replied, "Being promoted is naturally good." Young Hui recalled his past. In his previous life, he was just a nameless spy. In this life, he had already been promoted to the position of vice unit leader. This position was much higher than that of a captain. It was simply a promotion of 2 ranks at once, because in the Blood Sect, above the captain, there is the assistant unit leader, and then the vice unit leader and unit leader. After Lian Shaw's words, Hai Tian shouted loudly, "Excellent!" Bai Sha, standing nearby, found it unsightly and He calculated silently. Once I become a unit leader, although I cannot lead a single separate unit yet, I can command 3 captains under my wing. If I'm lucky and that old man Hai Tian doesn't force me to join anyone else's faction, then right now I could already command 3 captains. Xiao Tan rejoiced. "Yunhui, if you can command 3 captains, then you can recruit those 2 Song brothers." Yunhui looked at them and reminded her, "Xiao Tan, what are you thinking? Those 2 brothers only ever eye me with competitive rivalry. How can you say I should recruit them? That idiot Song Wuxuan might be simple to control, but look at his brother Song Zobai's attitude. Even if I don't recruit those Song brothers, I have already targeted a few candidates with strength that meets my requirements. The first one is Cao Cheng Yuan. Currently his strength is only at the captain level, but later he will have shocking breakthroughs, soon advancing to the realm of a first-rate expert. The second person is, just as Yunhui was thinking, Bai Lian Shao spoke up. "Young Master Zhao, did you bring another brother back with you?" Everyone's eyes turned towards Sima Ying, but the second person he was thinking of was exactly her. Sima Ying is the
Second Venerable Gay Ma stood there, nodding slightly as he introduced. "Second young miss, this friend followed us here, wishing to join this sect. He has helped young Master Zhao a lot when facing the pursuing forces of the Woolen Alliance. He wants to join this sect to take revenge for his family, who were harmed by the Woolen Alliance. But there is one thing." Hearing his explanation, Lian Sha was also surprised. Second Uncle said he was a female disguised as a male. If Uncle hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known. She wondered which high expert had crafted such an exquisite human skin mask. "You are called Young Lady Sima, right? I wonder if you could remove the mask so I can see your face." Hearing the request, she quickly complied. "Yes, that is not difficult at all." After the mask was removed, the women could not help but be shocked. Both Zhuo Bai and Wu Suen stared ceaselessly. The surrounding men were also amazed. Truly too beautiful. Tan Li Hua gaped, unable to stop revealing an exaggerated expression. Sima Ying once again revealed her peerless beauty to the members of this sect. She bowed before Bai Lian Sha. "Thank you, second young miss, for agreeing to let this little girl join this sect. My name is Sima Ying."
Yunhui also felt a chill run down his spine, realizing something was different here. He needed to be careful. Tiannan sensed that terrifying murderous aura and casually reminded him, "That is jealousy, Yunhui." He was confused. Jealousy? Jealous of whom? Tiannan explained further. "As my old master used to say, when a woman likes a man, she only wants him to belong to her alone. When that man wants to look at another beautiful woman, she will get jealous." Xiao Tan did not believe it and retorted, "Nonsense. If he knew so much, why was he still single?" leaving Tiannan at a loss for words. Yunhui asked further, "You mean Bai Lian Sha saw Sima Ying's appearance and started eating vinegar? How is that possible?
Bai Lian Sha, the person who could become the Blood Sect leader in the future, has feelings for me? Suddenly, a voice transmitted to Yunhui's ears. You little brat, you are quite something. I searched for you all over the mountain cave where you fell but couldn't find you anywhere. I didn't expect you to return safely and even bring back such a great beauty to join this sect. It turned out to be Hai Yu Tian, who was eagerly eavesdropping. He was annoyed. That old man misunderstood me. I have no such intentions with Sima Ying. This kind of trouble is coming from all sides. Then Yunhui replied to him, Master, it's not what you think. By the way, Master, do you want to recruit Sima Ying under your command? Yu Tian, firm in his own thoughts, said, You already have feelings for that girl.
What secret is it that you only want to tell me? Is it a secret romance between you and that brat? Yunhui immediately recounted, Master, you do not know Sima Ying's true identity. Her father is actually the Moon Evil Sword, Sima Tuo. Upon hearing those words, he was petrified. You little brat, have you run out of people to recruit into this sect? Why did you bring Sima Tuo's daughter back here? The story goes that back then, several small sects in Guizhou province came to the Yiyang Zhao family to ask for their assistance. According to their description, they had discovered over 100 bodies of martial artists in Duhe County, a small county located between Guizhou province and Henan province. They came to the Zhao family to request them to join forces in finding the culprit behind that massacre. After all the martial artists investigated together, they found clues leading to Siyu Wei Valley. There, the only figure capable of causing such a horrifying massacre was the Moon Evil Sword, Sima Tuo. Once the culprit was identified as Sima Tuo, all the relatives and brothers of the victims joined forces to launch an attack on Siyu Wei Valley. Hearing this, Hai Yu Tian also realized, so they all returned in miserable defeat. That is not strange. The title of the 4 great villains is not just for show. Yunhui added, However, there was still a survivor back then. He wondered, so that survivor was your father? Since then, this story has never been heard in the Zhonghu, which means your father.
Shaoan and the Tianan sword were also helpless with him. Yunhui, you really are a liar who doesn't even blink, truly a prodigy in this field. Hai Yu Tian could not guess Yunhui's intentions and immediately asked, So what is it that you want here? You also know who that girl's father is. If there is any mistake, I don't even dare to think about the consequences. He immediately reassured him, Master, you just need to think a bit differently. If we can win her favor, then later we can form a connection with Sima Tuo. At that time, wouldn't we have one of the 4 great villains backing us up? Yu Tian still found it difficult. It's easy to say, but how do we do it? Looking at his expression, it was exactly as Yunhui had guessed. Hai Yu Tian had a hot temper and looked like he did whatever he wanted, but in reality,
However, having lived with him here for the past year, I have grasped one thing that I can exploit in him. Zhao Yunhui immediately put him in a difficult spot. Master has said so, then there is no other way. So Master intends to reveal her identity to everyone and then use that as an excuse to kick her out of here? Yu Tian was in a dilemma. This is a bit difficult for me. If I make her mad and she tells her father about it, then I will become his enemy. He pretended to agree, while affirming in his mind. Just as I thought, he never wants to become an enemy, having to confront the 4 great villains. Zhao Yunhui then suggested to him, Then there is another way. Can we push this danger over to the second venerable master? Yu Tian immediately paid attention to him. You mean let that girl go into the command of that guy named Gay? The intention was about to succeed. Zhao Yunhui smiled an unsettly smile. This provocation tactic is indeed working. He hates losing, especially to those of the same rank as him. Hai Yu Tian then decided otherwise. Fine, if we accept the girl, can you manage to take care of her? He guessed the old man's thoughts. This old man seems to have relented. I just need to step up and bear all the responsibilities as well as the risks myself. However, once she
Gaema spoke first. Since young lady Sima was brought back by me, I will take responsibility for disciplining and nurturing her. Han Baixia's side also competed. Second young miss, if young lady Sima agrees, she can also join the force of this blood star here. Hai Yu Tian, watching the drama from the side, transmitted his voice. Your speculation seems correct. The factions are indeed trying to snatch her. Then he also chimed in. Second young miss, speaking of the person who led young lady Sima here to join this sect, it is none other than my disciple, Zhao Yunhui. The rest of the people in the sect were treated to a show. What is this situation? Why do all the factions want young lady Sima so much? Just to recruit one person under their command? Do the venerables and blood stars have to fight over her like this? Bai Lian Sha had a headache.
I didn't think the 3 dignitaries would want young Lady Sima to join their forces at the same time. In that case, the simplest way is for me to hand the right of choice over to young Lady Sima. Sima Ying.
She affirmed, "That is correct. I wonder which force young Lady Sima wishes to join." Sima Ying did not hesitate to pull Yunhui towards her. "Yes, this lowly one has decided. I want to join the force of Vice Unit Leader Zhao Yunhui." That moment left Bai Liansha stunned. The lively girl winked at him. "Brother Zhao, do you think it is okay for me to do this?" Seeing the peerless beauty acting coquettishly made Yunhui blush, but he forced himself to refuse. This doesn't seem very good. His heart was full of fear. I'm done for. This really adds fuel to the fire. Bai Liansha will definitely kill me, no joke. At that moment, a Rakshasa-like voice echoed over. "Young Master Zhao, you really are quite capable. I never thought you could make a beautiful young lady like Sima Ying voluntarily join under your command as a subordinate." He felt guilty deep down. Should I explain myself right now? Shaoan was amused. "It's too late, Yunhui. Even a divine physician can't save you. You just have to lie still and take the beating." He looked visibly awkward. "I didn't do anything, so..."
He felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, I haven't committed any crime, but if I don't speak up now... Furthermore, when Sima Ying expressed her desire to be his subordinate, the group behind him suddenly erupted with murderous aura. Now, even if he wanted to explain himself, it was no longer possible. Bai Liansha turned away in a huff. "If that is young Lady Sima's intention, then from now on young Lady Sima will follow Vice Unit Leader Zhao. Everyone disperse and prepare the necessary supplies. We will depart and retreat from here." All members obeyed, leaving only Yunhui in a confused state of mind. Indeed, she had changed her attitude too quickly, switching from young Master Zhao to Vice Unit Leader Zhao just like that. Beside him, Sima Ying beamed happily. "Vice Unit Leader, did this little girl do as you wished?" Yunhui was helpless with her, but only calculated silently in his head. She was too carefree. Perhaps when he had free time, he would teach her a few basics about how to speak to people. Then he intended to say something. "Young Lady Sima, doing this seems like..." But before he could finish, Xiao Tan's voice interjected. "Yunhui, is there something wrong with you? Don't you see everyone's reaction to Sima Ying's beauty? How can you be so indifferent and emotionless? Are you a eunuch or something?" Yunhui warned her. "Xiao Tan, what nonsense are you spouting?" She still tried to make him understand. "You're the one being ridiculous. Any man seeing Sima Ying's appearance would be moved, but you..." At this moment, a male figure approached them. "Young Lady Sima, this humble one greets you. I am the fellow martial brother of young Master Zhao Yunhui, named Song Zhoubai. It is a pleasure to meet you." Seeing this, Xiao Tan immediately nudged Yunhui. "Look at that brat Song Zhoubai. Compare his attitude."
Now, seeing a beautiful person like Sima Ying, naturally he would flock to her like a fly to honey. But this is fine too. In my past life, I had to endure a lot of suffering to realize that beautiful women are not the most important thing in this world. In this treacherous Jianghu, basically every woman harbors dangerous schemes. Those with kind hearts and no ulterior motives are almost non-existent. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. They know their beauty is a potent weapon, so they rely on it even more to achieve what they want. All relationships between people in this Wulin and Jianghu revolve solely around calculating gains and losses and self-interest. I wasted too much time realizing that. A person's outward appearance really doesn't matter.
He looked at the two over there and replied to the young lady. "Say what you will, I indeed have much better judgment than those two stupid fellow disciples." Zhuo Bai immediately pointed at Yunhui and mocked. "But young Lady Sima, why do you want to become a subordinate of this bastard? Of Vice Unit Leader Zhao. Considering everything, he has the lowest rank among those you could choose from." Sima Ying also spoke the truth. "Vice Unit Leader Zhao is the person I am most familiar with here, so it is understandable that..."
"Miss, you are talking nonsense again. The second Venerable was also present when you intended to join the sect, so why did you say you only know me?" Sima Yang looked towards Gei Ma and spoke her true feelings, causing him to freeze in shock from a distance. This little girl only feels that he is a bit scary. Having a scary father is more than enough for me, so seeing him, I also feel a bit afraid.
Hearing this, Ge Ma felt incredibly gloomy. Seeing this, a disciple nearby tried hard to comfort him. Yunhui also found it simple and easy to understand. After all, her father is one of the 4 great villains, so naturally he must be scary. On this side, Zhou Bai asked, "Young Lady Sima, if we are mentioning the word scary, my master here is no less terrifying." As soon as he finished speaking, cursing was heard from afar. "You little brat, why aren't you preparing to depart yet? What are you standing there blabbering about? If you don't hurry up and this seat gets mad, you won't live in peace." It was the figure of Haiyu Tian scolding aggressively from over there. Zhou Bai immediately got scared and ran off to work. Sima Ying smiled with squinted eyes at Yunhui. "Truly, following you, Vice Unit Leader, is the right choice, isn't it?" He sighed.
Inside was the figure of Wu Ji being tortured to the point of bleeding, his mouth still weakly pleading. "My lord, it really is like that. This subordinate executed the mission exactly as you entrusted. Then almost all of my subordinates died. Therefore this subordinate has also done his best." But seemingly unsatisfied, the person above struck harder, causing him pain and screaming miserably. It was Zong Long interrogating. "I said answer what I ask. Wu Ji, it seems you are still healthy enough to speak such nonsense, aren't you?" He still struggled to add, "My lord, the subordinate did his best in this matter, but—" The old man scolded in annoyance. "You still dare to argue? You failed in an important mission, then fled alone. If you dared to act like that, surely you must have guessed how you would be punished, right?" Saying that, he circulated his energy and pressed hard on his shoulder, making the opponent beg for his life. "Please, my lord, let this subordinate atone for his crimes with service. Say what you will. In the Great Lord's plan, there was no appearance of the chaotic demon saber emperor, right? Therefore, everything this subordinate did was only following unit leader Zong Long's instructions. Even that subordinate Chao Yun Hui of the 4th Venerable, we had to risk death to perish together with him. Bai Huishang was also..."
It was a sword launched from Bai Huishang's direction. She coldly questioned, "Jiang Long, why does this matter seem quite different from what you told me?" The old man bowed in apology. "Eldest young miss, this matter indeed had some variables that this subordinate did not account for." Bai Huishang frowned in annoyance. "So is this error your mistake or someone else's? What are you planning to do, Jiang Long? Why is your assessment regarding the 4th Venerable completely wrong?" He assured her, "Eldest young miss, please rest assured. Regarding the 4th Venerable, this subordinate will find a way to make him submit to you." She pressed further, not believing him. "Submit how? Saying it is easy." At this moment, Jiang Long was fearful, sweat streaming down his face as he admitted his fault. It is due to this subordinate's negligence. In his heart, he was certain of one thing. This failure was definitely caused by that brat. Could the plan I spent so much effort arranging really fail because of a brat named Cao Yunhui, that disciple of the 4th Venerable? And it seems the eldest young miss is quite concerned about that brat's life and death. Thinking back about a year ago, there was a disciple in the sect who blocked a certain kill sword strike from the eldest young miss. This is truly unbelievable. Implies from that incident the eldest young miss began to pay attention to him. And it is true that the brat has good martial arts, and his mind is intelligent and quick-witted.
It would have been enough to just kill one of his 3 disciples, but I didn't expect the eldest young miss to value that brat Zhao Yunhui so highly. Then Bai Huishang mocked him. "Zhan Long, within the sect you call yourself Shan Liang, claiming your intelligence and calculations are flawless." He gripped his sword tightly, realizing in his mind, "Perhaps before I wasn't sure, but for the past half-year I have known that the young miss's martial cultivation has already surpassed mine." Her gaze remained fixed on the failure below. Zhan Long immediately placed his sword against his own neck, offering his life. "Eldest young miss, this was a miscalculation on my part. If you want this subordinate to pay the price for this mistake, I will offer up my head to apologize." He silently calculated in his heart, "If I don't make such a drastic move, it will be hard to escape with my life, because the eldest young miss carries the blood demon bloodline and can kill anyone ruthlessly without batting an eye." Huishang did not want to pursue the matter further. "Let it be. It's a pity. He truly is a talent I wanted to recruit under my wing. I know you too well, Zhan Long, so stop acting crazy." Just then, someone rushed in from outside in a panic. "Eldest young miss, urgent report. Wushang City has terminated its alliance with the Wulin Alliance." Zhan Long expressed surprise, while Wushang remained calm. "What is there to be surprised about? This was bound to happen sooner or later. This is the opportunity for us to act, Zhan Long." Saying this, she laughed as if she had already prepared a deep scheme beforehand. About a month after leaving Lushui Valley, Zhao Yunhui was currently in the southeast of Guizhou Province, within the territory of Zhangkao County. This was originally the base where Haiyu Chen intended to build his own power. After he decided to side with Bai Lian Sha,
This became the base for the second young Mrs. faction. Everyone here had just received the news, not expecting the relationship between Wushang City and the Wuling Alliance to break down so quickly. It was precisely this event that pushed the power struggle within the Blood Sect to become faster and more unpredictable.
Now that Bai Lian Sha had established her own power base with the support of 2 venerables, the 2nd venerable and the 4th venerable, along with 1 blood star, she personally wrote letters to the 3rd venerable and the 2nd blood star to persuade.
Finally, the report came in. Vice Unit Leader, the brothers have run a full lap from the foot of the mountain to the peak and then back here. He looked down on them slightly. Just that, and you're already out of breath, climbing a single mountain and acting like you're about to die? Since last year, I've climbed this mountain back and forth countless times, hunting beasts. While training was underway, someone arrived to announce, Vice Unit Leader Jia, the higher-ups are summoning you. They said it's urgent, so please make your way there quickly. It was the Song brothers. Yunhui wondered what was happening that required calling both of them there. It must be something serious. I need to go there quickly to see. The situation is quite chaotic right now. I can't even predict what urgent matter it could be. After saying that, he agreed and called for Sima Ying. She quickly responded, This little girl is here, Vice Unit Leader. Yunhui gently instructed her, I have business to attend to for a while. Stay here to supervise and urge the brothers to train. Don't let them slack off. I entrust full authority here to you. Sima Ying accepted the order promptly. Vice Unit Leader, rest assured and leave it to this little girl. After Yunhui had disappeared from sight,
Let's continue training. You all heard the Vice Unit Leader. He has entrusted this place to me. Anyone who remains lazy, don't blame me for what happens. Her command was filled with a terrifying, murderous aura. At this moment, news arrived from the other side. Response letters from the 3rd Venerable Blood Snake King, Ojiang, and the 2nd Blood Star Asura Dao, Liu Bai, had been sent back. Although the content of the letters was not exactly the same, they put forward a rather similar request. In the letter, the 2nd Blood Star wrote that he would only submit to someone who was worthy. The 3rd Venerable stated that he would only recognize and submit to the successor of the sect leader position according to the laws of the Blood Sect. Hearing this, Yunhui realized something. Everyone had gathered here. Could it be that the mission this time was becoming orthodox believers and disciples of prestigious sects? Qing Ying continued seriously. For that reason, from now on, you young masters will be sent to the headquarters of the Orthodox Wulan to retrieve the blood demon sword that was seized from our sect years ago. Yunhui was apprehensive, feeling that this upcoming trip was indeed an incredibly difficult mission. The blood demon sword was a sword symbolizing the power and status of the sect leader. It was a treasure of the Blood Sect, also nicknamed the Demon Sword. Because it had drunk the blood of too many heroes and legends of the Wulan world, whenever the blood demon sword appeared, the Zhonghu would not have a moment of peace. The last owner of the Blood Demon Sword was the demon sect leader Bai Wuling. 20 years ago, during the Great War of Good and Evil, he died a tragic death, and since then, the Blood Demon Sword had vanished from the Zhonghu. Finally, the Blood Sect investigated and found that the Blood Demon Sword had been seized by the Wulan Alliance and brought to their headquarters. Their hiding place was guarded extremely strictly, practically impregnable. In his previous life, after the Demon Sect discovered where the Blood Demon Sword was kept, they sent many of their best disciples to steal it back. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not retrieve the Blood Demon Sword in any way.
It holds symbolic value just like other treasures of famous sects in the Zhonghu. For instance, the green jade Buddha staff of Shaolin, the dog-beating stick of the beggar sect, or the Taiji black sword of Wudong. These are the divine artifacts of the sects. Is there any item that is not considered their symbol? But above all, since the Blood Sect let their divine artifact fall into the hands of the Wulan Alliance, their honor could hardly be restored. Now the Blood Sect must by all means retrieve the Blood Demon Sword. That means reclaiming their honor, and through that enabling all disciples to respond to a single call and obey with one heart. Song Zhou was impatient about the upcoming mission. So we are going to launch an all-out attack on the Wulan Alliance to snatch back the Blood Demon Sword? Yunhui pitied his enthusiasm. Zhou, you must want to die early. You have no strength, yet you want to attack the Wulan Alliance. Haiyu Tian warned, What is that idiot saying? If you think attacking the Wulan Alliance is that simple, why haven't we been able to retrieve that sword for so long? Qing Ying also helplessly explained the situation. Young master, it is true that we need to retrieve the Blood Demon Sword, but this time we will have to use a different method. Yu Tian reminded
A second later, Zhao Yunhui spoke up. Master, this disciple indeed cannot fully guess the intentions of those two venerables. However, looking at that request, I can deduce a few points as follows. Song Zuobai was puzzled and asked, there are actually several points? Zhao Yunhui explained. First, they did not express any refusal of the second young Mrs. recruitment letter, but they made a request that is almost impossible for us to fulfill. Qingying also nodded in silent agreement. Bailin Sha was curious about his opinion. Then what is the second point, young master? The second point is that they also want to give the second young Mrs. a chance, which although exists, can
He explained in detail. From the beginning, the third venerable said that he would follow whatever decision the second venerable made, but now, after the second young miss sent him a letter, he has changed his mind. Bai Lenya agreed with the opinion, just as the young master said. So what is their intention? Yunhui affirmed, that is exactly a trap set for us to walk into, because it is possible that those two venerables had already joined the forces of eldest young miss Bai Huishang before the second young miss sent the letter to them. If I were a subordinate who had joined the eldest young miss's forces, I would take this opportunity to create a trap. The strategy is extremely simple. They will use this method to divide the second young miss's forces, sending them to dangerous places of no return, such as retrieving the Blood Demon Sword at the Martial Arts Alliance. If we manage to obtain the Blood Demon Sword, it is not necessarily safe, as the eldest young miss could completely use a scheme to
The young master is indeed intelligent, even in the smallest matters. To think you could deduce the intentions of the eldest young miss like that. Regarding the final implication you mentioned, we have indeed considered the same thing. Then Qingying took out a letter for him to see. This is a letter written by the third venerable, O.G. Young, to the second venerable, Gay Ma, some time ago. The letter reads, Brother Gay, if you haven't decided which faction to join, I will maintain my neutrality until the end of the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, the difficulty is that if the eldest young miss manages to seize the Blood Demon Sword, I will no longer be able to maintain my neutral stance. Yunhui realized. So that means the eldest young miss has decided to go and reclaim the Blood Demon Sword. Bai Sha confirmed. That is correct. This information has been confirmed by spies we planted within the eldest young miss's faction. It is precisely because of this that the eldest young miss has postponed the sect opening ceremony. He pondered deeply. That could be true. In my past life, when the Blood Sect held the sect opening ceremony, the Blood Demon Sword did indeed reappear in the Zhonghu. Bai Huishang has rescheduled that ceremony. It implies it coincides with the time frame I calculated, probably in 3 months. After the sect opening ceremony, the power distribution among the factions within the sect underwent significant changes. In my past life, Bai Lian Sha's faction had almost no real power. But now, Bai Lian Sha has built a powerful force for herself. The 6th Blood Star might not count for much, but now she has the support of the 4th Venerable and the 2nd Venerable. Her power is fully capable of competing for the position of sect leader with the eldest young miss. However, regarding the breadth and depth of influence, Bai Lian Sha is still quite inferior to the eldest young miss, whose power can be considered to have spread throughout the Central Plains. Currently, the relationship between Wushang City and the Wulin Alliance has fallen apart, so both sides see an opportunity to act immediately. Thus, they have put aside their hostility for now. The two forces are avoiding direct confrontation and want to unite the followers to unify the Blood Sect. But to do so, they must rely on the laws of the Blood Sect. Whoever possesses the Blood Demon Sword is the sole successor to the sect leader, the one who can summon all the followers. Qingying reached out and took another scroll from the table. Young Master has grasped the current situation, but please read through this as well. This is an announcement from the Wulin Alliance regarding a martial arts tournament they are organizing for martial artists of the Wulin. The winner of this tournament will be considered the leader of the young heroes and will assume the position of Hallmaster of the Asher Dragon Hall. The most important reward is that the winner has the right to choose any weapon placed in the treasury of the Wulin Alliance. That is the goal we are aiming for. For that reason, you young masters must participate in this tournament and try to win to have a chance to reclaim the Blood Demon Sword. No matter how you win, that is our opportunity. Yunwei silently understood the intention. The uneasy feeling he had sensed earlier was exactly this. Now I understand why they called me and those two idiots here. 8 days later in the north of Hunan, at the Qiyang Zhou family, at the Meridian Gate, the scorching weather made the guards outside complain incessantly. How on earth is this main
Two soldiers looked towards the front gate and saw several people moving towards the Meridian Gate. They stepped out to intervene. Halt everyone, this is the manor of young Master Yi Yang. If you have business here, clearly state your identity so we can go inside and report. It was obviously Zhao Yunhui, but he had covered his face and asked them, do I also need to state my identity to you? The gatekeeper named Xiong Fu calmly replied, of course, if you don't state your identity, how would we know who you are? Receiving such a sharp reply, I am precisely a person of young Master Yi Yang.
What? Is that third young master Zhao Yunhui? His sudden appearance left them stunned. Going back to the planning phase, Qing Ying had said, it is fortunate for us that we have 3 young masters who are loyal disciples of this sect. Regarding your identities, no one in the Zhenghu knows about them. Even your own families are unaware that you have joined the Blood Sect. Therefore, you must return to your families first. Try to achieve victory within your clans, and subsequently be nominated to participate in the Martial Arts Alliance's tournament this time. This is your greatest objective in returning to your families. Yunhui stepped inside, feeling the situation was extremely strange. I once promised myself that if I ever returned to the clan, I would personally put an end to this Yiyang Zhao family. Inside, Zhao Chongyun, the second son of the Zhao family, was angrily smashing things. He was born only a year before me, and we haven't even sparred yet, but father has already chosen him as the rising star to represent the family in the martial arts tournament. Opposite him, a guy chimed in.
The Zhao clan is not resigned to this. Even that daughter of my father's concubine was chosen as the rising star of the sect. Do you see what face I have left? Beside him was a woman looking annoyed. She is the eldest daughter of the Song family, named Song Inghua. She pondered. Whatever one says, half-siblings still share the same Zhao family bloodline. If I didn't have a marriage contract with him due to the engagement between our 2 families, I would have dumped him already, but surely because of his Zhao family background, my father had to marry me to him to maintain good relations with the Zhao family. Well, whatever. At least my fate is better than those 2 stupid younger brothers who ran away from home. At the same time, this Song Inghua is also the older sister of the brothers Zuo Bai and Wu Shen. Outside, a subordinate rushed in. Zhao Chongyun asked in confusion what was happening. The person reported, third young master Yunhui has returned to the clan. Du Jingyu and Zhao Yi beside him immediately showed disdain. That useless trash still has the face to come back here? Second brother, I heard rumors that he was already expelled from the clan. Zhao Chongyun spoke as if he was about to watch a good show. Truly lucky. After these frustrating days, something has finally come to make me feel better. Du Jingyu was puzzled. What do you mean by that, brother? The guy took a swig of wine, draining it, then cheerfully announced, brothers, follow me. Today I will let you witness me teaching that useless bastard of the Zhao family a lesson. Let's go to the Zhao estate together. He calculated in his heart. That stupid fool. You dare to return to the Zhao family? You really don't know life from death. I've been so frustrated these past few days with nowhere to vent my anger, and now that trash comes back right on time. This is the perfect opportunity for me to vent. On Zhao Yunhui's side, he said to the guards, I want to ask you a question. Has Ah Song returned to the Zhao?
He happily explained to her, that's right, I came back here partly to confirm whether he is still alive or dead. That man, Xiong Fu, thought for a moment and said, this subordinate remembers now. This matter was quite a while ago, it seems. Yunhui was restless. Does that mean he is still alive? He recounted. That kid, after returning to the Zhao family, wanted to meet the family head immediately. He kept saying the family head should go save the young master. I don't know why, but the family head got angry, beat him up, and kicked him out of the Zhao family. At this moment, a spine-chilling murderous aura radiated around him, accompanied by his heavy words. What did you say? Say it again for me to see. He trembled slightly with fear. Yes, that kid was beaten and chased out of the Zhao family. Yunhui went into a rage upon hearing this news. You people beat that kid just because he begged him to go save me? I don't understand how my father could do such a thing. Xiong Fu was originally someone from outside the Zhao family recruited as a guard. The reason Xiong Fu patiently endured receiving Zhao Yunhui, who had
The main reason he dared not act rudely towards Zhao Yunhui was that he felt Zhao Yunhui had learned profound martial arts that he could not possibly match. In this case, Zhao Yunhui's status within the clan might undergo a drastic change compared to before. Therefore, Xiong Fu allowed Zhao Yunhui to enter the clan without obstruction. For this reason, in the current situation, he tried to appease Zhao Yunhui's annoyance, aiming to prevent him from getting angry, which would make future conversation difficult.
He asked straight to the point. All right, then explain it to me. Why is it that when Ah Song went to find the family head to call for someone to save me, he was beaten and kicked out of the clan? Are you now trying hard to explain, so I'll let this slide? Surely you guys beat that child very painfully, didn't you? I'm not surprised at what you people do. At this moment, he was terrified beyond measure as he was grabbed by the neck. Third young master, in that situation, we subordinates couldn't control anything. It was all due to the family head. Sima Ying used her power to lift him up by the neck on behalf of Yunhui. You shut your mouth for me. Beside him, the other guard felt indignant and shouted, Hey, why are you doing that to Shangfu? What are you planning to do? Sima Ying, bloodlust rising, retorted, You ask a redundant question. I'm doing what you guys did to Ah Song. I'll beat him up and throw him into the latrine to teach him some manners. It seemed she had thrown him quite far, causing Yunhui and Shaoan over here to feel phantom pain. The remaining guard worriedly asked, Shangfu, are you okay? Sima Ying, furious on Yunhui's behalf, grabbed her wooden staff while her mouth kept cursing. You lowly bastards. If I don't beat you up, you won't know your...
Cao Cheng Yuan sent a sound transmission to remind Yunhui. It truly is something that makes one feel comfortable, but Vice Unit Leader, if you let her carry on like this, won't something unexpected happen? He replied that he was only scaring them, and it wouldn't be good if it became real. You hurry over there and stop her, otherwise there will be more trouble. Shaoan, with her fun-loving nature, clapped her hands, not wanting the drama to stop. Why stop her, Yunhui? Just let her beat them into a lesson they'll never forget. She is the daughter of one of the 4 great villains, so you have to let her show off a bit. He immediately refused. Enough, Shaoan. We just returned to the family, and haven't even met the family head yet. Causing a scene here would look bad. Although this isn't a huge issue, it will hinder my plan to secure a slot in the martial arts conference. After all, we need some calculation. We can't just do whatever we want. Hearing this, Cheng Yuan immediately spoke up to stop her. Little Ying, that's enough. Put the stick down. The girl, disguised as a man, raised her voice to argue back. What the hell are you saying? Who are you to order me around? Cheng Yuan, out of options, reported back to Yunhui. About this, Vice Unit Leader, it seems she won't listen to anything I say. Yunhui silently thought, It really is like always. No matter where or when, I always have to follow behind and clean up all the trouble and annoyance caused by others. He transmitted his voice, calling out softly, Hey, Lady Sima, listen to me. The girl only listened to Yunhui. Yes, Vice Unit Leader. Yunhui admonished her. Why do you always act on your own whims, Lady Sima? I didn't order you to do this. Sima Ying suddenly responded, sadly explaining, Vice Unit Leader, this little girl just wanted to seek justice for you.
He said that even though her intentions were completely good, she should not act so arbitrarily like that. Shaoan, feeling indignant on behalf of the woman, immediately spoke up to lecture him. Hey Yunhui, what is wrong with you? Why are you scolding her? You should be praising her instead. Seeing her protective actions like that, how can you scold her? Yunhui gently explained. Shaoan, I understand her actions, but one should not bring personal emotions into handling matters. Doing so would be very dangerous. If in any mission, no matter how simple, a subordinate acts arbitrarily according to their own will and refuses to obey the orders of superiors, then that mission will only end in complete failure. Sima Ying resentfully defended herself. About that,
He carefully instructed her further, saying that no matter what, if the situation went out of control, it would cause serious, unmanageable consequences. Do you understand, young Lady Sima? You must remember the things I said. From now on, you must always remember that we are returning to the Zhao family to perform an important mission for this sect. This is not a personal mission or individual affair, so if you want to take any action, you need to transmit sound and discuss it with me first. She pledged. This little girl apologizes. From now on, if there is anything, I will ask for the Vice Unit Leader's permission first, and only if agreed will I do it. I know my mistake, so Vice Unit Leader, please forgive me, okay? He nodded to let the matter pass, making Sima Ying happy again. All right. After all, you vented anger on my behalf, so I won't mind it. Just remember to learn from this and don't act arbitrarily like that again. That's enough. Deep down, she was very delighted to see Yunhui being so gentle. Cao Chenwan, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel strange. I thought Vice Unit Leader Zhao would scold her. I didn't expect ever.
Now that you've done it, it's done. I want to ask, after that child was kicked out of the clan, do you know where he went? The guards answered honestly.
Regarding that, this subordinate does not know, third young master. Since that incident occurred, we haven't seen that brat in this county town anymore. He grabbed his head in frustration and scolded. So exhausting. You didn't listen to that child, but beat him and chased him away instead. Now how am I supposed to know where he went? Since it's come to this, let me ask you. Why don't I see the building where I and my mother used to live when she was alive? Did something happen? From the other side, a man approached while answering. Needless to say, since you, that bastard, no longer live in that house, and naturally had to be demolished. Do I still need to explain it to you? Yunhu's eyes were glued to the arrogant man approaching. It really had been too long since he last saw his second brother and his group of bastard friends. Zhao Chongyun stepped out arrogantly and sneered. Who allowed a piece of trash, scum like you, to set foot back in the Zhao family, huh? Now he recalled how in the past, this group of bastard friends from the martial arts aristocratic families, along with this bastard Zhao Chongyun, always bullied and oppressed him, never letting Yanhui have a single day of peace. The man walked closer and taunted further. Did you not hear what I said? Or after wandering the Jianghu and returning, do you feel my words carry no weight? Yanhui did not get angry, but simply bowed to greeting. Second brother, it has been a long time since I had the chance to meet you again. I wouldn't dare. His friend Jinghu also added, truly talented. A piece of trash from the Zhao family who was kicked out of the clan didn't die without a trace in the Jianghu. Now you've even survived to come back. Whether you're alive or not, you've already been expelled from
Endure it for the greater good ahead. Although I told Sima Ying to be patient for the sake of the mission, hearing these words myself, I truly just want to punch those guys. I know that for these bastards, I only need one punch and one kick each to finish them off. But the first thing I need to do now is... Thinking this, Yunhui stepped forward and said to Chongyun, Second brother, may I ask where my mother's spirit tablet from that villa has gone? He sneered and replied, Asking about that piece of wood? You probably plan to worship that lowly woman, don't you? But I casually threw it away. Even if you asked me now, I wouldn't know where it was thrown. Maybe some servants took it to kindle the kitchen fire. Yunhui silently pondered. It is true that after wandering the Jianghu and interacting with many people, my feeling when looking at him is no longer the same as before. Now I look at this bastard. Yunhui immediately mocked them. Truly my second brother, always the same as ever. I have always felt jealous of you. You can always happily drink and feast day and night with your good brothers without having to worry about the family. Those words also irritated Zhao Chongyun's friends. That bastard, is he mocking us? He furiously threatened. You really have a sharp tongue now, don't you? I haven't even mentioned how you, knowing nothing about wandering the Jianghu, have now brought back 2 street urchins who look neither like humans nor ghosts. Do you think the Zhao family is a place where you can come and go as you please? He calmly confronted him. Second brother, it seems you've had too much to drink. I won't speak with you now. Wait until you sober up, then we'll talk. Those words made him... It seems I need to teach you a lesson to wake you up. As he spoke, Zhao Chongyun launched a strike intending to discipline Yunhui, but he was even more astonished when he saw Yunhui block his attack. You should be careful, brother. I don't want to make you lose face in front of your good brothers and friends. My second brother, don't take my patience for granted and push your luck. Chongyun, furious, launched another strike while cursing. You trash bastard, who gave you permission to call yourself my younger brother? Who do you think is your second brother to open your mouth and address me like that, huh? I have never considered you a younger brother, understand? But the attacks were all dodged, making him annoyed. What the hell is this? How can this be? How can a kid whose dantian has been destroyed simply dodge my punches like that? Du Jingyu spoke up from the side. Big brother, you don't need to go easy on that bastard. Although you two share the same bloodline, you are completely different from that piece of trash. Zhao Yudi also added fuel to the fire. He probably feels that if he uses his full strength, it would be too boring, and people might say he's bullying the weak.
Brother, hurry up and teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Yanhui heard this and revealed a cold smile. Just as I intended. Those damn brothers of that Chongyun, they will stay on the sidelines, toting him so he gets angry and overreacts. Only then will I have an excuse to punish this guy. Right now, I just need to act oblivious and play dumb to provoke this idiot a little more. He immediately carried out his plan and provoked. You keep opening your mouth calling me trash. Everything you say is vulgar and filthy. Is it because your mouth is always full of such dirty things that you can spew out such offensive words? Just as he thought, the guy flared up. What, you bastard? What did you say? Say that again for me to hear. Just as you said. You keep saying you don't have any younger brother. He added words that made his blood boil. That is obvious. I was born 3 months before you, so how could I be your younger brother? Instead of calling me younger brother, you should be calling me elder brother. Got it, you bastard? At this moment, his rage reached its peak. Chang Yen reached out and drew the sword at his side.
Song Yinghua immediately stepped forward to intervene. Young Master Zhao, please calm down. Stop this instant. Don't do this. Didn't you say the family head would return to the clan soon? If something happens, I'm afraid... But ignoring her, he shoved away, making her fall. Get lost. What does a woman like you know to interfere in my business? No one can stop me today. This is the moment I punish this trash scoundrel who brings shame to the Zhao family. Even if you die here, no one will mourn your death. He intended to kill Yunhua in one strike. However, the boy agilely used his illusion art on him. You've done enough, Xiao Chongyun. Hit by the technique, Xiao Chongyun immediately stopped and uttered an apology. Oh my, I apologize for my improper words and for intending to take your life. Yunhua played along. Well, what's done is done. Since you've realized your mistake, brother, I accept your apology. This left Song Yinghua both angry and confused. What the hell is going on? That guy was just aggressively pushing me down, and now he's apologizing? The 2 guards also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness second young Master Zhao has regained his composure. Otherwise things would have gone too far. I was terrified just now. The second young master brandished his saber with murderous intent, filling the sky. I thought that one strike would have ended the third young master's life. Over here, Yunhua scored a perfect 10 for his acting. Second brother, I was also partly at fault for causing you discomfort. Therefore, let us brothers make peace now. The guy was hypnotized and couldn't control himself, stuttering incessantly. Then Yunhua released the hypnosis. He flared up again. You bastard, what trick did you just play on me? I will hack you to death. If I can't kill you here today, She looked at him, seeking permission. Now, can this little girl take action, Vice Unit Leader? Yunhui nodded, granting her permission. All right, now is the time to teach him a lesson. With him backing her up, Sima Ying smiled faintly and asked the guy, You said earlier that if brother Zhao Yunhui were killed, no one would mourn him, right? A second later, Sima Ying bluntly bent Zhao Changyan's arm. Then you are mistaken. If you did that, I would be very sad. The scene shifts to the northern village entrance in Yuelong County, where a group of people are riding horses. Leading the way is the Mount Hang sect's one sword of Mount Hang, Zhao Qingyun. He said somewhat awkwardly, Family head Zhao, you really didn't need to do this. Riding beside him is the head of the Yiyang Zhao family, Zhao Yisuen, who replied, If my Zhao family does not entertain guests thoroughly enough, how can this Zhao face the fellow martial artists of the Wulin in the future? Taoist master, there is no need to be polite. To the right of Qingyun is the Mount Hang heroine, Zhao Rihui, who also spoke respectfully. Family head Zhao, I truly thank you very much. However, my senior brother has always been accustomed to a simple life, so he is a bit overwhelmed by such warm hospitality. I hope you can understand and forgive him. Yi Suen spoke gently. Heroine Zhao is truly a heroine among women. As a father whose child has joined the Mount Hang sect, I am very grateful to you for teaching my daughter. If heroine Zhao can become a role model for my daughter to follow, then this Zhao would be extremely grateful.
I do not have much time left at the Hangshan sect. In just 2 years, I will have to return to the Zhao family. At this rate, I will likely have to marry a fiancé chosen by the family head.
She also spoke of the mindset of always wanting to control everyone to follow his will. This marriage was something her father had always emphasized since she was very small. If she didn't have martial arts talent and grasped the chance to go to Mount Hang to learn the art, she might have been married off long ago. Therefore, she must participate in this Wulin assembly. Regardless of life or death, she must achieve a high ranking. In the martial arts competition between the formidable younger generation at the Wulin Assembly, if she could place first or second in the ranking for women, she could receive the position of Hallmaster or Vice Hallmaster of the Phoenix Hall. If that happens, she would have a foothold and status within the Martial Arts Alliance. With luck, given such status and standing in the Wulin Alliance, she could cancel the marriage that is waiting to be celebrated. Thus, this assembly is the only opportunity she has. This time, she must win. Back to the present, a person ran towards them from afar. He bowed and reported,
This subordinate greets the family head, the one sword of Mount Hang, and the heroine of Mount Hang, reporting to the family head, currently in the family. But this subordinate was somewhat intelligent and
I wonder if we can let my 2 sons return first. They also agreed. Of course, clan head Xiao, please go ahead. Duan Duan over here was also wondering, not knowing what had happened in the clan that required them to return early. The eldest son of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yixuan, who was standing nearby, quickly ordered her to move. If we are not fast, Duan Duan might cause trouble again. We need to return to the clan immediately. She ran after him in a hurry, asking, Brother, what do you mean by that? He also silently guessed that the one who was expelled from the clan before had returned. Duan Duan immediately realized, is it that stupid senior brother Zhao Yinhui? He has returned to the clan? Every time I think of him, I worry endlessly. I don't want to see my only relative being beaten by those bastards again. I must return to the clan quickly. Upon arriving home, Duan Duan couldn't help but stare in wide-eyed surprise. The one who was defeated wasn't senior brother Zhao Yinhui, but that bastard Zhao Duan, and who is the slender youth standing next to him? Zhao Yixuan witnessed this right then and shouted loudly, Stop right there for me.
I heard she has become a female disciple of the Hangshan sect. Surely she is returning this time to participate in the martial arts conference. The family head went out, seemingly to pick someone from the Hangshan sect. It looks like we will have guests from the Hangshan sect returning here with him. Junior brother Sima Ying, seal his acupoints. The young lady was about to unleash a move but got annoyed. What do you mean by that, brother? Didn't you want to teach him a lesson he'll never forget? So can I flay his flesh and skin his bones now? Fearing she would cause too much trouble, he immediately stopped her. Things are complicated right now. Absolutely not. Just seal his acupoints, junior brother. Hearing the order, Sima Ying held back. You truly are a bastard. Count yourself lucky. Zhao Yingshen walked over and scolded her. What on earth are you doing to my younger brother? Who are you to dare strike someone so arbitrarily on the Zhao family's land? Sima Ying cupped her hands respectfully. Greetings, young master. I am a fellow junior brother of young master Zhao Yunhui. My name is Sima Ying. While he was still confused, Yunhui spoke up to greet him. Long time no see, big brother. Zhao Yingshen frowned in disdain. Who are you calling big brother, you bastard? He affirmed that it was natural. Zhao Yingshen had possessed the most intelligent aptitude in the family since childhood. He was an incredibly cunning individual. He was a wise person who handled social interactions quite well. He knew how to mind the gaze of outsiders looking at him, and also knew how to create a very good impression of himself in everyone's eyes, naturally far different from that idiot lying prone over there. At this moment, Yunhui replied to him, Perhaps because it has been a long time since I returned to the family, second brother was a bit too excited and drank a little too much, hence he acted like that. But Yingshen did not care. Whether he is drunk or not, I do not know, but what does his drinking have to do with the rude actions of this person claiming to be your junior brother? Sima Ying found it an eyesore and wanted to make a move. So, does the young master mean that I should have just let that bastard stab my senior brother to death with his sword? Young master has a glib tongue, but I think you would better be careful with your words. Yunhui calmed her down. Now, I already reminded you. At this, Zhao Yingshen also hurled insults at him. Arrogant trash. Now you're telling me I have to believe your words and those of your junior brother? Seeing this, Yunhui immediately called him out. Brother, if you have something to say, why not say it directly to me? Why do you have to use sound transmission? Could it be that you intend to say something you don't want others to hear? Being hit the mark, he immediately raised his voice to scold. But right at that moment, he realized something was wrong. The atmosphere around was not quite right. There are too many people here. I must maintain my image. If I get angry, curse, and beat him, everything will be ruined. Noticing the eyes of others,
He feigned innocence and replied, Is that a problem? Due to the somewhat urgent situation, my junior brother rushed to stop him, so it seems he was a bit heavy-handed. Hearing this, his heart rejoiced. You've fallen for my trap. Now I have an excuse to deal with a piece of trash like you. Following that thought, he immediately found fault. You are wrong to say that, Yunhui. This is inside the Saw family estate. It wasn't just a slip of the hand. Where did this person come from to dare arbitrarily break a Saw family member's arm right here on the land of the Yiyang Saw family like this, huh? He thought, with such reasoning, the advantage had tilted in his favor. Come on, everyone join in and oppose him. But amidst such a crowd, not a single word supported what Zhao Yingshen had said. He immediately became visibly embarrassed. What the hell? What is this atmosphere? Because Zhao Yingxin did not expect that everyone else had witnessed with their own eyes the
I heard Sister Inghua talk about what happened here. Second brother, after returning from Shushang Tavern with alcohol in his system, acted recklessly and even wanted to kill third brother. He didn't care about that, directly finding fault with her. Third brother? Who are you calling third brother? What are you thinking? Calling someone expelled from the family third brother? Or is it because you and that piece of trash were born from the same mother that you want to defend him? Ying Ying raised her hand, intending to hit Cao Yingshan, but was blocked. Truly a bunch of bastards. Sure enough, running with the same filthy blood. The girl's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. You are insulting my mother. I can overlook other things, but insulting my mother, Are you going to let go of my hand? But Cao Yingshan remained stubborn. What did I say that was wrong? You two trash siblings deserve to be treated like this. Yunhui stepped up from the side to stand up for his sister. Get that filthy hand off my sister's hand. Ying Ying also wanted to protect him, speaking firmly. Don't get involved in this. This is my business. But in his heart, Yunhui knew this image was too familiar. Before, I thought this sister always detested me, but it turns out that wasn't the case. I thought she didn't like seeing me, so she intentionally interfered. But it turns out she was just calmly standing up to resolve the matter in the best way to prevent me from getting hurt. Something warm seemed to well up in his chest, a miraculous feeling. What is this feeling that is different from anger? He softly called out, Ying Ying, let me protect you now. Yunhui's voice rang out, firm and trustworthy, but Ying Ying
Then he launched a strike at Zhao Yingshan, causing him to fall with his bottom pointing up. This move also astonished Ying Ying. What was this internal energy of her brother? Lying right at Yunhui's feet, he questioned what had just happened. He ordered, Zhao Yingshan, listen clearly. I, Zhao Yunhui, am no longer that stupid fool of Yuelong County, so do not touch my younger sister, understand? He was shocked, standing up in his injured state. Could it be you have restored your Dantian? Yunhui coldly replied, I am not sure about what you said either. He thought he had only hit him moderately, not too hard. Surely with such a gentle move, he could still withstand it. However, he did not intend to end this matter so easily. He had made Ying Ying shed too many tears of humiliation, so he should pay a similar price. Shaoan warned Yunhui, he is not as stupid as that Chongyun guy. He seems to be probing your strength. As expected of the eldest son of the Zhao family, his strength is far superior to his younger brother Zhao Chongyun. On this side, Zhao Ying
Seeing this, Shaotan smiled broadly. It seemed to have worked. He had taken the bait. Yunhui was also somewhat expectant. It looked like he was certain he was stronger than me. Excellent. Just come at me like that. Ying Ying, worried on the side, immediately used sound transmission. Be careful, brother. Even if you have recovered your Dantian, he is not an easy person to deal with. Hearing this, he felt a bit relieved. He had just circulated his qi to show a bit of his strength, yet even Ying Ying was mistaken about his current true power. However, the feeling of being worried about by his only relative wasn't bad at all. He then reassured her that it was fine, and she should just trust him. Zhao Yingshan quickly rushed over. Yunhui agilely swung his sword to block the opponent, abruptly knocking him back. Zhao Yingshan couldn't help but be astonished. What was this? Why did his sword move carry such powerful internal energy? With one bare hand, Yunhui slapped him until he bled, leaving him dazed with the whites of his eyes showing. This is the punishment for daring to slap my little sister's face. Zhao Yingshan was unreconciled and immediately unleashed one of the three proud sword arts of the Yiyang Zhao family, the Zhao Xuan sword art. Yunhui had known about this beforehand. Planning to use the Zhao Xuan sword art against me? Truly child.
Thus, it is not difficult for me to find the flaw in this sword move to punish you. After that useless dance, he also fell down. Yunhui gently defeated the opponent. This is the price for insulting my junior brother, the one who saved my life. Sima Ying on this side could not help but admire. Vice Unit Leader, you are so majestic. Cao Chengyuan, standing next to her, found it unsightly. You are disguising as a man. Don't make such an expression. The two friends of Jia Chongyun, standing and watching all this time, also felt wary. He is truly a stupid person. Is this the trash of Yuelong County from before? How is it that even brother Ing Yang Xian cannot defeat him now?
There were 3 extremely powerful auras, surely the family head and the 2 experts from Hangshan. Yunhui decided it was time to harvest. Zhao Yangshan over there struggled to stand up. You bastard. Today I will fight you to the death. I intended to spare your life out of consideration for the little blood relation you have with his family, but now, go die. He knew that the other had changed his sword stance now. The sword moves were much more terrifying, carrying overwhelming killing intent. This was certainly the Dongbei sword that only the family head and the young family head could learn. Let's see to what extent you have mastered that sword technique. Du Zhengyu also recognized it. That was the Dongbei sword, the most formidable sword technique of the Yiyang Jia family. Zhao Yi insisted that this time Brother Yingshan would definitely, but then what struck their eyes left them astonished. Yunhui once again knocked his sword flying. I don't know if this sword move is effective against other swordsmen, but against me, the sword move you displayed is useless. Yingshan was in disbelief. Absurd. It can't be like this. How can someone like you block the Dong move? Yunhui swept his leg, and he
Having said that, he dealt Trio On Hien a finishing blow to end the match, which looked quite painful. The Tian Nan sword appeared with a warning. Van Hui, be careful. He was also conscious of his actions just now. I know, seeing the atmosphere become extremely silent is enough to know they have returned. Everything that happened just now was witnessed by the Zhao family head and the seniors of the Hangshan sect. Trio Nyat Hui could not help but marvel. Zhao family head, what is going on here? On this side, Tio Dam conversed with Van Hui. That man with the mustache is the family head you mentioned, so do you know the 2 people beside him? He also recognized them. In my past life, when I was a spy in the Wulin Alliance, I met them. One sword of Mount Heng, Shao Qingwen, and the heroine of Mount Heng, Shao Rihui. These 2 were experts of the Hangshan sect, and were both peerless masters. Among them, the one sword of Mount Heng has higher strength. His aura does not have the overwhelming oppressive feeling like Haiyue Qian, but he has certainly surpassed the threshold of a peerless expert. Van Hui calmly and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Father and the 2 seniors. Below, the battered body of Trio On Hien shouted loudly, Father, that is evil art. This bastard used evil arts. Van Hui looked at him with hatred. Is this guy really this shameless? He actually uses this way to explain his own failure. He won't admit he's weak even in death. If I had known, I would have smashed his mouth so he couldn't speak. However, suspiciously, Zhao Qingwen quickly approached to question him. Evil art? Little brother, did you learn evil arts? Van Hui was also quite incredulous at that speed. In the blink of an eye, he had closed a distance of 15 steps, witnessing
Moreover, now the vice unit leader is being falsely accused in front of one sword of Mount Heng. This situation is going to be difficult. The young lady didn't understand his words and asked why it was difficult, demanding an explanation. Chengu replied that the evil path and the orthodox path have always been like water and fire. Therefore, many in the orthodox path detest evil arts to the extreme. One sword of Mount Heng is one of them. Just look at how his expression has changed, completely different from his usual gentle and plain personality, and you can guess it. Yunhui then explained the truth that it was not evil art. He asked further, then why did the young family head of the Yiyang Zhao family say that you used evil arts to defeat him? At this moment Zhao Yingying stepped forward, looking aggrieved. Martial uncle, the little brother standing in front of you is my elder brother. Chen Yun guessed, your elder brother? Is this Zhao Yunhui? I heard that my young nephew suffered a dantan injury that could not be recovered. Is not so? As he spoke, he reached out towards Yunhui as if wanting to conveniently check on him. Yunhui quickly dodged. Senior, what are you intending to do? Zhao Qingyun pressed on. Your dantan was damaged to the point of being unrecoverable. Yet how have you achieved such a martial arts realm in such a short period? Explain it. He calmly asked for a chance to explain, but the other man seemed unwilling. Do you think just explaining with words without letting me check the internal energy in your body can convince me, whether it is evil art or not?
He found the situation a bit difficult. This was unexpected, but Tiannan reassured him at that moment. Don't worry, Yunhui. You might be able to easily resolve this situation. Use the sword technique of the Tiannan sword guest, and you can easily resolve this predicament. Listening to the suggestion, Yunhui wholeheartedly followed his lead. Then the Xie Ying sword move was unleashed by Yunhui. He realized it was a bit difficult. This old man's sword moves were completely different from those 2 idiots. Every time the 2 swords clashed, his hand felt like it was tearing apart. Even if he opened his middle dantian now to increase his internal energy, he wasn't sure he could match
Outside, Zhao Rihui recognized the move just now and panicked. Heavens, that sword move is clearly... It was no surprise that Zhao Queen-Yun also recognized it. Although slightly different, this was clearly the Xie Qiu Ying sword. What is your relationship with great hero Hu Jungda? Tiannan was happy because everything went according to his plan. Yunhui wonderingly asked, did the Tiannan sword guest and the one sword of Mount Heng know each other? He admitted that it was a karmic connection from a long time ago between them. Luckily, everything is resolved satisfactorily, right? Then Yunhui smiled slightly and played his role. Senior, did you recognize my master's sword art? I really didn't expect the two of you to have known each other from before. Not knowing how the other would react, the faces of the father and son of the Zhao family were horrified first. Du Jingyu and Song Inhua also found it hard to believe. Did he say the sword art he executed belongs to the Tiannan sword guest? Hearing this, Ying Ying's face clearly showed pride and admiration for her brother. Then he confidently introduced himself. Disciple of the Tiannan sword guest Hu Jungda, Zhao Yunhui pays respects to senior. Although he is now called the Wonder of Mount Heng, with martial arts surpassing others, more than 20 years ago he was just an immature rising star. His experience in the Zhonghu was still lacking, which led to a mistake that nearly cost him his life. After being saved from bandits by the Tiannan sword guest, he remembered this kindness incessantly, vowing that if he ever met him again, he would repay that debt of gratitude. Yunhui spoke up to soothe Zhao Qingyun. This junior has heard Master tell many stories about Senior. When you were young, Senior did many deeds that earned the respect of Zhonghu figures. Senior is truly a model for this junior to follow. Today, this junior is truly honored to meet Senior like this. His eyes showed a hint of delight. Is that the truth? Did Senior Tiannan mention me? He recounted that his master occasionally spoke of the friendship formed in northern Yunnan with the senior, saying that it was fortunate to have met and befriended him back then. His master also often praised the senior as a heroic mirror illuminating the orthodox Wulin, a destination that the younger generation needs to strive towards. With Yunhui's words of praise, his mood could not stop being joyful, because the martial artist he always longed for, his savior from the past, still remembered him. Not only that, but he was also regarded as a role model for the younger generation. Zhao Qingyun was overjoyed, but still appeared humble. Actually, I didn't do much. I didn't think Hero Tiannan would tell stories about this humble Taoist like that. I was truly rude to you, young master. My nature is quite harsh. I always view the evil path as enemies.
Seeing him bow like that, Yunhui also humbled himself. Not at all, senior. That was partly due to this junior. But Shen Yun suggested to him, young master, please do not call me senior anymore. In the past, out of admiration, we brothers have always called your master, the Tiannan sword guest, as martial uncle. Thus, young master does not need to address us that way. Zhao Ruhui also spoke with respect. Since you are a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest, you can be considered of the same generation as us. Therefore, we take the liberty to address you as junior brother Zhao. Yu Wei pretended to be calm, but internally he questioned, what is this about? These two seniors from the Hengshan sector of the same generation as me? Tiannan recalled the past. I remember that the previous master had a friendship with a Hengshan master named Hu Sin Hong. He was the master of these two, so the young disciples of the Hengshan sect at that time all called my master martial uncle. Yunhui realized it made sense. People of the orthodox Wulin were particularly sensitive about hierarchy and etiquette, so such an address was not strange. Thinking this, he feigned awkwardness. How could this junior address two seniors in such a way? But the man was full of goodwill towards him. It matters not, young master. Have I not already made that clear to you? Yunhui inwardly felt a surge of smug pride. Since he had saved face to this extent, he might as well pretend to go along with it, as the situation was favorable to him anyway.
In any case, looking back, I wonder which bastard dared to slander the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest as an evil person cultivating evil arts like this. As a senior brother, I cannot let this matter rest. Zhao Yingxian sat there making excuses. It is not like that. This is just a misunderstanding, senior. Enough. Zhao Qingyun was furious, his eyes full of annoyance on behalf of Yunhui. He looked straight across at the Zhao family head. Seeing the look on that man's face, it was clear he was extremely angry. I had humiliated him upon this return. From the beginning until now, he has never treated me. Although I do not know what his reputation is like in the Wulin, as the head of a family, he is unqualified to be a proper father, but I am all too used to him being angry with me.
If I want to achieve my goal on this trip, I must put on an appearance full of goodwill, humility, and politeness. Then Yunhui knelt down to pay respects to Jia Yusuen. Son greets father. He gave him some face and played along for once. It has been a long time. Fortunately, you are still healthy. I am also pleased to see that. I have heard about the incident between you three brothers, not to mention who is right or wrong yet, but you were a bit too heavy-handed in this matter. Do you realize that? His gaze made Yunhui feel awkward. How should I handle this? Although I have a legitimate reason, I need to be a bit clever. Then he explained, I am truly ashamed to have caused such a thing. My two senior brothers were so agitated that they wanted to take my life. Therefore, I had no choice but to act in self-defense. I hope father will forgive me. He felt a bit uncomfortable inside, but what other reason would be more satisfactory? They caused trouble and assaulted him in a place with so many witnesses, so he could not scold him any further. This relies on his cunning nature, as he always has to pay attention to how others view him. He will have to.
I need to mind my reputation. Shouldn't suppress him in such a crowded place. Hearing that, he also had to let it go. So that's how it is. I understand now. If your senior brothers did anything wrong, we can investigate that later. For now, the important matter is that I must receive the guests, the two seniors from the Hengshan sect. Family ugliness shouldn't be aired here. Let's discuss this matter later. Yunhui asked an unexpected question. Father, won't you ask for the reason why I returned to the family? It seemed he intended to dodge the issue again, not wanting to face his son's inquiry. Zhao Yisuen paused, also showing interest in hearing it. He saw that the man had to yield and couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Father, now that I have returned to the clan, please entrust your son with the position of the representative rising star of the family, so that I may be qualified to participate in the martial arts conference. That statement made Zhao Yisuen frown. He didn't expect him to make such a request. More than an hour later, at the Yiyang Zhao family guest hall, inside was the sight of someone tearing into a piece of meat with relish. It was none other than Cao Cheng Yuan. Sima Ying also found it unsightly and admonished him, even if you lack upbringing and etiquette, please don't smack your lips while eating and scatter food all over the table like that. He calmly replied, Don't be so harsh on me. Isn't eating like this cute? The girl immediately retorted angrily, Cute my foot. Looking at you makes me want to hit you. But according to you, even a beggar at this level would have dignity. Then Sima Ying turned to Yunhui with intimate concern. Senior brother, you must be very hungry. We traveled a long way to get back here, so please eat a lot. Seeing her act coquettishly, Cao Cheng Yuan joined in to tease. Senior brother, oh senior brother, eat.
He replied that he himself did not know exactly what would happen next. Family head Zhao Yisuen had avoided answering that question in public. He probably needed time to calculate the most perfect plan. However, he could not avoid handing over the position of the rising star representative to Yunhui after the recent exchange of blows, as both of those guys were injured, though not heavily. But wouldn't it be too much for them if they had to participate in the martial discussion at the martial arts conference?
In any case, he has no other choice, but it seems he really doesn't consider you a member of this family, does he? He looked out into the courtyard and replied to the girl, That's right. Of course I know that too. The servant girls watching in front of the guest hall are no ordinary maids. Although their martial arts strength hasn't reached the second-rate or third-rate level, they all know martial arts. He placed them here to serve me, thinking I wouldn't notice, but there's no way I wouldn't detect that they are martial artists. However, having these maids walk back and forth in front of the door, his intention is no different from publicly monitoring us. This is a warning from the family head directed at me, a son who is no longer recognized by the clan. It implies that regardless of whether I am a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest, this place is the territory of the Yiyang Jia family. He seems to be saying, I am staring right at you. I am always watching your actions, so don't cause any outrageous incidents like just now. Shaoan took the opportunity to curse. He really is despicable. A maid came up to report, Young master, the servant belongs to the medicine hall. I have come to convey the message that the madam invites young master over there. She has a few things she wants to say to you. Yunhui was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the medicine hall faction to act first. Nearby, Sima Young wondered who that was. He decided to go alone, so he instructed everyone. I'll go and come right back.
Peony Hall was the residence of Madame Yang, the principal wife of the Yiyang Zhao family's head, Zhao Yisuen.
It was a place where bright red peonies were planted, covering the entire garden. Except for this time of year, those peony flowers would not bloom, but coincidentally, they were in full bloom right at the moment I returned. Looking at these beautiful flowers, no matter how happy one might be, the thought of meeting her made my mood turn terrible. Thinking back to how she treated me in the past made me want to burn everything here to the ground. When I arrived, Zhao Yixuan's principal wife, Madame Yang, was sitting there. "You have arrived? All of you withdraw." The serving maids immediately obeyed and left. Yunhui cautiously wondered, ordering the maids to leave.
Hearing this, Yunhui was wary and skeptical. Did she call him here just to congratulate him? No way. With her insidious nature, she must be plotting something. Madame Yang continued, "I know our relationship isn't good, and I don't deny that, but I called you here today for a reason, and I'll keep it brief. If you want, I can kneel 10 times, no, 100 or 1,000 times to atone for the sins I committed against you in the past. So please, I beg you, do not covet Yingshan's position. That child is still naive. To make up for it, tell me whatever you want, and I will do my best to meet your demands." Yunhui looked at her with eyes filled with unparalleled hatred. As expected, this wasn't beyond his predictions. Right, even a villainess has a mother's heart. She didn't want him to take Shao Yingshan's position in the Shao family. He then asked coldly, "Did you call me here just to do this?" Recalling the past made it hard for Yunhui to believe. A woman who was once so imposing, with such a cruel and harsh personality, always acting like she was superior, could actually kneel and apologize to him? He still remembered clearly that before, every time he met her, she would always curse him, saying he carried lowly blood, followed by powerful slaps with any mercy. Still in that kneeling position, Madame Yang offered her conditions. "If you want, I can also give you enough wealth and assets for you to live in luxury and comfort for the rest of your life. I can also help you start a family and put in a good word with your father. So please do not covet my son's position."
It was truly unexpected that this would cause someone who once bitterly hated him to change their attitude and treat him as she does now. However, with a firm resolve, he refused. "Forgive me, I cannot comply with your requests." Madame Yang did not give up. Instead, she tugged at his clothes and pleaded, "Just tell me what you want, whatever it is. I will do my best to achieve it." Seeing her humble herself like that, Yunhui decided to test her with a demand. "Then can you bring my mother's spirit tablet and elevate her status to that of the legitimate wife in the clan? And perform a ritual of apology to my mother 3 times a day for 10 years? Madame Yang could not help but be astonished. Looking at that expression, Yunhui knew beforehand that this was naturally impossible for her. To acknowledge someone she once despised and considered lowly as the legitimate wife was already too much. Wanting her to apologize for 10 years would thoroughly trample upon her self-esteem. But seemingly beyond his expectations, Madame Yang asked back, "Is it true that if I do that, you will give up the position you desire and spare Yingshan?" Yunhui sat down and gave a cold smile. "I truly admire Madame Yang's sincerity. Then I leave it all to you, madam." Yunhui knew that while the love between mother and child was indeed deep, but then he leaned close to her and whispered, "Those are the words you wanted to hear from my mouth, right? If it were you, could you actually do that? Lowly woman." He found it impossible. It would have been great if she had done that while his mother was still alive, but now,
The day I suffered from chi deviation, it was precisely because your maid brought the spirit elixir to poison me. Did you think I didn't know that? Is there anyone who doesn't know that the maid came from Peony Hall? Because they guessed who the culprit behind it was, everyone in the family just glossed over it. Asking me to spare your son? How ridiculous. What makes you think you can ask me that? I have clearly warned you. If you understand, then do not seek me out for such useless matters again. He brushed off Madame Yang's hand and coldly turned away.
"I do not intend to harm your master, so there is no need for such drastic actions." Seeing that he was discovered, the man immediately jumped down in front of them. Madame Yang called him Guard Zhao. He then bowed respectfully. Madame Yang's guard, Zhao Ke, pays respects to the descendant of the Tianan sword guest. Yunhui did not care and walked past quickly. "I have nothing to say to you." As he reached the door intending to leave, Zhao Ke suddenly spoke up. "The person who sent the maidservant to the young master that day was not Madame Yang. The one who poisoned the young master's spirit elixir that day was this subordinate." This admission, whether true or false, made Yunhui involuntarily surprised.
Yunhui recounted the story from 12 years ago, the memory of that day still very clear. In order to advance my martial arts, I needed to consume a spirit elixir, but at that time I did not yet have 18 years of internal energy, so I could not consume the spirit elixir directly. Therefore, even though the potency would be reduced, I had to brew it like medicine to drink. Only then could my body absorb some of the elixir's potency. After I drank that tonic into my body, I immediately circulated my energy to absorb its potency, but
For a child of a martial arts aristocratic family to lose their dantian and be unable to continue practicing martial arts, everyone clearly knows what happens next. A child abandoned, rejected, and shunned by the clan. From that day on, my life was completely turned upside down. The one who caused that wasn't this hag, Madame Yang, Yunhui asked back. Was it you? The man answered honestly. This subordinate has taken care of the madam since before she married into the Zhao family. For someone like me, who gave up a life as a servant in the clan to follow and serve as her guard, the madam is everything I have. I could not stand by and watch someone who is like a blood sister to me be anxious and worried day and night because of the threat you pose to young Master Zhao Yingxian's position. Yunhui asked coldly, Is that the reason you poisoned me? Zhao Ko took all the blame upon himself. I only hope the young master knows that this was entirely my own idea and has nothing to do with the madam. I beg for your forgiveness. Whatever punishment you have, I will accept it all. Just please spare the madam. Madame Yang also protected him and immediately stepped forward. No, I ordered this. It has nothing to do with Guard Zhao. Guard Zhao was loyal to me and didn't want to see me humiliated. That's why he lied. You shouldn't listen to him. Then both of them kept competing to take the blame in front of Yunhui, making the scene unsightly to behold. Truly, these two bastards, fighting to admit fault makes me feel like I'm the villain here. Then he sat down with a look of disdain. Seeing the two of you, master and servant, loving and caring for each other so much makes me feel ashamed. If I were to punish both of you right now, I would...
She fell backward, rolling on the ground. Hey, did you think I would say that? The master-servant affection between you and that guard Xiao is truly noble, isn't it? However, I really can't understand what makes what you two did so proud-worthy that you dare to trumpet your confession in front of the victim, me. Since you two dared to do such a thing, didn't you already foresee today's outcome? Madame Yang, beaten until one side of her face was swollen, cursed in frustration. You lowly, illegitimate spawn. After doing such humiliating things to me, do you think you can become the rising star?
You can go tell the family head or do whatever you want, but I won't just sit idly by. Instead, I will announce that the wife of the Yi Yang Zhao family poisoned and ruined the future of a child not yet 18. And of course, the first ones to hear this news will definitely be the two experts from the Hang Shan sect currently staying at our clan. Those words made her panic. Do you dare threaten me? Then Yunhui immediately made his move, causing Madame Yang to freeze as she watched. Before her eyes was the scene of him injuring Zhao Ke. What have you done? Stop immediately! At this moment, Yunhui had repaid the debt from the past. Naturally, I crippled this guy's dantian. He admitted with his own mouth that he was the one who caused my dantian to be destroyed, didn't he? I'm just demanding justice for myself. Then he threw something into her hand and ordered Madame Yang to drink it immediately. Before her was a poison pill, causing her to panic. You really are crazy. Do you think I would drink this poison? He grabbed the unconscious Zhao Ke by the head and threatened her, simultaneously shoving an identical pill into the man's mouth. I think you will have to drink it. Otherwise, I will immediately drag this guy before the family head and say I found the culprit who poisoned me back then. Madame Yang threatened Yunhui. If you do that, do you know what will happen to the clan? If you're not careful, it will cause trouble for the Yi Yang Zhao family. This matter is not as simple as you think. Are you, someone aiming for the position of the clan's rising star representative, planning to drag the clan into the mud and suffer the ridicule of the martial arts world? He just smiled brightly.
That retort was like a slap in her face, leaving her speechless on the spot. And then the matter concluded with 2 scrolls in Yunhui's hands. Finally, he had obtained what he wanted, the confession letters from Madame Yang and Guard Zhao. Shaoan observed closely. There was even Madame Yang's seal. It is at times like this that one realizes humans are truly emotional creatures. Yunhui was smart to take precautions beforehand. Having secured handwritten evidence like this, she wouldn't stand a chance of turning the tables later. She asked further, Moreover, Zhao Yunhui, you also said you wouldn't give them the antidote. If one of them does something stupid, what do you plan to do? He explained, I just want the two of them to suffer more pain. The girl Shaoan felt excited along with him. It truly is never boring being with you. You can come up with any scheme. Now we just wait for the gathering of the Hallmasters to see their opinions, right? At this moment, Shaoan asked what Yunhui planned to do next. He calculated carefully. Since they made the first move against me, there's no need for me to sit quietly and wait like this. I will take
Inside, there were whispers about Yunhui. Had that piece of trash really become a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest after being expelled from the clan? Moreover, now that he had returned, did he really want the position of the representative rising star of the Zhao family? Old Yang Yunxi was skeptical. Even if he was a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest, no, was he really a true disciple or just lying? Next to him, Chen Qixing also said he wasn't sure, but the one sword of Mount Hang and the heroine of Mount Hang had already stepped forward to verify it. While they were discussing, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside. It was none other than Yunhui, who spoke up to greet them. It's been a long time since I met you, Hallmasters. I am quite familiar with you all here, but today it seems none of you intend to return my greeting. It seems I have been away from the clan for too long, so I no longer have any prestige in your eyes, do I? Everyone in the group felt uneasy. Then a person claiming to be the fourth Hallmaster, Mu Shenying, stood up to pay his respects to him, followed by the fifth Hallmaster, Gan Wuwen, who was also respectful. Looking around, he judged each of them. The 5 Hallmasters of the lower seats had quickly shown their attitude. The 3 of the upper seats didn't even bother to stand up to greet him. They clearly had no respect for him. One person spoke up in reproach. The subordinates outside must have stopped the 3rd young master because there is a meeting going on inside. Why did you barge in like this? Yunhui responded, You speak as if I am not allowed to step in here, don't you? I am the 3rd young master. The person who just questioned him was the 1st Hallmaster, Sha Chongjun.
Following that, old man Yunxi also chimed in. The great Hallmaster is right. Even if you are the young master, acting like this is too rude. If you have something to say, arrange a time after the conference and speak to the family head then. At that time, if we have the time, we will consider whether to listen to you or not. Yunhui mocked him. Hallmaster young Yunxi, you are suddenly being so polite. I haven't adapted to this yet. Isn't it true that in the past you only needed to shout and chase me out simply? What did you say to me back then? Right. As he spoke, he recalled the unhappy past from his childhood, having always been scolded terribly by the old man. Is this a place where a piece of trash without a dantian like you dares to step into? Don't ever lurk around here again. If I see you here again, I'll beat you to death. Yunhui asked again, You said that, didn't you? But the old man feigned ignorance, scratching his head innocently. 3rd young master,
If I spoke like that back then and it made the young master uncomfortable, then this Yang would like to ask for your forgiveness. Yunhui turned his back and continued speaking. Is that so? But are you really okay right now? When I was kicked out of the Zha family, it was you who led the family guards and said something similar. Never come near this family again, you trash. Just like that. If you can't even remember something that happened just over a year ago, it seems your memory is too poor. Therefore, it would be hard for you to handle the position of Hallmaster in the family now, wouldn't it? Shouldn't you retire to the countryside? Every word from Yunhui humiliated Yang Yunxi in front of everyone, silently cursing him as a bastard in his heart. Qixing cut in with an annoyed look. What are you trying to do? Are you using the name of the Tiannan sword guest's disciple to settle a personal grudge by revealing what happened in the past to badmouth others? Sima Ying next to him interjected. Since when did pointing out a subordinate's disrespect become a personal grudge? The hierarchy in the Qi-Yang Zha family is truly a mess. That remark made the old man lose face to the point of rage.
But right at that moment, the old man felt an ominous omen. Just that alone was enough to make Sima Ying emit killing intent that filled the sky, but she suppressed her hatred and asked Yunhui for permission. Vice unit leader, can I kill that guy? Please say yes. But he stopped her and told her to calm down. Qixing asked in fear, Is that person also a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest? A second later, Yang Yunxi, sitting nearby, immediately changed his attitude and stood up respectfully.
Leading the third young master's junior brother here is fine. I didn't know a distinguished guest was visiting the family. I hope the young hero can be generous and forgive us. Yunhui realized they are quite concerned about the prestige of the Tiannan sword guest. I can rely on this to get what I want. At this moment, Sha Changjun spoke up. Currently, this meeting probably has to wait for the family head to proceed. The hall masters can leave for now. Until the family head gives an order, we will meet again later. Yunhui didn't want to let them leave so easily, so he ordered the doors closed. Chao Changyang and Sima Ying quickly closed the doors and stood guard as per Yunhui's words. Young Yunxi spoke up uneasily. Now what are you doing, third young master? What exactly are you doing? Are you not letting us leave here? Yunhui replied seriously. If I don't do this, I don't think I can have a proper conversation with you all, including the great hall master. Sha Changjun didn't yield to him at all and wanted to make a move. Third young master, I see you definitely have other intentions. Yunhui just wanted a small exchange with them.
I came here to give you an opportunity to change the faction that you are supporting. What do you think about supporting me in this family in the future? That made them awkward. The words he spoke seemed to be beyond their expectations. The Yiyang Zhao family has a family rule. If more than half of the hall masters object, the decision regarding the position of the young family head can be reconsidered and changed. Implicitly realizing Yunhui's intention, they asked, "Are you talking about the young family head position?" A smile appeared on his face. His silence implicitly confirmed that was exactly what Yunhui wanted to say. Looking at their amazed expressions, he said to himself, "You must be quite surprised, right? Just over a year ago, you were still..."
Therefore, when talking to crafty old foxes like you, I haven't suffered any disadvantage at all. Shang Chongzhen hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. As the head of the hall masters of the Zhao family, now knowing that the third young master has become a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest, I am also happy for you. But say what you will, a family has its rules. The young master coming to this meeting with the intention of causing chaos like this is not acceptable, and I myself cannot stand up to defend you. Seeing Yunhui's eyes were not focused, the old man asked, "Young master, are you not listening to what I'm saying? I wonder where you are looking." Yunhui gave a wry smile and explained, "I am very sorry for my rude behavior earlier. I hope the hall masters will forgive me. Today I came here, and ultimately what my intentions were, you hall masters already understand. After all, with the status of a junior, I cannot go too far. My purpose in coming here has been achieved, so I ask for permission to take my leave first. If there was any discourtesy, I hope you will forgive me. I am currently staying at the guest hall of the Zhao family. Surely you all know where that is. If any hall master intends to visit me for any purpose, I am ready to welcome you. Now I ask..."
The hall masters found it very strange and couldn't understand. Why did he barge in here and say such baffling words? Achieved a small part of the goal. What did he mean by that? While they were questioning the reason, a sudden sound of a table being slammed rang out. Xiao Changjun, realizing something was amiss, snapped angrily. That guy has some nerve. Fine, just wait and see. Today in this meeting, I am very disappointed in all of you sitting here. Earlier, when I was speaking to him, he was distracted and paid no attention to my words. Therefore, I observed him closely and saw him look in another direction, his throat moving. From that action, I could guess he was using sound transmission with one of the hall masters here. This makes me extremely disappointed. The position of young family head is very important in the clan and is currently held by young master Zhao Yingshen. You cannot simply change your decisions so easily just because of a few words or some benefits he offered. Although I don't know who he transmitted his voice to, until I investigate and find that traitor, no one is allowed to leave here. The group fell into an uproar, and another hallmaster turned pale. Great hallmaster, why would you say such a thing? He didn't transmit anything to me. The one next to him also defended himself. Considering what we do for the benefit of the clan, who would disregard the future of the Iyanzal family for his petty bribes? But the old man remained firm. Are you implying that what I saw was just a hallucination? Young Yunxi, standing nearby with a darkened face, spoke up. Perhaps the great hallmaster is right, but there is one thing that doesn't fit here. Why does the great hallmaster only think that the person...
When the accusation was turned back on him, Sha Changjun furiously cursed. "What? You bastard, what did you say?" Then Yanhui's group departed, leaving behind a fierce verbal battle among the hall masters, with the sound of their arguing continuing ceaselessly. Cao Changwen thought highly of Yanhui. Indeed, the reputation of the Tiannan sword guest held significant sway over them. Just the reputation of being his disciple was enough for the vice unit leader to shake their spirits. But earlier, who did the vice unit leader transmit sound to? You said you didn't transmit sound to anyone. That made him find it hard to believe. Seeing this, Yenhui added, I merely pretended to be transmitting sound to someone among those old foxes. You can probably guess the intention without me saying it. Cheng Wen vaguely realized the intention, and Yenhui admitted, my purpose is simple. I just want to sow
Once suspicion and conflict have arisen in their hearts, it will not be simple to make them disappear. At that time, I will have many opportunities to execute my scheme. When they returned to the room, Sima Ying called out, Senior brother, when will it be time for dinner? Yunhee criticized her for eating all day long, saying she had just finished lunch, truly like a starving ghost. Sima Ying noticed something and immediately said, By the way, look over there. Isn't that your junior sister, Zhao Yingying? Looking toward another corner, he saw Zhao Yingying talking to someone. The young lady over there said in annoyance, I already told you, I do not want to discuss this matter any further. I will absolutely not become your concubine, young Master Zhao. Therefore, you do not need to trouble yourself. I have already spoken to my father about this marriage discussion. Isn't this marriage arrangement already over? My father also. Before she could finish explaining, he interrupted her. What are you saying? Didn't your father say he would give us more time to get to know each other? Why are you avoiding me like this now? Yingying calmly responded, Do not take those words to heart. That was only said to save you from embarrassment. Can't you understand such social courtesy? Now, I have business to attend to. I will take my leave. Let us not discuss this matter in the future. The person
When you react fiercely like this, I find you even more beautiful. But Yingying only found this guy disgusting and quickly swatted his hand away. Shaoan appeared on the side, teasing, Yunhui, how does it feel seeing your younger sister about to get married to someone? He just felt it was truly annoying. If I were a woman facing that guy, I would just kick him away. At this moment, Sima Ying stepped forward to rescue her. Hey, you, she already said she doesn't want to talk to you anymore. Why do you keep shamelessly clinging to her? He calmly questioned her. This lowly one is Zhao Shengnan of the Yifang Zhao family. May I ask what relationship you have with her to interfere in our business? On this side, Yunhui just watched with suspicion. When did she run over there? He is Zhao Shengnan of the Yifang Zhao family. I heard before that he met Yingying at the Grand Patriarch's 80th birthday banquet. I didn't think that after just one meeting he would already be discussing marriage with her. At this, Yingying bristled with anger and retorted, What relationship between the two of us? I don't have any close relationship with you, young master. But he stubbornly refused to let go.
Seizing the opportunity, Sima Ying used her male appearance to grab Yingying's hand and raised her voice at Zhao Shengnan. What do you mean, irrelevant? Look at this action and tell me, do the two of us have a connection or not? Young Miss Zhao Yingying, unaware of Sima Ying's
Even though you are not the daughter of the principal wife, I didn't mind. It was only because Madame Yang requested that I accept you as a concubine that I agreed. But today I didn't expect that just because of this guy, before he could finish his sentence, he received a full slap across the face from Sima Ying. Zhao Shengnan clutched his face and screamed, You there! How dare you hit me? She simply replied calmly, Why can't I? You dare to tease my beloved right in front of me? That slap was light. You truly are a bastard. His anger reached its peak, making Zhao Shengnan want to draw his sword and strike immediately. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't carry the surname Zhao. But just as the brawl was about to break out, a voice intervened. Young Master Zhao, stop it. It turned out that the incident had been seen by Zhao Yixuan, who walked over, causing Zhao Shengnan to feel guilty. He also seriously added in a conciliatory tone, Young Master Zhao, let's stop this here. There is a banquet tonight, so you should go back and rest first. I will talk to the girl. Zhao Shengnan became wary and obeyed immediately. Yes, this junior understands. At that moment, Yunhui's group was surprised. Had the family head actually stepped in to mediate this matter? Zhao Shengnan quickly left with a look of fear, while Sima Ying's sharp gaze did not diminish in its hatred. Then Zhao Yixuan spoke to Yunhui. You have only been back at the Zhao family for a few days, yet so many troublesome incidents have occurred. How long do you intend to cause trouble for me?
The moment I had been waiting for arrived much sooner than I expected. Moving to the family head's cultivation room, both of us went there to speak in private. He looked around the room once. This was his private cultivation room, where no one was allowed to enter without permission. I wondered what his intention was in bringing me here to talk. Then Zhao Yixuan spoke up. I have tolerated you since the very first day you returned to the clan, but it seems you have taken advantage of that to go too far.
Do you dare ignore my warnings and cause chaos in the Zhao family? I let it slide once, but I cannot tolerate it forever. Is the position of rising star representing the clan in the martial arts conference not enough for you? Now you even covet the position of young family head of the Zhao family. Do you think I don't know your intentions for returning to the clan? From this moment on, if you utter a single lie, this sword will show you no mercy. Yunhui maintained a calm demeanor, but inside he was unhappy. Dragging me here only to threaten me with a drawn sword? This truly disappoints me. He then replied, "It seems father really hasn't."
You have caused countless troubles, disrupting the Zhao family in less than a few days. Do you think I will trust and change my attitude towards you? Although I may not have done anything great for you as a father, I have watched you grow up since childhood, so I understand you a little. Since your mother passed away, you haven't cultivated your mind or character at all, spending all day drinking and being dissolute like a trashy cripple, doing nothing right. Then being expelled from the clan, a person like you has no will. Your Dantian is gone. So how could the Tiannan sword guest accept you as a disciple? Furthermore, regarding how you somehow restored your Dantian, with your internal energy and martial arts progressing at godlike speed in just 1 year to possess such strength, I estimate you have reached the level of a first-rate expert. Do you think I will simply believe you could achieve that? Yunhui refuted his deduction, saying that no matter what his father said, he was standing right there, which was proof that he had done it. But Zhao Yishuan was obstinate in his own thinking. Rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature is hard to alter. How can a person change so much in just 1 year? I will be blunt. Have you now become a lackey for the Blood Sect? At this conclusion, astonishment clearly showed on Yunhui's face. How did he know that? Since he even drew his sword to talk to me here today, it seems he might have investigated and caught wind that I am a person of the Blood Sect. The situation is complicated.
Zhao Yishuan pointed his sword straight at his son and spoke directly. "Stop spouting nonsense to change the subject. A person who was previously captured by the Blood Sect and has now returned to cause chaos in the Zhao family, ask yourself, how can I not be suspicious?" This statement made him think. I was captured by the Blood Sect. How could he know that? Or was it the Song family side? Did those two idiots do something stupid for them to find out? It hasn't been that long. Information about me being here couldn't have reached the Song family that quickly. As for Bai Huisheng, after I fell off that cliff and regrouped with the Fourth Venerable, I went straight back to the Zhao family for the mission. Even knowing whether I'm alive or not is difficult for them, let alone spreading news all the way here. Yunhui continued to feign innocence to deceive him. "I don't understand what father is saying. How can you say I was captured by the Blood Sect?" Zhao Yishuan replied briefly, "Ah Song." This caused Yunhui to freeze for a beat in surprise. Didn't father have him driven out of the family? He thought back to the past. At that time, Ah Song did indeed come back to ask for help, and now he is still alive, though I don't know where. Then Zhao Yishuan calmly told Yunhui, "Ah Song is my man." It sounded like a bolt from the blue. The image of that lively boy clearly appeared in Yunhui's mind. Memories rushed back of when they cared for each other, the times they laughed and talked like true friends, and the protection.
He even followed me when I was expelled from the Zhao family. Yet now he claims Ah Song did all that just at the family head's behest. Nonsense. That can't be right. However, it seems he is scrutinizing me. Though his heart was in turmoil, Yunhui maintained his composure and asked, "Where is Ah Song?" Zhao Yishuan insisted on knowing his identity. "Answer my question first. Isn't the evidence proving you are a lackey of the Blood Sect already clear? You suddenly appeared right before the martial arts conference took place, and then unexpectedly wanted to become the Rising Star representative. Do you know why the martial arts conference is being organized? Do you think it's simply being held because the alliance with Wushang City has been broken?" Yunhui looked on with curiosity. "What do you mean, father?" He replied seriously, "The Blood Sect is stirring to return. They have hidden in the shadows for a long time to nurture their forces. And do you think their forces just appeared out of nowhere? The secret to raising their army isn't hard to guess. They kidnap children like you and raise you. If I were them, there would be no better opportunity than this martial arts."
Although surprised, it was indeed the truth. It seems that in the recent Great War of Good and Evil, the victory of the Orthodox Wulin was not entirely due to luck. Could it be that he guessed my plan to steal the Blood Demon sword?
Zhao Yusuen continued his deduction. They kidnap children from orthodox noble families like you, brainwash them, and turn you into lackeys. Then they just need to reap the benefits as the third party. But Yunhui really hadn't thought as far as what he said. Shaoan suggested to him, I wonder if it's because of Asong? Didn't you say it before? Every time something changes, the future you once knew will also be different. Yunhui realized that was also true. Asong was originally fated to die, but because he knew about me being kidnapped,
he probed further into Zhao Yushuan's thoughts. So father's meaning is that I participated in the martial arts conference to act as a spy for the Blood Sect, which is why I wanted to be the Rising Star representative. Is that it? Are you trying to push things in that direction now? My master would certainly be very disappointed in the Yi Yang Zhao family. He still did not loosen his grip on the sword, only demanding, if you want to prove your innocence, then return everything you have caused since coming back here, and give up the position of Rising Star representative for the clan. Yunhui realized that even emphasizing the Tiannan sword guest like that didn't seem to be very effective in this situation. Then he smirked contemptuously. Giving up everything and sitting still without taking any action to prove my innocence, that is truly laughable. What if I can't do that? Then will father not entrust the Rising Star representative position to me anymore? I have the ability to bring more glory to the sect than my two elder brothers. Zhao Yushuan expressed his disgust towards him. Let me tell you right here, even if you say you won't give up, there is no way I will hand that position over to you. Seeing him being so heartless, Yunhui asked a question. If one is not born of the principal wife, then even if they are your child, they are not considered your flesh and blood. Is that right, father? Zhao Yushuan looked down on him. Don't be mistaken. You are completely unqualified. A rising star representative of this clan, gaining fame using the sword art of the Tiannan sword guest. What do you think about that? How could I possibly accept such a thing? At this moment,
Zhao Yishuan swung his sword tip vigorously towards Yuan Hui once again. I warn you for the last time, if you still have a shred of the Orthodox Wulin's righteousness and the pride of the Yi Yang Zhao family's bloodline flowing within you, then stop right here and surrender. Yuan Hui despised those things. This nonsense is the righteousness of the Orthodox Wulin and the pride of flowing with the Yi Yang Zhao family's bloodline? He clenched his fist, trying to endure as he asked him, if I surrender, what do you plan to do? He knew exactly what the old man's intentions were. It would only prove his innocence, but he had no intention of letting him be the representative of the Rising Stars. Having said that, Yunhui also drew his sword. No matter what I do, you won't give me the position of Rising Star representative, and on top of that you force me to surrender. Even if you are my father, wanting to inspect the Dantian that I had destroyed before, isn't that too excessive? Inspecting the origin of another sect's internal energy is forcibly probing their cultivation method. This is a taboo in the Wulin, so to protect the honor of my sect, I have no choice but to protect myself. On the other side, Zhao Wishan immediately circulated his internal energy, the rising aura causing the floor to crack open. He threatened with surging killing intent. Whether you use evil arts or not, do you think you can defeat me with just that? The whole room was affected by that internal force. Zhao Wishan's internal energy, called Qi Yang Sword Illusion, had indeed reached the peak supreme realm. This sword technique requires channeling all power into the lower Dantian, then using 10/10 of the power. The Zhao Dongbei sword is a heavy sword, so the technique favors weight, but displayed by an expert like Zhao Wishan, it also carries speed. Yunhui defended with difficulty, realizing the gap in power was too great. While he had just reached the supreme realm, Zhao Wishan had already ascended to the peak supreme realm. The difference in their strength was truly too vast. At this moment, he swung his sword down, forcing Yunhui to defend and retreat. He spun in the air and clung to the wall to dodge the sword move. Then Yunhui used the momentum to thrust his sword straight at Zhao Wishan. Seeing that move, he only uttered one sentence: useless. With a single sword stroke, He was on high alert. This was the strongest move in the Zhao Dongbei heavy sword technique, feeling as if a sword weighing 1,000 caddies was pressing down on his body. Before he could react further, another strike from the man was already approaching his face. Yunhui defended, but was still knocked back a distance. Zhao Yishuan, with just a lift of his foot, caused Yunhui to struggle, and casually added, "Your sword is better than it looks. If it weren't for that sword, you would have been lying on the ground long ago. The gap in strength between you and me is vast. You should admit defeat and surrender."
He stood up slowly, indeed, worthy of the name Qiyang Black Sword. Seeing his state, the man questioned, "Are you going to surrender?" Yunhui gently brushed off the dust on his robe and said to Yuxuan, "Father, facing each other really shows that father has the strongest strength." That statement made his eyes turn cold and sharp. Then Yunhui channeled his internal energy, a massive surge of power rising like a storm. Witnessing that scene, Zhao Yixuan couldn't help but be stunned. What on earth is this power? Yunhui was not surprised by his reaction. Of course you'd be surprised. I am releasing internal energy using my middle dantian. Compared to just now, the power is worlds apart. As he spoke, Yunhui rushed forward amidst the man's astonishment. The Xingming sword art of master that the world knew.
He explained as he attacked that from now on it would be called the Advanced Xingming Sword Art. The man did not focus on blocking or counterattacking at all, only showing an expression of disbelief. Then Zhao Yixuan warily jumped back. Yunhui executed the sixth move of the Advanced Xingming Sword Art, Advanced Juya Return. Zhao Yixuan was continuously taken by surprise, staring wide-eyed in astonishment. A surge of energy rose up like a turbulent tornado, rushing towards him. It quickly swirled into Zhao Yixuan, and he could only endure it. The room was devastated after just a few exchanges of moves. Yunhui breathed heavily, not expecting things to turn out this way. If that strike had truly landed, Zhao Yixuan would certainly have lost his life. Did I actually defeat the family head? Before my regression, he was a solid fortress wall that I never dared to dream of surpassing. Tiannan offered praise. "You have improved a lot, Yunhui. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up to half of my former master's level." He found it hard to believe. A standard of 1/2, 5/10, and 6/10 are already worlds apart. Shaoan also spoke with concern. "You won against him just as predicted, yet you don't look happy." Yunhui felt a headache and frustration. "That's right. Even though I didn't have much hope, he still shares a bloodline with me, so defeating him today doesn't bring me any joy." Then Yunhui's face darkened as he walked forward. "I want to ask you one question honestly. Do you hate me that much? If you disliked me so much, then why did you even give birth to me?" He maintained his composure and explained to Shaoan and Tiannan. "First things first, one thing at a time. The task at hand now is still to secure the position of Rising Star." Suddenly, a sound came from somewhere. "Yixuan, I feel that the child's resentment is greater than you think." Yunhui vaguely guessed, "Is this the sound of the sword?" Zhao Yixuan's sword spoke. "If you, Yixuan, had been a little gentler and willing to open your heart to him, then surely he wouldn't be hurt, and you wouldn't have met this end. Wouldn't it have been better?"
Am I not Zhao Yixuan's son? The sword spirit inside realized, could it be that you can hear me speak? Yunhui asked in frustration, "That's right. Although I have no grudge against you, you must tell me what I want to know. Otherwise, I don't know what I will do to this master of yours." The sword spirit immediately soothed him. "At this point, saying a few words won't easily relieve your heart. I mean, you can treat your story as a form of suffering. If possible, I want to show you everything I have seen." Through the sword heart and human heart, the heavenly vision opened up, radiating a blue light all around. Yunhui was quite astonished by what was happening. An image from the past appeared with Zhao Yixuan's pleading words to a beautiful woman. "Please stay at this clan. I will not beg you to love me, but I hope you will think of that person."
Zhao Yixuan's sword soul admitted, "I cannot know the beginning and end of the story. What you see is exactly as it was in my memory. Although I don't know the full story, perhaps I can show you my memories." Yunhui had his eyes opened once more. It turned out this was the heavenly vision ability, the third acupoint on the back of the hand. When receiving the heavenly line, the second acupoint, one could hear the sword's voice even from afar. Now he was certain he could review the sword's memories. There was one thing he needed to confirm from this sword's memory. It immediately asked, "Which memory? Is there something you want to confirm?" Yunhui said it was the face of the family head when he was born. The memory replayed. At that time, Zhao Yixuan had said, "I will treat him as my own son. Therefore, madam, please nurse your body and recover quickly." Yunhui's mother, moved by gratitude, accepted. Yunhui also realized that his mother seemed to rely on him emotionally, rather than treating him merely as a benefactor who saved their lives. The sword spirit continued, "Just as you are seeing, with all of Yixuan's sincerity, your mother opened her heart." He was shocked and incredulous. "What? My mother opened her heart?" It said, "If not, how could your younger sister Inying have been born?" At that time she asked, "This is a daughter. Do you like the child that much?"
Zhao Yixuan cradled the baby in his arms. A child of yours and mine has been born. How could I not be happy? That image was clearly seen by Yunhui. Only now did he realize the truth. Is that so? Then that means I am the only one in this house not related by blood to this family. Zhao Yixuan's sword confirmed. Yes, that is correct. When you were born,
If he showed even a slight hint of treating you well, her anger would erupt more and more. You would have to endure even more suffering, which is why Yixuan could not treat you affectionately like your other two brothers. Even so, Yixuan still wanted to take responsibility for you until the very end. The memory resurfaced when Ah Song tried to beg. This lowly one could not escort the young master properly. The young master has been taken away. Please save the young master, I beg the family head. Yixuan calmly asked, Is it true that the child Yunhui was taken by the Blood Sect people? He replied, Yes, this lowly one heard correctly. This lowly one was there, family head. He asked Ah Song if he had brought the command tablet he had given him. He replied, Of course, you gave it to this lowly one to use in case something happened to the young master. Yunhui reconsidered the matter. The Black Mystery command tablet. Had Zhao Yixuan secretly prepared a life-saving trump card for him? Continuing that moment, he ordered Ah Song, Now you go to Wangu Li and find the tavern named Black Mystery Pavilion. If you encounter an old man, strike up a conversation with the old man using a black sword on the second floor. At that time, identify yourself.
Zhao Yixuan actually knew of that method and even entrusted them with a task. It was a Black Path organization operating quite secretly in the Jianghu. The memory continued. Yixuan intended to secretly send someone to track your whereabouts when you were taken by the Blood Sect, but Ah Song's words were too vague to determine anything. Therefore, he acted personally, but the other party refused, because if it involved the Blood Sect, the matter was too complex. That person asked him, Is it necessary for you to go this far? You, known as the Yi Yang Swordshuan, have a reputation in the Orthodox path, yet you come to entrust us, the Black Path, for information? If the world knew this truth, it wouldn't be anything good. I heard that was the child you discarded, treating him poorly. After all, if he is lost, it would only be a little heartbreaking. You still have 2 other young masters, don't you? But since I've accepted the money, I will give you a piece of advice. If what happened there involves the Blood Sect, as you say, then you don't need to concern yourself anymore. Their silent kidnapping of young boys and girls is only to increase their sect members.
It's hard for you to believe, but just because of something like that, he saw me as a lackey of the Blood Sect? The sword soul inside his hand explained, Zhao Yixuan is upright by nature, so he never reveals his emotions outwardly, and due to the secret of your origin, he couldn't fulfill his duties as a father. But didn't he at least try not to shirk responsibility and always worry about you when you were taken by the Blood Sect? Yunhui coldly rebuked, What responsibility? Expelling me from the clan and planning to marry Yingying off in a political marriage? Is that
Even if he quietly covered up your actions, it is not something that can be done forever. You would just remain sunk in disappointment forever. That is why Yixuan calculated that if you stayed in the clan, you would be suppressed and tormented to death by Madame Yang. Along with that, your 2 brothers would not leave you alone either. What would become of your future then? Your younger sister is the same. The reason she was sent to the Mount Heng sect from a young age was to avoid harm from Madame Yang. Whether Yingying has talent or not is unimportant. The hasty engagement was also out of helplessness. If she returned, she would have to face Madame Yang and those 2 brothers again. Would she not be treated just as you were before? Seeing it trying to justify everything for Zhao Yixuan, Yunhui coldly interrupted. Enough. But it still tried to continue. I can understand that you hate Yixuan, but I hope you can also understand Yixuan's heart, at least a little. Yunhui retorted. A sense of responsibility for me? Why have I never felt it? That feels more like responsibility and obligation toward my deceased mother. If he truly had responsibility for me, he should have stayed by our side to protect me in Yingying. He should have been the pillar of support to prevent Madame Yang from harming our siblings. In short, that man Zhao Yixuan did that only because he wanted to clear his own conscience. Otherwise, he shouldn't have promised my mother from the start that he would treat me like his own child. If he couldn't do what he said, he shouldn't have made such a promise. The sword soul consoled Yunhui. Everything you say is correct. My perspective only reflects on Yixuan's actions. I wish I could do something for you. Then it immediately made a suggestion. Perhaps I can help you with that matter. If you give Yi Xuan the thing he desires most, wouldn't the situation change? Right now, Yi Xuan can only cultivate the first half of the Zhao Dongbei sword. The sword art mnemonic of the previous family head was only transmitted orally. Zhao Yi Qian was Yi Xuan's father, and also my former master who died in the Great War of Good and Evil. Therefore, he could not cultivate the latter half of the Zhao Dongbei sword. What if you let him know the remaining half of the sword mnemonic? A moment later, Yi Xuan woke up and struggled to speak. Why did you spare me? The boy stood opposite him and said, Did you expect me to kill you? Perhaps it would be better for you to circulate your energy and recover first. He replied to
He immediately added, shocking the man, the fact that I spared you, a man who isn't even my biological father, don't misunderstand it as some deep blood affection for the time you raised me. Then Zhao Yixuan asked in astonishment, how did you know about that? He didn't reveal the truth that the sword soul had pointed it out, but instead said, because of eldest brother and second brother? No, just from the look in your eyes when looking at your children, the difference was clear. Did you think I wouldn't know? Zhao Yixuan was about to say something mentioning his mother when Yunhui thrust a sword right in front of his face. Don't mention my mother with that mouth of yours. I find it disgusting. At this point, he humbled himself to explain. I treated you, but Yunhui cut him off. You want to say you did your best back then, right? I hope you won't spout nonsense like you tried to protect me and my younger sister from Madame Yang and your 2 children, and that because of my mother you protected and tried to treat me like your own flesh and blood. In short, isn't that all just justification for your selfishness? If you truly wanted to protect me and Yingying, shouldn't you have strongly opposed Madame Yang to protect us siblings? Instead, you couldn't do that at all. What, treating everyone fairly like the other children, so you stood by and watched? Stop talking nonsense. If you think that was your response, I have done my utmost for a brat who isn't my own flesh and blood. From now on, whatever happens to him is not my fault. You must have thought that when you kicked me out of the family, right? If you hadn't thrown me out to hide your own conflicted feelings, perhaps I wouldn't have been kidnapped by the Blood Sect. Zhao Yixuan frowned and questioned, have you finally admitted that you are a lackey of the Blood Sect? He tossed something into the man's hand and said, if I hadn't been saved by my master, the Tiannan sword guest, then perhaps the situation now would be exactly as you think. In Zhao Yixuan's hand was a command tablet, and he wondered what it was. Yin Hui said, that is the Jia token of the Senior Wanzi Divine Physician. My master and the Senior Wanzi Divine Physician have had a friendship for many years. Thanks to that, I was able to ask the Senior to restore my destroyed Dantian back then. You always wanted to think that my Dantian's recovery was due to sorcery or the evil arts of the Blood Sect, right? But this is the truth. You must be quite disappointed, aren't you? In the end, did you say
The starting stance of the Zhao Dongbei sword, how could you possibly... While he stammered, Yin Hui was already in position, ready to launch a move. This must be a sword technique you are seeing for the first time, right? Zhao Dongbei's sword, 10th form, heavy pressure sword force. He immediately slashed down with immense power towards Zhao Yixuan. Going back a few minutes earlier, Yun Hui saw something. Just now, I saw the memories of the spirit sword. There was the sword and many traces of different sword moves. The techniques of the Zhao Dongbei sword appeared in my mind. However, every time I saw the movement of a sword move, it felt as if I became the sword, and the techniques of the Zhao Dongbei sword involuntarily appeared in my head. Shaoan asked, did you understand all those sword moves, brat? Yun Hui was slightly surprised and replied, not to the extent of understanding them all. It feels more like sharing memories. He snapped out of his flashback when she asked him if he had watched all the moves in such a short time.
About that Qingling sword, when I toss this coin up, can you show me those moves again? It immediately replied that it wasn't difficult at all. It just needed to recall the sword moves. A series of detailed memories of that sword technique gradually surfaced. Yunhui watched in secret astonishment. Could it really be done like this? I have seen all the moves of the Zhao Dongbei sword, but was the time really just within the blink of an eye? Although I have seen them all, whether I can master them proficiently is another matter. Tiannan was also startled by his ability. Yunhui, it seems your ability has improved significantly. Not only can you talk to the sword, but you can also see its memories. My former master once said that when a swordsman reaches a certain level, training via images of sword moves memorized in the mind is even more effective than physically practicing the moves repeatedly. Think about it. Training through images until you can visualize all those sword moves
He found it hard to believe, realizing that after watching it over 20 times, the sensation in his hand felt as if he had actually practiced that sword move repeatedly. Is this what is called the influence on action? When I focus on an image, I can sense it faster. Image training through the sword's memory helps me learn sword techniques upon first contact. But for now, it's only superficial. To master it, I need to try much harder. This is the special new ability of the heavenly record that I have just comprehended. Then Shaotan warned Wen Hui when Xiao Zetian woke up after being knocked unconscious earlier. Returning to the present, right after he used the Zhao Dongbei sword, heavy pressure sword strike, Wen Hui looked towards Xiao Zetian, who was so dizzy he couldn't stand. This is the power of the heavy pressure sword strike secret manual of the Zhao Dongbei sword. I wonder if it's because I applied the Xiantan True Qi into it that I can feel the power increasing significantly. Then he walked over and said, "After this, do you still think I am unqualified, father?" He asked suspiciously, "How do you know that sword move?" Wen Hui did not hide it either. Senior Wanzi Divine Physician always receives a worthy price from anyone he treats. At the very least, it must be a Jia token, or else an important secret manual. Qiao Zhaotian struggled to speak. So what about father? Deep down, he knew that saying that much was enough for him to guess, so he added, "And the senior divine physician also said that the current family head of the Yiyang Zhao family has not yet..."
Yun Hui sat to one side, glancing at him with judgment. His internal injuries hadn't even been treated yet, so he must be desperate to rest. But thinking back, he really did have his outstanding points. On the outside, he always presented himself as a fairly decent family head who never offended anyone. A voice rang out from behind. "Junior brother, you've arrived." Behind him, Qing Yun and Ryu of the Hangshan sect approached to offer greetings. They expressed a desire to sit at the same table with Yun Hui. He glanced at the awkward face of his old father, then replied, "I don't mind, but the family head might find it awkward, senior brother." Then Zhao Ryu also persuaded him to leave. "Senior brother, the seating arrangements for the banquet have already been set. We can switch seats later, so for now just sit according to the instructions." Yun Hui also chimed in. "You should follow senior sister's words. We still have plenty of opportunities to meet, don't we?" Yun Hui felt in his heart that he didn't want any more trouble. Toasting and receiving wine was tiring enough, so he didn't want to see any
But for now, I still have work to do here. Thinking this, he coldly used sound transmission. "I am still watching you, family head. Father, it seems it is time for you to make the announcement, isn't it?" These words were sent by Yan Hui to Zhao Yisuen. Then, for some reason, he spoke up to all the guests. "This Zhao would like to thank all the martial arts heroes for coming to our humble home as guests. While we are here, I also have something to announce to all you heroes, and I hope you can spare this Zhao a moment of attention." The family head of the Yaifeng Zhao family immediately spoke up from the adjacent table. "Family head Zhao is too polite. You said we would discuss it slowly. Do you intend to announce it right here?" Seeing the unsightly smug look on Zhao Shengnan's face made Yingying truly annoyed with him. Over here, Yisuen continued speaking, causing the father and son at the next table to panic. "This Zhao wants to send an apology to the Yaifeng Zhao family. My daughter, full of shortcomings, is in no way suitable for the position of fiancée to your son. We thank the Zhao family for proposing marriage to us, but we hope you will find a more suitable match." Yingying was overjoyed. Zheng's marriage was also decided by you, wasn't it? You wanted to remove the thorn in your side that is my little sister, while also plotting against the assets of the Yifeng Zhao family, one of the 3 great martial families of Jiangxi, didn't you? I hope I won't hear any more of your nonsense in the future. If the day comes when you force me to speak unpleasant words, you should prepare for your own end. I already have your affairs in the palm of my hand. Madame Yang, hearing those threatening words, had to resign herself and nod in agreement with Yun Hui. Meanwhile, Zhao Yisuen was still making his speech. "Regarding the recruitment matter, I want to announce to everyone, there is also the matter of the representative of the Zhao family's rising stars participating in the martial arts conference. The person representing the Zhao family will be my third son, Yun Hui." Both Qing Yun and Ryu was surprised to hear that he was the chosen one. Madame Yang also showed an expression as if she had never been informed beforehand. Yingying was equally surprised when she heard it. She turned to ask Yun Hui what this was about, but when she looked, he had already vanished without a trace. The celebratory wine on the table hadn't even been finished, yet the person was already gone. Outside, night had fallen. Yun Hui felt a bit relieved. All right, business at the Zhao family was done. His group left right in the night, which made Cao Chengyuan wonder, why must the young master leave in such a hurry? It's already dark. Yun Hui said he had things to do.
When he asked what it was, Sima Ying kicked Cheng Yuan, saying, "Don't ask my senior brother random questions like that." Then from behind, the figure of Zhao Yingying came running from afar, loudly calling out "brother" twice. She panted heavily, having run all the way without resting to catch up with him. "Do you really have to go now?" Yunhui replied to Yingying, "I still have to complete the task master entrusted to me. I also told father already." She then suggested to him, "If you are participating in the martial arts conference, then go with me. Master and martial uncle also want to go with you."
Yingying still pleaded with him. "Can't we go together? I will ask Master so we can depart early tomorrow for the Wulin Alliance." It was unclear if that was the main reason, but Yingying shyly glanced toward Sima Ying, who was in the appearance of a handsome man. Shaoan quickly realized the situation and shouted out, "Fallen for him! Fallen for him!" That was truly too fast. Yunhui secretly worried for his younger sister in his heart. "No, Yingying, she is a girl." Then Sima Ying walked over, touched her shoulder and advised, "Young lady, you do not need to be so regretful. You will meet senior brother again at the martial arts conference." Sima Ying flashed a radiant smile that can make anyone's heart flutter. Yingying shyly and awkwardly replied, "Is that so?" Seizing the opportunity, Yunhui added, "Yingying, see you when we get there." With no other choice, she said, "Then let me see you."
He helplessly agreed. Naturally, it was fine. Then they walked together for a while. It was the first time since growing up that Yunhui and his younger sister Yingying had confided in each other for so long. Thanks to this, the relationship between the two siblings, which had been distant since their mother passed away, became closer. Yingying also asked what had happened when Yunhui went missing, but he couldn't reveal anything. Telling the truth would only drag Yingying into the Blood Sect. However, she seemed to have realized that Yunhui was hiding something from her. At that moment, she handed him an item. "Brother, take this. Father told me to give it to you." When Yunhui looked puzzled, Yingying waved goodbye. "I don't know. Maybe father just gave you some travel expenses. Well then, see you at the martial arts conference." In his heart, he thought she would be fine now, because Yingying was even more mature than him, and Yunhui also bade farewell. Hearing his thoughts just now, Shaoan immediately commented, "So what if she's mature? That little girl still needs your care." Yunhui replied to her, "If I don't want Yingying to get involved with the Blood Sect and for her to live a peaceful life, I must accomplish this. I must obtain strength and influence so that no one can bully us." Tianan reminded him, "Even so, don't forget your principles, Yunhui. Strength and power are just accompanying things that change a person. If you get swept away by them, it will be very hard to control yourself. If you're not careful, those things will..."
According to the plan, we will meet the brothers Songs Wu Bai and Song Wu Xuan at Shimen Pavilion and go together to attend the Wulin Conference in Hubei City. Leaving now means we'll be about half a month earlier than expected. Is there really any reason for us to leave so soon? Yunhui replied, "I know, but before going to Shimen Pavilion, we will stop by Haixuan Ting." He asked blankly, "If it's Haixuan Ting,
He calmly added, "We are also an evil sect, and even more terrifying than them. So what are you worried about? Besides, I must find someone as important as my younger sister. His traces are there." Firelight flickered deep within the cave. Chang Yun sat by the fire inside with relief. Now this is living. He then looked over and asked, "By the way, Unit Leader Sima."
Yunhui listened pensively. He'd probably stiffen up and be unable to speak. Everyone is like that when facing him. After all, the other party is one of the 4 great villains. Then Shaoan noticed the jade pendant in his hand. "Yunhui, what is that?" He replied, "I intend to examine the jade tablet that the family had sent to me through Yingying to see what his intentions are." He said, "This is the jade tablet that your mother had on her person when I first met her. Perhaps later on it will be more necessary for you than for me." Yunhui stared at the piece of jade. "Is this the thing mother held before meeting him?" Seeing this, Tiannan also appeared and interjected, "The image of a crane flying is a flying crane." He said, "This is the first time I've seen this symbol. At least, considering I have plenty of experience from both my past life and this one, this is the first time I've come across it." Yunhui grew even more pensive. "Although I was a low-rank spy, throughout 8 years of being a spy in my past life, I never saw this strange pattern. Martial families or sects in the Zhonghu often use symbols of fierce beasts like snakes or wolves to demonstrate their sect's might. The crane symbolizes longevity,
He speculated whether this flying crane jade token was related to his mother's past, or perhaps his biological father. Then Yunhui suddenly spoke up. If only there were more clues related to mother, that would be great, but relying solely on this jade token makes it too difficult for me. Sima Ying happened to rush over from behind and asked, "What are you looking at, young master?" Yunhui unhappily
Yunhui wouldn't take a loss either. Do you know what implied by the action of covering up and turning away so I can look at this object? Sima Ying, seeing she couldn't argue back, immediately whined. Wasn't the point not to look? So I didn't see anything either. Young master, don't be mad at me, okay? This made Yunhui surrender as well. Don't rest your chin on my shoulder like that. Just then, the two locked eyes. Yunhui admired the beautiful girl's appearance, thinking to himself, she's so beautiful. Even the shadow cast on her face by the campfire makes her look even more mysterious. Under the rosy firelight, their lips gradually drew closer. Suddenly, Chang Yun sighed, ruining the moment. What's wrong with this? It's been so long since I slept in a bed, and now I'm back to sleeping in a cave like this? My whole body aches. Having her good moment ruined, Sima Ying glared as if her eyes would pop out. Yunhui also coughed awkwardly. That journey tomorrow will be long. You should rest early, young miss. Chang Yun, still unaware of what he had just done, calmly said, Vice Unit Leader, since we have travel expenses, we should surely stay at an inn. Why do we need to sleep in a cave like this? What are you doing, Sima Ying? Then only a mournful cry was heard. Why are you hitting me? I didn't do anything. Sima Ying was annoyed. It's a method of showing intimacy, do you understand? The beaten guy cried out, We've been intimate twice already, and you're still hitting me? Help, I was wrong. Listening, Yunhui thought to himself, even knowing he'll get beaten, that guy Chang Yun keeps teasing Sima Ying like that. He really deserves the beating. Looking at Sima Ying giving Chang Yun a thrashing, he sighed.
After beating people up, Sima Ying reverted to being a beautiful young girl, smiling brightly as she asked, Vice Unit Leader, why are you looking at me like that? Looking at her, he became even more pensive. Her face always beaming with a smile, her affectionate eyes gazing intently at him. It was truly different from the cruelty she showed when wielding a sword against enemies. Yunhui politely replied, It's nothing, Sima. Go to sleep. In his heart, he secretly worried, not knowing which was truly Sima Ying's real face. Now there was room for the two sword spirits to discuss life matters. Tiannan spoke up. Yunhui, the former master said that a true martial artist must always be careful about being seduced by a beautiful woman. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. Shaoan angrily shouted, I know. Although it appears to be a normal tavern business on the outside, only those in the Jianghu know that this place is one of the 3 intelligence commission halls of the lower 5 gates. Shaoan stood beside Yunhui and whispered, It's one of the 3 sub-branches, but looks just like a guild hall. Truly strange. He silently replied, Because the lower 5 gates is an organization without the concept of a sect leader, almost no one knows which is the main or auxiliary branch, at least as far as I know. Following Yunhui was Chang Yun, who asked quietly, Vice Unit Leader, is it safe? Yunhui sensed the intense crowd around them and said, There are too many experts here. What's wrong? Are you scared? Chang Yun replied guiltily, Why should I be scared? I'm fine. He didn't say much more and signaled, Let's go. At this moment, the 3 of them stepped into the tavern. A waiter stepped up to greet them. Guests, please come in. Yunhui didn't waste words. Miss, I want to go to the 2nd floor. The young waitress asked back, The guest wants to go to the 2nd floor? He added, I heard the wine brewed by Hei Lu is very delicious. From the 2nd floor, a group of people looked down, observing every move below. The young waitress still happily said to Yunhui, Does the guest know that special wine can only be drunk by one person on the 2nd floor? He calmly replied, I know that. Then he looked at the 2 people accompanying him and said, These 2 will stay on the 1st floor. Order 2 bowls of noodles for them. Hearing this, Chang Yun immediately whispered to Sima Ying, Unit Leader Sima, don't eat noodles. Choose many other dishes. If not now, then when? The Vice Unit Leader won't pay attention to those things anyway. She looked at him with disdain. Afraid no one knows you're a beggar? While walking up to the 2nd floor, Yunhui noticed a black figure sitting not far away. It was indeed that old man, the person from the Black Mystery Pavilion, He Xuanting, he had seen in the memories of the Klingling sword. But the more he looked, the more he thought, No, not quite like him. His appearance is different from the old man I saw in the memories of the Klingling sword. The man spoke up. Diashi go. Yunhui countered. Sao Chao Chu. Hearing this, the man signaled. Brother, please sit. Yunhui sat down, looking at the wine table in front of him, thinking. The position of the wine cup represents The Black Mystery Pavilion owner politely refused, but seeing the guest speak, he immediately replied, "About a year and 3 months ago, a child came to commission a search for the third son of the Yi Yang-jia family.
He stroked his beard and said, "Brother, can you tell me the reason?" Yunhui did not hide anything and replied, "That child Da Sung is my servant." He laughed in amusement. What a coincidence! Only then did he reveal that child Da Sung was sent by the young master's father to find the young master. As for the young master, the person who had disappeared has appeared safe and sound, and is now searching for the whereabouts of the missing servant. Hearing this, Yunhui pondered silently. As expected of the 3 great intelligence organizations, he recognized his true identity immediately after just a few sentences. That is good. It goes exactly according to my plan. He silently recalled. As the Qingling sword said, family head Zhao Yishuan came to the Black Mystery Pavilion and informed them that he had been kidnapped by the Blood Sect. So they might very well believe that he has become a lackey of the Blood Sect. He needs these people to reveal his identity as the disciple of the Tiannan sword guest to reduce unfortunate variables. Seeming to see the worry in his heart, he replied, "This old man knows the young master is surely." Yunhui interrupted, "I was very lucky that day. If not for master's help, perhaps I would not have been able to come here to commission a search for you, sir." He also laughed and suggested, "What do you think about us exchanging the whereabouts of the servant for information about the young master's master?" Yunhui thought to himself, "An intelligence merchant buying information from me. He must really want to know who the master is that saved me from the Blood Sect." Then he replied, "In any case, I will be spending a lot of money on the 2 things I need to know, so exchanging this information is unnecessary." He still did not give up persuading.
He proposed once more. "I accept the 2 commissions if young master tells me. So can young master tell me the honorable name of your master now?" Yunhui had to speak up. "All right, if you want to know, my master's surname is Hu, named Zongda." Hearing this, he was immediately shocked. Then the wine table was flipped over, and he immediately launched a palm strike towards the boy. Yunhui's hands trembled, thinking to himself, "He suddenly attacked me. Does he know the Tiannan sword guest?" Tiannan also spoke up. "I don't know. Although I stayed with the former master for a long time, this is the first time I've seen this face." Yunhui was suspicious. Then could it be that he is using a human skin mask? Then he spoke aloud. "Why are you in a place for trading information, threatening your own trading partner?" He looked at the boy and replied, "It has been over 15 years since the Tiannan sword guest went missing, yet you claim to be the disciple of the Tiannan sword guest who disappeared long ago, suddenly appearing now. How can I believe this?"
Yunhui also agreed. "I think so too. This is the first time I've seen such open hostility." He looked at the situation around him. What should he do in this predicament? Even though his martial arts had become stronger, escaping from a place surrounded by evil sect experts through sheer force would not be an easy task. Suddenly he felt someone's gaze. Yunhui looked through the screen where a silhouette was faintly visible. It's not the aura emitting from that old man, but the killing intent of the person behind the bamboo curtain in the private room opposite. On this side, the old man looked at Yunhui and said via sound transmission, "Don't mind it, it's my sound transmission. Just act natural. Have you heard of the alias Jiahu Jingshou?" Tiannan also told him, "Jiahu Jingshou. It is Jiahu Jingshou Guojing, hailing from a martial arts family in Fuhu County, Yunnan Province." Yunhui replied, "Is that the famous hero of the Jianghu, Jiahu Jingshou Guojing from Fuhu County, Yunnan Province?" The old man continued, "Truly brave, appearing just like a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest. Now, play along with this old man in a drama, young master. Kid, do not underestimate our intelligence network. If we clarify that lie, you will have to pay a corresponding price for..."
Broken Eagle envoy Lao Yuxing was a dangerous individual comparable to the 4 great villains. Although a martial artist, he was infamous for his cruelty and cunning. Among those who had incurred his enmity, those who remained safe and sound could be counted on one hand. The Tiannan sword also spoke up to warn him. "Yunhui, you must be careful. Broken Eagle envoy Lao Yuxing is actually the one who lost an eye because of my former master." Yunhui was equally worried. "Really, I didn't think I would encounter such an enemy everywhere I go." Yunhui calculated silently. It seemed that in a situation like this, he should take the initiative to act as if they had caught him lying. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Then he respectfully said, "I truly admire the intelligence network of the Black Mystery Pavilion. I didn't think you could even uncover that matter."
Before being taken away, he thought to himself, since he and I are coordinating to deceive that villain, there is no need for me to overthink it. Survival is the most important thing. In the current situation, if I don't do this, I fear I won't survive the enemy of the Tiannan sword guest. At this moment, someone tried to take the sword away. Yunhui turned around with a cold glare and threatened, "Do not
Upon going outside, Sima Ying and Chang Yun saw Yunwei being escorted and called out anxiously, "Senior brother." Yunwei transmitted his voice to stop Sima Ying, who was about to take action. "You two do not need to worry about me. Due to the situation, the Mystery Pavilion and I are forced to put on a show for a villain to see. There is no need to resist if they have any intentions towards you." As he was escorted down to the dungeon, he thought to himself, in my past life when I was a spy, I had visited the Black Mystery Pavilion a few times. Accompanying him were Sima Ying, Chang Yun, and 4 other guards, but never in a situation like being in prison like this, so I have never been down to their lower levels. Yunwei looked through the iron bars and sensed a thick smell of blood. Looking at the walls still stained with dried blood, he thought, it can be said that the Black Mystery Pavilion is an organization that trades intelligence, but belongs to the Black Path. Therefore, kidnapping and interrogation are not uncommon. Seeing their torture instruments here makes me feel a bit uneasy. Chang Yun asked in a whisper, Vice Unit Leader, what should we do in the current situation? He replied, just follow them to see how it goes, then adapt to the circumstances. Yunwei was led.
Therefore, it was merely a convenient helping hand for the young master. However, whether we can deceive that guy remains to be seen. He added, young master should also leave here to avoid lingering trouble and causing incidents. Just follow this tunnel to the end and you will be far away from Black Mystery Pavilion. He secretly lamented, truly an intelligence organization, different from the rest. They have thought everything thoroughly. Suddenly a noise rang out behind. Yunhui was both alert and said, by the way, I have something to ask. He was suspicious. Through these actions, I know you want to help me, but I don't understand your intention in helping me like this. He calmly replied, of course I have my reasons, but you saw the situation just now. Any slip-up and you would lose your life immediately. That is why I did so. He revealed a mysterious look and said, I mentioned it to you while we were talking. The Tiannan sword guest has been missing from the Zhonghu for about 15 years. I cannot confirm that you are the disciple of the Tiannan sword guest. Tiannan appeared and said, Yunhui, looking closely, I noticed he looks a bit familiar. It seems he is a friend of the former master, named Zhao Hujing, Shouguo Jing. He was startled. What? Tiannan explained. You can
Yunhui observed and replied, if you say so, then I know so. But I have a question. Isn't Zhao Hujing Shouguo Jing supposed to be a member of the Orthodox Path? Tiannan added, as I recall from before, he and my master were acquaintances, but about 20 years ago his family was murdered by a mysterious force. Since then, he disappeared without a trace from the Zhonghu. Hearing this, Yunhui thought anxiously, so it can be understood that because his family was murdered, he joined the Black Mystery Pavilion to investigate news about his enemies. If I look closely, it seems he is using a human skin mask. Although he tries to hide it, he cannot conceal it completely. Seeing him deep in thought, the man spoke up. I might as well tell you, young master, I have joined the Black Mystery Pavilion for about 20 years now. During that time, there were also a few people who came here claiming to know the Tiannan sword guest. He exposed the truth, but it was all lies to further their own agendas. Mostly they were just seeking the whereabouts of the Tiannan sword guest. Yunhui calmly responded, so can it be said that you thought I was one of those people? The man looked at him and
Then he immediately circulated his internal energy. Seems interesting. I didn't think the young master would recognize it. Just as I said, young master is truly different from those others. If young master claimed to be a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest, then surely you must know the Xingming sword art. Immediately he pounced towards Yunhui. The boy simultaneously unleashed a palm strike to block, only to be sent flying in a single hit. Sharp claws swooped towards him. The two of them continuously exchanged blows and dodged for a while. He looked at the boy with a cold gaze. The movement, footwork, dodging the moves was quite light. Fighting against an expert like me without falling into awkwardness, this must be the Xingming cloud step. Yunhui anxiously looked for a way. With those phantom hands, he might not be afraid of sharp weapons like my sword. He rushes at me with storm-like attack speed without fear. Dealing with someone with combat experience and high martial arts like this, I always feel it's quite difficult. Only then did Yunhui draw his sword to counterattack. Xingming sword art, first form, fierce fang illusion sword. He watched Yunhui launching the move and secretly rejoiced. That's right, this is the Xingming sword art of the Tiannan sword guest. It's been too long. Since 20 years ago, I am only now seeing this sword technique again.
He seemed to see the shadow of the past in the boy. When I practiced with the Tiannan sword guest, I witnessed this move too many times. After all those years, I still couldn't forget it. Suddenly, his stream of memories was slashed away by a stream of sword chi. He was hit by the move, paused for a moment, then leaped back far away. It is indeed the Xingming sword art, but the sword moves seem to have changed a lot. It's no longer like...
Yuanhui scratched his head and smiled. I was merely sparring, not fighting a life-and-death duel. You also saw me execute the Xingming sword art, so surely you believe now that I am the disciple of the Tiannan swordcast, right? Only now did he happily announce his name. I, Zhao Hu Jingshou Go Jing, am very honored to meet the young master here. Before, this old man acted improperly. I hope the young master will forgive me. He politely replied, This lowly one was also rude earlier. I hope you forgive me. He hesitated. So, does the young master mean? Suddenly someone...
Yunhui replied, You flatter us. These are two martial brothers from the same sect as me. The man didn't understand. Does the young master mean these two? This lowly one is Ma Ling, junior brother of senior brother Yunhui, and also a disciple of Master Tiannan. The man looked at him again and smiled. When the Tiannan sword guest went missing 15 years ago, I was always worried about him and constantly sent people to inquire about news. I never thought that today I would see his talented disciples once again. After that, he pointed the way for Yunhui's group. But our time for conversation seems to be running out. I need to go back, and you brothers need to leave immediately. Otherwise, if that villain up there gets suspicious, it will be quite troublesome. Before the boy left, the man added, Young master, rest assured, this old man has accepted your commission. I will send someone to find Ah Song, and when there is news, I will notify you. What is the other commission you mentioned? He immediately took out a jade pendant and said, Please take a look at this jade pendant. There is an image of a crane on it. This is quite strange. I have never seen it before. The exquisite crane cloud pattern with bright moon lines. Could this be an item from some Confucian family? The man looked at the jade pendant in astonishment. Crane and moon and star patterns. Perhaps the young hero lacks experience and does not know yet. This jade pendant might be related to the Fei Yu sect. This sect used to be powerful in the past, comparable to the four great sects of the Zong Hao, but it is withered and faded into oblivion. Yunhui was overwhelmed upon hearing these words. He asked further, Then what does this crane image on?
Yunhui isn't short of money, so how much did I really need to pay? Yet I was still chased away by him. Alright, we'll talk about this later. I will investigate further. As for the price, let's discuss it later. Young master, please go quickly. After that, we have been walking in this tunnel for quite a while. Haven't we seen the exit yet? There's light. Vice unit leader, climb up. This is the well mouth. Yunhui climbed up while saying, It really is lucky that we have moved far away from the Black Mystery Pavilion and that devil. Suddenly he was startled. Not good. I sense an aura nearby. He quietly sensed his surroundings. It seems there are enemies ahead. Based on the chi sense, I can visualize that there seem to be up to 20 enemy troops lying in ambush around here. Since they haven't drawn their weapons, I couldn't sense the sound of their swords. I can only sense them now that they are approaching.
Sima Ying also sensed it. She whispered, Vice unit leader, should we launch a preemptive strike against them? Yunhui stopped her. No need. Let's just wait. We need to investigate further. Haste ruins the work. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. That old man let you pass through the secret path of the lower 5 gates to get here. Surely you are related to the Tiannan sword guest. Eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxing interrogated. That Tiannan sword guest, where is he now? He looked at old man Yuxing, pondering for a moment, and finally bowed to greet him. Because he had to put benefits first, he decided to try negotiating. As the Tiannan Iron Sword said, if Eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxing has a grudge against the Tiannan sword guest, we must try to resolve it. Perhaps this grudge can be reconciled without bloodshed. Junior Zhao Yunai pays respects to Senior Eagle-breaking envoy. Senior, it seems you have misunderstood something. Then suddenly a terrifying force slashed down, leaving Yunhui no time to react. He tremblingly blocked it. His opponent's internal power was truly overwhelming, making his palms feel as if they were being sliced open. Yuxing, holding Seeing him knocked down, the other two hurriedly expressed their concern. Vice unit leader, are you all right? He waved his hand, signaling them to stay back. Don't come here. You two be careful. He gently pointed at Yu Xing's group, implying, from this moment on, our victory or defeat depends on how quickly you two can handle those guys over there. You take care of the subordinates, while their leader will be my opponent.
Witnessing this scene, old Yu Xing burst into mocking laughter. In this situation, even if all three of you charged at once, could you even block a few of this seat's attacks? Yet you dare to confidently step forward to face me alone? He raised his eyebrows arrogantly. Even if you die today as my opponent, I must say you are indeed very brave. He said nothing, slashing his sword towards the old man with an earth-shattering strike, but the old man dodged it easily. Lowering his voice, he goaded him. Do you think you can deal with this seat just by racking your brain? That is impossible. Do you understand? This seat is very different from before. Even if your master were to come here. Before he could finish his sentence, he observed a strange energy coming from the boy. At this moment, his body radiated an inviolable aura. Curious about Yunhui's ability, he asked, "Quite strange. What kind of power does that thing actually possess?" Sima Ling called out to Cheng Yuan to deal with the minions. "Hurry up, let's go take them down." She thought about it, analyzing Yunhui's
But even if the three of us managed to deal with Lu Yuxing at any cost, we might end up exhausted in the end. At that point, if his subordinates rush in, we are dead for sure. Facing the two of them was an entire sect. Her calculation was to strike as fast as possible. I need to handle this side quickly. Their strength isn't high, so I can finish this fast, then go support the vice unit leader against Lu Yuxing. She raised her sword to provoke them. One of them, full of disdain, rushed forward, wanting to finish her off. "Stupid brat, do you know who I am that you dare to rush in seeking death like that?" She didn't even put him in her eyes, easily dodging the attack and slashing him in two, then said nonchalantly, "Do I need to know who you are? Die under my sword blade first, then talk." He only had time to scream before collapsing. The group of disciples, seeing their eldest senior brother taken down, fell into panic. How could eldest senior brother Ming Zhang be defeated like that? The head disciple of the eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxing was actually killed?
Every move was designed to kill the opponent swiftly. The techniques were incredibly vicious, yet he hadn't imagined her strength would be this formidable. Thinking back to when she bullied him, it seemed mild in comparison. He now realized that her poking his eyes on a daily basis was actually quite normal. "What are you still doing?" At this moment, Ma Ling shouted sternly, "If you don't hurry up and destroy the enemy, the vice unit leader will be in danger." Snapped out of his flashback, he also rushed forward to join the fight. "I know, I'm coming right now. I also need to hurry up and assist her." Over at Yunhui's side, streaks of light dazzled like stars. He easily dodged the powerful attacks coming from Old Man Yusing's position. The combination of the 5 stars Starlight Divine Art and the True Blood Golden Body had brought him an instant burst of power in this critical moment. He smirked and let out a sigh of relief to reassure himself. Before this, he had been skeptical, fearing his internal energy was inferior to the old man's and that he couldn't stand against him. But now, at the very least, he could fight on equal footing with this old geezer. Tian Nan hurriedly reminded him, "Quick, hurry up, Yunhui. The True Blood Golden Body will leave severe after effects on your body." "I know." Old Man Yusing rushed forward, intending to lash a fatal whip strike at him, but naturally it was blocked by his sword. Yusing looked at the young man.
Dust filled the air. The old man swung his whip, and as a result, the sword in the boy's hand was bound tight, preventing him from unleashing a move. He was startled. When did he wrap that whip around my arm? It was too fast. I couldn't guard against it. I must escape this critical situation quickly. He leaped into the air, using force to break free from the old man's whip. The old man reached out to grab him. "You're caught, brat." The boy didn't even glance back, using force to give him a taste of his own medicine. "The one caught is you, old man. From this side, I can attack with my left hand to push him back. 8 short swords art." Seeing this, the old man underestimated his enemy. The wire wrapped tightly around Yunhi's sword made him complacent. Sure enough, just a brat. His combat experience is only this much. Suddenly, a sword flew down from nowhere, shocking the old man. Who exactly are you? How can you change moves so quickly, from short sword art to flying dagger art?" The old man was also astonished by the level of the youth before him. In such a short time, he could see through the soft wire, aiming for the vital point on his neck and counterattack. Pressing the advantage, wanting to strike so the old man couldn't retaliate, the boy shouted, "The surprises aren't over yet. Old man, take this move of mine. I'll attack continuously to push the creating a whirlwind with fierce destructive power. As the wind dissipated, only he was seen coughing up blood, hit by the whip, involuntarily unsteady. In front of him, the old man was not only unharmed, but also angrier, his power increasing. Indeed, he was completely different from any enemy he had met before. Even in a situation where he had attacked so relentlessly, the old man still found an opening to counterattack. He realized the slip-up in his move just now. While preparing to unleash the advanced Juya return sword to push him back, the man had already swung the soft wire through the sword move and struck his chest. If he hadn't loaded VIP, he would have croaked right then. It was because he was protecting his body with the golden blood body that the man's soft wire didn't cause a fatal wound, but also because his body twisted from the pain when hit. The Juya return sword executed missed by a margin. Seeing him hesitate to continue fighting, the old man knew he was exhausted. Indeed, you brat, you have reached your limit. But I cannot understand. Are you really a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest? The old man also noticed some strange signs and probed again. Now the backlash symptoms appearing on your body look exactly like the golden blood body, don't they? How can you possess that technique of a peerless expert who disappeared from both the orthodox and evil paths many years ago? The old man looked at him, assessing him carefully. He angrily refused, demanding the old man to kneel. He wanted to torture and interrogate to extract information, not simply talk. Anyway, I just need to cut off all your limbs and force you to open your mouth, then I can find out at any time. He turned to look at his disciples, who were almost completely wiped out. What on earth is this? How is this possible? He roared. You dare to kill my disciples? You truly have gall as big as the sky. Having said that, Yu Xing calmed down, wanting to destroy him in his master's stead. Today, right here, I will use this secret technique to deal with a brat like you, instead of dealing with your wretched master. He narrowed his eyes to observe, shocked to discover that he could not see a single gap. Everything seemed connected into a closed circle. If his body were swept into it, he would be sliced into pieces. The old man swept him into the vortex, waiting for him to show an opening to grind his flesh to pulp. He could not be careless for even a split second. Drops of blood rolling down his arm showed his determination. Seeing victory approaching, the old man used provocation, wanting him to reveal a flaw. The outcome seemed clear. The disciple of the Tiannan sword guest had to focus all his strength and experience to counter this move. The vortex grew more violent, as if wanting to swallow him whole. He was even more determined to live. Having said that, he sprang up and rushed into the vortex, his body surrounded by his own energy, determined to survive. Many images flashed in Yunhui's memory, a young man with platinum hair holding a sword, fighting. The opponent, with a cold gaze, swung a barrage of whip strikes. He struggled to defend and was forced back. However, Hu Zhengda remained calm. Then, with one sword strike, he sent the other man back to Mother Earth. Yunhui couldn't help but wonder about this strange memory. What? How could he use a sword move to pierce through that? He gripped the sword hilt tightly. Focus. You can do it. That power was transmitted into him. Yunhui gritted his teeth in determination, ceaselessly repeating Hu Zhengda's move in his mind. Yu Xing smirked in contempt. Today I will kill you right here, disciple of the Tiannan sword guest. Tiannan tried to shout. Focus until the very last moment, Yunhui. Don't get distracted. The time of the
Yu Xing relentlessly unleashed his attacks, but he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible! How can this brat? The boy had successfully executed his move within the swirling current. Panic set in Yu Xing's mind. He has destroyed my secret technique. How could he spot the weakness of my move in such a short amount of time? Hu Zhengda seemed to manifest within Yunhui, smirking and aiming right at that gap. Yu Xing was clearly terrified, as that was the exact way Hu Zhengda had defeated him in the past. Yu Xing laughed loudly. However, do you think this seed hasn't perfected the weakness of this secret technique? Saying that, he continued to launch attacks, unaware that a wire had begun to wrap around him. Yu Xing's raised arm was tightly constricted by the wire. Holding the other end was none other than Yunhui, who couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Although I discovered the gap in his technique, it only appears for a split second. I must get close as fast as possible to take him down. He lunged forward to punch the boy, but naturally missed completely. The Tiannan sword guest's starlight cloud step was advantageous for dodging maneuvers, but it was not a method for rapidly closing the distance to an opponent.
He then thought of Hai Yu Tian's unique lightness body technique. While useful for breaking through diverse
What did she say back then? Ah, right. I will teach you this move, but I have a condition. That lightness technique, you must only use it against an opponent you are determined to kill. Yan Hui silently thanked Lian Sha. Thank you, second young miss. I will definitely kill him. Yu Xing was blinded in one eye, so from now on he could no longer harm anyone. He thought to himself, I intended to pierce through his head, but it seems it was too shallow and didn't deal enough damage. Yu Xing groaned and screamed, You bastard! Surprisingly, he hadn't reached his limit yet. Wrapping Yunhui with his leather whip, the boy was bound tight, unable to move. Yu Xing went mad, intending to finish him off with one move. I underestimated you, but now let's perish together. The disciple of the 10 non-sword guest, Yunhui was stunned, unable to make a move, and could only accept this fatal strike. But before the attack reached his face, Yu Xing turned into Aaron version 4.0, getting a bonus of a severed arm. The one who struck was Sima Ying. She stood with her back turned. How was that, brother? The boy froze for 5 seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching. Sima Ying wiped her sweat, turned around and asked, I wasn't late, was I? A few minutes later there, it will hurt a bit. 1, 2, 3. The person was resetting Yan Hui's joint. Cheng Yan smiled. You can still handle it. The boy
He glanced at the man who had been motionless for a long time. After all, his lord had defeated the opponent, the eagle-breaking envoy, Lu Yusing. He could be considered a great villain. If the Wulin knew about this, it would surely cause chaos. Yunhui rotated his sore arm. Not really. I just got lucky. Chengwen quickly denied. Please don't say such unreasonable words. I know clearly that this is not an opponent one can face with just luck. That was your true strength. Yunhui dazedly looked at the eye patch. It was a lot of coincidental luck. Originally, the difference in level between him and me was too great, and the level of experience was also different. Then he looked at his right hand again. The power of the heavenly record, thanks to utilizing the heavenly thread in that moment, was the greatest help to me, allowing me to defeat him. Sima Ying saw this and wondered, Why do you keep staring at your right hand like that? She anxiously asked, Is your hand injured too? He interrupted, No such thing. I'm fine. Thinking back, I kept this life thanks to young lady Sima's help. Yunhui looked gently at Sima Ying. Thank you for helping me, young lady Sima. She rested her chin on her hands and laughed loudly. It's nothing. If the vice unit leader needs it, I could exterminate even 100 guys like that. The vice unit leader at this moment thought, truly a quick-witted girl. Chengwen cleared his throat as if to remind someone who forgot to praise him. Yunhui helplessly indulged him. You worked hard too. Thank you very much. Yunhui gloomily observed them. Both of them had also suffered quite a few injuries, although it was because they had to deal with over 20 experts. He looked at the people lying scattered on the ground. Nevertheless, the two of them really tried very hard. Yunhui stood up and urged, We don't have time. Let's quickly dispose of the bodies and then circulate chi.
He slammed his hand on the ground, insisting that what happened just now was a mere coincidence. She was startled. Vice Unit Leader, hurry and rest. Leave the disposal of the bodies to us. Yunhui sighed in relief. Then I'll rely on you two. Sima Ying, having done a righteous deed, was indescribably happy. Between us, is there any need for requests? Brother, just leave it there. I can handle it. Chen Yuan complained, but was still dragged away by her. Unit Leader Sima, I'm also injured in the leg. Perhaps I should rest a bit. Sima Ying's eyes flashed with malice. Should I bury you along with them so you can rest for the rest of your life?
It means a relationship of trust between a superior and a subordinate. You shut your mouth, Shaoan scolded him. Such a fool, yet you still don't realize it. Yunhui quickly assumed a cultivation stance. He needed to circulate his energy and leave this place immediately. He was startled by a new discovery. His middle dantian seemed to have expanded slightly. Yunhui couldn't help but recall. Did his shantian true qi increase after going through a life and death battle? It replenishes as much as I consume. Truly a strange ability. Before long, loud noises pulled him back to reality. Cheng Yuan was rather moving the bodies one by one when Sima Ying called him back. Drop that and come here quickly.
Chung Yuan didn't understand what was happening. Yunhui stood up tremblingly. He had heard the sound of swords. The sounds were too chaotic to determine if it was one person or many. Sima Ying rushed forward with her sword. "Vice Unit Leader, look out!" He turned just in time to see an attack swinging towards him. Fortunately, Sima Ying blocked and deflected it. She stood in front of him, filled with worry. "Vice Unit Leader, are you all right?" Chung Yuan gritted his teeth. "What force are those guys from now?" Yunhui replied, "I'm fine, thanks to you." He looked at them helplessly. "This is driving me crazy. It really is one mountain after another. Troubles keep coming in droves. Turns out those bastards split into 2 squads to ambush us, and now that there's a disturbance, they've all gathered here." Yunhui prepared to draw his sword, his eyes turning cold. There was no other choice. Although he hadn't recovered yet, he could still manage to face these guys. One of them pointed straight at the 3 of them. "You dare harm my master?" As he spoke, a ball fell from the sky. "I will avenge my master. You misjudged your own strength, and now you will regret wandering the 9 springs." A fat man wearing animal skins landed, creating a crater in the ground. He turned around and laughed heartily. "Stop right there, you bastards. You really made a mistake, killing that guy named Eagle-Breaking Envoy." Yunhui froze. That heart
He swung the whip again. "You pig, how dare you speak like that? You must want to die quickly." The eagle-breaking envoy blocked the attack with just one hand. Then he dragged him along like walking a puppy. The disciple was terrified by the laughter. The eagle-breaking envoy tore off his mask.
He was flattened with just one hand, no different from a mosquito. The crowd below whispered, "Weird and strange." Yunhui froze. It was the 4th venerable of the Blood Sect, the weird and strange Haiyu Tian. He sneered. "Just left home for a bit and already suffered so much pain, you little brat." At a secret location of the Blood Sect north of Shiyun, Song Zwobai spoke smugly. "That little brat Zhao Yunhui surely hasn't finished his business in the clan yet, so he definitely couldn't have arrived here. It only took me 5 days to secure the position of Rising Star in the Song family, so I could come here this quickly." He calculated carefully in his mind. "This time I've completely surpassed that guy. Master will be very happy, right? Maybe Master will even consider promoting me. My status in the Blood Sect will rise higher and higher, and then that brat Yunhui will have to respect me somewhat." Then he thought of the scene where Sima Ying praised him endlessly out of admiration, and immediately burst into foolish laughter. When they arrived, a person at the door stopped them. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Zwobai immediately said, "It's good that you are vigilant. With this command tablet, surely you recognize who we are, right?" After checking the tablet, the guard recognized it. "Please come inside." Zwobai conveniently asked, "By the way, has Vice Unit Leader Zhao Yunhui arrived here yet?" "Probably not, right? I arrived earlier than him." Before he could feel too smug, he heard the gatekeeper reply, "Yes, he arrived a few days ago," which took him completely by surprise.
In general, many things happened, but the most terrifying was that when he arrived here, he brought along the severed head of the eagle-breaking envoy, Lu Yuxing. Song Zwobai turned black with horror. "What? Say that again." The scene shifts to the western outskirts of Jiangkou province, the headquarters of Bai Liansha's forces. Inside, someone reported, "Second young miss, those we sent to the Yi-Yang Jia family, Jia Zhou, and the Song family have all secured the positions of rising stars as planned." Gei Ma was happy because the first step had succeeded. Bai Sha also felt it was fortunate. The person continued to report. But this time, Vice Unit Leader Jia Yunhui also encountered quite a few difficulties. According to our investigation, the Jia family head, Jia Yixuan, had gone to the Black Mystery Pavilion to commission an investigation regarding the Jia Vice Unit Leader who had gone missing in the past. Therefore, this time, Vice Unit Leader Jia also had
He was also lucky that the Black Mystery Peak did not accept Zhao Yuxuan's commission to investigate that disappearance. The subordinate confirmed the matter. Yes, if they had investigated, they might have discovered that Vice Unit Leader Zhao is a member of our Blood Sect. However, it is unclear why he encountered the eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxuan at the Black Mystery Peak. Sitting nearby, Bai Liansha heard this and stood up in agitation. Is it that villain, eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxuan? Both of the others looked panic-stricken upon hearing the news. Liansha analyzed the situation. Although she knew he was a notorious villain, there was no reason for him to randomly cause trouble for people with whom he had no grievances. But then, Bai Liansha suddenly recalled that in order to gain a righteous reputation to participate in the martial arts conference, Zhao Yuxuan had claimed to be a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest.
As everyone knows, the eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxuan had one eye blinded by the Tiannan sword guest when he was young. Therefore, the fact that eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxuan appeared to block Xiao Yuxuan's path needs no further explanation. Furthermore, the martial arts of eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxuan are famously strong in both the black and white paths of the Zhonghu. It could be said that only someone at the level of a blood star of this sect could stand against him, so surely Xiao Yuxuan couldn't possibly. She stared at the box.
Bai Lian Sha sighed deeply upon realizing many shocking details. It was truly unbelievable that things could turn out this way. Second Venerable Gema then spoke up. To be able to destroy that villain, eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yusing, surely the fourth Venerable must have arrived to assist young Master Zhao, right? Otherwise, how could young Master Zhao alone have defeated him? The other person continued to report. Reporting to the second Venerable, that is indeed the case. Vice Unit Leader Zhao defeated eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yusing. The fourth Venerable and his subordinates only arrived after the battle had already been decided. By then, eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yusing was dead, and more than half of the subordinates following him had also been killed. Han Baisha raised her voice to ask, "So young Master Zhao took down eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yusing. Do you know how the young master managed to do that?" He immediately recounted. Regarding that, I heard it said that Vice Unit Leader Zhao risked death to attack eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yusing. Relying on luck to find life within death at the critical moment of life and death, he was fortunate enough to take down that villain. Her face darkened, radiating a bone-chilling aura. So young Master Zhao risked his own life to confront that man. This is indeed a method no one would have thought of.
Vice Unit Leader Zhao needs to rest for a while to recover before setting out to continue the mission. Hearing the news, both were satisfied. Gay Ma stroked his beard in approval. What he did is reasonable, given that the martial arts conference gathers many talents. If one does not reach their peak state, it would be difficult to accomplish anything significant there. It is quite fortunate for us that in this tournament, young Master Zhao has made such remarkable progress. Thus, in this tournament, we are much more confident in retrieving the Blood Demon Sword for our sect. Bai Lian Sha also accepted this result. So the matter is settled. We have been very lucky. You may withdraw now. But he still hesitated. Young miss, this subordinate still has something to report. The fourth Venerable has a message for everyone as well. The fourth Venerable said that since Vice Unit Leader Zhao defeated the eagle-breaking envoy Lu Yuxing, this counts as a merit for the Blood Sect. Therefore, the fourth Venerable wishes for young miss to promote him to unit leader. His face was slightly tense as he reported. That is exactly what the fourth Venerable said. Gay Ma was also pleased. That kid has really grown up.
The scene shifts to night in Anhui Province, where numerous corpses lie scattered beneath a shadowy figure. That person is Bai Huishang. She looks gloomily at the night sky. The moon is so bright tonight. On days like this, our Blood Sect takes great pleasure in killing people. Don't you agree? Below her is an old man tied up tightly. I forgot you can't speak. Those guys must have sealed your mute acupoint. How annoying. Huishang squeezes his mouth open and demands, "I'll say this one last time, so listen carefully. I want you to craft an item for me that can conceal these red irises of mine when worn." The old man trembles in fear, staring into her blood-red eyes. You just need to nod yes or no, and I'll understand. Having said that, Huishang strikes him with a crimson energy. Then he is forced to nod in agreement, satisfying her. Good, at least you still value your life. If you had cooperated from the start, wouldn't it have been better? Wasting both our time and effort like this brings no benefit. I give you 2 days. See that you finish it. Do not disappoint me. Upon
Tu Shang laughed eccentrically. That's good, but how many people do you think Bai Lian Xiao will send to participate in that grand assembly this time? Zhang Long, whose face was covered nearby, offered his opinion. In this subordinate's opinion, given the second young Mrs. faction, even if she wants to do many things to take first place in this martial arts competition, she doesn't have enough manpower. Therefore, she will likely be powerless to do anything. Over there, people who have true strength, are still young, and have a good background without any stains to participate in this competition are almost non-existent. Even if she finds some, they will likely just be a few second-rate ones, participating just for the sake of it. How can they hope for the championship? Regarding this major event, eldest young miss can rest assured and let this subordinate devise a plan. No matter what, I will bring the Blood Demon Sword back for you, young miss, so that you can be officially recognized by everyone to ascend the throne of the sect leader. Afterwards, the sky had brightened. On Yunhui's side, he was halfway up a mountain, standing there deep in thought. I lost half a month healing my injuries, plus moving there took about 5 days, totaling 20 days. It has been too long since I last visited this place. The place where, in the past, when I was still a spy, I roamed freely with many schemes, causing chaos for both the orthodox and evil factions. That is also an unforgettable memory. During those 8 years,
Shaoan wondered, Yunhui, why is this place considered an inviolable sanctuary of the orthodox martial arts world? He replied to her, of course, it's because there are many major forces and experts guarding this place. Wuhan City already hosts 2 of the 8 great experts, so the evil sects wouldn't dare to encroach or start a war here. They are the Taiji Sword Emperor, Wudong sect leader Song Shan Zhenren, and the Martial Arts Alliance leader who commands the orthodox path, One Sword of Jianghu Bai Xiangmu. Hearing this, Shaoan couldn't help but be astonished. She hadn't thought they would be 2 great experts presiding here. Tian Nan also chimed in with a question. Is that the reason why the demon sect mob hasn't dared to come here? Yunhui answered as he walked. That is the case, but this is merely a peaceful beginning. This quiet stability will soon be broken. In about half a year, the situation regarding the 8 great experts will change. Shaoan looked interested. With 2 experts here like that, is there any force that would dare to come here and start a war? The first one to depart will be the Wudong sect leader, Song Shan Zhenren. The place where Song Shan Zhenren falls will be right atop Wudong Malbin. The one capable of killing him naturally possesses equivalent strength, one of the 4 great villains, nicknamed Killer Ironheart Wolf. Recently, the alliance between the Martial Arts Alliance and Wushang City is disintegrated. Wushang City can
Consequently, the martial arts world fell into great chaos. Many factions from both the orthodox path and the demonic path rose up to vie for power, pushing everyone into a chaotic era of endless conflict and slaughter. At this time, Yunhui's group was looking for a place to rest. Ahead of him, a few people complained, "That's the place, let's get in quickly, it's too hot out here." They entered the Xianyuan Inn. This place was actually a secret stronghold of the Blood Sect, a resting place for everyone attending the martial arts conference, located near the Woolen Alliance's territory. Standing under the scorching sun, Cao Chenyuan remarked that the inn was too crowded. Yunhui told him he was stating the obvious. The martial arts conference was a rare opportunity that only came around every few years, so most martial artists came here to watch the excitement. Upon entering, Yunhui also saw that it was very crowded. Perhaps there were no seats left, so they would have to stand and wait for a vacancy. Next to them was a table occupied by an annoying fat guy. He transmitted his voice to Yunhui. "If you arrive late, just stand there and wait. We are already settled here. Yunhui, you just keep waiting there." Beside him, 2 familiar figures appeared out of nowhere. They were none other than the Song brothers. Chengu tiredly complained. Vice unit leader, being hot and tired and having to stand like this is no different from torture. Yunhui calmly reminded him, "Chengyuan, you talk too much. If you're hot and tired, talk less and you'll feel cooler. If you use your internal energy to regulate your breathing, you won't complain about the heat." He wondered, "What are you saying, sir? This subordinate has plenty of strength to do that, but only an idiot would do such a thing. If we run out of energy when we need to fight, wouldn't that be seeking death? This is the base of the Orthodox Woolen. We need to be on guard." Then Yunhui quietly reminded Chenyuan, "Yet someone near you is using internal energy to regulate their breathing." That person was none other than Sima Ying. The girl smiled friendly, turned around, and casually said to him, "You must want to die."
It is sunny outside right now, so there are no empty seats. You young friends can come sit next to us to rest for a while, wait until there is a vacancy, and then figure it out. 2 strangers at the next table invited him. Yanhui cupped his hands in thanks. This junior thanks senior for your kindness very much. But as he got closer, the aura of the burly man in front of him overwhelmed Yanhui. Not good. This person is... Shaoan and Tiannan wondered and asked why he stood there dazed. Did he know that person? Yanhui stood there silently. Although he belonged to neither the orthodox nor the evil factions, he was famous for his upright character and his hatred of evil as if it were his enemy. Yunhui looked at him with a bit of apprehension. This was a man with an upright heart, a peerless expert who absolutely would not compromise with injustice. But he suddenly hesitated. However, it was quite strange. He was a bit puzzled. As far as he knew, this man originally did not care about martial arts events like this. He did not understand why the Tyrant King's saber appeared here now. It seemed that Chen Jun had noticed Yunhui's gaze. He turned around and asked coldly, "Kid, how did you recognize this old man?" Sima Ying from behind transmitted her voice to ask, "What's wrong, Vice Unit Leader?" He warned with some wariness. That is the Tyrant King Saber, Chen-jun. You two be careful. Then he went to Chen-jun's side and calmly replied, previously, this junior has seen senior from afar. Hearing this, he was surprised. You have seen me before? He lifted his teacup to drink and continued, but why don't I remember ever seeing you before? I never forget anyone I have met. Yun-hui broke out in a cold sweat from fear, thinking to himself, I didn't expect him to respond to my statement this way. Could it be that he is suspecting our identities? He continued to deduce. I cannot rule out that possibility. If it is an expert who has reached the level of the Tyrant King Saber, perhaps he can grasp the chi paths of everyone in this guest house within the palm of his hand using chi sense. In a corner far behind, Haiyu Tan transmitted his voiceover. Yun-hui, what's the matter? Being in a tense state, he trembled.
Even when surrounded like this, since this territory is the most important place in the Wulin Alliance, Haiyu Etienne will definitely act and fight to the end. He recalled the old story. Before the regression, destiny had it that the Tyrant King Saber would cut off one of Haiyu Etienne's arms after a clash. Perhaps knowing this would happen in the future made him somewhat worried about the current situation. Yun-hui closed his eyes in tension, trying to calculate. However, if these two were to clash here for no reason, it would lead to too many unforeseen consequences at that moment. Then not only would the mission fail, but the worst-case scenario could also happen. He and everyone else could lose their lives. Use your brain, Chao Yun-hui. You will resolve this situation. Suddenly, he spoke up. Of course Senior wouldn't know this junior. This junior met Senior at Dongting Lake. In such a bustling crowd, how could Senior remember this junior? Chen-jun looked.
Outwardly pretending to be calm, he replied, Didn't Senior slaughter the Black Path groups targeting your family at Dongting Lake back then? This junior was present there and has endlessly admired Senior's martial arts and upright character. Seizing the momentum, he continued, At that time, this junior accompanied my father to Dongting Lake on business, which is how I witnessed Senior's prestige. His father, who was catching strays while doing nothing, would be extremely puzzled. Hearing this, Chen-jun asked, May this old man ask for your father's great name? Yun-hui immediately replied, This junior's father is surnamed Zhao, courtesy name Yi-Swan. He sighed in relief. It seemed he had passed the test. The white-haired old man heard this and spoke up in surprise. Isn't that the family head of the Yi-Yang Zhao family? I didn't expect you, kid, to come from such a prestigious noble family. Chen-jun also said, It seems I misunderstood. I thought the young master was a disciple of that fat old man sitting over there. Before he could relax for long, he became vigilant again.
That person is an acquaintance who has had a long-standing friendship with this junior's father. Meeting him now at the martial arts conference, this junior simply used sound transmission to ask after his health. Does Senior know of Hu Dun Jin Zhuang? People say that Hu Dun Jin Zhuang was a real person. However, he died a sudden death, and Haiyu Tian is using that identity to infiltrate our martial arts conference. The white-haired old man inquired. Coming all the way here, you must also be participating in the Rising Stars martial arts discussion at the martial arts conference, right? He smiled socially and said, It seems I have also heard the name Hu Dun Jin Zhuang. The young man replied politely, Yes, that is correct, Senior. Suddenly he pointed towards Chen-jun and said, Then it is very likely you will fight a match with the grandson of this friend of mine. The young man was surprised. The grandson of the Golden Saber Hegemon? He was lost in thought. Does that mean in this Rising Stars martial arts discussion, the grandchild of Golden Saber Chen Zhuang will appear? Just then someone walked over, and the old man said, Speak of the devil, that brat has arrived. That person bore a resemblance to Chen-jun. He walked up and said, Grandfather, I have finished settling the silver for the inn. This person was none other than the grandson of the Tyrant King Saber, Chen Rong. He continued.
Crafted suitably for executing the unique martial art Tyrant Saber of Chen Jun, since this guy is also coming to the martial arts discussion at this assembly, things will not be easy. Looking at the person in front of him, he remarked that the aura radiating from him seemed to be nearing the level of a supreme expert. If he hadn't opened his middle dantian before, it would be hard to confront him. Indeed, a descendant carrying the blood of the 8 great experts is different. It seemed he noticed Yun-hui, so he spoke up and asked, By the way, who are these people? Yun-hui immediately cupped his hands to introduce himself. This humble one is Zhao Yun-hui, the 3rd son of the Yi-Yang Zhao family. The white-haired old man was surprised. 3rd son? This old man thought the young hero was the eldest son, since you are representing the clan to participate in the Rising Star Gathering. In his heart, he wondered if this guy knew the rumors about him being a useless playboy in the family before, which was why he didn't care about his presence. He flashed a fake smile and replied, "This humble one is Chen Rong. Pleased to meet this friend." Then, suddenly noticing Ma Ling beside him, he asked, "I wonder what the honorable name of this friend here is." She unhappily furrowed her brows at him and ignored Chen Rong, bowing to greet the other two. This humble one is Ma Ling, paying respects to the two seniors.
Yunhui witnessed the scene and thought to himself, in the end, that guy didn't even bother to acknowledge my presence here. If he were a bit more flexible, he could have used this heavy silence to apologize profusely to me. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a stream of liquid rushed in and knocked Chen Rong flying far away. He seemed to be in pain and was too taken aback to react. Witnessing this scene, Yunhui was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe if what he was seeing was truly happening. Chen Jun, who had just executed the move, spoke up to explain. "That fool is nothing like my son. Since the clan has him as the only grandson, perhaps I have indulged and spoiled him too much. Brother Zhao, I hope you won't blame him." Looking at the cup on the table, the young man was extremely surprised. Just using 2 drops of wine on his fingertips to project internal energy was enough to send that Chen Rong flying. Just how profound must his internal power be? Seeing that look from Chen Jun, Chen Rong looked a bit bedraggled and fearful. He hurriedly He glanced at him, thinking about what to do. Although he had apologized, seeing his teeth-gritting dissatisfaction, he realized his attitude wasn't sincere at all. Suddenly, a wicked thought arose in Yunhui's mind. He only did that so his grandfather would see and overlook his rudeness. Should I make him taste some bitterness? He suddenly spoke up with false modesty. Not at all. Isn't it because I am lacking and have no reputation in the Jianghu that I couldn't catch young Master Chenrong's eye? Truly, this is my fault. Then he continued to provoke. But Brother Chenrong's behavior seems to have damaged the prestige of Senior Badal's family, so conversely, I feel uncomfortable knowing that a descendant of such a family like you has no manners. It seemed he had hit the bullseye. Chen Jun stood up angrily and shouted, "You really disgrace this old man." He placed his hand on his shoulder and said sternly, "Follow me out of here right now. Before the competition, I must correct your arrogant habit of looking down on everyone." He chuckled to himself. How interesting. I can actually exploit his upright nature to teach that bastard Chen Rong a lesson. The white-haired old man didn't understand the situation and called out, "Friend, why are you leaving so fast? You said you would watch these kids spar. Wait for me to come along." Yunhui turned to mock Chen Rong. "Young master, why are you still standing here? Hasn't young Master Chen followed his elder yet?" Shao Tan laughed with delight. His face
Chen Jun's voice echoed back. "Are you not leaving yet?" Chen Rong hurriedly followed. "Yes." Seeing them leave, Yue Tian transmitted his voice. "Who was that kid? Do you know him?" He replied, "That is the tyrant King Saber, master." He sat there quietly and asked, "Nothing serious happened, right?" The boy replied, "I just bumped into him unexpectedly. Nothing happened." The old man seemed to have guessed his thoughts. "Forget it. I know what you're thinking. You were afraid I would clash with that guy here, so you did that." But he didn't forget to remind him. "That's good, but don't forget the reason we came to this martial arts conference." Just then, 3 people walked in. The leader was the high-rank spy Du Rongxuan, who had been infiltrating for nearly 9 years. Shao Tan was amazed. If it's 9 years, that's way too long. Yunhui was evaluating. If the spy is Du Rongxuan, he will be very helpful to me. She wondered, "Do you two know each other?" He sat down and told his two.
He once reminded me that the fate of a spy is already decided. Life is inherently hard to control, so do not expect too much from anything. To this day, I still haven't forgotten what that person said. On the opposite side, Ving Huiyan's group also sat down. He softly complained, "It's really hot." Wen Hui explained, "A natural expression from Do Ving Huiyan will tell us the mission he is performing here when communicating via sound transmission." Tuabok asked, "Is confirming it that way okay, just squinting the eyes?" He replied with certainty, "It's enough. As long as we don't reveal that we are glancing or receiving sound transmissions, it will be safe." The two continued transmitting sound to each other. One asked, "Why is it you?" Tuabok smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "I will be the main character of this assembly." The other person transmitted back, "At this hour, if the Wulin Alliance's spy hunting squad were to appear, it would be quite complicated. Luckily, they haven't shown up yet." The scene shifted outside. Chun Kun shouted fiercely.
Seeing this, he only sighed. Suddenly the white-haired old man approached and advised, "Don't make too much of a fuss. Did your grandson do it on purpose? That friend behind Ma Ling just now was even more outstanding than the third son of the Qi family, so this brat was just being hospitable." His way of looking at things isn't wrong. Chen Zheng's anger did not subside at all. He said, "If that's the case, then I should be even more angry." The other old man wondered, "What do you mean?" Chen Zheng crossed his arms and replied, "Because he failed to recognize the person he truly needs to pay attention to. He spoke his thoughts. Don't you know? The third son of the Qi family has something more than meets the eye. He gives me a feeling of unfathomable depth." He added with a hint of wariness, "If he were to fight my grandson, it's impossible to say who would win and who would lose." Outskirts of Wuhan City. According to the information provided by Du Mengshuan, this inn is the preparation site for this operation. At this remote inn, we booked a room in advance under our identity. On the third wooden plank under the bed in the rightmost room closest to the window, there is a document containing information about the situation of the Wulin Alliance. Yue Tian said, "Even I cannot deal with all the experts of the Wulin Alliance in this Wuhan city, because 2 of the 8 great experts are here. Therefore, even if I use a human skin mask under any identity, I cannot deceive them." He calmly looked at the paper turning into ashes. "Therefore, this seat will stay here and lie low."
That is right. Right now, only we can safely enter the inner city. I have also grasped all the necessary information, so Master, please rest assured. After that, Yunhui's group and Song Zuobai's group moved separately to avoid unnecessary attention. Everyone aimed for the goal of reaching the finals in this Rising Star competition. Ultimately, if both made it to the tournament's final match, Song Zuobai would yield the victory to Zhao Yunhui as discussed beforehand. And this specially crafted scabbard has a hollow space inside to hide the Blood Demon's sword, which had been prepared in advance. Therefore, if they win, they can safely retreat without anyone detecting it. Everything has been arranged thoroughly. All that is left is to wait for the time to come. During the 10 days before the tournament, we are free to do whatever we want in this.
Yunhee wanted to come here mainly to repair his sword a little, so that others could recognize it as the Tianan Iron Sword at this martial arts conference. Even those who had relations with the Tianan sword guest in the past would not recognize the Tianan Iron Sword immediately. This was because rust spots were rampant on the body of the Tianan Iron Sword. Due to these marks of time, they could not recognize the cold iron of the sword. Just counting the number of smithies in this village alone, there were already more than 40 places. These were calculations that Yunhee recalled from his past life. If one wanted to place an order at such a famous place, it would be extremely difficult. Therefore, I must find a shop visited by fewer people, because other places have already received too many orders. Shaotan's voice rang out. "Do we need to find a shop here that can remove the rust spots on the sword, Yunhee?" He thought, "I am thinking of that smithy, but I don't know if he is still here or not. I remember in my past life, on this blacksmith street, a talented great artisan appeared here. That person made a name for himself by successfully forging the precious sword Mu Shao No. 1 sword for the Wulin Alliance leader Bai Shangmu." Shaotan curiously asked, "If so, where is that person? Is it this place?" Shaotan spoke and evaluated. "Yunhee, it looks so desolate and shabby. I don't even hear the sound of hammering iron inside." He thought to himself, perhaps at this time that person's name is not yet known. The Tianan sword appeared. "My former master said that worldly life is no different from nothingness. The higher the realm one reaches, the harder it becomes to recognize. Aren't there many eateries that are actually very delicious but have very few customers? My former master discovered many nameless eateries like that." Shaotan asked in confusion,
Snoring could be heard from inside, piquing his curiosity. "What is that?" Xiaotan said. "Can't you see Yunhui? He's drunk. Looks just like a drunkard." He thought otherwise. Putting that aside, looking at the broken metal pieces scattered around, they seemed to be shards of a sword, didn't they? Listening closely, a voice echoed out, "Please, please kill me. I can't live like this. Please melt me down." Yunhui thought the sound of the sword seemed filled with resentment. He felt he had heard sounds like this somewhere before. That's right. The sword that Bai Huixong held back then also emitted this sound. The sword kept crying out that it wanted to die. A ringing, creepy sound emanating from deep within the forge kept echoing in my ears. Why are these sounds being emitted like this? Yunhui looked down. What is this?
Inside there is a barrel containing identical swords and a broken sword on the floor. What on earth is this? Shaoan exclaimed. What the hell? Why are there so many fragments? Yunhui stared intently. Is that the Muxian sword? Or is it a copy? Shaoan, seemingly hearing Yunhui's thoughts, asked curiously. The Muxian sword is the treasured sword of the martial arts leader. Why is it shattered into so many pieces like this? Yunhui thought to himself, I need to find out about that right now. Remembering what Shangmu once said, I will try to verify it. How could I forget that face? That is the leader of the Wulin Alliance, the first sword.
When I arrived in Wuhan, I practiced sword techniques very diligently. I always spent time practicing in my mind what the Tiannan sword guest had displayed. But truth be told, the sword technique displayed by the Alliance leader was truly worthy of the title First Sword. In itself, it was a perfection hard for anyone to surpass. He lowered the sword and confirmed, "It is done." The blacksmith stepped forward and asked, "Are you satisfied, my lord?" Shangmu frankly replied, "Not yet." Shangmu gently stroked the sword, causing it to decay, then said to the blacksmith, "Remake it. Make me a new one." Now I feel like I know why that broken sword was in such agony, begging to die like that. Although I don't clearly know what that aura full of killing intent shown by Bai Shangmu was, it made the sword he used unable to bear it. Because of that, it also caused the newly crafted sword to fall into a state where it could not be revived. Just created, yet it was already in a state of being almost discarded, so it is natural that it had to suffer. Yunhui lifted the broken sword. "Do not suffer. You did nothing wrong." Hearing Yunhui speak, the sword cried out, "You can hear me?" Then the sword in his hand turned into ash. "Thank you very much." Shaoan curiously asked, "What are you doing, Yunhui?" He thought, I don't know either. Why did the sword automatically turn into dust? Yunhui froze when he realized the blacksmith had seen everything. "I apologize, senior. I didn't mean to do that." The blacksmith rubbed the layer of ash from the sword in his hand. "If you want to make amends, I have a favor to ask." He grabbed a crate full of identical swords. "Can you break all the other swords in this batch for me?" He said, "I poured my soul into these swords. They are my painstaking efforts, but they have become swords."
Yunhui thought to himself, so that is why he placed them inside this sword urn. Is it to commemorate the broken swords he created with all his heart, but were destroyed and rendered unusable? Yunhui drew the sword from his back. Judging by the appearance, this senior seemed skilled at repairing swords as well. "Senior, would you mind taking a look at this sword of mine and see if you can repair it?" "Sure, that is not difficult." The blacksmith lifted the sword to examine it. The sword contains cold iron. In this case, the work is a bit complicated, so it might take at least 5 to 6 days to finish repairing it. "But isn't the scabbard a bit too large for the sword?" he remarked. "I did not expect this famous..."
Shaoan said, "It's fortunate that everything went well." Yunhui thought, I didn't expect him to realize immediately that the scabbard was slightly too large for the sword. He pondered to himself, "Regardless, that was just a wonderful opportunity for me. I didn't think I would be able to observe the sword technique of Wulin Alliance leader Bai Shangmu through that sword." Remembering Shangmu swinging the sword, he thought, I cannot miss this opportunity to learn the 4 great sword arts, considered the pinnacle and strongest in the current Wulin world. With the ability to read thoughts and review sword forms through the pieces of scrap swords, in a few days I can learn quite a bit. But there is one thing that still bothers me, which is when the sword blade turned red due to the murderous aura infused by Bai Shangmu. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't fit the first sword by Shangmu, the person considered the head of the Orthodox Wulin right now. Or rather, that murderous aura resembles the killing intent of martial artists following the Black Path more. Yunhui wondered, ultimately, why did he do that? He still couldn't understand the reason why he created so many copies of his precious sword like that. When someone tried to grab his hand, Yunhui instinctively brushed it away, but had his wrist seized by that person. Who is this person with such powerful internal energy? He was backed into a corner by that person. Who is this person really? The person took off the hat on their head. I heard you...
Yunhui coldly replied, "Eldest young miss, how can you grab this humble one's hand in broad daylight in such a crowded place? If you do not intend to kill this humble one, then please let off my hand." Xiang looked at him appraisingly. Yunhui, you speak more confidently these days. It has been a long time since we met, and I see you have given me quite a few surprises. Is it because I haven't taught you a lesson in so long that you've forgotten the past, or is it partly because your strength has increased, so you no longer have any regard for me? Yunhui did not show weakness and threatened. If you keep acting like this, it won't end well. Surely you don't want your identity revealed in a crowded place within the territory of the Woolen Alliance like this, do you? Yunhui's confidence in standing up to Bai Huishang was entirely well-founded. Although there were few people around this spot, just a few steps out of this alley lay a bustling trading street filled with weapons for martial artists and daily necessities from the blacksmiths. Furthermore, this place was the territory of the Woolen Alliance, where the martial arts conference.
However, Huishang did not show weakness. You are becoming more confident day by day, and your speech has changed a lot too. Truly interesting. A smart person with strength like you should not follow a timid girl like my younger sister. She began her recruitment pitch. Come follow under my command, and I will treat you very well. Rest assured, I have an eye for people. For someone with ability like yours, following my faction means status and fame will not be lacking. After I become the sect leader, you will certainly be my right-hand man. If you follow that untalented girl, the future ahead can only be failure. He looked at her, calculating silently. Bai Huishang was recruiting him to consolidate her power and reduce the competitiveness of the second young miss. This was understandable, but after the event in Lu Shuaifali, and the attempt by her people to assassinate him, nearly causing him to drown at the bottom of the river, he could no longer accept this offer. If that event had not happened, perhaps he would have considered this hard-to-refuse proposal. Between the two sisters competing for the position of sect leader, naturally, the faction with the advantage in this war was Bai Huishang. But after nearly losing his life that time, he was now wary. If her people could plot against him once, then surely when she was displeased with him, there would be a second attempt. It was also necessary to recognize that although he was somewhat useful, her main purpose in recruiting him was actually aiming at another expert, his master, the fourth venerable Haiyu Tian. Then Yanhui spoke up. Thank you for the offer to take me in as a subordinate under your command, but for such a significant matter, I cannot decide alone. I need to ask for my master's opinion. Seeing that she did not achieve her goal, Xiang maintained her gentle attitude and said, just as I thought, your strength is increased greatly. You were still able to dodge such a sudden and fast move. For a talented person like you, I want to have you under my command. She lightly touched Yunhui's cheek. Before, when I met you, I felt you were very strange. That is precisely what drew my attention to you. A brat who has only just reached the expert realm, yet could simply dodge my killing moves so quickly. If you hadn't dodged in time just now, you would have certainly died.
Even though your strength is only at the expert level, you are far superior to martial artists of the same rank. Furthermore, you have only been in the sect for about a year. The time you spent as a disciple of the fourth venerable is even shorter. How can a person reach such an unpredictable level like you after only 1 year of learning martial arts? In our sect, there is no shortage of martial arts talents, but this is the first time I have seen someone whose martial arts progress as fast as yours, Yunhui. But Yunhui still tried to refuse. Eldest young miss, you don't need to evaluate me as so strong and talented. Perhaps it is just your misunderstanding. Xiang gently tightened her hand on his face and said, Yunhui, if you follow under my command, not only will you quickly achieve glory and wealth, but there are also other things that not everyone can get. If you and I combine in this romance, then later I can give birth to an incredibly powerful blood demon. That child can revive the Blood Sect and help the Blood Sect dominate the Wulen and Zhanghu. Yunhui, don't listen to that woman's sweet words, Shaoan cried out a warning. If you're not careful, you'll die. Yunhui was also worried. Shaoan, what kind of person do you think I am? Suddenly, Xiang reached out her other hand to grab his arm. Yunhui, your strength is unquestionable. If you follow me, you can become the left guardian of the sect after I become the sect.
She gently intertwined her fingers with his, sweet-talking seductively. How is it? Do you find my proposal interesting? This isn't something just anyone can get. If you become my husband, later on the two of us will unite the Blood Sect and sweep through the Zhanghu together. At that time, you could say your position and prestige would be even higher than that of the Wulen Alliance leader. Yunhui locked eyes with her, thinking to himself, well said, Bai Huixiang.
You intend to use a beauty trap on me, but there is one thing you have forgotten. You are using a human skin mask to infiltrate here, so your true face cannot be revealed. What I see is just an ordinary woman, so your beauty trap is completely useless. Immediately he brushed her hand away sharply. Yunhui coldly refused. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Yunhui, but I apologize, eldest young miss. I cannot accept that proposal. Making her respond sulkily. Tell me, how can you simply reject my feelings like that? Or do you already have feelings for that little girl by Liangxia? But he remained firm and replied, Eldest young miss, you are straying off topic. I have no such intention. Huixiang saw him like that, but still refused to let go. There are things I dare not claim, but my beauty is definitely superior to that little girl's. Furthermore, I know the art of duel cultivation. If you share intimate passion with me, you will never forget the pleasure and joy, like becoming an immortal.
Yunhui immediately replied, I have already said that. Now I want to ask the eldest young miss, why are you present at this martial arts conference in Wuhan? Hearing this, her gaze suddenly became sharp. Do you even need to ask? Whatever purpose you came here for, I came for that same purpose. Huishan kept pestering Yunhui relentlessly. With me here, your goal of taking the blood demon sword is considered finished. Therefore, you should change your goal to submitting and becoming my husband. Then you will have whatever you want. No need to suffer like this. My obtaining the blood demon sword and ascending to become the sect leader of the blood demon sect is destined. No one can stop it. Yunhui held his ground and responded, You and I share the same goal, the blood demon sword. But have you thought about this? If I publicly reveal your identity in this Wulin alliance, they will know and be on guard. In that case, wouldn't your hope of obtaining the blood demon sword be considered gone? Huishang tried to cajole him further. Yunhui, do you think you dare to do that? If you reveal my identity, the Wulin alliance will also be more wary of people from the demon sect. At that time, you
Therefore, I will not let you off. Now, Yunhee, consider yourself in my sights. Even if I have to use force, I must have you at all costs. Immediately after, Huishang threw a punch towards Yunhee. As sweet as her flirting was, her strikes were just as vicious when she turned hostile. Fortunately, Yunhee dodged this move. Instead, the wall behind him was shattered. Huishang evaluated. It seems your strength has indeed increased significantly. What I see is definitely not all you have. At this moment, he drew his sword to counter. Given the situation, there is no need for me to hide my true strength anymore. If I keep lingering here with you, neither of us might achieve what we want. Moreover, if I'm unlucky enough to be captured by you, it would be much more troublesome. Then he launched a counterattack, aimed straight at Huishang. She caught the broken sword and murmured, So, the unhidden strength of you, Yuni, amounts to only this?
Yunhui also stepped back to evaluate. She was too agile. He had thought she wouldn't react in time when suddenly seeing his broken short sword, but no, in just a blink of an eye she shifted her attention from the sword and dodged his lightning-fast kick. She truly lived up to the title of eldest young miss of the Blood Sect. Then he applied the 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best policy to escape, but his goal had also been accomplished. Due to rushing and being unable to circulate internal energy to block his kick, she was forced back 3 steps. His simple goal was just that. Thanks to that, he was able to escape the control zone of her demon claw art. The thing to do now was to run, but Tui Shang's murderous aura had already closed in on him. I didn't think you were so scheming, Yunhui. Since you've revealed all your strength, I must also unleash my full power to respond to you, right? Yunhui was panicked. Her murderous aura was too terrifying. Although they were fighting in a sparsely populated alley, this was still the martial arts alliance. Radiating such strong murderous aura could alarm the martial arts experts on the main road outside. How could she release such killing intent without caring at all? How miserable. In this situation, I left the Tiannan iron sword at the blacksmith's to restore its sharpness. Now, in this plight, with only the short sword Shaotan, can I... He looked blankly at Lady Sima, while the girl pointing her sword threatened, Who are you to dare act like this? The layer of the human skin mask, along with a few strands of hair, was severed and fell down. Tu Shang, having been struck, hissed in anger. bastard, get lost immediately. Sima Ying also felt fear, wondering why brother Yunhui had clashed with a woman emitting such terrifying killing intent. Since I left home to wander the Jianghu, this is the first time I've encountered someone with such terrible killing intent. Although that killing intent is terrifying, compared to the people at my home, it is just a mosquito. Then the girl spoke up provocatively. Just come here and try to make me move. She rushed forward without any hesitation. All right, bastard, you will have to pay the price. Then two streams of oppressive pressure crashed straight into each other. Yunhui at this moment also circulated his energy, then he grabbed Sima Ying and fled. Passers-by looked at the scene in awe. Are those two flying back and forth on the rooftops? That is the Lingkong Subu that martial arts experts often use. Surely they are participants in the martial arts conference. The figures of Yunhui and Sima Ying zoomed past. Tu Xiang dusted off her robe in the rubble and exclaimed, "It's truly unbelievable that you could escape my devil's claws like that." Then she suddenly smiled with interest. Tu Xiang transmitted her voice to the fleeing Yunhui. "Zhao Yunhui, although you were lucky to escape me today, soon you will have to submit under my command. This is unavoidable." Sima Ying, being held by Yunhui, said in a daze, "Brother Zhao." He was still vigilant and whispered, "Don't speak, Lady Sima. Be careful, she might hear."
Sima Ying had a relapse of her lovesickness due to this action, looking at Yunhui who was still rambling on. This was truly something no one could have calculated. I need to report this to Master immediately. As mentioned before, Haiyue Tian had stayed at the inn to wait for his 3 disciples, so Yunhui recounted the entire incident to him. This was extremely unexpected and could be considered a huge incident. After some thought, Haiyue Tian spoke up. "First of all, you have been targeted by the eldest young miss, and she won't let you off. If you meet her again, run fast and call for help at the same time. If I hear you, I will come to rescue you." According to Haiyue Tian's assessment, although Zhao Yunhui's martial arts had improved, he was still no match for Bai Huishan.
And the last thing Haiyue Tian wanted to say. Cheng Yuan looked on in depression. "No matter where you go, you must have many people following you, so that if anything happens, you can stall for time until I can arrive to help in time." Vice Unit Leader Yunhui, even though the 4th Venerable instructed everyone to stick together for safety, it's been days and we haven't seen any movement from the eldest young miss, have we? You worry too much, Vice Unit Leader. Yesterday we had roasted pork at ULI Inn. Can we go find a new dish today, Vice Unit Leader? While we are here, we must take the opportunity to enjoy ourselves. Yunhui suddenly asked, "Sima Ying, what do you think about my proposal?" But Sima Ying was so dazed by lovesickness. He hugged me. She had been in a trance all day, muttering things that no one could understand. Yunhui gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "I have been lying low here for a few days, and in total I have destroyed more than 70 scrap swords. After spending time reading the memories and watching the sword forms demonstrated by the Alliance leader over and over, I have memorized the entire Muxian sword art, one of the 4 great sword arts of the current martial arts world belonging to Alliance leader Bai Xiangmu. I can now execute some parts of that sword art." Shaoan also appeared and said, "Yunhui, congratulations on learning the Muxian sword art." But he did not think so. "It's not that simple. I have only seen the sword moves demonstrated."
If I can master this Muxian sword art, I will advance to a new level. After watching the Alliance leader display his sword technique, I have gained many insights and learned a lot. Then he looked at the young lady and suggested, "Young Lady Sima, please step back a bit for me," making her startle. "All right," he thought to himself, "now I will try to execute that sword technique." Over there, Sima Ying and Cheng Yuan were still bickering. "Run out of seats? Why do you keep sitting so close to me? Get lost. This cool spot is mine." Shaoan saw this and said, "It seems that Sima girl has been acting dazed and hot and cold unusually lately, hasn't she?" But Yunhui didn't pay much attention. "It's fine. She's probably just irritable from being here for too many days." He focused on heightening his spirit to execute the sword move as perfectly as possible. A stream of spiritual power gathered around him, and the surrounding space sank into silence. Yunhui opened his eyes slightly and exhaled. "All right." Then he swung his hand vigorously, but in return there was disappointment.
Suddenly he was astonished. Right before his eyes, the rim of the wine cup was sliced off. Immediately following that, the ancient tree behind it shared the same fate. Chen Yuan was also bewildered, unable to believe what sword move his master had just executed. He was also overjoyed. Fortunately, he had succeeded. So he had reached the 6-star realm of the Xingming divine art. This was undoubtedly a massive step forward.
This Shangshan Dongpo pork was truly too delicious. The young lady even thought she might faint while eating. He chewed noisily and said, "Then the vice unit leader will carry you back to the inn." Sima Ying chimed in, "Then I can rest assured and eat until I faint." On this side, Yunhui was lost in thought. Tomorrow, the Tiannan iron sword would be finished repairing. Once the sword was retrieved, it would boost the morale of the entire team. To make entering the martial arts alliance city smoother, he had brought them here to enjoy a good meal. Regardless, the day had finally come, and he needed to prepare thoroughly before participating in the assembly. Let's see. Just then, he sensed a strange aura. Based on his chi sense now, 5 or 6 martial artists were entering the inn.
Since opening the heavenly record, my senses have become stronger. Just by the sound of a sword, I can distinguish whether it is a famous sword or not. When looking over, Yunhui recognized people he had seen in the Martial Arts Alliance before his regression. Over there were 3 people, Tang Huihua of the Sichuan Tang sect, Jing Ming of the Qingcheng sect, and Xuan Zhen of the Quanzhen sect. They were all orthodox figures, who looked far more upright than those hypocritical brats from other large families who only know how to put on airs. Judging by the names of the swords heard from that direction, it seems those 2 famous swords were granted by Quanzhen and Qingcheng sects to their capable disciples. Regardless, why must it be people from these Taoist sects? As for those entering now, I didn't expect to still get entangled with these troublesome guys. Over there, Du Jingyu spoke up. "Who is this? Isn't it little brother Jia from our Yulong County?" Next to him were Jiang Huimei and Zhao Yi from the Hunan Province Wulin branch. Then Zhao Yi publicly humiliated Yunhui.
Then Yunhui walked over and bowed his head. "Could your excellency be Taoist Jingming of the Qingsang sect?" The man replied, confusing Zhao Yi standing nearby. "This humble one is Jingming. Does the young master know me?" Yunhui calmly replied, "It would be stranger if I didn't know Taoist Jingming, a famous rising star born from the Qingsang sect." He thought to himself, "However, unlike in my past life, I no longer need to play along to gain status to travel with these people." Jingming scratched his head awkwardly. "What rising star? I haven't reached that level yet. Young master flatters me too much." Deep down, Yunhui knew that praise creates affection in the other party. It makes people reveal their inherent gentle emotions. He looked towards the others. "I am very pleased to meet Taoist Xuanzhen of the Quanzhen sect and young lady Tang Huimei of the Sichuan Pong sect. I am Zhao Yunhui, the 3rd son of the Yiyang Zhao family. Meeting 2 famous martial artists like this is truly a great honor." Xuanzhen and Huimei also cupped their hands in greeting. "So it is the young master of the Yiyang Zhao family." Zhao Yi was astonished. Young master Yunhui knows these people too. He pretended to be close and draped his arm around him. "Long time no see, brother Zhao." Yunhui's hand squeezed tight, startling Zhao Yi slightly. Standing beside him, he responded casually, "Meeting a fellow townsman in a foreign land like this is truly a joyous occasion, isn't it, brother Zhao?" A second later, Yunhui transmitted his voice to threaten him. "Smile, unless you want me to..."
But before he could finish his sentence, Yunhui on the other side sent a sound transmission that scared him stiff. "Hey, Du Jingyu, be smart and keep your mouth shut." He panicked. "How is your internal energy so powerful?" Yunhui warned him, "That is not something you need to know. I'm warning you, my Dantian has recovered to its former state, so banish any thoughts of causing trouble for me." Then he continued speaking to the crowd. "Participating as the representative rising star of this Off family, I feel truly honored to be able to get acquainted with such prestigious figures like you all." Finishing his words, Yunhui released his grip and Zhao Yi fearfully ran back to his friends. Jingyu wondered, "Representative rising star?" He also enthusiastically explained, "Perhaps this brother doesn't know. My older brothers were indisposed, so I represented this Off family to attend this competition." Jiang Huimei, hearing this, immediately asked with concern, "Is brother Yingshen really unwell?" Yunhui affirmed, "Yes, if you are worried, please come visit him later, big sister." She looked sad and lowered her voice. "What a pity. If your senior brother had participated in this conference..."
That's right. You can't even grasp my senior brother's strength, yet you put on an air of evaluation. This young lady is truly interesting. Jiang Huimei was still young. Because her feelings were hurt, her judgment was clouded, and she behaved like a child. Losing face, she immediately made excuses. After all, we are fellow Taoists from Hunan participating in the Wuling branch assembly. Before the official martial arts discussion, my senior brother will instruct you with a move so you don't get too arrogant and learn your own strength. Right, senior brother? Seeing Du Jingyu's face turn guilty and unsightly, remaining silent, she got annoyed. "Senior brother, say something." He didn't answer aloud, but secretly transmitted his voice. "Calm down, Huimei. Look at the attitudes of Jingming and Taoist Xuanzhen. There is definitely something strange going on."
Then she emitted a murderous aura and questioned him. So you don't care how your fiancé...
Seeing the two of them continuing to bicker, Yinhui felt that wasting emotions on these brats was truly troublesome. Perhaps it was best to stop here. Then, a disciple of Chao Qing-yun named Su Yizhou came forward to pay respects. Martial Uncle Zhao, to think I would meet you at this assembly. He looked at the appearance and deduced that Taoist road belongs to the Hangshen sect, so he is a disciple of the one sword of Hangshen. The people of the Hangshen sect have arrived. Surely my younger sister Yingying has also come here with them. Wait, if I make good use of this situation, I can easily handle the troublesome matters at this assembly. Looking over, he saw Jingming and Xuanzhen also greeting him. Xuanzhen wondered, but Brother Su, could it be that Brother Zhao here is a lay disciple of your noble sect? He immediately smiled brightly. It seems you do not know. Martial Uncle Zhao here is the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest, Hero Hu Zhongda. You also know that Hero Hu Zhongda had a close relationship with our Hangshen sect. The whole group gaped in astonishment, completely stunned. At the nearby tables, everyone was also buzzing with discussion. Did you hear what was said up there? The Tiannan sword guest, the descendant of Hero Hu Zhongda, the Tiannan sword guest. Both Xuanzhen and Xuanzhen bowed again. The young master should have said so sooner. If you are Brother Su's martial uncle, then...
Who will step up to instruct me? As he spoke, he looked at the crowd, making everyone unsure of where to hide their faces. A moment later, they left the inn. Seijo happily held 2 bags of food. Everyone is waiting, so this junior will go ahead. Next time, let's find a quiet place and dine together, Martial Uncle. He also bid farewell from his side. Go carefully. Send my greetings to Yingying for me. Sima Ying and Cheng Yuan were stuffed. It was such a satisfying meal. Then, with a sparkling look, she implored, "It seems that can be packed to go. Let's buy some to take back too, big brother." Cheng Yuan also looked forward to it. Right. Just now the Hangshan sect Taoist also packed Dongpo pork to take away, Vice Unit Leader. He gently agreed. All right. Instead of that, let's buy portions for Master and the Song twin brothers as well. Hearing the permission, both excitedly ran off. We'll go order right away. Thank you, sir. Yunhui stood from afar watching them, unable to help but wonder. Although it's famously delicious, do they like it that much?
He accepted it, doubting in his heart, who sent this letter to him? Or has the mission changed? No, that is unlikely to happen. Let's just see. Inside the letter, it was written that if he didn't want to lose his precious sword, he must not go with anyone and must come alone to the smithy. It seemed like trouble was brewing. Following the instructions in the letter, Yunhui went alone to the smithy in the night. Stepping inside, he observed that the casting furnace was cooling down. Underfoot, casting tools lay scattered. It seemed like there had been a disturbance here. Inside was the silhouette of a masked figure waiting, holding Yunhui's sword in hand. Good sword. Is this the famous Tiannan iron sword? Yunhui warily asked for the opponent's identity. The blacksmiths around had also been eliminated. The man decisively stabbed the sword down. I come to convey the eldest young Miss's words. Withdraw from the Rising Star Martial Tournament and go back and tell Miss Bailian Shah that if she wants to keep her life, she should surrender and submit to the eldest young Miss. You surely don't want to lose this sword, do you? Yunhui intentionally stalled for time. Wait, calm down. I understand everything you said, while simultaneously using a soft wire to approach the sword. Then the wire wrapped around the sword, and he yanked it back from the man's hand. Yunhui retracted the wire, and the sword flew high into the air. Those aren't the words of Miss Bai Hushang, but
He remained calm. I guessed you had some secret technique on you. You used that secret technique just now, didn't you? Yunhui was surprised. So he didn't see it? Through his chi sense, he could perceive this guy's martial arts level. He wasn't much of an expert, probably just a second-rate or close to a second-rate expert. He wanted to make a move. I intentionally told you to give up participating in this martial arts conference, but you stubbornly refused to listen, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Daring to ignore my warning, today you will definitely die here. But his aggression didn't last long. Yunhui's hand directly grabbed his face. With one hand, he seized the opponent's head and slammed it hard onto the floor. Finally, Yunhui sealed the acupoints on his body. Yunhui found it hard to believe. Truly different for a second-rate martial artist. I haven't even opened my middle dantian yet, and I defeated him this easily. This guy's martial arts are really nothing to speak of. He peeled off the human skin mask on his face and interrogated, "Bastard,
My subordinates have already ambushed this entire area. Before he could do anything, a pile of people fell from the ceiling. Do you mean these bastards? Sima Ying and Cao Chung Wem appeared just in time. She reported, "We searched outside and only found 3 of them." He also judged that their strength was quite poor, nothing worth mentioning. This guy was cornered and would suffer the consequences next. The quiet smithy echoed with screams. "Enough! Stop it! Stop it! I'll talk!" He was tortured miserably by the group and had to surrender. "I am Yao Ye, the second disciple of the 5th Blood Star. I will tell you whatever you want to ask. Please tell this bastard mongrel to stop pulling out my fingernails like that." Sima Ying nonchalantly made a sound and simultaneously pulled out another one of Yao Ye's fingernails. Yunhui pondered while Sima Ying continued to torment his body. The 5th Blood Star. So he's a disciple of Fist and Kick Blood Rain Huazhang. It's true that he is a subordinate of the eldest young miss, but with her personality, she certainly wouldn't send a subordinate to do this. She wants me to be her husband after all. However, this guy wanted to attack me without any hesitation. Therefore, someone must have sent him here to do this. Let me think. Who would benefit the most if I didn't participate in this martial arts conference? Then Yunhui began the interrogation. The person who sent you here wasn't the eldest young miss, right? Yao Ye confirmed that was correct.
Sima Ying listened with fury, causing her hand to strike harder. "So that is the only reason you targeted our vice unit leader? You must have a death wish." That made Yao Ye scream out in agonizing pain. "You bastard! I already told you. Why are you still pulling out my fingernails like that?" Shaoan listened to the conversation and appeared, saying his senior brother must be the head disciple of the 5th Blood Star. "Yunhui, you know that name?" He replied that he had never even heard of the name, so how could he know him? Yunhui asked to get to the bottom of it. "It seems you disobeyed orders and exceeded what your master instructed. What is the reason your senior brother targeted me? Speak up now." Miss Sima Ying, losing patience, threatened, "If you don't speak quickly, you bastard, I'll pull out all your fingernails." Yao Ye fearfully complied. "Don't do that. Stop. I will answer you. He ordered me to do so because he heard the news that the eldest young miss wanted to select you as her husband." He was shocked upon hearing this. Then he gradually understood one thing. "So that guy is afraid I will become Bai Huishang's husband? I really didn't expect that. I don't understand."
She stepped on him and turned to ask Yunhui, "By the way, Vice Unit Leader, about Bai Huixiang wanting to form a connection with you, you haven't mentioned anything to me, have you?" He felt guilty and replied, "This matter is too absurd, so I didn't pay any attention to it." Then Sima Ying angrily held her sword against Yao Ye's neck. "So that woman is aiming for the Vice Unit Leader to be her husband, huh?" Yunhui wondered to himself, "Why do I have to care about Sima Ying's feelings right now and worry if she misunderstands me or not?" She looked at Yunhui coldly. As for that woman aiming for someone who is already taken, she must have a death wish. At this moment, he was clueless and didn't understand what Sima Ying was saying. Tiannan immediately explained to Yunhui, "That's how women are when they're in love." Then he went to calm her down. "Come on, calm down. We cannot kill this guy." She wondered, "Why? Do you have another intention? They are targeting you after all." His subsequent words made Sima Ying even more suspicious. "I know that, but we have to spare them."
If I am not mistaken, these 4 will surely die upon their return. As they left the smithy, Sima Ying looked at Yunhui with admiration. "How did you guess that so well?" He did not reply, only reflecting. "I stayed in the Blood Sect for quite a long time, so I can somewhat guess the nature of those who carry the Blood Demon bloodline. If things continue like this, I don't know what she will do next time. Those guys returning will definitely be dealt with without any mercy, but as for me, she is likely still being somewhat lenient." With that thought, the scene shifted to Bai Huiqiang's side. Seeing the battered appearance of Yao Ye returning, a person thought with annoyance, "This stupid junior brother. I sent him there so Zhao Yunhui would kill him right away, but I didn't think he could actually make it back. My plan is now completely ruined. He had to die for me to have an excuse to make a move. Only when he dies can I speak ill of him to the eldest young miss. Using the excuse that he is a devil, perhaps the young miss might change her mind about that bastard Zhao Yunhui." This train of thought belonged to Jiang Xuanming. Sitting next to him was Bai Huiqiang, who was furious. "Truly a bunch of idiots. I told you to monitor and wait for my orders." The whole group knelt there apologizing. Yao Ye transmitted sound to beg for help from Jiang Xuanming up there. "Senior brother, why are you still standing there?"
On this side, Tu Xiang interrogated, "You bastards, tell me, how should those who disobey their master's orders be punished?" One of them immediately answered, "They must die." As soon as the sentence ended, Bai Huishang made each of them log out, then die. The blood of his accomplices sprayed right in front of Yao Ye's face, terrifying him. He quickly begged and pleaded, "Eldest young miss, please spare this subordinate's life. This subordinate did not intentionally disobey young miss's orders. The subordinate only followed the orders of—" Before he could finish his sentence, a figure swept past them like the wind. Something happened as fast as lightning, interrupting Yao Ye's confession. Deng Xuanming, to avoid having his name revealed, quickly eliminated Yao Ye. "You bastard, if you had—"
Reporting to the eldest young miss, he was the one who disobeyed your orders, so how could he freely justify that action now? Therefore, he deserved to die. By acting this way, this subordinate was merely punishing him on your behalf. Bai Huishang's leg immediately pressed against his face. Zhang Xuanming took a full kick and was sent flying. She coldly turned away. "I'm telling you this now. If it weren't for the fact that you were a candidate for this year's Rising Star Martial Tournament, things wouldn't have ended with just that kick, understand?" Zhang Xuanming harbored hatred in his heart. "Zhao Yanghui, that husband position must be mine." The next day, at the registration gate for the tournament, Sima Ying observed that the place was crowded. Yang Hui replied, "It's simple, because all the disciples from famous sects and families are here. Plus, martial artists from all over are coming to join the excitement. It's estimated there are thousands, even tens of thousands of people." She complained, "Standing here is so tiring. I wish we could just go up and register quickly." Zuobai smoothed his hair, showing off in front of the beauty. "Wishing is just wishing. We aren't descendants of prestigious aristocratic families, so we have to wait our turn. Whether it's the Chao Zhou Song family or the Yi Yang Zha family, although we have some reputation in Hunan, compared to the 9 sects, 1 gang, and 5 great aristocratic families, we really can't compare. Now we can only wait here, so why don't we use this time for—"
Isn't this just discrimination? Looking over, there was a group of people who appeared quite imposing. One of them brushed past Sima Ying and noticed her, but at this moment she was still in her male disguise. He immediately raised his voice to show off. "I'm going to register first." Finding him an eyesore, she cursed inwardly. "You must be eager to die. Just because you were born into a somewhat powerful family, you dare to act arrogant with me." Then another person in that group spoke up. "Make way, everyone." Afterward, he noticed Yun Hui and blocked his path to ask clearly, "May I ask if you two are young master Zhao Yunhui of the Yi Yang Zhao family and junior brother Sima Ying?" He admitted it. "That's right. Does this brother need something?" The person explained, "This humble one is Bu Mo, a martial artist of the Wulin Alliance. It is a pleasure to meet young master Zhao, the descendant of the Tian Nan sword guest. I received orders that if I met the young master, I should immediately escort you two inside without—" The extremely fierce counterattack made him lose face, his furious expression showing bulging veins. Yun Hui walked past the line of people ahead, feeling the pressure. Being suddenly favored like this drew everyone's attention, which made me feel a bit pressured as well. He had received orders to wait for us here and lead us straight inside. It really is strange. I guess some high-ranking official of the Wulin Alliance must have told him to wait here for me. Then a loud shout came from behind. "Hey, wait for us a bit. We're in the same group." It turned out to be the 2 Song brothers tailing behind. The guide asked for their identities, and Zuobai confidentially introduced themselves. "We are Song Zuobai and Song Wu Xuan of the Song family." Hearing those words, he went silent for a moment, then immediately refused them. "Please accept this humble one's sincere apologies, but to be honest, this humble one has not received any orders from above regarding any priority for the 2 gentlemen of the Song family here. Therefore, with the 2 young heroes, please go back and line up in the correct order for this humble one." Song Zuobai looked excited and expectant to step inside. Shaoan looked visibly annoyed. "That idiot looks so smug. We should have just let his brother and him line up." Yin Hui also agreed. "You're right. We should have let them line up. But
"Those 2 brothers are actually part of our group, so can we let them come in with us as well?" Yunhui didn't expect the interior of the Wulin headquarters to be this large. Man Wang immediately said, "Please wait outside for a moment. Let me go inside and report." At this moment, their group was standing outside the Tianshang Square of the Wulin Alliance. After a while, a figure approached Yunhui from afar. It was the arrogant person from earlier coming to greet him. "It is an honor to meet the young hero here. I am Pang Yu Zhen of the Hebei Pang family." He replied politely, "Pleased to meet you. I am Zhao Yunhui of the Yi Yang Zhao family. Honored to meet you." Yu Zhen praised, I have heard that the young hero is a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest. Meeting you here today is truly my fortune. Then he flipped his hair, acting elegant. However, in the competition at this grand assembly, I hope to have a match with the young hero. Shaoan also found it unsightly. Yunhui, I don't know why, but I really hate this guy. He's so arrogant and looks down on everyone. He observed the situation. This guy might look like that, but he actually has some brains. He actively came to talk to him to attract the attention of the martial artists outside, acting like he knows him as a way to raise his own reputation and status. She then pointed to the group of people over there. I'm dying of laughter, Yunhui. The brothers accompanying that guy named Pong are so embarrassed they don't know where to hide their faces. Yunhui also secretly mocked him. This guy named Pong is truly thicker-skinned than anyone. Even if he doesn't feel ashamed, he should at least pay attention to his brothers and friends. Then the familiar burly figure of Zhuo Bai walked up and asked, Are you from the Hebei Pong Simli? Pleased to meet you at this Wulin Grand Assembly. He wondered, Who are you? He immediately introduced himself. I am Song Zhuo Bai from the Song family.
On the side of Bang Vu Chan's friends, they felt ashamed and scolded him. You really are thick-skinned. Why didn't you just go with them? Why come back to go with us? Zui Bai on this side was also humiliated to the point of anger. Truly a bastard. He doesn't respect anyone at all. Yun Hui just stood to one side watching the drama and judging. Truly the stupid Song brothers. I don't know why they went out of their way to invite humiliation. That guy named Bai, those flashy young masters who only know
He guessed that it was partly because he was the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest that he was treated this way. They had arranged for him to stay in a large room, fully equipped with amenities, complete with servants. The Song brothers who came with him were probably treated well too, but since they were just tagging along, their rooms surely wouldn't be as good as this one. He hoped those two wouldn't come over, otherwise they would scream to high heaven seeing how much more spacious his room was. He came to the conference this time for a mission. Although he was the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest, he still didn't understand who had arranged for him to stay so comfortably. Being too comfortable made him feel that something was slightly off. This person must belong to the high-ranking echelon of the Wulin Alliance. He hoped to meet him soon to see what kind of person he was. Man Wang stepped forward and asked, How does the young master find this room? Yun Hui simply said it was very good and expressed his thanks. Then the man suggested to them, Since the two of you have settled into your resting places, could you spare some time to follow me? This lowly one acts on the orders of the chief strategist to invite the two of you for a meeting. Hearing this, Yun Hui wondered, The chief strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance? In the Martial Arts Alliance, there were always 3 people serving as strategists. This person must be the highest ranking among the 3, the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance. Of course, within the Wulin Alliance, the person who could be said to stand above 10,000 people, and only below Alliance leader Bai Xiangmu, was none other than chief strategist Zhu Ge Yunming. At the chief strategist's manor, Yun Hui pondered as he followed Man Wang. I don't know this person at all. Why is he looking for me? Tiannan spoke up. Yun Hui, I sense a very strong oppressive aura emanating from some kind of weapon inside.
But there was something I didn't understand. According to what I knew from my past life, Zhuge Yuanming was a refined man, famous for his profound palm technique. Thus, I could conclude that inside this residence, there must definitely be another expert bladesman present. That person must be a guest of the chief strategist. Stepping forward, Yun Hui immediately bowed in greeting. This junior, Zhao Yunhui of the Yiyongjia family, pays respects to the chief strategist. Sima Ying did the same. This junior pays respects to the chief strategist. I am Brother Zhao's junior brother. My name is Sima Ying. Before them was the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance, Zhuge Yuanming, who spoke up. Little brothers, since you have arrived, I have a favor to ask. A friend of mine wishes to see that Tiannan iron sword of yours. Little brother, could you let my friend sitting over there take a look at the sword on your back? He glanced to the side, slightly surprised. Tiannan found it unsurprising. I sensed it correctly after all. It is someone from the Northern Heavenly Blade.
In the past, it could be said that in the Zhenghu, Northern Heavenly Saber Guo Mingji was reputed to be the one whose saber techniques were closest to Tyrant King Saber Chen Jun. His martial arts could be considered to have nearly approached the level of the 8 great experts. There is a saying in the Zhenghu that the southwest Wulin is guarded by the Tiannan sword, while the northeast Wulin is the territory held by Northern Heavenly Saber Guo Mingji, by a Black Path expert, and rumors suggest that person belongs to one of the 4 great villains, though it is unclear who exactly. At this moment, Yun Hui also brought out his sword, wondering in his heart why this man was here and why he was interested in his iron sword.
He uses a saber, not a sword, right? It's really strange. He has been in seclusion.
Yunhui spoke up. This junior is honored to meet senior. I hope senior will forgive this junior's delayed greeting. This junior is Zhao Yunhui, descendant of the Tiannan sword guest. To be able to meet senior Northern Heavenly Saber today is truly an honor. Then he handed the sword back to him. All right, little friend, take your sword back. He wondered a bit. Did he go to all this trouble just to look at the sword? Surely the matter isn't that simple. At this moment, Guo Mingji handed his saber to Zhang Ming. Yunhui silently observed. Just as I predicted earlier, he is making a different move. Then Zhuge Yurenming spoke up. Thank you, little brother. I have made you feel uncomfortable, but I hope you understand. In the 10 years since the Tiannan sword guest went missing, too many people have claimed to be his descendants, so I also need to verify a bit. He also understood that this is not strange. When I went to the Black Mystery Pavilion, Senior Zhao Hu Jing Shou Guo Jing also told me the same thing. I didn't know anything then, but now that the chief strategist has said so, it is true that many people have claimed to be the descendants of the Tiannan sword guest. Yurenming continued. Today, Senior Northern Heavenly Saber Guo Mingji is here. In the past, he competed many times with the great hero Tiannan sword guest, your esteemed master. Therefore, just by looking at the sword, he can confirm whether it is real or fake.
Guo Mingzhi poured the chess pieces onto the table and called out, Zong Ming, demonstrate our saber art first. Slash all these white ghost stones for me. As he spoke, he simultaneously threw the stones in all directions. The ghost stones flew towards Zhang Ming, who remained silent, waiting for the right moment. Then, with a slash, every single erratically flying stone was simultaneously cut in half under Zhang Ming's saber. Not stopping there, Mingji continued to toss another batch of stones. He stood there, receiving each incoming ghost stone and gently slicing them apart. The aura radiating from him showed that Zhang Ming was no ordinary person. Wave after wave, he performed his task well. After a while, Guo Mingji gave the order. Very good, you may stop now. Then he turned to Yunhui. Little friend, you have seen what the test is like. Use that iron sword and the Xingming sword art you learned from the Tiannan sword guest to slash those stones in the same manner. If you are not confident you can do it, then never mind. Just performing the sword art for me to see will suffice. Yunhui smiled slightly, understanding in his heart. He called me here to show off his power and provoke me. If I cannot slash the stones like that, When he began to execute his plan, Mingji wondered, Little brother, why did you draw a circle around yourself like that? He stepped into the circle he had just drawn and replied, Senior, this junior will stand still within this circle to slash the chess pieces you throw. He did not underestimate him and began the test. All right, quite confident. Then try to block these black pieces I throw. Yunhui merely rotated gently within the confines of that circle, yet it looked as if he was dancing with graceful sword movements. Mingji continued to throw go pieces at him. Yunhui slashed them all without missing a single one. After a while, the test concluded, and Zhang Ming on the side could not believe it. He could stand inside that circle and slash all the pieces. He exclaimed jealously, Master, I can do that too. Mingji simply advised his disciple, Zhang Ming, have you not seen the difference yet? At this moment, a series of white chess pieces were thrown out from Yunhui's hand. It turned out that while he was slashing the black pieces, he had conveniently caught all the white pieces as well. Guo Mingji realized, it seems you are proficient in using both hands, aren't you?
I encountered an incident that forced me to withdraw from the Zhenghu, so I poured all my efforts in raising my disciple, thinking that one day I would surpass him in this regard. But alas. Zhang Ming felt his inferiority and immediately apologized. Disciple asks for master's forgiveness. It is all because I have not mastered the arts well enough and have not yet fully comprehended master's saber techniques. He explained to him, I am not saying this to blame you. In the Zhenghu there is always a mountain higher than another. I say this so you understand not to be arrogant about your martial arts. In the future, try your best to cultivate and bring glory to your master. Zhang Ming pledged firmly. Disciple understands your meaning. In the future, I will definitely not be lazy and will certainly bring glory to the sect. At this moment, Yunhui thought about his own master, Hai Yue Tian, and shuddered. Hearing the two of them talk, he felt a bit troubled in his heart, unlike someone else's way of teaching disciples. I can say that I am acquainted with Brother Hu, and I know that there are many people in the Jianghu who always want to use the name of the Tiannan sword guest's disciple for personal gain. Therefore, when I heard that his true disciple was at this conference, I couldn't help but ask the chief strategist to call you here to test your skills, just to verify if you are truly the Tiannan sword guest. Yunhui also sympathized with him. This matter was not difficult to understand. Since this junior declared myself as master's disciple and walked the Jianghu, I have encountered this situation many times. Therefore, senior does not need to blame yourself. Mingji laughed loudly in satisfaction. Good, truly a hero coming from the youth. For Brother Hu to accept a disciple like you, little nephew, is truly a blessing. Then Zhuge Yuanming stood up and spoke. All right, Brother Zhao, there is something I want to ask. I have heard from many martial artists participating in this conference that you went missing for nearly a year, and the Yi Yang Zhao family head had to send people to look for you in many places. Furthermore, I heard before that your Dantian was destroyed, and you became a cripple who lost all will, which is why you were expelled from the Yi Yang Zhao family. Recently, you reappeared and became the disciple of the Tiannan sword guest, even taking the slot to participate in the Rising Star tournament for the family. This really makes others unable to help would be suspicious. I heard that at the Yi Yang Zhao family, you were confirmed as the Tiannan sword guest's disciple by the Hangshan twin heroes, the two elder brothers of the Hangshan sect. But no matter
Therefore, as the one managing affairs at the Wulin Alliance, I also needed to step forward and find a way to reconfirm my suspicions. Yunhui felt uneasy in his heart. It seemed this chief strategist had already heard much news from the Qiang Zhao family. Afterwards, he likely used his connections to inquire about the incident with the two seniors, the Hangshan twin heroes. This matter was certainly not simple. He spoke while cupping his hands. Now that I have witnessed with my own eyes you displaying the starlight sword art so proficiently, and with Senior Guoming directly confirming it, I have also confirmed Brother Zhao's identity. Everything has been clearly verified. I hope Brother Zhao will not hold any grudge against me. Yunhui did not make things difficult for Yuanming, but simply spoke slowly. As this junior said to Hero Guo, this junior has encountered situations like this a few times. Therefore, this junior considers the chief strategist's actions to be correct. Only in this way can my true identity be verified, thereby dispelling
He felt a bit relieved in his heart. It seemed that after this the two of them no longer doubted his identity, but he wondered if he was right. If they no longer suspected his identity during this conference, he would gain many advantages. Then Zhuge Yuanming added, Knowing that Brother Zhao is the disciple of Hero Tiannan, I am truly happy in my heart, but I still have a small query regarding your junior brother. I wonder why, when Hero Tiannan disappeared from the Jianghu 15 years ago with no trace, Brother Sima was lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by Hero Hu. Sima Ying spoke up to explain at this moment. Reporting to the chief strategist, this junior's father worked as a herb picker in the Eilau Mountains. In the past, when Hero Hu stayed in the vicinity of the mountain foot, he interacted with my father, and thus this junior had the opportunity to know the great hero. The words she just said were of course things that Zhao Yunhui had prepared in advance for this commonly asked question. Then he also chimed in. The main reason Master hid from the Jianghu was that after being ambushed by a man in black and sustaining injuries, he retreated to his hometown to live in seclusion. Thanks to the wholehearted treatment from junior brother Sima's father, Master was able to recover some of his health. Therefore, to repay that kindness, Master accepted this junior brother as his disciple. He questioned. So according to what Brother Sima said, Hero Hu was ambushed, leading to a decline in health. Yunhui affirmed. Yes, that was true before, but later he was treated by junior brother Sima's father. My master has recovered almost to his previous state. And then seeing the two of them Then Zhuge Yuanming said to the others, You may withdraw for now. I will call for you later if needed. Yunhui found it puzzling why he dismissed all the guards. What did he intend to do? He immediately spoke up first. Does Senior Chief Strategist have something to say to this junior? It must be a grave matter, which is why Senior dismissed the servants so they wouldn't hear about it. He admitted, That is correct. This matter is quite grave, so those subordinates cannot hear it. Sima Ying felt uneasy and immediately transmitted her voice to him. It seems the situation has become a bit complicated, Vice Unit Leader. They wanted to verify your identity, and now they are preparing to reveal some secret. Could it be that we will be dragged into some massive conspiracy? This was also what Zhao Yunhui was worried about, so he immediately spoke up to block it beforehand. This junior came to this Woolen assembly only to participate and compete in the Rising Star tournament. If there is an important affair related to the Woolen Alliance, this junior feels that his strength is not yet sufficient to participate. Therefore, I ask Senior Chief Strategist for permission to excuse myself. Zhuge Yanming calmly added, I completely understand Brother Zhao's intention. This matter is important to the Woolen Alliance, but since I kept you here, it naturally concerns.
Yunhui naturally understood his intentions. This was precisely the brilliance of the chief strategist, truly worthy of being the cunning veteran standing behind the alliance leader. He had said it was closely related to the Tiannan sword guest, so if I chose to leave now, this disciple identity would certainly be suspected. All right, since I've already thrown the spear, I must follow it. Let's just listen first and calculate later. Let's hear what this old fox has to recount. If it only relates to the Tiannan sword guest and has nothing to do with my identity at this assembly, I will choose to leave. I'll feign an excuse to report back to Master later, and then Master himself will come to deal with him. At this moment, Zhuge Yuanming spoke up. It is like this. Previously, has brother ever heard hero?
I wonder what kind of grudge that character with the golden eyelight has against Hirohu. This is the very character who severed both legs of the villain Flying Dagger Killing King after just 2 moves in their duel, throwing him down the cliff back then. Because of that, I later met him in the cave after falling into the river and was transmitted the flying wire technique. This is truly a character with quite mysterious martial arts and identity. These 2 sly old seniors likely had intentions even before calling me here to verify my identity. Perhaps they have some clues about this character. They kept me behind probably because they wanted to reveal some clues about that person and how he relates to Hirohu. Tian Nan reminded him a few sentences. This matter is beyond your ability, Yunhui. You can choose to leave. You already know that the former master was helpless when facing such a character, so involving yourself in this matter could bring about a fatal disaster. He just smiled lightly and reassured Tian Nan. You and I are like brothers in the same family. Hearing you recount the past events, I also want to avenge Hirohu. Now that there is an opportunity to hear about this great villain, rest assured, I will only listen to what they say and consider it carefully. I won't act blindly. Saying that, Yunhui went along with the situation and admitted, Senior,
He thought simply, all right, it seems he doesn't have any bad intentions either. He has always been attentive to the health of Hirohu, just as I fabricated before. Therefore, I should tell him a bit about this character. Then Yunhui affirmed that it was just as he had said. Then Yuanming spoke up. Just as the senior and I discussed via sound transmission earlier, it was indeed caused by this character. Mingji was also curious for more details. All right, we had already guessed part of this matter, but we still need Brother Zhao here to explain the ins and outs for us to understand. He felt a bit puzzled in his heart. After hearing him speak about Hirohu's health, they speculated it was related to this character. So how could they conclude that? Then he asked them back. This junior only knows a few things. I still need the 2 seniors to clarify how you could speculate that this mysterious character is related to my mentor's injuries. Zhuge Yuanming seriously instructed Yunhui. It is only because you are Hirohu's disciple that we are letting you stay here. This matter naturally concerns Hirohu, but more important,
Yunhui then agreed with him. Hearing that, Zhuge Yuanming began to explain clearly. This matter involves the Blood Sect. They might return very soon. Those words made him freeze instantly. Shaoan popped up inquisitively to tease him. It really is to die for, Yunhui. The person standing in front of these 2 seniors here is actually a member of the Blood Sect. Yunhui, looking curious, reminded her. All right, let me hear the whole story first. Then he asked further. Do you mean the man with the golden glowing eyes is closely related to the Blood Sect? The man on the other side continued. There are 2 figures. I don't know if Brother Zhao has heard of them. They are 2 experts also famous as the heroic Saint Saber and Zong the Heavenly Emperor. Yunhui replied. Of course, this junior has heard of the great names of those 2 seniors. They are the martial arts grandmasters arguably most famous in the East and West, on par with my mentor and great hero Guo here. How could this junior not know? Then Yunhui thought about it and found it even more confusing. And the chief strategist mentioned those 2 here. But aren't those 2 already dead? Could it be that those 2 were also targeted by the person with the golden glowing eyes? All 4 famous figures of the East, West, South, and North have been mentioned here. The Tiannan sword guest, the Northern Heavenly Saber, and now the heroic Saint Saber and Zong the Heavenly Emperor. The common point
Or perhaps they are the pillars of the orthodox Wulin. So the chief strategist mentioning 4 people at the same time here means that these 4 were also defeated by the person with the golden glowing eyes. With that thought, Yunhui asked, does the chief strategist mean that all 4 of these people were hunted down and critically injured by the person with the golden glowing eyes? Zhuge Yuanming nodded. We have confirmed it for Shong Sengdao and Zhang Tianji. As for Hero Guo, he is already here, so there is no need to say more. Regarding Hero Hu, after his disappearance, we naturally couldn't verify anything, only suspect. But hearing what you said just now, the matter has been verified. So it is clear, naturally, the character eliminating the orthodox experts and pillars of the orthodox Wulin can only be someone from the Blood Sect. The reason the chief strategist thinks so is not strange at all. No matter how you look at it, destroying the opponent's forces to strengthen one's own side is something everyone aims for. The Blood Sect now wants to rise again, so it is correct for the Wulin Alliance to think
He thought deeply. But I am in the Blood Sect, so of course I know this wasn't done by the Blood Sect. Right now they are still fighting each other to the death, so where would they find an expert to destroy the Wulin Alliance forces? He went along with their speculation and asked further. Yes, according to what Senior said, it could be the Blood Sect masterminding it. But have you considered the 4 great villains? Yuanming already knew this beforehand. We have already accounted for the 4 great villains, but it has been too long since they committed any atrocities in the Zhanhu. Therefore, the arrow we aim can only point to the Blood Sect. That person with the golden glowing eyes most likely belongs to the Blood Sect. He did this precisely to weaken the Wulin Alliance forces, plotting for the Blood Sect's resurgence. At this moment, Guoming-ji also chimed in. In the past, he was the one who cut off my right arm, forcing me to retreat and heal. Later, I always listened for news about him to find a way to take revenge, but there was no news at all. Afterward, I thought about why he did such a thing. Finally, the conclusion is that he wanted the Blood Sect to rise again, to bring the Wulin back to a bloody era. I, of course, cannot let them have their way. Speaking of the past, during the Great War of Good and Evil, the Blood Sect lost miserably to our Wulin Alliance. But it must be said that at that time, there were 2 experts among the 8 great experts of the Orthodox Wulin from Wushang City supporting us, along with 2 8 great experts on our side, the Alliance leader and the Wudong Sect leader. Of course, at that time, the Blood Sect stood no chance. But the difficulty now is that Wushang City has separated and is no longer involved with the Wulin Alliance. Brother Zhao, look at these red dots on this map. Those are the Blood Sect bases we have investigated. Yunhui looked as instructed. Are those the bases where the Blood Sect is stationed in the Central Plains? Even I don't know all these strongholds, but based on the places I've been to, they do match those red points. Zhuge Yuanming explained himself. Looking at so many points like this, does Brother Zhao wonder why we haven't destroyed them all since we know their strongholds? Of course we tried, but we couldn't. We only managed to hit about 3/10 of those strongholds. This Blood Sect is also quite cunning, so it's hard to exterminate them all. Many times we attacked major sub-braces, but they all escaped. The most recent time
Yunhui felt a bit awkward. He fully understood the man's implication, but that touched upon his own affairs. However, he tried to respond. Yes, it is possible that the Wulin Alliance already has spies secretly reporting to the Blood Sect. The man immediately praised him for being truly intelligent, understanding the point.
But I estimate that their remaining numbers are still quite large. Yunhui thought to himself. It was not strange that Chief Strategist Zhuge guessed this. The number of spies the Blood Sect has planted is much larger, including high-ranking members in the 9 great sects. It is very difficult for disciples to join the Blood Sect, so the Wulin Alliance needs to calculate carefully if they want to plant spies. As for the Wulin Alliance, there are hardly any requirements. They recruit martial artists in mass, so it implies that it couldn't be simpler for Blood Sect spies to infiltrate. Zhang Ming beside them offered a simple enyan. Then we just need to find all those spies and exterminate them, right? Guoming-ji agreed with that idea. Just as my disciple says, it's difficult, but we just need to investigate slowly. Then Zhuge Yanming gloomily retorted, it is not as simple as Brother Guo says. Investigating one is hard enough, but our Wulin Alliance has no difficulty recruiting members. Therefore, if we kill this spy, another will immediately take their place. So it is better not to kill them all, and leave them be. Yinhui on this side also cleverly spoke up. Does Senior mean we will use those people to spread false information to disrupt the Blood Sect? When we are prepared, we will use the identified spies to leak false intelligence to the Blood Sect, and then launch a full-scale attack to wipe them all out at once, is that correct? Those words made Yanming fall silent for a moment, mixed with surprise. Seeing that look,
Then that gaze gradually softened, replying to Yun Hui with satisfaction. I didn't think you could have the exact same thoughts as me. Truly, you are talented in both civil and martial arts. After this competition, stay if you wish, and come see me then. I will let you work under my command. Using this brain of yours, I think, is even more suitable than you using martial arts. Hearing him open up like that made Yun Hui feel awkward. You praise me too much, sir. It was only because Senior gave a hint that I was able to guess. Yuan Min seemed not to place too much importance on that, and voiced his praise. It doesn't matter. With a junior like you, the future of the Wulin Alliance will flourish. By the way, I also have a favor to ask of you. I hope Brother Zhao won't refuse. This is a personal matter only, unrelated to your master, but it also has a
On the other side, Yuan Ming continued, "This is absolutely not overstepping, so you don't need to be afraid. That is exactly what you are doing anyway in this Rising Star Martial Tournament. As we have investigated, there will be Blood Sect spies infiltrating the assembly this time." At that moment, Zhang Ming chimed in. "So, Chief Strategist, do you mean to use this assembly to plot a lesson for the Blood Sect? The Blood Sect must be prepared to send those people here, thus it is likely they will achieve high rankings and thereby secure some positions within the Wulin Alliance." Yan Hui simply watched the show in silence. "All right, say what you will. I am exactly the one you are looking for." Then the old man deduced, "Of course, with high rankings, those guys will be able to search for more information, but they might have another purpose as well." Listening from the side, Yan Hui wondered, does he mean another purpose? I don't know exactly what purpose he is talking about, but I might have a vague guess. I hope this old fox doesn't guess the very objective I am aiming for, otherwise it will be very troublesome. At that moment, Zhuge Yuanming solemnly stated his speculation. They are participating in this assembly aiming for the championship to retrieve an item from the Wulin Alliance's secret treasury tunnel. Yan Hui was stunned to hear such a self-destructive revelation from someone of the Martial Arts Alliance. Things seemed to have gone a bit too far, and his expression was a bit overwhelmed. "It seems like this is not okay at all, right, kid? The assembly hasn't even happened yet, and we've already encountered a huge obstacle that's hard to overcome. It seems this strategist already knows everything, so the situation is getting much worse. The Wulin Alliance has guessed that the Blood Sect is not only aiming for positions within the Alliance, but also for the Blood Demon Sword." From there, finding a suitable course of action, after thinking, Yunhui spoke up. "Senior, if the Blood Sect has targeted the Blood Demon Sword in this conference, then we need to be vigilant, especially paying attention to the martial artists with high rankings who have the potential to take the top spot in the conference." Yuan Ming reassured Yunhui, "I've already made arrangements for this matter, Brother Zhao, so you don't need to worry too much about it." He still wondered further. "This junior still does not understand. Do you mean we don't need to worry about this anymore?" He then explained, "To put it bluntly, even if they can seize the top spot in this martial arts competition, they will never have a chance to seize the Blood Demon Sword from our Wulin Alliance's treasury, simply because 5 days from now, that sword will be transported to Mount Wudong by the martial arts experts of the Wulin Alliance. Knowing the Blood Sect's purpose, we have gone one step ahead and entrusted the Blood Demon Sword to sect leader Song Shan Zenren, one of the 8 great experts. He will be in charge of Of course, speaking of a flawless plan, with the sword being guarded by the Taiji Sword Emperor Song Shan Zhenren, it is indeed quite safe. Zhang Ming asked him, "So, strategist, what task do you intend to assign to us juniors?" Yuan Ming immediately explained, "It is actually quite simple. The two of you will be in charge of finding any suspicious individuals in this Rising Star Martial Tournament. Looking at your strength, I predict that you two will certainly achieve high rankings in this competition. Of course, I hope you can secure the highest positions. Ideally, if you take the first rank, the Blood Sect people will lose their chance to enter the treasury to take the treasure, and their plan will be shattered." Hearing that he was trusted so much, Zhang Ming was filled with enthusiasm. This junior understands. As a member of the orthodox martial arts world, how could this junior ignore such an important responsibility? He felt that the situation was already like riding a tiger. There was no other way but to play along with him and say whatever sounded good. This situation was rather strange. He miserably realized that he was now not only a spy for the Blood Sect, but also simultaneously a spy for the Wulin Alliance. Then Guo Mingji immediately wondered, "Strategist Zhuge, was what you said just now true? The part about sending the blood sword to Wudong for Song Shan Zenren to guard? You never mentioned that to me before." He just laughed loudly. Mingji immediately understood and asked further, "So the strategist implies that saying so was to deceive that child?"
Then Zhuge Yanming smiled cunningly and explained, "Since Hero Guo himself has confirmed Brother Zha's identity, how could I not trust him? After hearing his presentation, I completely trust that the child is indeed the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest. However, there is one matter that still bothers me and keeps me from being at ease. Besides that child, there is also a pair of Song twins who disappeared at the same time as him and returned after a year, and are also participating in this martial arts conference. Moreover, they are friends who know each other." Hearing that, Guomingji questioned, "If the strategist suspects all those children, why don't we just confirm all their identities at once?" He replied, "Of course we will. What happened just now was casting a trap. If those brats act on the false information I just gave about the sword being transferred to Mount Wudong for Song Zhanzan Ren, wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity for us to catch all the Blood Sect spies at this conference in one fell swoop?" Zhang Ming realized it was a cunning stratagem. Yan Ming also praised him. "Well done, young hero Zhang. So you realized it too? It is precisely for this reason that I did not arrest all the spies here, but I'm waiting to catch them all at once. It is a plan to disrupt the enemy's calculations so we can have a chance to spot their flaws." Zhang Ming quietly looked at Zhuge Yanming and silently
Then he came to encourage his spirit. "Of course, no matter what is said, in this tournament I also hope you, young hero, will achieve the top position. If that happens, the Blood Sect stratagem will no longer be effective." At that moment, Zhang Ming saw something glowing on the chair. Unfortunately for them, the short sword on the chair was inhabited by the sword spirit, the young lady Shaoan. Zhang Ming realized, that short sword seems to belong to Brother Zhao. He must have forgotten it here. Of course, she recounted everything about the conversation that had just taken place. "That is the story. That is what I heard from that chief strategist. Since his scheme is now as clear as day, now you, Yunhui, just have to worry about dealing with it." Upon hearing this, he felt that he had done the right thing. "It is true that I calculated this move, so I proactively left Shaoan there. Luckily, I figured that he really wanted to trick me. Just a little more, and if I hadn't been quick-witted, I would have been entrapped by that old fox, the chief strategist." Strategist Zhuge, to be honest, you are truly an old fox, the person who holds full executive power over the Wulin Alliance, second only to the Alliance leader. Shaoan was extremely gleeful upon learning the opponent's secret. "Of course, no matter what, you are quite smart, Yunhui. That
Next time, Wen Wei, you should use the Heavenly Record to reread Shaotan's memories. It seems faster and more convenient." Wen Wei also chimed in with him. "Tiannan, you are quite smart too. Next time I will do that to be quicker." Then followed a scene of bickering between Shaotan and Tiannan. "Tiannan, you want to die? Are you that afraid of hearing me talk? If it goes on like this, how can I have any interest in working and paying attention to everything to recount to Wen Wei later?" Early in the morning at the Wulin Alliance's guest hall, Cao Chenwan's face darkened upon hearing Wen Wei recount the story. "Vice Unit Leader has already learned the Chief Strategist's plan. Shouldn't we report back to the Fourth Venerable Elder to adjust the action plan?" He immediately reminded him that it was just a trap. How could he reveal such important information to us, people who do not belong to the Wulin Alliance, huh? Don't you think so? Sima Ying was also deep in thought.
"Since you put it that way, we need to act carefully." Then Yunhui suddenly thought of Bai Huisheng. Wait a minute, I wonder if he revealed this trap to the eldest young Mrs. side as well? Naturally, with his strength and intelligence gathering, the chief strategist is fully capable of suspecting many targets of being spies. And just like with me, he could cleverly transmit this information to those targets. Naturally, Bai Huisheng's spies would take the bait just like us. It could be said that he is using this one piece of bait to fish out all the Blood Sect spies in the Wulin Alliance. Shaotan then spoke up to analyze the problem. "Yunhui, then this is also a good opportunity for us. Thanks to this, we can take down all of Bai Huisheng's forces. Of course, once she falls into the trap and gets caught by the Wulin Alliance, the second young miss will be able to unify the Blood Sect simply without losing any military strength, and there would be no need to seize the Blood Demon's sword back anymore." Tiannan, despite having a bruised and swollen face from being beaten, appeared to offer some praise. "I really have to admit that your analytical skills have improved a lot, Shaotan." Yunhui also admitted that what she said was correct, but the consequences needed to be considered as well. If Bai Huisheng falls into the trap, the Wulin Alliance will use this opportunity to unify the Orthodox forces. Then they won't need to keep the Blood Demon Sword as a symbol of their power in defeating the Blood Sect. Instead, but then trouble will follow. When the Blood Sect's forces attack the Woolen Alliance, they will have to suffer tremendous losses to be lucky enough to save her. The Woolen Alliance will seize the opportunity to counterattack the Blood Sect and defeat them in one fell swoop, destroying the Blood Sect so they can never recover. Looking at it from a certain perspective, although these two sisters are enemies and have their own forces, in reality it is all the common power of the Blood Sect. Ultimately, this internal struggle needs to end immediately. If it drags on, the forces on both sides will suffer heavy losses, creating conditions for the Woolen Alliance to attack and destroy everyone.
Then Yunhui stood up and declared loudly, "Perhaps we need to find Bai Huishang's people to negotiate," leaving both Sima Ying and Cao Shenyuan in disbelief at the suggestion. He further explained, "It's easy to think about, but doing it is quite difficult. With Wuhan City being so vast, finding Bai Huishang won't be easy. Naturally, for this tournament, they will have to hide their identities, so the people from the Woolen Alliance won't discover them. I entrust the task of searching for Bai Huishang's forces entirely to you, Chen Yuan. You can now fully utilize your spy abilities, right?" He wondered, "Sir, are you assigning this task to your subordinate?" Yunhui smiled, a friendly yet murderous smile. "So you mean I need to run around the city looking for her myself? I give you a deadline of 5 days. Of course, you can use everything you have to bring back leads on Bai Huishang for me." Yunhui's instructions to Chen Yuan made Sima Ying on the side stay silent, saying nothing. A few hours later, with only the two of them remaining, Yunhui asked, "Lady Sima, why did you call me out here so late? I still have to go to the smithy." She shyly spoke up, "Can I ask you a question, brother?" Then Sima Ying removed her headscarf, revealing
She shyly urged him, "Brother, stop trying to change the subject. Just answer me quickly." At this moment, the figures of Shaoan and Tiannan, eager for gossip, could not be missing. Yunhui then answered evasively, "Honestly speaking, I don't know either, because I've never thought about that issue. But anyway, it seems I'm just like other men. I like the type of woman who is dignified, gentle, and elegant." Inside his head, however, Yunhui hoped she would keep her distance a bit. At this, Sima Ying smiled as if very happy. "Brother likes that type of woman? That's really fortunate." This puzzled Yunhui. Then she lowered her voice and spoke slowly. "In that case, later when you get married, surely you wouldn't be afraid of a terrifying father-in-law, right?" The image of a certain terrifying father-in-law appeared in Yunhui's mind, making him feel despair. "I guess I'd have to surrender on that." Shaotan sighed and reminded Yunhui, "Miss..."
All the abrupt words that Lady Sima spoke were directed at me, so I completely understood her intentions. Tiannan seriously advised, "Yunhui, even if your father-in-law is scary, it is not a problem worth worrying about. My former master had a piece of advice for juniors preparing to get married who were hesitant about it. No matter how scary or difficult the father-in-law is, you can rest assured, Yunhui, he will never kill his own son-in-law." He felt a bit scared. "Are you saying that to comfort me or to scare me, Tiannan?" Sima Ying on the side was anxious. "Why is your face suddenly so pale? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" He reassured her, "No, I'm fine. It's nothing." Yunhui was also awkward about the situation. "I really don't know what to say now. It won't be good if I let the situation drag on." Turning around, he saw Cao Chengwen peeking out from over there, so he immediately spoke up. "Chengwen, you've arrived? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry over here. It seems you've worked hard. On the way to the smithy, let's stop by the inn to eat don."
"So I'm too tired to use Qingong anymore, huh?" she thought, but her foot deliberately stepped on Chen Wen's foot. He rolled over in pain. "My leg is done for." She continued to feign innocence. "All right. If anything happens, I'll bandage that leg for you, Chen Wen." He complained to Yunhui, "Vice unit leader, lately Sima Ying hits this subordinate whenever she sees me. Do you know the reason why?" He replied that he didn't know. It was already late at night. Perhaps because it was dark, the smithy had turned off the lights and gone to sleep. Chen Wen guessed that perhaps the man's work was finished during the day, so he went to rest early. But this subordinate finds it quite strange. "I don't sense any aura inside that smithy at all." Yunhui cautiously requested, "All right, let's go inside and check it out together." When they entered, he realized the tools on the wall were nowhere to be seen. It looked as if the owner had closed up and moved everything away, turning the smithy into an abandoned house. The replica Musan swords in the sword urn had also completely disappeared. Chen Wen checked and returned to report.
On this side, Yunhui calmly continued groping for clues while a strange figure appeared behind him. Yunhui looked at the objects around. The other broken blades or cracked items in the forge were all discarded. The only things the blacksmith took away were the 5 replica swords of the Mu Shen sword. Shaoan spoke up and asked, could it be that the Wulin Alliance leader had him taken away, Yunhui? He said this made sense, but what reason would the Alliance leader have to act like that? If the Wulin Alliance leader considered forging these swords a top secret from the start, he wouldn't have chosen to forge them in a suburban smithy like this. Just then, she realized something and shouted a warning. Watch out behind you, Yunhui. In front of him was Cheng Yun, tied up and lying on the ground. Cao Cheng Yun had been taken down. When did this happen? I didn't sense any aura around at all. Even right now, it's the same. The mysterious figure standing behind him earlier reminded him with a sentence. Don't turn around, little brother. Yunhui couldn't believe it. How is it possible? He's right behind my back.
The moment this person decides to kill me, I will definitely die instantly without any chance to retaliate. However, he only told me to stand still and not turn around, proving that he has no intention of killing me here. Understanding the intent, Yunhui reached out and drew his short saber. Right now, if I completely open my middle dantian, I could use my full strength to escape. But if I run away like that, I don't know what will happen to that brat Cao Chengwan. In that case, I will just give my all to counterattack. He used his speed to draw the short saber and turned around quickly. The man quickly caught up and turned Yunhui back around with one hand. He still hadn't managed to identify the opponent. It seems you don't value your life, little brother. At this moment, Yunhui switched weapons and drew his sword. Then, just like before, every one of Yunhui's sword strikes was blocked, the figure remaining blurry in the night. Turned around once again, Yunhui realized, is his point that if he executes his extremely fast movement technique, I won't be able to see his form at all? The person raised his voice to remind him, with your current strength, you cannot see my face. Give up, little brother. But at this moment, Yunhui thought of a way. He turned the flat side of the sword with the intention of seeing the opponent's face reflected on it. But the other person also
The moment the opponent revealed a flaw, he quickly dashed out of the opponent's control range. Dust and smoke filled the air. Yunhui jumped to a calculated spot, thinking, alright, I'll keep the yin-tan/sword move active like this, then quickly punch a hole in the roof, rush out, and shout. Thinking this, Yunhui began to execute the sword move. His aim in shouting was so that his master, who was nearby, could hear and come to the rescue. But at that very moment, Yunhui was quickly detected by the opponent, who firmly clamped down on the sword. He was quite surprised, since when could he spot the flaw of yin-tan/slash so instantly? Moreover, he used only 2 fingers to hold the sword blade still while I was executing the move. Right then, Bai Shangmu used that hand to knock Yunhui down to the floor. He sat up, his body battered. Indeed, the man's internal power was profound, its depth impossible to estimate. Until now, I never imagined that while executing a sword move, my sword would be snatched away like this. There is no humiliation equal to this. Holding the sword in his hand, the man examined it and said, so little friend is the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest. Full of doubt, he immediately asked, does senior know this junior? Bai Shangmu expressed, how could I not know you? I have wanted to meet you for a long time. With just this alone, I am certain of one thing. This person's strength is that of a peerless expert, far surpassing even that eccentric Haiyu Tian. Then Bai Xiangmu ordered him, pick up the sword and come at me. Attack me with all your strength. Xia Yunhui was wary. A person with monstrous strength like this, I can only think of 12 people in the Jianghu who possess such power. I don't know what his intentions are right now. Is he trying to test my strength? The opponent views me, someone who has opened the middle dantian, is nothing more than a child. He has absolutely no openings for me to target. If I use both the true blood golden body and the hidden soft wire, would I stand a chance against him? No. Even though I visualized countless scenarios in my head, the outcome is still... Seeing Zhao Yunhui on high alert, the man said, little friend, you are overthinking it. Saying that, he channeled energy into his feet. With just a gesture Even for a peerless expert, using that wooden stick to confront the Tiannan iron sword, a precious sword forged from cold iron, is unthinkable. At this moment, Tiannan spoke up. Yunhui, my former master once said that for an expert who has reached the supreme realm, weapons have no meaning. He asked for clarification. Tiannan, do you mean I must be careful? The spirit confirmed it was so. Having said that, Yunhui had to accept Bai Shangmu's terms. After all, we have no choice in this battle. The only thing to do is pass this person's test. This is the only path to survival I have. Of course, even though I cannot be certain whether it is a path to life or a trap. Senior Bai Shangmu was slightly amused. At that age, this little brother could already release such vigor. That powerful aura radiated all over him. Yunhui calculated in his head. To be honest, even if I use all my cultivation power and techniques, I cannot confront him in every aspect. So my answer is to unleash my strongest ultimate move right from the start. He immediately took the initiative to thrust his sword and rush at the opponent. Then the old man also raised his wooden stick, aiming straight at Yunhui with a powerful stream of energy surrounding it. A sword strike from Yunhui.
If this keeps up, my arm might end up crippled. Wait a moment. The opposite direction? If the opponent aims for the opposite direction, can I go along with the flow to use the rebounding force against him? At this moment, Bai Shangmu briefly realized something. Yunhui's stream of sharp qi emitted even more power. The powerful sword and that fragile wooden stick clashed against each other for a long while. But afterwards, Yunhui was knocked back again. I was flung away? Judging by the sensation on the sword tip, I thought the reverse Jueya return sword move had already taken effect. The reverse Jueya return sword is a move that utilizes the opponent's strength to double the power of the strike. Even with the reverse Jueya return sword having such power, that wooden stick of his still couldn't be broken? He praised Yunhui with the sentence, "Little brother's attack is quite good, but what about your defense?" Then he changed moves. The movements and aura he generated created too much pressure. Now it seems I must quickly launch a surprise attack first. But it seemed he also realized that being so careful in your calculations can be your strength, but it can also become a weakness.
I thought such a distance was enough so that the wooden piece couldn't reach me. But I miscalculated. The stick moved along with me skillfully, as if it extended according to his will. I must restrain the movement of this wooden staff. Then, 3 small whirlwinds were struck by the opponent, rendering him unbelievably immobile. Impossible. I am currently using the advanced Xingming sword art. It is an improved sword move, not a supplementary technique for the incomplete sword moves of the past. Yet, in just a single instance, he found the weakness of the void flow slash and neutralized it with 3 stabs from that wooden stick. At this moment, he reminded me with a sentence, "Little brother, you have died once already." Then he suggested Yunhui try again. Realizing something important, he was skeptical yet hopeful. From the start, this man had no intention of killing him. Is this truly just a simple test? If so, why is he doing this? Who exactly is he? The opponent continued to strike. In his eyes clearly showed astonishment. The trajectory of that stick swing, I have seen it before. One could say dozens of times in the past. It is the Mu Shen Great True Sword, and the only swordsman in this world capable of executing.
It is always rumored in the Zhanghu that when martial arts experts reach their peak strength, for them, every familiar sword form they execute requires absolutely no preparation time. It can be said that the sword moves they execute are as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds. Furthermore, when executing any sword form, people usually see the sword path being unleashed. That is called the trajectory of a sword stroke. Each person's sword path is always different, even if those people learn and use the same sword art. From this, we can recognize who the master executing that sword move is. At this moment, if I use the most simplified and basic sword moves of the Mu Shen Great True Sword art to spar with this little brother, his strength is decent, so I won't be able to recognize his true strength. On Yunhui's side, he was also calculating. The alliance leader had roughly estimated his strength through the few moves just now. Therefore, he used the Mu Shen Great True Sword art this time. Thus, it can be affirmed that he wants me to show all my skills. But I have almost memorized the Mu Shen Great True Sword art by heart. I have remembered all the sword moves after seeing them too many times in the mental sword visualization. I completely understand the sword path of the sword forms he prepares to execute before he even unleashes them. I can rely on my understanding and agile movement technique to advance to the weak points in those sword moves, to dodge and counterattack. Of course, I know that. But how to perform those movements smoothly and agilely without letting him know that I clearly understand the Mu Shen Great True Sword art? Knowing but unable to act as I please, this is my
Shangmu reminded Yunhui of a few things. Little brother, you always calculate too much in every situation. This is an advantage, but it is also a constraint that prevents you from acting according to your will. He also realized that just as the alliance leader said before, right now he didn't need to calculate too much. Just let himself flow with the sword moves the alliance leader executed and counterattack as he wished. That would be enough. Looking at Yunhui's movement, he realized,
Is he stepping forward to meet my sword path? Is this him having predicted the sword move I'm executing? Or is it a bold step to cause surprise? Too fast. He dodged that sword move without any error. It seems he also understood what I said earlier and has changed.
Both sides clashed continuously. Bai Xiangmu indifferently blocked each of Yuan Hui's sword strikes to evaluate them. The boy moved forward, gripping the hand holding the wooden staff, then used his legs to attack. Xiangmu threw Yuan Hui's hand aside, and the boy immediately curled his body into the air. He silently watched to see what Yuan Hui intended to do next. Then in a flash, the boy landed back toward Xiangmu, simultaneously using the advanced Xing Ming sword art, initiating the fifth form, and a falling meteor sword strike crashed straight down. But then his voice rang out. Not bad. Little brother, you execute this sword art quite proficiently and with power. Bai Xiangmu once again firmly caught Yuan Hui's sword. The fact that the strike had no effect left Yuan Hui extremely surprised. With just 2 fingers and pure internal energy, he could block my falling meteor sword? This is arguably the most powerful sword art I have mastered, yet it couldn't cause him even the slightest surprise. Indeed, the Alliance leader's title of First Sword of the Martial Arts World was not unearned. While he was still dazed, Bai Xiangmu raised his hand to Yuan Hui's forehead, just as he had done with Cao Chengyuan. Yuan Hui sank into a coma and collapsed right there. Bai Xiangmu also departed, thinking to himself, the Tiannan sword guest truly found a talented disciple. He walked straight out of the smithy into the night. 2 figures then appeared, standing behind Xiangmu to protect him. He immediately asked, Tianyi, the blacksmith has disappeared without leaving a clue. Order all subordinates to investigate this entire area to see if there are any leads. Bai Xiangmu looked at his hand in disbelief. I truly didn't expect this. I only intended to test the skills of the Tiannan sword guest's disciple a little, but I never thought the final sword move that little brother displayed would actually make me bleed like this. Bai Qua behind him shouted angrily, Alliance leader, which bastard was that? Alliance leader, tell the subordinate so I can find him and settle the score. He stopped him. That's enough. It's nothing, Bai Qua. You don't need to overreact like that. By the way, regarding the competition between the rising stars this time, who do you think will be the winner? He answered quickly. Who else could it be other than the young master? Xiangmu reminded him slightly. Your assessment is completely incorrect. It can be said that that disciple of mine is quite strong among the rising stars in this competition. But today I have verified another rising star, a very powerful young lad who can be considered a rival to my
Hey, Vice Unit Leader, please wake up quickly. Vice Unit Leader, you've been out for a while. What happened here? He woke up groggily. When did you wake up, Chen Yuan? Did you see me lying here when you woke up? He recounted. After this subordinate woke up, I ran around to check the situation, and that's when I saw the Vice Unit Leader lying unconscious here. Xiaotan spoke up. Yunhui, you only fainted for a moment. That man just left. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Yuan woke up to call him. So the Alliance leader only intended to test his skills. Just as assessed earlier, he had absolutely no intention of harming him. On this side, Chen Yuan still asked curiously, You don't know why you fainted, sir? Yunhui pretended as if nothing had happened. Well, you fainted for a bit, and I fainted after that, so I don't understand who made the move. He walked while feeling somewhat confused, not thinking he would meet him during this visit to the smithy. What did he come here for?
Therefore, he was looking around, observing everything. He must have come here for the swords that the blacksmith had made for him, but upon arrival, the blacksmith had disappeared, so he looked around to find the cause. This shows that the blacksmith's disappearance was absolutely not caused by the Alliance leader. From this, it can be determined that a third force has intervened in this matter. Of course, they must have known about the replicas of the Muxian swords, which is why they acted this way. But thinking back, besides me and the Alliance leader knowing about these Muxian sword replicas, the only other person is that second disciple of the 5th Blood Star. That night, he came here to convey his eldest senior brother's message, telling me to stay away from the eldest young miss. It is unknown whether that guy mentioned the matter here to the eldest young miss after being released. As I speculated before, when he returned, he might have been silenced by his eldest senior brother. But regardless, that is just my assessment, so it is not yet known who perpetrated this incident. Just as Yunhui was about to call Cheng Wan to leave quickly, a familiar
What the hell? I just thought of her and she appeared here already. But why is Bai Huixiang walking together with young lady Sima? 1 hour ago at the inn, the shopkeeper's voice rang out. Our shop accepts orders for Dongpo pork to go. Dear guest, please wait a moment for us to pack it. Sima Ying stood nearby with an annoyed and irritated look. She noticed something. Since I arrived here, I've constantly felt many eyes watching my every move. This inn is a gathering place for all walks of life, so why the hell are they only looking at me like that? Or is something wrong with my human skin mask, causing them to stare? It seems not. It's still fine. I must be overthinking it. I'll just go up to the second floor to wait and avoid these prying eyes. Then she saw something strange. She didn't expect the second floor of this inn to have so many diners, yet it was extremely quiet. Almost no one uttered a word. This was truly bizarre. Usually, diners would talk about everything under the sun while eating and drinking, but here it was not the case. Sima Ying's gaze turned towards a nearby guest. She sat at the adjacent table observing the other person's movements. That person waved a hand and said, "The Dongpo pork here is quite delicious, but not particularly special." That person's eyes immediately turned cold and erratic. "You are one of the 2 subordinates who always accompany Zhao Yunhui, aren't you?" Sima Ying was immediately surrounded, with hostile swords pointing at her from all sides. Sima Ying remained calm and questioned the opponent. "And you are the one who fought with the vice unit leader in that alley that day, right? As I know, you must be Bai Huixiang." A subordinate immediately wanted to attack. "You dare mention the eldest young miss's name? Go die." Bai Huixiang immediately stopped him. "Come on, let's talk slowly. No need to resort to weapons." But he hesitated. "But
I am very sensitive to the scent on other people's bodies. The scent on your body cannot be that of a man." Hearing that, she immediately sniffed herself, wondering, "So you recognized me through my body scent? How interesting." Sima Ying was very confident. "That's right. I always take pride in my keen sense of smell and my memory. Once I meet someone, I never forget them. The scent radiating from your body is quite seductive and sweet. Naturally, a man could not have such a scent on him. I also don't understand if you use such I have used it for too long, so I didn't pay attention at all. Now that you mention it, I truly realize I still have too many flaws." Then she threw it away, causing Sima Ying to regretfully remark, "You really wasted such an exquisite human skin mask." But Huixiang didn't care much. "Consider this one destroyed. Since you've already seen through it, what's the point of using it anymore? Besides, I don't care, because I have plenty of others. Since we've met here, there are a few questions I want to address. However, you should know that from the past until now, I have never hated those who look scholarly, fair, and easy on the eyes like you." Before she could finish speaking, Bai Huixiang swung her hand, launching a fierce strike toward Sima Ying. She expressed her disgust. "But with you specifically, it's different. With those annoying eyes, I just want to kill you. But impressive, I didn't think you could block that surprise slap of mine." Sima Ying blocked it in time with a calm demeanor. "That is nothing strange at all. There are many surprises about me that you don't know yet." In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Huixiang used her divine force. The table there was shattered by Sima Ying's kick, while Huixiang used the momentum to somersault in the air to dodge her powerful attack. Every strike from Sima Ying looked capable of tearing a person in half. Feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, Huixiang immediately retreated a few steps to defend. Then she immediately summoned the fire demon to frantically attack Sima Ying while she was off guard. The 2 sides continued to fight for hundreds of rounds. It seemed the battle was undecided, with neither side willing to yield. The subordinates couldn't stand it and wanted to rush in immediately. "That bastard dares to!" But another stopped him. "Don't interfere in the young miss's affairs." Huixiang continuously attacked Sima Ying as if venting her anger. She immediately ripped off the mask on Sima Ying's face and said, "Look, that brat Zhao Yunhui actually brought a woman along." Sima Ying revealed her characteristic long hair, her hands trembling as she clenched them tight. Everyone was extremely surprised to see Sima Ying's true face, and the atmosphere became heavy. Seeing Sima Ying's face right in front of them, the young men immediately blushed and exclaimed, "So beautiful!" Sima Ying immediately regained her composure. She smiled smugly and continuously provoked Huixiang. Huixiang heard this and wavered slightly. She laughed contemptuously and spoke up. "Your own belongings? Sounds nice, doesn't it? Just like me, whatever I have chosen, I must absolutely obtain." All right then, but do you happen to have 2 lives? Because there aren't many who dare to be so presumptuous in front of me and still leave alive. Sima Ying suddenly laughed loudly and said, then I must be among those not many people. Huisheng laughed along with her. Oh ho, it seems you are quite confident in your own strength. The two seemed to be provoking each other. Sima Ying immediately drew her sword in front of Huisheng and suggested, do you want to test it out? Huisheng showed no fear. She replied, I find that interesting too, but if you really thought that way, you would have attacked me already. Then immediately she narrowed her eyes, her expression changing as she said, you are also quite attractive. Seeing this, Sima Ying pretended to be panicked and confused. Don't tell me you have some designs on me. Huisheng crossed her arms and shook her head. Who knows? Seeing Huisheng staring at her as if wanting to devour her alive, Sima Ying blushed and stammered, I just want to say that I have no interest in you.
Just as she finished speaking, she took a sip and thought to herself, I thought she was the type of person who acted according to her whims and emotions, but it turns out she is not a simple woman at all. She seems quite difficult to deal with. Immediately after that, Sima Ying revealed her answer, because the vice unit leader had something to discuss with her. Upon hearing this, Tui Shang glanced at her and asked, Zhao Yunhui yese? That very evening, Tui Shang went to meet Yunhui. I heard you had something to say to me. She immediately recalled something from the past and asked presumptuously, could it be that you've changed your mind? Yunhui immediately waved his hand to deny it. It's not that, eldest young miss. Tui Shang, now feeling a bit annoyed, spoke up. Then why do you want to meet me? It's not like you just want to get captured like this, do you? Yunhui regained his composure and said, his eyes filled with determination, I will get straight to the point. I have heard information that in 5 days, the Blood Demon Sword will be moved from the Martial Arts Alliance to Wudong for the Wudong sect leader to take custody of during this martial arts conference. When Tui Shang heard these words,
immediately after, she remembered a person capable of doing that. She started speculating in her heart. Sure enough, it was the chief strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance, Zhuge Yuanming. It seemed she had guessed correctly that he had spread rumors to all the forces he suspected of being spies, intending to catch them all in one fell swoop. Yunhui was curious. Does young lady find that news reliable? Tui Shang did not answer. She only signaled, of course. I only believe about 5 parts of it. This young lady must be a distant relative of a rice paper seller. No wonder she flips her face so quickly. She continued, but after hearing you speak, it has decreased by another part. Hearing this, Yunhui just smiled and silently praised her. Truly surprising. I didn't even directly reveal that it was a trap. Just by hearing the news I mentioned, she immediately determined that the information was unreliable. Tui Shang laughed. So you wanted to meet me just to talk about this? Yunhui replied frankly, that's right. Because aren't your side and my side practically on the same team? Hearing those words, Tui Shang also smiled. She cast a look full of affection towards Yunhui and said, I understand.
She was curious. Who were you talking to so intensely just now? Wuhan's first sword. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyun almost fainted on the spot. Wuhan's first sword? Is the Wulin Alliance leader? Hearing Yunhui's words, everyone gaped in astonishment. Tu Shang was also a bit surprised, but being the dignified eldest young miss, she quickly regained her composure and asked, Are you saying you fought with the Wulin Alliance leader? Yunhui looked reproachful. It's all thanks to a certain someone standing right in front of me. Standing opposite him, Tu Shang suddenly fell silent. Then she walked past him and whispered, You're so lucky to have clashed with the Alliance leader. I'm actually jealous. Hearing this, Yunhui was a bit suspicious. Is she saying she's jealous now? Is she serious? The opponent is one of the 8 great experts, the head of the Wulin Alliance. She looked at the dent on the ground with some regret. Perhaps he went quite easy on you. If it were me, it would have been different. Could it be that her will to fight the Wulin Alliance leader is flaring up? Tu Shang once again asked Yunhui back. But why do you think this has anything to do with me? She asked while looking around. Because the blacksmith here has disappeared. Does his disappearance have anything to do with me? Or is it purely your intuition? Facing the questions from the young lady beside him, Yunhui sighed. Because you are the prime suspect. You saw that person was a subordinate under your command. He said he was the 2nd disciple of the 5th Blood Star. Besides me and him, no one else has seen the swords inside the sword urn. Exposed, Tu Shang smiled happily. I've been found.
Tia Xiang turned and left immediately after saying, "But he won't be able to find this place. As for the details, you don't need to know." Then Yuan Hui thought about it again. It made sense. There was no reason for her to tell him everything, but he could guess part of it. The sword he had seen stained red and cracking open when the alliance leader infused his internal energy into it, perhaps it had something to do with those Mu Shen sword replicas. Tia Xiang suddenly stopped in her tracks and called back, "By the way, I have something to say to you, too." Yuan Hui asked, "What is it?" She pointed at Sima Yang and made a request. "I quite like this little girl, so I'll accept both you and her." Sima Yang, standing behind, didn't understand what was happening. Neither did Yuan Hui. Sima Yang, fuming with jealousy, shouted, "Who's accepting whom? I don't understand what you're saying." Tia Xiang turned around and answered softly and honestly, "Because I like you." Then she laughed again. 3 people enjoying a romantic evening together doesn't seem too bad. Standing beside them, Sima Yang once again had a big question mark over her head. Yuan Hui sighed at this moment. "You're taking the joke too far, young lady."
Tui Xiang smiled mockingly, still pretending to be innocent. "No, I'm not," Sima Ying immediately retorted to hide her inner thoughts. Tui Xiang continued, "How uninteresting. I don't like you being innocent." Sima Ying shouted in her face once again, "I am still better than you. Who would like a manipulative person like you?" Shaotan's sword also appeared at this moment to listen in. They are teasing each other, right? Yun Hui thought to himself, if I just leave them be, she will probably continue to tease Lady Sima. I must intervene. Thinking this, he immediately stepped out to interrupt the argument between the two girls. If we stay here any longer,
Zhao Yunhui still did not answer that question. He was still pondering a simple yet incredibly confusing calculation. 2 + 1 equals... Then he suddenly spoke up. "If we don't want everyone to die here, it's better to disperse right now." Xiao Tan's sword looked at his eyes in astonishment. His eyes had become completely soulless. Tu Shan stepped forward and said, "Why are you afraid of being hunted by others today? Aren't you always prepared with an escape route?" "Because I still have to live, honestly." "Fine then, but this thing, it belongs to you, right?" Zhao Yunhui held the sword wrapped tightly in a cloth and thought, "This is the item I specifically asked the blacksmith to make. Considering she has this thing, she really is the culprit who kidnapped him." Tu Shang put on a conical hat to cover part of her face. "Regarding the people hunting for the Alliance leader's blacksmith traces, I will handle that. But as for the matter concerning the person who leaked information to you, you figure out how to deal with it yourself. If it were me, even if a trap was set but no one took the bait, suspicion would still increase." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed again, and she winked at him to signal, "With this, I no longer owe you anything. Next time, if we cross paths in the outskirts, it won't be dismissed as simply as this." After saying that, she jumped onto the roof and left into the night. Zhao Yunhui watched her retreating figure with increasing worry. Things were truly...
Sure enough, I cannot simply obtain the blood demon sword safely and peacefully. On a bright moonlit night in the city, 2 figures were bounding across the rooftops. One running ahead asked the other if the Wulin Alliance pursuers were still chasing them. The other looked back and said they had probably shaken them off. Just as they were running, a black-clad figure wearing a conical hat suddenly jumped down right in front of them, startling them. After that, the 2 of them were surrounded by a group of men in black. One black-clad man tauntingly asked, "Do you think you can simply escape from us?" They wanted to demand the location of the blacksmith the 2 were holding captive. Tian Yi looked at them and felt they probably wouldn't confess quickly, so he decided to capture them and use torture to interrogate. Just as he was speaking, another voice interjected, "Wu Shuang will never forget this grudge today." Tian Yi's pupils constricted. He looked in front of him and asked, "What did you say?" Unexpectedly, the very next second, the 2 men used their swords to slit their own throats. Tian Yi's men went to check on the 2 and found they had already stopped breathing. He looked at the 2 corpses before him in disbelief that they dared to end their own lives like that. But before dying, they mentioned Wushuang City. Could that be the force behind this incident? While thinking, Tian Yi suddenly noticed a few people in a nearby restaurant. Those people were talking to each other, asking what the 2 men had said before dying, and one replied that they said they wouldn't forget this grudge. One of them ordered to quickly clean up the 2 corpses. He would immediately return to the Wulin Alliance headquarters to report to the Alliance leader. Back to the conversation between Cheng Yuan and Yun Hui. Cheng Yuan, picking his teeth, told Yun Hui that was what happened
He replied that naturally it was so. Walking on the street, people rumor about everything, especially since the current situation here is hotter than ever. Yunhui picked up his sword to look at it and said he felt truly lucky that before that man went missing, he had finished the sword for him. Shaoan heard that and shook happily. Finally, I have returned to being a sharp sword like before, Yunhui. Shaoan appeared as a lively little girl, telling him that the blacksmith really had skill. She was like this all thanks to him. After a period of being rusty, I have now returned sharper than before, but the grudge of being broken in half, I will not forget. Yunhui looked down at Chen Yuan. He really didn't think this guy was actually quite sharp, knowing to actively seek information beforehand to prepare for the situation. Now Yunhui could worry less about him. Being stared at by him, Chen Yuan felt a bit awkward. Vice Unit Leader, do you think I've been working well lately? Yunhui had to admit that lately Chen Yuan really had some capability. He asked him if those two guys said Wushuang City would not forget this grudge. Then Yunhui thought to himself, he really hadn't expected Tui Shang to use this scheme to escape connection.
After hearing this, he pondered that perhaps she didn't actually expect such a small ploy to fool the Wulin Alliance. However, currently there were too many matters he needed to handle, so this would likely cause some chaos and distraction for them. Bai Huishang shifting the Wulin Alliance's attention to another third party was indeed a brilliant plan. Of course, the Wulin Alliance wouldn't fully believe it, but as long as he paid even a little
Furthermore, the Alliance leader is also concerned about the replicas of the Mushan sword. Because of the blacksmith's disappearance, he will have to deploy more people to investigate in many other places. To successfully execute this stratagem, sacrifice is unavoidable, but Van Hui probably couldn't do it. For Tui Hirong, sacrificing a few subordinates is nothing. She truly is a cold-blooded woman. Of course, to attain such a position, one must be capable of such things. Bai Klian Sha, when necessary, is probably no different from her sister. Previously, when the Orthodox Wulin attacked Lu Xiu, she also sent subordinates running in a different direction to create a diversion. But how could those subordinates survive? Indeed, the Blood Sect remains a dark force in the Jianhu. If put in her situation, Van Hui wouldn't know what the right thing to do would be. Just considering this matter is settled, the next step is to pay attention to the movements of the Wulin Alliance. Thinking this, Van Hui turned around and left, heading straight to the chief strategist's manor. A moment later, Van Hui arrived at the chief strategist's residence. Tui Hirong and warned him, if no prey falls into the trap, suspicion will certainly arise, so Van Hui needs to come here to do a few things. Inside, Yuan Ming was writing something. Seeing Van Hui arrive, he wasn't very enthusiastic. He said he had a lot of preparations for this upcoming assembly, so if Van Hui had something to say, he should say it immediately. The young man didn't waste words and stated bluntly that upon returning to the inn, he had thought a lot about what the older man had said earlier, though it seemed Yuan Ming didn't remember what that was anymore. When hearing Van Hui
Yunhui saw that Yuan Ming was paying attention to him and secretly rejoiced in his heart, for at least he had paid some heed to the issue he raised. Things were much simpler this way. Yunhui said he knew his status did not belong to the Wulin Alliance forces, so he wasn't sure if what he was about to say would have any impact. Actually, this was all Yunhui's intention. Everything had to be a bit mysterious so that Yuan Ming wouldn't focus on Yunhui, but only on what he was about to say. Yuan Ming told Yunhui that he was also a member of the Orthodox path, so he shouldn't hesitate to speak. Seeing that he had fallen for his plan, Yunhui thought to himself that he would say a little more now. Yuan Ming continued, saying that in this Rising Star tournament, Yunhui was one of the brightest new stars, so how could he not pay attention to what he said? Yunhui didn't stand on ceremony and asked bluntly if he had mentioned earlier that the Blood Sect's second objective was targeting the demon sword. Saying this, he stopped and stared silently at the person in front of him. Sure enough, Yuan Ming's expression darkened completely. He lowered his voice and admitted that was correct. Standing opposite him, Yunhui broke into a sweat at Yuan Ming's gaze. His eyes seemed to want to see through his heart and soul. The situation had reached a dangerous point. Yuan Ming was now completely focused on what he was saying. With the person possessing the greatest intellect in the Wulin Alliance like this, if Yunhui
He listened intently as Yunhui spoke, saying that since he had mentioned the Blood Demon Sword would be transferred to the Wudong Zhenren for safekeeping, then they just needed to leak some additional information for the enemy to know. Yuan Ming seemed not to understand what he meant. Yunhui explained that their goal was to retrieve the Blood Demon Sword to unify the cultists, so now we leak the time and location of the Blood Demon Sword being transported to Wudong. Naturally, this matter is critical. We need to prepare forces beforehand to lie in wait there, but the news about the time and location does not need to be the truth. Yunhui thought that Yuan Ming had likely already thought of this, but if he suggested the same idea as him, surely he would trust him even more. Yunhui continued, saying that once they knew the date and time the blood sword was being moved, naturally they would have to act.
Yuan Ming smiled slightly after hearing Yunhui's idea. Then he laughed out loud, exclaiming that Yunhui was indeed a person of excellent strategic mind, suggesting that if he had nothing else to do, he should come and work as an assistant for him at this manor. Yuan Ming laughed as he stood up, saying he had thought the same as him, but Yunhui humbly pushed the credit back to elevate him. Yuan Ming praised him for being a man of both wisdom and courage. Yuan Ming then quickly asked for permission to take his leave. Stepping outside, he felt that this method had indeed been somewhat effective. Now he would no longer suspect him, or if he did, it would be significantly reduced. Of course, it was fortunate that Yunhui had anticipated this and let Shaoan eavesdrop, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to calculate this step. The scene shifts to a meeting of the high-ranking leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance. Yuan Ming sat on the highest podium and spoke in a deep voice. It seems my calculations were correct. Things are quite chaotic right now, but first we need to change some personnel. As he spoke, he thought to himself that Yunhui stating that plan was exactly what he had calculated. It seemed
Now, Yuan Ming says he no longer knows who is a friend and who is a foe, but the immediate task is to replace all the guards and servants in this residence for the master. Those with authority must be monitored. Furthermore, after this incident, they also need to pay attention to Northern Heavenly Saber Shang and his disciple. Do not think that just because they are of the orthodox path they can be exempted from surveillance. Yuan Ming thinks to himself that since you previously told the master and disciple about this movement, he cannot exclude the two of them from the circle of suspects. This matter is of utmost importance, so it must be handled thoroughly. The fact that Yunhui knows about this could be because one of those two told him. However, Yuan Ming still needs to investigate a bit deeper. He orders his men to monitor Yunhui as well. When asked why, Yuan Ming replies that since only a few people here know about the matter, whoever the news reaches must be monitored. Yuan Ming thinks that although Yunhui proposed a strategy similar to his own, he still has to suspect him. Taking precautions against the worst case is never wrong. Yuan Ming orders his subordinates to investigate Yunhui thoroughly and not to overlook any suspicious actions. In truth, Yuan Ming himself hopes that Yunhui is not a spy, as a talent like him rarely appears among
Upon hearing this, Ying Ying spoke up in annoyance, saying that she also came here to participate in the tournament. So was there something wrong with stopping by to visit him that he had to ask like that? The two chatted back and forth. Yunhui invited Ying Ying to stay for a meal, but she said she already had an appointment with her master, so she only came to visit him for a short while. Ying Ying exclaimed that Yunhui was very famous at this tournament, truly worthy of being one of the new 3 stars. He pointed at himself and asked in confusion, "What is the new 3 stars?" Ying Ying exclaimed that it referred to the 3 people with the potential to win this tournament, including Chen Rong, Zhang Ming, and Yunhui. He asked again if she meant those were the people receiving attention at this tournament. Then Ying Ying added that the elimination method for this tournament would have some changes. Hearing this, he thought to himself that he didn't know about this. In his previous life, there were no changes at this tournament. Yunhui asked her how the method would change. Ying Ying paused hesitantly for a moment upon hearing that, then said that it sounded a bit strange. Time flew by, and a few
In reality, Zhao Yunhui was fine. This place was just too noisy. The swords were clamoring like a marketplace. He had anticipated this, since martial artists from all over the Wulin had gathered here. The sounds of the swords were truly myriad and overwhelming. The only suffering was that there was too much background noise, making Zhao Yunhui extremely distracted. In a corner of the stands, Cheng Yuan and Ying Ying were enthusiastically cheering for him. Indeed, only Zhao Yunhui was down here executing the mission right now. Suddenly, he received a sound transmission signal from someone. It turned out to be Zuo Bai. He reminded him not to get eliminated too early. Zhao Yunhui quickly replied, also reminding Zuo Bai not to forget the mission. Finally, the competition began. The second elder of the Wulin Alliance, the Plum Blossom True Sword of the Huashan sect, Hao Young Zhenren, stood in the center of the stage. Hao Young Zhenren shouted loudly, announcing the official start of the elimination round. On the stands, the spectators cheered excitedly, their voices reaching the sky. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhui remained calm down below. Surrounded by excited spectators, the Rising Star Martial Tournament had officially begun. In the vast Zhonghu, if martial artists wanted to compete, there had to be a martial arts tournament. Long ago, when the conflict between the orthodox and evil paths wasn't as intense as it is now, all experts gathered at the peak of Mount Hua to compete for the title of number 1 in Wulin, and that was the Huashan sword discussion. From ancient times to the present, the sword has been considered the king of weapons. So simply put, discussing the sword back then implied discussing martial arts in general.
Currently, this Wulin martial arts tournament gathers all martial arts together to discuss and compete for superiority. On the surface it seems so, but in reality everything is no longer simply about winning or losing or ranking high and low. Shaoan asked Yunhui back, did he mean that this was no longer a martial arts discussion, but rather that through this competition all sects would gather under the name of the Wulin Alliance? Yunhui replied that actually it was pretty much like that. Their purpose was just to gather and establish prestige against the Black Path. This martial arts discussion no longer held its true meaning. The winner of this competition had likely already been chosen by the Wulin Alliance, so the participating martial artists were just there for show. While he was thinking, the referee's voice rang out, preparing to start the first round of the martial arts discussion. Then the referee explained the rules. The martial artists were to look at the stone in front of them. Their task was to create any mark on it using the weapons they used. Naturally, the clearer the mark, the more it demonstrated their strength. The judges would base their evaluation on that, so everyone needed to try their best to display their martial arts. Since the number of Wulin figures participating this time was too large, the Wulin Alliance would only select a limited number of martial artists to enter the second round. Just as he finished hearing the
Just after striking, that martial artist immediately turned and walked away, leaving the opponent bewildered. Young hero, have you finished your test already? The other person turned back to look at the stone behind him and reminded, there is still time. Young master might want to pay a bit more attention. But as soon as he looked at the stone, he was startled, jaw dropping and eyes popping out in disbelief. Was the stone really slashed with such a long sword mark? At this moment, that person let out a yawn and walked out of the arena. He was none other than Li Zhongchen. As an exceptionally brilliant rising star whose reputation has been established in the Zhonghu, he is the successor of two of the current 8 great experts. One is the Wudong sect leader Song Shan Chen Ren, and the other is Wuhan's first Yunhui watched Zheng Chan walk down from the stage and thought to himself that a disciple of 2 sword experts was indeed different. He guessed that this person had already reached the peak realm of the Muxian sword. This time, he could also be a tough opponent for Northern Heavenly Saber Sheng and Tyrant King Saber. But no matter what, if he wanted to win this competition, Yunhui would still have to face these experts with all his might. While observing the matches, a large figure stood right behind Yunhui and said in a sarcastic tone, I heard you were lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple of the Tiannan Swordgeist. Is that right? Yunhui turned his head to look at the person and cursed silently in his mind. He didn't know this guy at all, so why did he want to cause trouble as soon as they met? As for that guy, he kept rambling on, asking if Yunhui didn't feel ashamed for relying on his master's reputation to compete. That person was Huangfu Dongsuen. He crossed his arms and asked Yunhui arrogantly, Back at the tavern, I saw you bad-mouthing and insulting my brothers from the Hunan martial arts world quite boldly. Why is it that now that I'm standing in front of you, you don't dare to say anything? Do you not take me seriously? Following behind him were
Then Yunhui used one eye emitting a blue light to stare at Huangfu Dongsuen. If he caused trouble here, it wouldn't be good. Since the competition was ongoing, many people were watching, so Yunhui needed to be careful with every action. It was best to use the Huan Yi eye to confuse him and then slip away. Sure enough, a second later, Huangfu Dongsuen rushed to attack those nearby like a madman. The atmosphere immediately became chaotic, as he even drew his sword to threaten everyone. Yunhui seized this opportunity to quickly sneak away, just as he heard the referee calling his name for the next round. Yingying was probably the most enthusiastic cheerleader in the stands. She shouted down to the arena telling Yunhui to do his best. Sima Ying, standing next to her, asked Yingying if she didn't have a match today, seeing as she had free time to come cheer like this. Yingying happily replied that she had no match scheduled today, so she came to boost Yunhui's morale. Hearing this, Sima Ying also enthusiastically cheered for him, causing Yingying to blush as she wanted to ask her something. Down in the arena, Yunhui thought that another expert seemed to have appeared. He heard people above discussing that this year there were indeed many talented rising stars. After glancing at the person about to compete with him, Yunhui's gaze darkened. At that moment, the competition stone was slashed into many sharp cuts, followed by the referee's voice praising the one who made the strikes. The swordsmanship of the Murong family truly lived up to its reputation as a supreme sword art in the Zhonghu, worthy of being a descendant of a prestigious aristocratic family. In this tournament, he would definitely be one of the candidates for the championship, and the person who executed those sharp cuts was Murong Si of the Murong aristocratic family. Just having finished his test, Murong Si immediately pointed his hand towards Yunhui,
Rongzi was one of the two people who conspired to cause his death in his past life. Taking advantage of a moment when Yunhui let his guard down, he stabbed him with a sword, taking his life. Yunhui would certainly never forget this grudge. Recalling the battle with him in the past life, this guy had used dirty tricks to murder Yunhui, which made him extremely furious. Yunhui silently wondered if Rongzi intended to use his reputation in this tournament to make himself stand out. Yunhui vowed to himself that if given the chance, he would make him pay for everything he had done to him. Ying Ying shouted from the stands, telling Yunhui to
Every time he saw Rongzi, that guy would badmouth and humiliate Yunhui. It seemed like Rongzi wanted to use her senior brother's reputation to stand out. Ying Ying was extremely surprised after hearing Sima Ying say that she had hated Rongzi from the moment she saw him. Before she could even recover from her surprise, Sima Ying turned towards the arena and shouted loudly to cheer for Yunhui. On the other side, he was still thinking about the changes Ying Ying had told him about earlier. Because of that, he had to restrain his power and couldn't reveal it all. However, in this situation, Yunhui also had to show the public the true strength of the disciple of the Tiannan sword guest so they wouldn't look down on him. Of course, through this, Yunhui could also enter the second round and demonstrate his strength to the high-ranking officials of the Wulin Alliance. Furthermore, Yunhui took this opportunity to teach this Rongzi a proper lesson. Everyone observing the match wanted to know what the swordsmanship of the Tiannan sword guest's disciple was like. Yunhui then swung his sword up and thrust it at his stone. The referee asked him if he was fully prepared for this strike. Rongzi, standing nearby, chuckled silently. He thought that for Yunhui to split this stone in half wouldn't be difficult at all. Why did he look a bit different today? Rongzi remained convinced that Yunhui was just lucky to be accepted as a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest. Yunhui then immediately swung his sword and thrusted straight into the stone in front of him. His thrust curved gently yet powerfully through the stone.
The spectators of this match exclaimed that the disciple of the Tiannan sword guest is truly different. With such intensity, one wonders who will claim the championship. After completing his test, Shaoan appeared to chat with Yunhui, praising that his sword mantra had also improved significantly. With this sword, Yunhui could feel that his strength had increased compared to before. After sparring with the Wulin Alliance leader and sensing his sword mantra through the copies, Yunhui understood more about his sword art and applied it to his own. Although it was just a superficial part, he could already execute a little bit of it. Shaoan praised Yunhui for performing well today. The high-ranking members of the Wulin Alliance must be wide-eyed with shock. She confirmed that was the plan. His main purpose was to demonstrate his strength to them, which would be more favorable for the future. Yunhui left and thought to himself that in terms of sword art, this could be considered acceptable. Without even counting internal energy, everyone could see that his sword art was a level above Rongzi. That guy must be fuming with rage right now, but isn't showing it on the outside. Yunhui mentally told Rongzi to just wait. Once he is done with his business, he will turn around and deal with him. While walking away, Yunhui suddenly turned back when he heard the surprised voice of the referee. Another expert has appeared and cut the boulder in half. In the middle of the arena, there was a boulder split in two. At a glance, it was almost sliced completely in half. However, it fell just
only slightly inferior to Li Zhengchen. The people on the stands also marveled at that person's recent performance. They did not expect Feng Ting's sect to have such a skilled descendant. Yunhui turned to leave. He had never heard of the name Feng Ting's sect before, even in his past life. He thought this might be a capable, trusted subordinate planted by Bai Huisheng. She indeed had many talented people under her command. Suddenly, Ming Hao transmitted his voice to Yunhui, causing him to pause. He told Yunhui not to stare at him like that, as there were currently two pairs of eyes watching him quite closely. Ming Hao said he had heard of and witnessed Yunhui's strength, and it seemed the eldest young miss liking him wasn't without reason. Yunhui turned his head to look at Ming Hao with a speechless expression. What on earth was he talking about? Ming Hao straightforwardly asked if the eldest young miss wanted this subordinate to stop him. He didn't forget to take a sip of tea to clear his throat. Huisheng replied indifferently, I guess he is also hiding his true strength, so I need you to confirm it further. Ming Hao nodded. He had heard a lot, so he was also curious. In his memory, he only knew that Yunhui was a disciple of the Fourth Venerable and a subordinate of the Second Young Miss, the person who had defeated two subordinates of the Second Venerable in the contest at the Deep Valley. Then she continued, saying that handling everything at this tournament was relatively difficult. Thinking about retrieving the Blood Demon Sword and unifying the sect was indeed a major issue, but once done, the next step would follow. She said she would form
Ming Hao shook his head, signaling that it was merely due to his own carelessness. At that time, his focus was more on him, wanting to see if he was worthy of his young miss. But in this competition, Zhao Yunhui was evaluated by him as being slightly above the rest. Ming Hao thought that Zhao Yunhui was an extremely promising talent. His cold face was deeply etched in his mind. However, naturally, those who opposed him, potentially including Ming Hao himself, would encounter a troublesome opponent. He silently continued, "I knew of you first, but you have never known me. Now let me introduce myself to you. I am the disciple of the first venerable, a subordinate of the eldest young miss." In reality, he knew he was a subordinate, but the fact that he was the first venerable's disciple was quite new.
From that, you can see that the Blood Demon Sword is very important to Hu Sheng, which is why Ming Hao was sent here. He frankly stated that there are many prying eyes, so he would speak quickly. Right now, the two young ladies are fiercely opposing each other, which only weakens the Blood Sect. He thinks the eldest young miss will win, so he wants you to join his side, and then together resist the Wulin Alliance. Ming Hao believes you are quite strong, but even adding the twins, you are still weaker than him. Ignoring your sarcasm, he firmly asserted that he would obtain the Blood Demon Sword, forcing the fourth venerable and second venerable to side with the eldest young miss. He glanced at you with cold eyes. Finally, Ming Hao asserted that you are stubborn and incapable of change. Then he clicked his tongue again. "I only mentioned it to you in passing. If you joined my side with just a few simple words, you wouldn't be of any value." Your mouth opened slightly, as if to retort, but Ming Hao quickly continued. "Although you and I are enemies, for the sake of the Blood Sect, I also hope you obtain the Blood Demon Sword." And then he turned away without a goodbye. Over here, shouting sounds erupted. Unexpectedly, that beggar shattered a rock with a single punch. Those people all wore tense expressions. Everyone was marveling at the dragon-subduing palm, Kong Long Yue move of the beggar sect, and that person was none other than the young sect leader, Qi Gai. Thinking a bit about everything, this person felt very annoyed. Cheng Yuan explained that he arrived a bit late due to some business, but as soon as you met him, you asked if he had found that.
He gently reminded him to be careful, skillfully embracing him and apologizing. At that moment, a sound transmission was sent out. "It seems you were distracted by that young sect leader of the Beggars sect. Just follow me to complete this mission first. I will help you take revenge later." That made Xingyan a bit stunned. While the two of them were talking, their movements were being evaluated. Sima Ying thought that the act of pretending to fall was unlike him. As a girl, she hadn't even thought of that. But thinking about it, she felt she should be thankful for learning a new lesson. The next second, Sima Ying rushed over. "Oh no, big brother, catch me." Her small body accidentally stumbled, and coincidentally a large hand grabbed her shoulder. The young girl's heart beat fast with flutter. Suobai gently asked her, "Miss, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" But inside her head there was a big question mark. She had just flirted by saying she was in distress, yet she received such a response. This punch was probably filled with all her shyness. The large figure flew away like a paper kite, and the owner of the attack seemed to be still angry. He actually couldn't predict if everything would be the same as his past life, but at least he found him. The name Ming Renjie had left an impression across 2 lifetimes, but the person walking beside him didn't know him. Before the Great War of Good and Evil broke out, martial artists from both sides fell in great numbers, causing blood to flow like rivers. The great sects in the Jianghu were not spared, and Kunlun suffered the most damage, and Renjie was also a contributing factor. It turned out he was the most potential disciple who survived. Shaoan nodded, finding him pitiful, but it wasn't strange, as there were many similar cases. Yunhui told her to be patient and listen a bit more to understand. To restore Kunlun, Renjie participated in the martial arts tournament, hoping to take the top spot to win the support of the Wulin Alliance. But in the quarterfinals, he had to face Li Zhengchen, and that confrontation was naturally fierce, but he said the subsequent developments were what needed attention. When the fight reached a critical moment, Renjie's human skin mask tore, revealing his true face, leading the Wulin Alliance to suspect him of being a spy for the demon sect and arrest him. Along with that duel, Renjie unleashed a lost technique, making them even Thus, they suspected him of being a spy and even sent people to investigate his identity. Therefore, Yunhui needed to intervene to prevent that from happening. If the Wulin Alliance were to investigate, it would implicate his own hidden identity. Now, Yunhui happily said, "I didn't think your strength would be this powerful. I feel very happy to meet you." Renjie coldly replied that he didn't know him. A sound transmission immediately reached his ears. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, but I need to remind a person who is over the age limit for the competition and is even wearing a mask to deceive others like this. I think you are quite bold. Renge immediately made a U-turn and hugged him. Truly my brother. Long time no see. Yunhui also took the opportunity to wrap his arm around his waist. When getting close to him, he started asking, "Who exactly are you? And how do you know about me like that?" The boy transmitted his voice, telling him to be careful because someone was watching. The atmosphere between them instantly stagnated. Yunhui explained that among the crowd watching the tournament, there were 3 members of the Woolen Alliance. There was also one person in the corner behind.
He continued the conversation. Yunhui simply attended the tournament, not thinking that many people were watching him, right? But in reality, those people were monitoring him too, but he wouldn't tell him that. Returning to the story, Renge wondered how he knew, because the two had never known each other. Yunhui began to introduce himself. "I am Zhao Yunhui, a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest. The current situation is urgent, so I will speak directly. I know you are participating in this tournament with the desire to rebuild Kunlun." Renge stood like a stone statue, his lips trembling in shock. Yunhui explained that he often looked at the truth, observing to deduce it, and he was the only surviving disciple with strength from Kunlun. Therefore, his participation was solely for that intention. If I could see it, the high-ranking members of the Woolen Alliance would likely see it too. Renge remained silent, seeming to find it difficult to handle this situation. After a long while, he asked if Yunhui meant that they had realized it, but would still turn a blind eye and not help, right? The more he thought, the more furious he became. Had they forgotten that his sect sacrificed all its disciples to resist the Blood Sect, only to be slaughtered by the evil sect afterward? His eyes were chaotic, sinking into the darkness, and the sound of his voice transmission became murky. "If the Woolen Alliance knows, why do they have no intention of helping me?" Yunhui replied that he couldn't guess the intentions of those people, but the current situation was exactly as he thought. He looked at him with a deep gaze, but he firmly declared he would not let it rest. "My Kunlun helped the Woolen Alliance become what it is today. They sacrificed themselves for the Chengu to do righteous deeds."
However, he gently told him that it was merely his own speculation, so he shouldn't think too much and suffer. Then Zhao Yunhui shifted to the main topic, mentioning that there were currently a few rats here that needed him to take action and remove. The martial artist jumped up in startle. The cause was the Tiannan sword nearly stabbing into his foot. Zhao Yunhui transmitted his voice, saying that he needed to deal with the monitors before he could talk to Ming Renge. He turned to question him. "Why are you following me?" He played dumb and asked back, "What are you talking about?" Zhao Yunhui replied firmly, "Don't think I don't know. My brother has been observing carefully. He said you guys were following to monitor me, so don't deny it." Then he whispered again that the man should spill everything. Zhao Yunhui's eyes became deep and profound. "You are spies of the Blood Sect, aren't you?" The man immediately told him not to pin that crime on him, as he was only a monitor of the tournament situation. Zhao Yunhui firmly stated that he was covering up to hide his identity. After that, his mouth was covered. "Keep your voice down. I'm just a monitor, not a spy. Don't frame me." But the boy still struggled. "Then why follow me? Let's go meet the person in charge to clear this up." The man said he would just stand there and observe, and if there was nothing, he would leave. Afterwards, the crowd on the wall also dispersed. Zhao Yunhui announced in a low voice, Sunlight shone across Yunhui's face. He gently told him to consider this a debt of gratitude. Yunhui knew that once Renge learned he was a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest, he trusted him more. He also thought that although he managed to chase him away as intended, he didn't know if it was right or wrong in his heart. Because in the previous life, when they knew he was a Kunlun disciple, they helped him rebuild a part of the sect, and his spirit became more resilient. But to receive such help, Renge had become a true lackey for the Woolen Alliance, constantly having to kill and fight against the evil path in the Blood Sect. From such battles, Renge's reputation was honored as the one-eyed Kunlun. As for this life, Yunhui promised to help him restore a part of Kunlun, hoping things would be different. Tiannan thought that although what he did was beneficial to himself, Yunhui also had righteousness, which is why he wanted to help a person who had lost all hope like Renge regain his faith. Although previously he saw that Yunhui always put profit first, humans always regarded chivalry as their principle. Yunhui thought he wasn't exactly like that. He wanted to help Renge, but only because he wanted to get something in return. The scene shifts to the next day at the strategist pavilion, mainly because something happened today. A very loud laughter rang out. He didn't think Zhao Yunhui could reduce you all to such a state.
Of course, they could only explain that it was due to their weak abilities, so they demanded a stronger person to take over the surveillance job. Yuan Ming thought that he had already realized the intention, so surveillance became useless, temporarily stopping it. Man Wang was a bit surprised by the order to stop surveillance. He explained immediately. As he said, you are a spy of the Blood Sect. But think about it. If that guy thought you were spies, he would have run to report to me. Why just chase you away? Even if you resisted to escape in a crowded place, that brat wouldn't let it go. He would make a big fuss for other martial artists to surround and catch you. He hesitatingly asked, do you mean that brat has realized that we subordinates were sent by the Wulin Alliance to monitor him? Yuan Ming reaffirmed it. He said that because he used friendship as an excuse to chase them away, that was also a smart move by Yunhui. Man Wang felt that if so, it could be concluded that he was a Blood Sect spy. But he thought concluding so was too early. They needed to wait more. His hand spread out a piece of paper on the table. Yuan Ming said that in this second preliminary round, everything would
All the rising stars will be divided among several platforms. Opponents will take turns challenging within a set time, and the last person standing on the arena wins. The first person to stand on the platform awaiting challenges is the one with the best achievements in the previous round. While standing there, martial artists will challenge them periodically. If they defeat challenger number 1, they must continue to deal with person number 2. Sima Ying immediately understood. This meant that all martial artists could go up at the same time and target the strongest martial artist on the stage. Chengguan found this partly true, but there was a supplementary rule. No more than 3 people on the arena could deal with one person at the same time. Her face darkened as she asked, so if it's not 3, but 2 against 1, is that still allowed? Chengguan was very scared, so he could only reply that it was
The sight of people collapsing on the arena was imminent. He continued by stating that a powerhouse must be undeterred. Being strong means overcoming conditions even when they are disadvantageous. If one lacks sufficient strength and cannot surmount obstacles, they must yield the opportunity to sects with weaker martial artists. This also serves as motivation for smaller sects to strive harder. It is a fact that the strong are the strong. They will win in any circumstance, so do not make excuses for your own failure. The rules of the second round were as such, difficulties imposed by the Wulin Alliance upon the rising stars. Afterward, an instructor announced that upon receiving their tablets, contestants must proceed to the platforms indicated on them. Van Hui had also drawn his letter. He pondered for a moment. According to the rules, the top 16 martial artists of the first round would be divided among 16 competition platforms. In his hand was the Ding character tablet, meaning he would stand at the head of platform number 4. This implied that the martial artists with results superior to his were those 3. They were Qing Kim, the successor of the Wulin Alliance leader, who topped the first round. The second was the disciple of the first venerable, Ming Hao. In the third position was the grandson of the tyrant King Saber, Chan Rung. The fourth position was Van Hui, but
A shout rang out from the platform, announcing that everyone had been prepared for a few days with the new tournament rules proposed by the Wulin Alliance. Yunhui immediately looked up instinctively. Participants had to quickly proceed to the competition stages, because the second round was about to begin. In this order was issued by Hao Yang Zhenren. Just then, someone transmitted a voice to him. You were the disciple of the Tan Non sword guest? Oh, the disciple of the fourth venerable, rather. Then the opponent also quickly stepped onto the stage. Xuanmeng told him that he must unleash all his strength. Looking at this person, he was certain this was a subordinate of the eldest young miss. He knew this guy would confront him. But that was fine, because eliminating these guys would make his plan go more smoothly. But unexpectedly, Suobai was on the verge of despair. He was matched against him, so the plan to advance to the inner round together was considered ruined. When Yunhui saw him, he also froze. He quickly realized it was exactly as he had said. He immediately used sound transmission to ask about Ming Hao's situation. Naturally, the situation on his side of the arena was similar to his own. Ming Hao knew right away that the Wulin Alliance had partly guessed who the Blood Sect spies were. A hint of worry appeared on his face. Yunhui said to himself, eventually almost all the spies had been corralled together. This was no coincidence. Only one person could execute such a sophisticated move. That person gazed sharply down at the arena, his sitting posture incredibly leisurely. Yuan Ming had arranged it this way to force them to reveal their full strength. Anyone who hesitated would expose their identity, and if they delayed the appointed time, someone else would take the stage, and they wouldn't leave the spies in peace. He was extremely satisfied. The situation was set. No matter how you responded, he would see if there were any flaws in your actions. Of course, if you wanted to advance to the next round, the only way was for birds of a feather to slaughter each other.
Yunhui had to secretly praise him as a master strategist. Choosing the match pairings based on the first round's results, gathering all the spies to eliminate each other, was indeed a perfect plan. Immediately after, the command was issued. It is time for the match. Everyone take your positions. Xuanming also took his position as the challenger. He thought that Yunhui only had looks, while Ming Hao was the one he needed to be wary of, so now he could just comfortably eliminate Yunhui and be done with it. Personal grudges were also brought up, as Yunhui had been favored by the eldest young miss, while he had been humiliatingly passed over. Xuanming declared in his heart, "The eldest young miss can only choose me as her husband, while this weakling will suffer a humiliating..."
Based on the chi sensing, it seems he has only just reached the level of a supreme expert. There is nothing to worry about. It turns out that Lian Shaw's subordinate is only capable of this much. Upon hearing the command to prepare, Xuanming became even more determined to take him down. As soon as the start signal sounded, he rushed forward. His mind was filled with only one thought, to end the battle quickly, believing that move would incapacitate him. He radiated a source of orange internal energy, while the true chi within the boy's body was also fully charged. Then a stream of oppressive aura shot towards him, caused by Yunhui tensing his body. Upon contact with the internal energy, he finally sensed that something was wrong. Origin chi radiated like a stream of azure fire. Yunhui transformed into a killing god, pointing his sword forward. As the rock shattered, he realized that the boy's true strength was higher than he had calculated.
Humans looked insignificant before his technique. Zuobai now realized that Yunhui had been concealing his true strength. He understood that with such sword moves he could not compete, so it seemed he needed to unleash his full power. Just as his spirits were burning high, an announcement was made inviting the next martial artist. He shouted in frustration, "The match isn't over yet. How can you invite another opponent? You there, Yunhui, I was just a bit careless earlier. Don't think you can defeat me." Yunhui spoke coldly. "Please take a look beneath your feet." He didn't forget to point his finger, just in case the other didn't understand. The fact was clear. He had fallen off the stage and lost the right to compete. Standing at such a distance, Xuanming still couldn't believe it. He screamed in frustration, vowing revenge. As for Yunhui, he thought ending it quickly was fine, since many opponents were still waiting to challenge him. Eliminating one quickly and preparing for the next was the best method. Pushing back one opponent fast would avoid a situation of fighting 2 against 1. The shouting quickly urged the next martial artist to step up. The outfit of this person was very familiar. Precisely, it was Song Zuobai. He was very frustrated. His calculation was to meet Yunhui in the final round and then show his true strength to take him down. But now, he felt something was very unsettling deep down, because Zuobai felt that Yunhui looked like he wanted to eat.
To pass to the next round, one needs to defeat at least 30 more martial artists. Through deduction, he had arranged for the spies to be in the same bracket. However, seeing Xuanming being beaten black and blue, he found it difficult to conclude whether the boy was a spy or not, so he still had to observe. To confirm, many factors were needed, so now Yuanming would watch the upcoming matches. The situation was that Yuanhui was fighting Zuobai. Both were from Hunan. Yuanming clearly remembered that he, Zuobai, had also disappeared with him, Yunhui, and then they returned together to participate in the tournament. So he immediately guessed they were on the same side. Especially as Zuobai, one look was enough to tell. Shouts rang out as everyone fought. Yuanming suddenly realized something. Seeing his subordinate acting strangely, he immediately used sound transmission to ask. It turned out that all the candidates for the championship this time were trying their best to finish off their opponents in one move, or if not defeating them, then pushing the enemy off the stage. Zhen Chen was trying to endure participating. With the title of disciple of the Wulin Alliance leader, he needed to give his all. On this side, Ming Ha was also welcoming the next challenger. He thought that if he tried to defeat his opponent in one move, he wouldn't be suspected of being a spy. Chen Rong also raised his voice, urging challengers to come forward. He felt quite bored because this bunch of martial artists was too weak. As for the anger, it was all directed at Yuanhui. He wanted to take revenge on him in the next round. Yuanming found the situation quite interesting. Zhao Yunhui was the object of his observation, but also the object that other martial artists were looking at. At this moment, he was using force to push down Zuobai. That single palm strike caused the wall to shatter. Yuanming could see that Yuanhui had made enemies with quite a few martial artists.
He also felt that his strategy wasn't quite right, but there was no other way. The audience watching the arena was also very crowded. Zuobai lay below, complaining because he didn't show any mercy at all. Then Yunhui suddenly received a sound transmission from someone else. He immediately cautioned that unless it was urgent, they shouldn't use sound transmission here. However, the subsequent information was shocking. There was a martial artist here carrying gunpowder. Chen Yuan recounted that occasionally looking down, he saw a bit of gunpowder under the seats. He poured a little onto his hand to prove his words. He also said that while watching martial artists fighting in other arenas, a strange scent wafted through.
Chunghwa knocked the man down and investigated, discovering he was a subordinate of the eldest young miss. His expression at that moment was very unsightly. He lowered his voice to warn him to be careful, because this entire place might explode. Meanwhile, on the arena, he had a new opponent. Yuanwei was still deep in thought about the plot Huishang was hatching. He smiled slightly. Perhaps she wanted to use the chaos too. He raised his voice to his opponent. "You are quite lucky to meet me." The man froze for a few seconds, as if not quite understanding. Furthermore, he thought Yuanwei was being too arrogant by putting away his sword before even fighting. Yuanwei bowed respectfully and said, "This humble one wishes to concede." He even cupped his hands in a standard martial arts salute. In a flash, something leaped over the man's head. Yuanwei was flying down to the stands. He quickly used sound transmission to ask Chengwan to show him the gunpowder. Moreover, Yuanwei was concerned about Sima Ying's whereabouts. It turned out she was hunting down another person planting explosives. Yuanwei curtly ordered, "Find her and then retreat." He moved quickly, the wind brushing against his face. Shaoan was worried that if he gave up, the blood demon sword would be out of reach. Yuanwei believed that it was necessary to change objectives at this moment. His robes fluttered with every shift and movement. His eyes were as sharp as a bird of prey. He did this to observe Huishang's movements. Man Wang was presenting the gunpowder to his superior. Yuan Ming reached out to take it, still a bit surprised. The distinctive scent made him
Yuan Ming seemed to jolt awake, or perhaps he had already discovered this matter. Yuan Ming coldly ordered for him to be let in, gesturing for his subordinates to act immediately. Yuan Ming pretended not to know. Yuan Hui explained to him about the situation with the gunpowder hidden under the seats. Yuan Ming suddenly patted his shoulder, saying that young Master Zhao truly did not disappoint him. He then turned to speak, implying that the current situation was unstable. "You won't be able to see your disciples' competition results anymore. The alliance leader must quickly return to headquarters. There is gunpowder here, so it's not safe. If it explodes, it will be very dangerous." The other party was slightly disgruntled, but complied. Then right in front of everyone, he was gone. His Godspeed Konggung helped him move instantly. Yuan Hui had also realized that the masked man was alliance leader Shang Mu. He also knew that he came to watch Shang Chen compete, and that meant the secret vault at the headquarters currently had no alliance leader guarding it, leaving the blood demon sword quite loosely protected. He also understood Huishang's intentions, which were as clear as day. Yuan Ming spoke up again, saying the situation was critical and asking if the young master would help them. Yuan Hui was naturally ready to take orders from him. He knew immediately that the other party trusted him. If he hadn't reported the gunpowder incident then, his identity would have been suspected forever. Yuan Ming said that if they announced the presence of gunpowder to everyone, everything would be chaotic. And furthermore, if they announced it, Yuan Hui immediately understood, then the bastards who scattered the gunpowder would surely escape. He nodded in agreement, his thoughts matching Yuan Hui's exactly. Yuan Ming said he would send martial artists to secretly investigate and seal.
He was worried about how to deal with Tui Hong's group if he stayed here. Shaoan tried to remind him, if you focus on this place, Bai Huishong might be able to obtain that demon sword, but he only coldly replied, "That is not certain. Even if it is chaotic here, the chief strategist knows the Blood Sect's objective this time. The demon sword is not that simple to take." Shaoan wanted him to explain why Ming Hao participated in the tournament, because if he wasn't aiming for the championship, then why come? Yuan Hui believed that he came to create a diversion for Tui Hong to act. Just then, everyone shouted.
Hao Young Zhenren also approached to inspect, but the very next second, the man shouted, "Wushuang City will never let you off." His body became the epicenter of an explosion. Hao Young Zhenren stared wide-eyed at him as the shockwave of the blast echoed out. Below the arena, it had turned into a sea of fire, and more suicide attackers appeared. Upon seeing them, the spectators screamed to one another to flee. The suicide attackers shouted, "Wushuang City will reclaim what the Wulin Alliance has caused. Blood must be paid with blood." The explosion reached heights nearly matching the tall buildings. Furthermore, within the sea of fire, silhouettes of struggling people could be faintly seen. Meanwhile, elsewhere, that event seemed to have created a new opportunity. Tu Shang was standing right at the door of the Wulin Alliance's secret treasury. She believed that topping the martial arts discussion was unimportant. Only fools would think she needed to become the champion to obtain the Blood Demon Sword.
A second later, the warehouse door had turned into wood splinters. A single strike from her had opened the entrance. Tu Shang's face was charming, but also mischievous. She smugly said, "Instead of trying to win, I will go seize the blood demon sword, in a simpler way." Inside the secret treasury, many traps were arranged, but
the door was made of hard iron, meticulously carved with many patterns. Tui Shang stood right in the middle, carefully observing. The silence in the space was terrifying. She was extremely angry at being deceived by a fake sword. However, this was not beyond her expectations. Zhang Long spoke up. The Wulin Alliance must have experts using talismans to seal the aura of the demon sword. Although this is not difficult to solve, we do not have time to test each sword one by one. She raised her voice in response. Do they think that simply sealing the aura means I can't do anything? A blazing fire completely invaded the space. Tui Shang's eyes shone brightly, filled with murderous intent as she looked at those swords. The old man understood. A source of red light was also gliding across the mall. Zhang Long knew his young miss was emitting demonic arts to make the demon sword react, helping to find it easily through vibrations. A moment later, she leaped up to a spot on the wall. After snatching the object in her hand, she whispered, "Here it is, but it seems I have alerted the people of the Wulin Alliance. It will be a bit difficult to escape now."
Huisheng comforted them, saying not to worry because she already had a plan. The guard tried to prop himself up and coughed a few times. She nonchalantly used her foot to pin him down firmly. The plan was set forth. We could take advantage of the situation, as those people were still trembling ceaselessly. Huisheng stated that the fake swords and the surviving martial artists would help her escape. In front of the secret vault, many people were screaming. They were terrified because poison gas was ceaselessly pouring out from inside. The situation was that too much poison was escaping, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Shangmu landed. "What is happening here?" Seeing him, they cheered in joy. Alliance leader. They recounted that the enemy had entered and released poison gas to obstruct them. That poison mist was quite strong. Fortunately, Elder Wuzong had entered to neutralize it. The person they mentioned was the vice sect leader of the Tang sect, Tang Wuzong. It was reported that the intruder had escaped, and the elders had ordered a pursuit. However, it was very difficult to identify the culprit. The soldiers could only look up at the sky. Many martial artists rushed out from the secret vault, making it impossible to distinguish them, as every martial artist was carrying an additional demon sword. Besides the attackers, they also controlled the guards and scattered in all directions, making matters even more chaotic. Although they had the manpower, they were very confused about the capture strategy. Their controlled martial artists were likely to lose their lives. Shangmu immediately asked about the number of controlled people and the thieves. His subordinate reported that there were at least 50 people. Shangmu found that number too large, and since they were scattered, it was very difficult to identify the culprit. He realized that since the tournament was ongoing, things were even more chaotic. This was a major event for the Orthodox path, attended by members of the 9 great sects. If news of the secret vault theft leaked out, the Wulin would lose all face. Just then, a column of black smoke rose up, precisely from outside the arena. The remaining figures were immediately ordered to go on a hunt. The strategist felt that summoning them like that was a bit risky, as the arena area was currently
The strategist immediately ran off to work, while Shangmu quickly fell into deep thought. He could only take things one step at a time. A while later, the carts arrived at the outskirts outside the headquarters. Moreover, looking at these legs, they seemed quite suspicious, but those guys only cared about cleaning up quickly. They wanted to destroy all the victims who were poisoned. Furthermore, the poison items also had to be gathered, and the swords were all dumped onto the ground. The sound of urging subordinates to be quick rang out. Wu Chang continuously reminded them to process quickly, as there was still much work to do. While disposing of the victims, they dropped a few casual remarks. Just then, one of them suspected a noise coming from inside the pile of corpses. Just a second later, purple hair flew up. A person thought to be dead suddenly sat up. Thinking it was a comrade, he asked if they were okay. Before he could urge them, he felt his body stiffen. 2 red glints appeared on the martial artist's chest. Huisong withdrew her blood-stained fingernails, and that guy probably didn't make it. She said very leisurely, "I'm still alive, you know." It seemed Huisong didn't even need to use the breath suppression technique to deceive the Wulin people. Next, she began to leap up, but on the opposite side, the martial artists had their swords ready. Wu Chang still thought it
By now, Tu Shang had also revealed her true female form. The martial artist leaned forward and rushed towards her. However, the more notable object was the sword with a talisman attached to it. Tu Shang rotated her hand and snatched the sharp sword. Her demeanor remained as composed as if playing a casual game.
At that moment, everyone announced there was another intruder, and the corpse-clearing soldier had also gone to meet his ancestors. A shout rang out to warn them. Do you think you can escape by doing this? Wu Chang was stunned.
His subordinates began to charge. Cuts as red as fire soared into the sky. The men who had just rushed forward were now sliced into pieces. But Bai Husheng's gaze wavered. The sword in her hand turned gray. At the same time, laughter suddenly rang out. Wu Chang found it ridiculous. I was still fearing the terrifying pressure of the blood demon's sword when unsheathed. Legend says it looks fearsome with a blade as red as blood. But it seems you took the wrong replica from the secret vault. On the contrary, Bai Husheng said he was the one mistaken. It turned out that red was not the inherent color of the demon sword. She raised the sword to eye level. Wu Chang asked in bewilderment, "What did you say?" In the blink of an eye, the space was filled with red light. Seeing the situation, Wu Chang froze. This was, mundane objects were thrown into the air, human bodies flying apart piece by piece. The wave from the sword echoed outside the city, looking no different from a demonic sound wave. The intense vibration reverberated more and more, and amidst the crowd nearby, Yunhee was hiding, but no one paid attention to who he was. A monstrous voice rang out. All living creatures here must die. Yunhee went cold, his eyes widening. He felt immense fear at that gruesome sound, but hearing it, he could sense it was indeed the blood demon sword of the Blood Sect. Just following the sound would lead to it. A streak of azure light shot straight out. Yunhee was trying to move to that location. At the same time, at the medicine hall of the Woolen Alliance, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Are you sure?" Nan Wang affirmed that someone holding swords covered in talismans had appeared near the medicine hall. Yuan Ming was furious because he hadn't thought they plotted to attack the secret vault directly. He ordered his subordinates to stay and keep watch, not letting anyone in before he arrived. Yuan Ming emphasized the need for caution.
The door to the secret chamber was opening. Aside from the alliance leader and Yuan Ming, no one else could know of this place. Naturally, he had anticipated this, so he was always on guard. If the Blood Sect were to seize the sword back, the Woolen Alliance would lose all face. The real blood demon sword that they craved was currently hidden right here. Yuan Ming opened the box and asked, "Why, after all?" Meanwhile, on the other side, the sword had left her hand. That sword was identified as the Blood Demon Sword, a demonic sword feared by martial arts figures in the Jianhu. Anyone unworthy of wielding it could suffer a backlash of blood essence and lose their life. Although terrified to hold it, her orders could not be disobeyed. At that very moment, something strange happened. Hui Shan coldly stated that it was just a fake sword, but it was an extremely sophisticated forgery. She thought only that blacksmith could have crafted such a fake sword. Indeed, this time, Yuan Ming had dealt her a painful blow. Hui Shang knew she had lost the opportunity to take the demon sword, and those carrying the fake swords had likely all been captured. Wuhan City was already in chaos, but it would stabilize once those people were caught. She realized that this time, her subjectivity led to the mistake, and ultimately, she had to accept it was over. However, her subordinates saw it differently. If that sword could truly withstand someone unleashing the blood demon divine art, then it could just be considered the blood demon sword. Sang Long affirmed with certainty that with truth and falsehood intermingled, no one could tell the difference. Returning to the scene of the truth, the real demon sword remained. The Blood Sect had actually failed to retrieve the sword. But then, suddenly, red blood splattered onto the sword. Man Wang spoke indifferently. So that is the blood demon sword. And the tip of his sword had pierced through Yuan Ming. He painfully realized that Man Wang was a traitor. Man Wang smirked, saying that while he might have calculated many moves, he hadn't anticipated this scenario. He was knocked against the wall. Man Wang was even more amused, noting that both the scabbard and the blade were pasted with talismans, sealed quite carefully, weren't they? However, Man Wang's expression wasn't good, as he couldn't fully unsheath the sword. Yuan Ming trembled and spoke. "You are from Wushang City." He was very puzzled as to why Yuan Ming said that. It turned out that if the Blood Sect members
Actually, he had misjudged everything. Man Wang patted his chest with great frustration. He was just a person who had served him closely for nearly 20 years, yet he was not equal to the brat he had just met. He thought he intended to let Yunhui succeed him, feeling that everything he himself did was inferior. So now, if he took the Blood Demon Sword away, the prestige of the Woolen Alliance will be completely lost. To regain its prestige, the Woolen Alliance would have to attack the Blood Sect.
At that time, he had his own strategy. When the opportunity arose, he would produce the sword and achieve merit, no longer needing to be a servant to anyone. Yerming lowered his voice mockingly. After all those years by my side, is jealousy the only thing you learned? He asked straight out, do you think Wushang City or the Blood Sect will spare you when they know you are the sword thief? You calculated carefully, but didn't think about how others would perceive it. He said that when they discovered him, he would die without a whole body. He had seen through this personality early on, so he understood.
Because a blinding light was emitting. Reflexively, he exclaimed, "What is that?" Yuanming explained that it was the Fire Ox Needle, a hidden weapon of the Tang sect. Once the fire energy hit someone, they shouldn't hope to live. Even if he channeled energy to repel the poison, he would only live for a few more moments. Man Wang only had time to curse a sentence and then slipped away. He quickly disappeared behind the stairs. Yuanming only saw it as a foolish action. Even if he ran, he would die, so he couldn't take that sword and escape. Sadly, he was stabbed right in the nerves of his lower body.
Seeing someone appear, he knew heaven had helped him. Yuanming happily called out, "Young master, truly you did not disappoint me. How could you guess that the blood sword was here?" But then Yuanming felt something was wrong. The person he always trusted, the one who plotted to help him catch the Blood Sect spies, was actually a spy himself. The sword thrust right into Yuanming's throat. He cried out a vague sound of pain. Yuanhui spoke coldly. "Apologies, strategist. It was you who created this complicated situation today." A dark shadow covered his body after that finishing blow. Yuanhui decisively walked out of the secret chamber. Yuanming couldn't help but chuckle at life, and was even more astonished by the boy's extraordinary nature. So he, the wisest person in the Wulin, was used in the end. He and Man Wang plotted against each other, but both fell, suffering from internal conflict and ultimately being harmed. Yuanming realized that his own subjectivity, combined with blind trust, now made him pay the price. At the final moment, when it seemed he held the whole chess game, he capsized his boat in a calm pond. About half an hour later, outside the Martial Arts Alliance city, Sima Ying transmitted his voice asking, "Is that the Blood Demon Sword?" Cheng Wen was also suspicious. Was it really it? Yuanhui affirmed it was the sword Yuanming had tried so hard to protect, and he mentioned one more thing. A voice transmitted from the sword, frantically demanding slaughter. "Kill them all for me." Tiannan also found this babbling name demanding killing very noisy. He comforted him to try to endure it, as he was lucky to have obtained the sword. Tiannan gloomily replied from the sword hilt, "Then I'll try to endure." He said that now they would return to the meeting point to show the sword to the master. Cheng Wen felt very relieved to have completed the difficult mission. Just then something happened. A beam of natural light struck down. The person who just appeared immediately called Yuanhui. Yuanhui hesitated in his heart. Who is this person? The man looked at him with thoughtful eyes. It was Northern Heavenly Saber Saint.
The best way to resolve this matter is to talk to each other. Confrontation is not good at all, but the blood demon sword hidden inside the scabbard was not behaving itself at all. It constantly demanded to kill everyone, making it difficult for him to focus on talking to Guo Mingji. Seeing this, Xiao Tan advised, "With the blood demon sword screaming continuously like that, how can you concentrate? Why don't you try turning off your sword sense? It is already inside the scabbard. It's not going to run away." Hearing that, Yunhee also tried to cut off the connection with the blood demon sword. At this moment, inside the scabbard, Tiannan looked at the blood demon sword and felt something strange. It continued to scream, demanding to kill everyone. Tiannan looked at it with weariness because of its berserk nature and terrifying murderous aura. Just then, the talisman sealing the sword began to burn. Seeing this, Tiannan felt extremely uneasy and intended to inform Yunhee of the situation. Thinking this, he immediately shouted, "Yunhee,
He calmly spoke. "Hero Guo, Mr. Zuge asked his junior to chase after some suspicious individuals, which is why I chased them here. I didn't expect to meet you here." Mingji heard this and was suspicious. "Is that true? But there is something strange. When we were in Wuhan City, I saw you running around frantically, not looking like you were chasing anyone at all. I just want to ask you, what was that about?" Seeing the situation was not good, Cheng Wen immediately transmitted his voice to Yunhui. "Vice Unit Leader, it seems he already suspects you. Meeting him here is definitely not a coincidence." Yunhui also made a deduction. "It seems he has been intently following and investigating me from the start." He thought to himself, "I was also complacent, or rather my strength." Ming-ji, looking somewhat annoyed, said that he had always trusted Brother Zhao, so could he please explain himself? He shouldn't let down his expectations. The simplest thing would be to let him see the sword and the scabbard he was carrying on his back. He gritted his teeth and added that when he paid a little attention, he noticed something strange. The scabbard of that iron sword seemed a bit larger than the usual size of the Tiannan iron sword. He might be inferring too much, but looking at the situation, it seemed that the scabbard might contain another sword inside. Hearing this, Yunhui felt quite anxious inside and didn't know how to respond yet. Though thinking so, he spoke up. "Does Senior mean that I might be hiding another sword in the scabbard behind my back?" Ming-ji immediately replied that what he said was not without basis, because in the past he himself did the same thing with his saber scabbard. He made it larger to contain another saber. Saying that, he demonstrated by opening his saber scabbard, and indeed it contained another saber inside. Then Ming-ji questioned, "So ultimately, are you, Brother Zhao, going to let me see the sword behind?"
I truly never wanted this to happen, but against me you really have no chance of winning, so please reconsider. At this moment, Ming-Shi's disciples rushed in to respond, one shouting, "It really is that bastard Zhao Yunwei. He is a spy for the Blood Sect." Meanwhile, Zhang Ming still did not want to believe this truth. Seeing them, Sima Ying did not hesitate for a second and rushed forward with a fierce look. Cheng Yuan also joined the battle, and the group fought chaotically. Ming-Shi ignored them and only spoke to Yunhui. "As a member of the Orthodox Wulin, I cannot let you off." Saying this, he drew his saber. His face remained calm as he spoke. "You should advance and make the first move. As a senior, I will let you strike first, to repay the favors between me and your master." At this point, Yunhui had no reason to yield to him anymore. Thinking this, he quickly rushed up to attack. He rapidly approached Ming-Ji, determined to unleash all his strongest techniques. Just as he launched his attack, the other man swung his saber to counter. Yunhui couldn't help but praise. His evasion ability and movement technique are indeed too good. Only when facing him directly do I realize it.
He silently assessed the situation. It seemed even more difficult than when he faced the eagle-breaking envoy, Lu Yuxing. Suddenly, Ming-Ji used his leg to kick Yunhui, causing him to fall back. His face turned fierce as he growled, "The martial art you are using, isn't it the—" Yunhui retreated a bit and let out a sigh of relief. That was too lucky for him. If he had activated the True Blood Golden Body just a moment slower, his head would have been sliced off by that saber. He looked at Ming-Ji's saber and lamented. That saber was designed with a ring at the hilt, so he could control it with his foot to spin and attack the opponent. It was truly a novel attack style he was seeing for the first time. Does this mean I have to deal with both sabers at the same time? This is extremely difficult. Suddenly, Ming-Ji lowered the saber on his foot, planting it down, and called out Yunhui's name. He said with regret, "I have always thought highly of you. Perhaps you have your reasons for doing this now. Can you return to the orthodox path?" Hearing him say that, Yunhui felt extremely confused. He continued, "I will not pursue your involvement with the Blood Sect. I have always believed that a disciple of the Tiannan sword guest would never have intentions to do such things. What you are doing now must be out of necessity." Ming-Ji's voice was full of determination. "I always hope you will turn back and not let yourself fall into the devil path. Can you trust me and stop doing this?" Yunhui's eyes brightened as he thought to himself, "He still trusts me like this? Even when I am directly confronting him like this, he still trusts me? He says everything I do is out of necessity and I have my own suffering? If I had been helped by him in my past life, things would have been different, because he truly has a good nature, completely different from the two who harmed me." But if I don't do that, news will spread that I am a spy, a traitor to the entire Wulin Alliance.
"So, can you trust me this time?" Yunhui replied without hesitation. "I completely trust your character, Senior, but—" He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I can no longer trust the high-ranking members of the Wulin Alliance. We are currently in confrontation and can no longer tolerate each other. Even you, Senior, cannot guarantee that the orthodox path does not commit evil deeds, nor that the black path does not do good deeds to help others. Therefore, this boundary can no longer be clearly defined." Ming-Ji drew his saber and responded, "I completely understand. I thought Brother Zhao only acted this way due to some difficulties, but it seems you have immersed yourself too deeply in the black path." While swinging his saber with his leg, he acknowledged, "What you say is partly true. Good and evil are indeed very difficult to distinguish at present. Everyone's perspective is different, and everyone evaluates the situation according to their own view. Finally, Mingji concluded, and that is the very nature of this Wulin. We may follow it, and even I cannot escape the judgments and perceptions that have existed beforehand. As he spoke, he spun the saber with his leg and attacked Yunhui. The young man did not flinch and quickly swung his sword to counterattack. Then both of them rushed at each other, engaging in a fierce duel. While fighting, Yunhui exclaimed internally, I didn't think my Juya return sword would be blocked so simply by him. It is true that he once sparred with the Tiannan sword guest in the past, so he understands my sword moves very well. Mingji rushed forward and uttered, Is this all you can do, Brother Zhao? Saying that, he immediately charged in to attack even more fiercely. Yunhui struggled immensely to withstand those attacks, but inadvertently the cord of his sword scabbard was cut. Just as the scabbard fell, the blood demon sword inside also tumbled out. Because of this, Mingji
Mingchuk suk từ phà. Everything ends here, Brother Zhao. He picked up the scabbard containing the blood demon sword and continued, I cannot let you take this blood demon sword away. But suddenly, the sword flew out of Mingchuk's hand. He couldn't help but praise, not expecting him to use the silver soft wire on his left hand to snatch the blood demon sword back from his grip. As evaluated before, among the rising stars, he is indeed the one I think has the strength standing almost at the top. It seemed like Yunhui was about to grab the sword, but unexpectedly, Mingchuk used his foot to snatch it back. This happened so fast that Yunhui was a bit stunned. Mingchuk kicked the sword away and called for his disciples to catch it for him, but one of them couldn't reach it. Gao Zhenyuan, determined not to let the blood demon sword fall into enemy hands, also
Zhang Ming stepped on Cheng Yuan's face and seized the sword. As he gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his expression looked somewhat stunned. Observing it closely, he realized that the talismans on the sword had disappeared. Just like that, the sword would unleash its full power. At that moment, Zhang Ming's eyes widened, looking extremely terrifying. A moment later, Zhang Ming was controlled by the sword, overflowing with murderous aura. Red veins bulged all over his arms. Ming Ji knew that if this continued, he would have all his blood essence sucked dry by the blood demon sword and turn into a mad demon, so he shouted loudly, Zhang Ming, quickly let go of that sword. Its power has been unsealed. You cannot control the blood demon sword. Another disciple of his saw this and went over to check on Zhang Ming, but he only remained silent, surrounded by a murderous aura. That person persisted in standing there asking after him, but before he could ask a third sentence, he was ruthlessly attacked by Zhang Ming. Cheng Yuan saw him walking towards him and shouted, Zhang Ming, are you crazy? How can you, a member of the orthodox path, casually kill a fellow martial artist like that? Yunhui was still standing there watching blankly and praising, truly the blood demon sword. Aside from being called the stabilizing treasure sword of the Blood Sect, it is a symbol of the unity of its disciples. Mingji had no other choice but to hope Yunhui would join forces to help Yang Ming. He sadly said, I cannot just stand by and watch my disciple go mad like this. Yunhui replied with a determined look, This junior understands what senior is saying. After all, this junior must retrieve the blood demon sword at all costs. At this moment, Zhang Ming had gone completely berserk and was rushing towards Sima Ying. She thought quite simply that she just needed to get that sword back. She rushed forward and pondered. It looks difficult, but sounds a bit simpler. I just need to quickly cut off that Zhang Ming's hand holding the sword and it's done. That was the thought, but she couldn't help worrying. Before this, his strength was already high, and now that he had gone mad with the blood demon sword,
he immediately asked after her, and Sima Ying quickly replied that she was fine, informing him that Zhang Ming had become much stronger. She worriedly asked, now that he was fighting with a death-defying mindset, how could they possibly defeat him? Meanwhile, Mingji had rushed up to attack Zhang Ming, but the latter easily blocked his saber with just one hand. Cheng Wan witnessed him crushing the saber with his bare hand and couldn't believe his eyes, yet he still charged in, risking his life. He assessed the situation, realizing that if he couldn't control him now, everything would be ruined. Luckily, he was distracted when he blocked the thrown saber. I need to quickly close in and snatch the sword. This is truly a risky move. If I fail, I could die. Cheng Wan was extremely determined. Using the palm power of the bigger sect, combined with fierce internal energy, he would strike hard at his hand to force him to drop the sword. Contrary to his simple thought, Zhang Ming's arm became so hard that it caused Cheng Wan's hand to burst with blood. Just as he was dazed, Mingji came to warn him, duck down quickly, don't lose focus like that, you'll lose your life.
Chang Wan was kicked backward by him, but didn't forget to thank him for the help. Seeing Zhang Ming going berserk, Mingji couldn't help but feel regret. It is my fault. I haven't taught you well enough, so the demonic nature within you still remains strong. Now under the urging of the Blood Demon Sword, your demonic nature has erupted to the point where you have lost your mind and completely fallen into the evil path. But rest assured, I have made up my mind. Even if I lose this life, I will save you. Just wait a moment. I will knock that demon sword away and bring you back. Thinking this, he rushed forward to fight fiercely with Zhang Ming. The two fought with earth-shattering intensity, unleashing moves continuously. During that time, he recalled old memories with him. He asked about his dream, but Zhang Ming was very puzzled as to why he was asking about his dream today. Zhang Ming revealed that he also had a dream.
I hope that in the future I can have a position among the 8 great experts. Hearing the answer, Mingji couldn't help but wonder. Previously, I heard you say a few things. As far as I know, fame and power aren't the things you aim for, right? Zhang Ming scratched his nose and replied, That is true, but I have followed Master for many years.
All my life I will use my strength to let everyone know about our clan's saber technique. Even if I cannot fulfill that dream in the future, I will not regret it, because I have done my best. Hearing this, Mingji smiled and said, I understand your intentions. He added, As I always say, whether it is a saber, sword, or spear, any weapon or any martial art has its strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, one cannot judge which martial art is stronger than another, but strength depends on... Before he could finish, Zhang Ming interrupted. Depends on whether the user is proficient and can utilize that martial art to its fullest potential, right? I always remember what Master said. Mingji was extremely satisfied and said, If you can say that, then I can rest assured. Back to reality, Zhang Ming was still being controlled by the Blood Demon Sword and rushed up to attack. Mingji could not hold out for too long. In just a moment, the saber in his hand was knocked away. He had nothing left in his hand to defend himself, only able to stand and watch Zhang Ming rushing towards him. His face was extremely evil, his eyes bloodshot and full of murderous aura. Just as it seemed he could take Mingji's life, Yunhui intervened and knocked him away. He also quickly went over to ask after him. Yunhui looked at him and pondered something. Very quickly after that, Mingji said, I have lost focus too much, but brother, please understand me. That is the disciple I have always loved. But now I have enough determination to act. At this moment, the saber that was knocked away earlier also fell down near him. Mingji quickly kicked it, launching it towards Zhang Ming. The saber stabbed straight into his body. The pain made him scream like a beast. Sima Ying, then Shang Yu, and
Even though the external wounds might not seem severe, the internal energy I transmitted into the saber has already damaged his internal organs. Although the Blood Demon Sword still controls his mind, the internal energy within his body has been completely dispersed and cannot gather again, so Zhang Ming can no longer stand up. Then Mingji turned to Yunhui and said, Currently Zhang Ming is no longer dangerous. Can you go over there and retrieve the Blood Demon Sword? But to take that sword, you will probably need to cut off one of my disciples' arms. Yunhui hesitated slightly and replied, Cutting off an arm isn't hard, but doing so might ruin his future prospects. Senior, please reconsider. Mingji remained firm. I understand, but Brother Zhao, look at me as an example. Even though I lost an arm, my martial arts didn't weaken, but became stronger than before. Therefore, I fully trust that my disciple can do the same. I hope Brother Zhao will act decisively. Only then can the link between the Blood Demon Sword and my disciple be severed. He wept as he continued. Saying this causes me immense pain, but there is no other way. I hope Brother Zhao will help fulfill my wish. Yunhui calmly replied, That is too hasty. We can slowly consider if there are any other ways, Senior. Hearing this, Mingji asked in surprise, Does Brother Zhao mean there is another way besides cutting off Zhang Ming's arm? He confidently replied, This junior will try. If it doesn't work, then cutting off his arm will be the only option left. But to achieve this, I hope, Senior, that you trust me and lend me a hand this Yunhui walked over and said, If I succeed in seizing the Blood Demon Sword this time, I will owe you a favor. Having received Mingji's approval, he calculated with determination. I will advance to confront Zhang Ming to force him to reveal an opening. At that moment, you two must advance together to subdue him immediately. As he spoke, he glanced toward Cao Chengyuan and Sima Ying. Then Yunhui looked toward Zhang Ming and assessed. When Zhang Ming held the blood demon sword, his chi and blood fluctuated significantly. Right now, the inner demon was controlling his body. While rushing forward, he silently analyzed. Even if I recapture the blood demon sword, the probability of him becoming a cripple is very high. But to have Guo Mingji owe me a favor, I need to save him, not kill him. Very quickly, Yunhui arrived close to where Zhang Ming was standing. He immediately launched a fierce attack at him. He was astonished. He did not expect that even after going berserk and taking a saber hit, his strength would still remain this powerful. With the sword move he unleashed,
The more Mingxi looked, the more suspicious he became. He could not understand that brat Yunhui's intention at all. Now that the blood demon sword had controlled Zhang Ming's mind, how did he plan to seize the sword? Zhang Ming slashed down with a terrifying expression. Yunhui quickly blocked that slash, but the impact forced him to kneel, shattering the ground beneath him. Mingxi stood on the sidelines, observing that Yunhui's current situation was extremely dangerous. Just as he was about to rush in to help, he noticed that the boy was quite agile. Mingxi assessed that with the Zhu Ya return sword technique, he had successfully parried Zhang Ming's powerful attack, and furthermore had now
He thought to himself, I used this move to push him away, hoping to gain a slight advantage, but it looks like it didn't do any damage at all. However, looking at that Zhang Ming, he has lost his balance a bit. Seeing this, Yunhui shouted loudly, Now is the time, act fast! Immediately after his command, the three of them, Ming Truk, Cheng Yuan, and Sima Ying, rushed in to hold Zhang Ming down firmly. Cao Cheng Yuan struggled to tell Sima Ying to quickly snatch the sword back, but a powerful counterattack from Zhang Ming knocked him flying. Sima Ying hugged Zhang Ming's right arm tightly and screamed, Hey bastard, stop struggling! At this moment, his eyes glanced towards her. His left arm was about to grab at her, but before he could do anything to Sima Ying, Yunhui rushed up to stop him. Ming Truk struggled and shouted, Brother Zhao, quickly seize the opportunity. I can't hold on much longer. He obeyed and reached out to snatch the sword from Zhang Ming. Seeing this, Sima Ying and Guomaji were endlessly astonished by the scene. Yunhui immediately spoke up. This is very dangerous, so I couldn't tell everyone for fear that you would.
If I'm lucky, I can control this sword relying on sword sense in the Xiantian true chi within me. I might have a chance. As soon as he grasped the blood demon sword in his hand, he called out to it, hoping it would respond. Xiaotan and the Tiannan sword were both terrified and told him to quickly put the sword down. Tiannan added, If you don't let go of it, you could suffer from chi deviation, Yunhui. Inside it, there isn't just the ego of the blood demon sword alone. Hearing this, Yunhui wondered about the ego. The Tiannan sword shouted, That blood demon sword also possesses killing intent. This thing is not simple at all. If you aren't careful, your mind could be taken over by the blood demon sword just like that Zong Ming guy. Yunhui only now felt worried. So it has killing intent too. Suddenly, the blood demon spoke up. I truly never thought the day would come when I would meet someone with sword sense like you. Looking around, Yunhui was now standing in the middle of a forest where everything was a blazing blood-red color. He looked around and assessed. The space around me seems to have become too silent. So have I
With a look of utter shock, he walked over to observe the situation. He quickened his pace, wondering what had happened here. When I fell unconscious, I was transported to this space. Looking at the surroundings, he felt extremely uneasy, his voice trembling. What is going on here? At this moment, Yunhui seemed lost in a strange crimson-red zone, but right in front of him lay the dead Mingzi. Zuo Bai and Zhang Ming shared the same fate. Everyone else was the same. Yunhui's expression was one of complete confusion, not knowing what had transpired. His eyes became dull, unable to believe the scene before him. Yunhui suddenly dropped the sword he was holding. The reason for his shock was that the person right in front of him was none other than Sima Ying. Yunhui looked at her with regret. Was retrieving the sword a failure? Although this was a risk, why did everyone have to lose their lives for me like this? I cannot bear this painful truth. I don't want to lose any loved ones. He embraced Sima Ying and wailed. Why did things turn out like this? I shouldn't have taken the risk. I shouldn't have let you participate in this mission. The current situation is all my doing. I deserve to die. As if being blackened, Yunhui shouted loudly, It is those people of the Orthodox Wulin who caused this situation for me. I will kill them all for revenge. I will make them pay with blood. He gripped the sword with determination.
I will wash the entire Woolen Alliance in blood, letting no one escape.
Ming-ji spoke first. Zhao Yunhui, I thank you greatly. I don't know how you did it, but you were able to save Zong Ming. Sima Ying felt worried, so she tried to approach Yunhui and called out loudly for him to wake up. While she was calling, a red light suddenly burst forth. An immense power radiating from Yunhui knocked Sima Ying back. Ming-ji caught her, and Sima Ying quickly made an assessment. That is not the Yunhui that I know. Ming-ji observed the situation and noticed that his hair color was slightly different. Yunhui's hair had now turned red. Ming-ji wavered slightly and spoke up. Brother Zhao, if you still think, hand that sword over to me. Yunhui's changing hair color reminded him of the color of blood. That sharp red sword was also overflowing with the color of blood. A powerful murderous aura emanated, making everyone shudder. This was a brutal blood demon that everyone feared. Yunhui now seemed to have turned into a different person. He looked towards Ming-ji and uttered, "Do you think I will give the sword to you?" His expression was incredibly provocative as he continued, "Come here and take it." Everyone could only stand and watch as Yunhui transformed into the blood demon. Chen Wen saw Sima Ying coughing up blood and immediately asked if she was injured, but on the contrary she blushed and said, "I find his new form a bit..." Chen Wen could only helplessly scold. "I didn't think that taking a hit like that would lead to problems with your head." At this moment, Ming-ji held his sword and rushed towards the blood demon. He tried to advise, "Little brother Zhao Yunhui, don't let the blood demon's sword control your mind." But now Yunhui was completely controlled by the sword, and currently the one inside his body was the blood demon. He swung the sword and slashed once towards Ming-ji. This powerful slash sent him Without giving him a moment to rest, the tip of the blood demon's sword was already before his eyes, but Ming-ji managed to dodge this vicious strike. His saber, which had been knocked away, fell right at his feet. He skillfully kicked it up, slashing across the blood demon's face. However, the latter easily dodged it without sustaining any damage. Ming-ji used his foot to catch his saber again, then kicked it towards the blood demon once more. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Please try to keep your mind stable. Do not let the blood demon's sword erode your humanity. Just a little longer. I will risk this life of mine to help you escape the demon sword's control." Right at that moment, he was kicked in the chest. The blow was so powerful that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, the blood demon calmly evaluated. "I really didn't think you were this strong," he sneered, controlling that saber so gracefully with just one hand, facing me without falling into any disadvantage. At this moment, someone rushed up. Her arm was instantly wrapped in a swirling red energy, and it knocked away the sword she was holding. Chao Chengwan also rushed in to attack and assist, but the blood demon easily caught his attacking arm. At this moment, Sima Ying risked her life to hug the arm of the blood demon that was holding the blood demon's sword. Not only was he unharmed, but he also mocked them. "Do you two think that unleashing a few cat scratch moves will make me drop the sword? You really are interesting people." The blood demon deliberately dropped the blood demon's sword and challenged, "Now go ahead and try to take the sword however you can." After saying that, he immediately delivered a powerful kick to Chengwan. As for Sima Ying, he strangled her neck, making
The blood demon slowly spoke. "Do you think that just because I let go of the sword, the owner of this body will escape my control? To be honest, no matter what you do, it will be the same." Sima Ying yelled with a resentful expression, "So who exactly are you?" The blood demon glared at her and replied, "I am the demon spirit." Before this, when Ming held the blood demon sword, it simply revealed its demonic energy to the maximum level. But Zhao Yunhui is not that simple. He is considered to be infected by the inner demon. Now, Zhao Yunhui has been completely controlled by the blood demon sword. The blood demon was still strangling Sima Ying as he gritted his teeth. "Do you two see that your actions are useless? Now just slowly enjoy the death coming to you." Suddenly, Sima Ying shouted loudly, "Impossible!" causing him to pause slightly. She stubbornly screamed, "You cannot possibly control his spirit." The blood demon could not be awakened, so he raised the sword and threatened, "In that case, let me send you on your way quickly." Ming-ji saw this scene and was unwilling to accept it, so he shouted loudly for him to stop.
The blood demon paused for a moment upon seeing that person. Sima Ying was filled with a mix of anxiety and tension. The new arrival was none other than Hai Yuetian. Seeing Yuetian appear, Mingji became even more puzzled. So Yun Hui really is a member of the Blood Sect and has a connection with Hai Yuetian. He looked towards Song Zuobai and Song Wusuen, who had arrived together, and made an assessment. And the two children of the Song family are the same? It seems everything strategist Zhuge worried about was true. The blood demon had a few words of praise for Yuetian. Looks like you have some strength. He held out the blood demon's sword and sneered. It seems I have met you somewhere before. What is your name? Hai Yuetian knelt on one knee and introduced himself cautiously. Reporting to the blood demon, your subordinate is the fourth venerable Hai Yuetian of this sect. He looked towards Sima Ying and added, Blood demon, the child in your hand is a disciple of our sect. The blood demon sneered. You mean this woman? Saying so, he immediately threw her aside. He asked further, So, do you have anything else to say? Waiting for just that, Yuetian immediately replied, The body you are controlling is my disciple. The blood demon replied calmly, I didn't think this body would suit me so well. Truly a disciple of our sect. This body is necessary for me. Therefore your disciple's mission is complete. Yuetian seemed rather unhappy as he spoke. There is something I want to say. If blood demon you appear in this situation, it will be very dangerous. He issued a warning. This is Wuhan, very close to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, and the orthodox path figures here after the martial arts tournament are still very numerous. The blood demon shouted with immense confidence. You say I will be in danger? Is there anyone with enough strength to oppose me? He mocked. Just let them come here. I will make them pay the price for imprisoning me for the past 20 years. At this moment, Hai Yuetian suddenly said a sentence. Truly a demon spirit indeed. This sentence made the blood demon pause slightly. Then he angrily asked, Fourth Venerable, what is with this attitude?
Be gone, return the body to my disciple, you damned blood demon. Hearing this, the blood demon was furious. Rushing forward, he shouted, Then come at me, use all your strength to try and stop me. Having said that, he immediately slashed at Hai Yuetian, but the old man did not flinch and calmly blocked it. Following that was a continuous barrage.
I will utilize the highest realm of the golden blood body to deal with the demon sword. You all pay close attention. You might learn a lot for the future. Having said that, he immediately used the golden blood body to prepare for the battle. Recalling their youth, Hai Yuetian and Bai Wuying were happily drinking wine together. Wuying calmly told him to drink, but he was hesitant and dared not drink with him. Wuying calmly said, Could it be that the weird and strange whose reputation echoes throughout the world is now standing on ceremony with me? Yuetian shook his head and replied, Now that you are the sect leader, this subordinate must maintain some propriety. However, Bai Wuying told him not to worry about that. Wuying happily invited, Today let us just drink wine like friends. Hearing this, Yuetian hesitated no longer, picked up his cup and drank. He then chatted and asked, It seems a few days ago you had a great battle at Pingshen Island, is that correct? Wuying replied, That is indeed true, but it was unavoidable. Yuetian asked further, Did Wushuang City interfere in that matter? Receiving a confirmation, Yuetian angrily said, Sect leader, you also know that Wushuang City has caused the Flying Moon Shadow Sect to fall into a state of near annihilation, right? Matters in the Zhonghu are quite complicated now. As long as you, sect leader, preserve your health, while there is life, there is a chance to make a comeback. Wuying replied helplessly, Now that I stand in this position, the responsibilities are too great. Not every action can be done as I please. Even as the head of the Blood Sect, I cannot simply do whatever I want. If the Blood Sect suffers any loss, I will be the first to bear the brunt. Their entire safety now lies in my hands. Yuetian asked blankly, So you intend to borrow the power of the Blood Demon Sword? Bai Wuying confirmed and added, To borrow the power of the Revenant.
Wu Ying immediately interrupted. Your concerns are justified. In the past, many have lost their lives under this demon sword. Even if this is the spirit of my ancestor filled with resentment and overwhelming demonic chi, perhaps there is still a trace of bloodline connection with me. If the ancestor truly has a spirit, would he take the life of his own descendant? A wraith is after all just a weakened soul. At this moment, the blood demon inside Yun He, with ferocious eyes, rushed forward to attack Yuetian. However, the old man used his fist to block the sword strike from the blood demon. After a powerful clash, both of them were knocked back. Onlookers saw that the two were evenly matched. After a while, the blood demon was forced back slightly. He laughed. Contrary to his thoughts, Yuetian quickly circulated his energy and prepared for the next attack. Immediately after, he unleashed an incredibly powerful punch. The blood demon calmly received this blow. He gently swung his sword and sneered, "Your momentum is quite mighty." Saying that, the blood demon launched a strike to counter Yo Tian's attack. He closed in on him and shouted loudly, "You have revealed your opening." Yo Tian was taken aback, because the sword was too fast for him to dodge in time. Suddenly, Mingji arrived and blocked that slash for him. This made the blood demon grind his teeth in anger and lose focus slightly. Because of this, he took the full brunt of a strike from Yo Tian. The blow was so powerful that dust flew up all around, obscuring the blood demon's location. Yo Tian turned to warn Mingji.
Seeing Yue Tian's confusion, he immediately recounted the story. Brother Zhao had saved my disciple, Zhang Ming, from the demon sword's control, but now he has ended up like this. Therefore, I am simply returning that favor. Hearing this, Yue Tian smiled and replied, "I understand now." He transmitted his voice to Mingji, "Then let us coordinate and see." Mingji also appraised the situation. "Even if we can knock the sword away, I think Brother Zhao's body might have already been seized by the sword's spirit. Is there any way for us to return him to normal?" At this moment, the blood demon's eyes became even more terrifying and filled with killing intent. He quickly rushed forward with intense murderous desire. In the blink of an eye, the sword tip was pointed right at Yue Tian's eyes. He did not hesitate to let the sword tip pierce through his own hand. With the sword stuck in Yue Tian's hand, the blood demon then used the blood demon finger-flicking divine art to continue the attack. However, it had no effect on Yue Tian. This made the blood demon extremely suspicious. Did his muscles withstand all of my finger techniques? At this moment, with his hand still pierced by the blood demon sword, Yue Tian asked, "Without the demon sword, your spirit strength has decreased significantly, hasn't it?" Seeing him taunt him, the blood demon went mad and shouted, "You bastard, do you want to die?" Realizing the opportunity had arrived, Mingji immediately moved behind the blood demon. Yue Tian transmitted his voice to remind him, "It's time to attack. Seize the moment while he is restrained. There are 2 acupoints on the head called Gui Men. That is his weakness. Strike there quickly." Yue Tian also wrapped his arms around the top of the blood demon's head. Yue Tian and Mingji cooperated to strike the acupoints on the back of his head, with Mingji trying hard to Once the plan was settled, the two of them immediately started to implement it. Just as predicted, the blood demon was in pain and screamed incessantly. Seeing him suddenly collapse while standing, Yue Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This was the method the Blood Sect previously used to remove those controlled by the blood demon's sword. However, everyone is different, so we don't know if we will succeed. It was peaceful for a moment before the blood demon roared, "You dare to drive me to this extent? I will kill you all." Seeing the situation was unstable, Yue Tian immediately shouted for everyone to dodge. The blood demon seemed to go berserk. Surrounding him was a zone of blinding red light that looked quite terrifying. A terrifying impact caused the surrounding ground to shatter. The blood demon spoke in a very resentful tone. "Before, it was just because I wasn't used to this body yet, but now it's different." That demonic energy was so powerful that it made the Song brothers collapse. Sima Ying was no exception. She was kneeling on the ground, coughing violently. The blood demon looked towards her and threatened, "That wench, surely you will die first." He slashed towards her while shouting, "It was you who made me angry." Sima Ying was extremely terrified. She could only squeeze her eyes shut and accept her fate. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, the blood demon stopped the tip of the sword right in front of her face. In another world, Yunhui was fighting fiercely with the blood demon. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Your soul is controlled by me." Yunhui replied with a determined gaze, "This is my body. Get out of my body now, you bastard." From within that beam of light, 2 figures were gradually approaching. Shaoan rushed over and shouted loudly, "You idiot, aren't you going to wake up yet?" She angrily punched him in the face and yelled, "How could you be defeated by that revenant?" Yunhui, not understanding, It turned out that what Zhao Yunhui saw was that very spirit. The resentment emitted by that entity had suppressed and controlled his body, and he didn't know how to escape it yet. After a while, Zhao Yunhui realized that the way to escape this resentment depended on his own strong willpower. Zhao Yunhui confidently asserted, "His willpower, after all, cannot be stronger than someone who has experienced countless upheavals across 2 lives like me." Internal energy in the lower dantian and true qi in the middle dantian were slightly different from mind intent. Simply put, mind intent was nearly identical to human willpower. This power was enlightenment, or in other words, the resilient willpower of each person. But this intent in his head had become stronger. Thanks to that, he could see the flow of mind intent along with his determined willpower. Therefore, Zhao Yunhui could stand up to confront the spirit. While fighting, he cursed.
You bastard, you dare to use my body to kill my friends? Zhao Yunhui thought to himself. It seems he was too surprised. Now he deliberately used his demonic heart to push back my willpower. But everything is futile, because I have understood the power of your mind intent, spirit. Circulating that mind intent and willpower as one will open the path to liberation. Zhao Yunhui emitted a powerful will to push back the inner demon and shouted loudly, "This is my body." The spirit, pushed back by this unimaginable power, was extremely shocked and could not believe it. He just screamed in panic until he vanished. Zhao Yunhui saw scene and wondered, so that was the spirit's mind intent. Returning to the outside, Zhao Yunhui's body was standing still like a statue, while Yu Tian and Ming Ji did not take their eyes off him. Ming Ji turned to tell Yu Tian, "He has stopped, let's act quickly." Yu Tian stopped him and asked, "Are you now the spirit or Zhao Yunhui?" Zhao Yunhui looked at the old man's hand and felt secretly grateful. It seemed there would be a touching embrace, but he knocked on Yunhui's head and scolded, "Why did you let the demon sword control you?" In another direction, Ming Ji was also examining Zong Ming's condition. After finishing the examination, he dejectedly hung his head and sighed. He silently lamented, unable to believe his eyes. Although he had been saved, his disciple's heart meridians were completely destroyed. Like this, living as a normal person would be difficult later on, let alone practicing martial arts. At this moment, Yunhui was slowly walking towards him. Seeing this, Ming Ji spoke up, "Little brother Yunhui, just let me take care of my disciple." Hearing this, he paused for a moment. Then he spoke, "If the Wulin Alliance asks about everything here and you don't speak up, you will face trouble. Don't say this was done by Zong Ming. It would be a pity for him.
I alone truly cannot control you all, nor can I stop you from taking the sword." Suddenly, Yunhui sat down and took Mingji's hand. He shoved a command tablet into the man's hand and said, "Or perhaps you should come with us. You won't need to worry about anything in the future." The old man looked at the item in his hand with great surprise. Yunhui calmly explained, "That command tablet is to find someone to treat Zong Ming's injuries." Mingji asked intently, "Why help me? Aren't you a member of the Blood Sect?" Yunhui smiled and replied, "Though I am a disciple of the Blood Sect, I know right from wrong, and I don't wish to distinguish between the orthodox and evil paths. Good or evil is just what people say. One must look at their actions. I simply maintain my mindset in the middle path." Hearing this, Mingji understood Yunhui somewhat better. Having said what he needed to, the boy turned and walked back toward his master and the other disciples who were waiting. Ye Tian spoke up at this moment. "Indeed, when you accepted this mission, I had some reservations." From behind, Mingji transmitted his voice to Yunhui. "I cannot join the Blood Sect, but if you follow the middle path, I will help you." Ye Tian, standing beside him, wondered, "Fortunately, you succeeded this time, but that precious command tablet, do you not feel regret giving it away?" Yunhui's face remained perfectly calm as he said it didn't matter. After that, Ye Tian
He immediately replied, "I thought I would have to use all my strength to control that mental demon, but it wasn't like that at all. Thanks to my mental intent and strong will, I repelled the revenant, and my internal energy has also increased significantly." Tian Nan also spoke up at this moment. "This time was too dangerous. I thought you were about to be controlled by the revenant. Your whole body turned red like blood." Yunhui touched his eyes and explained, "My eyes turning red is just because the true blood demon art has advanced to the 5th stage. But how did I know that the true blood demon art have leveled up?" At this moment, the little brat blood demon appeared and explained, "It is because your body harbored much resentment, which has now been resolved." Seeing him ask about itself, it wondered, "You can hear me speak?" Then he remarked, "You seem quite arrogant, don't you?" The blood demon screamed, "You dare speak to me like that? Do you want to die?" It approached Yunhui's face and laughed. "However, I am very happy today, so I will spare you. You have released me from that accumulated resentment." It flew around and rambled, "The resentment is gone. I have been liberated, but surprisingly, you can hear me speak." Yunhui then revealed, "I possess sword sense, so I can hear your words." The blood demon smiled cunningly. "Since you saved me, I will give..." Without waiting for him to speak, Shaoan frowned in annoyance and raised her voice. "What right do you have to speak to Yunhui like that? You aren't even worthy of being his subordinate." The blood demon, not willing to be outdone, immediately mocked back. "Such a tiny, blunt sword like you sure has a sharp tongue, huh?" Then the two of them rushed in to fight around. Yunhui looked on in weariness. It seemed like these kids would have a hard time getting along. 3 days later, near the edge of a forest, Suobai, exhausted after a long horseback ride, complained that he wasn't doing well. He rubbed his butt and lamented, "Riding continuously for the past 3 days without a single break? My butt is completely numb now." Seeing this, Yue Tian turned around and asked in a cold voice, "What did you say?" Suobai was startled and panicked, replying, I didn't say anything, master." He thought back and felt he wasn't doing too badly. At least he got to ride a horse, whereas Yue Tian was too heavy to travel by horse. When mentioned, the old man even tried to argue that walking was faster. While thinking, Suobai was smacked very hard on the head by him without being able to react in time.
He hesitantly asked her, "Young Lady Sima, do you feel any discomfort after that battle?" She continued to hug him tightly and replied, "Rest assured, brother, I am feeling very comfortable." Suddenly she shouted, startling Yunhui slightly, "But it's strange. I've been hugging you while moving for these past few days, and you haven't said anything. Usually you would tell me to let go." He replied, making Sima Ying shy, "You had to suffer such terror because of me. How could I be heartless towards you?" Yunhui thought back to when he confronted the blood demon sword in his mental realm. If it used the image of Sima Ying's death to break his spirit. He was very curious why it used that image to deal with him. Thinking this, he said to her, "Young lady, you are injured and cannot ride a horse, so just rest assured and sit behind me." Hearing him say this, Sima Ying hugged him even tighter, forcing him to say, "But young lady, don't hug me so tightly, will you? I'm going to suffocate." She heard him but did not let go. Instead, she happily hugged him even tighter. Shaoan appeared beside him, giggling and teasing. Yunhui must be very happy to be hugged like that, right? By this time, the sky had turned dark, and they decided to stop and rest temporarily at an inn. Yue Tian immediately asked the person in front of him, "All right, have you prepared the boat for?"
Zuobai beside him also spoke up to persuade, "Master, why don't we rest here for a night? After all, the Martial Arts Alliance people don't seem to be chasing us anymore." He pondered silently that while fleeing, there should have been many from the Martial Arts Alliance pursuing them, yet until now they hadn't encountered any enemies. Thinking this through, Zuobai decided to rest here, which raised everyone's spirits. He looked at everyone and continued, "Tomorrow when the fog clears, we will continue. For now, I invite everyone into the inn to rest." He then turned to the waiter to ask if there was any wine. Just stepping inside, everyone saw attractive dishes laid out before their eyes. Everyone was excited because they had been eating and drinking poorly for so long. Now, finally, they could be comfortable, after which they continuously toasted Yet Tian a few cups. They laughed and joked, eating and drinking to their fill all evening. A while later, the food on the table was swept clean by them, and someone spoke up. Truly, after eating full and resting, all fatigue and hardship will vanish. Yet Tian looked sternly at Yunhui in front of him. Suddenly, he spoke up, asking him to show him his sword. Being called, Yunhui paused for a moment, then took the sword beside him and said, "Master, be careful." He calmly reached out to receive the sword, saying, "It's fine, don't worry." Yet Tian took the sword from Yunhui's hand and grasped it tightly. As soon as he touched it, his hand was made to tremble ceaselessly by a stream of power. In less than a few seconds, the sword in his hand dropped because it wasn't held firmly. Yet Tian asked Yunhui to try picking up the sword for him to see again. Zuobai asked suspiciously, "How can he simply hold the blood demon sword like that?" The soul of the sword immediately replied, "Simple, this Yunhui guy is my subordinate." Yet Tian Zuobai saw that he didn't answer, so he spoke up to rescue him. "Master, regarding that, I can prove it for him." Yue Tian immediately cut him off. "All right, let him speak." He turned back to him and continued, "This blood demon sword is the most important keepsake of this sect. Do you know why it is called that? Simply because of the sword's demonic nature, right?" He stared into his eyes and said, "It is simply because only those with the blood demon bloodline can wield it. Therefore, I want to ask you, was your mother really just a servant?" Yunhui broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that Yue Tian had misunderstood. His mother left behind a jade pendant, indicating a status related to the Fei Yue sect, having no connection to the Blood Sect whatsoever. He believed he could control this blood demon sword because he possessed the power of the heavenly authority, thereby suppressing its demonic nature. He thought that once the sword accepted becoming his subordinate, it would be easygoing. The soul of the sword appeared beside him, laughing. He was still suspicious of the words from it when suddenly a person next to him hesitated, wanting to speak. He trembled and began to stammer, unable to finish his sentence. My dantian has been... Hearing him speak, Yunhui also began to feel fluctuations in his internal energy. Everyone felt their internal energy dispersing and unable to gather. Yue Tian broke out in a cold sweat upon realizing this and quickly told everyone that this was a poison technique. Realizing something was wrong, he shouted, "It's a trap! We were too careless." Suddenly, Sima Ying spoke up, "But I still feel normal." Yue Hui suspiciously asked if there was any food she hadn't touched. She picked up the wine and said, "Only this wine. I was a bit tired today, so I didn't drink." Yue Tian concluded, "So the poison is in the wine. Is there anyone?"
Through his auditory senses, he determined there were likely 20 experts, perhaps even more. Sima Ying calmly broke the silence. "It's too late." She pointed her sword towards the door and continued, "We are already surrounded." A group of people in purple robes had surrounded the inn. Zuobai angrily shouted, "So we've been poisoned by the Wulin Alliance?" Yunhui's face showed no sign of wavering as he said, "It wasn't the Wulin Alliance." He continued, "If it were the Wulin Alliance, we would have been poisoned to death already. They wouldn't need to attack us." Suddenly, the door leading outside was pushed open forcefully. Yu Tian looked at the first person entering and sneered. "You people really have a lot of tricks." That person calmly replied, "Everything I do is for the eldest young miss." The person who just walked in was Fu Sheng. He calmly said, "If I didn't do this, how could I face the Fourth Venerable? Mad Demon Unit Leader Lian Fu Sheng pays respects to the Fourth Venerable." Seeing him, Yunhui was suspicious. A rather bloodthirsty figure in the sect. Why was he here? Shaoan was curious about who he was. In the Blood Sect, besides the Venerables and Bloodstars, there were many other experts, and Fu Sheng was the unit leader of the Mad Demon Unit, a saber user. He had the nickname Mad Saber and had slaughtered
Hearing his own name, he was filled with doubt, wondering why that man was asking about him. Fu Sheng snorted coldly and said, "It seems you all don't intend to reveal Zhao Yunhui, do you?" He ordered his subordinates to arrest everyone in the room. A table was thrown, hitting an assassin squarely. Being suppressed by Yue Tian, the assassin asked in confusion, "Hasn't the Fourth Venerable been hit by the energy-dispersing poison? Why is he still so strong?" While fending off the crowd rushing forward, he told Sima Ying beside him to run quickly, saying he would hold them back. She exclaimed in surprise, "How can this little girl leave you here?" Suddenly, two people rushed up from behind to attack her, shouting, "You are all surrounded. Don't even think about escaping." Zuobai rushed out, knocking the two away, and told Sima Ying to run while he blocked them. Seeing that she and Yunhui made no move, he said, "What are you two standing there for? Why not seize the chance to escape?" He shouted again, "Zhao Yunhui, if you get caught, won't everything be over?" Fu Sheng realized he was the one he was looking for and seized the opportunity to sneak attack him from behind. He sensed something unusual, but remained.
He spun around and slashed away Fu Sheng, who was about to attack him. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he asked, "Didn't you get hit by the poison-dispersing art? What kind of evil art are you using to still have such strength?" Yunhui felt that he didn't know him well enough. Even though he was poisoned and couldn't use his dantian, he could currently still use the internal energy in his middle dantian to fight as usual, because the poison-dispersing art had no effect there. Fu Sheng quickly recovered his composure and said, "You little brat, are you hiding your strength?" Yue Tian chuckled inwardly and exclaimed, "Truly, this kid has always caused many surprises." Saying that, he threw the assassins out of the inn. He calmly sat down and said to him, "All right, kid, keep watch for me for about 15 minutes. Yunhui suspiciously asked what he meant. Yue Tian
He then asked Zuobai and Wu Xuan to stay by Yue Tian's side and protect him. His gaze fell upon Sima Ying, telling her to fight alongside him, as that was the only way they would have a chance to escape. Fu Sheng sneered, "You must have a death wish opposing us." He calmly replied, "Just moments ago you said you wanted to capture me alive. Why say you want to kill me now?" Hearing this, his face darkened and he scolded, "You talk a big game, but now I can chop off your arms and legs to keep you alive and bring you back just the same." He smirked, cutting him off. "All right, let's see if you can do as you say." Yunhui entered the Yang sword stance, preparing to attack him. Looking straight into his eyes, he continued, "Because I intend to kill all of you here today." The scene shifts to a boat drifting on the river that evening. On the boat, someone was fawningly pouring wine, saying, "Sir, the subordinate invites you to have a cup." That person was Yunyu. He continued, "It is truly a stroke of luck for the subordinate to host you here."
he curiously asked, but this subordinate still does not understand. Why did my lord personally come to this place? The person opposite him calmly said, well, I've heard that name for a long time, and now that we are prepared to catch him, I came to see. The person opposite was still skeptical that sending men to capture Yun Hui would mean facing the Fourth Venerable, which would be difficult to succeed. Yun Hui flattered. Please do not worry, sir. The Fourth Venerable is only human after all. Once hit by the cultivation dispersing poison, he will
Someone hurriedly ran into the boat from outside to report, Sir, Unit Leader Mad Demon has been completely defeated. Yun Yu asked in astonishment, wasn't the Fourth Venerable poisoned? His subordinate trembled and said, yes, that is true, but his disciples were not hit by the cultivation dispersing poison. Is it Yun Hui? He hurriedly wanted to scold the subordinate for not reporting sooner so he could send more reinforcements. The person who had just been speaking with him stood up and called out to him, wait a moment, Unit Leader Yun. That person expressed his intention to go there with him, making Yun Yu extremely excited. On Yun Hui's side, at this moment he and Sima Ying were coordinating their attacks against the group of assassins. After a while of fighting, he was a bit tired. Although he had the advantage over them in terms of martial arts strength, there were currently too many of them. He felt that he would not be able to resist much longer if this battle continued to drag on. He screamed inwardly, wanting Yue Tan to quickly expel the cultivation dispersing poison. He looked behind him. The assassins realized a big shot had appeared, causing them all to shout in chaos. He saw the person stepping out and immediately froze, his eyes widening in surprise. That person suddenly spoke up. You truly surprise me, Xiao Yunhui. From a piece of trash who couldn't practice martial arts, you have become a disciple of the Fourth Venerable. Your martial arts have improved too much. That person was Zong Hao. He continued, truly worthy of the person the eldest young miss pays attention to. Seeing him, Yunhui immediately bowed in greeting. But his mind was full of calculations. Now that a Blood Star level expert had appeared, it would be hard for him to cope. Zhang Hao turned to Yun Yu, wanting him to leave.
They aren't stupid enough to confront you directly. They will let that fourth Blood Star capture you, while the rest go capture your master. Suddenly, its appearance gave him an idea on how to use the Blood Demon sword. Thinking this, he held the sword and slashed it across towards Yun Yu, saying, do you guys see what is in my hand? Hearing this, he became suspicious of what was strange about that sword. He continued speaking, do you think holding that sword to scare us will work, you brat? If you say that is the Blood Demon sword, do you take us for children? The eldest young miss has already obtained that sword. Yunhui calmly said, the sword in her hand is just a fake. Hearing that, he laughed loudly, believing that if it were truly the Blood Demon sword, his mind would have been controlled and he would no longer be lucid. Seeing that he didn't believe it, he held out the sword, wanting him to hold it and
The Blood Demon severed his nerves and said, who are you to dare hold me, the Blood Demon sword? You must really have a death wish. He looked at Yun Yu's expression, thinking he had been scrambled by the Blood Demon. Unable to hold on any longer, he threw the sword toward him. Yunhui calmly said, do you think that is a demonic art? I think you are lucky to have held the precious Blood Demon sword like that. He continued, everyone here understands what it implies when someone can hold the Blood Demon sword in their hand. Fourth Blood Star, surely you are no exception, right? The Blood Demon pinched his cheek and scolded. All right, don't throw the sword over to him. All right, don't do that. Just listen to me. He felt annoyed inside. Wouldn't doing that make it more blood-like? Zong Hao looked at him calmly and said, Brother Zhao is truly interesting. Do you have any way to prove that is the Blood Demon sword? Or did you use some trick to cause Unit Leader Yun to become like that? Yunhui looked at the calm Zong Hao and said, watch this. A murderous aura emitted from his body, causing everyone there to stare at him. He couldn't believe why Yunhui possessed the Blood Demon bloodline. The people around whispered about Yunhui. Looking closely, they saw his eyes and hair had turned red. He now looked quite similar to the eldest young miss. Shaoan whispered in his ear, hey Yunhui, aren't you afraid that blood sword guy will take over your body again if you do that? He didn't answer her, but felt this transformation was like when he broke
He wanted Zhang Hao to believe he was very strong, so he immediately said, how is it? You see that I have controlled the Blood Demon, don't you, Fourth Blood Star? He observed him wavering slightly and thought, the Fourth Blood Star can control all of the eldest young Mrs. people here. Seeing his eyes waver upon seeing him like this, he continued, you seeing me like this means... Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yun Yu. Everyone stay calm, do not be afraid. The only person who can inherit the Heavenly Demon's bloodline is the eldest young miss. That brat Yun Hu cannot possibly... He annoyedly said, how can you be sure of that? What you know isn't everything, yet you dare to be so certain. Don't impose your thoughts on others, understand? He pointed the sword tip straight at his face and continued, furthermore, saying that means you are looking down on the rules of this sect. He remembered the laws of the Blood Sect.
He narrowed his eyes, feeling that this situation was very difficult for him. He had to make the fourth Blood Star trust him rather than sitting there arguing with those guys anymore. Suddenly, Zong Hao spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Truly the person the eldest young miss has her eyes on. Yunhui, you have surprised me greatly. He continued. So are you the one who possesses that person's bloodline? He picked up his sword and said, All right, you look good on the surface, but let's see if you can demonstrate your strength to match your words. Yunhui was suspicious of the situation, wondering if he intended to confront him. Now he had no choice but to show his full strength. He felt that his power had increased significantly after the martial arts conference, but facing this fourth Blood Star would still be quite difficult. Currently, the internal energy in Yunhui's upper dantian was reacting to the heavenly demon fist. Furthermore, it was reacting to the blood heaven great demon art of the Blood Sect that had fused within him, something he had never used before. Not letting He calmly parried the attacks, thinking to himself that the blood heaven great demon art had inherently ingrained itself deep into his mind. Zhang Hao thought to himself, how can he deflect that sword move of mine so simply? In just the blink of an eye, Yunhui's blade was nearly touching his eye. He was knocked far away by the boy's strike because he couldn't dodge in time. Zhang Hao quickly regained his balance and landed on the ground. Yunyu and everyone around stammered in astonishment. Has he actually been pushed back? He sat on the ground, looking at the wound on his right shoulder in shock. He breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the scene just now, feeling lucky that he had blocked that sword move. Yunhui's sword move just now was too fast and powerful. Every strike seemed to carry the demonic power of the blood sword with immense destructive force. He did not stop but continued to attack, using the blood heaven great demon sword technique. He held the sword ready to swing, continuing. Third form, resentment rain sword. Zhang Hao trembled as he stood up, still speaking arrogantly. Is that all you can do? He smirked, preparing to swing his sword up, shouting loudly. Then take this move. Zhang Hao, body full of killing intent, rushed quickly towards Yunhui. Zhang Hao's eyes glowed, ready to continue the battle. The murderous aura radiating from the two of them astonished everyone around. Yunyu shouted excitedly, That is the Thunder Rain sword of the fourth Blood Star. The blood demon beside him laughed loudly, speaking in his ear. Not bad. That guy actually has some strength. It looked mockingly at the scene in front and said, Yunhui, it's your turn. It then watched him fighting intently. Show me what you can do after I've transmitted a bit of power to you. Yunhui used the fifth form of the Blood Heaven Great Demon Sword to attack him again. A strike of Blood Rain sword break rushed straight toward Zhang Hao. He was stalled by that strike, unable to react in time. He was swept by the attack and could only watch helplessly. Then a loud explosion rang out where the battle was taking place. Zhang Hao still stood firm like a statue on the ground. He thought to himself, I only just communicated with it for the first time. How could I have tamed it already? He glanced over at the trembling Zong Hao, thinking that regardless, this was enough to make him hesitate. Not knowing what Zong Hao was thinking, the man suddenly bowed respectfully and greeted. Fourth Blood Star Zong Hao pays respects to the young master. Yunhui looked at him in slight surprise, sighing in relief because the man had finally acknowledged him. Seeing him act this way, the surrounding people couldn't help but clamor, but were immediately reprimanded by him. That is the Blood Heaven Great Demon Art. This proves that the young master is indeed someone possessing the Blood Demon bloodline. Yunhui said in panic, But we can only follow the eldest young miss. How can we acknowledge him now? We all have only one mission, to bring that sword back to the eldest young miss. Around them there were still suspicious whispers. What is there to think about? He spoke up. Do you not acknowledge what this sect has set forth? He showed no emotion, speaking firmly. The blood demon sword has recognized me as its master. Now I am the blood demon of this sect. Everyone paused upon hearing his voice, silently looking towards him. Yunyu panicked and said, Do not hesitate. Everyone deploy the sword formation. We only acknowledge the eldest young miss. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, as if someone was rushing over. Seeing the person approaching, Yunhui could not help but be surprised, thinking to himself, I don't know whether I should be happy or sad about this. Yet Tien landed fiercely, appearing right in front of everyone. Someone in the He replied to him with an I know, causing him to pause in slight surprise. Yue Tian stood majestically, arms crossed, looking at them with a mocking smile. He shouted,
Why are you all still standing there? Kneel down quickly. He began to introduce him while he was still standing there in a daze. This is the blood demon of our sect. Hearing him say this, he couldn't help but freeze, not understanding what Yue Tian was talking about. Yunyu looked at the assassins kneeling before Yunhui and screamed, "Hey, what are you doing? Stand up immediately." Zong Hao bowed respectfully to greet Yue Tian. "Fourth Venerable, it has been a long time since I last saw you." He did not accept the greeting, saying, "We can talk about that later." He asked him in a stern voice, "Standing before the blood demon sword, why do you not kneel?" He remained calm and said, "I hope that the decisions or words you speak are all true and will become the destiny of the Blood Sect." The old man was suspicious and did not quite catch the meaning of those words. He turned to Yunyu and said, "Hey, Unit Leader Yun, do you think Yunhui can become a new blood demon?" He shouted in annoyance, "How can I betray the eldest young miss?" As soon as he finished his sentence, his head was severed by him. Yunhui stared in shock at the scene before him. Zong Hao calmly said to him, "Now, whatever orders you have, my lord, just give them to me. I will destroy all those who stand in your way." His eyes showed no wavering as he continued, "This subordinate will obey whatever you say." The assassins heard him and dared not make a move. Yunhui paused and thought to himself, "So the fourth blood star has surrendered to me?" He scanned them and continued thinking, "With just one command."
He realized that he was still suspicious and wanted to test if he had the aptitude to become the leader of the Blood Sect. The Blood Demon appeared again to tease him. "Yunhui, be cold-blooded. You are no weak saint." Although he was neither a good person nor weak, he would not commit cold-blooded murder without purpose. He felt that he would only kill when absolutely necessary. The Blood Demon continued, "Is the situation not like that? They are standing on the brink of life and death." He wondered if he had to kill all those people to be acknowledged by the fourth blood star. Seeing him think too much, it said, "Stop thinking. This is your destiny. If you want to reach the peak, slaughter is unavoidable." The Blood Demon spoke without ceasing. "Use your power and strength to make them fear you. That is what the leader of the Blood Sect needs to do." Annoyed, he told it to shut up and let him think. It shouted in frustration, "Truly stupid. If you are not cold-blooded, you won't be acknowledged by him." Suddenly, Tian appeared and cut it off. "All right, let Yunhui think. Stop talking." Hearing this, the Blood Demon replied, "He truly is hesitating a bit." It said irritably, "To lead the Blood Sect, cold-blooded cruelty is unavoidable. History has proven it. No one becomes the head of a sect without being ruthless." Tian calmly continued, "That is only your perspective." He hesitated for a few seconds and said, "But perhaps for Yunhui, that is not necessarily true." He looked at the group of assassins and said, "Your loyalty to the eldest young..." He said to them, "I want to ask you, do you fight for this sect or for the eldest young miss?" The assassins suspiciously replied, "We are disciples, so we fight for the ideals of this sect." Yunhui implied that since he could currently use the blood sword, they should follow him, so why follow Bai Huixiong? He asked them again, "Is what I said correct? You also know that the blood demon is the one who commands the blood sect, so I am the leader of the blood sect." Yunhui tried to persuade them, "If you do not follow me, then that is betraying the sect. Do you think what I say is true?" He knew that the captain of a blood demon squad had gone through life and death too many times, and his faith in the blood sect was unshakable. When Bai Huixiong was the true sect leader, that man had to obey, but now his ideals were being shaken, hesitating and thinking about the decisions he had to make. Yunhui spoke up, "You are all fellow disciples. How can you kill each other like this? Everyone now shares the same ideal of restoring the sect and following the person recognized by the blood demon sword. Can you not distinguish right from wrong given that? If you stand here today still thinking you must be loyal to the eldest young miss instead of the master of the blood demon sword, then I am completely disappointed." The group of assassins stood. He continued speaking of the uneasiness regarding an uncertain future, the difficult feeling of having to fight and sacrifice for something unknown. Yunhui recalled something and lowered his voice, saying he knew they had suffered to live and operate like this. He stared at them, trying to persuade them, saying that he always wanted everyone to unite to restore the Blood Sect to its former glory. "You are members of the Blood Sect. I cannot simply send you to your deaths like that." After Yunhui spoke these words from the bottom of his heart, almost all the men in black knelt down and swore loyalty to the master of the blood sword. There were a few who could not change their minds. Those people were given a chance by him to fight like warriors on the battlefield. Afterward,
The future of the Blood Sect was gradually becoming clear. Eventually it would unite into one, no longer having to fight to the death as before. This was the path he needed everyone to take, the most correct choice at the present moment for the believers. Yunhui walked up to Zong Hao and said, "This is exactly what I have always wanted, for the Blood Sect to be united into one, with no more killing each other." He calmly knelt down and bowed his head before him. This subordinate, Blood Star Zong Hao, pays respects to the new Blood Demon. He paid him no mind and walked past him. "If you have already regarded me as the new Blood Demon, then acknowledge me, instead of doubting me." Yu Tian, standing nearby, called out to Zong Hao, making him look his way. Suddenly he punched him in the face, catching him off guard. After taking the hit, he was sent flying far from where he had been kneeling. Zong Hao sat up, trembling slightly, and said, "You are still as hot-tempered as ever, but I follow the new Blood Demon now. You don't need to strike me like that." He shouted, scolding him. "What are you saying? After all, Yunhui is still my disciple. If I punish a wretched subordinate like you on my disciple's behalf, what of it? Doubting the new Blood Demon is unacceptable." Zong Hao quickly returned to his calm demeanor and said, "I didn't want to do that either, but it was necessary to see if Master Yunhui..."
Ye Tian and Zhang Hao stood facing each other talking, curious to know what the other's intentions were. He looked over at Yin Hui and continued, not expecting that he could persuade the sect members. Ye Tian laughed loudly with pride, saying that the guy always has arguments that compel others to listen. Zhang Hao felt that matters were no longer stable. The two young ladies now had a rival, and now only by joining forces could the new Blood Demon be destroyed. As for his thoughts, Yin Hui was very different from the other two. They did not hesitate to destroy their opponents, while Yin Hui tried his best to persuade them to follow him. Those who opposed him would have two choices: death like those assassins, or receiving favor by following him to restore the Blood Sect. He was curious if this was Yin Hui's nature, or if he had some new scheme, and whether he would open a new path for the Blood Sect with such a new Blood Demon. Tue Shang was interrupted by a stranger breaking down the door, saying, "So the descendant of the Blood Demon is still alive?" That person calmly mocked. "Reaching the extreme demon realm at this age, you have potential." She disdainfully replied, "Do you think blocking one of my moves means you've won?" Not wanting to waste words, Tue Shang swung her sword and rushed at him. He didn't panic at all, merely gently dodging her sword blade. Seeing him like that, Tue Shang was slightly astonished, thinking, he avoided all my sword moves. He waited for the moment she hadn't recovered her wits to punch her straight in the body. Shang Long struggled to stand up, worriedly calling out to Tue Shang to see if she was all right. He was blocked by that person standing in front of him. The old man suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" "You have no right to know." On the drawing he held out was an image of Sima Ying. He looked at Shang Long and continued coldly, "Look here, have you met this person?" At times like this, the mind often wanders to a few sentimental thoughts. Life is naturally not always as one wishes, but he felt, isn't this a bit too much? Now even predicting a single step ahead is difficult. Heavenly authority, one of the powers obtained from the Sword Immortal secret record. Thanks to it, Yun Hui had subdued the fourth Blood Star, someone who was supposedly invincible, and claimed to be the Blood Demon to turn the tide. He couldn't help but have a headache, using tricks to survive, only to bind his own feet. Shaoan felt that in that situation there was no other way. Next was waiting for the right opportunity to leave the Blood Sect and establish his own sect. For that goal he had obtained the Death Exemption Medallion, but now it was all in vain. Like this, not only Tue Shang but also Lian Ya would become his enemies. Sima Ying suddenly spoke up. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing him startle, she asked again, "Why are you so surprised, as if you saw a ghost?" Shaoan gently teased that he was thinking about other young ladies, but he only said he was lost in thought. However, Yun Hui noticed she looked quite happy. She also implied that she unexpectedly got to monopolize what she wanted. He was still a bit vague about that meaning. Shaoan quickly explained, "You claim to be the Blood Demon. Do you think those other girls would still dare to like you? Who knows, they might even want to exterminate you. Only Sima Ying benefits from this." In short, Shaoan teased him about that matter for a long time. Afterwards, Sima Ying asked, "Young master is nervous, isn't he?" Yun Hui naturally denied his thoughts. She brought her face close to him and said, "Liar, you even gulped. How can you not be nervous?" Yun Hui claimed it was just a normal physiological reaction. She touched his hand and asked back if she was food or something. Sima Ying then shook her head. "My father spoke wrongly. He said that anyone facing me at close range would be infatuated with me." Yun Hui hid his thoughts deep inside.
Her father's words were indeed logical, but he missed one sentence. Who would dare to be so bold knowing her father's identity? At least I think I wouldn't dare. The blood demon didn't know who her father was. Hearing Shaoan mention he was one of the 4 great villains, it didn't.
Her hand was gently placed on the back of his neck. Sima Ying took the initiative to get close to Yunhui, leaving him stunned on the spot, his hands frozen in midair. She asked seductively, "If it's like this, will the young master be captivated by me?" The sword spirits began to get excited as they were watching a romantic movie. Yunhui blushed red with embarrassment, his voice stammering. Suddenly, Sima Ying shouted, "I don't listen, I don't want to hear." He thought she was led by instinct, but he was also surprised by her. A kiss like this, even in his past life, he had never experienced. Yunhui immediately teased her, saying she was shy herself, yet still put on an act. But seeing her so adorable, it didn't matter. Sima Ying panic-scolded, saying that smiling like that was cheating, but she didn't hate it, and next time they should continue. Shaoan flew over and asked if his heart fluttered. Though very shy, Yunhui did not deny it. Just then he realized someone was approaching, but he had been too distracted to notice. Suobai scolded him heartbreakingly. "Only you get to enjoy this." He brushed it aside and asked what he came for. It turned out the master told him to go to the cabin alone to talk. Immediately after he was present, but the situation made him extremely uncomfortable. Yunhui froze as he
He felt that saying impolite wasn't enough. Shaoan thought they should take revenge immediately, but he felt that he didn't even know if he was a descendant of the blood demon yet. Even though he told him to be at ease, the old man said he dared not be rude to Lord Blood Demon. This atmosphere forced him to instruct that when it was just the two of them, he should treat him as normal. After all, he still considered the old man his master, so he advised him one more time. Yue Tian also gradually relaxed, calling him a brat, generally without hesitation. He said he would speak straight. Did his grandparents or mother have any relationship with the Flying Moon Shadow sect of Wushuang City? He thought the old man would talk about the Blood Demon, so why mention that? From there, he guessed that the Flying Moon Shadow sect was related to the Blood Sect. The old man said judging by his reaction there was a connection. Yue Tian immediately said frankly that this disciple did not know, and an object like a jade pendant was brought out. He said that when he returned to the Qi Yongjia family for a mission, he received a keepsake from his mother.
Seeing him look clueless, the old man explained that he clearly understood the origin of the jade pendant. The young man was quite surprised by this. According to the account, to create a jade pendant so vivid that it made the moon appear, that place could not be an ordinary place like the martial arts world. This jade pendant originated from an item bestowed by the imperial family. He quickly compared it to the patterns on it. Yunhui was extremely puzzled as to what kind of place the Flying Moon Shadow sect was, that the imperial family had to mention it. Yue Tian thought it was a rather long story. That sect originally had a precarious fate. He told him that he must have known the Blood Demon was the founder of this sect. From there, the lineage also split.
Actually, usually the eldest son would inherit the position, but Tian Qiang did not want to become the sect leader and was instead devoted to officialdom. Being a learned man, Tian Qiang passed the imperial examination as the top scorer and became an official. The emperor was captivated by that talent and virtue. The king bestowed upon him the title Flying Crane along with a jade pendant, but Tian Qiang's bloodline became an obstacle for the Flying Crane moon family. While he was still in office, it was fine, but by the 6th generation things changed. At that time, Emperor Jin Shang ascended the throne to succeed. He immediately remembered that was the emperor who declared war on the Wulin. Yue Tian continued recounting. Emperor Jin Shang's suppression of the Wulin affected the Flying Crane moon family. Emperor Jin Shang wanted to destroy the Flying Crane moon family. But how could this sect stand by and watch a place with the same roots suffer? So they exerted all their strength to help the Flying Crane moon family escape from Emperor Jin Shang's hands. And actually, the Flying Crane moon also did not return to the Blood Sect. They decided to join Wushuang City. And that is a place belonging to neither the orthodox sects nor the evil sects, following a neutral path. Shaoan wondered about that choice. Yunhui explained that if they were accepted, it would be like adding more competitors. Actually, if they shared the same bloodline, the Flying Crane moon family would also be qualified to inherit the highest position of the Blood Sect. If they returned, a situation of contention would occur, so they wanted to avoid that. In summary, the ancestors of the Flying Moon Shadow sect were the Flying Crane Mu family, who originally came from the imperial court, and their origin is also from the Blood Sect. Yunhui began to reflect. If the origin of the Flying Moon Shadow sect is from the Blood Sect, then if my mother or father was a member of the Flying Moon Shadow sect, then I also belong to the Blood Demon lineage. Yue Tian laughed coldly. Thanks to your existence, the bloodline of that person has been continued. Yunhui felt as if he heard a thunderclap in his head. What was he saying? Yunhui reminded him that if that were the case, it would be considered close incest between siblings. Yue Tian, however, found it normal. Unions between relatives happened frequently. To strengthen the bloodline, even the royal family, the Murong aristocratic family, or the Tang family did the same. They established the Tang family manor, or the clan union, using marriage within the lineage to maintain the bloodline. He saw nothing major enough to over-dramatize the matter. Yunhui had to resort to another reason. Would the two young ladies easily accept him obtaining the blood demon sword? He believed their standpoints were different, especially Lian Sha's. It was uncertain whether they would become enemies with her. Hui Shang was naturally bellicose, so she wasn't mentioned, but Lian Sha also had the potential to become an enemy, because both he and Yunhui had once sworn loyalty to her. Lian Sha would feel betrayed by those she trusted. Moreover, she was not one to sit still. Yue Tian spoke in a gloomy voice. Do you think this old man chose you without foreseeing that? He asked if Yunhui thought he had abandoned him for Lian Sha when Yunhui declared he would follow the blood demon path. Shaoan found him unpredictable. It seemed he truly cherished Yunhui. Yunhui pondered. He had always Next, Yue Tian emphasized that the marriage was not simply about strengthening the bloodline. Besides, the two young ladies had long had forces supporting them. Although there was a rule that whoever in the sect held the blood demon sword would become the master, accidents could still happen. If that happened, they would be the most disadvantaged. Kui Xiang had the first venerable, first blood star, fifth and seventh blood stars. Meanwhile, Lian Shang had the second venerable, third and sixth blood stars. On Yunhui's side, there were only the fourth venerable and the fourth blood star.
The third venerable and the second blood star were the ones he wanted to contact. It turned out they had personally stated they would follow whoever possessed the blood demon sword, so subduing them would be easy. If no special incidents occurred, they could be recruited, and the tense situation would be somewhat balanced. Yu Tian was extremely satisfied. He had never intended to divide the world into three. The best outcome was for the Blood Sect to be unified without bloodshed. Yunhui seemed to somewhat realize his words. Yu Tian replied concisely, uniting all forces with you as the center. Only in this way could the upper hand be gained. The arrangement on the tea table was settled. He said that if the young man had no objections, he should take a step back first and marry young lady Bai Lian Sha. Yunhui had a headache. Going around in circles, did he still have to return to the starting point? Lian Sha was the remaining bloodline of the previous sect leader. She was the one with the orthodox bloodline, and currently also the one who had affection for him. Yunhui shook his head, so Yu Tian immediately retorted, Do you think this old man isn't observant? Just looking at how the young lady treats you and the look in her eyes is enough to know. Disciple, do you not understand a woman's heart? Yunhui immediately teased. If you are so observant, why are you still lonely to this day? After seeing him get a swollen head, the old
Shaoan felt sad for Sima Ying, and at that moment he also came up with a plan. While Yue Tian was probing, Yunhui immediately interrupted. I have something to say. Actually, young lady Sima likes me. He looked at the old man with eyes that held no deceit. The old man replied indifferently. Sima Ying, huh? You can take her as a concubine later. But a second later, Yue Tian suddenly realized. He screamed at him. Are you crazy? That is the daughter of one of the 4 great villains. Yunhui gestured for him to lower his voice. Yue Tian glanced around to assess the surroundings. Then he shook the boy. If you touch her, there's no telling what will happen. He simply stated briefly that he had always kept his distance from her. Yue Tian questioned why she liked him. Naturally, he didn't know either. Next, the old man relaxed a bit, knowing nothing special had happened yet, and further warned him not to reveal any flaws. But Yunhui mentioned that kiss, and furthermore, he emphasized that he had feelings for her. In his head, he silently apologized to Sima Ying, but if he didn't do this,
he asked curiously, What's happening? The reported situation forced the conversation to stop. Their ship was still drifting, but there were other ships blocking the way ahead. Yu Tian hesitated for a moment. He guessed it was the water route stronghold. These water bandits were known as the overlords of the Yangtze, with the title of the Yangtze 18 Water Route Strongholds. They were a group belonging to the Black Path, consisting of people from both the martial arts world and evil sects. Crossing the Yangtze, an encounter with them was something already predicted. Yu Tian said that the fog had lifted somewhat, but was still quite thick. Yunhui thought it was better to be on guard. He immediately ordered, prepare weapons, beat the drums. Surprisingly, Shaoan saw that Sima Ying was also there, but since she had been the proactive one, she was now very shy. Seeing that, Yunhui also felt a bit awkward. Then the crew members beat large drums rhythmically. For those wondering, like Shaoan, beating the drums signals unrelated ships to avoid collision. If it were the water route stronghold, instead of drums, it would be the sound of horns. Yunhui kept staring at the ships opposite them, but then everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because it wasn't the water route stronghold. Everyone immediately moved to the right side, and the convoy of smaller boats steered to follow. The moon was shining on their route. Down below, Yutien was complaining because he wasn't afraid of water bandits. Just as he finished speaking, he detected an anomaly. He immediately instructed everyone to prepare for a collision. Beneath the boat, the
Dozens of men in black had boarded the boat. The crew members were very angry and shouted, "Who gave you permission to come up here? Everyone, prepare for battle immediately." Ya Tian found this very timely, as he was getting bored. Yan Hui, however, was a bit worried, since there was no other way but to use force. At that moment, a person dressed in black approached and called out to him in a low voice, "Young Raster." Yan Hui seemed quite surprised as well. Walking behind with a cold expression was Bai Sha, and this girl was none other than, he quickly called out, "Young lady Bai Lian Sha." Flashback to a while earlier on Lian Sha's boat. She anxiously said, "I hope we won't be late. Is it possible that the people supporting Big Sister have gathered somewhere that isn't on the direct route?" Bai Sha immediately comforted her not to worry too much, as she believed Yan Hui always safely overcame danger, and moreover, Ya Tian was by his side. Lian Sha still thought, what if they encountered danger? Just then someone shouted, "There's a boat ahead." She feared it was water bandits, but according to her knowledge, they always traveled in groups of 2 or 3 or more. Those people were beating drums, so it could only be a merchant or transport ship. Lian Sha silently felt very lucky, but then her intuition told her something was ominous. The 6th Blood Star told her to look towards that boat. She recognized it was Yan Hui, but Bai Sha realized there were too many of them. Lian Sha also gradually felt something was wrong. That person was, she recognized the 4th Blood Star Zong Hao.
It is also possible that the 4th Venerable has sided with Bai Huixiang. Lian Xia immediately ordered to seize that boat and summon the 4th uncle here. Everyone listen to my command. Prepare for battle. Returning to the present moment where the boat is bustling with people, Lian Xia asked in a low voice, "Why are you with the 4th Blood Star? Can you explain this to me?" Yo Tian spoke up, apologizing for disappointing her. Lian Xia immediately questioned his reasons for changing his allegiance. Furthermore, she even scolded Zong Hao, but he immediately replied that she had misunderstood. Yo Tian reached out to stop him, but he wanted to resolve it himself. Zong Hao declared firmly, "Now the Blood Demon is my master." Yo Tian immediately understood that they had recognized him as the Blood Demon. Gema angrily reproached, "What the hell are you doing, brother? You betrayed your oath of loyalty to follow Bai Huixiang?" Yuan Hui explained that they were merely following the rules. Gema didn't understand what he meant at all, but then perhaps he vaguely realized it. Bai Sha also sensed something was wrong. Lian Sha observed the situation on the boat intently, or rather they were looking at the sword in his hand.
Yue Tian growled like a ferocious beast, shouting loudly, "How rude! That is the veritable Blood Demon Sword. Have you forgotten the rules of the Blood Sect? The one chosen by the Blood Demon Sword is the current Blood Demon." However, his words were considered somewhat inaccurate. That story was reserved only for those carrying his bloodline, and she had also verified the information. Suspecting that the Blood Demon Sword might be a fake, they immediately told Bai Sha to verify it herself. She snatched it immediately. "I didn't expect you to be so arrogant." Yue Tian did not understand why the young man did that, fearing the sword would fall into Lian Sha's hands. But that would not happen. The very next second, the Blood Demon Sword was about to drop. Her hands seemed to stiffen. Seeing that trembling, Lian Sha immediately called out to the 6th Blood Star. Bai Sha finally confirmed it was the real sword. She was shocked in her heart. Was it truly the Blood Demon Sword? Next, Yue Tian wanted to see what other tricks were left, when Gedma suddenly stepped forward. He wanted Lian Sha to hold the Blood Demon Sword. Yan Hui also coldly told her to verify it herself, saying it wouldn't matter if she held it. Yue Tian was screaming, fearing he would lose it, but the young man advised him to trust him. The sword blade emitted a red aura, glowing like human blood. Lian Sha felt a surge of joy as she grasped the object of her
She was very confused about this matter, as she was the bloodline of the previous sect leader. Lian Sha wanted to try again, but a rope had already wrapped around the sword. Afterwards, Yun Hui held the blood demon sword in his hand. On the other side, voices of dissatisfaction still rang out. The truth was revealed. The sword did not recognize the young lady as its master. The blood demon sword is a divine artifact. It chooses its own master. He turned to face them. Yun Hui emphasized every word. And it chose me. The blood demon mischievously said, "Although I am a bit fond of her, I cannot leave this guy." He also knew all this, thanks to his ability to talk to swords. Bai Sha immediately wanted to confirm. She remembered he belonged to the Qiangjia family. That was true, so they thought it was absurd. Yun Hui revealed that the family head of that house was not his biological father. His mother was originally a person of the Flying Moon Shadow Sect. Gei Ma
She lowered her voice and asked, "I only ask the young master one question. Does the young master know if the Flying Moon Shadow Sect bloodline comes from the father or the mother?" They knew immediately she wanted to dig deep into the direct lineage to distract them. Yun Hui immediately retorted that whether it was direct lineage or not didn't matter, because the most important thing was that the blood demon sword had chosen him. Although Lian Sha had the orthodox bloodline, she could not hold the blood demon sword, so it was merely a title. He asked in a low voice, "Fourth Bloodstar, do you know that young lady Lian Sha is of the orthodox lineage?" Yun Hui asked if they knew that, why didn't they follow her but submitted to him instead? Hui Shang had once said that Yun Hui's talent was worthy of the blood demon position, which was also the reason she surrendered. Zong Hao also praised that fact, saying his talent even surpassed Hui Shang's. Gei Ma didn't believe it, because he thought he had just entered the Supreme Realm, but he didn't know that he always hid his true strength. Yao Tian then spoke up. "That's right, the strongest is the blood demon. If you don't believe it, verify it yourself. Bloodhand Demoness, try fighting him and see." And Yun Hui also walked towards her. Right then, Lian Sha wanted to take action herself. She thought she couldn't let anyone else solve this.
People on her side were all very nervous. Yun Hui replied straightforwardly, "If I lose, then the reverse applies." That was also a way for both of them to avoid casualties. Thus, the two stood facing each other, agreeing to the wager, and she quickly stepped into position. Lian Sha exerted all her strength, not forgetting to cheer him on. "Do your best, because this time will be different from the battle where we didn't use internal energy." The three of them stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense like the second before a storm. Zong Hao raised a finger, smugly giving the command. Lian Sha seemed to be controlled, rushing forward to attack. Her true chi struck straight towards Yun Hui, who was immobile due to circulating energy. When he opened his eyes, his red hair along with streams of fiery true chi quickly blocked the storm-like attack. Lian Sha's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yun Hui, you blocked my move so easily. You really have been hiding your true strength all this time." Her frontal attack blocked, she quickly retreated to the back of the boat. But she only held the initiative for the first move. As soon as she landed and before she could plan her next step, Yun Hui's true chi had already reached her nose. He rushed forward to strike a blow right at her face without flinching, forcing Lian Sha to lean back to dodge. She hurriedly jumped behind him to prepare a counterattack, silently exclaiming, "This is the King God I taught. If he has seen through it, then..." But before Lian Sha could finish her thought, Yun Hui's true chi had already surrounded her legs. Looking at his leisurely figure from behind, Lian Sha thought in shock, "What? I intended to break your attack stance, but was it my move that you just broke instead?" Ya Tian stroked his beard and laughed proudly. "It's been a long time. Indeed, this King Gong is meant for Yun Hui to show off." Lian Sha was still trapped within the technique. She was a bit She nimbly widened the distance between the two in midair, then landed on the deck opposite Yun Hui. Before Lian Sha could regain her composure, Yun Hui had already rushed forward with his sword at lightning speed. Lian Sha had to shift her body backward to dodge, knowing she could no longer block this strike. In that instant, the mast behind Lian Sha was slashed and exploded, while Yun Hui's sword was already resting against her neck. Lian Sha's expression went from panic to astonishment as the strike did not hit her. She closed her eyes in resignation. "I lost.
The surrounding fellow disciples continuously shouted the title Blood Demon. After the match ended, Lian Ya approached him and asked, "Young master, I have something to ask. How did you learn the Blood Heaven Great Demon art?" Yun Hui raised his sword in confusion. "The Blood Demon sword taught me." In his mind, he silently added,
although I only absorbed the blood demon's domineering aura and used it with the power of heavenly authority. Explaining it like this is enough. Lian Ya raised her eyes, boring straight into the person opposite her as if probing. The blood demon sword taught you, young master? Her lips pursed slightly, and she gently transmitted her voice. Young master, when everything is settled, can we talk for a moment? Although Yuan Hui's head was full of question marks, he still agreed via sound transmission. Watching Lian Ya's retreating figure with a slight smile, Yuan Hui was secretly puzzled. What is going on? She looks like she lost the match, but she seems relieved, doesn't she? The boat convoy continued to drift on the waves in the dark night. The blood demon rested his chin on his hand, starting a conversation in boredom. I still find it strange. She seemed to be holding back her strength. Yuan Hui only quietly replied that he knew. Seeing this, it wondered even more. I don't understand why she gave up her ambition so easily. Tiannan also looked in the direction of Yuan Hui's gaze and guessed hastily. Is she helping Yuan Hui? Even he himself was a bit suspicious whether Lian Ya was really helping him. Tiannan glanced at him with a certain look. Right from the first exchange, she knew she wasn't your opponent. As I see it, she is clearly helping so that everyone acknowledges you. Hearing him say that, Yuan Hui gritted his teeth bitterly. That is exactly the problem. The second Venerable and the sixth Blood Star both know clearly that we didn't go all out. Will they easily accept this result? Standing alone by the boat's side, he was
He let out a scornful laugh and asked Gemma, "Is the blood hand demon still angry?" Gemma frowned, hesitating, but did not answer the question he asked. "Brother Hai, do you easily accept this matter?" "Because of the rules and the great cause of reviving this sect, I accepted it. But honestly speaking, I also find it hard to agree." He paused for a moment, and then stated the most crucial point. "That brat, the current blood demon, is different from the two young ladies. He does not carry the bloodline of the previous sect leader." "Brother Hai, weren't we all loyal subordinates of the previous sect leader? Yet now, just because of the rules, we have to recognize that brat as the blood demon. I feel like I am betraying the sect leader. I cannot help but feel remorse for failing to protect the sect leader. Brother Hai, do you not feel guilty towards the old sect leader?" Yet Tian looked up at him and retorted, "Just say it straight. Do you think you are the only one here who feels guilty?" Gemma did not yield and retorted, "Although we have passed the immediate hurdle, there will certainly be those like me in the blood hand demoness. What do you intend to do then?" Yet Tian looked at him as if hearing a funny joke.
But as Blood Hand Demoness said, who knows if the new Blood Demon is a direct descendant of the Flying Moon Shadow Sect? If Lady Bai Huixiang's faction uses that as an excuse to make trouble, will they retreat as gracefully as Lady Bai Liansha did? There were too many things to ponder. Yuetian had to ask if there was any way to ease his worries, but Gama kept rambling. I understand what you're saying. Seeing this, Yuetian's eyes gradually revealed a determined look. If the blood demon is not of direct lineage, then just let him marry Lady Bai Liansha. If the blood demon, the one chosen by the divine artifact blood demon's sword, marries Lady Bai Liansha, the one carrying the orthodox bloodline, then wouldn't the bloodline of the next generation be even more solid? Hearing this, Gama quickly called out, "Brother Hai." His eyes sparkled like stars, smiling brightly. "How did you come up with that idea? Truly a brilliant plan." Yuetian gave a thumbs up and grinned broadly. "Is that convincing enough?" Gama cheered in delight. "Of course, I knew Brother Hai was very smart, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent." Suddenly he paused slightly and thought, wait, what if he is of direct lineage, and what if he isn't? Seeing him thinking about something else, Yuetian lost his patience. Suddenly he heard Gama clap his hands loudly. Although sharing the same origin, they separated hundreds of years ago anyway. Even if the blood demon is a direct descendant of the Flying Moon Shadow Sect, there is no reason why he cannot marry Lady Bai Liansha.
Both of them were chiming in together, deciding Yunhui's lifelong commitment on their own. Zong Hao sat nearby, witnessing this, and couldn't help but show his disdain openly. These two venerables, apart from marriage matters, can't they think of anything else? In terms of status and reality, this is a suitable arrangement, but marriage is a grave matter. It cannot be that simple. Moreover, isn't there still a major obstacle to overcome? The sixth Blood Star, who has followed Bai Liansha since childhood, surely won't accept this marriage easily. On Yunhui's side, a hand with sharp fingernails was touching the edge of his eye. Bai Sha spoke up. "Young master, permit me to speak frankly. Please marry young Lady Bai Liansha." After blocking those claws, Yunhui finally paid attention to her words. "I haven't even seen Bai Liansha yet."
Whether it is a relative or a loyal subject, they all end up being discarded like chess pieces with no use left. Therefore, there must be a firm promise. Young master, you must promise that you will never abandon young lady by Lian Sha and will protect her to the end. If you cannot promise, I swear to die together with you. At this moment, Lian Sha rushed out in panic and shouted, "Sixth Blood Star, what the hell are you doing?" The woman only glanced at her with a resolute look. "Young miss, I cannot simply trust the young master." Lian Sha argued indignantly with her. "So what if you don't trust him? Do you intend to tarnish my honor?" Hearing this, Bai Sha immediately promised to use her own life to atone for her mistake, begging her to trust her. After saying that, Bai Sha turned to look straight at Young Hui. "Answer me. Do you agree to marry the young miss? Do you agree to keep that promise?" He asked her back, feeling slightly wary. "Just because you want to protect the young miss, you force me to marry her? Is that reasonable? Even without that bond, I would never abandon the young miss. And Sixth Blood Star, on what grounds do you arbitrarily decide the young miss's marriage? As someone who follows the young miss, you should put her wishes first, shouldn't you?" Young Hui's words had no loopholes. Even Bai Sha had to fall silent for a moment before hesitatingly saying, "If that's the case, then it's not a problem, because the young miss likes you too." Young Hui felt like he was struck by lightning from a clear sky. His face went blank. Suddenly, Yunhui recalled Yue Tian's words about her. He knew she liked him, but he himself wasn't sure what he had done to make Lian Sha like him. Just as the three of them were discussing the critical point, a voice screamed "No" in panic, drawing their attention. All three were surprised by the appearance of Sima Ying. Out of sheer desperation and anger, she scolded Lian Sha directly. "Why are you acting so arbitrarily? Who allowed you people to discuss marriage matters while leaving me out? The new blood demon is mine." Sima Ying tore off her hood, tears welling up in her eyes. "I liked him first. He is mine." Shaoan lay sprawled on Yunhui's head as if watching a bid show, mocking him. "Another mountain to climb. You really are lucky." As for Yunhui, he was speechless with helplessness. That was exactly what he wanted to say too. On another ship, disguised men with covered faces stood guard near the gunwale. One of them kept yawning incessantly. The masked man glanced at him. "If you're sleepy, pinch your thigh. Don't nod off and cause trouble." Although disgruntled, he continued to cover his mouth and yawn. "I've had so much insomnia lately, I want to die. Even if the water root stronghold appears, they'll only be at the bow or stern of the boat." As he was speaking, his drowsy eyes suddenly seemed to see something, prompting the masked man to ask what was wrong.
Just like a human, the masked man couldn't stand his lazy teammate beside him, so he sarcastically remarked that the other wasn't fully awake yet. When he rubbed his eyes again, the figure of the arrival had vanished into the misty night, causing him to shout, "It disappeared! What was that?" The other one also gradually lost patience. "What is it then? You slept too much and now you're seeing things. There's still half a double hour until the shift change. Try to hold on." He hadn't finished his sentence when the intruder sliced his upper body away from his lower body. The martial artist beside him stood frozen like a statue. He just turned his
Is that freak and Zhao Yunhui on this boat? On Yunhui's boat, Bai Sha was still indignantly scolding. "Lady Sima, you are just a petty unit leader. You have no right to interfere in this matter. Step aside." Sima Ying did not back down in the slightest. She stood in front of him, mocking the older woman. "You speak well, don't you? There is a saying, if the upper waters are clear, the lower waters will be clear. You are the sixth blood star, yet you dare to be disrespectful and threaten the blood demon, the leader of our sect. What right do you have to say that?" Shaoan laughed in agreement, as expected of Sima Ying. Bai Sha was rendered speechless by her words. "Lady Sima, you dare!" But before she could think of a retort, she was stopped by Lian Sha. Then she turned toward Sima Ying and spoke up to explain. "Miss Sima, I understand your point. Let me handle this matter. Please put away your sword." A single sentence from Lian Sha did not sway Sima Ying. She determinedly pointed her sword at Lian Sha. The sixth blood star must apologize to the new blood demon first. Lian Sha narrowed her eyes, looking straight at her. "Do you look down on my words?" Sima Ying firmly met her gaze. "Is protecting the new blood demon considered looking down on your words?" Sima Ying did not flinch, swinging her sword to meet the attack. The two clashed, sparks flying, causing damage to one side of the ship's roof. Feeling no pressure, Lian Sha began to use her true chi to attack. Although Sima Ying's agile body dodged every strike she threw, she did not stop her assault. Only when Sima Ying's sword tip was about to stick close to her chin did Lian Sha somersault to dodge the fatal blow. Seeing her sword steady as a rock, Lian Sha couldn't help but be surprised. What is going on? Even I cannot easily overwhelm her. Could it be that Sima Ying is also hiding her true strength? At this moment, Sima Ying's eyes were full of heroic spirit as she warned her. "Wake up.
You shouldn't be attacking me, but rather punishing the 6th blood star, the one who disrespected the blood demon, right? Seeing her calm demeanor, Lian Sha grumpily shouted, "Didn't you say I have no right to interfere?" Sima Ying softly repeated the word interfere with a terrifying silence. Her face looked like she had stepped out of hell. "Don't get it wrong. I follow the new blood demon, not you." On the side, Bai Sha was so furious that her hands ceaselessly circulating energy. Unable to control herself any longer, she focused her chi into her sharp hands and rushed forward with terrifying speed. "You, a lowly unit leader, you are truly too arrogant." Showing no mercy, Bai
It seems things aren't looking good. Are you planning to use a killing move? I held back because I thought you were acting out of loyalty to the young miss, but it seems you looked down on me too much. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Bai Sha grasped at a random excuse. "I do not acknowledge you as the blood demon." Yunhui looked at her with a warning gaze. "Withdraw now, and I will act as if nothing happened." After speaking, he used his sword to knock her hand away. Bai Sha immediately protested in injustice. "Do you mean you will not accept the young miss?" Yunhui tiredly replied, "I don't want to talk about this anymore. Withdraw." After a second of silence, Bai Sha warily probed, "What if I don't withdraw?" Yunhui said nothing. A sword stroke slashed straight down. Bai Sha quickly blocked, but couldn't help being shocked. A direct hit was enough to knock her rolling onto the ship's deck. Lian Sha stood by in shock, stuttering to intervene, but was stopped by Bai Sha waving her hand. "What is so difficult? The young miss has feelings for you too. Or is it that you don't want to marry her just to consolidate trust between both sides? Furthermore, through this marriage, you can also solidify your identity as the blood demon." Hearing her say that, Yunhui didn't know how to explain. Fortunately, Sima Ying stepped forward on his behalf. "Why are you arbitrarily forcing the blood demon to marry? It should be the blood demon's own choice, shouldn't it? Status, trust, do you think just dragging them out and patching them together is enough?" Bai Sha intended to challenge Sima Ying, but was cut off by her sharp retort. "Marriage is a matter of affection between two people. It's not for others to interfere." From the few sentences she heard, Lian Sha suspiciously asked, "Unit Leader Sima, do you like the blood demon?" Suddenly having her secret exposed.
Dare to dream of becoming the wife of the blood demon? Suddenly a figure appeared behind Bai Sha, close enough to repeat the sentence she had just said. An insignificant unit leader, huh? Seeing the person who suddenly appeared, Yunhui had to widen his eyes in astonishment. Lian Sha was startled and panicked because that person had been standing behind the two of them for who knows how long. Everyone was panicked except for Sima Ying, who looked at the newcomer calmly, or perhaps her hair was standing on end so much that aside from
the sky-piercing pain caused Bai Sha to collapse, her body screaming in agony. Yue Tian and Gama also sensed something, so they rushed out from the cabin and shouted, "Who allowed you to barge in here? 6th Blood Star? What is going on?" The arrival snorted coldly. "Sure enough, I have come to the right place." Sensing the tremors on the ship, both men had to freeze in their tracks. Gama transmitted his voice to Yue Tian. "Brother Hai, is that him?" Although he didn't want to, he still had to answer yes. That person was none other than the moon evil sword Sima Tuo of the 4 great villains. Lian Sha, standing nearby, had helped Bai Sha sit up, preventing her from wasting any more energy talking. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Lian Sha's spine. Sima Tuo had shifted his target and asked, "Who allowed you to touch my daughter?" Lian Sha hurriedly turned around to explain, even though his chi attack was already almost at her face. "I don't know why you are doing this, but please save some face." Yunhui quickly rushed forward and slashed away Sima Tuo's energy, creating a shockwave explosion. The blood demon sword in his hand trembled incessantly, and the words on his lips were akin to seeking death. "It seems you are quite formidable. Your aura is powerful, just like a sharpened sword." Shaoan flew out in front of him, cursing, "Are you crazy? Why did you show yourself?" Yunhui had to explain in his mind for her to understand. "Sima Tuo despises cowards and the weak. I am the blood demon. If I stand by and watch, what will he think of me?" With that, Yunhui nimbly clasped his hands and greeted him. "This humble student Zhao Yunhui greets Senior Moon Evil Sword Sima Tuo. I am the blood demon, their leader. If there is something that displeases you, Senior, please speak directly to me." Sima Tuo clasped his hands behind his back and calmly asked him,
Are you the current blood demon?
Looking at Sima Tuo's furious face, Yunhui hurriedly explained, What? It seems there is a slight misunderstanding. The marriage proposal... But before he could finish speaking, that dark purple circular energy blast approached without a moment's hesitation. Just as it was about to succeed, it was suddenly pushed in another direction, creating an explosion. A powerful fist appeared in front of Yunhui, and his voice rang out mightily. Moon Evil Sword, no matter who you are, I will not forget.
In his heart, he silently called out Lady Sima with worry. But over there, Sima Ying had already thrown herself into Sima Tuo's arms, acting spoiled. I missed father so much. Did you come to Cua Valley for me? He was cold to the world, but gently stroked her hair lovingly. Looking at it, you should know, yet you still ask. I came here to catch this spoiled brat and take her back. She retorted indignantly. Wasn't it because you locked me at home that I had to run away? Sima Tuo could only scold her. This girl, daring to steal my sword and run away from home, and you still argue? Yet Tian and Yunhui looked at this affectionate father-daughter scene with question marks filling their heads. While unsure what to do, he heard Sima Ying transmitting her voice to him. Young master, do not act. Let me. I will talk to father. After signaling to Yunhui, she poked her head out of Sima Tuo's embrace. Ah, right. I want to introduce everyone to father. First is the blood demon. He has helped me a lot since I came to the Wulin, and the others have treated me very well too, so I've been happy every day. But before she could finish, she was shocked to hear him cut her off. No need to introduce the soon-to-be dead to me. Sima Ying was terrified, so she didn't bargain any further. You want to kill them? Then kill me too. I have decided to live and die together with the blood demon. If you do that, before Sima Ying could finish speaking, Sima Tuo's internal energy had already sealed all the acupoints on her body. He caught her unconscious body and set her down. Yinger, do you think I don't know your thoughts? I came here not to do something pointless.
Even Yunhui, upon hearing those words, had to focus intensely to prepare for the attack. Sima Tuo unhurriedly circulated his energy, looking at them complacently. In this world, there is no one I want to kill that I cannot kill. Just as he finished speaking, waves of chi attacks continuously shot towards Yue Tian first. Most collided with his body and were deflected, but the rest attacked in other directions. The ship's masts above the warriors collapsed one by one. They frantically watched that cannonball of chi destroy everything. Seeing Yunhui behind him unharmed because Yue Tian had blocked the attack, Sima Tuo could not help but exclaim, I heard that the diamond indestructible body of that freak is comparable to the Vajra indestructible divine art. It seems the rumors are not wrong. Saying that, he grabbed the sword from Sima Ying's side in the distance with his bare hand. But can that arm block my sword? Yunhui was completely shocked when he saw this. Void grasping object? Does such a technique really exist? While he was still tensely observing, Yue Tian's sound transmission rang in his ears. Run. It seems that monster wants to drive us to our deaths. I will try to buy time for you guys, even if you have to jump off the boat or do whatever it takes. Suddenly, he was
Even if I die, I won't blame you, master. Yue Tian just smiled slightly and scolded him as a brat. Yunhui glanced at him teasingly. No need to use sound transmission like that. Helpless with his disciple, Yue Tian could only laugh it off, but his expression was as smug as anyone's. On the other side, Zong Hao and Gei Ma had drawn their swords right behind Ma Tuo while he was still calmly praising the boy. It seems you also have a bit of the blood demon's temperament. 2 attacks struck down simultaneously, but Ma Tuo blocked them effortlessly, as if he had known all along. Gei Ma looked at his useless attack and gritted his teeth. If the blood demon has such intentions, then we have no choice but to fight with our lives. Zhang Hao and the others knew clearly they had no other choice. Suddenly, Yunhui stepped forward and called out, Senior. Then he pointed his sword tip at him with full determination. We cannot just die like this, so this junior will risk his life to fight back. Ma Tuo disdainfully scolded him for being arrogant and then swung his sword straight at Yunhui, taking him slightly by surprise. The sword strike crashed down, shattering a long line across the ship's deck. Fortunately, Yunhui was able to dodge agilely. Yue Tian praised him while coordinating the attack. His chi energy, shaped like fists,
Seeing that his opponent would not die easily despite the continuous attacks, Sima Tuo, with his glowing purple eyes, locked his gaze onto Yue Tian, determined to deal with him first. Because of his resolve, just as Yue Tian dodged to one side, another streak of sword energy swung towards him, too fast to parry. In that critical moment, Gama jumped in front of him, snorted coldly, and slashed the sword energy away, saying, "I will lend a hand too." After deflecting Sima Tuo's sword, he quickly lowered his center of gravity and slashed upward. Two distinct but powerful streams of qigong collided violently. After this exchange, a splash of blood sprayed onto the wooden wall near them. Gama clutched his chest, coughing heavily, secretly feeling unsettled. His internal energy is stronger than mine. Who exactly is he? Injured, Gama moved much more slowly, and he was slashed directly by Sima Tuo. Considering one opponent down, Zong Hao behind him hurriedly raised his sword and rushed forward. He channeled all his internal energy into his sword. Then he leaped up to attack from above. One of Sima Tuo's pivot legs stomped down, crushed.
But Zhang Hao was suddenly startled, feeling a chill down his spine. Sima Tuo was standing behind him without anyone noticing. Zhang Hao slowly glanced back, inwardly groaning that this was not good. Up there? Since when? By the time he fully turned around, a sword path like a giant crescent moon had already smashed straight into him. Sima Tuo remained safely standing there, watching the pillar of light blast Zong Hao far away. Next, Gama, having just recovered, coordinated with the others to attack him from front and back, but Sima Tuo was even more disdainful. Combined attack? It is useless. He circulated his internal energy throughout his body, a stream of profound internal energy surging out like a torrential flood. In the blink of an eye, Yue Tian was even more shocked. Before they could even attack, he and Gama were pushed back several meters by that internal force. Lian Sha gaped in disbelief. It was impossible. 3 experts of her sect were being overwhelmed by the moon evil sword alone. Yue Tian was directly injured by his internal force. As for Gama, he also took a palm strike to the abdomen, slamming straight into the wooden wall. Zhang Hao was also lying sprawled in a heap far away. She silently asked herself, is this the difference between us and the 4 great villains? After effortlessly dealing with all 3 of them one by one, Sima Tuo sensed another source of energy and opened his mouth to praise. Not bad. You didn't run, yet you dared to attack me. Yunhui had leapt into the air at some point and slashed his sword straight down. He knew in his heart that weak attacks would be ineffective, so he might as well use his full 10/10 of power right from the start. Advanced Xingming Sword Art, 5th form, slash down. Falling meteor sword unleashed its power, scattering waves of water all around. He thought it might have some effect, but no. Sima Tuo stopped his sword with just 2 fingers. Yunhui could not help but be astonished. What? He used 2 fingers to stop my full power in the blood.
Adding another strike of internal force launched by him, an explosion erupted in front, but Ma Tou looked no different than if he were standing and waiting, not using his full strength at all. Shaoan urged, "We are not his match. Let's run, otherwise we will die." Yunhui still struggled to sit up. If he wants to take my life, then running is impossible. After all, what did I do to fall into this situation? In my past life, I was betrayed by those I trusted and killed. After regressing, I gained a second life. I determined never to open my heart or trust anyone again. But thinking back now, that was a stupid decision. Now so many people have walked into my life, people who trust and follow me, ready to sacrifice their lives to protect me. And there is one person whose smile is like the
He propped himself up, causing Ma Tuo to be quite surprised. Yunhui silently told himself that in this life, at least he must live according to his own will. Ma Tuo's eyes revealed disbelief as he looked at him, then heard him ask, "Can this junior say one word before dying? This junior also likes senior's daughter." Ma Tuo was struck dumb upon hearing this, not knowing what kind of earth-shattering sentence had just poured into his ears. His face looked as if he had just been robbed. Ma Tuo's foot crushed the wooden fragments on the ship's deck. He walked closer to Yunhui, with true qi radiating in all directions, as if about to explode. Shaotan's voice sounded resigned. "It's over. It seems he has no intention of marrying off his daughter." Yunhui also accepted the confrontation, creating the most solid sword stance. He thought to himself, "There's no way back," and
The shockwave, combined with an attack that exceeded his capacity to parry, forced Cao Yunhui to grit his teeth in endurance. The powerful internal energy, crushing down like a tidal wave, caused his sword to tremble, unable to withstand the pressure. Even after the attack ended, Yunhui stood rigid, as if he couldn't shift to another sword stance. Sima Tua stood there in silence, unsure of what else to say. A moment later, seeing him collapse, clutching his chest, yet still struggling to sit upright, Sima Tua lowered his sword. "You really are an incomprehensible fellow." Looking at the face raised with such stubbornness, Sima Tua spoke. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Having said that, he controlled his sword to fly straight at Yunhui, without even needing to use qigong. Yunhui trembled as he propped himself up on the deck with his sword. He muttered to himself, "I'm about to die." It felt like death was crashing down on him. Is this where it ends? No. Yunhui opened his mouth, gasping for air. "I cannot die." The flame of vitality burned furiously around him, and the blood demon's internal energy glowed blood red. He thrust the blood demon sword straight into the ship's deck, unleashing the blood heaven great demon sword. Just as the tip of Sima Tua's sword was about to pierce the center of his forehead, Yunhui awakened the blood heaven sword stance. The blood demon's internal energy surged like a tidal wave, knocking Sima Tua's sword away. Sima Tua's sword was deflected, along with several wooden planks. He simply raised his hand, and it flew back to him. Sima Tua pondered in his mind, "Could it be that what you showed just now wasn't your false strength? Or have you realized something on the verge of death?" Looking at the pillar of blood demon internal energy forming a defensive wall in front of him, Sima Tua grabbed his sword and stood facing it. He pointed his sword at Yunhui again. "Whatever it is, you truly are a genius, but that is all." The tip of his sword suddenly flashed, and then Yunhui's fortress of internal energy was sliced open effortlessly. The blood demon internal energy fell into chaos, and the ship looked as if it had been cut in two. The blood demon broke into a sweat. What was that just now? Was it the blood heaven sword stance, rivaling the blood demon itself? It turned to ask Yunhui was
He responded to it with his thoughts. It seemed so. Just as I used the technique that appeared in my mind, both my blaze energy and Xiantian true qi were depleted. The power of the blood transformation erupted momentarily. Was it because the blood demon sword resonated with my intense will to survive? Opposite him, Yunhui struggled to stand up, while Sima Tua had already sheathed his sword. He squinted, evaluating the young man. How strange. Both Cao Yunhui and the current blood demon
Unlike what Zhang Long said, perhaps I should have listened to both sides. Suddenly, Yue Tian struggled to stand up, laughing loudly with soaring willpower. "I have yet another reason why I cannot die. Moonihil sword, let's continue." As he spoke, he rushed forward with lightning speed, surrounded by golden internal energy. Monto muttered the name that annoyed him, Hai Yue Tian, the toughest one among those here. Monto created a sword formation like an interlaced fishing net, but Yue Tian crashed through it without flinching. Monto narrowed his eyes, thinking, he dares to pierce through my sword formation? When his continuous punches nearly touched Monto, the latter slightly shifted back to dodge without blocking. Two streams of internal energy collided right after. Naked eyes could hardly see it, but ultimately Monto dodged every punch. Meanwhile, Yue Tian had been slashed from the shoulder straight down to his abdomen, fresh blood spurting out like a fountain. Although injured, Yue Tian clasped his hands together and continued to hammer down counterattacks. Monto looked visibly annoyed. Sure enough, I cannot defeat him quickly. Hao Yue Tian seemed to have gone berserk. His strikes crashed down like a mountain on top of Monto's thin sword, forcing him to buckle under the pressure. The power spread everywhere, causing the ship to break in half. Some warriors clung to the ship's railing, while others fell straight into the water, crying out for help incessantly. Bai Sha shouted to Lian Sha,
The unconscious Sima Ying fell freely from the ship. Terrified, Yunhui plunged after her, shouting her name loud. Together they plummeted straight into the bottomless depths, but he managed to embrace her. Debris from the ship floated aimlessly on the waves. Yunhui dragged Sima Ying to the surface, clinging tightly to a large piece of wood. After placing her on the plank, Yunhui, whose body was still submerged, hurriedly shook her. "Young Lady Sima, wake up, young Lady Sima." Only when Sima Ying coughed violently and spat out water did Yunhui finally exhale a breath of relief. His body swayed slightly, as if he had just survived a deadly peril. A helpless whisper escaped his lips. "Just a little more, and I would have almost lost you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunhui collapsed on the wooden plank. Since he was still in the water, his body gradually slid down into the depths. When only his fingers remained on the water's surface, another hand reached out and grabbed his hand. Sima Tuo pulled the soaked Yunhui up like a drowned rat.
He stood straight on the water's surface without needing any raft. Sima Tuo's long, narrow eyes glanced at his daughter, Sima Ying, who was safe on the wooden plank.
Yu Tian's voice boomed through the space. Bloodhand Demoness, what the hell are you saying? Do you want to give up searching for the blood demon? Bai Sha glared at him unpleasantly and explained, that's not it. My point is, if we continue like this, we will all be in danger. We have been searching in Siyu Valley, the hideout of the Moon Evil Sword, for quite some time now, but haven't found a single trace. If we expand the search range to the entire Central Plains, we will be discovered by the Wulin Alliance and Bai Huishang's faction. Yu Tian gritted his teeth urgently. Then this old man will go find him myself. At this moment, Gema spoke up to intervene. Calm down, Brother Hai. We must act according to the current situation. At this, he asked what Gema intended to do, only to hear him calmly analyze. If news of the current blood demon's disappearance leaks out,
Lian Xia stood looking out the window, lost in thought for a while. Just do it. Right now the most important thing is to recruit third uncle and the second blood star. Yatian called out to her in anger, but Lian Xia only looked at him coldly, her eyes tinged with sadness. It is only temporary. Until Uncle Hai finds the blood demon, I have accepted the result and have no intention of changing it. I am only doing what must be done, so do not be upset with me, Uncle Hai. Hearing her say this, Yatian closed his eyes, calming down somewhat. I understand. In his heart he told himself, Kid, you must survive. If you die, I will not forgive you. At a waterfall flowing straight down from a skylight, Yun Hui sat dazed in a wooden doorframe, assessing his surroundings. Where on earth is this? Shaoan helplessly replied, I only know we are somewhere in Shanxi. Just as he was blankly wondering where Shanxi was, he suddenly heard Sima Tuo's voice beside him. Originally, I intended to kill you. At this moment, he still maintained a cold expression, but bore no malice. I, Sima Tuo, although having lived freely all my life, am not an ungrateful person. I saw you risking your life to save my daughter. Therefore, I will give you the opportunity to marry my daughter. Do you agree? Recalling that time, the person raised a painting of Sima Ying to report the news. I followed his tracks to a ravine located between Guangdong and Guangxi, only to discover that the place had already been attacked by the Wulin Alliance. After that, I continued to pursue the tracks of Yulot, and finally arrived here. The carrier pigeon's code was simpler than I thought. Zhang Long swallowed hard, looking at the person in front of him, muttering to himself, You deciphered all of this sect's codes and tracked me down? This guy not only has profound martial arts, but his mind is also extremely sharp. Looking at the silhouette of the person approaching against the light, the old man was terrified.
Without moving, Sima Tuo pulled Tu Shang back, grabbed her neck tightly, and lifted her high to negotiate terms. If you want to save this girl, find the whereabouts of the person I am looking for yourself. You had better hurry. I am a very short-tempered man. After saying just one sentence, Sima Tuo tightened his grip on Tu Shang's neck even more, causing her to gasp for air with her mouth open until black veins bulged on her neck. Zhang Long hurriedly set up to intervene. Wait, I truly do not know who he is. I have never met him before. Sima Tuo looked at him absent-mindedly. How can you be so sure? Wait, if he went towards Lushir Valley, isn't he on the second young Mrs. side? Thinking this, he covered his wound and stood up, calmly approaching Ma To. It seems there is a misunderstanding. This sect has been divided into many factions since the Great War of Good and Evil. The man slightly questioned, repeating the point about the division in the old man's words. Zhang Long bowed his head, pretending to be nervous. That's right. If you found his traces in Lushir Valley, then he is not one of our faction. If you want, I can tell you their location. It is very likely they are hiding the person you are looking for. Seeing Ma To starting to look at Huisheng again, he frantically added, This matter concerns the life of your master. How would I dare lie? Receiving the information he needed, Ma To released her and ordered, Speak, where are they? A barely noticeable smile appeared on Zhang Long's lips. It is best that you act quickly. Those bastards capture all talented individuals, brainwash them, and turn them into fanatics. Inside, he secretly exclaimed, How lucky! I can resolve this matter without having to lift a finger against the 4 great villains.
It seems they lied to harm you. Yun Hui was quite surprised after hearing the story again.
According to memories of his past life, I heard Sima Tuo was a very rational and scheming person, but I didn't expect him to be someone who acts on emotion. Perhaps that is why he became one of the 4 great villains. Seeing him silence, the old man continued to propose. I will give you 2 chances. Whether you do it or not is up to you. Yunhui still hadn't grasped his meaning, so he quickly asked again. Sima Tuo stood there like a superior, explaining once more. I will give you the right to choose. If you want to seize the opportunity, agree. Otherwise, you can give up. But if you do that, you will never see my daughter again. You must also swear on your life. Sima Ying stood behind Sima Tuo, anxiously clenching her heart. Seeing this, Yunhui immediately transmitted his voice. Young Lady Sima, are you all right? Your body... Suddenly, before he could finish asking, the connection was cut off. He smiled bitterly. I cannot use secret sound transmission. Tiannan beside him recounted dejectedly. While you were unconscious, he inserted many needles into your acupoints. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Gently sensing the blocked meridians in his body, Yunhui suddenly understood. No wonder.
Give up. His face was arrogant and full of provocation. Yunhui slightly curled his lip and smiled. How can I give up? I agree. Hearing this, Sima Ying was so happy she covered her mouth. Seeing his daughter shyly getting her wish, Ma Tuo didn't know how to intervene further. He looked at Yunhui and praised, Good, you are quite brave. A moment later, at a towering waterfall on a wooden bridge spanning across, there were only the figures of Ma Tuo, Sima Ying, and Yunhui. Above was a dazzling skylight, while below was a bottomless abyss. Shaoan couldn't help but worry. It's too deep, I can't see the bottom. Seeing Yunhui staring intently below, Ma Tuo asked him, Do you know where this is? He honestly answered no. Then he listened as Ma Tuo clasped his hands and recounted the history. This place used to be the sanctuary of a martial arts family, but it has now been exterminated. After that family was wiped out, this place was abandoned for a long time, then used by the imperial court. This is a prison. This place is called Fenglin Valley, Wind Forest Valley, literally meaning a ravine imprisoning a forest. But in reality, the word Lin here alludes to the Wulin, martial forest. In other words, this is a prison confining people from the Wulin. Since Emperor Jin Shang suppressed the Wulin, countless people from the Wulin have been imprisoned here. Yunhui suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, asking himself, Isn't Fenglin Valley one of the 3 great forbidden areas along with Villain Valley and Poguye? It is said that no one who enters here has ever returned alive, because originally this place was not built to hold prisoners.
But you have tempered your origin chi to this extent. Yunhi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that he could sense the Seontian true chi in the middle dantian? Realizing the gravity of the matter, he asked strictly if the man could sense it. He heard Sima Tuo reply as if it were obvious. You have tempered your origin chi to this level. How could I not sense it? You cannot yet control essence, chi, and spirit, yet you have accumulated so much origin chi. With such an unbalanced state, let alone breaking through the bottleneck, you won't even be able to surpass your current limits. Suddenly, Sima Tuo raised his hand and pulled a silver needle from Yunhi's right shoulder, making him flinch. Having removed about 4 or 5 silver needles, he stopped and warned, Don't move, unless you want to become a cripple. A moment later, Yunhi looked around, observing himself, then asked in confusion, My body feels lighter, but I still can't circulate my internal energy. Seeing him staring, the man finally explained, I have only removed 8 of the 36 needles pinned on your body. You will not be able to use internal energy or origin chi. Survive in Fenglin Valley for 1 month in this state. That is the trial I have set for you. Yunhi frowned slightly, calculating. Not allowed to use internal energy and Seontian true chi and survive in Fenglin Valley for a month? Sima Ying, standing behind, cried out indignantly, That's too excessive. Forbidding the use of internal energy and throwing the young master in here is no different from telling him to go die, is it? But Sima Tuo did not change.
Because if he was weak to the point where he could not survive in Fenglin Valley for a month, there would be no reason for Ma Tuo to accept him. Just as she began to beg him to unseal Yunhui's internal energy, he had already stepped off the stairs. Before leaving, Ma Tuo only reminded him, I said that if you can survive for a month, I will not interfere with whether you two can be together or not. Yunhui obviously believed he would keep his word. He cupped his hands in salute and promised, I will accept the challenge that Senior has bestowed upon me. On this side, Sima Ying was so anxious she stopped begging and insisted that Yunhui give up, but responding to that worried look, he only said, It's all right, young lady.
he said in annoyance. "Stand still. I held back from throwing you down there empty-handed. Giving you 2 swords and a dagger is already very lenient." The abyss beneath Fenglin Valley was deep and cavernous, Yunhui's silhouette growing smaller and smaller. Shaoan regretted. "You should have let Sima Ying plead a bit more," but his gaze was incredibly firm. "No, this is the best way. If he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have done this. He surely thinks I can pass this trial." In contrast, the blood demon beside him wasn't as comfortable as he was. It gritted its teeth. "That's Sima Tuo. I hate the way he looks down on me." Seeing it so frustrated, Yunhui asked what happened, and was told by the blood demon, "While you were unconscious, he dared to pick me up." Ma Tuo had stared at the blood demon's sword for a long time, evaluating it, while the blood demon was grumpily shouting, "Whoever dares to touch me, I will sever all their blood vessels." Suddenly its small body felt like it was being squeezed, leaving it unable to utter another word. The red light on the sword faded, and Ma Tuo scornfully mocked, "Do you think a demon's sword like you can do anything to me?" Yunhui
Furthermore, do you know what he said? He dared to criticize the powerful blood demon Swordheart, saying it wasn't a good sword. Just recalling it made it feel like breathing fire. Sima Tuoen commented on the divine artifact of the Blood Sect like that. The strongest sword let out its killing intent, but Yunhui wasn't as agitated as it was, so he just smiled to soothe it. After falling freely for a while, Tiannan finally spoke up to remind him, "Yunhui, we're almost at the water surface." He also strained his eyes to look down into the abyss, but couldn't see anything. Seeing this, Tiannan took on the task of signaling Yunhui. Yunhui's body fell with a splash into the water vein at the bottom of the abyss. A moment later, he slowly emerged from below. Yunhui scrambled out of the water, clinging to the ground and spitting out the water. He lay spread-eagled on the ground, sighing, while the blood demon incessantly regretted. "I'd rather have fallen into that wench Bailian Shah's hands. You are the unluckiest blood demon ever." Hearing this, he just calmly accepted it. It's too late for regrets now. While resting for a moment, Yunhui suddenly heard noisy voices around him. "Look, I told you so. A new recruit, new clothes, and even weapons." When he sat up, they had already approached with greedy smiles. A scrawny guy among them jerked his chin and ordered, "If you don't want to die, strip off your clothes, drop your weapon, and get lost." Yunhui observed them one by one. They only had stone spears and stone axes. He lowered his face and smiled slightly. "Now I understand why Sima Tuo gave me a weapon before throwing me into Fenglin Valley." But he overlooked one thing. No matter how much I like Lady Sima, I'm not reckless enough to jump into Fenglin.
A moment later, a fire was finally lit in the dark abyss. The scrubs who tried to strip Yunhui were beaten to a pulp by him and lay in a heap. Slowly bringing the torch closer to himself, he sighed. So warm, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. Suddenly, Yunhui felt something strange. He turned and asked, "Shaoan, how do I look right now?" She crossed her arms, revealing a puzzled expression. "Like a soaked dog. How else?" Yunhui clicked his tongue slightly and corrected himself, asking about his hair color. Only then did Shaoan find it odd. "Strange. You used heavenly authority, but why didn't your hair turn red?" He wondered the same thing. Your body is in this state, so the heavenly authority, Tian Qin, can only exert corresponding power. It tapped on Yunhui's head. "In other words, that is all your power right now. Use it sparingly. I don't want to die in this godforsaken place." He immediately agreed after understanding. "I know." Although not entirely certain, it was true that he should use the heavenly authority sparingly, as currently it was the only way to protect himself. Exactly 1 month. I just need to survive for 1 month. Seeing a guy trying to crawl away, Yunhui drew his sword and stabbed it straight in front of him, making him scream. He paused for a moment, then told him to stand up. On Yunhui's friendly face, illuminated by the firelight, there was a sensation as cold as ice. "I have a few things to ask." The ragged man quickly accepted his situation and obediently answered Yunhui's questions. "There are 2 types of people imprisoned in Fenglin Valley. Most are thrown down by Wushang City, and occasionally there are those caught by the Moon Evil Sword and thrown down here." Hearing this, the blood demon felt his blood boil. No wonder that guy looked so familiar with throwing people down here. The number of imprisoned people is about 84. Nearly half of them drowned because they were swept away by the rapid current, and about 44 survivors are
The ragged man smiled sinisterly. "Ah, there is something edible. There's a place here where we can catch fish." Van Hui listened with a hint of suspicion and probed, but his stomach had long been rumbling. The ragged man quickly turned to lead the way. After all, aside from him, Van Hui couldn't do much else. As they walked, the ragged man glanced at him. The fish here is absolutely delicious. A moment later, they arrived at a narrow, pitch-black cave. Van Hui shined his torch inside to observe, still suspicious. His eyes glowed slightly under the torchlight. He also saw a small puddle of water inside. However, Van Hui didn't crawl through immediately, but stood up and looked at him. "You go in first." The ragged man uttered a confused sound and stood there hesitating. Seeing this, Van Hui narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Why are you acting like this?" When questioned, the ragged man kept stammering. It wasn't until the sword point was aimed straight at his chin that he hurriedly explained. "There are many poisonous insects inside. If you get bitten, it will be very miserable." Watching the ragged man lie flat to crawl through the cave, Van Hui silently sighed. "Do I have to draw my sword for you to listen?" After he also crawled through the cave, he heard the ragged man mocking himself. "Luckily, it seems there aren't any right now." Van Hui heard this and was extremely confused. "What do you mean there aren't any?" By the time Van Hui could stand upright, he saw the ragged man waiting by a small pond. "Follow me. This is the only place to catch fish in Finglin Valley." Seeing a pitch-black fresh fish jumping out of the water, Shaoan cheered happily. "Look, it's a fish." Van Hui squatted beside it and exhaled. "Great. If we catch fish and roast them,
Yunwei picked up the bone and evaluated it hesitantly. This was a human jawbone. Seeing that he had discovered it, the ragged clothed man quickly ran for his life, leaving Yunwei unable to call him back in time. He continued holding the torch, intending to turn back. Did that guy use this opportunity to escape? Suddenly, the torch in Yunwei's hand went out, and the surroundings fell into pitch darkness. In the darkness, where he couldn't even see his own fingers, Yunwei cursed a few times. "Damn it, without fire I can't see anything." Tiannan behind him broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in fear. "Yunwei, use hand recovery." While he was confused as to why he needed to use it, the other continued, "That monster is right behind you." Elsewhere, a man who looked like the leader clasped his hands and asked the ragged clothed man, "You say he threw the new recruit down as bait for that snake monster? Is that really true?" He quickly guaranteed, "That snake monster just ate its fill, so it surely won't appear for a while." The person next to the old man lamented, "It's been
The ragged man cupped his hands flatteringly. "Remember to pass the word to Big Brother Pa Sheng about the 3 bundles of roots he promised." The old man looked at him with disdain and retorted, "Do you think Big Brother Pa Sheng would go back on his word?" The 3 ragged men stood outside the cave entrance, chatting and laughing loudly. The 2 newcomers took turns bending down to the pond to catch something, while he urged them to hurry up. The boastful old man also rolled up his sleeves and joked, "Big Brother Pa Sheng will certainly be very happy." The follower behind him eagerly grinned, "Let me try eating one before—" But before he could finish his sentence, only strange noises remained. The old man looked up in the direction of the ragged man's torch, angrily accusing him of deceiving them, but he insisted he had seen that large snake before running out. The ragged clothed man's torch, which was about to fall, was caught by Yunhui with one hand. He politely greeted, "Didn't expect to meet you again so soon." Seeing that he was still alive, the ragged clothed man stammered. Looking at the large snake behind Yunhui, he screamed in terror, How are you still alive?" Yunhui smiled confidently, stroking the snake's body. "What a pity. Did you want me to be eaten by that monster?" In fact, earlier, when he was preparing to attack, Tiannan had stopped him. "Yunhui, wait. It is prostrating on the ground." Hearing that, he had not attacked it yet. A moment later, when he got used to the darkness and could see everything, Yunhui was even more astonished. Was the human-faced purple-eyed snake really prostrating on the ground? Why? Everyone was wondering when Shaoan exclaimed, "I understand now. It realized I killed its kind, so it's afraid of dying." Yunhui stood frozen in suspicion. How is that possible? He slowly raised his hand towards it, coaxing it verbally for a while before finally touching its nose. Suddenly, as if finding its true love, the snake shyly rolled over, startling Yunhui into stopping it. Seeing the large snake lie completely still just because he called out, Yunhui asked himself skeptically, "Could this monster?" Returning to reality, he smiled smugly and recounted, "It listens to me very well. How strange." The ragged clothed man was on the verge of kowtowing. "Spare me. I am just someone caught in the middle, trying to find a way to live. I will tell you everything. No, I will honor you as my master. Please spare my life." While he was begging, he suddenly heard Yunhui raise his voice. "There's one more person. Eat him." As soon as the words were spoken, the ragged clothed man was snapped up by the large snake and vanished.
Yunhui's large snake stood behind him, flicking its long tongue. He smiled probingly. It seems this monster is still hungry. Can you answer my question? A while later, the old man led Yunhui to a place. A man sitting on a high chair beneath giant tree roots shouted, "What is this? Jiajian, where are the fish? And who is this guy?" The old man just cowered behind him, dodging, unable to say anything more. Yunhui then spoke up. "Are you the leader here?" The group of insignificant henchmen surrounded him, scolding him for his insolence. Just as the guy was about to scold him further, he was silenced by Yunhui throwing a fish straight into his face. They picked up the fish, delighted. Yunhui continued, "I came here to propose a trade. I need a bundle of tree roots, enough for a month." Finding it amusing, the leader stood up and laughed heartily. "You want to trade fish for tree roots? 10 fish for 1 bundle of roots. If you don't like it, you can go elsewhere." Yunhui rubbed his chin and thought, "That's too excessive." In Fenglin Valley, there were 3 factions, and the strongest one was monopolizing the only source of tree roots here. Since tree roots were essential for survival underground,
The bald man holding a stick rushed forward. "You brat! Do you dare to be insolent in front of big brother Po Sheng?" But his shoddy weapon was deflected by Yunhui's sword before it could reach him. The gleaming sword point hung right below his throat. Po Sheng frowned tightly, looking at it with disbelief. He shouted, asking why the boy could use a sword and even internal energy down here. Yunhui calmly replied that it wasn't something he needed to concern himself with. Instead of being sensible at the right moment, Yunhui suddenly heard him retort, "No, that is an important issue. If you can use internal energy, you can also pull out the needles on my body. You want tree roots, right? I propose this. If you pull out all the needles on me, I will give you anything you want. In this Fenglin Valley, I am the king. If you want..."
He cursed silently. "Idiot, do you know who truly holds your life in their hands?" The minions were startled and terrified. Wen Hui stepped up, stroking the edge of the seat, and asked, "The king has died by my hand, so am I the king now? If anyone has an opinion, step forward. I will check if anyone is brave enough to follow the former king to death." He even smiled after the challenge. "Don't be shy." The henchmen knelt down on the ground. One by one, they exposed the previous master's faults without hesitation, hailing Wen Hui like a god. Wen Hui likely rubbed his neck, exclaiming how smoothly things went. Hui Ma looked at the gang below and spat, scolding them as useless with a look of disdain. Rumors of Wen Hui seizing Fak Hun's position quickly spread to other areas in Fanglam Cook. People discussed the cave with the pond where he lived and his ability to control the snake monster. Although they seemed skeptical, these words reached the ears of another man. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva as if
It seemed he also sensed something, so he turned around sharply. Just as he fell backward, about to be gnawed on by Xiao Su, Xiao Yunhui's voice rang out to stop it. His figure appeared in the darkness. The old man stammered, respectfully calling out young master in anxiety. Xiao Yunhui stood there and asked him as if responding, "Why did you come here?" Zhang Bu quickly prostrated himself. "Young master, please help us. The person I am caring for is getting weaker by the day. Their body is severely debilitated. We need nutritious food, not rats or insects." He seemed to understand. "You need fish for Elder Ye, correct?" Zhang Bu looked up in confusion upon hearing that. "How do you know, Elder Ye?" Xiao Yunhui did not hesitate to hand him a carefully wrapped bundle of leaves. "I also have my own eyes and ears. It may not be much, but it is enough to share." Zhang Bu opened it to see 2 fresh fish inside. He stammered, "Young master, you were just giving this to us like this? What can I do to repay your kindness?" Hearing these words was enough for him. He bluntly invited Zhang Bu to leave. "I do not need repayment from those who bow their heads for the sake of others. If anyone asks where..." In the end, he could only bow his head low to thank him with the most respectful attitude. At Yunhui's place, drops of sweat fell from his body. 5 days had passed since I was imprisoned in Fenglin Valley. Would Sima Tua suspect this? That I am living quite comfortably here? Just as he finished thinking, he had also reached the 99th handstand push-up. Xiao Tan's voice was neither fast nor slow. "It's been a long time since you've trained your body like this since leaving Lushui Valley, right?" Yunhui continued his push-ups. "Back then, every day was like hell, but now it's as blissful as being an immortal. After killing their leader, everything has been resolved smoothly. The problem is how to kill time for the remaining 25 days. While he was still calculating, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, even though there was no torch to clearly see who it was. "Young master, are you there?" He hesitated and asked if the old man needed more fish, but received a different answer. No, Elder Ye is about to pass away, so he wants to meet his benefactor to express his gratitude. In the end, Yunhui still followed Zhang Bu to another cave. We have arrived, young master. Zhang Bu walked in front, and Yunhui followed closely behind. The surrounding people caused a commotion when they heard him announce that the young master had arrived to see Elder Ye. Yunhui glanced around, assessing each person there. Everyone was injured. Where did they get injured? They seemed to be fresh wounds. An old man lying on a stone bed opposite struggled to sit up. Thank you.
Yuan-La, with hair graying over the years, smiled and bowed back. No, although this old body is weak and couldn't come to meet you personally, I am truly sorry for making you come to this shabby place. Thank you, benefactor. Thanks to your kindness, this old man could satisfy his craving before dying. Yunhui crouched down and comforted him. Senior, don't say that. In the Jianghu, helping each other is common. If I can help, I certainly will. Zhang Bu couldn't bear to look at him with such pity. Why is a young and talented man like you imprisoned in this place? This old man is dying, but before he could finish 3 or 4 sentences, Yuan-Lao coughed hacking sounds and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yunhui hurriedly supported him and asked with concern. Looking at the black blood on Yuan-La's hand, Yunhui told himself, it seems he is sick and his body is weak. After helping Yuan-Lao lie down, Yunhui decided to ask, Senior, if
He could only try to comfort him. Who knows, maybe one of us will get lucky and get out. But Elder Yue gave a sad smile and sighed. My family and relatives are all dead. I sent my only daughter into hiding, but I don't know if she is still alive or not. If I could see her again, I would want to tell her, Ling, Father is sorry for making you suffer so much because of Father and our ancestors. If you are still alive, even if I die, I will become a spirit to protect you. Hearing this, Yanhui silently repeated the name Ling in his heart. Just then, Tiannan beside him hesitated. Yanhui, it seems I know this person. Hearing this, he couldn't quite digest his meaning. Tiannan continued to explain. Although his hair is turned white and his face is gone from illness, so I didn't recognize him immediately. But this old man is none other than the Flying Moon swordsman Sha Changyin, the sect master of the Flying Moon Shadow Sect. At this moment, Elder Yue felt a bit better and turned to look at Yanhui. Benefactor, why is your face so gloomy? Is something wrong? Suddenly, he was extremely shocked when he heard the boy ask slowly and deliberately, Is your daughter's ring finger and middle finger of the same length, and does she only have a double eyelid on her left eye? Elder Yue hurriedly sat up. How do you know? Do you know Ling? He took something out from his chest pocket and showed it to him. Do you recognize this? Elder Yue looked at it and began to choke up again. Why
Then, his voice trembling, he asked him, Ling, did Ling Ni escape safely? Did she even have a child? The wrinkled old hands touched Yunhui's handsome face. So you are my grandson. The heavens are truly cruel, not only pushing this old man, but also you to this place. He hugged him tightly and sobbed, making the people below tear up as well, not expecting to meet a relative in this place. Saying that, Elder Yer hurriedly pushed him away and asked, Right, Ling Ni, is Ling Ni still safe? Your mother, how is she living? Yunhui fell into another difficult situation. Seeing him hesitate, Elder Yer seemed to realize something was wrong. Yunhui smiled and told him, Before I left home, she was still healthy. Recently, I still often exchanged letters with her, full of nagging words. She must be quite sad. Shaoan hurriedly asked in disbelief, Hey, your mother is already dead. Why are you lying? In his mind, he interrupted her. I have no other choice.
Elder Yu pondered for a moment, then smiled. Is that so? It really is that little girl. Is she still healthy? That is enough. That is... Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Yu coughed violently, black blood ceaselessly gushing out. He quickly supported Elder Yu to lie down, gritting his teeth in frustration as he saw the old man's face turning purple. Touching the chest, Yunhui realized that his pulse was no longer beating. His face lowered, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Grandfather, wake up. No, I cannot lose grandfather like this. Yunhui silently channeled power into Elder Yu, cursing in anger. Damn it, can't the blaze do anything? No matter how much blaze I transmit, your heart won't beat. If only I could use internal energy or Xianti and True Qi. Damn it, the only family member I've just reunited with, and I can't do anything? Suddenly the blood demon's voice rang out. Human, place me on the old man's chest. Hurry. Seeing Yunhui draw his sword without hesitation, the group below clamored. Young master?
The blood demon turned sharply and urged, I have activated your acupoints to allow blood to circulate to the heart and make it beat again, but this is only a temporary measure. If I leave, the old man will die immediately. Hearing them clamoring with inquiries, Yonhei repeated its words, saying it was only temporary and nothing had really changed. The hope that had just flashed was suddenly extinguished. Everyone felt sympathetic. The heavens were truly cruel. Having just met the grandson again, they were hastily snatching away the person's life. Jiangbu closed his eyes, unwilling to accept it. Don't say that. Being able to meet the grandson again, even for a moment, is already a blessing. I only feel regret. If we had the 4 fire herb, Elder Yue would not have ended up in this state. Hearing a strange point, Yonhei hurriedly interrupted him. 4 fire herb? What is that? He hurriedly recounted to the boy. The 4 fire herb is a type of medicinal herb that can save Elder Yue's life. It grows deep underground in Fenglin Valley, but entering there is no different from seeking death. Hearing this, Yonhei turned and grabbed Jiangbu's hand tightly, pleading, Show me the way. But he did not enthusiastically guide him, instead asking back, Do you think we didn't want to get it? Why do you think we are so...
Yunhui looked straight into their eyes with anger. So you intend to stand by and watch grandfather die? If you were in my situation, could you do that? Seeing this, Zhangbu lit a torch. I understand. Then I will go with you too. Yunhui glanced at him and refused, saying he could go alone. He smiled more gently at him, explaining, The path down is very dangerous and complicated. Moreover, young master doesn't know what the 4 fire herb looks like. Elder Yu is like a father to me. I will go along. The silhouettes of the 2 people, one after another, followed the torchlight. Zhangbu spoke up to dispel the gloom while finding the way out of Fenglin Valley. Elder Yu and I searched for a passage near the water source. We believed that at the end of the water flow there would be an exit. We followed that path down and finally arrived, but were blocked by a wall, an artificial wall. It looked like it was made of dried hard mud. We thought that behind that wall was the water flow, and full of hope we broke that wall. But what we saw was completely beyond expectation. It was a place full of traces of the ancient past. Inside the cave were dozens of sealed wall niches, and among them there was a cave containing the 4 fire herb, a medicinal herb that can grow without sunlight. Hearing the story, Yuanhui thought to himself, Sima Tuo said that this place used to be the holy land of a certain sect. Perhaps these are the remains of that sect. Zhangbu handed him a round, bright pearl the size of a palm and instructed, Take this. Yuanhui looked at him in wonder. Isn't this a night luminary pearl? Why do you have such a precious thing? Holding the night luminary pearl in his hand, he listened to Zhangbu continue. I also found it in a wall niche behind that wall. He put away the torch, took another pearl, and shone it down into the stagnant water at their feet. If you swim across this stagnant water, you will reach the entrance to the cave containing those niches. It's very dark underwater. Follow the light of my night luminary pearl.
Seeing him continue to move forward, Yunhui thought to himself, It seems we have been swimming for a while. Seeing Zhangbu preparing to surface, Yunhui rejoiced. All right, it looks like we have arrived. I see the way up. He quickly swam in that direction to surface, but the
Zhangbu hurriedly turned his head, shouting in panic to remind Yunhui to run away, but Yunhui did not leave. Instead, he rushed onto the shore and threw a punch into its stomach, forcing it to drop Zhangbu. Seeing the old man fall and lie motionless, he hurriedly asked, Are you all right? Even though he could not stand up, Zhangbu still tried to shout, Don't worry about me, look ahead. That thing continued to rush forward to attack Yunhui after that direct hit. He swung his remaining sword to fight it, but in his heart he secretly pitied it. You said it was a creature, not a human, but it turns out to be you? Although it had no internal energy, its movement technique nearly reached the leopard. No wonder grandfather and the others were no match for it. Yunhui saw that it had fallen into his sword stance. He smiled triumphantly. They couldn't, but I am different. A sword strike pierced straight through its head. Finding it too easy, Yunhui asked himself, Who is he exactly that makes everyone so terrified? He lifted the night luminous pearl close to his face. Let me see his face. It would have been better not to look. As soon as he saw it, Yunhui felt startled. Its appearance was bizarre, and a foul...
He leaped backward to widen the distance. I pierced through his glabella, yet he still hasn't died? At this moment, Shaotan shouted worriedly, Yunhui, are you all right? He seriously stayed on guard against the creature, quickly comforting her that he only had a small scratch. Yunhui observed its movements and calculated. To obtain the sea huo herb, I must defeat this monster. The problem is he didn't die even after being pierced through the glabella. Does he really have no weakness? After fighting for a while, all kinds of wounds appeared on that thing's body, but it remained completely unfazed. Even when his sword stance pierced through its body, it remained indifferent, not even bothering to dodge. Only when Yunhui's sword tip was about to strike its neck did it retreat to dodge, then knocked his sword away instead of taking the hit. Moving further away, Yunhui silently assessed. He has no intention of blocking other attacks, only this one. It means this is the spot that cannot be allowed to be hit. He smiled slightly as if realizing something. That's right, what creature can survive when its head is taken? Saying that, Yunhui lowered his center of gravity, channeled his internal energy, and used the move Shui Wang Tianxue Tu. The sword stance rushed forth like a storm, carrying a refreshing deep blue color. His blood sword great art aimed straight at that thing's neck, leaving no path for it to retreat. Seeing the sword trying its best but only embedding halfway, the creature had already clamped down on his sword. Yunhui cursed silently. Damn it, almost had it. The strength is terrifying.
A moment later, after finishing bandaging the wound on the side, Yunhui asked irritably, "You dared to rush in that condition? Don't you see it was too reckless?" But he only gently replied, "I accept those thanks, young master." Yunhui touched Zhangbu's arm, which now only had the shoulder remaining, and sighed, "I have applied temporary first aid, but can you move in this condition?" Zhangbu checked himself for a moment and then confidently said, "Although the injury is not light, I can still walk normally." He looked over at the shriveled body lying on the ground. "Moreover, it really makes a difference when you know martial arts. I never expected to witness that monster being defeated." Just as it was mentioned, Yunhui spoke up to ask Zhangbu if he knew what that thing was. He only sadly recounted, "None of us knew, only a Taoist among those who died." Before dying, he screamed two words, "Zhang."
He continued to recount, "My former master used to tell jokes about Jiang Shi when drinking with the Taoists of the Hangshan sect. He said there was a Taoist sect proficient in arts and talismans, capable of controlling even corpses. If I remember correctly, that sect was named the Mushan sect." Yunhui glanced back. The Mushan sect? Wasn't that sect already annihilated? The Mushan sect was one of the sects that sided with the imperial court during the Jinshang era to suppress the Wulin, and after the suppression failed, they were considered enemies of the Wulin and suffered sect extermination. But perhaps he is not from the Mushan sect. It is said that the Mushan sect uses talismans to control corpses, but this monster isn't even wearing clothes, let alone having talismans. Zhang Bu quickly put his clothes back on and urged, "I don't know what you are thinking, but we should go." Seeing his urgency, the young man agreed immediately. He took the opportunity to ask if there were any other monsters besides that one. However, Zhang Bu just gave a wry smile. "Impossible. We were only being..."
They roared and rushed forward, chasing like madmen. Yunhui shouted with a trembling voice, "You said there was only one!" Zhang Bu, running while breaking into a cold sweat, replied, Clearly there was only one." Without hesitation, Yunhui dragged him along to run. After running for a while without being able to shake them off, he asked, "Do you know the location of the cave with the medicinal herbs? Time for you. Go get the herbs." Zhang Bu turned back in astonishment, stammering speechlessly. But before he could refuse, he was kicked straight into a crevice in the wall by Yunhui. Shaoan widened her eyes and shouted, "Idiot! Do you want to die?" Yunhui turned back to face her. "If I run with him, eventually you will be caught too. And even if you manage to save my life, will we be able to find the herbs? It's best if I act as a decoy to buy time for him to find the herbs." Having decided without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed straight at the monsters. Then he shouted loudly at them from a different direction. Hearing the shout, they turned their heads to look. Yunhui continued to lead them away, and after seeing them chase after him, he sighed in relief. Zhang Bu stood hiding behind a cave crevice, silently watching them run off. He gritted his teeth in regret. "You plan to be a decoy to buy time for me to find the herbs? If you die, how will I explain this to Elder Ye? I will definitely return. Please..."
Shaoan urgently shouted, "Watch out above you!" Just as they were about to pounce, Yunhui quickly spun his sword and slashed. Blocked in front, behind, and above, she screamed in panic, "We are surrounded! Run quickly before it's too late!" The mob of strange figures clung to Yunhui as if seeing a fat piece of bait, the azure light still flickering within. Moments later, that light continued to expand. With a move of returning dragon ascending sword, Yunhui broke through their encirclement, which was as crowded as fire ants. He paused, panting heavily. "I have used nearly 2/3 of the blaze. If I want to exterminate them all, even if I use up all the blaze." While stuck with no way out, Shaoan agilely pointed him in a direction. "Yunhui, look there is a cave. Run before those monsters wake up." Yunhui agreed completely and dashed towards it.
His body dashed through the dark and gloomy area. After running for a while, he was suddenly startled. Why is it so bright and warm here? The light
Seeing the coffin lid being opened in the niche, Yunhui suddenly had an idea. Moments later, when the strange men arrived, they could find no trace of him and continued to howl in their search. A while later, they gradually moved away from the stone coffin right there. Yunhui lay curled up inside the coffin, speechless, as the noises grew distant. Luckily, they had no intention of opening the coffin. It seems they've left the area. I should get out. Just as he finished speaking, Yunhui unknowingly triggered some mechanism, and suddenly a click was heard. Then, water poured in from somewhere, drenching his head. Yunhui struggled with all his might to push the coffin lid, but it was useless, while the water kept gushing in. He flailed about, screaming loudly, wondering why the damn lid wouldn't open. Am I going to drown in this filthy water? To die in such a ridiculous way? Moments later, Yunhui's breath turned into air bubbles. In a deep room resembling a secret chamber below, a trap door opened from the ceiling. The door suddenly released, and murky black water poured down like a waterfall. Yunhui fell to the ground with the current, coughing violently while bending over. Shaoan hurriedly asked if he was okay. Yunhui wiped the corner of his mouth, looked around for a moment, and remarked sarcastically, "I just nearly died. Where is this place now?" Before he could calm down, holes suddenly appeared on the walls, continuously releasing gas. Yunhui irritably covered his nose and mouth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, is it poison gas this time? Tiannan quickly pointed in a direction. Yunhui, break the wall and run out. He agreed, and hurriedly raised his sword to slash. A Ju Ya return sword.
Shaotan's mumbling words could no longer be heard clearly. By the time he realized he had fallen, Yunhui was already lying sprawled on the ground, groaning in sharp pain. Suddenly, the silver needles that Sima Tuo had inserting were automatically expelled. They flew out of Yunhui's body, striking the wall with sparks, as if pushed out by some unseen force. Internal energy flooded his entire body, and Yunhui let out screams of agony. The silver needles on Yunhui's chest were also pushed out one by one. The constricting pain caused his pupils to rapidly contract. Yunhui was more overjoyed than ever. A stream of energy is rising from my chest. It is the Xiantian true qi, and the Dantian too.
He suspected with some doubt. It seemed the seal Sima Tuo had placed on him had been lifted. The information came so suddenly that she was also stunned in disbelief. Zhao Yunhui tried sitting down to circulate his energy. An abundant source of internal force enveloped him like a deep azure fire. Cracks began to appear on Yunhui's face, and he started to worry as a warm stream of energy spread from his heart throughout his body, but something felt very strange. The Shantan true qi in the middle dantian and the internal energy in the lower dantian were resonating and strengthening. How can I control two streams of energy at the same time? Although I don't understand what is happening, I cannot miss this opportunity. Shaotan stood by, flustered and panicking. Yunhui, your skin is cracking and black liquid is oozing out. On the other side, the 4 fire herbs had been harvested and piled up on Zhangbu's back. He was running for his life while being chased by a group of monsters, cursing in his heart. Damn it, just how many monsters are here? Although I found the 4 fire herbs, if I get caught by them, everything will be ruined. I just need to reach the water stream. Hang in there, I'm almost there. As his body came to a halt,
Zhangbu closed his eyes tightly. I apologize, young master. If you find my corpse, please bring the 4 fire herb to Elder Ye. Having just left his last words, Zhangbu waited for a while but felt no movement, so he opened his eyes to investigate. The sight of the monster's severed heads falling like mud and shattering under the rain left him bewildered. Yunhui stepped forward from behind him. Thank goodness, just in time. You found the 4 fire herb, right? Zhanggu turned around excitedly. This voice, young master? You were all right? His words suddenly choked in his throat when he saw something extremely strange. His heart skipped a beat. Burning red hair and blood-red eyes. Blood demon? Why does the young master look like the blood demon? Then a barrage of questions from Zhangbu followed. A moment later, holding flowers as pure white as chrysanthemums in his hand, Yunhui examined them. Is this the 4 fire herb? Zhangbu nodded. Yes, now we just need to bring it to Elder Ye in time. Yunhui did not delay and urged them to leave. Suddenly, Zhangbu was a bit curious. Young master, why do you keep closing your left eye? Yunhui touched his eye and hummed, not answering. My internal energy and Xiantian true chi have not only been resolved but are even stronger than before, and I use that power to break the wall of the stone chamber, but I don't understand why my left eye still cannot recover, even though I used Xiantian true chi. Every time I open it, I feel a stinging pain like needles, so I have to keep it closed. Yanhui gritted his teeth and explained to him, I only suffered minor injuries. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a sound that sounded like something being dragged. Listening closely, Zhangbu discovered a cave entrance. The noise was coming from that cave. Legs with massive iron shackles attached to chains appeared in the darkness. A stranger walked out with his head wearing an iron helmet, his hands shackled to 2 iron balls larger than his body. Shaoan covered her mouth.
I don't know if he is an enemy or not. We should be careful. Zhangbu was terrified as the man looked their way. Young master, it is looking at us. In a flash, the person lifted his leg to pull the chain, using the iron ball to attack. Yunhui was startled and pushed Zhangbu aside to dodge. The heavy iron ball smashed straight down where they were, shattering the ground and rocks beneath. His body was incredibly strong. He could lift the iron ball with just one hand. Yunhui used lightning speed to raise his sword and stab forward. The man also pulled out the remaining iron ball to block the attack. Even though Yunhui used internal energy, his sword was still bounced back. He couldn't help but be astonished because that thing was too hard. What is it made of? My hand is completely numb. Shaoan from the side flexibly instructed.
But his movements were very slow, so dodging was not difficult. Once he had slipped under the arm, Yunhui did not hesitate to chop off his wrist. One iron ball flew far away. Seizing the favorable moment, Yunhui intended to use his sword to attack his neck. But his hand suddenly grew back, and then tightly grabbed his sword. Yunhui's head was full of question marks. Could he really play like this? That moment of stupefaction was enough for him to use the remaining iron ball to shove him away powerfully. The pushing force was shockingly strong. Yunhui had to stab his sword into the ground to slow himself down. Hearing Zhangbu screaming beside him, Yunhui hurriedly hushed him, telling him to be quiet. He rubbed his painful left eye and cursed silently. Damn it, I was careless and let him hit me. Blood is flowing into my eye, blurring my vision. Seeing that person showing strange signs, Shaoan hurriedly called out, Yunhui, what is that monster planning to do? She intended to tell him to be careful, but then saw him cut off his own remaining hand.
His hands freed, he laughed cacklingly and tightly grabbed the iron mask wrapped around his head. Then he forcefully tore it off in the blink of an eye. Yunhui's eyes widened to their limit, a mix of surprise and disbelief. Behind that mask was a pair of golden eyes. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was much more comfortable. Panicked, Yunhui turned to ask Tiannan, isn't he the one who fought the Tiannan sword guest? He firmly denied it. No, his face is different from the one I saw. That person only had one golden eye. Suddenly, he arrogantly reached out his hand towards Yunhui. Can you lend me that sword? I want to cut off these troublesome things. Saying so, he shook the iron shackles at his feet. Yunhui narrowed his eyes in confusion. Why should I lend you the sword? You can break free from the iron ball yourself. He scratched his head and glared at the boy. Are you stupid? Even though my body recovers quickly, that doesn't mean I don't feel pain when I get hurt. Tiannan reminded him from the side. You can't do that, Yunhui. Naturally, he didn't want to lend it either. Suddenly, the person smiled sarcastically. You don't want to lend me the sword. You only know one thing, but not the other.
Looking at the mysterious person radiating killing intent, Yunhui calmly questioned, I am your benefactor, so why do you threaten me like this? He repeated the word benefactor in confusion. The boy fearlessly locked eyes with him. Wasn't it thanks to me that you gained your freedom? Shaoan next to him covered her mouth and screamed, Are you picking a fight with him? Yunhui slightly narrowed his eyes in caution. After all, he didn't intend to kill me right now. If he wanted to kill me and steal the sword, he would have done it long ago, because he is much stronger than me. Hearing him say that, the person burst out laughing. You are truly interesting. Help? That's ridiculous. You are just a puppet in my hands, yet you talk so much. His words seemed to confirm Yunhui's speculation. Indeed, the fact that he could cut his own wrist earlier was intentional. The person kicked the iron mask nearby. At least you should have removed the talisman on my iron mask to be considered helpful. Did you remove it? Yunhui wondered to himself. Talisman? It seems there was no such thing.
so he pretended to be ignorant and replied, "I don't understand what you are saying." He placed his hands on his hips as if there was no other way. "Fine."
Yunhui clenched his fist tight. Then he proposed, "Then promise me one thing. We have no grievances against each other, so there's no reason to fight, right?" Seeing him beating around the bush, the man lost patience and blurted out, "You want me to promise not to harm you? Fine, I promise. I am also a man who values righteousness. Hurry up, give me the sword." After receiving his assurance, Yunhui quickly threw his sword over. The man smirked triumphantly. Then, without any hesitation, he swung a few sword strokes carrying a golden light, shattering the shackles at his feet. Yunhui's eyes widened in astonishment. I couldn't cut that chain, yet he cut it so easily. His sword moves are so fluid, a fluidity without the slightest stiffness. An outstanding swordsman, a sword expert. Who exactly is he? The person held the sword in his hand, contemplating. This sword is better than I thought. Then, seeming to think of something, he fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, he dejectedly threw it back to Yunhui.
He watched his every gesture warily and replied, "I think so too. We don't know when he might change his mind. We must not let our guard down." Yanhui's eyes kept staring fixedly at the stranger. But suddenly, just as he blinked, the stranger appeared right in front of Yanhui. Before he knew it, his hand patting Yanhui's shoulder encouragingly. "With this level of skill, you could make a name for yourself in the Jianghu." Yanhui calmly observed him. "What are you doing? Didn't you promise?" He stared at the hands resting on his shoulders. The strength was terrifying. "I can't break free." The stranger didn't reply, but pulled Yanhui's collar closer and sniffed. "The smell is truly unpleasant. As expected. Were you subjected to the golden statue body technique by Jin Shang while still alive? What is your relationship with him?" His right eye remained squeezed shut as he continued to feign ignorance. "What golden statue? Who is he? I don't understand what you're talking about." The stranger curled his lips in disdain. "You don't know? Never mind. He's probably not here anymore." Yanhui became even more curious. "Who on earth are you talking about?" The stranger just changed the subject. "If you don't know, then forget it. Did you enter the room filled with night luminary pearls?" His eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" The man clicked his tongue in wonder. "How strange. How could you have survived? You should have ended up in this state instead." He rotated his hand placed on Yanhui's chest to sense. "Do you also have a body like his, or is it due to the stream of energy in your heart?" He sensed for a moment, and realized that Yanhui's heart seemed to be enveloped by a strange layer of energy. Flashing a brief smile, he scoffed. "So that's it. This energy."
Yunhui inwardly groaned. Not good. Acupoint ceiling? He was too fast. I couldn't react in time. He could only blurt out, "Didn't you promise not to harm me?" The other person crossed his arms, looking annoyed. "Harm what? You should thank me for a lifetime. I have opened your meridians. Now you can use internal energy." Yunhui shouted aloud, "What did you say?" Then his vision suddenly became blurry. Not long after, Yunhui bent down and vomited violently, throwing up a strange liquid. Then he heard him instruct disdainfully, "The debt between us ends here. Ah, one more thing. If you meet someone with a golden eye, run immediately."
Yunhui touched his eyelid curiously. "My left eye doesn't hurt anymore. What did he do to me?" Without delaying any longer, he and Jiang Bu quickly ran back to Elder Yu's cave. 3 days later, Yunhui was still keeping vigil by Elder Yu's bed. 3 days have passed since I returned to grandfather's place. The herbs were indeed effective, the small tremors have disappeared, and your complexion is rosier, but you still haven't woken up. I frequently transfer true qi to grandfather to help him recover. I used the excuse that opening the middle dantian and transferring true qi required high concentration to forbid anyone from entering the room, but in reality it was because I didn't want to reveal the change in my left eye. My left eye only turns gold when I open the middle dantian, and it shows me a completely different world. I can clearly see the flow of true qi in other people's bodies. Through this, I discovered that everyone possesses innate true qi, albeit very weak. Thanks to the Jin Shang body and the destiny I received from that mysterious expert, my internal energy has improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the early super supreme realm. Now I can unleash power equivalent to before entering Fenglin Valley, without needing to use the power of the middle dantian. Becoming stronger is a cause for celebration, but now it all becomes meaningless. If I can't save my loved ones, what use is that power? Yunhui gritted his teeth in regret. Perhaps I should take grandfather to see a doctor. I can't just sit here waiting for Sima Tuo until the month is up. I'm going crazy. What should I do?
Suddenly, a warm hand stroked Yunhui's face. "Grandson." He joyfully grasped the old man's hand. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Elder U.S. looked at him weakly and gently. "I don't understand why I'm still alive either." He hesitated for a moment before recounting their journey to find the medicine.
Yunhui straightened his back and looked into his eyes. "How can we stand by and watch our loved ones in danger without doing anything?" Elder U.S. sighed kindly. "Grandson, if anything happens to you, how will I explain it to your mother?" Yunhui's eyes widened, as if signaling him. "Grandfather, what are you saying? I told you my mother is still alive." Suddenly, he was interrupted by the old man. "That's enough. You don't need to lie anymore." Yunhui's heart gave a thump. Did he realize? How? Since when? Was it because of that fleeting hesitation back then? "Actually, I already knew. I knew that one day I would have to tell the truth and apologize." Yunhui "How could I not understand your heart, wanting to lessen my grief before I close my eyes forever? If anyone needs to apologize, it is I who must apologize to you. It is all the fault of us adults. I do not know how you have lived, but surely you must have endured a lot. Yet your heart remains warm, just like your mother, my daughter, Shaoling." Yenhui shed tears as he returned his grandfather's embrace, his lips whispering, "Grandfather." Suddenly, the old man said something that bewildered him. "If your father had the stable status he has now, then your mother and you wouldn't have had to endure those years of suffering." Yenhui remembered something and immediately asked, "Stable status? Didn't grandfather think my father was the head of the Yiyang Zhao family, Zhao Yixuan? If not, does grandfather know who my biological father is?" Hearing Yenhui's question, Yue Lao pushed him away. "Wait, you say you know the head of the Yiyang Zhao family isn't your biological father, and now you're asking about your biological father. Why do I see that you bear the surname Zhao?" Yenhui blurted out a sentence that made Yue Lao stare in shock. "Back then, when my mother was pregnant with me, to escape the enemy's pursuit, she remarried."
You must understand that your mother, heavily pregnant and pursued by enemies, had to entrust herself to the Yiyang Zhao family. She married Zhao Yixuan there solely to give birth to you safely." He lowered his eyes in sadness. "But because of that, my mother had to bear the status of a concubine and endure quite a lot of suffering." Elder Yue fell into deep thought, placing his hands on his legs. He understood now, so that was how things happened. He hadn't thought Linger would have to go through so much. "It is true that the truth you know and what I know are completely different. Indeed, I do know who your biological father is. Wu Dingshen Fengchen Chengbai is your biological father. Currently, your father is the Grand Sect Master of the Wind Shadow 8 sects, and also one of the 8 great experts of the Central Plains." Shao Tan happily leaned forward to look at him. "Your father is one of the 8 great experts? Yunhui, you are also a young master of a prestigious family now. But what's with that expression, Yunhui?" Seeing him become even
"If my father's identity was like that, then surely he had enough status and power to protect my mother and me, and he must have known where you were. Therefore, I am wondering if my father is someone who only lives for himself." Yue Lao placed his hand on the boy's shoulder to comfort him. "Yunhui, don't think about your father like that. He is not a selfish person as you think. Back then, your father was merely a young sect master. Although he tried his best to protect your mother and you, the fact that the Phi He Ying sect suffered discrimination for being descendants of the blood demon was unavoidable. You must also understand the reality that I was not imprisoned here at all." Yunhui seemed to hear something shocking. His pupils contracted. "You mean you weren't imprisoned here by Wushang City or the Moon Evil Sword?" Yue Lao sighed and took off his shirt to show him. "That is correct. That year, Wushang City wanted to join hands with the Wulin Alliance, but to do so, they had to accept a condition from the Wulin Alliance. That condition was to eradicate our sect. At that time, when I wanted to escape from Wushang City, I was hit by a rain of arrows during the pursuit. Then I slipped and fell into the rapid current. At that moment, I thought my time had come." Yunhui slowly bowed his head and asked, "What happened after that, grandfather?" Yue Lao looked kindly at the spirit tablet. "Fortunately, I was saved by Brother Zhu Jai. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lived to this day. His identity is the senior brother of the Wanzi divine physician." Yunhui turned his head to observe the spirit tablet behind him.
He continued to listen to Elder Yue's story. Later, the old man heard from Zhang Bu and the group of people thrown down here recounting the situation in the Zhonghu. Wushuang City announced that the Flying Moon Shadow Sect had been expelled, and all the remnants of the sect had been exterminated. At that time, he was heavily injured and fell down here, so he was considered dead. Just think about it. Normally, who could survive in such a situation? Therefore, he thought Yunhui's mother would also find it hard to escape a similar fate, and he even assumed she had died before giving birth to Yunhui. He believed that if Yunhui's father knew his mother was still alive, he would have tried his best to search for her. Yunhui was filled with doubt. Was everything really as the old man thought? Seeing that he still had many grievances, Elder Yue spoke up to advise him. You shouldn't be angry at your father, Yunhui. I heard that your father has not gotten close to any girl until now, so if your father knew you were still alive, he would surely be very happy, Yunhui. He pondered inwardly. It was indeed strange. Could what the old man said about his father be true? Is he really still not involved with anyone? Shaoan at the side also exclaimed in speculation. It seems your father loves you and your mother quite a lot, Yunhui. Tianan, who rarely gossiped, also praised. I think he is truly an upright man. Later, you should consider finding him. But Yunhui still had doubts. Was he really that good?
Then why don't you give your father a chance, Yunhui? Yunhui raised his face slightly. I think I might need to meet him in person and ask to know the truth. I just want to ask if he knew that mother was still alive and that I have been born for 20 years. When the Flying Moon Shadow Sect was devastated, did he have some difficulty that prevented him from coming to the rescue? Shaoan looked at him sympathetically. It seems you are quite serious and pensive about this matter, aren't you, Yunhui? Yunhui clasped his hands and began to ponder. Because I suddenly heard about a major event about to happen at this time. According to my past memories, sooner or later, Wushuang City will announce the news about the death of the indeterminate divine wind, Chen Chengbai. Even if I want to think it over carefully, things are quite chaotic right now. I wanted to stay here for a month to stabilize my state of mind and recover, but perhaps I can't do that anymore, because there are too many matters I must resolve. I also need to quickly investigate and prevent the death of my biological father. Furthermore, Zhang Bu's condition is getting worse, so I also need to find a physician to treat him. And of course,
Yunhui lowered his face to hide his emotions. To put it simply, the reason I fell down here is perhaps a bit different from everyone else. Elder US suddenly became curious. You mean it wasn't the Moon Evil Sword who threw you down here? Yunhui gave an ambiguous answer. The old man crossed his arms, appearing to understand. If that's the case, you don't need to explain. I know the Moon Evil Sword well. He always does that to every martial artist in the realm. Yunhui's expression seemed a bit hesitant. Suppose I say that I have to accept the challenge of living here for a month just to get to know the daughter of Sima Tuo, one of the 4 great villains. Would he even listen? While they were talking, someone suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Young Master Zhao, something big has happened. The person was also overjoyed to see that Elder Yue had
Young master, do you remember the loud noise you heard 3 days ago? Even I thought it was nothing major, but now, on the side of the people in the cave, the water has reached ankle depth. Yunhui understood the probing question. You mean the cave is flooding, right? He sadly replied. Yes, if this situation continues, in about 2 days, the entire Fanglin Valley will be submerged in a sea of water. He looked up at the cave roof in silence. The situation seemed quite bad. Flooding this place in just 2 days was too fast. For the moment, he hadn't found a way to escape. Thinking this, he turned to discuss with Elder Yue. It seems we need to move to higher ground first, sir. The old man agreed with him. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Yunhui quickly carried Elder Yue on his back. Suddenly, they heard the person beside them ask, Are you not planning to bring Senior Zhucai's Jia token? If we leave here and bring that Jia token to the Wanzi Divine Physician, Senior might be treated by the Wanzi Divine Physician for his ailment. His Dantian could be restored. Elder Yue smiled bitterly. Do you think the Wanzi Divine Physician can restore a Dantian? That is truly unthinkable. Seeing this, Yunhui also advised. Since that's the case, let's just bring the Jia token along. Perhaps there's a chance.
He glanced back slightly to confirm with his grandfather. Elder Ye rejoiced. If so, can my Dantian really be restored? That implies great fortune, Yunhui. Please bring Brother Chi's Jia token along for me. He replied yes, and then the 3 of them continued to move out to regroup with those outside.
On the way, the other person took the opportunity to ask for Yunhui's opinion, but he hadn't thought of anything yet either. Suddenly, Elder Ye spoke up, saying he heard a woman's voice. Yunhui, slightly puzzled, repeated his grandfather's words in doubt. A girl's voice rang out from outside the cave. "Remember to guide me correctly. If we go the wrong way, you're dead meat." The guide was also a bit apprehensive. "Young lady, this humble one has already said this is the right path." Her small lips shouted, "Just try to deceive me and see. You'll kick the bucket without a whole corpse." He gritted his teeth in frustration. Oh heavens, how would this lowly one dare to deceive the young lady? Hearing the familiar voice, Yunhui smiled slightly. How could I forget her? Then he shouted towards the cave, "Young lady Sima." Sima Ying poked her head in to observe shortly after. "Young master, is that you?" Seeing him, she happily ran over. "It's me, Sima Ying. Young master, who is this old gentleman you are carrying on your back?" Elder Ye on his back hesitated slightly. What is your relationship with this beautiful young lady, Yunhui?" He smiled wryly.
Elder Yue smiled benevolently and asked, "Surely the young lady comes from the Sima aristocratic family, doesn't she?" Just as he asked, he heard his grandson add, "Yes, she is actually the daughter of Sima Tuo." Elder Yue looked as if he had received a shock in his old age, his pupils dilating. "What did you say? She is the daughter of the Moon Evil Sword?" Sima Ying shyly stroked her hair and greeted him. "Grandpa, I'm happy to meet you. I will become your future granddaughter-in-law." Elder Yue almost bit his tongue as he shouted, "What granddaughter-in-law?" Yunhui hurriedly gave a forced laugh and reminded her gently, "Lady Sima, we can't talk about that yet. We haven't even started courting, so how can you say that?" Sima Ying argued sadly, "Didn't the young master already ask my father for permission?" He twitched his lips helplessly. "I only asked for permission to get to know you." At this moment, Shaoan spoke up to remind him, "Yunhui, something is wrong with your grandfather. It looks like he's in severe shock hearing you say that." Elder Yue was just short of rolling his eyes back and fainting. This old man is going to become in-laws with the Moon Evil Sword? After Yunhui recounted the entire event that
He frowned slightly and explained to the old man, "I volunteered, grandfather." Yue Lao looked at him in disbelief. "Even so, how could he do that? You could have died." Sima Ying was stunned for a moment, then quickly knelt down. "Grandfather is right. This time my father went too far because he was too worried about me. I apologize on behalf of my father's rudeness. Please punish me." Hearing Yue Lao snort coldly, he hurriedly added, "He didn't intend to imprison me here forever. I came in here because he promised to release me after 1 month." Suddenly Yunhui turned to her and announced, "But Lady Sima, there is a problem." Sima Ying startled and stammered, asking what was wrong. Yunhui looked up at the damp cave roof. The cave was flooding. Water was rising from within, and at this rate, perhaps in just 2 days, the cave would be completely submerged. "It seems we have to get out before the deadline." Sima Ying jumped up in delight. "Then there is no other way. Since an unexpected incident like a natural disaster has occurred, we can't stay here anymore." "That's right. My father told you to survive in Fanglin Valley for a month, not to survive underwater, right?"
Sima Ying winked at him and turned to lead the way. "Follow me. How do you think I got down here?" A moment later, the people in Elder Ye's cave also followed the path Sima Ying led. As they were getting close, he suddenly called out to Sima Ying. Yunhui walked right behind her and asked, "Why did you come to this dangerous place by yourself?" She smiled helplessly. "You still ask? Of course, because I missed you. I sneaked down here while my father was away." Yunhui's lips twitched as he confirmed, "Your father is away?" Sima Ying recalled and recounted that suddenly a man appeared from the mountain crevice. Yunhui vaguely recognized something. He hurriedly used sound transmission to ask, "Young lady, I have a few things to ask about that man." Sima Ying's eyes went wide when she discovered his internal energy had recovered. Yunhui didn't discuss himself, but whispered, "Young lady Sima, remember carefully and answer me. Were both of his eyes golden?" She was a bit confused, but still seriously admitted, "That's right." Yunhui's heart thumped. "It really is him. It must be because I destroyed the wall of the stone chamber that the cave was flooded." Shaoan was about to say a human couldn't do that, but suddenly remembered the scene of him cutting iron like mud, so she corrected herself. Although he isn't human, but a monster, Yunhui had a different thought, but with that power, he could totally do it. Did
That guy with the golden eyes, he was very strange. His arm was cut off by my father, but it grew back immediately like a lizard. Then he suddenly ran away. My father immediately chased after him. ultimately she only remembered up to that part. Yunhui broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming internally, "That monster ran away? It was hard for me to even injure him, yet Sima Tuo could cut off his arm. Are all the 4 great villains as strong as Sima Tuo? Or is only Sima Tuo that strong among the 4 great villains? Whatever the case, the 4 great villains and the 8 great experts are not just empty titles in the Zhonhu." Seeing Yunhui remain silent for a long time after answering, Sima Ying finally asked, "What are you thinking about so seriously?" He just smiled helplessly. "Nothing. I just hope your father is okay." In the darkness, her voice...
"Do you remember the suspension bridge up there? I used it to climb down here." Yunhui turned to look at her in disbelief. "Where did you get such a large rope, young lady?" Sima Ying smiled with eyes squinting in pride. "I borrowed it from a nearby village. It took half a day to braid enough rope this long." Suddenly, one of them pointed at the rope. "Young master, look up there. Someone has already climbed onto the rope." The malicious people competed to swing onto the fragile rope with greedy eyes, even betting on who would go first or last. They shouted that they had escaped Fenglin Valley and were free. Elder Ye looked at them in astonishment. Weren't they Po Shang's subordinates? Sima Ying covered her mouth in fear. If so many people climb up like that, the rope won't be able to hold. Suddenly, Yunhui noticed something else. "Oh no, that guy, he's intending to cut the rope." The guy was still shouting to his people behind not to blame him, because if the rope broke, they would all die. The minions screamed in panic, but the leader started rambling that not everyone needed to be sacrificed. He claimed that after getting out, he would buy rope to save the people here later, and if anyone was as selfish as him, they would cut the rope too. But if one does not believe in people, how can heaven help him? Just as he held the small knife to slice the rope, their bodies were left dangling, and the whole group fell down, including the leader. Elder Ye's group stood coldly watching the Grady people. Sima Ying intended to get closer to examine it. It seemed the
Just a moment later, huge wooden planks fell thunderously into the water current. Yunhui quietly surmised that the suspension bridge above seemed to have snapped due to overload. The crowd drifting with the current kept screaming for help loudly. Up here, both Yunhui and Sima Ying had not yet thought of any other solution. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from beneath the river, splashing water everywhere, causing Sima Ying to retreat behind Yunhui. Seeing this, Elder US stammered in panic, while she was filled with shock and fear. Xiaosu raised its body upright from the water to look at them. Only Yunhui calmly reassured them. "Rest assured, it won't attack everyone. Its name is Xiaosu." Xiaosu pressed its face close to Yunhui. He still smiled happily, while Elder US seemed about to collapse from trembling. Sitting on his back, the old man kept leaning forward, intending to climb down, constantly asking if he was sure. Sima Ying also quietly shifted away. Yunhui leisurely called out, "It's okay. Do you guys want to try petting it?" Both of them turned pale and shook their heads like rattledrums. Seeing that, he had to give Suspicious, he used his Yantian True Qi to check beneath the water current. Seeing a massive drainage hole, he finally understood. It turned out you came here through that opening. Suddenly, Yunhui froze in astonishment. "Could it be you came here to take me out?" Xiaosu let out a soft growl in admission. Yunhui stroked its forehead affectionately. "Thank you, Xiaosu. I owe you once again." Yunhui then turned back to speak to the 4 people in the group and Elder Yue. "Sima Ying, Grandfather, Lady Sima, and everyone. If there is no way out, we will all die here. Do you trust me?" His eyes gleamed with amusement as he glanced at them, with Xiaosu baring its fangs and waiting behind him. Deep underwater, bubbles ceased to rise. Xiaosu launched its body out of the water surface at a strange lake. The group of people sitting on its back all looked pale. Only Yunhui felt incredibly jubilant. "We're out!" After being dropped onto the ground, the people in the group could not help but choke up. "Elder Yue, we made it out. Finally, we... That's right, the light is too bright. I can't open my..."
He touched the spot where its scales were jaggedly burnt, feeling a pang of pity. It turned out the human-faced purple-eyed snake feared the light because its scales were very weak and would get sunburnt immediately. Yunhui stroked that spot and sincerely said, "Thank you. If there is a chance, I will definitely come back to visit you." After it submerged, Sima Ying approached and announced, "Young master, I know where we are." Yunhui asked for confirmation and then listened to her explanation. Behind this forest was the village where she had borrowed the rope. There was a skilled physician there whom he was looking for, so they should go quickly. "Ah, we should change our clothes first, otherwise we will attract attention." The notice board in the village was crowded with people looking at it. It stated briefly, Wushang City declares that regardless of being from the orthodox or evil path, anyone who passes the Wuding Shenfeng challenge will be taught all the martial arts of the Fengyun Balyu sect and become the successor. The group of people in the cave knelt on the ground anxiously. Elder Ye, what exactly is going on? He just sat still on the rock and spoke to them in a stern voice. Haven't you worked hard to find freedom? This place is no longer Fenglin Valley. So isn't it true that you no longer need to labor to follow this old man? Let everyone go their own separate ways. They choked up calling his name, unable to speak. At the same time, the whole group prostrated themselves. We promise you, if you need help,
Suddenly the others panicked and shouted a name, drawing the attention of Yunhui and the old man. Zhang Bu! Zhang Bu! The scarred man held Zhang Bu and told him he had fallen unconscious. His body was burning up and his breathing was ragged, as if about to cut off. Yunhui silently lamented that this was bad, very dangerous. It seemed his condition had taken a turn for the worse. Sima Ing hurriedly pulled him toward the village. Follow me. We just need to go a bit to the northwest. The scarred man carried Zhang Bu on his back, while Yunhui carried Elder Ye, looking around and wondering if there was any doctor in this village. Elder Ye hesitated as he observed, asking himself, is this Fu'an County? Then he pointed ahead for Yunhui. Look at that flag over there. On the black flag was the pattern of a sword and a saber crossing each other. That was the sign of Wushuang City, the boy thought to himself. Although he knew Wushuang City was located in the north of Shaanxi province, he did not expect their influence to reach even the neighboring villages. Worried, he glanced back and asked if the old man was okay. Elder Ye wasn't sure what Yunhui was referring to, so the boy sensed the surroundings for a moment before saying, doesn't maternal grandfather have an ill-fated history with Wushuang City? There are many martial artists emitting killing aura around here.
Moreover, isn't that Jiangbu's life in critical danger right now? First, hurry toward the southeast of the village. Yunhui looked in the direction he pointed. Go toward the southeast. Elder Yue remained firm, even though more than 20 years had passed. But didn't you live here before when you were pursued by Wushuang City? I heard there was a very skilled physician there. Surely he is still here. In the southeast of Fu'an County, a frail-looking scholar was arguing with a gatekeeper. What is this unreasonable nonsense? Is it appropriate for you people to rent out this entire large medical hall? The gatekeeper got annoyed. You're so noisy. He drew his sword and held it against the kid's neck. Hey, brat, if you don't want to see something unpleasant, get lost right now. Li Bin gave a soft snort. So it turns out you are the ones to strike first. The gatekeeper had not yet realized what was happening.
His body was slender, yet his kicks and punches were fast and strong enough to send the guy flying. The two men lay prostrate on the ground, groaning in pain. Li Ben dusted off his clothes, smiling as if nothing had happened, and brazenly walked into the medical hall. However, just as he crossed the threshold, he was knocked back out by a profound Qigong force. Li Ben quickly steadied himself to keep his balance and avoid falling over. He touched his clothes, silently lamenting the cold. The thing that attacked him was cold qi. The woman channeled internal energy into her hand, glancing coldly at Li Bin. You dare to lay a hand on my subordinates. He observed her for a moment in his mind. Martial arts, controlling cold qi, a bow decorated with gray fox fur, and hair as white as snow. There was no mistaking it. The notorious Black Path expert of Shanxi, the woman known as the Silver White Fox. She lifted her chin, narrowing her eyes at Li Bin. Are you prepared to die? The young lad smiled ingratiatingly, feeling uneasy inside. This was bad. Why did he have to encounter the Silver White Fox at this exact moment? Outwardly, he still tried to explain. This humble one did not know that Senior was here. The Silver White Fox closed in on him in the blink of an eye, sneering. It's too late. The cold qi struck directly at his face. Li Ben froze. A person suddenly appeared and tightly grabbed the hand of the Yinbai Fox. That's enough. Could you all make way for me for a moment? Both she and Li Bin were shocked. Blocking a palm strike from the Yinbai Fox with one hand? Who exactly is this guy? Yinbai struggled to break free from Yunhui's grip. Today, do you brats want to die that badly? She frowned, channeling all her internal energy. Regret is useless now. I will crush you into 100 pieces. Yunhui's bored eyes silently glared at her. Then he resignedly closed his eyes. Let's end this quickly. Seeing him despise her so much, Yinbai turned red with anger. You bastard! You dare to arrogantly close your eyes while fighting right in front of me? She struck a palm, thinking it had hit, but Yunhui had appeared behind her unnoticed. The Yin by Fox glanced back, breaking into a cold sweat. He dodged all of the Yin by Fox's moves? When exactly did he move behind me? Before she could turn around to attack again, a blast of qigong filled with internal energy slammed straight into the Yin by Fox's abdomen. Her body was flung several meters away, dust rising in a kinetic mess. Li Bin sat slumped on the ground, both terrified and amazed. Seeing her sitting there limp, the boy exclaimed, "Oh my God, just one fist technique knocked her back and knocked her unconscious?" The boy looked up at Yunhui. "Great hero, if it's not rude, may I know your great name?" The boy hadn't finished his sentence when he saw Yunhui wave his hand, signaling the other four to run into the medical hall. Leaving Li Bin standing there dumbfounded, the boy wondered what had just happened. Inside the medical hall, the physician's voice rang out reproachfully. "Both of you are injured to this extent and haven't been treated yet. It's a miracle you're still alive to be brought here." According to the physician, Elder Yue's heart had weakened due to old age, and his vision was blurring from living in the dark for so long. Treatment could improve his condition, but Jiang Fu's wound
Young master, your presence here won't help them anymore. I will do my utmost to care for these two patients, so please take a rest. The nearby inn serves very delicious noodles. Why don't you go there to have a bite and take a nap? Since the physician had spoken, Yunhui could only comply. I suppose that is the only way. I leave everything to you, doctor. As he walked out in silence, Sima Ying hurriedly asked, "Young master, what did the doctor say?" He lowered his head and informed her. "They said there is nothing more we can do to help them now, so we should rest. How about we get something to eat? I heard the nearby inn makes very delicious noodles." Sima Ying smiled happily, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Sure, I haven't
Li Bin approached him with sincerity, thanking the great hero. "Thanks to you, we overcame the danger and received treatment from the physician." Yunhui smiled politely. "I also just happened to need to visit the medical hall. Besides, I still have many shortcomings, and I'm too young to be called a great hero." Li Bin clasped his hands respectfully, praising Yunhui endlessly. Not knowing how to respond, he could only accept the praise, then asked about the young man's condition. Li Bin massaged his own shoulder, stammering, About that, the physician also said there is no way. Now the only option is to wait." Even though I had prepared myself mentally that failing the exam would result in having needles driven into my acupoints to seal my martial arts, when it actually happened, I felt so uneasy that I unconsciously sought out a physician. Yunhui frowned. "If it is not rude, may I ask, young master, what this is all about?" Li Bin was slightly surprised. I apologize."
They declared that anyone who passed the challenge of Wuding Shenfeng will be taught the entire martial arts of the Fengying Baoyu sect and become the successor. The reason so many martial artists gathered in the district was to participate in the exam to be taught the arts of the Fengying Baoyu sect, and also to aim for the position of the next sect master. However, if one failed the competition, 8 major acupoints would be pierced with needles, their internal energy immediately sealed, and furthermore, for 3 years they would have to live as a retainer of the Fengying Baoyu sect. Sima Ying beside him had a head full of question marks. It was truly hard to understand why a successor would be chosen in such a manner. Li Bin then explained clearly to her that the successor was merely a pretext. In reality, it was just to expand their influence. Saying this, the young boy shook his head repeatedly. Then he leaned into their ears and whispered, "This is just a rumor in the Jianghu, but some say that Wuding Shenfeng cannot fulfill his manly duties, which is why he has no descendants." Yunhui's lip twitched, and he suddenly felt helpless. Surely he wasn't a eunuch, right?
The young boy took out a token and offered it. "Please, great hero, accept this item." Yunhui shyly refused. "No need. I didn't help you because—" But suddenly, his eyes went wide in astonishment. Seeing his expression, Li Bin pressed further to make Yunhui accept it. "If you need anything in the future, you can contact me." The young boy looked at the name Zhu Li Bin on the token. Yunhui was quite surprised. This young boy was the smiling young master. Shaoan asked Yunhui, "Do you know this person?" Looking at the young boy's smile, Yunhui answered himself, "He is Mr. Zhu Li Bin." This nickname comes from the fact that he always wears a smile on his lips. He is a famous new expert of the orthodox path. However, there is a special point. He and the white and black twin demons, the twin brothers we know, are destined rivals. Seeing Li Bin insistently offering it, Yunhui had to reach out and take the token, silently lamenting in his heart how unpredictable life is. Yunhui covered one eye to look at the young boy. Now he just needed to check his strength. Song Zuobai is currently slightly superior, but in the future, this guy will definitely go even further. Li Bin continued to flash a refreshing smile at him.
Although it is a bit rude, may I know the great hero's honorable name? Yunhui put the token.
The young boy grabbed his hand tightly, beaming with joy. Is the great hero the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest? Yunhui was embarrassed, not knowing what to do, so he just nodded to get it over with. The boy's face looked as if he had met a noble person. It is truly an honor. This humble one did not expect to have the opportunity to meet one of the two rising stars of the Orthodox Wuling here. Yunhui's lips twitched as he repeated the boy's words. 2 rising stars? Seeing that he didn't understand, the boy immediately unleashed a barrage of words, saying that the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest and the disciple of the Confronting sect, Li Jiangchen, are the 2 rising stars of the Orthodox Wuling, who have prepared a plan to sweep away the remnants of the Blood Sect. Yunhui listened in a daze for a while, still unable to digest it. Only when saying goodbye to the boy, based on what the smiling young master Zhou Li Bin said, could he summarize the whole story as follows. The remnant forces of the Blood Sect are secretly plotting evil plans within the framework of the Martial Discussion Assembly, an event organized by the Wuling Alliance. And the descendant of the Tiannan sword guest has discovered this. At the same time, Li Jiangchen has also investigated and discovered many experts within the ranks of the Wuling Alliance. Through this event, I and Li Jiangchen are honored as the rising stars of the Orthodox Wuling, the ones who will lead the future.
Shut your mouth. In just 1 month, I have become a hero of the Orthodox Wuling. It is truly hard to believe. Before I regressed, the only person who shone brightest at the martial tournament was Li Jiangxin. Shaoan looked at him in confusion. Who honored you then? Was it the Northern Heavenly Saber Saint? Yunhui thought it could not be Hero Guo, Northern Heavenly Saber Saint Guo Mingji. Although he had helped him, given his upright character, he would rather keep silent than do such a thing in front of a crowd. This must definitely be the work of someone else at the Martial Arts Alliance Strategist Manor. Chief Strategist Zhuge Yuanming died at my hands, so this time it could be the work of Second Strategist Sima Zhangxuan or Third Strategist Bai Wei Shang. Shaoan was even more unclear why they would act this way, but Yunhui knew because they had no other choice. The Martial Arts Alliance allowed the Blood Sect to steal the Blood Demon Sword right on their territory. This certainly affected their reputation. Therefore, they needed an event big enough to cover up that incident. Do you remember the purpose of the Rising Star Martial Tournament? It was actually a chess game arranged for the championship candidate Li Jiangxin. At the same time, it was also to announce the appearance of a new focal point in the Orthodox path. But now, another person has appeared who could become a focal point. Initially, just Li Jiangxin was enough, but now, if he were the only one, he could not attract attention, because the tournament ended ambiguously. The Tiannan sword guest has always been a symbol that Wuling figures aspire.
Perhaps that will be the last image they remember of me. Sima Ying beside him shouted, "Young master!" Only then did he startle and ask her what was wrong. She pouted and slapped her hand on the table. "Why didn't you answer even though I called you forever? I'm sitting right in front of you, yet you ignore me. What on earth are you thinking about?" Yunhui closed his eyes slightly in contemplation. "The problem is that young Master Zhao recognized me just now, so I'm a bit worried, fearing that others might also recognize me in the near future." Sima Ying laughed it off, telling him not to worry because she was by his side. But Yunhui told Sima Ying she didn't need to act like that. Perhaps he just needed to change his appearance or wear different clothes. Hearing this, she became even more.
Yunhui rested his chin on his hand, exhaling a sigh of relief in agreement, his thoughts wandering again. I had never thought of that. However, the competition of the Wind Shadow 8 Current sect raises many issues that concern me and need clarification, but I can affirm one thing. That competition is the best opportunity for me to meet my father, Chen Chengbai. On a nearby road, a supply cart rattled along, carrying 2 people in the back. Chen Rong looked around and started a conversation. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. Isn't your behavior a bit irresponsible? Chen Rong lay back, relaxed, and asked in return. Irresponsible? Chen Rong gritted his teeth audibly. That's right. Isn't it enough to be accepted as a disciple by 2 great experts? Li Jiangchen, do you intend to hog everything for yourself? The man named Li Jiangchen was already the successor of 2 of the 8 great experts. He nonchalantly held a piece of dried meat in his mouth. It's because of orders from above that I'm participating. Do you think I really want to go? Chen Rong shouted in his ear. Then you should have just stayed home. Chen Rong rubbed his sore ear. The elders told me I had to participate because of the relationship with Wushuang City. I'm not like those pushy people who can't distinguish good from bad like you. Come to think of it, aren't you greedy too? Being taught martial arts from the top tier isn't enough. Now you're coveting the martial arts of the indeterminate divine wind as well? Zhenrong was the grandson of the tyrant King Saber, Chenju. He gave a scornful snort. His eyes were so angry they turned red, and he cursed silently. Isn't it because of you? The one taught by Taiji Sword Emperor Songshan Zhenren and Wu Hao's first sword by Shangmu? You dare call me greedy? Do you even have the right to say that? Outwardly, he clicked his tongue and grumbled. I don't care about the power struggles of the Alliance or Wushuang City.
You bastard! I think you've crossed the line. Suddenly, before he could draw his sword, he heard him call out, Chenrong, we are getting close to Wushuang City. Do you plan to waste your energy before we get there? Hearing this, he immediately let go of his sword, silenced, almost biting his tongue in frustration. But in the end, he still threw a punch at Zheng Chuan's shoulder to vent his anger. Zheng Chuan smiled and glanced at him. Do you want some dried meat? Holding the half-eaten piece of dried meat in his hand, Chenrong shook with anger. No, you should stop too. The sound of your chewing is annoying me. Zheng Chuan, asking for a beating, took out another piece of meat from his inner pocket. Is that so? Then you should have said so earlier so I would know to eat in silence. Chenrong shouted in fury. You still have more? He pulled out a handful of meat, smiling mockingly. Of course, plenty more where that came from. Do you want a piece?
His face briefly lost its smile, as if he was remembering someone. Looking at the blue sky above, Zong Chan muttered a sentence without head or tail. It would be wonderful if that kid came too. Descendant of the Tiannan sword caste, Yunhui, I wonder if we can meet again. Switching to the medical clinic, Yunhui cheerfully said, Grandfather, this is great. Your complexion looks much better. Elder Yue warmly replied, Is that Yunhui? Come here quickly. Seeing him holding something, the old man curiously asked, What is this, grandson? Yunhui politely explained that it was grandfather's new clothes. Then he added, It was prepared for you by Lady Sima. Hearing this, Elder Yue happily asked him to thank her on his behalf. A second later, Elder Yue's happy
Having said that, he immediately asked, So, can I tell you about this matter? Seeing this, Elder Ye told him to go ahead, and so Yunhui began to recount everything to him. He started telling from the events when he was still at the Yiyang Jia family, to being captured by the Blood Sect and becoming one of their members. After that, he was accepted by the Fourth Venerable and became a disciple to receive martial arts teachings. Then came the fateful encounter where he received the true inheritance of the Tiannan sword guest, along with the Flying Dagger Killing King down in the abyss. Next was attending the martial arts conference to participate in the Rising Star tournament under the orders of the second young miss, successfully obtaining the Blood Demon Sword and subsequently being recognized by the Blood Demon Sword as its master. After that came becoming the Blood Demon, the head of the Blood Sect. Yunhui told Elder Ye everything, except for the fact that he was a regressor. After listening, the old man did not utter a sound. Seeing this, Shaoan guessed the grandfather appeared to be deep in thought, which was why he said nothing. But he thought, grandfather would know eventually anyway, so I shouldn't hide anything. However, since grandfather remained silent after hearing everything, perhaps he understood that my actions were merely due to circumstances. While Yunhui was still immersed in his thoughts, Elder Ye sighed with emotion. It is true that destiny cannot be predetermined. The things I always wanted to avoid when I was young have returned. If this is what heaven forces me to endure, I have no choice but to accept it. The ancestor of our sect also had regrets once.
Yanhui, I also have something to tell you. Although destiny has pushed you to the Blood Sect, you don't need to overthink it. Just do what you believe is right. Keep walking on the path you have chosen. I will always watch over and support you for the rest of my life. He gently held the hands resting on his shoulders and replied, I understand. Afterwards, Yanhui silently exclaimed that telling grandfather everything was indeed the right decision. The scene shifted to 3 days later, in front of the watchtower of the Fengying Ba Mu sect. Yuan Suen looked around for a while and wondered, is this really all the people? Why are there only 2 people participating in the recruitment exam for the Fengying Ba Liu sect? The crowd around them also discussed buzzingly, why are Li Zhenshen and Shen Rong here? If they are here to try their luck, what chance do we have? Those 2 are descendants of the 8 great experts. Why come here to compete with us? Better to give up early. Hearing this, Zhen Shen lamented. Truly, doing nothing still makes one a villain in others' eyes. Chen Rong heard this and immediately teased. It's not strange that people hate your face, but say what you will, it's less trouble if they know our identities.
Having to confront them like in the Rising Star exam would be more tiring. By the way, speaking of which, I hope to meet that guy Yinhui again this time. Then Yuan Swen sternly said, if there are no more participants for the recruitment exam, then please follow me, you two. Just as the three were about to leave, someone called out, wait, there's still me. Chenrong glanced over and silently assessed the person who just spoke. Looks like his strength is only at the initial supreme realm. Yanhui found that look of disdain extremely confusing. Immediately after, Chenrong struck up a conversation.
Hearing this, Yunhui lamented. This guy was indeed as arrogant as the first time they met at the tavern, but he doesn't know who I am to dare speak like that. Thinking this, he still replied politely, how could this humble one not know the identities of you two? Yunhui thought to himself that since there were many experts here right now, he shouldn't cause trouble. It was best to be humble first. Then he said, that one must be Zhang Chen, the disciple of the Wulin Alliance leader, who is making a name for himself in the Rising Star Martial Tournament. And the one accompanying young hero Zhang Chen is young hero Yunhui. Is that correct? Hearing this, Chenrong froze, his anger flaring up again. What did you say? What the hell are you saying? I am Chenrong, the grandson of one of the 8 great experts. Only then did Yunhui pretend to apologize, saying, oh my, I apologize.
Aside from showing off that you are the grandson of Tyrant King Saber Chen Jun, your strength isn't quite what the rumors say, is it? Just then, Zhang Chen spoke up. You lot are too noisy. This competition is fair. Anyone who wants to participate can participate. So there are 3 participants, right? You 3 follow me. Shaoan observed his expression and cheerfully exclaimed, look, he's so annoyed. Yuanhui replied, well, his temperament has always been like that. He never improves. Then he calmly walked past Zhang Chan's gaze. Immediately after, Zhang Chan exclaimed that he looked very familiar. Seeing this, Shaoan said, Zhang Chan is observing you. It seems he has recognized something. Yuanhui calmly said, it is also possible that he is just a cautious person. As they walked, Yuan Swen said, the Wind Shadow 8 Flow Sect has a total of 8 different branches. Experts from each branch are waiting for the candidates on each floor.
Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the first floor. A group of martial masters was already waiting there. Seeing this, Yinhui thought to himself, it seems they don't want to find a successor for Wu Dingxinfeng. The challenge sounds so difficult it's already dizzying. The people here are all supreme experts. How can one win against them easily? Then Zizi spoke up. I am Lun Zizi, and I will be the one facing you on this first floor. I also handle the Xinquan, one of the branches of the Fangying Balu sect. All of us here have profound internal energy, but we will adjust it to match the contestants, so you don't need to think too much about the level of internal energy. Currently, you all have the right to give up before the match. If you continue and lose, you will have to serve as retainers for us for 3 years. Feng Chen waited for him to finish and asked, whoever finishes first goes up to the next floor first? ZT confirmed that was correct. Hearing this, he happily said, that's good, saves waiting. Then I'll fight you first. Having said that, Zhang Chen immediately chose his opponent. Seeing this, Yinhui exclaimed, he's really fast, truly the disciple of the Alliance leader. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen happily said, I can't miss the opportunity to face the strongest person here. Immediately after, Chenrong also finished choosing his opponent, thinking he chose the weakest one to save energy. Chenrong thought to himself that Yinhui would surely lose soon, so he arrogantly spoke up. I don't know if you can make it up the floor or not, but take your time. Just a moment later, the sound welcoming the 3
Before long, the time for their decisive battle arrived. A small event occurred that left Wenhui's opponent completely stunned. Chanzhong, witnessing the scene, fared no better. Only Cheng Kim leisurely let out an, oh, seemingly not too surprised. It turned out that in a split second, Wenhui had unleashed a kick that sent the other person flying. That guy was in pain, but still resentfully said, you concealed your true strength. He is an expert after all. The boy calmly replied, then I'll pass the stage first. The scene shifted to another location, where a deep, hoarse voice quietly resonated. Truly interesting. I didn't think 2 descendants of 2 of the 8 great experts would want the position of successor to the Fang Ang But Lutong. Wen Yun Swan heard this and immediately replied, who among the rising stars wouldn't want to participate for this position, sir? The old man immediately denied. Not necessarily. There is one who came here not out of greed. Although it is said to be a battle between descendants of top experts, the result of this competition was almost predetermined, yet that guy said it wasn't certain. The fake Thien Wutong then asked, so you think the grandson of the Liat Vumbadao will stand
His sword-drawing speed was not inferior to Li Zhengchen's in the slightest, but the strange thing was that with such superb sword art, no one knew this person's identity yet. As the old man listened to the guy's story, he picked up a brush, intending to write. In no time, a piece of calligraphy was born. Yuan Shan, witnessing this scene, immediately let out a sound of admiration. After finishing the drawing, the fake Tianwu Chang asked, "You say that nameless one also uses a sword?" The old man's expression suddenly changed unpredictably. The scene shifted to the 8th floor. Yin Kei, witnessing that scene, sighed with emotion. Truly astonishing. The 6 experts of Lu Xingshang combined their forces and still failed? Looking at his cultivation base, it is not inferior to Li Zhengchen's at all. In fact, he might even be a level stronger than Li Zhengchen. After defeating everyone, Yunhui thought to himself, "It seems I'm quite exhausted after passing through 7 floors of trials. Now I can't use my handy sword techniques anymore. Otherwise I would have passed this stage much faster. Since experts are gathered here, I must hide my identity. I've already disguised the Tiannan sword and left the Blood Demon sword with Grandpa. I hope no one recognizes them."
His strength is not ordinary, only slightly inferior to Li Zhengchen. I knew it just by watching him execute his saber technique on the 1st floor. While they were chatting, Yun Kei interrupted. "Congratulations, young hero, for passing the first trial. The next trial will be organized tomorrow. Please take this command tablet and return at the hour of the horse tomorrow to proceed with the test. If you do not arrive by the hour of the horse, it will be considered that you have forfeited the game." After going outside, he calmly said, "That must be why I couldn't sense it." Shaoan heard this and glared, asking, "Yunhui, what are you saying?" Yunhui replied, "Although I passed this exam on the first day, Li Chongchen completed the exam before me, right? Yet when I reached the 8th floor, I didn't see him anywhere. I think it's possible he went up to meet Chen Changbai as well, but actually I couldn't sense his aura there." Tiannan's sword curiously asked, "So in the past life, did those two come here for the test?"
But why did he come here to search for the position of the Wind Shadow successor? He secretly guessed perhaps he wants to restore the fractured relationship between the Wulin Alliance and Wushang City. Shaotan and the others heard this and asked, "Restore that relationship? So he wants the two sides to form an alliance again?" After thinking for a while, Yunhui replied, "That must be it, because it was the Wulin Alliance itself that caused that relationship to break down. To be more precise, the rift in that relationship was caused by Bai Zhe, the younger male cousin of Wulin Alliance leader Bai Shangmu. This is truly a trouble for the Orthodox Wulin. Previously, the Wulin Alliance and Wushang City had joined forces to drive out the Blood Sect. After the Wulin only had 2 major powers left, the Wulin Alliance and Wushang City, it was thought that the Central Plains would have peaceful days. At that time, Bai Zhe even married Wang Yanghua. That action was intended to maintain a long-term close relationship with Wushang City. But one mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Both sides desired power and strength, so it was not easy to unite. The 2 forces inherently had different aspirations, so too many conflicts arose. At many times, that alliance connection could be considered broken and irreparable. Just then, a major incident occurred. A subordinate of Shangmu ran in panic. Then he trembled and reported, "Alliance leader, something bad has happened." That bad news was that Madame Wang Yanghua, the wife of Bai Zhe, had committed suicide. In the letter she left behind, Wang Yanghua said that she herself was weak and could
Bai Zhe was a scoundrel. Upon learning that his wife had committed suicide, he continued to gamble and play, paying no heed to his reputation or honor. At that time, Shangmu, in a fit of rage, straightforwardly took one of Bai Zhe's arms. Afterwards, the alliance leader sent that arm to Wushang City as an apology. But how could he possibly accept this apology gift? He angrily scolded, "Why, is my daughter's life only worth 1 arm? Even his life cannot resolve the injustice done to my daughter. Go tell your alliance leader to personally bring that bastard's severed head here, and then we will talk." Naturally, the Wulin Alliance refused this request, and since then the relationship between the 2 sides has reached a dead end. Tiannan's sword suddenly wondered, did the alliance relationship crumble just because of 1 woman? Shantan felt offended and snapped, "What do you know?" Hearing this, Yunhui spoke up to bail him out. Tiannan has a point, but that was only one of the causes. Upon hearing this, she wondered about the remaining reasons. Within Wushang City, there are 4 martial sects acting as major powers, each with a representative sect master. Therefore, every decision of Wushang City relies on the opinions of these 4 sect masters. From the past until now, one of those 4 sect masters has always been dissatisfied with the Wulin Alliance's status and has always wanted to break the alliance between Wushang City and the Wulin Alliance. That person is none other than the sect master of the Feng Ying Balu sect.
Now, perhaps the Wulin Alliance sent Li Chengchen here to become the successor to the sect master of the Feng Ying Balu sect, meaning he intends to become the sect master of the Feng Ying Balu sect in the future. At that time, he would propose that the Feng Ying Balu sect agree to re-establish relations with the Wulin Alliance, but an incident occurred. That was the passing of the Wind Shadow 8 sects Wuding Shen Feng, Indeterminate Divine Wind, Chen Chen Bai. After the news of Chen Chen Bai's passing spread, Wushang City did not announce any more major events. From then on, they recognized the weakness in their organizational system and selected Wu Tianzhen, Martial Heaven Sword, to become the leader. And the city lord of Wushang City would be the one to decide every move of Wushang City. Hearing this, the Tiannan sword hesitantly asked, "Then who took your father's life?" Yunhui replied,
Although it was rumored to strengthen Wushuang City, upon deducing and synthesizing information from the past life, it turns out this is the time when the four sect masters are fiercely confronting each other. Hearing this, Shaoan said, "But your father isn't dead yet, so we still have time to save him, right?" Yunhui calmly replied, "Of course, I can't just stand by and watch him die. If he dies, I won't be able to learn the truth I want to know. All right, let's go back to the inn now to rest for tomorrow's battle." Just then, Yuan Xuan popped out from somewhere and asked, "Can I speak with you, young hero?" Yunhui didn't know who this was, but still replied, "I just finished the exam, so I'm a bit tired and need to rest to fight again." Seeing that he intended to refuse, the man said straight out, "The Martial Heaven Sword Emperor wants to meet you, young hero." This caused Yunhui to shift from calmness to a state of extreme shock. He couldn't believe that person wanted to meet him. That person was none other than Wu Tianzhen. After some persuasion, Yunhui finally agreed to follow Yuan Chuan. A moment later, the man started introducing himself as Jia Yuan Chuan, the sect master of the Broken Origin Fist sect from Wushuang City. Hearing this, he doubted the identity the man mentioned, but outwardly said, "I thought you were a member of the Wind Shadow."
Hearing this, the Tiannan sword surmised that the sects seemed to be secretly monitoring each other. He agreed and replied, "Rumor had it that from the regulations to the internal structure of the city, everything was divided into two factions. It seemed this rumor was not baseless." Shaotan also joined the conversation and asked, "Do they intend to restructure the power system?" He nodded and replied, "That is very likely to happen." Soon enough they arrived. Yuan Xuan pointed in a direction. "It's over there." Yuan Hui was stunned and asked, "This place?" He began to feel suspicious. Isn't this the Wutian Orthodox sect? With the cloth hanging from the roof, the wooden beams, and the building's architecture, isn't this a temple? Immediately after, Yuan Xuan asked to take his leave. Yuan Hui asked why he wouldn't come along, but he simply replied that his mission was over, so he asked to go first. Hearing this, he immediately understood. The guy was probably just making an excuse. If his duty was
"The scent here is truly strong, just as I thought. This is indeed a shrine. That person over there is Tian Wu Cheng, and the aura I sensed from the outside definitely belongs to him. It seems his power is similar to mine, both capable of unleashing the lower Dantian." As soon as Yunhui appeared, the fake Tian Wu Cheng immediately spoke up. "I heard you have passed the first exam of the Feng Ying Bulu sect. What is your name?" Although he guessed the old man only met him because of this fake identity, he still replied politely, "This junior is Sha Yun from the Lu Zhen Men. Greetings, senior." Hearing that, the fake Tian Wu Cheng said, "Lu Zhen Men, I heard it used to be a famous martial arts family, but disappeared over 100 years ago. It is understandable that this old man did not know about it." A moment later, the old man asked Yunhui, "What is the sword?" Filled with vigilance, he thought, "What is the sword? Why is he asking me this?" Nevertheless, Yunhui still replied, "The sword is the king of all weapons." The fake Tian Wu Cheng asked with dissatisfaction, 100 days for the spear, 1,000 days for the saber, 10,000 days for the sword. You are on the path of cultivation, so why do you want to learn such miscellaneous things? He immediately assumed the old man was implying that the Feng Ying Bulu sect was miscellaneous. Pausing for a second, the fake Tian Wu Cheng spoke again. "Even though you have cultivated with the sword all your life, you still find it insufficient and rush into that wrong path? Do you not hear the whimpering of the sword?" The Shaotan group immediately retorted, "What is the old man talking about? When have we ever cried? This Therefore, become this old man's disciple." Fortunately, Yunhui remained clear-headed and replied,
This junior thanks senior for your concern, but if this junior gives up on this competition, wouldn't I become a guest elder of the Fengying Bulu sect? The fake Tian Wucheng continued to feign a dignified air and spoke, Indeterminate divine wind has no intention of accepting disciples or descendants. Think about it. Does choosing a disciple in this manner seem reasonable? No one has ever passed this challenge. No matter what method you use, you will eventually be eliminated. Indeterminate divine wind essentially just wants to strengthen his own power. Hearing this, Yin Hui muttered to himself, I know this too, but my only goal is to meet Chen Bai. I don't care about anything else. If Tian Wucheng is only worried about me, then... A moment later, he suddenly thanked the old man. The fake Tian Wucheng thought Yin Hui had made up his mind and immediately praised him, but unexpectedly, Yin Hui said, However, this junior is still participating in the competition. How can I give up halfway? Wouldn't that mean losing all credibility? Yin Hui assumed the old man wouldn't blame him for refusing. But unexpectedly, the fake Tian Wucheng asked suspiciously,
Hearing this, the old man seemed to accept it and said, If you have made up your mind, then I have nothing left to say. Hearing that, the young man clasped his hands to thank the old man for his kindness once again, thinking that the conversation was enough. A second later, the floor beneath Yun Hui's feet suddenly moved, catching him off guard. Yun Hui shouted, while the fake Tian Wucheng calmly said, I will give you time to consider. If I force you into a situation where you cannot refuse my kindness, you will definitely have to change your mind. So just rest for a few days and think it over carefully. Witnessing this scene, Wu Hei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Master, I am a bit skeptical about Yun Hui's abilities. Is he really someone we need to pay such attention to? The old man glanced at him and replied warily, He has unlocked the qi of Jing, Qi, and Shen. He is not just a descendant of the Lujian sect. You have not yet cultivated essence, so you cannot sense his aura. You still think he is just a tiger, but in reality, he is a dragon. While the two of them were discussing plans in case he did not submit, Yun Hui down below was so angry that he blurted out a few unfriendly words. Shaoan also angrily wondered, he is dignifiedly one of the 8.
As for that scattering poison scent and slumber scent, at least they won't be able to reach here. The Tiannan sword suddenly suggested, why don't you try climbing up and breaking through this ceiling? Yun Hui thought for a moment and replied, No, the aura I sense is Wu Ying, not Tian Wucheng. Even though the sound of his sword is fading away, but I still can't sense Tian Wucheng's aura here. If he's still standing there, then, Shaoan, realizing the implication, exclaimed, That is truly scary. A moment later, Yun Hui spoke again. If that's the case, then there's only one way left. Time passed slowly. The disciple of the fake Tian Wucheng came to check and muttered, It's been 2 double hours. The poison mist must have dissipated by now. But then he was extremely surprised to find no one down below. Just as he suspected he had entered the wrong room, Yun Hui swooped down. He attacked swiftly, striking the man a few times and causing him extreme pain. Yun Hui landed and whispered with disdain, You people planned to seal my internal energy and throw me in a dungeon, didn't you? That's why I hung from the ceiling waiting for the poison to clear before coming down. Then he crept closer, intending to extract some information from him. If he confessed,
Only then did Yun Hui gently drop a question, Where is the exit from this place? A while later he found himself helpless against this man's stubbornness. Yun Hui had broken all his fingers, yet he still wouldn't utter a single word. This was becoming difficult for him. Immediately after, he switched to another measure. After finishing the disposal, Yun Hui spoke with rare ruthlessness. I didn't expect you to be so well trained. I admit defeat in prying your mouth open. Therefore, to prevent the secret from being exposed, I have to silence you. Right then the door burst open again, letting the light shine straight in. Another disciple had just stepped in when he was blocked by his sword. It turned out Yun Hui had transformed into the fake Tian Wucheng in an instant and calmly asked, What are you doing leaving this guy here alone? The other replied, About this subordinate thought I could extract some information from him, so I came here alone. Hearing that, he scolded, Shut up.
Shaoan saw this and gaped, asking him why that guy suddenly obeyed orders so readily. Yun Hui immediately explained, I cast Huan Yi Eye on him, making him see an illusion where Tian Wucheng had defeated me. Although Huan Yi Eye doesn't last very long, it's enough to make him obedient. Now we just need to follow him out. The guy obediently followed Yun Hui's order and ran very quickly to the door. Then he stopped at a large smooth wall. After that, he reached out and pressed one of the bricks. While waiting, Yun Hui rushed forward and attacked him from behind.
The door, which had just been pushed open a little, revealing nothing inside yet, suddenly slammed shut without reason. Yunhui caught him as he collapsed and said, "If he gets caught like this, it won't be good." Suddenly the Tiannan sword asked, "Do you hear anything?" He then pricked up his ears to listen. A moment later, Yunhui whispered back, "The sound of swords is spreading. Judging by the sound, I can guess there are about 50 of them. It seems this is the tower of the Wutian Orthodox sect." He
Damn it, so to get out of here I have to risk my life breaking through the siege? As he was lost in thought, Shaoan softly called out, "Wait a moment, Yunhui. I just came up with a unique idea. Do you want to hear it?" Hearing that, he immediately felt something was off, but since Yunhui didn't intervene, she continued. "You see that door, right?" Yunhui exclaimed, "It looks really thick. How can an iron gate this thick be broken? The person locked inside must be a true expert." Hearing this, Shaoan smugly spoke up, "My plan involves that. You just open the iron gate, and when the person inside gets out..." At this point, the Tiannan sword exclaimed, "Why does the scene feel so familiar?" Shaoan hinted, "You guessed right. We just need that person to go out and cause chaos first, then we will seize the opportunity to escape." While she was very pleased with her plan and asked what he thought, the Tiannan sword asked, "But will the person inside cause chaos like we want?" Shaoan immediately replied, "Being locked in there, they must be very frustrated, so once they get out, they're bound to cause a scene." Hearing this, he had to exclaim, "I really have to look at Shaoan with new eyes." While she was punishing him for acknowledging her too late, Yunhui also nodded in admission.
Just as he opened the door, a black shadow rushed out from inside and grabbed his arm, causing Shaoan to exclaim in shock, "Yunwei?" On the other side, Yunwei silently blamed himself. "I didn't sense any aura, so I was careless. Now that I've fallen into this situation, what should I do?" Just as the person was about to swing their hand to attack him, Yunwei quickly caught that hand to block it. But then, Yunwei discovered something quite unexpected. He silently assessed. Black pupils, black hair. This familiar face is none other than Bai Huitiang. And she, on the other side, also began to recognize him in his disguise. The scene shifts to a few weeks prior, in Lo Shanxi. Huitiang had just stepped through the door when an unwelcoming voice rang out. "I didn't expect the eldest young miss to come here personally." She calmly replied, "It's been a long time. Let's skip the formalities and get straight to the main point." And so he heard Huitiang's invitation to join her faction. Wang Chujiang did not answer directly, but said, "Through my actions, surely the eldest young miss already understands." She immediately asked bluntly, "Do you mean you will follow whoever becomes the master of the Blood Demon Sword? Then let me ask you a question. Do you think letting that guy become the sect leader is good for the Blood Sect?" He replied indifferently, "According..." He paused for a beat before continuing. "Just you wait and see, young miss." Huixiang left while calculating inwardly. So 3 out of 4 venerables had already sided with Bai Lian Xia. How could this be? Whoever the Blood Demon Sword chooses becomes the sect leader? That is an undeniable tradition. The one who becomes the blood must be someone with overwhelming power. Although I don't want to admit it, I am currently in a weak position, so it's hard to say anything. After suffering defeat at the hands of Second Venerable Gaemaw and having to go into seclusion to recover, I haven't been able to break through to any further realms despite trying my best. Only if I receive guidance from an expert might I overcome this limit. Thus, I can only hope for a change of heart from the Third Venerable, as well as help and guidance from the First Venerable. As soon as Huixiang saw Zhang Long appear, she mocked, "What are you doing here? To see my shameful face after being rejected by the Third Venerable?" The old man intended to go persuade King Ojiyang again, but was stopped by Huixiang, who asked, "Let's leave it at that for now. By the way, it seems the First Venerable is still in seclusion, isn't he?" The old man responded with an affirmation. A moment later, Zhang Long asked again, "Is the current situation that you are stuck at a realm bottleneck, young miss?" She replied that was true. Only the First Venerable could help her. Zhang Long hesitated for a long while before saying, "Actually, there is another way, but it is quite dangerous." Upon hearing this, Huixiang immediately ordered him to speak. The scene shifts to 3 days before meeting Zhao Yunhui again. The sound of congratulations for passing the first round rang out again. She thought to herself, the indeterminate divine wind of Wushuang City is looking for a successor. Furthermore, anyone can participate, so this is truly a rare opportunity. If I win, I will have a
Tu Xiang heard him say he wanted to lead her to meet the Martial Heaven Sword Emperor, so she had no suspicion at all. After arriving there, the fake Tian Wucheng also invited her to become his student, but was bluntly refused by Tu Xiang. Immediately after, the old man used his familiar trick, which was imprisoning the prey under the pretext of giving them time to think. The scene shifts to the pitch-black and gloomy area below. The door, originally intact, now bore many marks. Inside, Tu Xiang was circulating her energy while cursing.
Although the young lady came here as a successor, Master disregarded that and instead offered to accept the young lady as a disciple. The young lady must realize this is a rare and hard-to-find opportunity. Hearing this, Tui Hung bitterly replied, "I'll let you know as well. If you open this iron gate for me, I won't kill you, but if I get out on my own, you are dead for sure." Hearing this, Vohak muttered, "Opportunity? Funny. You can't even take care of yourself, yet you dare to act high and mighty, offering me an opportunity? Truly laughable. I can guarantee the young lady 100%. I will make the young lady beg at my feet to be let out. Now, just stay in there and think about it." Prihum immediately realized something was unusual upon hearing this and scolded, "Bastard, let me out immediately. What tricks are you planning?" A second later, the scenery around her changed. 2 words, "because of you," resonated deeply, leaving Tui Hung stunned. Immediately after, she was suddenly strangled by something around her neck. In front of her was an unfriendly figure shouting, "You are truly useless. You shouldn't have been born." Tui Hung heard this and resentfully replied, "Is it wrong that I was born in a filthy place like this? Why shouldn't I have been born?" Then the rage within her reached its peak as she asked, "To someone like
But it seemed she wasn't stable at all right now. Her eyes were soulless, devoid of any vitality. Out of nowhere, Huisheng suddenly unleashed a palm strike, asking why it was her, catching him off guard. Shaotan immediately asked in annoyance, "Is she crazy? Why is she swinging her palms wildly and hitting us like that?" But Yan Hui calmly replied, "It seems she has been affected by some drug, so she is currently experiencing hallucinations." Immediately after, Huisheng suddenly screamed, "Someone like you doesn't deserve to be my mother. Just one day living with you and I had to endure so much scolding. Do you think I would still obediently accept death? No way. Just watch clearly from heaven the daughter you tried to kill years ago. In the future, she will be able to achieve everything you ever constantly desired." Hearing this, Yan Hui thought, wondering whose form she was seeing him as. Could the illusion she was seeing be her biological mother? It seemed that to escape here safely, he had to wake her up. Before Huisheng's eyes right now was the image of the woman she least wanted to see. Huisheng shouted in fury, "Get out of my sight!" Then she immediately launched a palm attack. Naturally, Yan Hui wouldn't let himself take that full palm strike, so he immediately leaped backward. Seeing this, Huisheng asked disdainfully, "Do you think you can escape my hands?"
When he didn't know how to help Tui Xiang break free from the hallucination, the Tiannan sword spoke up. "I have a method, though it's a bit dangerous. Do you remember how you awakened after being mentally controlled by the blood demon sword?" Over on the other side, Tui Xiang continued to attack madly while cursing. "Get lost! I'll kill you! Why do you keep clinging to me? If it's come to this, then I have no choice but to—" A second later, she was immediately surrounded by strands of soft wire. Yun Hui thought to himself as he released them, "This is the only way." Luckily, she isn't lucid, so she easily got caught in these silver wires. If she were awake, she wouldn't fall for a trap like this so easily. Then he tightened the wires. Suddenly bound, Tui Xiang screamed continuously, "Let me go!" Taking advantage of her confused state of mind, Yun Hui had placed his hand on her head before she knew it. A second later, he unleashed a technique to help Tui Xiang regain her senses. Seeing her lie still, Xiao Tan said, "It seems she has calmed down." Yun Hui replied, "Well, I used my
Hearing this, Yunhui helplessly replied, "What are you saying? When I used internal energy to strike the spiritual acupoint, I already adjusted the force." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something very suspicious. Tui Xiang, who had been unconscious, had now picked up the sword and held it against Yunhui's neck. She was about to strike when she heard him say, "I risked my life to save you, and instead of thanking me, you're attacking me?" Hearing this, Tui Xiang gradually calmed down and asked, "Is that you, Zhao Yunhui?" Hearing her say she didn't recognize him immediately because of the mask, Yunhui replied, "I only used this mask to disguise myself for the mission. All right, now hand that sword over to me." Then Tui Xiang wondered, "Why are you using such a cheap iron sword? Are you using it for camouflage too?" Shaoan felt very aggrieved at being called cheap, and Yunhui could only reply, "You could say that. Anyway, it's lucky that you've woken up." Tuasheng nodded in agreement. "I'm feeling better, though I still have a bit of a headache. Can you untie me now? And why did you tie my hands like this? Do you two have some perverted hobby?" He helplessly lamented, "How can you still..."
Tu Xiang rubbed her wrist and exclaimed, "Just a coincidence, huh?" Then she heard him recount, "I also fell down here after falling into the Martial Heaven Sword Emperor's trap." Tu Xiang replied, "So that's it." She had thought he'd jumped down here to save her. This realization made Yunhui slightly regret his decision to save her. A moment later she spoke up again, "But you missed a good opportunity," which left him quite puzzled. Tu Xiang had to explain, "You missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate a rival. Did you think about that when you saved me?" Hearing this, Yunhui wondered if she perhaps didn't know that he had become the current blood demon yet. Yunhui also thought to himself, if she doesn't know what's happening, then fine. I need to avoid this provocative topic. So he chose to say, "I did it because we are both in a situation where we need to cooperate to escape." Hearing this, Tu Xiang said, "Join forces to help each other?" Yunhui knew she wasn't aware yet, so he kindly explained, "The exit leads to the treasure pagoda of the Martial Heaven Orthodox sect, so escaping alone would be very dangerous. The two of us need to cooperate to escape." Hearing that, she hesitated and said, "That is indeed a wise choice, but you have forgotten one thing." Yunhui asked, "What are you saying?"
"I have a way to escape from here quickly. I wonder if young Miss can follow me." A moment later, Wu Hei impatiently speculated, "Still no news about the subordinate I sent earlier. Could something have happened to him? Before this, I boasted to Master that I would handle things down here. Now if he finds out, what should I do?" Not having walked many steps, he encountered the subordinate he had sent earlier. Another one came to check and realized he was still alive, just fainted. Hearing this, Wu Hei immediately ordered them to wake him up. He intended to ask what had happened, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "Young master, look over there." Wu Hei heard this and asked irritably, "What is it now?" But as soon as he glanced over, he was stunned, speechless. Seeing the iron prison door wide open, Wu Hei already felt something was amiss. Immediately after, he circulated his internal energy to search for those people. But then he thought in disappointment, "I can't sense any aura other than the four of us. Either that wench has escaped, or she is concealing her aura and hiding." Thinking so, he ordered his Down below, Wu Hei grumpily replied, "Do I need to repeat myself? Hurry up and find that woman for me. She was drugged. She surely wouldn't have gone far." After the subordinates obeyed and left, he gloomily lamented that if this continued, he would be punished by his master. A second later, Tuashan coldly spoke up, "Worrying is useless now. Try thinking about whether you'll still have your life to meet that old man." Wu Hei immediately switched to alert mode and asked, "How did you people escape?" His subordinates, seeing this, also stopped in their tracks. She suddenly raised her voice, "This bastard's head is mine," leaving Yunhui wondering what she wanted now. He felt rather dissatisfied that Tuashang borrowed his sword, yet spoke as if it was nothing. After receiving the sword, she immediately said, "You can do whatever you want with those bastards following him." The subordinates, hearing this, rushed forward, cursing, "Do you know where this is that you dare to act like this? Young master, rest assured, leave these two to us subordinates." Unexpectedly, before the two could say anything, they were surrounded by soft wires. Yunhui controlled them while thinking, "It seems hard to hide it now, so you need to subdue that guy as a hostage. Don't kill him just yet." On the other side, Wu Hei jumped in fright upon hearing Tuashang call out to him. She put on a brutal expression and But Tu Shang replied, "Are you afraid of me? Don't worry, I won't kill you." Hearing this, he began to get angry. "Truly arrogant. Do you think you can kill me with that rusty sword?" The rusty sword in her hand trembled slightly, as if in indignation. Tu Shang unleashed the Blood Heaven Great Demon Sword move, then confidently said, "For you, this is enough." Next came the blood-stripping star move, rushing straight towards Wu He with terrifying power. It wasn't until it got close that he still stood still, unable to dodge in time. Tu Shang, without saying a word, executed 2 lightning-fast sword strokes. Only after she passed by did Wu He's body react. He silently exclaimed, "Ah, so strong. A bit slower, and my head would have been severed from my neck." Just then, her disdainful voice rang out, "It seems your martial arts are all show and no substance." On the other side, Tu Shang was radiating murderous intent, holding something dripping with blood in her hand. She calmly continued, "First, I'll just take one eye." Only then did Wu He discover the new hole in his body and groaned,
"Oh no, my eye." Thinking that was the end, Tu Shang declared, "This is just the appetizer. With just this, my mood can't get any better." When she intended to continue cooking Wu-hee, Yunhui intervened in time. "I think this is enough, eldest young miss." Tu Shang looked back, only to realize he had already dealt with the small fry. Yunhui then said he had business to negotiate with him, so she should step back for a moment. Hearing this, Wu-hee furiously said, "Negotiate? She already took one of my eyes. What is there to say? You should know that this place is located beneath the treasure pagoda of the Martial Heaven Orthodox sect. Even if you had wings, you couldn't escape. If you want to keep your lives, beg me." Hearing this, the young man lamented that this guy was hard to persuade. After hearing him say they would take another route
I was just guessing. A cave this big must have another exit. Hearing this, he realized he had been trapped. Seizing this opportunity, Yunhui suggested that if he led them out, they would spare his life, but Wu Hei arrogantly replied, "Do you think I would reveal it to you? You only have two choices. One is to surrender, and two is to take me down. Then my master will take your lives." He frowned and said, "It seems there is no other way, huh?" Hearing this, Wu Hei smugly replied, "Giving up so soon?" Yunhui immediately retorted, "I'm not giving up, but if I can't ask you, letting the eldest young miss handle it seems like a better idea." This sudden change of face made him stunned and blur out, "What did you say?" Before he could finish speaking, Hui Shang stood in front of him, saying happily, "I told you negotiating with this guy is useless. First, I will gently ask for your tongue, then for your fingertips and toes to see how you crawl around. I am looking forward to seeing how you endure and beg me." Wu Hei got goosebumps upon hearing this, so he hurried.
"Follow me, quickly." And so the three of them began to move forward one after another. Yunhui thought as he walked, this place was truly strange, making Shaoan curious about what was going on. He began to wonder, why are there so many other prison cells in this secret passage? She guessed that perhaps many talents were imprisoned here, but Yunhui pointed out that all the rooms were open. Thinking this, he asked bluntly, "Is this really the escape route? If you are lying, you're dead." Wu Hei responded resentfully, "My life is in your hands. I don't have time for that. Remember, after we escape, you have to..." She knocked on the door while wondering, why is this the only door that is closed? Wu Hei helplessly replied, "This is a prison. Of course it's closed. Why don't you think of a way to get out of here instead of being so curious? Don't worry about those things anymore. If we can escape early, then..." A second later, the door was opened amidst her curiosity and his astonishment. Then Tues Yang added, "Is there any reason why I can't open it?" Right at that moment, she suddenly saw something very strange and exclaimed, "What in the world?" Yunhei immediately asked what was wrong, but Tues Yang just replied to go and look for himself. After looking, he also stood staring for a few seconds, just like her. An old, hunched figure with white hair made Yunhei suspicious. A few seconds after observing carefully, he suddenly realized that it was Tian Wu-cheng. He dazedly spoke up, "Although he is a bit emaciated, that is definitely Tian Wu-cheng." Tues Yang heard that and also wondered, "I remember never hearing about the Martial Heaven Sword Emperor having any twin brothers." By now, Yunhei belatedly realized something. Just as he swung his sword, a stream of light immediately surged forth. At this exact moment, another person appeared. I had no other choice. They forced me to do it. Seeing the old man act so ruthlessly, Tu Shang wondered, wasn't he your disciple? Then she secretly thought, being able to heartlessly kill a disciple, is he really the Martial Heaven Sword Emperor? But his power is indeed on par with the 8 great experts. Just one sword finger was enough to pierce through the opponent's glabelle. Who do you think is the real one between us? The two on the other side also swung their swords to retaliate against him. Several surrounding rocks immediately Immediately after, she rushed towards the fake Tian Wu-cheng. The old man curiously asked if she was a descendant of the blood demon, to which Tues Shang slyly replied that he should just try and find out. The moment the two clashed, smoke and dust obscured the air. Above them, Yunhui felt that this was the moment, right when the old man was focused on her. He intended to use the Zuya return sword to pierce the cave ceiling, but unexpectedly, before he could act, the old man was already behind him. Yunhui was astonished, thinking,
How did he pierce through her sword moves so quickly? The fake Tianwu Cheng spoke with disdain. Give up on that stupid idea. Do you think you can escape from my hands? Right when the old man shouted, take this, Yunhui thought, this is bad. At this rate, I'll be hit before I can pierce the ceiling. The fake Tianwu Cheng activated his weapon in an instant. The falling meteor sword move nearly sliced his body in two. A wave of agony washed over Yunhui, causing him immense suffering. Yunhui circulated the golden blood body, concentrating all his true qi into his abdomen, as the sharp killing intent from the fake Tianwu Cheng sword mantra was about to touch him. However, the moment the killing intent made contact, his abdomen was instantly slashed open as if there were no defense at all. Seeing him fall in pain, the old man exclaimed in delight, "You look truly pathetic. But you are also praiseworthy. At least you managed to prevent your body from being cut in half."
Immediately after, the fake Tianwu Cheng discovered that Wu Hei was merely an illusion. He looked up at the screen of dust before him and coughed repeatedly. The thick dust quickly surrounded him, obstructing his vision. Upon realizing he had been tricked, the fake Tianwu Cheng angrily cursed. "This bastard! You dared to use a puppet to distract me and take the opportunity to destroy the cave ceiling?" Answering him was utter silence and a pile of dust falling from the ceiling. Although there were some hiccups, the two's plan still succeeded. Tu Sheng worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Covered in injuries, Yunhei still replied that he was fine. Seeing this, she scolded, "You idiot, being injured this badly." Glancing down at his abdomen, which had been slashed across, Tu Sheng was horrified. She placed both hands in front of Yunhei's stomach and instructed him to keep his mouth shut tight. Another wave of pain struck unexpectedly. Tu Sheng whispered, "I've temporarily stopped the bleeding by cauterizing the wound." Only then did he have the strength to recount. "When I was hit by that move, I thought I was going to die." Tu Sheng was just scolding him for being glib when she detected a sound behind her back. The fake Tianwu Cheng was chasing closely and
On the other side, Tuishang carried him on her back, reminding him not to fall unconscious, but Yunpi only dazedly cried out in pain. Then he said he didn't want to die. Hearing this, Tuishang replied, "I know, shut up." Immediately after, she bluntly stated, "I won't let you die." As Tuishang carried him while fleeing, she whispered, "I will never lose what belongs to me. You are mine." After fleeing for a while, the exit finally appeared. Tuishang kicked it open to enter easily. However, the scene in front of her made her freeze for a few seconds. She discovered that this was the warehouse, but she wondered why there was a tunnel leading here. Before long, a rumbling sound echoed in her ears. Tuishang guessed silently, "With such a loud noise, did he smash through the wall? Damn it, he doesn't give me any rest at all. But I can't escape while carrying Yunhui like this." Tuishang opened a large crate and thought, "There's no other way." Immediately after, Yunhui was thrown into that crate. He watched her seal his acupoints and wondered what she was doing. Yunhui thought to himself,
The only memory remaining before Yunhei lost consciousness was Tuishang's promise to meet again. Time passed continuously, and soon enough the fake Tian Wucheng chased up to the spot. Looking at the bloodstains on the floor, the old man spoke with disdain, noting that the two must have fled in panic. In such a messy state, they couldn't have gone far. The fake Tian Wucheng nonchalantly remarked that they could struggle as much as they pleased. The moment he stepped through the door, he began to suspect something. Just as the fake Tian Wucheng reached out to touch the lid of the crate where Yunhei was lying, a commotion erupted outside. "It's him! Catch him! Over here! Quick, catch him!" The old man sighed helplessly, realizing he couldn't leave quietly, and then immediately dashed away. Outside, a chaotic battle was unfolding. Tuishang fought while thinking, "Am I crazy? Why am I risking my life to act as a decoy for someone else? Clearly this is the choice with the highest risk of death." Then she paused, asking herself, "Yunhei, why exactly is this Bai Huisheng risking her life to protect you like this?" Having thought that, Tuishang chuckled for no apparent reason. She intended to seduce him, but in the end, the one seduced was her. Tuishang ran while silently sending a message, "Try to survive, Yunhei." The scene shifts to the front of the tower of the Fangying Bali sect the next day. The murmurs of the crowd rose again. Why hasn't one person arrived yet? Didn't 3 people pass the first round? Are you talking about that masked guy? It's almost the hour of the horse. Surely he hasn't given up. That makes sense though, since the opponent is a descendant of the 8 great experts.
He froze for a few seconds upon seeing Yunhui approaching. Yuan Xuan's heart was filled with questions.
Why was he? What had happened? Although he didn't know what had transpired, he still had to stall for time, so he reluctantly asked, "Why are you in this state? Did something happen?" The moment their eyes met, Yuan Xuan thought, "I am no match for him. If I provoke him, he will reveal everything, and then I'll be in trouble. I must let him inside first, then report this matter to the Wu Tian Orthodox sect." Thinking this, he told the young man to go in first. Unexpectedly, Yun Hui asked a sharp question, "Why aren't you coming with me?" Yuan Xuan replied out of habit, "I still have other matters to." Before he could finish speaking, the scene before him
Immediately after, Yuan Xuan took a full hit from Yun Hui. Just as he said, "Wait," the boy cut him off instantly. "You use the excuse of time running out to stall, but I am not amused at all. Don't overreact. Compared to what I have endured, this is just a small portion. What kind of supervisor are you? A sect master of a sub-branch of Wushuang City acting as a lackey for others?" Right after that, Yun Hui struck him with a palm strike that felt like the sky falling. Yuan Xuan clutched his chest and growled, "Do you think you can remain safe and sound after doing this? You dare to touch me." Just as the boy was about to give him another beating, someone intervened. Seeing him arrive, Yuan Xuan happily tattled, "Sect head Yun Yu, you arrived just in time. This guy intended to harm me." Shaoan looked around anxiously and said, "Those are martial artists of the Po Yuan Fist School." "They are surrounding us," he reassured her. "No need to make a fuss. It will be fine," which surprised her slightly. Yun Yu said sternly, "The Wind Shadow 8 Stream sect strictly forbids the use of force in unauthorized areas." Hearing this, Yun Hui apologized. Yuan Xuan heard this and thought gleefully, "Good, you will be disqualified from the competition for attacking the examiner. Serves you right."
Yuan Xuan witnessed this scene and whispered in confusion, "What is the meaning of this, sect head Yun Yu? An examiner was attacked by a candidate, yet you are letting it slide? This is truly absurd." Immediately after, he was forced to shut his mouth. The pain caused Yuan Xuan to pause for a second before screaming out, and at the same time, Yun Yu spoke coldly. 7 days ago, one of the candidates who passed the first round with the most excellent results did not arrive, and 3 days later, another person who passed the first round also did not appear. Today, there were 3 people who passed the first round, but one of them almost didn't make it. Hearing this, he feigned ignorance and asked, "What are you talking about? I am just an examiner." Hearing that, the old man scolded, "Sectmaster Jia Yuan, you are truly shameless. Do you think if I asked that person just now, I would get a different answer?" Yuan Xuan was officially silenced by that question. A moment later, he suddenly cackled and spoke. Shaoan exclaimed, "It turns out the Feng Ying Bu Liu sect aren't fools after all." Yun Hui replied that they likely suspected it beforehand but couldn't do anything due to a lack of evidence. "I am merely an outsider of Wushuang City. If I investigate the deeds of the Martial Heaven Orthodox sect on my own, including what that guy Wu He did, or whether the real Martial Heaven Sword Emperor is being imprisoned, I will be in danger." So after some thought, Yun Hui saw only one way, to deliver the information and evidence to the only person who could resolve this issue. He thought with emotion, "Thanks to you I found that way, Miss Bai Huishang. Have you escaped safely yet?" A second later, Yun Hui arrived at the room and pushed the door open. Chan Rong, seeing him arrive, said, "I thought you had given up." Zun Cheng calmly replied, "I told you, he isn't someone who gives up easily." Yun Hui didn't answer anyone, but asked the examiner if he was late. The examiner replied that they were on time, then announced, "Then let's begin the second round." Scene change. Yun Du knelt and reported, "The Martial Heaven Orthodox sect has crossed the line, Sectmaster." Chan Bai calmly replied,
"And this time we have enough evidence, that Sha Yun fellow." Cheng Bai remarked, "It seems you like that fellow very much." Yun Du happily replied, "Not only can he compete with Wu He, but he can also match the descendants of the 8 great experts. Ask yourself, who in this world is more worthy of being your successor than him?" Mentioning this, he gave an ambiguous answer, saying he didn't know. Hearing this, Yun Du wondered, "Don't tell me you intend to give Li Zhengchen a chance." Cheng Bai thought deeply and replied, "He is a bold one. After the first round ended, I spoke with him for a while. He showed no fear and said exactly what he wanted. Now I understand why Bai Xiangmu and Songshan Zhenren accepted him as a disciple." Seeing that he liked Sheng Chen very much, Yun Du continued gloomily, "Is that so?" But after hearing Cheng Bai say he would meet Sha Yun, his expression changed immediately. "You want to meet him in person?"
he calmly said. Since he is blindfolded anyway, meeting him for a bit won't matter. Yundu happily replied, you won't be disappointed. The second round of the Fengying Bulu sect was very simple. One just needed to stand firm until the incense stick burned down to the red line.
It's not just about fighting the opponent. One must also stay within the circle, not touching the lines or being pushed out. Chenrong thought while fighting. Although I was pushed back a bit, I must still be inside the circle since no one said anything. Finally, a real test. This is a training exercise I have done many times since I started learning basic martial arts. For others, it might be difficult, but for me, it's just like fighting with my eyes open. But the opponents this time are not easy at all. They are on a different level compared to those I met in the first round. All the various sect leaders participating in this round are at the Super Supreme realm. No wonder no one has passed this round until now. Yuan Hui on the other side had also just finished defeating Huang Shantai. Yuan Yu observed and silently remarked that it seemed they were all accustomed to fighting while blindfolded. Now I understand why the sect master likes Li Chen so much. He watched him wield his sword and exclaimed, that Li Chen is truly outstanding. He is fighting Zhao Liang, someone with much more experience than him, yet he hasn't been pushed back more than 2 steps. As for Sha Yun, although he is quite stable, he hasn't shown anything special. I cannot deny that Sha Yun is inferior to Li Chen in terms of martial arts. Chen Bai suddenly spoke up to expose him, saying that the brat was Chenrong suddenly thought, hiding his true strength in front of these people? Li Zhongchen, you look down on others too much. Zhao Liang, while fighting, silently praised in admiration. As expected of a disciple of the 8 great experts, even his hidden strength is this powerful. He truly is a monster. As for Zhong Chen, the one suspected of hiding his strength, he suddenly smiled and spoke up. Just as I thought. Dodging an attack, he asked, do you think so too? Yun Hui, the one who was actually hiding his strength, was stunned for a moment upon being exposed. Seeing this, Huang Shantai attacked immediately, thinking Yun Hui was distracted. However, just a second later, Yun Hui spotted his opening. Using just one hand, he effortlessly blocked Huang Shantai's attack. Huang Shantai was so surprised that his eyes went wide in shock. Chenrong exclaimed in astonishment. He blocked that move with just one hand? Zhang Chen remained silent as before, but the relaxed look in his eyes suddenly changed. Reacting to the situation, Huang Shantai felt a chill run down his spine as danger loomed. His massive, muscular body was suddenly pushed back. It turned out Yun Hui had decided He thought angrily. Unexpectedly, the one hiding his true strength was him. I was too subjective in thinking that Li Zhongchen was the stronger one. Upon hearing the examiner announce that he had passed, Yun Hui didn't care much, but was only worried. It seems I struck a bit too hard, causing him internal injuries. Then he suddenly remembered. The scream earlier belonged to that person, one of the 8 great experts and the sect master of the Fengying Balu sect, one of the 4 great martial sects of Wushang City. While Yun Hui was wondering, is that person really my father? Shaoan exclaimed, you two look so alike. You'll probably look like this when you grow old. Hearing that, he helplessly asked, is now the time to talk about that? On the other side, Cheng Bai transmitted his voice to Yun Yu, saying that he finally understood why he liked the boy so much. Yun Yu replied that actually he didn't expect him to be that strong either. A moment later, Yun Hui took the initiative to ask to speak with Cheng Bai. Seeing this, the examiner stopped him. Don't be so presumptuous. The round isn't over yet. He wondered, didn't I just finish?
The one who lost his sword was none other than Zhao Liang. He raised both hands to surrender and congratulated Zhong Chen for passing the second round. Zhong Chen gently removed his blindfold and replied, I have learned a lot. The Tiannan sword, usually silent, now exclaimed, truly worthy of his reputation. Li Zhongchen possesses extraordinary martial talent. He suppressed his opponent without moving more than 2 steps. Hearing this, Yun Hui responded, did he gain the upper hand against an expert with strength nearly equal to his own? Over on the other side, Chenrong almost stepped out of the ring. Fortunately, he still qualified to pass the second round. Yun Yu saw this and said in astonishment, what a surprise! All 3 of them passed the second round. However, Chenrong over there wasn't as relaxed as the previous 2. Dizzy and seeing stars, he looked at Zhong Chen and lamented, no nap for me, while Yun Hui helplessly replied, who takes a nap in the middle of a test? Then Chenrong muttered a few curses in frustration. A moment later, the examiner officially announced that all 3 had passed the second round. Cheng Bai slowly said, after a break, we will begin the third round, when a subordinate suddenly rushed in panic. Seeing this, he asked what was wrong. The subordinate hadn't finished reporting when that person appeared at the door.
The old man walked in while apologizing for his rudeness. Cheng Bai heard this and indifferently retorted,
The old man coldly spoke up. Sectmaster Chen, this old man only wants one thing. Yun Yu's group, seeing him glance their way, trembled in fear. The fake Tian Wucheng fiercely declared, hand that person over to this old man. He took the life of my disciple Wu Hei. Xiao Tan angrily cursed. What is that guy saying? He was the one who pierced his own disciple's head, wasn't he? Yun Hui calmly replied, truly cunning. Although it is a lie, it cannot be refuted. Then he immediately retorted, Sectmaster, that is not the case. What he said is somewhat... The fake Tian Wucheng felt guilty, so he shouted a warning. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Fearing that the stubborn Yun Hui would continue speaking, he sent a sound transmission to threaten him. If I use my full strength to kill you, do you think you can survive? Behave wisely, and I will spare your life. Yun Hui replied without flinching. It seems you are very afraid of your true identity being exposed, aren't you? Hearing this, the old man was startled and blurted out. Then the boy pretended to be helpless and continued. After all, you don't intend to spare me. Since that's the case, I will risk my life to expose.
Yun Hui calmly replied, just try it. You won't be able to do it. A second later, the old man's expression suddenly changed unpredictably. Next was a clash in the blink of an eye. The fake Tian Wucheng asked in astonishment, why did you stop me? Being protected by Chen Bai, Yun Hui confidently retorted, didn't you take your own disciple's life with your own hands? He didn't care about the fake Tian Wucheng's matter, but only told the boy, answer me honestly, why do you have this jade pendant? Yun Hui immediately answered frankly, this is a relic of my mother. Hearing this, Chen Bai hesitatingly asked back, a relic? Are you the son of Sha Ling? On the other side, the old man started screaming frantically. I wondered who it was. Does Sectmaster Chen intend to cover for him? You are protecting him just because of a jade pendant? He faintly exclaimed, just a jade pendant? How strange. The fake Tian Wucheng heard this and wondered, so strange. What nonsense are you two talking about? At this moment, Chen Bai began to question. I will only ask once. Do you really not know what the jade pendant he is holding is? The old man snapped. You dare to question me because of a jade pendant, Sectmaster Chen? He immediately understood and judged. You didn't forget, but rather you...
Could it be that you cannot recognize the Flying Crane Moon Tablet, the symbol of the Flying Moon Shadow Sect Master? Finally, Cheng Bai concluded with a sentence, I ask you one last time, who exactly are you? After being suspected of his identity, the fake Tian Wucheng burst into laughter. Not only did he not stop, but he laughed even louder. He laughed and sighed with emotion. You have become stronger. Before breaking through the bottleneck, you were just a brat who didn't dare speak such arrogant words. I intended to settle this quietly, but because of a little worm, I have to act sooner than planned. Having said that, the fake Tian Wucheng rushed to attack him. The tower, the symbol of the Wind Shadow 8 Branches sect, had lost a corner. Cheng Bai indifferently confirmed, do you want to start a war? The old man replied aggressively, the war has already begun. It will only end when everything in this damn tower is destroyed. As soon as the fake Tian Wucheng ordered the attack, many of his subordinates rushed in. Yun Hui thought to himself that there would likely be a decisive battle here, while Cheng Bai kindly instructed him not to leave his side. Immediately after, he activated his internal power. Yun Hui stared in shock at the scene before him and thought, the murderous aura is so strong that my whole body is trembling. Does he intend to join the battle personally? On the other side,
the fake Tian Wucheng sneered and asked, you say you won't let this happen as I wish? You are truly arrogant, Chen Bai. Saying this, he immediately launched an attack. Cheng Bai instantly reached out to block it before it could hit him, but the tower was heavily damaged once again. Immediately after, the fake Tian Wucheng charged straight towards Yun Hui. He spoke in a dangerous tone. I told you I would take your life first, didn't I? Don't be sad. That girl will soon join you in the Yellow Springs. That was the signal I intended to make just now. I bet you never thought of that, did you? Hearing this, he immediately understood. Young Lady Huisheng had not escaped, but was captured, and that signal was the order to eliminate her. Moments later, the fake Tian Wucheng rushed to attack him and said,
Doing unnecessary things will only lead to death, kid. Just as he was about to strike, Chang Bai caught up from behind. An explosion suddenly erupted, catching Yunhui off guard. Shaoan saw this and exclaimed, "Yunhui, do you see that? Your father has 3 bodies?" This also made him slightly confused. Could that be? Immediately after, Chang Bai said, "I don't know who the girl..."
After that, Chang Bai urged him to leave quickly. Yunhui took a few seconds to digest everything he had just said. As soon as he understood, he immediately dashed straight out. At that moment, the fake Tian Musheng spoke up again. "10 Chang Bai, how long do you intend to block my path?" "Very well, then I will tear you to pieces first." Having said that, he executed a move to slice through his body. A second later, the body right in front of him vanished into a puff of blue smoke. Only then did the fake Tian Musheng suspect it was a substitution technique, but it was too late as he had already been thrashed by Chang Bai. The fake Tian Musheng looked at him with disbelief. He intended to seize that opportunity to strike, but unexpectedly the body in front of him was also just a puppet. The real Chang Bai was constantly moving right behind him. A second later, the fake Tian Musheng took another full blow from him. He frantically attacked and scolded, "You dare to humiliate me with just this, Chen Chang Bai? Don't..."
Having said that, he immediately launched a strike at the fake Tian Wucheng, sending the old man tumbling. The Feng Ying Ba Lu sect has a total of 8 different branches, and the sect master is not the strongest of the 8 branches, but the one who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts of all 8 branches. Only when one can execute the ultimate techniques of the 8 branches simultaneously does one have the qualification to step up to the position of sect master. The fake Tian Wucheng, having tasted bitterness, shrieked in pain. His eyes rolled back showing the whites, and his mouth did not stop screaming his name. Afterwards, fake Tian Wucheng resentfully blamed him, asking why he dared to do that to him. The entire tower, already dilapidated, was now even more devastated. Yunhui was still flying like a bird to save Tuoshang. He secretly speculated that Tuoshang would certainly not be hidden too far away. That place must definitely be able to immediately recognize the signal of the fake Tian Wucheng when he signaled. Even the real Tian Wucheng was not imprisoned outside the city, but was locked up in the dungeon of the main tower. Tuoshang was surely also locked up somewhere in the main tower of the Martial Heaven Orthodox sect, but the problem was where exactly she was being held. The Martial Heaven Orthodox sect is a sword path martial sect, so his subordinates all carry swords with them. The old man certainly arranged for
Up above, they were still gossiping. "The fighting is intense, isn't it? Today, the Feng Ying Ba Lu sect is effectively finished. Since we have some free time, do you guys want to make a bet on when this battle will end?" The guys who had just bet that the battle would be decided in another quarter of an hour was instantly eliminated. Seeing his accomplice kick the bucket right in front of him, the remaining one was extremely panicked. As soon as he turned his head, he was also sent to the Yellow Springs by Yunhui to join his friend. The others were astonished witnessing this. They shouted in unison that there was an intruder. They told each other to quickly kill that one-eyed guy, but unexpectedly the ones who fell down right after were themselves. A bloody massacre occurred right at the highest floor of the tower. Yunhui thought to himself, "I know this is reckless. Trying to save someone who might become my enemy in the future is truly a stupid thing to do." Despite thinking so, he continued to unleash attacks relentlessly without rest. A moment later, Yunhui silently retorted to himself, "But Huishang risked her life to save me. I cannot let my savior die unjustly. I cannot accept that way of doing things." Then Yunhui exploded with even more power. A beautiful azure light flashed past one of the old man's subordinates, and that person instantly
Yunhui was flying like the wind when something happened that forced him to slow down immediately. It turned out that as he was moving, someone rushed out to block his path. That person excitedly praised him. "You're quite good. Senior brother once said he wanted to take you as a disciple. Sure enough, your ability is excellent." Hearing this, Yunhui wondered, "Senior brother? Could it be you are referring to the fake Tian Wucheng?" Hearing that, he replied, "At this point, there is no need to hide it." Upon hearing this, Yunhui cursed silently. Although not quite at that old man's level, this guy was strong enough to fight against a blood star, or even the venerables. On the other side, he provoked. "What are you waiting for? Strike now. If you delay, she will lose her life. Ah, or perhaps she is already in her grave." Facing that provocation, Yunhui remained calm and calculated. Fighting this guy would take at least a few dozen moves to finish. Instead of wasting words, it was better to decide the outcome quickly. Just then, someone arrived and asked,
Brother, you are in a great hurry, aren't you? This appearance was completely outside of Yunhui's plan. He did not expect Zhang Qian to come here, and even less did he expect him to say, "Leave that old man to me. You hurry up and save your lover." Hearing the word lover, Yunhui immediately displayed an extreme existential doubt. Yunhui hurriedly explained, "Perhaps you have misunderstood. The person I am saving is not my lover." Zhang Qian heard this and replied, "Ah, is that so?"
Seeing the two comfortably chatting and ignoring him, the man on the other side became extremely furious. "These bratty insolents, how dare you look down on me? It seems you no longer value your lives." His sword thrust out but was blocked by another sword. Zhang Chen merely flicked his hand, causing the other guy to fall flat on his back. Seeing this, he was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. The man began to feel confused. Who was this person who dared to calmly block his sword strike so lightly? A moment later, Zhang Chen calmly said, "Leave this place to me. You go quickly." Hearing this, Yunhui hesitated and spoke up. "This brother," he thought helplessly, not knowing what this man was planning, but now was not the time to refuse. So Yunhui thanked Zhang Chen and promised to repay his favor later. Just as Zhang Chen replied, "What favor or debt?" Yunhui had already turned and ran away. Seeing this, the man remarked, "You are no ordinary person." Zhang Chen heard this and arrogantly replied, "Then you should kneel and surrender." The man took a stance and said scornfully, "How arrogant. Just one move and you're already so smug. You will lose your life at my hands right here." After saying this, he rushed forward to attack Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen struck back directly and answered indifferently, "Then that probably won't happen, because I still have to prepare for the upcoming third round of the exam." As the other man's move flew
But after a few short exchanges, that guy was pushed back. He thought to himself, "At this moment I thought that Shaoan was no ordinary person, but this guy is even more than that." Seeing the intense killing intent emanating from Zhang Chen, he affirmed that he was a monster. Just as Zhang Chen took a few steps, he heard him ask who exactly he was. Zhang Chen assumed a finishing stance and replied, "I am Li Zhang Chen." The scene shifts to Tui Shang, who was in a situation hanging by a threat. Just then one of the old man's subordinates drew his sword and spoke up, "Your life ends here." As he looked up, he saw a suspicious sight. The guy lifted her face and said with a regretful tone, "Did you foresee how you would be humiliated? You even dared to bite your tongue."
At that moment, Huang Hu suddenly exclaimed, "My internal energy! How could you possibly resolve my acupoint ceiling?" Immediately after, he was struck down by Tui Xiang with a single slash. After the deed was done, she whispered, "What's the point of knowing? You're about to become a corpse anyway. This cursed prison, how many times have I been imprisoned here?" Another group intended to come and insult Tui Xiang, but seeing their companion missing, exclaimed in surprise. They wondered aloud, "Isn't that the daughter of the blood demon? She's about to die, yet she still wants to escape? Wait, isn't that the sword of the former left guardian?" A second later, that man was gently sent to the Yellow Springs by Tui Xiang. The others were no exception. They were all taken down by her in a single beat. Screams rang out continuously. "The daughter of the blood demon has escaped. It's her." More and more people swarmed in, and one even ordered, "Everyone, finish her off quickly." This forced Tui Xiang to fight in frustration. She, annoyed, asked herself, "Just how many enemies are in this corner anyway? Enough. I'll just kill them all and leave. I didn't survive until now just to kick the bucket in this dark dungeon." While fighting fiercely, she suddenly realized the sword in her hand started acting up. This indirectly created an opportunity for that man to attack Tui Xiang, but she
A second later, Huishang vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did she whisper weakly, "My whole body has no strength left at all, let alone executing a move. I can't even stand up." At that moment, Huishang suddenly felt it was incredibly ridiculous. She didn't expect to end her life just to save a man. She thought a bloody mess would erupt, but no. What Huishang received were 2 words, "young lady," spoken with great gentleness. She froze, looking at the scene before her, guessing, could this voice be? Immediately after, Yunhui stepped forward to ask about Huishang's condition. She wondered, "You are still alive, but why are you here?" He then replied, "I came here to save the young lady. Let me say this first. This time it is not a coincidence." Huishang smiled and said softly, "It is good that you are safe and sound." After saying that, she collapsed onto his shoulder, making Yunhui exclaim in shock, but she added, "I'm just resting for a bit. Just let me be." A moment later, Huishang explained that she had forcefully unsealed the acupoints blocking her internal energy, so she had suffered severe internal injuries.
Hearing this, Yunhui scolded, "Are you crazy? Circulating energy like that makes it very easy to suffer from chi deviation." She retorted that she hadn't suffered from chi deviation after all.
After speaking, she exclaimed, "But it really is warm," which surprised Yunhui greatly. Fearing he might feel shy, Huishan quickly changed the subject. "Where is that guy right now?" Yunhui replied, "You mean the fake Tian Wucheng? He is currently fighting fiercely against Wuding Shanfeng. After being exposed as a fake, he ignited a war with the Fenging Baliu sect. He is risking his life to hide his true identity." Hearing this, she sighed with emotion. "That's great then. I also want to settle this debt." Yunhui wondered, "How will you settle it?" Huisheng pointed upwards and replied, "Expose his true colors to the world, of course," which confused him.
The battle between the two had not yet reached its conclusion. Cheng Bai's expression became increasingly serious. As for the fake Tian Wucheng, he was continuously getting thrashed by him. After a while of being unable to withstand it, the old man collapsed. Cheng Bai raised his leg, intending to stomp down, while reassuring, "Rest assured, I won't kill you right away." Immediately after, he struck, the immense power affecting everything in the surroundings. Just then, a voice rang out. "What is the meaning of this new sectmaster? Please step aside, Sectmaster Chen. That person is merely an imposter." Hearing this, Guyan scolded. "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you say Sectmaster Tian is a fake? Humph." A second later, another person appeared and asked, "Is what he said true? This doesn't seem like a simple matter. Can you explain it clearly?" Out of respect, Cheng Bai decided to speak frankly. "That guy is the fake Tian Wucheng, while the real one is in his hands." The old man heard this and retorted, "You are lying. The person the new sectmaster intends to accept as a successor killed my disciple. Therefore, I only request that you hand him over. Yet the sectmaster covers for him, and furthermore, he frames me as an imposter." Wang Shiyi immediately transmitted his voice to ask, "You won't even reveal anything to an ally like me? Is he really a fake Tian Wucheng?" Cheng Bai honestly replied, "That's right. He completely failed to recognize the Baihei Moon tablet." Hearing this, he said, "The Baihei Moon tablet? Then just take out that token and investigate that imposter clearly." But Cheng Bai said,
On the other side, the fake Tian Wucheng gloatingly thought Chen Bai not only sent him to save that lowly woman, he should have kept him by his side and watched him closely. Now it will be a long time before he can call that guy named Sha Yun back. Even if he possesses extraordinary martial talent, my junior brothers are all peerless experts. How could he possibly overcome them single-handedly? Without Sha Yun as a witness, how can you assert that I am a fake Chen Bai? Thinking this, the old man immediately pretended to speak up. This old man was a bit too agitated because I lost my disciple, but that cannot be considered evidence to convict me. Immediately after, a confident voice rang out. "If it's evidence you want, here it is," causing the old man to think in panic. This voice, could it be? From the distance, Yunhui
On the other side, Xian Shan silently retorted, "Can you really say something like that?" After sending that guy to his grave, he calmly departed. Scene change, whispering voices rose again. "Hey, have you heard about the Wind Shadow 8 Flow sect and the Martial Heaven Orthodox sect? The situation is even more serious now. They say the current sectmaster of Martial Heaven Orthodox sect is an imposter." On the other side, Wang Shiyi asked in surprise, "Wu Cheng, is it really you?" He replied, "This voice, is it Shiyi?" Hearing Wu Cheng imply how he could ever forget his brother's voice, he choked up and said, "I thought you had changed." The crowd buzzed with discussion again. Is that skinny old man really the Martial Heaven Sword Emperor? Although his body is a bit haggard, that really is Sectmaster Tian. Gu Yangzheng spoke up. "Do you think just saying a few words is enough to believe it's true? The honor of one of the 4 great sectmasters leading the city is at stake. As the sectmaster of Shi-Chan Martial Sect, I will personally verify this." Yunhee exclaimed upon hearing this. It turned out that besides the 5th sect, there was another sect allied with the Martial Heaven Orthodox sect. Then the old man went to check Wu Cheng's face, who was very willing. He quietly observed and speculated. Looking at Gu Yangzheng's behavior, it seemed he had been allied with the Martial Heaven Orthodox sect for a long time. The possibility that he was colluding with the fake Tian Wucheng could not be ruled out. After the old man said he had finished verifying, Shiyi asked, "Do you believe it now?" Gu Yangzheng slowly replied, "There are no traces of using a human skin mask, meaning this is the real Tian Wucheng. If so, then who exactly is the person wearing the mask with his appearance?" The fake Tian Wucheng also reached out to pinch his own face and spoke, "Do you think I am wearing a mask? Look closely. If a human skin mask is stretched like this, wouldn't it tear?
There is no such mask in the world. Immediately after, Yun-hee spoke up. It seems you haven't realized it yet. This made the old man freeze and ask, what? He pointed to
After touching it repeatedly and finding no tear, he finally realized the truth. The fake Tianhua Cheng's eyes turned bloodshot with anger. The fake Tianhua Cheng silently cursed the boy for daring to trick him, while Yun Hui continued to smirk and say, "Oh my, didn't you say with your own mouth that it was real skin? Why be so surprised?" Cheng Bai seized that opportunity to
But do you think I must listen to you just because of that? Do you think I will obediently obey? How many trusted aides do you think I have planted in Wushuang City all this time? He silently lamented that he had never met anyone so cunning, then ordered the entire area to be sealed off because there were assassins hiding inside. But the fake Tian Wucheng spoke arrogantly. "It's too late. Finish them all off for me." The people he had planted beforehand immediately rushed forward. But a second later, they were all taken down. Each of them gaped before being eliminated because the speed of the swordsman was too fast. She saw this scene and asked furiously, "Do you really want to put your life on the line, you fake Tian Wucheng?" Cheng Bai immediately reassured him, "Secmasker, please calm down. Just now, only the spies who reacted to the fake Tian Wucheng's words were killed, and the one who killed them is not anyone among us." Just then, an iron ball rolled to his feet. Yin Hui saw this and thought in astonishment, "Impossible. Why is that person here?" The silhouette of someone standing on the roof of the opposite tower made everyone look up. Here, Mato spoke indifferently. "So you are still surviving precariously like a parasite in a place like this? It turns out the fake Tian Wucheng is Wu Ye." Hearing
Being a master of disguise, akin to a ghost or god, one of the 5 great villains of the previous generation, so that cruel old monster has been impersonating Tian Wucheng all this time. Wu Yet hurriedly spoke up. "Wait, Moon Evil Sword, I do not want to fight you. According to the agreement from back then, until now, the nickname White-Faced Demon has never been revealed in the Wulin even once." Just as he finished speaking, the iron ball attacked. Uncle Ma asked indifferently, "Who restored your martial arts?" causing the old man to hesitate, daring not to answer. Then he generously said, "Forget it. Consider it me taking the trouble one more time." The dark history that had sunk into oblivion now resurfaced, making Wu Yet pale with fear. Wherever Uncle Ma's attacks went, the old man dodged. Just as his sword was about to pierce Wu Yet's glabella, a beam of azure light suddenly blocked it, forcing Uncle Ma to stop his hand. He asked in annoyance, "What are you doing?" Cheng Bai politely replied,
As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Tuo recklessly warned, "I won't repeat myself a second time. Move aside immediately." Seeing that he was about to make a move, Xiao Tan said, "Your father and father-in-law are about to fight over there." Yun Hui helplessly replied, "I know, but do you think I have the guts to intervene between those two?" Just like Yun Hui, the participants of the exam could only watch and dared not move. On one side was Wu Dimshin Feng Chen Chengbai, one of the top experts of the Central Plains. On the other side was Moon Evil Sword Sima Tuo of the 4 great villains. In just the blink of an eye, the duel between those 2 experts would explode. That was nothing surprising. The first person to break that tense atmosphere was actually Wu Ye. He cursed inwardly while fleeing. "Damn it, why is everything messed up like this? The plan this time is considered a failure, but at least I should have found the trace of that thing." Just as Wu Ye was preparing to fly out, Cheng Bai took action to stop him. He gently stomped his foot, causing the old man to crash straight into the ground. Wu Ye plummeted with such high speed that his face planted directly into the earth. Just as he lifted his head,
Wu Yue lost nothing but a corner of his mask and a hand after his failed escape. Immediately after, Sima Tuo silently declared, "It must end here." He then instantly launched the iron ball forward. The target was none other than Wu Ye. However, the old man luckily escaped death's door as he was blocked by Cheng Bai once again. After Wu Ye reacted, he stammered out Cheng Bai's name. Wu Ye was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted. This time, Cheng Bai didn't just stomp him to the ground, but buried him right into it. Witnessing the scene, Yun Hui fawned in silence. So there still exists an immeasurable gap between those who have reached the super supreme realm. Even one of the 5 great villains like Wu Ye was beaten to this extent.
Doesn't that mean even I am not qualified to face him? On the other side, Chung Bai patiently said, do not be in such a haste to eliminate him. This person still has unsettled debts with Wushang City. I do not intend to spare his life, but it is clear he has hidden connections with some force. If I promise to personally finish him off after extracting the whole truth, can I temporarily keep him? It was unclear what Sima Tuo intended, but he coldly called out Chen Pai's name. It seems you are underestimating my warning again. Hand him over.
Shantan saw this and raised his voice in warning. If this goes on, there will be big trouble. Yunhui replied, I must stop it right away before things get out of control. So he whispered, Senior. But before he could finish his sentence, someone interrupted. Brother Sima, please calm down. The affectionate tone surprised Yunhui. Gu Yongjing rushed out to intervene. You two have no enmity. Why turn against each other like this? He, suddenly obstructed, asked irritably, What are you doing? You and I have not walked the same path for a long time, Brother Guyang. The old man heard this and replied without anger, Even if we are no longer on the same path, you and I were once sworn brothers. To me, you are still family. Do you remember the marriage contract between our two families back then? The promise made years ago under the shadow of the Taichung. Yunhui was extremely surprised to hear this. Shiwi could not help but ask, Did Sectmaster Guyang have a relationship with him? The old man immediately replied, Yes, though it was a long time ago. Uncle Ma sheathed his sword and spoke, Why bring up impulsive promises from our youth? This made Gu Yongjing freeze for a moment. Why do you say that, Brother Sima?
Being stared out like that, Yunhui thought in confusion. What should I do now? Qingbai heard this and immediately said, Brother Sima, I want to confirm something. Yunhui suddenly felt a bad omen. Then he added, Is the person you tried to save his beloved daughter? Uncle Ma heard this and repeated in confusion, Is it a woman? Hurry up and explain clearly what this is all about. At that moment, Yunhui was extremely angry at Qingbai but still trembled as he spoke. Please wait a moment, sir. I will explain everything. He threatened with a murderous aura. If you knew what was good for you, you should have done so long ago. I hope that not a single word you say is a lie. Then Uncle Ma gently dropped a sentence. Otherwise, I'm afraid that head of yours will be hard to keep. At the same time, an ill-fated cup also met its end. Elder Yue heard this and asked, Liner, are you all right? Sima Ying immediately replied, I'm fine. Did I startle you? Then she sat in a corner, sighing heavily. Seeing this, he spoke up to ask, Are you worried about something? You look so distraught. Sima Ying heard this and profusely denied it, so Elder Yue did not find it convenient to ask further. A moment later, she thought to herself with a tearful face, I'm sorry, grandfather. Actually, there is something Sima Ying is very worried about but cannot say out loud. Father went to Thuan County a few days ago. How could she tell him that? Switching scenes to a few days ago, Sima Ying cheerfully asked, Is father injured? Did you catch that person yet? Uncle Ma replied indifferently, Don't be too curious. Besides, that cave is flooded. Then Sima Ying said in a serious tone, Actually, I intended to discuss that matter. He heard this and immediately objected. Discuss what? Hasn't it already been decided? Since the ritual wasn't fully completed, he cannot be recognized as a son-in-law.
She angrily replied, Fine, just do as you please. I am the daughter of the world's moon evil sword. I will do as I please. Hearing this, he could only hold his head and sigh, wondering who she resembled to be so stubborn. A moment later, Uncle Ma gradually accepted. Probably resembles me. Then he had to compromise and asked, I will think of another way. Did she honestly reply, He is in Wushang City. I will tell you the reason he went there. Switching the scene to Yunhui, he began to recount They fought together, but because the old man's martial arts were too strong, he was injured. She could have abandoned him and fled, but Tui Hung chose to carry him along. Afterwards, she hid Van Hui and used herself as bait so he could safely escape the evil schemes and subordinates of that old man. And today, he learned that she was being imprisoned in the sacred pagoda of the Wu Tian Orthodox sect. To be honest, Van Hui was very afraid because infiltrating enemy territory without any information was no different from suicide. He didn't know how strong Wu Nyak's subordinates were. He didn't even know how many of them there were, so Van Hui could only pray. But praying was useless, as he had to face too many warriors. He sincerely said, I thought I would die, but how could I let someone who sacrificed herself for me die? After hearing the whole story, Uncle Ma asked indifferently, So you saved that person? Van Hui immediately admitted that it was so. After examining him, the man concluded that the boy was not lying. But then Uncle Ma transmitted his voice and asked, By Huixiang or by Liansha? Van Hui was stunned because he hadn't mentioned any details related to the Blood Sect, yet the man still knew. Uncle
She is practically your enemy, yet you still saved her? Why is there such a fool who treads on a path already paved without lifting a finger? To repay a debt, you want to uphold righteousness, don't you? Stop making excuses. Do you not have any selfish motives at all? Mentioning this, a flood of memories rushed into his brain, but Yunhui still stiffly replied, I don't. It's just that I cannot accept that method. Sima Tuo, his face cold as stone, asked back, Cannot accept it? If what you say is true, then prove it. Yunhui heard this and wondered, prove it how? Sima Tuo calmly transmitted his voice. You have saved each other's lives once, so there is no debt owed anymore. If there are no personal motives, then there is nothing inconvenient about it. Bring me Bai Huishang's head. Yunhui thought to himself, kill Bai Huishang and bring back her head? What is the reason for this after all? He immediately asked back. Currently, Bai Huishang is no longer in one piece. If I take her life immediately after saving her, morally speaking. Sima Tuo immediately cut him off, stunning him. Want to say you can't do it again? Belief in righteousness? Sounds nice, but in the end, isn't it just an excuse? What can you actually accomplish? He recalled memories in his mind and continued. A person bearing the name of the blood demon in this era, yet cannot even unify a tiny sect like the Blood Sect. You said you would accept my challenge, but in the end you used the rising water as an excuse to withdraw on your own accord. Have you passed the assessment of the Wind Shadow 8 schools and stepped up to the position of young sect master yet?
Hearing this, Yunhui couldn't say anything, and could only think that the old man also had his own difficulties, and couldn't act otherwise. Perhaps he could refute like that, but he couldn't utter a word. In this world, who doesn't have difficulties? But expecting others to understand is no different from acting spoiled. In Sima Tuo's eyes, Yunhui was probably just someone good at talking, but unable to prove anything, merely an empty shell. Right at that moment, Cheng Bai stepped forward and spoke. I don't know what you two are discussing via sound transmission, but please stop here. Repaying a debt of gratitude is inherently not a wrong thing. He sighed. Let's drop that matter. I only want to say this one last thing. Cheng Bai, you should also listen clearly. He asked.
Therefore, I have decided to give him one last chance. Yunhui was immediately surprised about those words. He looked at the boy. In 3 days, come to Fuan County. I will personally test you there. Yunhui immediately clasped his hands and looked at Sima Tuo's retreating figure. Thank you, senior. He walked past Cheng Bai. But don't act rashly just because it involves your son. If he doesn't pass the test, I'm afraid it might actually be a good thing for you. He hurriedly asked, I've been hearing nothing but confusing words this whole time. What do you mean by my son? Sima Tuo calmly replied, Do you not understand what I'm saying? If the indeterminate divine wind of the 8 great experts and the moon evil sword of the 4 great villains become in-laws, can you imagine how the world will gossip? His face suddenly showed confusion as Cheng Bai decisively said, You are greatly mistaken. This child is indeed my wife's son, but absolutely not of my bloodline. His words made Sima Tuo silently realize, could it be? He then quickly looked at Yunhui and asked, You still haven't told them. The boy awkwardly placed his hand on his face. Yes, I haven't even opened my mouth about it yet. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Hesitation should have its limits. Sima Tuo glanced at Gu Yongjing. I have cleared the path for you. You must walk the rest yourself. The old man stepped forward inquisitively. Brother Sima, do you intend to leave right away? He calmly replied, I have said all that needs to be said. What else is there? Gu Yongjing placed his hand on his chest and exclaimed, Can't you stay a little longer for the sake of our brotherhood all these years? Hearing this, Sima Tuo called out to him, Brother Gu Yong, causing the old man to panic. Huh? Yes. He continued, Do you think I don't see through your Seeing this, Cheng Bai turned to Yang Hui and asked, Son, are the words moon evil sword just said true? He immediately replied, I originally intended to wait for a suitable time to say it, but now it seems there is no other way. That is correct. I am the biological son of the previous sectmaster. Yang Hui's words immediately left him stunned. He recalled and recounted, When my mother fled from the sect, she was already pregnant with me, and was subsequently sheltered by a family. She gave birth to me and raised me under the guise of being their child. Cheng Bai quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on the boy's arm. How can that be? He hurriedly looked at Gu Yongcheng. With a serious expression, the latter said, Sectmaster Chen, please answer clearly. The old man spoke sternly. Are those words true? Is this young man really the son of Shaoling? If he truly is the biological son of Shaoling, a descendant of the Biye Li branch, doesn't that mean Sectmaster Chen committed a grave crime over 20 years ago? Hearing those words from Gu Yongjing's mouth, Yang Hui lowered his head and thought to himself, This matter is truly strange. Years ago,
Right at this moment, Yunhui exclaimed, was it perhaps because the Bua Ling once expressed an intention to help the Blood Sect, or actually assisted in the battle, that they were exterminated? The old man did not yet understand what was happening and hurriedly asked, what? He continued, wasn't it all just to preserve the alliance with the martial arts alliance that the Bua Ling was sacrificed? Now that the treaty has been broken, does any of that matter anymore? Whispers quickly arose. He's not wrong, because the real reason the treaty broke doesn't lie there. Realizing the faith of those under Gu Yongjing's command was wavering, he shouted, are you trying to use that forced logic to incite this city? As expected of someone bearing the filthy bloodline of the Bua Ling sect, truly not unexpected. Yunhui frowned. If you want to speak, you should choose your words carefully. Then he fought to himself, turning an unnecessary matter into an obligation and even adding some provocation. Now that the Wutian Orthodox sect, his ally, has weakened, why is he rushing out to do this? The old man quickly continued, did I say anything wrong? At least you are still lucky. The blood in your veins is not entirely your mother's. Wang Shiyi looked up at this moment. Yin Hui thought to himself, that matter can be dealt with later, then shouted loudly, but do not insult my mother. The old man hurriedly used his sturdy hand to block the boy's sword, mocking, finally your true nature is revealed. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yangjing knocked Yin Hui back, then quickly counterattacked him. Gu Yangjing gestured towards Yin Hui. Look all of you, this is the nature of those from the evil sect. 20 years ago when we decided to exterminate the Fei Yu Ying sect, didn't we anticipate this scene? He glanced at Wang Shiyi. Speak, Sectmaster Wang. Back then you were the leader in purging them. But he said nothing. After a moment of silence, Wang Shiyi finally spoke up. It was indeed me. He shouted, Hi Wang Cheng sect, all forces retreat to guard the pagoda. Gu Yangjing's face immediately turned pale with fear. He exclaimed in dissatisfaction, do you intend to let Wushang City? But now, I regret it to the bone. Sectmaster Gu Yang, this old man has something to ask. He glanced at the old man with sharp eyes. Wushang City was originally neutral, gathering those who worship the martial way. But since allying with the Wulian Alliance, haven't we already thrown away the word neutral with our own hands? If so, associating with the evil path now to establish a new kind of neutrality isn't a bad thing either. Sectmaster Gu Yang even swore brotherhood with the Moon Evil Sword. I wonder what your thoughts are. Hearing Wang Shiyi say that, the old man gritted his teeth in anger. Gu Yangjing shouted loudly, Sectmaster Chen, Sectmaster Wang, please look around. How many eyes and ears of outsiders are currently in the city? Do you not care? This matter affects the existence of Wushang City. But before he could say anything more, Cheng Bai kicked him in the face. He spoke while looking down at Gu Yangjing, who was painfully holding his face under his foot. Enough, Sectmaster Gu Yang. The old man shouted loudly, Chen Bai, you are truly crazy. Don't you understand clearly what sheltering someone carrying the blood of the Baiyu Ling sect will lead to? Cheng Bai spoke through gritted teeth, cutting him off. I understand better than anyone, but no matter who it is, no one can touch my son, the Fengying Balu sect. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers of agreement immediately erupted behind him. Yun Hui thought to himself, everyone has just gone through a battle, their bodies haven't healed yet, and it's so chaotic. Suddenly seeing two people walking up to his side, he asked, are you two all right? They took turns replying, injuries are nothing to martial artists, this is just a scratch. At this moment, Cheng Bai also spoke up, I have wronged you, even if you blame me, I won't He slowly raised his hand to his chest. What is this? Just one sentence, yet my heart aches as if it wants to explode. What exactly is this emotion? Right at that moment, Gu Yangjing shouted loudly, do you truly want to declare war, Sectmaster Chen? Cheng Bai glanced at him. If you all want it, I am ready. He continued with a cold expression and chilling eyes. Then let today end here. Witnessing that serious demeanor, Gu Yangjing immediately froze. He and his subordinates left in anger. As he walked away, Gu Yangjing shouted orders. This matter cannot end here. Shiqian martial sect, return to the guard tower. Those words made him secretly relieved. Thank goodness they retreated. It felt like war could break out at any moment. Then Cheng As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room simultaneously knelt down before Yun Wei. They spoke in unison amidst his astonishment. The Fengying Baoyu sect pays respects to the young sectmaster. Yun Wei wondered inwardly, I am the young sectmaster of the Fengying Baoyu sect? Shaoan suddenly appeared and whispered,
Why be so shy? It is simply returning to the position that originally belonged to you. Hearing this, he became even more confused. I didn't come to Wushang City for this. How did I end up in this situation? I really haven't recovered yet. And why does this person look so smug? Yunhui hurriedly advised, Everyone, please stand up. So many eyes are watching. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's voice rang out. Congratulations on finding your son. Cheng Bai immediately looked over. Chen Rong then spoke up to ask, Congratulations, Secmaster, but then how will this trial be accounted for? Outwardly smiling happily, Chen Rong thought to himself, Damn it, doesn't this mean all the hard work and training until now has gone down the drain? At least there should be some worthy compensation. He placed his hand on Yunhui's shoulder. Although the situation has changed, finding my son has indeed rendered your efforts futile. However, everyone has put in a lot of work, so there should
His mind recalled the man's majestic attacks, thinking, could it be that he would have a share in that raging wind like a storm martial art? But to be personally taught one of the 8 supreme martial arts by the indeterminate divine wind, after thinking it over, Chen Rong felt it wasn't bad at all. He immediately raised his hand and exclaimed, Thank you, Secmaster. Chen Rong secretly rejoiced in his heart. To be personally taught martial arts by the indeterminate divine wind, one of the 8 great experts, was no different from being accepted as a disciple. But just as he was immersing himself in his own happiness, Zong Chen rubbed his head, smiled, and refused. Chen Rong immediately panicked. What? He cursed inwardly. You bastard, if you withdraw, what face do I have left to stay here? Cheng Bai asked in confusion. You don't want to learn? He rubbed his nose and replied, I haven't even mastered my current martial arts yet, so I don't want to be greedy for more. Hearing this, he could only remain silent. Meanwhile, Yunhui glanced at Zhang Chen and thought to himself, Great completion. He recalled that he also had many supreme arts, but none had broken through to the great completion stage. Suddenly, Tiannan appeared beside Yunhui's shoulder. Don't overthink it, Yunhui. The late master once said that experiencing many different martial arts is also a way to enlighten oneself in the Tao.
He glanced at Zheng Shen, who was looking back at him. Then I hope that Wushang City and the Martial Arts Alliance can rebuild a good relationship. If you are not busy, brother, could we have a few words in private? Yunhui couldn't help but be surprised by his words and exclaimed, With me? A moment later, behind the holy tower of the Thanging Badiu sect, Zheng Shen spoke up. It seems quiet enough here. Perhaps there won't be another opportunity for a conversation like this in the future. Yunhui looked at him with a puzzled expression. Is there something you want to ask me? Zheng Shen's face immediately became serious. What do you think about the Martial Arts Alliance? Hearing that question, he fell silent, thinking for a long while before replying. To be honest, I don't have much affection for that place. Zheng Shen crossed his arms. As expected, if it were me, I would feel the same way. After all, your family was ruined, and in the end, I also played a part in it. Having said that, he silently blamed himself. Knowing that clearly, yet I still asked on purpose. How stupid. But Yunhui reassured him. However, I do not hate you. Those words immediately left Zheng Shen stunned. Right after that, he smiled brightly, putting his hands on his hips. I don't hate you either. In fact, I must say I find you quite likable. While he acted that way on the surface,
He reached out to respond with a surprised tone. A handshake? What if we can't keep it? He grasped Yunhi's hand. Then I suppose when that time comes, we will have to fight to the death in the final trial that was left unfinished today. He replied, I only hope that day never comes. A moment later, watching Zhang Chen leave with Chen Rong, Yunhi thought to himself, even so, a feeling of unease flashes through my heart that this wish might not come true. Li Zhang Chen, do you feel the same? Suddenly he called out, Brother Li. Hearing Yunhi's voice, he turned back curiously. He pointed to his right hand. I'm just saying this as a precaution, but in the Western regions one must shake hands with the right hand. It is a basic etiquette. Not expecting Yunhi to say that, Zhang Chen laughed out loud. He waved his left hand as he walked away. It's just that I am left-handed. I hold my sword with my left hand too. Finally, he turned in another direction and left in the quiet breeze. After walking for a while, Zhang Chen sighed. Going back empty-handed like this, I don't know how to explain myself. Chen Rong crossed his arms and chimed in. See? Back then when Wu Ding Shenfang offered to impart his skills, you should have accepted. What are we going to do now? He continued, that's not the only problem. Making the veins pop on the other's forehead. What? In the night, Zhang Chen's voice continued to resonate. If I had known, it would have been better to owe someone a favor. Chen Rong didn't understand, so he called out to him, Hey, can you speak in a way that others can understand? Meanwhile, Gu Yongjing was still drinking wine on the highest floor of the sacred Pagoda belonging to the Siquan martial sect.
Who would have thought Chen Bai actually had a biological child?
What should I do now? No, to be exact, how should I explain the current situation to him? Guiyang Jing reached his hand toward the wine jar. Damn it, it's so suffocating I could die. But suddenly the jar vanished into thin air. He froze when a figure accompanied by a familiar voice appeared. Looking at you struggling to survive like that is truly pitifully despicable. Just as he realized who it was, the accomplice strangled him. He put a finger to his lips, signaling Guiyang Jing to be silent. The accomplice quickly released him, looking at Guiyang Jing coughing violently before him.
The only thing I could do was to become a sect master who appeared desperate to cling to the Wulin alliance. But why didn't you tell me the truth about him sooner? I have known for a long time that the Martial Heaven Sword Emperor was a fake. But the fact that he is Wu Ye, one of the 5 great villains of the previous generation. Guiyang Jing's accomplice fell silent for a moment before speaking up. I also only found out today. The old man couldn't help but be astonished. What? He explained. At that place, the only thing you could do was act out this ludicrous charade. In reality, you could be considered to have utilized all your abilities to survive in that situation. Guiyang Jing's accomplice crushed the wine jar in front of the old man. But conversely, to put it plainly, your ability amounts to only that much. If I had known from the start that one of the 4 great sect masters of Wushang City was incompetent to this degree. With his anger, the jar immediately shattered. If it were in the past, something like this wouldn't have happened. With this situation, I will also find it hard to avoid being questioned. Hearing this, Guiyang Jing just lowered his head, gritting his teeth.
What is this? He crossed his arms and replied, This is what you must do from now on. Wu Ye is still alive. Perhaps he is being imprisoned and interrogated somewhere. If something happens, I might also be exposed. But I will handle Wu Ye myself. You just need to do your job well. Hearing this, Guiyang Jing immediately bowed and cupped his hands. I understand, but in his heart he silently cursed his accomplice. Guiyang Jing was watching him leave when his accomplice stopped. I almost forgot. Did you know? He glanced at Guiyang Jing with sharp, cold eyes. Tian Wu Cheng is still alive. The old man hurriedly placed his hand on his chest and replied, I understand. Oh, no, I didn't know either. Really, at that time I thought he was definitely dead. Guiyang Jing's accomplice stared into the glowing red eyes for a long while, then he turned his head. Is that so? Seeing that appearance, the old man thought to himself, surprisingly easy to trust, but there is a strangely frustrating feeling. Suddenly, Guiyang Jing's accomplice cut off his train of thought. Wu Ye deceived us. Hearing this, Guiyang Jing folded his arms. That idiot! If he had disposed of Tian Wu Cheng right from the start, this wouldn't have happened. But instead of agreeing, his accomplice exclaimed, You are the idiot. Would Wu Ye not know that? There must be some reason that made him risk keeping that guy alive.
Meanwhile, at the holy tower of the Fangying Ba Lu sect, Yunhui sat in the room with Cheng Bai. Watching him pour tea, the young man asked, Shouldn't you go interrogate Wu Ye? Cheng Bai immediately replied, No need to worry. Sectmaster Wang of the Haiwang sect proactively offered to take charge of interrogating Wu Ye himself, telling me to just spend time with you. He handed the teacup to Yunhui with a fragrant scent. The young man quickly used both hands to receive it. Thank you, this scent is very pleasant. Cheng Bai could not suppress his curiosity and continued, Now that no one else is here, shouldn't you take off that mask? Hearing his father say this, Yunhui reached up and removed the eye patch. As soon as he saw his son's face, he was immediately stunned for a long while. A moment later, Cheng Bai spoke again. So this is your face. After letting him see his face, Yunhui seriously said, I have something to ask. You knew about Mother being in the Chiang house, didn't you? Cheng Bai remained silent for a moment, then apologized, causing the boy to freeze. Yunhui immediately stood up, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, So you knew all along. Then why? Why?
The image of his mother's face was clearly imprinted in that memory. Perhaps that tragedy would never have happened. Then Yunhui glanced at Cheng Bai's sorrowful face. In the room at that moment, there was only the dripping sound of the tea puddle on the table. His voice rang out, breaking the silence as a tear slowly rolled down his cheek. The day the Flying Moon Shadow Sect was expelled, when I woke up, I was already imprisoned beneath the ground of the Holy Tower. Cheng Bai began to recount the whole story, 20 years ago in Wushang City, in a deep, hidden place within the basement of the Holy Tower. He stood before a sturdy door amidst thick dust and smoke. Chengbai shouted in a panic. "Open the door immediately. Release me at once. I am the dignified first young sect master, yet being locked up in a dungeon like this, what kind of propriety is this?" Suddenly, a voice familiar to him rang out. "Calm down. You absolutely cannot go out," leaving Chengbai stunned. This voice. He hurriedly pleaded with utter sincerity. "Is it father?" "No, it implies sect master. Please let me out." But Chengbai's father answered without hesitation. "Impossible. Stay put in there. This is an order." From the inside, he couldn't help but wonder and shouted, "What on earth is happening?" Suddenly, two figures approached Chengbai's father and asked, "Sectmaster Chen, I was worried you might have a change of heart." He replied, "How sad. Did you come all this way just because you don't trust me?" He looked at Wu Cheng and Wang Shi, addressing both, Sectmaster Wang, Sectmaster Tian. One of them calmly spoke up, "Do not be concerned. We are merely being cautious." His father continued, "Consider the relationship between the Wind Shadow 8-Stream sect and the Flying Moon Shadow sect severed from this day forth." But suddenly, a subordinate of Wang Shi ran up in a panic. "Sectmaster Wang, there is a big problem." He turned back and questioned, "I ordered that no one was allowed to enter. What is the matter that you are so panicked?" The man answered anxiously.
Inside, Chengbai heard everything and thought to himself, have the in-laws and their family already left the city? Outside, a voice continued to resonate. "We must hurry, Sectmaster Wang. If we let them escape, the alliance will collapse." The man hurriedly replied, "Understood." After they left, Chengbai spoke up and asked, "Father, what exactly is happening out there?" His father immediately replied, "Wushuang City has decided to form an alliance with the Wulin Alliance, but the condition for signing the alliance is to expel the Flying Moon Shadow Sect, those who carry the blood of the Blood Demon." Hearing this, he exclaimed with a confused expression, "Expel?" Chengbai continued to bang heavily on the door. "Father, I beg you, please let me out. Shaoling is in danger. I must protect her." His father replied, "You would only be seeking death. Do you think you can oppose Tian Wu Cheng?"
"Don't go!" Chenbai screamed until his throat was raw, punching the door until his hands bled, but the solid iron door remained unyielding. By the time he was released from the metal prison, a year had already passed. In the room of the young sect master of the Wind Shadow 8 sects, people whispered as they observed Chenbai's dazed appearance. He hasn't come out today either. Not only that, he hasn't touched any food or water, nor said a single word. His heart must be in extreme pain. I dare not even guess. The other person hurriedly advised, "Don't mention that matter any more." His subordinate scratched his head helplessly. "This is big trouble. The sect master ordered today that even if we have to drag him, we must get him out." Just as he finished speaking, another subordinate ran over, gasping for breath. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Young sect master?" The other subordinate shouted, "You little brat, do you know where this is? How dare you raise your voice like that?" The subordinate continued to exclaim, "Please step aside. This is very important." He sat down next to Chenbai and was immediately shooed away, but he remained there and cried out, "Found her! We found her! Lady Shaoling is still alive!" Chenbai's face instantly went blank upon hearing those words. A few days later, at the colossal Qiyang family estate under the sunlight, Shaoling was inside, staring at little Younghui in her arms. Shaoling smiled. "My Younghui, even when sleeping, you are as adorable as an angel." At that moment, Yixuan approached her and spoke. "Looking at the little one like this, your health must have recovered quite a bit." Shaoling was surprised. "Family head, why are you here?" He immediately replied, "Do I need a reason to walk around my own home?" Hearing Yixuan say that, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "That's not what I meant." He continued, "I'm just joking, young lady. Do you have anywhere else?" Seeing this, Yixuan immediately offered to help her. "Then why don't you stay at the Qiang family?" She became hesitant at this request. He then explained, "I mean, you and the child. I will take care of both of you, since you have nowhere else to rely on." Yixuan glanced at Yunhui sleeping in Shaoling's arms. "Do you really intend to take the child wandering through the Jianghu?" She quickly asked, "Can you give me some time to think?" He calmly replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, Changbai was still hiding behind the wall and had heard everything. Suddenly, a guard of the Qiang family walked up, pointing his sword at him. "Who goes there?" Seeing this, the fellow asked, "Where is he?" The guard, no longer seeing Chengbai anywhere, started in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh? He was just here." Meanwhile, Yixuan turned to leave. "I will go in first." Shaoling immediately replied, "Yes, take care, family head." A moment after he left, a warm breeze rushed in. She raised her head to watch the yellow leaves flying in the wind. With her hair flowing in the air, Xiaoling exclaimed, "The wind is so strong today." Outside, Cheng Bai was leaving with his previous subordinate. The subordinate curiously asked, "You said we are not taking her? Then why did we come all this way?" He immediately replied, "We cannot leave just yet." Cheng Bai looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "I will go into secluded..."
I need power, a power sufficient to confront all of them. He gritted his teeth with determination as a tear rolled down his cheek. So now I can only temporarily retreat back to Wushang City. I will immediately enter seclusion. The next day, Cheng Bai, wearing a majestic robe, stepped into the city. The moment that gate closed was the day he began his ceaseless bitter cultivation. Right at this moment, a tear rolled down his cheek as Cheng Bai continued to recount with a choked voice. But by the time I achieved the success I desired, Xiaoling... Before he could finish speaking, Yunhui immediately embraced him. Cheng Bai sobbed, "You hate your father very much, don't you?" He immediately replied, "I hate you very much." Tears also flowed down Yunhui's face as he continued, "I hate myself, because only now do I understand the pain that father has had to endure throughout those long, endless years." Hearing those warm words, his hands slowly raised. Cheng Bai placed both hands on his back and hugged him tightly. He exclaimed, "Seeing you grow up so strong like this, it seems your mother did a much better job than I did." On another side, somewhere inside the holy tower of the Wu Tian Orthodox sect, Wu Cheng spoke up from inside. "Is anyone out there?" The soldiers outside spoke up. "What is the matter, Sectmaster Tian?" He reached his hand out to search for something in his pocket. Wu Cheng
At that moment, between the father and son who had silently wept opposite each other for a long while, an awkward atmosphere drifted by. Yunhui thought to himself, "Although I can understand father now, it is truly awkward. I want to break the silence, but don't know how to start." Suddenly, Cheng Bai spoke up. "I heard you met the beloved daughter of the four great villains. What destiny led you to have a connection with her?" He smiled gently. "I want to hear it, Yunhui. Tell me about the life you have experienced." Yunhui stammered a little. "I can explain everything clearly. It's just, I hope father won't be too shocked." Cheng Bai poured tea into his cup and replied, "Is there anything left in this place that can frighten me?" Just as he finished speaking, he immediately sensed a massive surge of power and looked up. Striking Cheng Bai's eyes were red hair and a blazing red aura surrounding him. After the transformation was complete, Yunhui looked at him. "I am the current blood demon." Immediately after, he smiled awkwardly and called out to Cheng Bai, "Father?" Yunhui stared at his hand. The tea had overflowed the cup. Cheng Bai stammered in confusion. Seeing that appearance, the boy thought to himself, "It seems he is truly shaken." Yunhui, just as he had done with his maternal grandfather Sha Chengyun, this time revealed his entire life story to his biological father, Cheng Bai. After listening to Yunhui's explanation, Cheng Bai spoke, "Being the successor of the Tiannan sword guest, becoming one of the rising stars of the Orthodox Wulin, and yet also being chosen by the blood demon sword, bloodlines truly cannot lie. I just want to ask this, was it circumstances that pushed you to this step? Or did you yourself want to become the blood demon?" Yunhui thought to himself, maternal grandfather also said something similar.
That name Blood Demon and the sect named Blood Sect. I believe that how I conduct myself in the Zhonghu will change the way they perceive the Blood Sect. Yunhui smiled confidently. "No, I will make it change exactly as I wish." The memory of his beloved's words surfaced in his mind. "Even if my veins truly carry the blood demon bloodline, my hair is not blazing red like the blood demons. The Fei Yueling sect will show the world the blood sect, so the Wulin Alliance wanting to exterminate our sect is a mistake." Cheng Bai looked at him and thought, "By then the world will surely realize it too. This spirit and will, why is it exactly like Xiaoling's?" Then he spoke up. "Our child is indeed exactly like you. If you have made up your mind like that, then as your father, I can do nothing but respect it. I promise from now on I won't discuss this matter back and forth anymore." Cheng Bai placed his hand on his chest. "I only hope you engrave one thing in your heart. Now you have a father. Although your father couldn't protect your mother, I will definitely protect you." He continued firmly, "As long as I live, Wushang City will never hinder your steps. So live true to your heart's intent, whether you are the young sect master or the blood demon." Yunhui was stunned for a moment before replying, "Thank you for trusting me." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself,
Yunhui had thought his father might try to persuade him to change his mind, but unexpectedly he stood firmly by Yunhui's side like that. Suddenly his train of thought was interrupted by the voice of a subordinate outside. "Sectmaster, urgent report." Cheng Bai immediately exclaimed, "Don't come in, just..."
The criminal Wu Ye has also been poisoned. His condition is currently extremely critical. Hearing this, he immediately opened the door to inquire, "Is Sectmaster Wang safe?" The man quickly replied, "Yes." Fortunately, he had left that place just in time. At this moment, having already put his disguise back on, Yunhui immediately exclaimed, "Sectmaster, please allow me to accompany you." But he immediately responded, "You stay here." The boy was puzzled, but it seemed the situation was very serious. Cheng Bai turned his back to leave. "You brat." He turned his head to look at Yunhui. "Is it really so hard to let me fulfill my role as a father?" Understanding his father's heart, the boy bowed his head. "As you command, Sectmaster." The sound of the door closing rang out immediately after, leaving the room in silence. Shaoan appeared instantly and exclaimed, "Another intruder in Wushang City? There really isn't a single day of peace." As she finished speaking, Yunhui rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, Wu Ye's true identity was exposed less than half a day ago, yet they already obtained the news within the city and acted immediately. Then there must still be someone in Wushang City conspiring with him. The most suspicious one is Guangyang Zheng of the Shichen martial sect. Wait, but when he saw the real Chen Wusheng, his expression didn't look faked. He was genuinely terrified from the bottom of his heart.
He called out from inside, "The Sectmaster has temporarily left this place." A voice from the outside immediately echoed in, "We come from the Wuqian Orthodox sect, respectfully requesting an audience with the young Sectmaster of the Feng Ying Balu sect." Hearing this made Yunhui stunned. He hurriedly walked over and opened the door slightly. Seeing this, Wu Cheng's subordinate explained,
Tian Wu Cheng's subordinate continued, "Let the subordinate lead the way for you, sir." Contrary to his agreement, Shaoan confusedly placed her hands on her hips and said, "Didn't you just say it was dangerous? Why go to the Wutian Orthodox sect?" But Yunhui at this moment was only thinking, "I must hurry. The one in danger right now isn't me, but possibly Tian Wu Cheng." A moment later, they all arrived before Wu Cheng. Seeing them, he spoke up, "Thank you for coming. If not for you, this old man fears he would have rotted in that prison until his last breath." Wu Cheng finished speaking and waved his hand to his subordinates, signaling them to leave. All the subordinates in the room immediately understood and quickly departed. He looked at Yunhui and began to speak. "To be honest, this old man has no face left to—" Suddenly, Yunhui signaled for Wu Cheng to be silent. "Sir, please be quiet for just a moment." A powerful aura immediately enveloped the tower. After checking thoroughly, he thought to himself, "I don't see anyone approaching or hiding nearby. I can tentatively assume there is still time to talk to him." Thinking so, he spoke up, "Sectmaster, I presume to ask one thing. No matter how many times I think about it, I still cannot understand one thing." Wu Cheng immediately replied, "Go ahead and say it." Yunhui quickly continued, "It is precisely because Sectmaster Tian is still alive that Wu Ye's true colors could be exposed. Conversely, if Wu Ye had killed the Sectmaster early on, I fear it would be very difficult to prove he is a fake. I believe that Wu Ye must know this well, so I would like to ask directly, why was Wu Ye willing to take such a huge risk and keep the Sectmaster alive until now?" Faced with that question, Wu Cheng reached into his pocket. "That relates to the reason I called you here today. This very thing is the reason Wu Ye has kept this old..." He stared at it, thinking, it doesn't look much like writing, just random scribbles. Yunhui suddenly widened his eyes at the object before him. "Isn't this—" An immense pressure of wind immediately radiated from that piece of paper. Wu Cheng immediately praised, "As expected, your eyesight is truly extraordinary. Just by these sketched strokes, you could sense the sword chi within." Yunhui clenched his fists, continuing to think. The ink is splashed chaotically in all directions, yet it is a condensation of sword technique traces. Just a glance made my whole body tremble, and my palms are sweating. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. "What exactly is this scroll?" The old man held it up and explained, "It is a supreme treasure passed down from ancient times, a place where an extraordinary figure, once hailed as the first swordsman, entrusted his entire sword intent. Its name is the Sword Immortal Secret Record." Yunhui froze as he looked at the object before him, wondering to himself, "The Sword Immortal Secret Record? How can that be? The authentic Sword Immortal secret record is currently at Tianshan in Xinjiang. After all, it was thanks to that very secret record that my soul returned. His eyes grew pensive as he recalled past memories. Besides the Sword Immortal, who else could engrave countless insights of the Sword Tao into such a small scroll? Yunhe looked back at Wu Chang and asked, "The treasure of the Sword Immortal, where exactly did you find it?"
Hearing this, he thought to himself that finding a treasure in the holy land of the Kunlun sect meant it could only be discovered after Kunlun's demise. Yunhui hurriedly continued, "It is due to heaven's will that the Kunlun sect no longer exists." Wu Chang asked curiously, "Do you think this old man took advantage of Kunlun's perilous time to seize this item?" He bowed his head slightly. "If my words caused you to misunderstand like that, then I ask for forgiveness." Hearing that, he continued, "You are very honest. If I still retained my strength as before, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare open your mouth to utter such words." He silently agreed. It was hard to refute. Tian Wu Chang had now lost almost all his internal energy, looking no different from an ordinary old man. He gently stroked the Sword Immortal secret record. "The reason I say this is because I am the owner of this item. One of the 3 founding sect masters of Wushang City, my great-grandfather, was originally a Taoist of the Kunlun sect." Yunhui was secretly surprised. So the orthodox lineage of Wushang City was actually the annihilated Kunlun sect? Then he continued listening to Wu Chang speak. "Although we severed ties with Kunlun long ago, the tragedy of Kunlun is the origin of this sect, so how could this old man ignore it? I resolved to track down those who annihilated the Kunlun sect. After spending many years tracking and investigating, I finally met someone who had witnessed the murderers slaughtering Kunlun. According to that person, not long after the fire broke out on Mount Kunlun, it began to rain heavily. In the pouring rain, he saw dozens of masked men, along with a leader guiding them. The notable point was regarding the leader of these black-robed men. One of his
He thought he hadn't expected to hear about the person with the golden eye right here. If he only had one golden eye, wasn't he the very person who had ambushed many experts, including the Tian non-sword guest? The old man continued, saying that was indeed an extremely vital clue, so what he needed to do was simply find the one with that single golden eye. However, that group also detected this old man's pursuit. Not long after, this old man fell victim to the
If that person also possesses the golden eye like me and can see the flow of qi just as I do, there is no reason they would have missed the witness. Shaoan suddenly appeared and spoke up. Couldn't it be that they were left alive because of the heavy rain? Hearing this, Yunhui thought further. It is possible. Who knows, perhaps that witness is a trap, someone deliberately leaving bait to see who is tracking them. No, that's not right. If it were a trap, there would be no need to reveal the fact that he has the golden eye or his own identifying characteristics. Finally, he had to accept her words. Wu Chang suddenly spoke up, interrupting Yunhui's train of thought. "How strange. Are you not moved by the treasure of the Sword Immortal secret record? Why do you care more about where it was found than the Sword Immortal treasure itself?" He quickly lowered his head, thinking to himself, "I almost got swept up in the conversation." Yunhui spoke up to reply. "This item already has an owner. How would I dare to covet it? It is just that upon hearing this, there is something in my heart that lingers endlessly. If there truly is someone with the golden eye behind Wu Yi, and if he discovers that the senior he thought was dead is still alive, then regardless of whether you have the treasure or not, he will not let you go, senior." Hearing him say this, Wu Chang quickly called out to the young sect master. "Didn't you say earlier that this manuscript was the very reason I called you here? If the Wind Shadow 8-Stream sect promises to protect the Wutan Orthodox sect, I will share the Sword Immortal's treasure." Yunhui immediately looked at him with a sharp gaze after hearing those words, thinking to himself, "This cunning old snake has finally revealed his true colors. No wonder he chased away all the guards. Considering what Chan Wu Chang once did to my father, he probably finds it easier to beg me than to open his mouth."
If you accept and comprehend the reasoning I have realized, this old man will teach you the Sword Immortal sword technique. As soon as the words fell, a beam of light suddenly pierced straight through his head. Blood flowed down from Wu Chang's head, causing Yunhui to be bewildered. "Old senior!" Suddenly a voice rang out. "So that's how it is. I suspected something was being hidden by you." He tensely looked up, wondering to himself, when did he appear here? Clearly right in front of his eyes, yet he was as silent as if blended into the surrounding scenery. Only when opening the middle dantan could one barely sense a faint aura. Yunhui immediately understood that the man in front of him was an expert who had cultivated the breath concealment art to great completion.
Yunhui quickly drew his sword and rushed towards the concealed man, but just as his sword tip was about to touch, the man quickly flipped downward. The concealed man quickly threw a blade at Yunhui. He immediately kicked it away. But it didn't stop there. The concealed man looped the thread on his hand multiple times, confusing Yunhui with his actions. The blade immediately returned. Shaoan hurriedly appeared and shouted loudly, "It's coming from behind!" Hearing her warning,
Both of them immediately landed on the floor. The masked man continued, "Not someone who can be dealt with carelessly. If so..." He launched a dagger tip onto the floor, causing it to bounce up. It flew right close to Yunhui's neck, leaving him bewildered. Immediately after, a series of daggers rushed in, forcing Yunhui to continuously parry. Tiannan suddenly appeared and spoke up. "Yunhui, this flying dagger technique looks very familiar." He also silently agreed. This was the Yan Ying flying dagger art, but executed simultaneously with 2 daggers. Just as Yunhui thought of this, he curled his body and jumped up. The masked man was a bit puzzled. "How strange. Dodging my flying daggers from a blind spot twice in a row. It's not just good eyesight. It seems he knows exactly where my daggers will aim." Just as he thought that, Yunhui's blade point was right in front of his eyes. The masked man hurriedly dodged to the side. He glared and exclaimed, "No wonder this guy looks so familiar with the flying dagger technique." Right at this moment, his blade turned back, but the masked man was lucky enough to dodge to the side. He glared at Yunhui with anger creeping into his eyes. "How do you know this?"
However, it was futile, as his threads had already wrapped tightly around the boy's hand at some point. The masked man's face darkened. He spoke up again to ask Yunhui, "Could it be that you have fought with Hanji Sheng?" The boy immediately replied, "I was merely taught a little by someone." Hearing that, he thought to himself, "Indeed, he is someone related to Hanji Sheng." Yunhui asked the masked man in return, "Then how do you know the silver soft wire in the leaf shadow flying dagger art?" He immediately answered, "The leaf shadow flying dagger art is a martial art I created. If you learned from Hanji Sheng, then I am practically your grandmaster. It would be a waste to kill someone who inherited my leaf shadow flying dagger art. Become my disciple, what do you say?" Hearing the words he just uttered left Yunhui astonished. Could this person be Hanji Sheng's master? He continued, "Stop that nonsense. If you really are the master of the flying dagger killing king, wouldn't you have to be over 80 years old? You look only about 30-something. Could it be you've mastered the art of rejuvenation?" The masked man calmly replied, "Follow me, and you could become like this too." Yunhui firmly answered, "Permission to refuse. I don't want to become the descendant of someone who can't even beat his opponent." The masked man placed his hand on the cut the boy had just inflicted, glancing at it. "Your temper is quite something." Then he looked up at Yunhui as the wound healed. "Seeing the wound on my body heal like this, are you interested now?" Witnessing that scene left the boy shocked, silently wondering, "The wound has already healed?" Yunhui
He once called that the body art of the golden statue body. Could this man be related to that guy? He suddenly spoke up and asked, "I want to know, is it possible that you have obtained the body art from the golden statue body?" Hearing Yunhui ask, the man was slightly surprised. "What did you just say?" He looked at the boy with cold eyes and said, "It's..."
Yunhui's whole body slammed hard against the wall behind him. "Not good, my right hand is tightly bound so I can't move. The more I try to escape, the tighter it constricts." At this moment he was bound tightly to the stone pillar by the man's silver soft wire. "You will have to die here, you little brat." Yunhui struggled with all his might, his body in pain, letting out a few soft groans, but the more he resisted, the tighter the silk threads constricted. The man kept that terrifying face as he looked at Yunhui. "Perhaps your comprehension is even better than Hanji Sheng's, but unfortunately you have learned things you shouldn't have known." As he spoke, his arm controlled the threads to tighten incessantly. "This is my farewell to you, brat." Panic was clearly visible on Yunhui's face at this moment, rendering him speechless. The man's flying dagger art acted like sharp blades, slicing the stone pillar into pieces. Then the stone pillar binding him exploded in midair. The man suddenly noticed something. His left hand reacted slightly. Yunhui had somehow appeared behind him with the sword in hand. The man turned his head to look at him, his face revealing shock. "What? How could you?" Not giving him time to react, Yunhui rushed in, attacking relentlessly. Suddenly his sharp, cold sword blade was bound tight by the silver soft wires. Neither of them yielded to the other. The man spoke up. "You brat, you really have the talent to surprise others." The man asked Yunhui with some curiosity, "In the end, how did you neutralize my move just now?" He didn't answer. His bound arm suddenly glowed a blazing red like fire. Seeing this, the man was very astonished.
Isn't that the true blood golden body? You really are an incredibly confusing person. This seat isn't sure what your identity is, but you are proficient in the sword arts of the orthodox path, our sect's secret killing techniques, and even the ultimate skills of the Blood Sect. The silk thread suddenly loosened, greatly shocking the man. What is this? Why is my silver soft wire being undone? Ah, no, this isn't being undone, but loosened.
He was now like a moth to a flame, ceaselessly rushing towards that guy. That guy suddenly froze, as if he had just realized something. Suddenly, he smiled a very strange smile. The dagger hidden in the toe of his shoe was revealed. He thought triumphantly, "You have fallen into my trap. You must be thinking you are about to win." Thinking this, he swung his leg towards Yunhui, but was dodged by him. "You will pay a heavy price for this carelessness." Suddenly, something made his eyes widen in shock. Yunhui's face, which had been slashed half open by him, also showed a hint of surprise. He did not have
At this moment, while removing the mask, he thought, I guessed it wasn't a coincidence that he retreated like that. Even in my dreams, I never expected him to hide a dagger under the toe of his shoe. Yunhui recalled that moment, silently exclaiming in his heart, Fortunately, thanks to the golden eye, I saw him gathering chi into his right leg, allowing me to respond easily. He reached out to take the man's blindfold. No matter how strong your regeneration ability is, it's useless if your head is split in two. Shaoan anxiously asked, what if he doesn't die when his head is split? Yunhui probably hadn't thought of this either, so he just made up a reason. Suddenly, he took out a piece of paper from the man's body. But anyway, I found it. Yunhui unfolded the paper. Inside were squiggly, incomprehensible characters, and there was a hole in the middle of the paper. However, fortunately, the traces of the techniques on the paper were still intact. The paper suddenly burst into flames, surprising him. Why did blue fire appear? It's spreading to the supreme treasure. The blue fire consumed the paper in his hand, making him scream in panic. No! Yunhui bit his lip in anger. Oh, everything is burned to ashes, damn it! Why did the blue fire appear at this exact moment? He used sound transmission to speak to him. Tiannan, did you glance at that supreme treasure paper? Can you recreate that supreme treasure using the heavenly record ability, Tiannan? Suddenly, a small lotus pond appeared in front of Yunhui. His face clearly showed a
At this moment, in a corner not far away, there was an old man. He suddenly spoke up, catching the boy's attention. Young man, is it true that you have opened the Tianquan star? Yunhui vaguely guessed that this scene was merely an illusion appearing in his mind. Otherwise, how could he know about the Tianquan star? The old man suddenly burst into laughter, startling him. You truly are suspicious. Yunhui was astonished upon hearing the old man speak. Could he read his thoughts? The sword immortal had appeared in front of him at some point. It seems you haven't lived an easy life to form such a personality, but it's understandable. Usually we find it hard to trust strangers the first time we meet them. Yunhui was immersed in his own thoughts, beginning to recall past memories. Why do I feel like this old man sees through everything about me? Wait, why does this old man's voice sound so familiar? He looked at him cautiously and asked, Old senior, may I ask who you are? The sword immortal calmly stroked his beard and slowly replied, This old man has forgotten his name long ago. I only know that people call me sword immortal Lu Donbin. The scene shifts to another location, around the
It seems someone beat us to it, the old man frowned and said to his subordinate. Can you guess who dealt this vicious hand? He looked at the massacre scene and replied, It is difficult for this subordinate to confirm who acted, but upon investigation, this place is full of elite warriors from the Wutian Orthodox sect. This proves the culprit has profound martial arts. Furthermore, the wounds on them show that only one person acted. Gu Yang suddenly remembered that person, his eyes becoming even more annoyed. It is very likely that guy did it. He surely wanted to know why Wu Ye left Tian Wucheng alive. The old man thought to himself, Isn't that the reason I came here too? The subordinate suddenly spoke up. Sect Master, according to my senses, there is currently no movement inside the treasure pagoda. Gu Yang said as he walked in with him. If so, let's go in. A subordinate outside looked at the corpse at his feet and suddenly realized something. Down there was the corpse of Wu Cheng. Oh look, it's the Wutian Sword Emperor, Tian Wucheng. His shout attracted the attention of the two. He checked the body and replied, He has stopped breathing. It seems Sect Gu Yang suddenly noticed Yun Hui standing not far away. It was indeed him. He didn't expect him to be here, the son of the Wind Shadow 8 Stream sect master. But why was that brat standing so still? Seeing that his whole body was motionless, Gu Yang guessed that he must have had his acupoint sealed. That was fortunate. It saved him the trouble of fighting. He pointed at Yun Hui and ordered his subordinates, "You guys deal with that brat." The subordinate beside him immediately accepted the order, but Gu Yang had a suspicion and thought to himself, but who is that corpse in front of him? Thinking this, he walked over to the corpse and picked it up. The head had been split in two, so he couldn't recognize who it was. He pieced the face back together completely. Seeing the face before him, Gu Yang couldn't help but be astonished. Impossible, how could this happen? Suddenly, a powerful killing intent appeared behind him, killing the subordinate and making him freeze. Gu Yang panicked and turned to look at him, his heart in turmoil. This is absurd. Could it be that this brat is even stronger than me? Even I was deceived by him from the very beginning. A terrifying aura radiated from Yun Hui, putting Gu Yang on guard. Because during the day his strength wasn't this strong? Perhaps he deliberately hid his true strength. He glared at Gu Yang and asked, "What are you planning to do to me, Sectmaster Gu Yang?" "Sword Immortal, you are one of the very few legendary experts in the history of the Wulin." He looked at the person opposite him and silently exclaimed, "Truly a martial arts figure. No one does not admire him. It is hard to believe."
Sword Immortal suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Inside the Supreme Treasure contains a part of this old man's spirit. He curiously asked him, "Is this spirit similar to the Blood Demon spirit inside the Blood Demon sword, a part that contains the soul?" Sword Immortal explained briefly. "You could say it is similar." He continued, "This old man could originally read heavenly secrets, but even I could not foresee this." 3 spirits appeared sparkling like gems. Before ascending to immortality, this old man divided his spirit into 3 and embedded them into the Supreme Treasures. Sword Immortal looked at Yun Hui, recalling what had happened. Yet 2 out of 3 have already fallen to the same person. That means you have an affinity with the Supreme Treasures. The young man then asked, "So you divided them so they wouldn't fall into the hands of a single person? But both Supreme Treasures falling into this junior's hands wasn't because I sought them out." He calmly answered, "Supreme Treasures never belong to those who only desire to possess them." Sword Immortal's next words surprised Yun Hui. "It must be someone with a connecting thread of affinity to achieve what you have." The boy thought to himself, "A thread of affinity?" He reached out his hand in front of Yun Hui and said, "Moreover, you are very lucky to have collected both spirits and conversed with this old man. However, if this continues, the spirit will gradually fade, which isn't good for you." Suddenly, Sword Immortal grabbed his hand, startling him slightly. "My hand?" He looked at Yun Hui's palm and said softly, "Your sword art is truly upright and steady." Sword Immortal added, "I wonder if this old man's teachings will be of any help to you." The boy asked, somewhat dazed, "What do you mean, sir?" He placed Yun Hui's hand palm up and explained, "You have already obtained the greatest thing among
Hearing this, Yun Hui was somewhat surprised and asked back, if the sword and mental sword art isn't superior, then what is? But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the old man. 10,000 streams return to the source. Wan Lu Kuizong. Do you understand the meaning of this phrase? He looked at the sword and mental and analyzed seriously. As far as this junior understands, no matter how many martial arts one cultivates, in the end they all return to a single form. But isn't that just a joke? Hearing Yun Hui say this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. I used to think so too back then. The sword and mental swung the tip of his sword straight towards him. "Show me the sword move you are most proficient in." He gave a faint smile, his eyes cold as ice. There is no better experience than feeling it personally. Yun Hui drew his sword while thinking, I don't know what's going on, but that sword and mental is clearly not lying. The sword move I am most proficient in. He got into a stance ready to attack. Sure enough, there was only this one. Please.
The scene before him made his eyes widen in surprise. Facing Yun Hui, the sword immortal very calmly swung his sword down. The senior simply brought the sword down. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared before him. The power from it caused the sword in Yun Hui's hand to fall. How could so many moves be unleashed like this? The sword in his hand flew into the air, spinning several times. Truly a realm beyond my imagination, a world that I cannot reach. Yun Hui knelt down, looking at him respectfully. The sword immortal gently replied, Existence eventually. Sword Immortal clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Yun Hui, and said seriously, Forget all their forms. After all, nothing is perfect, so I have wiped them completely from my mind. After hearing him speak, the boy thought, It feels so empty. Enlightenment is not something that can be achieved through words alone. Have I encountered such a miraculous opportunity only to learn nothing? Sword Immortal's next words made Yunhui cry out in surprise. Do not be disappointed yet. This old man will help you shape your own path of the sword. His words took the boy from one surprise to another. Your sword is the crystallization of a swordsman's entire life. He spent his whole life honing that path, yet it is still incomplete. Sword Immortal looked at him kindly. This old man will guide you, his expression shifting slightly as he spoke, to find another path of the Xingming sword art. Back in reality, at the holy tower of the Martial Heaven Orthodox sect, that Gu Yang hurriedly broke down the door to escape. He quickly ran out, not forgetting to look back at Yunhui. This bastard seems to have turned into a different person. Inside the ruined scene, the boy still stood motionless. Gu Yang thought to himself, what on earth happened that allowed him to control so much qi?
He swung his hand once, and the two were immediately sliced in half, dying on the spot. Yunhui gripped the sword tightly, glancing around. What's wrong with you? You suddenly went silent, making me think I was a goner. He transmitted his voice to answer Shaoan. When I touched the supreme treasure, the azure fire flared up, and then I met the Sword Immortal and received his guidance. Upon hearing him, a series of questions popped up in her mind. Azure fire? Sword Immortal? Why didn't I see anything? Yunhui turned his face away and replied, that was a mental world created by the Sword Immortal's soul, so only I could see it. He suddenly remembered the moment in the dream. Back then, the Sword Immortal was very pleased and praised him. Even though the path was opened, it would be meaningless if he couldn't comprehend it. Yunhui humbly replied that it was all thanks to the master's guidance. The old man spoke up. Now, return. He respectfully pleaded, please, master, continue to teach me. You once said this is the time this junior needs enlightenment. The Sword Immortal turned his back, not looking at Yunhui, and replied, the flow in the mental world may be slower than outside, but it does not stand still. He looked at the old man's back and softly called out elder twice. Yunhui suddenly shouted in agitation. But this junior still has something to say. Was my return to the past arranged by you, elder? The Sword Immortal remained silent, as if pondering something. Seeing his back getting further away, Yunhui continued to call out to the elder. Shaoan, curious, asked, so did you break through to a new realm? Hearing this, he immediately denied it. Unfortunately, not yet. Although I received guidance, my enlightenment is still insufficient. Yunhui began to recall the past. I reached the super supreme realm, but in the end I still couldn't control the vigor. I think I've only just managed to cling to the wall of the breakthrough. Both looked down to examine the person below.
He suddenly thought of something. He must have escaped from the sacred tower of the Wutian Orthodox sect while his subordinates were attacking me. Shaoan asked loudly with some worry, then why don't you hurry and chase after him? After all, he is nominally a sect master of the 4 great martial sects. It would be troublesome if he escaped. Yunhui rubbed his wrist, looking into the distance and calmly replying, where can he run to? The door had been shattered, and on both sides of the doorframe several strands of silver soft wire suddenly appeared. She asked in astonishment, the silver soft wire? When did you get that? Yunhui pulled both ends of the thread with his hands and explained, it would be a waste to throw it away, and a loss for me if
Very quickly, Yunhui saw Gu Yongjing running into a room, so that was where he was. The old man rushed forward like the wind, but suddenly something flew past Gu Yang, and Yunhui appeared instantly, blocking his retreat. He looked at the old man with sharp, cold eyes and interrogated, Gu Yongjing, at first I was only suspicious, but now I can be certain. You are in the same boat as them, aren't you? Gu Yang pulled down his mask and took a pill of some sort, putting it into his mouth. Damn it, do you want to hinder me to the very end? Seeing the pill the old man had just swallowed, Yunhui was surprised and hurriedly grabbed Gu Yang's neck. Is it a poison pill? Don't even think about committing suicide. The old man suddenly transformed into a completely different person, resembling a monster. Commit suicide? Do you think I would throw my life away just because I'm afraid of someone like you? Gu Yang suddenly exploded with power. The aura around him forced Yunhui to retreat. He looked at the old man and silently judged. His internal energy has skyrocketed. Is it due to that pill just now? In this case, Yunhui suddenly revealed a slight, incomprehensible smile. It seems difficult to suppress him using normal methods. Hearing him say that, the old man laughed loudly in mockery, save to attack.
The old man laughed madly as if certain of victory. Die for me. Yunhui looked sternly at Guiyang, muttering,
New Xingming sword art. Fourth form. The two rushed at each other, two streams of energy colliding violently in the midst of the fierce battle. The boy's attack quickly overwhelmed the old man. Guiyang, beaten until his lips and teeth were a bloody mess, still unconvinced, screamed, "What the hell is happening?" Yin Hui used the final ultimate move, Returning Dragon Breaking Sword, taking him down with one move to quickly end the match. Guiyang was knocked to the ground, crying out in pain. Tiannan suddenly appeared and asked him, "Yin Hui, is this the Xingming sword art guided by the sword immortal?" Yin Hui covered his eye and replied, "That's right. It's far different from the advanced Xingming sword art, isn't it?" He regained his usual serious demeanor. "For sure, I didn't expect to use it this soon." Yin Hui looked at Guiyang lying unconscious on the ground and silently assessed. "But I think he can still survive, though I don't know if he can still open his mouth after taking a hit like that." Tiannan glanced at him from the side and smiled slightly. When the former master was alive, he greatly admired the sword immortal. If he knew his sword art had reached a new height thanks to the sword immortal's guidance, he would surely be very pleased. He also highly praised Yin Hui. Of course, with you, Yin Hui, the orthodox successor, he would also be extremely proud. Suddenly, a group of people arrived all at once. "Isn't that..."
He asked him back. "That is also what this old man wants to ask the young sect master. But where did your beard from this morning disappear to?" Zhao Yunhui laughed it off and replied, "Because this junior used a human skin mask, it just peeled off." The subordinate who had just searched Guiyang's body reporting to the sect master, "It is indeed Sect Master Guiyang of the Shichen martial sect." Wang Shihui's face darkened as he said, "Let this old man verify it myself." He took a general look at the third brother's body and evaluated. Bloodshot eyes with black veins on the face, and chaotic blood and chi. Then there is no doubt, Sect Master Guiyang used the exploding blood pill. Zhao Yunhui asked with some curiosity, "What is the exploding blood pill?" The subordinate next to him quickly explained, "It is a type of elixir that our sect recently discovered." Saying that, he held out a pill identical to the one the third brother had taken. "Young sect master, this black pill is the exploding blood pill. It can rapidly increase internal energy in the blink of an eye, but in return, the user is prone to falling into chi deviation." Hearing him say that, he immediately remembered the fight with Guiyang. So that was the reason Guiyang Jing's internal energy exploded so violently back then. To destroy him, he had accepted the risk of falling into chi deviation. Zhao Yunhui looked at him in confusion and asked further, "Wait, you all just found Sect Master Guiyang and could immediately judge his condition. Could it be that someone has used the exploding..."
"There are still many spies hiding in the city," Yunhui stated his speculation. "Yes, that's right. This junior guesses that the spies destroyed by the Moon Evil Sword during the day were not all of them. He suddenly thought of the scene where everyone in the forbidden prison was brutally murdered. But why were they so brazen as to break into the forbidden prison in the inner city? Of course, it was to silence them. But the matter doesn't stop there," he curiously asked Yunhui. "But I wonder why the young sect master fought with Guiyang Jing. Why did the young sect master engage in a great battle with him?" His next sentence surprised Wang Shiyi a little. This junior thinks there is something that needs to be said first, which is that Sect Master Tan has been murdered. He stared wide-eyed at Yunhui and asked, "What did you say?" He calmly recounted to him. "Half an hour ago, while this junior was exchanging words with Sect Master Tan, we were suddenly ambushed by a black-robed man. Caught off guard, Sect Master Tan was killed." Wang Shiyi held his face, his emotions unclear. He guessed it was certainly related to Guiyang Jing, or the martial masters of the Shikan martial sect. He looked at him and asked speculatively, "But has the young sect master guessed the cause of Sect Master Tan's death?" Yunhui replied seriously. This junior regrets not understanding this matter clearly. Seeing Guiyang Jing's corpse being dragged away by subordinates, he said softly, "Earlier, this junior intended to capture Guiyang Jing alive to clarify this matter." Yunhui did not beat around the bush and spoke up. "Now that you are here, can Sect Master Wang help this junior with this?" Wang Shiyi thought for a moment and then replied, "All right, leave it to this old man. I am currently conducting a search of the Shikan sect. Does the young sect master want to come along?" He had a slight question and asked him, "By the way, Sect Master Wang, this junior does not see my father anywhere. Could it be that he is in the forbidden prison?" Shiyi heard this and immediately confirmed, "That is correct." On this side, Chengbai was not faring much better. Currently, his father, referring to Yunhui's father, was trying his best to keep the fake Wu Ye alive. Blood flowed ceaselessly from the man's mouth as he tried to extract all the poison from the old man's body. Chengbai looked at him and sighed softly.
All the poisonous qi in Wu Ye's body had been removed, but it would take a while for him to wake up. He cast a sharp, cold glance at Wu Ye. However, there is one thing I keep thinking about that still seems strange. Chengbei thought about the tragic scene in the prison, then looked back at the man in front of him and pondered. Why did those people choose to use poison after successfully infiltrating the forbidden prison? If they wanted to silence Wu Ye, wouldn't killing him immediately be simpler? Or was it just a distraction, a tactic of feinting in the east to strike in the west?
But judging by the aura, the arrival's strength seemed no less than Secmaster Wang or experts of the same level. Chengbei slightly turned towards the door and asked, "Who is it? Is this person targeting me?" The person outside was indeed Yunhui. He spoke softly, "Father, it's me." Hearing the familiar voice made him surprised. The two now stood facing each other, and Chengbei spoke. "Oh, my son, I almost attacked you. What happened to you in such a short time?" Yunhui was surrounded by a powerful aura. He hardened his face and clenched his hands. "I seem to have realized something." Yunhui looked at his father with secret admiration. Worthy of being one of the 8 great experts of the Central Plains, in just a blink of an eye he recognized the improvement in his strength. He explained, "I gained enlightenment after observing the sword marks that Secmaster Tian showed me." Chengbei rubbed his chin and thought for a long while. If merely relying on sword marks on paper can help one gain enlightenment, then the creator must be a genius. He added, "I think it might be the supreme treasure of the legendary sword immortal." Hearing Chengbei's speculation made him startle. Even though it was a coincidence, he guessed it was the sword immortal right away. Both of them now noticed the person coughing on the ground. It seemed the old man was about to wake up. Yunhui turned and asked his father, "Father, has Secmaster Wang interrogated the mastermind yet?" Chengbei calmly replied,
"Because his dantian was just destroyed and his body had just been detoxified, he is currently very weak. We need more time. Truth be told, he is even weaker than an old man who knows no martial arts. If we aren't careful, he could die immediately." He glanced at the old man, silently assessing. "Father means he is so weak he couldn't be weaker. In that case, father..." Thinking is doing. Yunhui immediately made a request to him. "If father doesn't mind, may I speak with him alone for a moment?" Chengbei asked curiously, "You want to interrogate him yourself? I will wait for you outside." At this moment, only 2 people remained, him and Wu Ye. Yunhui immediately used his spiritual power on the old man. Wu Ye suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze gloomy and sharp like an autumn lake surface, then he suddenly laughed loudly in a baffling manner. At this moment, Wu Ye was kowtowing and begging the person in front of him, "Please, my lord, have mercy and spare this subordinate's life. The subordinate absolutely did not mean to ruin your plan." That person was entirely pitch black with no clear facial features. Nameless, Wu Ming. Is that the title of the person behind the curtain? Nameless means no name. Putting it that way, it really is hard to guess who he is. Shaoan behind him looked at the guy curiously and asked, "Why is he trembling like that?" Yunhui, as usual, used sound transmission to explain to her, "That is because I am executing the 3rd stage of the Huan." Seeing the old man still kowtowing to that nameless figure made Yunhui curious. If he truly feared Sima Tuo the most, he would have had to disappear from the Central Plains back then. But he didn't do that, so it can be said that he fears the person standing behind, who is Sima Tuo, and he obeys orders thoroughly. He immediately regained his composure, recalling his wandering thoughts. There isn't much time left. The effect of the Huani Eye won't last long. What should I ask to make him reveal useful information now? The man in front of Wu Ye spoke with a stern voice. "Do you still remember the orders this seat gave you? You know you fail, you still fear death?" The old man kept begging him. This time it was due to a variable. Please give this subordinate another chance. Wu Ye gritted his Hearing the old man's plan, he immediately remembered the past. Wu Ye successfully poisoned my father and became the great city lord. But in this life, my appearance will cause his plan to fail. Yunhui crossed his arms and said coldly, "Stop making excuses. Failure is failure. What else do you dare to say?" The old man screamed in panic. "Please let this subordinate go to the Blood Sect one more time. This subordinate will definitely snatch back the blood demon sword that was stolen by someone else." Hearing this, he was very surprised. The blood demon sword was stolen?
Yunhui began to recall the past. If I remember correctly, the person who stole the Blood Demon Sword from the first strategist, Zhuge Yarming of the Woolen Alliance, his bodyguard Martial Master, could it be one of them? He frowned and silently speculated. It seems the situation is more complicated than I thought. It appears that the events in Wushang City this time are just a part of a larger plan they are calculating. Suddenly remembering the old man's words, Yunhui became even more certain of his conjecture about the Blood Sect. And what he just said also points him towards the Blood Sect, meaning there is a spy undercover within the Blood Sect. He snapped out of his thoughts and asked, "You lost the Blood Demon Sword once. What guarantee do you have to turn the situation around?" Wu Ye immediately retorted, "If we talk about the main responsibility, you can't just blame the subordinate, but also the Bloodmaster." The old man's words surprised Yunhui a little. The Blood Demon Sword being stolen was proposed by the Bloodmaster? Only when one of the two people obtains the Blood Demon Sword will the Bloodmaster submit. If the Blood Demon Sword hadn't been stolen, this variable might not have happened. He suddenly remembered that incident. If I'm not mistaken, there were 2 letters sent mentioning this matter. They said they would only obey the person who obtained the Blood Demon Sword according to the laws of the Blood Sect. It was precisely because of this that Bai Huixang and Bai Liansha both took action to seize the Blood Demon Sword. Yunhui pondered.
He glanced at the old man, thinking to himself that time was running out. He had to quickly discover the identity of the Bloodlord from this bastard Wu Ye. Wu Ye cried out, "Please, my lord, give this subordinate one last chance." Yunhui replied, "If possible, this time you must act under the command of the Bloodlord." The old man was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Of course, this subordinate will not disappoint your excellency again." But as soon as he raised his head, he saw the boy's face. How can this be? Wu Ye's eyes widened with a mixture of shock and disbelief as he looked at Yunhui. "Why is it you brat?" The old man shouted furiously at his smug face. "You bastard, you dared to use illusion art to trick me?" Yunhui added fuel to the fire. "Yeah, you were tricked by me." He looked at Wu Ye with daggers in his eyes, his voice radiating murderous intent. "Enough. Hurry up and finish the story you were just telling." Inside the prison cell, Wu Ye laughed manically and then feigned innocence, asking, "Who is this Bloodlord?" Yunhui's gaze turned gloomy as he looked.
The old man did not know where he mustered the strength from, suddenly striking a palm towards Yunhui, but the boy quickly dodged it. Shaoan, seeing this, was extremely panicked. "Are you all right? What is happening? Didn't he lose all his internal energy?" He calmly replied, "You underestimate him too much. Don't look at appearances. He used to be one of the 5 great devils after all. Although his Dantian has been crippled, he can still utilize Origin Shi. He is using his heart as a Dantian to enhance his entire vigor." "Exactly. It's this brat." Wu Ye at this moment seemed to have gone mad, screaming, "Today I will perish together with you right here in this place." Rays of blood Shi emitted by Yunhui rushed towards the old man. Wu Ye continued to scream frantically, "Because of you, all original plans have gone astray. You must pay a heavy price." Yunhui's gloomy voice rang out, "Then kill me first before talking." Just as he finished speaking, the old man realized something was wrong. Yunhui's blood Shi rays had surrounded Wu Ye. His eyes were sharp. "Your internal energy has dissipated. Your power is no longer when it used to be." He released an oppressive power towards the opponent. Seeing the terrifying power released from Yunhui's body, the old man secretly wondered, "Who exactly is this bastard? I heard that the descendants of the blood demon were all women." The power of the attack forced Wu Ye backward. His body slammed into the wall, creating a large dent. His whole body suffered further heavy injuries, trembling as he fell to the ground. "Enough! Stop it!" The origin Shi on Wu Ye's body began to dissipate. Looking at the old man's condition, he immediately spoke up. "If you remain stubborn, you will truly lose your life. I will yield and give you a path to live, so quickly confess who the Bloodlord is before it is too late." Just as Yunhui finished speaking, Cheng Bai walked in from the outside. It seemed things had gone in the wrong direction. He replied with slight surprise, "It's fine, it's still manageable." Taking advantage of the moment Yunhui was distracted, Wu Ye suddenly rushed up to attack him again, but he didn't even bother to pay any attention to the old man's action. Blood Heaven Great Demon Finger Art, 7th form. Yunhui's arm flashed with light, and his palm struck straight at the old man's chest. Wu Ye's entire body was left numb from the strike. Cheng Bai looked at his son, his heart unable to help but be astonished. "Even though that is my second son, I still cannot help but be shocked. Although weakened, the opponent was once one of the 5 great villains, yet that brat easily defeated him." Yunhui looked at the old man, coldly repeating the question from earlier. "Who is the Bloodlord?" The old man's eyes were now bloodshot. He looked up at him and said tremblingly, "You, those eyes, why do your eyes look so much like his?" Hearing this, Yunhui reached up to touch his eyes, thinking He replied, "Father, I hope you won't misunderstand or be too surprised." Hearing this, he became even more curious. What could possibly shock this father any further? Yunhee turned to look at Chengbao with a forced expression. It was only then that he noticed one of his son's eyes was golden, and he was immediately stunned, thinking to himself, this truly is astonishing. 2 days later, at the holy tower of the Fengyin Balu sect, Chengbao held the sketch Yunhee had brought. "Is that nameless one here?" He replied uncertainly, "I don't know if that face is really his or not." The father said, "True, if it is nameless, that face might just be a mask. Based on what you said, it's very likely he is the one who possesses power similar to your eye in the underground Windforest Valley." Yunhee replied, "I think so too." Chengbao thought for a moment and then spoke again. "It seems that golden-eyed man is involved with the Maoshan sect." Hearing him suddenly mention this sect, the boy widened his eyes in bewilderment and asked, "Maoshan sect? Do you mean the Dawa sect that was destroyed? I heard they had spells that can make corpses move." Chengbao immediately explained, "Since you already know, I'll speak." It is evident that he is seeking revenge on the Wulin for destroying his sect. If Fenglin Valley hadn't been flooded, we might have found traces. What a pity. Yunhui pondered. If that man is truly a descendant of the Maoshan sect, this reasoning sounds plausible. However, since there is no evidence, this remains mere speculation. Leaving aside his identity, there is one thing I absolutely cannot explain. He is someone capable of destroying Kunlun in a single night. A person with cultivation on par with the 8 great experts or the 4 great demon lords, even striking fear into one of the 5 great demon lords. So why does he act so secretively? Currently, I haven't. While he was lost in thought, Chengbao suddenly made a plea. "Can you help, Father?" But Yunhui replied, "No need. Doesn't Father still have to hunt for spies in Wushuang City?" He stood up and walked towards him. "Silly boy, you don't need to worry too much about Father's affairs. No matter how important Wushuang City is, it cannot compare to my only son." Yunhui laughed. "Father, don't look at me like that. I am also the blood demon. Exposing my identity right now is still too early, as I haven't been able to unify the blood sect yet, and I also worry about Father's position being shaken." Chengbao rummaged for something on his person while saying, "You don't need to worry about that. Just knowing how to take care of yourself is enough." Hearing that, Yunhui emotionally called out, "Father." He held out a command tablet in front of him. "Father and the Fengying Balu sect will always be your solid support. This is the Sect Master Command Tablet of the Fengying Balu sect. I have wanted to give it to you for a long time. The Young Sect Master Command Tablet is not yet complete. With this, you can contact Wushuang City or any sub-branch at any time for support." Yunhui grasped Chengbai's hand tightly and looked up at him. "I also have something I want to give to Father." He was a bit curious. "What is it?" Immediately after, he shoved an item into his hand. "I think Mother would want you to keep it." Chengbao looked at it, suddenly standing dazed. A moment later, he smiled gently. "Thank you, my son."
He recounted, "I have a little sister named Yingying. Although she is not Father's second daughter, I cherish her dearly. If by any chance she has to leave the Hangshen sect, I hope she will not face difficulties because of me." Hearing this, he immediately understood, smiling with a curled lip. "Do not worry, Linger's child is also my child. Father will protect her." Receiving this assurance from him, Yunhui appeared incredibly moved. "Thank you, Father, and I have one more matter to discuss with you." He calmly replied, "Just speak." Yunhui then spoke up, "I want to undergo the Moon Evil Sword's trial tomorrow." Hearing this, he suddenly felt stunned, asking blankly, "Has the day of the Moon Evil Sword's trial arrived already? Perhaps you have sensed it. The Moon Evil Sword is different from other Devil Lords. If he says it is a life and death trial, it means you must stake your very life. Do you love his daughter that much, to the point of trading your life for it?" Yunhui remained silent for a moment, not answering him immediately. The girl's beautiful face seemed clearly imprinted in his mind. Yunhui then firmly replied, "Yes." Hearing that, Chengbao suddenly laughed loudly. "I knew it. Even if parents cannot pave the way for their child, they cannot stop them either." A moment later, under the
Today, I will transmit to you the Wind Shadow 8 flows, the supreme ultimate technique of the sect. Van Hui thought in astonishment, "Is it that martial art?" Facing his expectant gaze, the old man added, "However, everyone is born with a specific aura suitable for a specific qi circulation method. Learning too many martial arts causes different types of internal qi in the body to easily conflict.
You have learned many martial arts, so I am not sure if you can master the Wind Shadow 8 flows or not, so I will verify it myself. Just then, a shockwave.
A thought flashed through his mind. This sparring session is for father to see the martial arts I have learned so far. Exerting my full power right now would actually hinder him from grasping my true condition. Meanwhile, she frantically urged him, "But you have to show something. Your father's face doesn't look very happy." Yunhui frowned slightly. It was true. His father must have seen that he still had many shortcomings. In a decisive moment, he secretly made up his mind. Then let me use the follow-up move of the new Xingming sword art. Just at that moment, Chang Bai suddenly spoke up. Enough. He coldly dropped the words, his voice echoing slightly. That's enough. Yunhui, perhaps you cannot learn the martial arts of the Fengying Balu. The martial arts of this sect are divided into 8 types. Although they all originate from the same divine art, it doesn't mean their internal forces don't conflict with each other. The reason these 8 martial arts can harmonize is thanks to the secret tradition founded by the ancestral patriarch of the Fengying Balu, who called it the creation realm. To reach the highest level of the creation realm, one must overcome the barrier of limits and unlock the chi of essence, chi, and spirit. And it seems you have already unlocked chi early, becoming proficient in using innate true chi. That is precisely why all the martial arts you have practiced can harmonize with each other like this. Speaking to this point, Chang Bai smiled faintly. Although I have unlocked chi, I still do not know the secret of the creation realm. The person who created the innate heart sutra that helped you unlock chi must be a grand master unmatched by anyone. Hearing this, Yunhui placed his hand on the center of his chest, trying to search his subconscious. The founder of the innate heart sutra was not the Tiannan sword guest. He had only accidentally discovered it. So, who was the first person to create a cultivation method that allowed cultivating chi from the very beginning, something that could originally only be unlocked after breaking through to the transformation realm? After a moment of silence, Yunhui
It seems I haven't explained clearly. In truth, the sword arts, finger arts, or fist arts you have practiced, if not superior, are certainly not inferior to the martial arts of the 4 sects. He stared with wide eyes, though his face remained emotionless. It was true. They were all top-tier martial arts. Then, lowering his voice, the old man reminded him, "So, in my opinion, you should focus more on the creation realm rather than practicing the 8 types of martial arts of our sect. That way, not only the martial arts you have already practiced, but also those you will practice in the future, will be controlled by..."
As the words fell, he was momentarily shaken, his lips twitching. Wind Shadow Step. Yunhui couldn't help but exclaim, "I thought I wouldn't learn anything. The creation realm will certainly be very helpful to me later on. Perhaps I should focus on it. If I practice so many martial arts like this, surely one day I will comprehend what the Sword Immortal spoke of. 10,000 streams return to the source." But thinking back, it is also quite regrettable not to practice the 8 martial arts of the Wind Shadow 8 flows. Who knows, it might help me achieve enlightenment. Then suddenly Yunhui seriously asked, "Father, I wonder if you use a sword." Cheng Bai looked at him in surprise. "I did use a sword before breaking through the transformation realm, but why?" Yunhui didn't explain, but only made a request. "After you finish transmitting the teachings, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" Shaoan poked her head out, speaking softly. "Hey Yunhui, don't tell me you intend to use the heavenly record to comprehend all the martial arts of the Wind Shadow 8 flows." He didn't respond, thoughts rising in his mind. "That's right, just hanging suspended on this wall cannot be called perfect. What I need is enlightenment through experience. Although the heavenly record consumes mental intent, it allows me to repeat a martial art countless times to fully absorb it. If I follow the enlightenment my father gained to break through the transformation realm, then perhaps I can also break through." As soon as the plan was set, Yunhui clenched his palm with a determined look. "I must try every method to pass the trial of the Moon Evil Sword." The next day, in Fuan County, Cheng Bai called out worriedly, "Yunhui, you look so tired. Are you all right?" He quickly reassured, "I'm fine." He turned to look at Yunhui uneasily. "I heard you hug my sword and fell asleep right there." He scratched his head and smiled wryly, thoughts echoing in his mind.
Because it is a precious sword Mother once gave you, I cannot take it away arbitrarily. Besides, achieving such results in just one day is already fortunate. Finally, he looked suspicious. "But why did you bring me along to Fuan?" Yunhui did not answer again. He pointed his feet forward. "We are almost there." Standing in front of the ancient building, he could not help but feel a bit confused. "A medical clinic? I don't know what your intention is, but I don't feel tired or sick at all."
Yunhui appeared mysterious. He turned and urged him. Father, just go in. After speaking, Yunhui grinned. You will definitely be surprised. Chengbai sighed helplessly. You still have things that can surprise me? Fine, being surprised one more time won't be a problem. As soon as he stepped inside, he looked around. After all, what is in here that makes that brat so excited? Just then, Sima Ying's voice rang out from afar. Grandfather, do you want to go for a walk? A husky voice replied. With such a cool breeze, sitting in the room would be a waste.
At the same time, Chengbai rushed over urgently. Father-in-law! The old man looked up reflexively. Son-in-law, why are you here? Sima Ying couldn't help but shout, Son-in-law? Just then, Yunhui's voice echoed over. Lady Sima. She looked up at him. Young master, is that person your father? Yunhui nodded in confirmation. That's right. Thank you, young lady, for taking care of my grandfather during the time I wasn't here. Sima Ying turned around, smiling slightly. What is there to thank? That was something I wanted to do. I'm sure you want to greet them too, but it will have to wait for later. Turning back to Chengbai, he collapsed, crying loudly. Father-in-law, I'm sorry. I thought you had already passed away. The old man smiled gently, rubbing Chengbai's back. Not at all. The one who decided to live like a dead man was me. He lowered his head. I'm sorry. If only I had become stronger, a bit faster, I could have protected both Linger and you, father-in-law. Hearing this, the old man leaned down and reassured him. That wasn't your fault. We haven't met for so long, we should be laughing and talking happily.
He suddenly spoke, saying that the thing to do now is to settle one matter once and for all. Yunhui stared at her. Where is your father? The scene shifts to a bamboo forest, where Sima Tuo stands with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced over. You truly have guts, not running away but still coming all the way here. Yunhui clasps his hands in front of his chest. Junior Zhao Yunhui asks for senior's instruction. Upon seeing him, Sima Tuo immediately questioned. Did your father teach you something? You look different. Yunhui couldn't help but exclaim internally. Worthy of being one of the 4 great demon lords, he noticed the difference at a mere glance. He lowered his voice. This junior just had a small fortuitous encounter. He smirked faintly. That is your fortune, but who knows if that encounter will help you right now. If you want to associate with my daughter, you must block 10 moves from me. Hearing this, Sima Ying shouted angrily. Father, isn't that too much? Who in the world can withstand 10 moves from you? Yunhui waved his hand to reassure her. It's all right, young lady. Seeing Sima Ying still worried, he continued. Your father isn't being stubborn. Sima Tuo spoke with a voice as cold as an icy lake. Yinger, I lost your mother because of the title Demon Lord, let alone a blood demon like him. Even now, he hasn't fully controlled the Blood Sect. The path ahead of him will be full of thorns. To take my beloved daughter along on that path, he must prove his strength.
At the same time, Sima Ying looked anxiously towards the two of them. Only now did she realize her father harbored such thoughts, but a trial this brutal was no different from her father forbidding him to be with her at all. Turning back to Sima Tuo, he leaned forward. I'll let you make the first move. As soon as the words fell, Yunhui quickly rushed straight towards Sima Tuo, a crimson attack thrust straight at him. Sima Tuo raised his eyebrows slightly, not drawing his sword. Did he not intend to use his full strength yet, or was it something else? His gaze rested on the boy's flaming fist.
She couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Was her father forced back? Unlike Sima Ying, Sima Tuo laughed with amusement. You brat, you really have many evil artifacts. He continued to ask, do you have any other hidden cards? Meanwhile, Yanhui silently calculated in his heart. So there are 9 moves left. Yanhui retracted his fist, lowering his head. His voice rang out immediately after. But before we continue, this junior has one thing to say. Sima Tuo replied coldly. What is it? After speaking, his eyes flashed with a glint of light. Yanhui quickly removed his eye patch, whipping straight into Sima Tuo's eyes. While being chased by the monsters in the underground of Fenglin Valley, this junior discovered a room equipped with mechanisms. After accidentally looking into one of those mechanisms, this junior's eye became like this. He appeared pensive and nodded. I understand. Having said that, Sima Tuo placed his hand on the sword hilt, his gaze directed at him. Continue. As soon as the words ended, Yanhui's body once again rushed towards him. Sima Tuo shifted his gaze to observe. His heart couldn't help but exclaim. He is really in a hurry. Does he want me to be unable to draw my sword? At the same time, Yanhui pursed his lips tightly, secretly making a determination. Once Sima Tuo draws his sword, everything will be different, so it's best for me to try to decide the outcome as quickly as possible while he is still using his bare hands. Immediately after, Yanhui swung his fist powerfully towards him.
but he momentarily froze. Jumping back? Just at this moment, Sima Tuo quickly drew his sword, chanting the mnemonic. Blood Heaven Great Demon Finger Art, 7th form. Yanhui's gaze froze on the palm of his hand. Blood Force Tyrant Finger? An iron ball? Just then the marble unexpectedly flew straight towards his back. Meanwhile, Sima Tuo controlled another ball to fly right in front of Yanhui's eyes. Instantly it rushed over, and he hurriedly blocked his eyes with both hands. Yanhui's body spun around and was lifted into the air, then his body was unexpectedly flung backward. Not stopping there, he coldly slashed down once. The ball was split in two, and dust flew up blindly as the bamboo forest shook ceaselessly. Yanhui slowly shifted his gaze, calculating for
Sima Tuo had already drawn a sword. How long could he endure? At the same time, he looked at the boy with cold eyes. Past 2 moves, 8 moves left. Sima Ying shouted indignantly, "The iron ball is also a type of finger-flicking divine art, so it should count as 3 moves, right?" Sima Tuo sighed helplessly. "All right, 3 moves then." Saying that, he turned to Yunhui and urged, "Now draw your sword." He pointed his sword forward, his mind constantly calculating. 7 moves left. In the bamboo forest, Yunhui and Sima Tuo stood motionless. Just then his body became flickering. In the blink of an eye, Sima Tuo was standing right in front of him. Sima Ying looked at the two in horror, muttering in her throat, "Young master." Sima Ying's eye stared wide open, her face showing astonishment. Just as he swung his sword, Yunhui's
He couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. The man blocked the attacks so easily, as if he had predicted them. My palms are so numb they feel like they're about to tear apart. Yunhui's gaze suddenly froze on the spot. He looked bewilderedly at Sima Tuo. A burst of qi was being transmitted into the hand holding the sword. Is he planning to execute a sword move? Meanwhile, the man slashed down without hesitation, sword strikes flying into the void. Seeing streaks of light flying through him, Yunhui quickly created a barrier in front of him. Then suddenly, Sima Tuo appeared right beside him, hands still gripping the sword hilt tightly. He quickly slashed down, and Yunhui immediately dodged to the side. He frantically retreated, but Sima Tuo kept rushing forward. Yunhui sighed in relief internally. That was close, I almost died. I just relaxed for a bit, and my body was almost sliced in half. Meanwhile, Sima Ying clasped her hands in prayer. "Do your best, young master, only 5 moves left." Just then, the man suddenly spoke up. "All right, I have grasped your level. Now show me the strongest sword move you have." The boy turned to look at the sword in his hand. "Strongest sword move?" Yunhui looked straight into Sima Tuo's eyes once more. "Yes, sir."
Seeing this, he frowned slightly, suspicion rising in his heart. Could it be that he intends to... Returning to Yunhui, his hands gripped the sword tightly. The voice of the sword immortal suddenly echoed in his ears. What is vigor? It is the strong will to cut something into shape. Gather that vigor and contain it within your sword, meaning you must have a strong will, determined to become sword yourself. At the last moment, his voice trailed off. When you can do that, the body and sword will unite. Immediately after, Yunhui slowly thrust the sword forward. A vortex unexpectedly formed right then. He shouted clearly, "This is this junior's strongest sword move." Saying this, Yunhui unleashed the Sin Lu Xing Ming sword art, 7th form, 12 heavenly scenery sword. Witnessing that scene, Mato smirked. Truly amazing. Body and sword unity? Pity it is still incomplete. He suddenly swung his sword to counterattack. In a flash, a sphere formed and rushed towards the boy. Yunhui collapsed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable. He really is a monster. How could the sword form of body and sword unity be defeated so easily? I need to find a flaw, but even using
But I won't give up because of that. This world is not short of ways to slice the moon," Yunhui roared. "I will pour everything I have into this move." Meanwhile, Sima Tuo's eyes glowed with an extremely eerie light. In the void, 2 pillars of light collided madly, causing the entire bamboo forest to shake violently. After a long while, Yunhui collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly. Yunhui slowly stood up, his voice sounding weak. "There are still 4 moves left." He suddenly interrupted. "That is enough." Hearing this, he showed a bewildered expression. "Huh?" Sima Tuo sheathed his sword and evaluated. "I didn't expect you to perfect the body and sword unity in such a short time. With this, you won't be beaten senseless by others. If you dare to make my beloved daughter suffer, be prepared to die under my sword." As soon as the words were spoken, Yunhui froze completely. Seeing this, Sima Tuo looked annoyed. "Did I speak too confusingly? You passed. That means I allow you to see my beloved daughter," he called out joyfully. "Senior." Sima Ing quickly rushed to Sima Tuo and hugged him tightly. Thank you, father. Sima Tuo turned to remind her. If that Zabrat makes you cry, just tell father. Sima Ing puffed out her cheek.
Huh? So he not only allows me to meet Lady Sima, but also accepts me as his future son-in-law. Once he acknowledges it, he really is generous. She opened her mouth wide and called out, Young master! Young master! Ma Ying whispered softly, her voice light as air, Hurry up and call him father. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Thank you, father-in-law. The old man huffed softly, glaring at him sharply like a knife. Anyone looking would think I've gone deaf. I have business to attend to now, so I'll be going first. Meanwhile, Ma Ying anxiously checked Yunhui's face, looking distressed. Even if it was a test, father was a bit too heavy-handed. He grinned. Father-in-law actually yielded a lot. Ma Ying looked at him with eyes shining like lamps, full of admiration. But young master is truly impressive too. It's rare for father to unleash such moves when fighting others. She grinned brightly like spring sunshine. So cool. Hearing this, Yunhui couldn't help but smile, his eyes lighting up. Just then he suddenly pulled Ma Ying's hand hard. She called out in confusion, Young master? Yunhui hurriedly expressed, Young lady, although it's a bit sudden, I want to quickly introduce my beloved to my father. Hearing this, her cheeks unconsciously flushed red like a ripe tomato. Ma Ying smiled, nodding with full trust. All right, let's go quickly. Saying
This old man has seen many talents in the past, but this is the first time I have witnessed someone breaking through to this realm at such an age. Hearing this, Sima Tuo and not help it feeling a bit curious. Why do you rate him so highly, old man? He chuckled loudly. It is just because you are too picky. Seeing you complain all day that you were not satisfied, this old man came here to see who it was. I did not expect to see someone who could become the #1 person in the world like that. He looked weary. #1 person in the world? You truly are easygoing, Tugong. The old man looked up at Sima Tuo and smirked. True enough. As long as you're alive, it will be hard for that brat to rise to be the #1 in the world, because that position is already yours. Aren't you still having strength to spare after confronting such a high cultivation son-in-law? He showed a doubtful expression. Strength to spare? Seeing a long cut still stained with blood on Sima Tuo's hand, he involuntarily smirked, his eyelashes fluttering slightly.
It seems you guessed right. That matter might be related to the Maoshan sect. He continued questioning. Have you found his tracks yet? The man quickly reported. He is heading towards the southeast of Shanxi City. Unlike that one-eyed guy, this one seems foolish, so he keeps leaving tracks behind. But why? You aren't helping your son-in-law, but going to catch that guy first? Fine, this old man understands. Seeing Ma Tuo leave, Tugong hurriedly shouted, Wait for this old man. At Baiyun Mountain, flames flickered dimly in the night. Yun Bai was waiting from afar. The old man lowered his voice. You have arrived. This humble monk is Yun Bai, currently the caretaker of the old nunnery at Baiyun Mountain. Zhang Long anxiously asked, How is her condition? Is it very serious? The old man quickly replied, She is circulating energy to regulate her breathing inside. He secretly blamed himself. Damn it, this was my negligence. I shouldn't have advised the young miss to
Seeing this, the old man turned to question, What are you doing? The old man bowed his head. Please forgive me, benefactor. The young lady is given personal instructions. She has had a moment of enlightenment, so no one is allowed inside until she has fully comprehended it. Hearing this, Zong Long exclaimed in surprise, Enlightenment? Just at that moment, a red beam of light pierced straight outwards. He opened his eyes, his sharp gaze directed at the room. The aura has erupted. Yun Bai turned and whispered, Lord Great Bloodstar, it seems you won't have to wait long. Right at that moment, the wooden door slowly opened with a creaking sound. Zong Long's eyes froze in midair, filled with suspicion. He couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. The door was open, yet why did the young lady not step out? Moreover, I can't sense any aura at all. Could it be? Zong Long shouted, his voice tearing through the space. Young lady! Hui Shang looked down at him from above, her voice cold. You arrived quickly. Zong Long hurriedly knelt. How could this subordinate not be fast? Congratulations, young lady, on achieving enlightenment. Saying this, he narrowed his eyes to observe Hui Shang.
I cannot sense your chi presence at all. If the young lady does not actively release her aura, it would be extremely difficult to detect your presence. This growth is truly astonishing. Perhaps the young lady has even surpassed the former great blood demon. She stared at her palm. The road is still long. I have only just found the clue to the reverse blood Great Lua divine art. He exclaimed in shock. Reverse blood? Doesn't the young lady know very well how dangerous it is to circulate chi during reverse blood? She complained. You nag just like that person. I have found a solution. You don't need to worry. Report immediately.
Hearing this, Tu Xiang could not help but be astonished. The Grand Venerable will cease his secluded cultivation? Thoughts raced through her mind. It could be said that the Grand Venerable is the strongest martial artist in the blood sector present. If one has approached the realm of the 12...
Right at this moment, he suddenly appeared serious, but there are two problems. She put on a cold expression. Speak. Zhang Long quickly reported. The first matter is something we predicted. The Wulin Alliance has announced that they will wipe out the remnants of the Blood Sect. Tu Shang curled her lips in a smile. It seems losing Wushang City has made them a bit impatient. Has the time finally come to re-establish the sect? She thought to herself. Truly a perfect opportunity. Having just gained enlightenment and grasping the strongest power, this playground has already been prepared for me. Tu Shang didn't forget to remind him. We must quickly seize the position of Blood Demon soon. Send the Blood Demon invitation. Zhang Long hurriedly searched inside his robe. The second problem is precisely that. He suddenly took out a piece of paper with the word blood written on it. She asked suspiciously, You mean the Blood Demon invitation? Zhang Long continued adding, Young Lady Bai Lian Sha has already sent the Blood Demon invitation first. However, young Miss doesn't need to accept it. Why don't we... Tu Shang clutched her stomach and laughed maniacally. I thought she was stupid, but it turns out our Lian Sha also knows to send the invitation first, huh? Seeing this, he hesitated and interjected, This isn't something to laugh about, young miss. She gently wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, her mouth curving up. Why can't I laugh? To think that both sisters are holding fake swords in hand yet planning to...
She turned around and simultaneously gave an order. Just you wait. This matter must be exposed before the General Assembly. Just agree to participate. The opportunity has arrived and cannot be missed. Zhang Lon, if neither possesses the Blood Demon sword, who will become the Blood Demon? The old man hesitated briefly. That matter... After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Long hurriedly gave the answer. Young miss, it would be the stronger one. Tu Shang smiled with satisfaction. Exactly. So the one to become the Blood Demon is me. Amidst the desolate landscape, a person's voice rang out. Destiny is ordained by the heavens, so no one can stop it. Perhaps my son-in-law understands this better than anyone, right, son-in-law? What do you think about allowing these two children to get to know each other? Sima Ying frowned slightly, worry evident in her eyes. Although her father had given permission, everything was not over yet. Even though that martial competition was ostensibly called a trial, it was no different from torture. He had suffered so much. Would he allow it or not? Yunhee stepped closer, holding her hand, his voice as gentle as the spring breeze. Young miss, do not worry. At the same time, Chang Bai was still silently... Ma Ying's voice trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with tears. Father! She excitedly hugged Yunhui tightly. Young master, we must live very happily. He paused for a moment. Does the young lady like it that much? Qing Bai looked towards Yunhui, reluctance clearly visible in his eyes. That is good then. Where do you intend to go now? His voice could not hide the urgency. Yes, perhaps I must leave quickly. She asked curiously. Where are you going? Yunhui looked straight at Ma Ying, speaking slowly. Perhaps everyone is looking for me. Things have been delayed for too long. I must return quickly. The fourth venerable elder is probably looking forward to my return. She pressed her lips together tightly, her face looking slightly sad. I haven't even met father for half a K and now you have to go. What a pity. Seeing this, he gently comforted her. It's all right. There will be opportunities to meet again in the future. The old man approached. Yenger, thank you for staying here and taking care of this old man all this time. Ma Ying bowed her head, her smile soft as the new moon. It was nothing. Next time I will come by to visit.
What is this? The guard replied quickly. The sectmaster ordered this prepared for the young sectmaster. Chengbai stepped out, his voice gentle but full of worry. Aren't you traveling a long distance? Traveling by horse would be less tiring, wouldn't it? He replied softly, somewhat shyly, but I could have prepared these things myself. He looked up at Yuanhui, his voice trembling slightly. His parents, who wouldn't want to take thorough care of their child? Take care. If there are any problems, just seek out your father. Yuanhui's eyelashes fluttered slightly and he smiled bitterly. Thank you, father. In contrast to Yuanhui, Mai Ying laughed excitedly. Grandfather, father, see you all again. The scene shifted to a city where houses were stacked upon one another. At the same time, Bai Sha turned around. How was the fourth venerable? Li Hua bowed her head and reported. He led the disciples out the search for a while, but it seems he has given up now. Saying this, she concluded, it seems the second venerable has been persuaded. In a small corner, Yue Tian turned and sat down, revealing his muscular build. Just then, Gamma quietly approached. Brother Hai, you've done your best. He cut him off coldly. Shut up. Twice. Hearing this, he closed his eyes tightly, his mouth slightly open to let out a sigh. Yue Tian's voice deepened with self-blame. I failed to protect the blood demon twice. In that moment, a bloody scene flashed by, and he kept muttering, both before and this time. The image of the exploding boat replayed in Yue Tian's subconscious. His voice lowered, filled with conflict, but for some reason, I feel like he's still alive. After a moment of silence, Gamma reminded him, Brother Hai, things happen in threes. Yue Tian bowed his head slightly, muttering in his throat. Third time. Right.
Gaima suddenly spoke with implied meaning. Apologies, Brother Hai. You can curse me as much as you want. Hearing this, he did not reply but merely placed his hand gently on the other's shoulder, then turned back toward Mai Sha. She silently reassured herself. This is acceptable. Although I lost my left arm to that moon evil sword, overall the situation is still stable. Though there was a bit of regret over losing the true blood demon sword, there was no other choice. After all, Bai Huisong could not possibly know, and even if she did, it would change nothing. The advantage was now tilting in our favor.
Assuming he is still alive, a month is enough for us. Half a month later, Shaoan curiously directed her gaze toward the piece of wood. What is this scratch mark? Yunhui looked up. The secret signal has been erased. She repeated in bewilderment. Secret signal? He thought to himself. If this is the case, I cannot return to the headquarters. Hearing this, Shaoan looked anxious. Is there no other way? At the same time, Mai Ying ran over quickly. Young master, I've searched everywhere. There is something very strange. Yunhui immediately turned around. Has everything been erased? She quickly replied. That's right. Moreover, there isn't a single soul here. Normally, they would leave at least one person behind. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. How strange. Who exactly did this? The Blood Sect often changes the location of the headquarters to avoid pursuit by the Wulin Alliance, and they usually leave secret signals so cult members know its location. If outside forces discovered this, they would surely take it back to decode, but these marks were intentionally erased. Then there is only one conclusion. Someone deliberately did this so I could not return. Seeing Yunhui silent, Mai Ying worriedly approached. What are you thinking about that makes you look so pensive, young master? He quickly explained. I am looking for a way to return to the headquarters. Let's go. I just thought of a way. She tilted her head, looking at Yunhui with suspicion. Really? Right at this moment, thoughts raced through his mind. The person who wants Bai Li and Sha to become the new blood demon more than me, this was definitely done by the blood hand demoness. He suddenly turned around, startled. Young lady, what are you doing? Mai Ying innocently replied. Marking the young master as mine. Hearing this, Yunhui looked down blankly at the trace of saliva. Marking? He looked awkward. Who in the world marks someone with teeth marks? Seeing this, she nonchalantly bit down hard. I do. The scene shifts to Shoaling.
He spoke coldly, his voice echoing through the forest. I am not an enemy. Zhang Yang roared in anger. Stop speaking nonsense. If you immediately drop that sword hanging at your waist and obediently submit to being bound, then I might believe you. Yunhui suddenly interrupted. I came here to find an acquaintance. Is old man Chengu here? Hearing this, he immediately rushed forward. As expected, you are someone sent by the Huayue merchant group. By then, the sword had moved right before his eyes. In a flash, Yunhui quickly grabbed the sword blade with his bare hand. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. He'd blocked Vice Unit Leader Qi Zongyang's sword with his bare hands? Damn it, let's attack together. Suddenly, the group tilted their heads back, their eyes flashing with light. Zongyang turned around in confusion. What the hell is going on? Yunhui gently reassured him. Rest assured, they are just taking a nap. I have no relation to the Huayue merchant group, or the Great Blood Star. Furthermore, I am the one who told the old unit leader the location of the eldest sister. He replied,
He spoke slowly, his eyes full of determination. Just pass the word to the unit leader. Say that the intermediate trainee of Lu Shui Valley, Zhao Yonhui, requests an audience. Upon hearing the news, Chengu couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. He turned to one side. Zhao Yonhui is looking for me? The scene of the past was recreated. The sound of pouring wine rippled out, sounding extremely pleasant. Chengu raised his wine cup towards him. Come, let's drain this cup, Zhao Yonhui. Congratulations on your safe return from this mission. Don't tell me a Zhao Yonhui like you doesn't know how to drink. Yunhui raised the cup with one hand and replied politely, Thank you, sir. I accept the unit leader's toast. Having said that, Yunhui lifted the cup and drained it in one long breath. The man's voice suddenly deepened. Zhao Yonhui, I have an order from the headquarters for you. They request that you go to the Wulin Alliance to act as a spy there. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and he calmly replied, Is that so? Yunhui's expression did not change. He just took a soft breath. If that is an order from the superiors, I have no choice but to obey. Chengu observed him for a long while, then said, If you have any personal matters you wish to attend to, speak to this unit leader. You still have a few weeks before you must join in Wuhan. It seems your family is in Yulong County, correct? Even though you cannot return home directly, sending a letter to them would be fine. Yunhui bowed his head slightly. Unit leader, the only relative I have there is my younger sister, but perhaps she already thinks I am dead. Regardless, I thank the unit leader for his kindness. It is better to leave it as is. After all, someone like me would only be a burden in her life. At that very moment, Chengu suddenly admitted, You truly care for your sister a lot. It's just that lately I've been constantly worried about one thing. If my younger sister were still alive, and I wasn't bound by this sect, could we return to our hometown and live together? Yunli looked at him, sensing the emptiness behind those seasoned eyes. Where's your hometown, unit leader? Chengju closed his eyes slightly, as if trying to recall. It's Shaoan County, located in the southwest of Hunan Province. There is a mountain there called Kiwang Mountain. The scenery is truly magnificent. Anyway, let me ask you one last question. Before you go, don't you plan to visit your sister one last time? Because if you happen to die, you won't be able to say anything to her anymore. He bowed his head once again, his lips curling into a faint smile. Unit leader, I am just a low-rank spy, yet you care for me this much. I am very grateful, but living like this, I would rather die. He stared at Yunhui, then nodded slightly. Well, if that is your wish, I respect it. Do you want to have another cup? The boy quickly replied, Yes, I do. In his past life, Zhao Yunhui had to struggle to avoid being treated as trash everywhere he went. If anyone treated him like a normal person, it could only be Unit Leader Lu Chengju. Truth be told, Unit Leader Lu was the only person in the past life that Zhao Yunhui trusted and followed. Returning to reality, Chengju suspiciously asked,
Just as I thought, another voice rang out from behind. Big brother, that person. He stepped up to shield the girl behind him. You step back. Yunhui looked closely at her. That girl must be Lu Chengju's younger sister, kidnapped by the Huayue merchant group, and looking at the fresh scars on the unit leader's face, he must have fought fiercely to save his sister. It made sense. If it was the Lu Chengju he knew, such action was not strange at all. He smiled, narrowing his eyes. Congratulations to the unit leader and your sister on your reunion. As soon as the words were spoken, Chengju suddenly rushed forward. He swung his arm at Yunhui. Seeing this, the boy coldly reached out toward Chengju. His body was immediately pushed back lightly. Chengju glared angrily. Qizan Yang.
His voice was hoarse, mixed with anger and disbelief. Do not be mistaken. That brat had his Dantian destroyed. How could he cultivate martial arts? How could such a useless piece of trash reach this realm in less than 2 years? This must be an impostor or someone wearing that brat's human skin mask. Hearing this, he pondered silently. Thinking back, if Lu Chengju didn't know what I had gone through, such suspicion was natural. After a while, Yunhui calmly explained, Unit Leader Lu, that year, thanks to my master's help, I was treated by the Wanzi divine physician. Chengju shouted loudly, Absurd! Who is your master that he could ask for favors from the Wanzi divine physician and help you advance your martial arts in such a short time? Then suddenly, his face changed color. Ah, wait, isn't that the Fourth Venerable's unique martial art, the True Blood Golden Body? So you, he spoke calmly, as if stating the obvious. The eccentric Fourth Venerable, Hai Yu Tian, is indeed my master. Do you believe me now?
Chengju immediately knelt on one knee. Subordinate, Blood Wolf Unit Leader, Lu Chengju, greets the young master, disciple of the Fourth Venerable. Shaoan couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He is the Blood Wolf Unit Leader, but why is he so different from before? Yunhui gave a
Naturally, this subordinate remembers clearly. The words of the past still echo. If what you said is true, then whatever the agreement was, I will still regard you as a benefactor for life. Chengju bowed low. Even though I have to live in hiding like this, how would this subordinate dare to go back on his word? It's just that this subordinate does not understand why a disciple of the Fourth Venerable would seek me out. The young man lowered his voice. I went out for personal matters and lost contact with the main altar for over a month. When I returned, I discovered the main altar had moved and the secret signals regarding the new address had been erased. Therefore, I sought you out to ask about the main altar's new location and the current situation of the sect. He raised his head, his expression becoming gloomy. This subordinate understands, young master. I will summarize what is happening within the sect. Not long ago, the Wulin Alliance declared a war to wipe out the remnants of the Blood Sect. Then, second young Miss Bai Lei Sha used her own name to issue the Blood Demon invitation to gather all disciples to one place. Accordingly, in 2 weeks, the Blood Sect General Assembly will take place at Ling Mountain in Guangxi Province. Hearing this, Yunhui looked urgent. If there are only 2 weeks left, we must hurry. Come with me, Unit Leader Lu. Chengju put on a troubled expression. But young master, this matter is a bit difficult for this subordinate. To save my younger sister, I killed quite a few people from the Huayue merchant group. I fear I have offended the First Blood Star. Also because of this, I abandoned the position of Blood Wolf Unit Leader, and am now fleeing the pursuit of the First Blood Star.
He gripped the sword hilt tightly and affirmed, Unit Leader Lu, that will never happen. Right at this moment, a red light surged straight into him, and Yunhui's hair suddenly turned blood red. Each strand fluttered as if dyed by sky-reaching murderous aura. Chengju was utterly bewildered. What is this? Why is your hair turned blood red? He spoke in a chilling voice. In this sect, no one dares to defy my will. Could it be that the members of the Blood Wolf Squad do not recognize this? Chengju quickly observed. The sword in his hand was glowing blood red. It is definitely the Blood Demon Sword. Whoever holds the Blood Demon Sword is the current Blood Demon. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground. This lowly disciple respectfully pays homage to the Blood Demon. Yunhui stood tall, his aura erupting. Lu Chengju, the position of Blood Wolf Unit Leader is hereditary. No one in this sect has a stronger connection to the Blood Wolf Squad than you. Therefore,
from now on, this seat declares that the Blood Wolf Squad will be transformed into the Guard Squad under this seat's direct command. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. What? We are becoming the Guard Squad of the contemporary Blood Demon? Inside, he continued with a powerful tone. Then you no longer need to flee or fear retaliation from the First Blood Star. At the same time, you can also protect your sister. Furthermore, this seat promises to resolve the grudge between you and the First Blood Star once and for all. Chengju bowed his head very low, his voice choking up. This subordinate respectfully accepts the order from the Blood Demon. Shaoan turned aside and muttered, Come to think of it, thanks to treating Yun Huel well in the past life, they are receiving this treatment now. Tiannan added, My former master once said that life is impermanent, so if possible, treat others well. The Blood Demon looked annoyed. Hey, don't you get tired of mentioning your former master every time you open your mouth? Going outside, the group shouted in unison, Reporting to the Blood Demon, after making arrangements, we subordinates will set off for Lingshan. From now on, the Blood Wolf Squad will obey the Blood Demon's orders. Long live the Blood Demon. Blood cleanses the world. This lowly disciple is willing to follow the Blood Demon. 2 weeks later, at Lingshan in Guangxi Province, 10,000 disciples gathered here, the place that was once the Holy Land of the Blood Sect, the cradle that gave birth to the Blood Demon. At the same time, Lian Sha sat motionless on the cliff. Tu Shang's voice suddenly echoed. Before, I thought my younger sister had no aptitude for martial arts, but you have surpassed the 5th stage of the Blood Heaven Great Demon Art. She replied with an indifferent attitude. If my big sister can do it, there is no reason why I cannot.
She looked at Hui Xiang with cold eyes. Didn't your acceptance of my Blood Demon invitation imply that you tacitly acknowledge me as the current Blood Demon? She giggled. You say I tacitly acknowledge you? You'll make me die of laughter. You are mistaken. I don't know on what basis you claim to be the Blood Demon.
This sect is about to confront the orthodox path that once destroyed us, so what do you think that meager martial art of yours can achieve? She calmly replied, if power is the logic as you say, wouldn't a venerable, or even the first venerable in your ranks, be more worthy of the title Blood Demon? Don't try to hold on to a position that doesn't belong to you. Follow the rules of this sect. Whoever holds the Blood Demon sword is the current Blood Demon. That is a rule everyone in this sect knows. Hui Xiang snorted coldly. Just empty words, only good at showing off. Suddenly, oh, impossible. Why is that sword red as blood? Witnessing that scene, Geimei's eyes widened. Hui Xiang smirked. If the sword I hold were a fake Blood Demon sword, could it withstand the Blood Heaven Great Demon Art? My dear Liansha, try drawing that sword and die.
The seal stamped on the corner of the Blood Demon invitation was not an ordinary seal, but one created from a part of the pattern engraved on the blade of the Blood Demon sword. Bai Huixiang knew this very well. It wasn't a matter of whether she wanted to know or not. She had to know. She had witnessed countless times the back of her mother, who valued that red letter more than the child she had borne herself. That was why she remembered clearly every word and pattern written on that letter. However, learning that the letter's name was the Blood Demon invitation was something that happened a long time afterward. She narrowed her eyes at the bright red paper. The seal on this Blood Demon invitation was so fake it didn't even try to imitate the real thing. In this situation, even if I said that Lian Sha was holding a fake Blood Demon sword, it would be of no use. Song Long asked in confusion, "What do you mean, miss?" She spoke softly. "Think of
Tu Shang narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice deepening like an abyss. More important than anything is the attitude of the other venerables and blood stars. The venerables and blood stars cannot possibly be unaware that there is a problem with the seal on the Blood Demon invitation. Setting aside the matter of the Blood Demon sword's authenticity, perhaps they have already determined to establish Lian Sha as the Blood Demon of this sect. Since the Wulin Alliance has announced a large-scale purge targeting our sect, we cannot afford to be leisurely about the current situation. But thanks to that, we have an opportunity. Don't we have this? If they see that I can dye this fake Blood Demon sword red, they won't suspect a thing and will simply think this is the real sword. After all, in this world, there is only one sword that can withstand the Blood Heaven Great Demon Art. Returning to reality, Tu Xiang looked straight into Lian Xia's eyes. Why haven't you drawn your sword? If that is the true Blood Demon sword, and your Blood Heaven Great Demon Art has broken through to the 5th stage, there is no reason you cannot make the sword turn red. Are you unwilling to do it, or are you unable?
Right at this moment, Ye Tian suddenly rushed quickly towards her. Upon seeing him, Hui Xiang momentarily froze. Fourth Venerable. Ye Tian suddenly questioned, "What have you done with him, young lady?" Immediately after, he roared, "Ultimately, what have you done with Yun Hui?" Hai Yue Tian knew the sword in Bai Hui Xiang's hand was a fake, and he also knew clearly who held the real sword. The lost Blood Demon sword was in the hands of his disciple, Zhao Yun Hui. Therefore, seeing it in the hands of someone famous for her violent nature like Bai Hui Xiang, Hai Yue Tian automatically assumed his worst premonitions had come true. The problem was, Bai Hui Xiang knew nothing about that. She couldn't help but be suspicious. "Why are you suddenly mentioning him?" Ye Tian almost went mad. He slowly approached. "Young lady, stop pretending." Faced with this sudden outburst from Fourth Venerable Hai Yue Tian, truly living up to the nickname Weird and Strange, his bizarre actions caused the dream of unifying the Blood Sect without shedding a drop of blood to go up in smoke. In a flash, the crowd started to rush at each other. No, it was almost blown to smithereens. Kui Shang froze for a moment. "Isn't this one lotus 3 reaps?" Lian Sha stared blankly ahead. "Of the Blood Heaven Great Demon Sword? Besides us, is there someone else who can use the Blood Heaven Great Demon Sword?" Only a long red streak was seen, splitting the ground in two, while Yu Tian suddenly laughed. His voice rang out excitedly. "That's how it should be. This seat said he was still alive." Saying this, Yu Tian knelt before Yun Hui. Fourth Venerable Hai Yue Tian welcomes the Blood Demon back. The young man was seen slowly stepping forward. Yun
He replied in a not-so-loud voice, "I will tell you that story later. Now, Fi Nuet, stand up and come stand beside me. Aren't you the master of the Blood Demon?" Yue Tian heard this and burst into a fit of laughter. Right, you all are too slow. Why are you still standing there? Hasn't the true successor of the Blood Demon sword appeared?" Zong Hao stepped forward. The blood demon has returned. I must change my place as well. Bai Sha screamed in astonishment. 4th blood star. Gema bowed slightly before her shocked gaze. This seat is going too. Bai Sha was bewildered. 2nd venerable? He spoke softly. After all, in the past I only chose a substitute option because of the absence of the blood demon. In that moment the group stood one after another right behind Yunhee. Tui Shang was stunned into silence. What the hell is going on? Speak quickly. Why did you appear in that form? She stared at him with wide eyes. Yunhee silently observed. Unlike Bai Lian Sha and the venerables, Bai Hui Shang did not know that I carry the blood demon bloodline just like her, but there is no need to let her know, so seeing me appear in this form, her surprise is understandable. Yunhee calmly uttered, sincerely apologize to the young lady, because back then I did not tell you. The Flying Moon Shadow Sect is my maternal family, so I also inherited the bloodline of the blood demon ancestor. Tui Shang kept searching her memory. Flying Moon Shadow Sect. This seat, Zhao Yunhui, is the successor of the True Blood Demon Sword, so you all must swear loyalty, as the laws have been set. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Young master, wait a moment. He turned to look at the source of the sound. This voice was, is that you? Blood Hand Demoness? Bai Sha spoke earnestly. If young master intervenes in this battle, not only the young lady's position, but the whole situation will become ridiculous. Please, help the young lady. Yunhui coldly questioned. Is that matter more important than my safe return? Just wait. There are things that need to be considered and resolved step by step. Saying this, he didn't forget to remind her. It's best if
My blood demon sword is indeed a fake, a normal iron sword that any skilled master craftsman could copy. Does the owner of such a sword have the qualifications to be recognized as the sect leader? I ask you one question. Have the sect leaders recognized by the blood demon sword ever succeeded in washing the world with blood? Hearing this, Yue Tian and Gei Ma fell into silence. Hui Shang's eyes turned dark red like a demon, and she continued to question. The Wulin Alliance is already at our doorstep, yet you are still obsessed with background, rules, or titles. It is truly despicable beyond description. Isn't the most important thing still the ability to revive the sect? Speak. What are your thoughts on this matter? The young man calmly replied. The young lady is not wrong, but it seems you are misunderstanding one thing. In that instant, a red light suddenly flashed in Hui Shang's eyes, and immediately after, an explosion erupted rapidly. Yun Hui calmly continued. I bring up the rules only to avoid unnecessary conflicts, not because I lack strength. Hearing this, the group fell almost completely silent. At the same time, Gei Ma couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Brother Hai, what is this about? He chuckled. How would I know? Yue Tian couldn't help but exclaim. I knew this little brat had a talent for martial arts, but I didn't expect that after just a few months of not seeing you, you would improve to this extent. Have you already touched upon the realm of the superhuman? His voice echoed like a bell. If anyone has any objections to this seat becoming the sect leader, then step forward. This seat accepts all challenges. Before setting off for Spirit Mountain a few days ago, Yun Hui had turned to probe. You said I must make them witness my overwhelming power? Chengu bowed his head low, his voice deep. Yes.
Hearing this, Chengdu hurriedly explained, Sir, doing so is to notify, not necessarily to show off or flaunt power, because in life, people usually don't easily reveal their fangs when facing someone far stronger than themselves. Master, think about it. In this Jianghu, is there any martial artist who dares to casually point their sword at the 8 great experts or the 4 great villains? Therefore, most unnecessary disputes in this world can be easily resolved by demonstrating superior strength. Yuan Hui nodded slightly. You are not wrong. I will think.
Returning to reality, Tiannan turned his gaze towards Yunhui, dropping a cryptic remark. It seems my thinking was too limited, Blood Demon Sword. Hearing this, the Blood Demon was bewildered. What do you mean? Tiannan appeared pensive. Before now, perhaps I didn't entirely agree with some of your viewpoints. It sneered. Does that mean you think my way of thinking is wrong? If you intend to apologize to me, save it, Tiannan, because for me, as long as that brat realizes it, that's enough. That brat surnamed Zhao was too weak. If he could choose between shedding blood or avoiding conflict, he would certainly choose the latter. He spoke softly. I understand now, because even I at that time thought doing so wouldn't be effective, Blood Demon Sword. The Blood Demon replied with satisfaction.
Yeah, although the brat has changed his behavior this time, his mindset hasn't changed. Furthermore, that isn't everything he is aiming for. Didn't that brat previously say there was a rat daring to cause chaos within this sect? So what he aims for is to find that bastard at all costs. Hearing this, Tiannan shouted angrily, "Sir, don't speak nonsense here." At the same time, Ji Yang slowly approached. "It seems you don't understand what you were saying, young master, because any famous sword, if forged hundreds of times, can be faked to look like the Blood Demon sword." Just then, Hui Shang slowly sheathed her sword. Ji Yang's voice continued to echo. "So I agree that one cannot judge a person's qualifications solely based on the sword they hold. At the same time, if we rely..."
Yunhui's voice was deep and cold. "Why is this completely different from what I've heard? Lord Wu Ming ordered me to unify the Blood Sect under one banner, with support from you, the Blood Lord. Could it be that you haven't received this order yet?" He bowed his head slightly and asked in return, "Lord Wu Ming, how can that be? He clearly entrusted me with this responsibility. What exactly is the reason for this change?" The young man calmly replied, "It is correct that you don't know, because such a thing never happened in the first place." After speaking, Yunhui suddenly pointed his sword tip straight at Ji Yang. Witnessing that scene, Zhang Long jumped in shock. "Huh? Why all of a sudden?" Tui Shang observed calmly. "No, Yunhui is not the type to act without thinking." Meanwhile, Gaima was so tense his eyes widened. Lian Sha screamed out, "Young master, what exactly are you doing?" Yunhui smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with wit. "Thanks to those sound transmissions, I was able to find you. Truly fortunate, isn't it, Bloodlord?" He gritted his teeth. "That brat, just now did he set a trap to test me?" At this moment, Lian Sha couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Wait, what did the young master mean by Bloodlord just now? He calmly explained, "A few weeks ago, due to personal matters, I stayed in Wushuang City for a while. At that time, I learned that one of the former 5 great villains, Wu Ye, had impersonated the martial Heaven Sword Emperor of Wushuang City. He attempted to seize power in Wushuang City under the..."
Hearing this, Jiang cut in. "Young master, aren't you just imagining this story yourself? According to you, I belong to some golden person organization, am called the Blood Lord, and follow the orders of some nameless one. It is truly regrettable, young master. I never expected that just because I supported the second young miss with legitimate status, I would be envied and slandered by you." Having said that, he smirked. "You fool. Even if you had 100 mouths, you couldn't prove the truth. After all, only you and I here know the truth clearly. If this old man persists in denying it, who in this world would believe you except for your trusted subordinates?" At this very moment, Hui Shang unexpectedly affirmed, "What Zhao Yunhui said is the truth."
I wonder if I can use this opportunity to break through and overcome the wall of the transformation realm. After that, I arrived at Wushuang City and witnessed what Zhao Yunhui had said. Don't misunderstand this. I'm not on anyone's side. I'm just recounting the truth. I don't know if everything is correct, but if what Zhao Yunhui said is true, then the nature of this Blood Demon General Assembly has long since deteriorated. That means among us here, there is a cunning person hiding with a conspiracy to overthrow the Blood Sect. Is it you, Third Venerable? Jiang's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, and he growled at his throat. It seems this old man can't endure it any longer. How much longer do you intend to trample on this old man's honor? Jiang gripped his staff tightly. No matter how much he endured, there was a limit. Just then, Yue Tian suddenly shouted, "Oh, Jiang, take your hand off that staff right now." He turned around furiously. "What did this old man do wrong that makes you so annoyed, huh, Yue Tian?" He raised his voice coldly. "Oh, Jiang, a straight tree doesn't fear dying standing tall. If you don't have a problem, then stay quiet and listen to the blood demon continue speaking. Isn't this an opportunity for you to prove your innocence? Don't tell me you intend to stab that staff into me." Gama intervened to stop them. "Brother Hai is right, Brother O. You should just listen to the whole story. It won't be too late to explain then." His inner heart was almost burning. Oh, these bastards, really. He could only compromise. "Fine. If there's anything else, just keep talking." Seeing this, Yunhui continued. "That day from Wu Yue, I gathered intelligence regarding the protection of the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord's goal is to completely control the Blood Sect. After achieving the goal, he can manipulate this sect as he wishes." Jiang couldn't help but laugh. "What exactly are you saying? Don't tell me those words are implying me, O Jiang?" "Everything I did was simply sending a reply letter stating that I only submit to the one holding the Blood Demon's sword, according to the supreme laws of this sect. So how dare you consider that as evidence to accuse me?" As soon as the words finished, he lowered his voice. His tone possessed a certain authority. "Wait, when did I say that reply letter was evidence for accusation?"
You must know there are countless ways in the world to control or interfere with an organization's operations. So why did you mention my reply letter here? Actually, that day Wu Yue explained it.
Thoughts began to pile up. Unintentionally, he had caused two forces to take action to snatch the Blood Demon sword at the Wulin Alliance headquarters. The origin of this matter started with two reply letters, one from the Third Venerable, O.G. Young, and the other from Ashura Dao Lu Bai. At first, I also suspected that Ashura Dao Lu Bai might be the Bloodlord, but seeing Lu Bai's restless anxiety when I appeared, I knew he was not the Bloodlord. Just at this moment, Lian Sha suddenly called out, "Lord Third Venerable." She looked up at him and asked, "Is everything truly as the young master said?" A few hours earlier, Bai Sha had seriously announced, "The second young miss of the Wulin Alliance has declared a major purge against the forces of our sect." She turned around, her voice sounding soft.
Although this subordinate does not wish to say it, we must be cautious when discussing this matter. We must accept that the possibility of that person still being alive is very slim, but even so, we cannot let the sect fall into chaos in his absence. Lian Xia lowered her head, reaffirming once again, "No, I am not qualified to become the Blood Demon, because I was not even recognized by the Blood Demon's sword, and my martial arts aptitude is far inferior to my elder sister. The only thing I can be proud of is the legitimacy of my bloodline." As she heard this, Bai Xia gently comforted her. "Second young miss, time will resolve all your worries. If eldest young miss Bai Huishang is allowed to become the Blood Demon, this sect will face the risk of disintegration due to her cruel nature. Therefore, to protect the believers who have followed you, second young miss must become the Blood Demon. To me, Han Bai Xia, the only person qualified to be the Blood Demon is you, second young miss." She smiled faintly. "All right, I will give it a try. Thank you, Blood Hand Demoness." Then suddenly, Jiang walked in, coughing slightly. "It seems this old man has arrived at an inopportune time, second young miss." She turned around. "Is that you, Third Venerable?" Jiang clasped his hands in front of his chest. "Third Venerable O Jiang greets second young miss by Lian Sha. It is just that this old man has a question. Wasn't second young miss previously chosen by the Blood Demon sword?" Lian Sha hesitated.
One must realize that seizing the Blood Demon sword and being recognized by the Blood Demon sword are two completely different matters. Perhaps the second young miss was not recognized by the Blood Demon sword because she has not yet broken through the internal layers of the Blood Heaven Great Demon art. She looked at the object in confusion. "What is that?" Oji Yang smiled sinisterly. "This is a spirit elixir that this old man painstakingly searched for and refined specifically for the second young miss. You only need to use it and cultivate internal energy according to my instructions, and your progress with the Blood Heaven Great Demon art will certainly skyrocket. Third Venerable Oji Yang will serve, submit to, and support the second young miss as my lord, providing assistance in both material and spiritual aspects." Returning to reality, Lian Yang screamed in anger. "Answer me immediately, O Jiang. Was everything you said back then a lie? Why did you choose me and not someone else?" He replied without hesitation, "Because you are too stupid and gullible." Hearing this, she collapsed to the ground, screaming in resentment. O Jiang continued, "It is that simple, yet you could not figure it out. Naturally, the weaker and more ignorant a person is, the easier they are to manipulate and pull the strings. Otherwise, besides your identity as the second young miss, what benefit do you think you could possibly offer this old man?" Back to Yunhui, he pondered deeply. "I thought that old bastard had some mysterious That little brat has been hit by my Xuan Ma poison. I mixed the poison into the spiritual elixir she swallowed, yet she didn't suspect a thing. Now Bai Lian Shaw's life is in my hands. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. If you do, perhaps this old man will grant the antidote." At that moment, Tushang suddenly rushed forward, slashing down in fury. Tushang screamed, "You old poisonous wretch, you bastard! How dare you harm my younger sister!" Right then the mountain wind howled fiercely, blowing sharp grains of sand swirling in the air. Tushang's eyes were bloodshot with anger. She roared, "Hand over the antidote immediately, before I tear you limb from limb." At the same time, Yunhui approached, casting his gaze toward Jiang. "I intend to do the same." The old man gently shook two silver bells, the corners of his mouth curling up. "You fools! Do you want to see Bai Lian Sha die so soon?" Jiang looked around in panic. "What is this? Why don't I hear any screams? Didn't I ring the bells?"
Meanwhile, Wei Kong reached out and touched Lian Sha's head. A stream of spiritual power immediately entered her body. Bai Sha could not help but worry. "Young miss," the old man soothed her with a gentle voice. "Please endure it. The poison in your body is being expelled, but regarding the poison in the brain, we need to be..."
Ji Yong's face turned pale, and he growled softly, "Duan Weikong, you..." Ji Yong was in utter panic. Damn it, is that guy planning to show his face personally? Just then, two streaks of light suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Yunhui and Tui Shang swung their swords simultaneously. In a flash, Ji Yong's body tumbled to the ground. The young man squinted at him. Strange, the sword couldn't pierce him. Is your skin made of steel? Ji Yong clutched his chest and exhaled. It seems you occupy are underestimating me a bit. It is not for nothing that I earned the title Blood Snake King. He threw his head back and roared. Today I will show you the essence of poison. Yunhui calmly observed. Is he a poison man? Meanwhile, Ji Yong puffed.
Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, Ji Yang's resentful scream rang out. "I will make you regret pushing me to this point. If you're confident, then come here." As the poison gas spread, Hui Shang silently thought, "Damn it, did he release poison gas? In this case, we can't approach him hastily." She raised her voice. "Hey, strategy." Having said that, Hui Shang turned to look at Zhao Yunhui beside her. Turning back towards Ji Yang, he pondered for a moment. "My plan has gone astray. Too many people know about me and the organization. There's no other way. I have to eliminate everyone." Just then, a red streak of light caught Ji Yang's attention. He laughed loudly, his laughter whistling like a poisonous wind through the ravine. "You fool, why did you walk into this death trap yourself? It seems you look down on this poison man a bit too much. My skin is almost Vajra indestructible. Don't dream of leaving a single scar on my body." As soon as the words were spoken, his arm was suddenly severed. Yunhui slowly approached. "Oops, I did it." Ji Yang groaned in pain. "Bastard, why are you still unharmed while surrounded by my poisonous fog?" Yunhui sarcastically remarked. "What's wrong? Am I supposed to be writhing in the poisonous fog?" A thought echoed in his mind. "Ever since I was reborn and transformed my bones thanks to the mechanism in Fanglin Valley, my recovery ability has become superior. Most common poisons cannot penetrate my skin, so if someone wants to poison me, the only way is to inject the poison directly into my body." Seeing how he keeps thrusting his poison hand at me, it seems he has had that thought as well. A while later, Yunhui and Ji Yang clashed mildly. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I just need to graze him once, but he hasn't revealed a single opening. If that's the case..." Immediately after, Ji Yang retracted his attack, covering his face with his hand, and a slime shot straight towards Hui Shang. At the same time, the boy decisively
He began to sense the surrounding energy flow, his heart trembling slightly. The poison fog was also becoming denser. Thinking of this, Yun Wei involuntarily shuddered. Could it be? Immediately after, an ear-piercing scream rang out, dragging everyone into chaos. "The poison fog is coming. Everyone, get out of the way. Don't get caught in the fog." Painful cries arose from those unable to escape the poisonous screen in time. The group screamed in agony, their shrieks filled with resentment. Witnessing the horrific scene, Tu Shang cursed. "That damn bastard!" Yue Tian roared. "Oh, Ji Yang, it seems you are tired of living. Fine, today this seat will smash your head in." As soon as the words ended, his body overflowed with aura. Suddenly a stream of poisonous gas rushed in, swallowing Yue Tian's body. Yue Tian's face turned red, and he looked forward in astonishment. Poison fog. The poison fog surged in like a sea of black mist. Tu Shang paused. The poison fog.
Right at this moment, Yun Hui unleashed the sixth form of the Xin Lu Xing Ming sword art, a swirling column rapidly rushing towards Jiang. Faced with the unexpected sight, his body completely stiffened. Then Jiang let out a scream that shook the entire space. At this moment, a wave spread across the ground, sending rocks and soil flying everywhere. The disciples could not help but exclaim, "The poison mist has been swept away by that whirlwind." Another chimed in, "Not only that, look over there, the Blood Lord has been defeated." Jiang's body lay collapsed on the debris. Chengu appeared overjoyed. Lord Blood Demon has saved our sect from being threatened." A roar of cheering erupted. The crowd raised their hands high in unison. He looked around shyly. "Being the center of attention like this is so strange." The Blood Demon suddenly urged, "Mortal, look around. Even those who didn't follow you have been captivated by you. Displaying overwhelming power usually brings about effects like this. Try raising your sword. They will go crazy with adoration."
Immediately, the crowd cheered as if hypnotized. We submit to the blood demon. Blood cleanses the world. Yue Tian laughed heartily. It seems it has been decided who the blood demon is. Tui Shang sighed softly. With this, the situation cannot be reversed anymore. I have failed completely. All of them have bowed down to the new blood demon. At the same time,
Therefore, I will take the young lady to see a disciple skilled in medicine for treatment. As for Third Venerable O.G. Yang, I will interrogate him to obtain the antidote. He suddenly spoke up. No, she exclaimed in surprise. Why? We cannot stop the Blood Sect General Assembly now. At that moment, Hui Shang pointed her sword directly at Bai Sha. You are stepping in too deep, Bloodhand Demoness. Who gave you the right to intervene and interrogate? Aren't you the one closest to Lian Sha? Don't tell me that all this time Lian Sha fell into such a condition and you knew nothing about it. Facing the questioning, she hurriedly explained, I really didn't know anything. Does the young lady think I am in league with him? Yu Tian quickly grabbed Bai Sha's throat. Immediately, Young master is a perceptive person who has investigated this matter yourself. Surely you know better than anyone that I and the Third Venerable have no connection whatsoever. Yunhui leaned back and sighed softly. The sixth blood star was right. If she were truly accomplices with that man, then instead of interrogation or detoxification, she would have acted to save her own life first. Huishang frowned slightly. Is that bastard thinking straight? If he doesn't deal with her now, she might block his path later, yet he still stands up to defend her? Yunhui suddenly lowered his voice. But there is still one issue that needs clarification. We confronted each other for the position of Blood Sect leader at the Yangtze River, and I thought you accepted the results when I won. However, after I went missing, you used the excuse of acting for young lady Bai Lian Sha to intentionally erase the secret signals, so I couldn't attend the Blood Sect General Assembly. Someone might have been poisoned and unable to act, but why is it that even when I returned, you still refused to hand over the position? With the truth so clear, is there anything
Bai Sha stared in horror at her waist, at her dantian. Finally, she only had time to let out a scream before falling heavily to the ground. Yunhui looked down coldly. Don't bother swearing loyalty just for show anymore, because this seat's Blood Sect has no place for people like you. After that, Blood Lord Oji Yang had his internal energy sealed and was taken away to be interrogated about the Golden Eye organization, simultaneously forcing him to hand over the antidote. Thanks to the First Venerable's treatment, Bai Lianxia managed to save her life, but her condition remained critical. She and the Bloodflower squad guards went to find a famous physician for treatment. When the matter was somewhat resolved, the Blood Sect General Assembly continued. Most of the disciples recognized Zha Yunhui as the Blood Demon and ceaselessly discussed his stratagems and outstanding martial arts. Ye Tian moved close to him and questioned curiously, "Did you have this intention right from the start?" He pretended not to understand. "What do you mean, master?" Ye Tian grit his teeth slightly. "Whoever wants to play, come. Was that your way to lure out the rat, the Blood Lord?" Hearing this, Yunhui remained calm. "Is that what you think, master?" He turned his gaze towards the crowd and raised his voice. "The statement from earlier is still valid. If anyone feels unconvinced, step out and fight me." As soon as the words ended, Wei Kong unexpectedly stepped forward and spoke up. "Sounds good." The moment he saw the old man, Yunhui involuntarily felt a chill down his spine. What had to come has finally come. He laughed awkwardly. "Do you wish to challenge the sect leader, sir?" Yunhui looked in horror at the old man, the peerless powerhouse of the Blood Sect, First Venerable Blood Sword Emperor Duan Weikong. The old man slowly placed his hand on the sword hilt. "First Venerable Duan Weikong requests the young master's guidance. Through the confrontation with the Blood Lord, I have also somewhat seen the young master's cultivation. If we decide victory and defeat through a life and death battle, clearly both sides must shed blood. So let us determine the outcome through a sword duel. Those proficient in swordsmanship can understand their opponent through just one exchange of blows." Hearing
He softly replied, "If someone gives their word and then uses the excuse that it was merely a stratagem to retract it, are they truly worthy of being the leader of an organization? I think not." He chuckled briefly. "You brat, you are starting to talk just like the Blood Demon. But don't forget, the opponent is the blood
The blood-breaking sword emperor Duan Wei Kang had now completely surpassed the transformation realm.
At this very moment, a violent wave crashed straight towards the crowd. Tui Shang appeared calm. In contrast to her, Zhang Long pursed his lips tightly, and Yun Hui looked up at Wei Kang. His body suddenly burst into flames, and a growl resonated. So, I get to learn a thing or two from the supreme expert of this sect. Immediately after, two opposing waves frantically rushed forward, and only Yun Hui and Wei Kang were seen swinging their swords simultaneously. Then suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, and the young man hurriedly used his hands to shield himself. Damn it! Yue Tian observed silently. The first venerable took 1 step back, while that brat had to take 3 steps back. Yun Hui has been pushed back. He closed his eyes slightly, thoughts rising in his heart. Sure enough, the distance between me and an expert who has completely surpassed the transformation realm is still very far. It is truly a miserable defeat. I thought with the blood demon fire, the advanced golden blood body, and man and sword united, I would at least achieve a balanced stance. A long while later, Yun Hui slowly opened his eyes. On the other side, Wei Kang looked at the sword in astonishment. Indeed, someone excitedly shouted, "The first venerable's precious sword has appeared cracks." Yun Hui asked himself, "So can this be considered a draw?" He looked up at the old man. "What do you think?" Wei Kang
I only wanted to know what level young master's martial arts had reached. Hearing this, Yun Hui showed a dissatisfied expression. Why didn't you say so from the beginning? Wei Kang bowed his head slightly. I thought if I said it beforehand, I wouldn't be able to see the young master's true strength. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Seeing this, Yun Hui breathed a sigh of relief internally. That was lucky. He forced a smile. There is nothing to forgive. I did say I would accept every challenge. Suddenly, the old man knelt prostrate on the ground. Subject Duan Wei Kang pays respects to the blood demon. Before this unexpected scene, Yun Hui frowned deeply. The feeling was strange. Previously, he was just a third-rate spy of the Blood Sect, but now Yun Hui was recognized as the blood demon by the top expert in this sect. Shaoan added a few words. In other words, your past life was truly too unlucky. One could say you belonged to the worst timeline. He showed a weary expression, truly undeniable. She peeked out, looking forward. Bai Huishang is coming out over there. As soon as he saw her, Yun Hui couldn't help but feel bewildered. Could it be that she wants to challenge me too? Huishang smirked. What are you staring at? I have no intention of challenging you. The first venerable has already acknowledged you. I'm not crazy enough to waste energy challenging you for nothing. I just want to talk about determining my future. He narrowed his eyes at Huishang. Determining? Don't you want to be the sect leader? She covered her mouth and burst to laughter. I do. So would you be willing to guy right here? Anyway, let's continue the earlier topic. You know the disciples under my command are numerous, right?
But quite unexpectedly, did she give up her own greed for the sake of the greater good? She sighed softly. If you want to yield the position of sect leader to me, I won't refuse. That would be beneficial for you too. Yun Hui asked in a cold voice, what benefit? Huishang placed her hand on the center of her chest. If you yield the position of sect leader to me, I will make it up to you every night. He laughed awkwardly. I didn't hear anything just now. Bai Huishang is a candidate for the position of blood demon. Although she is only an illegitimate daughter, she possesses outstanding martial talent and brilliant leadership abilities. Thanks to that, she can lead countless disciples, and the experience of commanding such a collective is a valuable ability no less important than her martial arts. Yun Hui looked at Huishang thoughtfully. I have already thought of a few suitable positions for her now. She suddenly spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. But let me tell you in advance, if you dare to spout nonsense like, become my wife, then you and I are done right here and now. In a flash, an eerie voice echoed in Yun Hui's ears. Just stay in the 9 springs and watch clearly. The lowly woman you once tried so hard to kill will be the one to hold everything you once craved. He frowned slightly. It turned out that
He looked up at Huishang. Because I already have one, I guarantee I will give you a position even higher than a venerable, she repeated. Higher than a venerable? Honestly, is deciding my position that difficult? It just so happens there is a vacant venerable seat. Yun Hui smiled. I think this is not something to be decided right now. After speaking, Huishang instinctively turned to look in a direction, narrowing her eyes slightly. Is it because of those from Lian Qia's faction? Makes sense. If I am granted a position, surely Lian Qia must be given a corresponding one. Huishang sighed helplessly. You really hate causing division, don't you? He replied normally. Because I must tolerate and lead everyone. Seeing this, she could only compromise. Fine, then I will wait and see what decision you make. Immediately after, Huishang suddenly knelt down prostrate. This subordinate pays respects to the Hundreds of people knelt down in unison, their shouts echoing against the cliffs like thunderous drums. Your subjects pay respect to the blood demon. Hearing this, Yunhui's hand trembled slightly. In his past life, Yunhui was merely a third-rate spy of the Blood Sect, used as a tool. After struggling to survive for over 10 years, he eventually lost his life. But in this life, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Blood Sect, becoming the Blood Demon. This emotion was truly indescribable. Lingshan, the sacred ground of the Blood Sect, the birthplace of the Blood Demon. More than 20 years after the Blood Sect's disastrous defeat in the Great War of Good and Evil, the Blood Demon had finally returned to Lingshan. Suddenly, an urgent shout tore through the solemn atmosphere. Urgent report! Ye Tian immediately turned around. The atmosphere was joyful. Who was spoiling the fun? The person hurriedly reported. They have arrived, he lowered his voice. Do you mean the Wulin Alliance? The subordinate replied quickly. Yes, it seems they are from the Guangxi branch of the Wulin Alliance, numbering about 2,000 people. At their current speed, they are expected to reach Lingshan in half a day. Hui Shang curved her lips slightly. It is finally time for the Blood Sect opening ceremony. Shaoan asked quickly with a curious look, what is the Blood Sect opening ceremony? The Blood Sect opening ceremony begins with washing away the enemy's blood. In the past life, under the command of Bai Huishang, we completely annihilated the orthodox forces that came to Lingshan, signaling the resurgence of the Blood Sect. The subordinate continued to add, besides the Wulin Alliance, there is also an army believed to be from the imperial court approaching, numbering at least 5,000. Yunhui's hair fell down as he sank into thought. Is the imperial court intervening this time as well? Wei Kang snorted coldly. A trivial matter. If the imperial court dares to interfere in Wulin affairs, they will pay the price. Ji Yang chimed in. That's right. After all, more than 20 years ago, they colluded with the orthodox path. Yunhui raised his voice in warning. The Imperial Alliance might be plotting something, such as turning the imperial court into our enemy. Hearing this, the two fell silent, everyone lost in their own thoughts. Wei Kang slowly stepped forward, his voice deep. There is no one here who doesn't know that. But if we retreat to avoid clashing with the imperial court, it would be no different from disrespecting our sect's opening ceremony.
But if we avoid it, the Martial Arts Alliance will spread rumors that we are afraid and fleeing all over the Central Plains. Thus, the honor of this newly re-established sect will be severely damaged. Tui Shang chimed in dramatically. You have just become the Blood Demon and already have to face a challenge. Practical benefits and honor. Which one will you choose? Yunhui smiled slightly. Both. A thought crossed his mind. I just came up with a good idea. One day later, in the area near Lingshan, Jishou looked up into the distance. It seems we are almost there. Over there is Lingshan, the holy land of the Blood Sect. Vice Branch Master Guo, how will they act? Guo Jie calmly speculated. Likely either fight or retreat. It's a bit strange to say this after coming all this way, but
recently, our alliance with Wushang City has collapsed. Currently, the Central Plains Wulin can be said to be under the authority of the Orthodox Path. If the Blood Sect revives, the Wulin will return to a chaotic era. Therefore, we must thoroughly destroy them right now. Otherwise, they will gather the evil sects and grow stronger. Jishou looked around. I feel sorry for those poor soldiers.
Central Plains, then whatever happens matters not. He continued with determination. I feel the same. Jishou added, if we must fight, I will kill as many Blood Sect disciples as possible and then go to hell together. Guajie laughed madly, just as I desire. In contrast to the two, Li Shi raised an eyebrow slightly. Crazy fools. But I am not one to judge them, knowing full well this is a place where I could lose my life, yet I still came. A few days ago, the old man suddenly spoke up. Tongpan, you are 55 years old this year, aren't you? Your son should start his official career, shouldn't he? I heard he failed the provincial examination this year, too. Does your son have any talent for business, then? Li Shi bowed his head low. That boy has only known books his whole life, so how could he have any talent for business? His voice gradually lowered.
Your entire clan will be guaranteed support for generations by this prefecture. Thinking of this, the old man became even more frustrated. Nonsense. Who doesn't know he intends to use this merit to advance his career in the imperial court? But I have no reason to refuse, nor the power to refuse. Fine then. If I die, I die. The soldier looked worried. Actually, Tongpan, you didn't need to come here personally. Are you sure it will be all right?
Seeing this, he didn't forget to remind, if anything goes wrong, you can withdraw at any time. The old man respectfully replied, "Thank you, sir." Li Shi wept internally. It seems my body also knows death is approaching. It is squeezing out its last bit of strength. Never before have I heard my heart beat so chaotically. This isn't my heartbeat. It must be drums. A shout suddenly rang out. Blood Sect! It's the Blood Sect! The remnants of the Blood Sect are forming up ahead. The old man looked forward. It appeared 2 people were stepping out. Li Shi's gaze stopped at the yellow flag. Guo Jie stared blankly at the crowd. Why are they waving a signal flag? Ji Shou looked alert. Moreover, it's not a white flag, but a yellow one? At that moment, Li Shi turned around. It seems they want to talk. I don't know what their intentions are, but I will respond to that signal. Doubt rose in the old man's heart. How strange. How does the Blood Sect understand the ancient signals of the government army? They are supposed to be of the evil path. They don't usually listen to reason, yet now they can communicate like this? After a while, the group arrived in front of Yunhui. He spoke softly. This humble one is Guojia, Vice Branch Master of the Guangxi branch of the Wulin Alliance. Ji Shou continued. I am Wu Ji Shou, sect leader of the Zhujianjie gang. Hearing this, Chengu questioned loudly. We requested to speak with someone from the government office. What are you coming out here for? The old man took a step forward. I am Li Shi, the Tongpan of the prefecture. Judging by your tone, it seems you have some business needing this Tongpan? The young man slowly shifted his heels. I didn't expect a principal 6th rank official to personally show up. Li Shi asked quickly, Who are you? Yunhui immediately replied, I am the new unit.
That sounds like a pleasant statement, but do you mean to say we have no reason to intervene? He continued, adding that this sect is not like the Taoists or Buddhists. We are a gathering of martial artists with martial arts as our foundation, and we have not forgotten the agreement between the government authorities in the martial arts world since the time of Emperor Jin Sheng. If assembling a force sufficient to threaten the authorities, one must obtain permission from the imperial court. I anticipated something like this would happen, so I have already received a permit from the imperial court. It is an official document approving the Blood Sect as a legal martial arts organization, as long as the current Blood Demon remains the head of this sect. We absolutely will not let innocent commoners be implicated in the struggles of the martial arts world. Li Shi observed in contemplation. This was not a fake document. It bore the seal of the Regional Military Assistant Commander. Guo Jie interjected. Could it be a forged seal?
Wu Jishou suddenly lunged forward. Lord Controller, those Blood Sect people uphold a cruel doctrine that they will cleanse the world with blood. Do you think allowing them to return to this world is acceptable? Yunhui calmly intervened. It is true that in this sect's doctrine, there is a phrase, cleanse the world with blood, but the world that phrase targets is different from what you all understand. As those who follow the path of martial arts, how could we wield our swords against innocent commoners? The world that this sect's doctrine targets only includes the Orthodox Wulin. In other words, the target that this sect will cleanse with blood is the Orthodox Wulin. Or to be more precise, it is you people. A towering tower stood amidst the blue sky, standing tall right in the center of Wushang City's Guangdong branch. A voice rang out. Where did you get this money? In the brightly lit hall, a muscular man with a headscarf crossed his arms and looked across, his eyes full of wariness. But I have never seen your face before. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice, asking directly, which martial sect do you belong to? The man was startled, his eyes widening as the other person's hand suddenly raised something up. Then he panicked and blurted out, Feng Ying Ba Lu sect? Did you break in and bring this out from the treasury? The other person stammered, pardon? Seeing this, his voice became urgent. No, bring the treasury out right now. A person was sitting leisurely by a large wooden table. In the brightly lit study, where the desk and shelves were filled with books, was the image of the Right Army commander sitting with his back turned, holding a book. Approve the request to establish a Wulin organization? Seeing this, the Right Army Commander-in-Chief held the seal in his hand. Heavens, why didn't you say it was an urgent matter that needed immediate handling, making this assistant commander look like a bad person? The seal was immediately pressed firmly onto the paper. A person holding the calligraphy paper with the red seal presented it. Luckily, I bribed the Regional Military Assistant Commander to get the approval document, although I feel a bit guilty for digging into Wushuang City's funds to do this. Jishou looked at Li Shi. The old man stroked his beard and replied, But we also cannot arbitrarily go against the official document issued by the Office of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief. After all, this matter is already beyond my authority.
Li Shi stood talking for a while with the leader, then reminded, "General, let's return." Seeing this, the general replied, "Agreed." Jisho looked at Li Shi sitting on horseback. "Lord Controller, how could something like this happen?" The old man replied, "Do you think dragging officials here like this is reasonable?" Then he turned back with a calm face and answered, "There are 4,000 soldiers here. All are commoners of the state of Yuan. You say that the Blood Sect is a bunch of heretics deceiving people's hearts, right? But in the eyes of this controller, your actions right now look more like a bunch of rebels deceiving the people." Seeing this, the faces of Jisho and Guozhou were stunned. Controller Li Shi said nothing more, just silently turned and headed towards the imperial soldiers. In the end, they could only stand and watch a column of imperial soldiers riding horses forward. The officials and troops retreated at dizzying speed. The armored troops lined up tensely, sweat rolling down their faces. Li Shi rode beside the golden-armored general, the armor shining brightly amidst the army. A strict atmosphere enveloped the surrounding scenery. Everyone present knew one thing clearly. They had almost died here. Li Shi stood behind with a stern
Amidst the tension thick enough to break, Yunhui, with his high-tied red hair, stood with his back turned, hand resting on his sword hilt, facing Zisho and Guozhou. His voice lowered. "I owe a great debt to the blood demon. It seems you have failed in dragging the authorities into this, haven't you?" A red light suddenly flared up, illuminating the faces of Zisho and Guozhou. Yunhui now stood amidst a halo of red light like hellfire, his eyes glowing as his calm demeanor vanished. He spoke coldly. "Why does everyone look so surprised? Didn't you want to meet this blood demon?" Yunhui looked at them calmly, as if victory was already in his grasp, his voice ringing clearly through the tense atmosphere. "This seat will give you a chance to live. If you run, I will spare one of you." Zisho gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes darkening, and burst out in angry retort. "Blood demon, are you acting arrogant just because you have more numbers?" Zisho and Guozhou drew their weapons simultaneously, their faces tense with rage. Zisho gritted his teeth, almost shouting straight at Yunhui. "Listen clearly. The 2,000 troops you see before you are not the entire force of our sect." But before he could finish his sentence, Yunhui replied coldly, his voice terrifyingly calm. "No, that is your entire force." The word struck. The sect opening ceremony has begun. At the Guangdong branch of the Wulin Alliance, Yu Tian is enduring a powerful attack. Although his entire body is distorted by the opponent's power, he still displays an angry and resilient expression. He roars a challenge without backing down. "Come on, come as many as you want." A group of martial artists stands shoulder to shoulder with tense and vigilant expressions. The bald man, appearing to be the leader of the group, speaks up in astonishment. What is that monster? Immediately after, he recognizes the enemy and issues an urgent warning to his teammates. He is the eccentric Hai Yu Tian. Do not rashly approach him. Suddenly, a stream of dark purple and gloomy aura envelops the entire frame, with sharp energy streaks shooting out from the opponent's blurry silhouette. The aforementioned enemy then appears in a scene filled with dark purple and gloomy aura, with sharp energy Zizi then pondered, having used the 10,000 sects map as bait to deploy the feint east strike west stratagem. A subordinate reported urgently, with a hurried demeanor, "Sub-branch master, we have determined the enemy's full strength." Zizi stood with his back turned in an authoritative posture listening, then asked decisively, "How many of them?" He answered, "Only 9, but every single one of them possesses absolutely overwhelming martial arts." A dramatic battle ensued, with a blazing red color covering everything. Zizi rushed forward, raising his sword, trailing a stream of black and red sword chi. A figure appeared, questioning, "Black Joy Sword, 5th, Zizi?" Zizi spoke up. "I thought your kind was exterminated over 20 years ago." Zizi's face showed sternness and determination. Illuminated by the brilliant orange-red light, he held his sword high, pointing forward. "So a woman can also inherit the blood demon's bloodline. But that is all. If the sect leader is the one to die here, then everything about the blood demon will end." His sharp gaze seemed to imply something. "I also once wanted to be called that. We shall."
The scene unfolds in a clearing under a cloudy sky. Yunhui stands with his back turned, carrying a weapon. Jisho holds a sword, challenging and questioning Yunhui. "Who are you trying to show off to?" Yunhui immediately retorts, "Above all, if what you say is true, then you have made a grave mistake." Jisho declares threateningly with a determined look.
that's right, if a leader like you dies here. Immediately, Shisho rushes forward with hair standing on end, eyes glowing bright red, raising his sword high to unleash a killing move. Then the rising morale of the Blood Sect will dissipate along with it. I will die with you for the bright future of the orthodox path. Suddenly, Shisho's face turns surprised. The atmosphere is covered by a dark and terrifying aura. His sharp weapons attack in unison. Yuanhui raises his sword high in a fierce defensive stance despite being overwhelmed. Finally, Shisho declares powerfully, Blood Demon. Yuanhui unleashes a powerful strike with his weapon, clashing directly with Guozhe's sword. The collision happens at terrifying speed. He sweats, his expression tense and surprised. Stunned by a failed attack, he exclaims in surprise at the boy's strength. He blocked my killing move so easily? The name Blood Demon is indeed not just an empty reputation. Guozhe's face shows extreme bitterness. His only option
Someone exclaimed in panic, Impossible! The sect leader and vice sub-branch master were defeated so easily. What on earth is that? How can there be such a monster? As the subordinates of the Blood Sect displayed arrogance and triumph over their opponent's defeat, the group laughed loudly and mocked, How could you possibly be his match? After the gloating, the group quickly switched to serious expressions as someone issued the order for a general attack. All Blood Sect, listen to the order. Yuanhui stood amidst a sea of sect flags. He raised his sword high above his head and declared, Many members of the Blood Sect rushed forward with terrifying speed, accompanied by screams echoing through the space. A warrior on the ground looked up at the enemy troops charging down and shouted a warning. The Blood Sect is coming. Immediately, he issued an urgent and desperate order to his teammates. Quickly set up the formation. A direct and ruthless threat came from a cloaked warrior. You Blood Sect demons, I will wipe you all out right here. However, this declaration was quickly interrupted shortly after. Another warrior exclaimed in fear and gave up. I'm retreating. This action was immediately questioned harshly by another teammate with a furious face and hair standing on end. What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed to bear the name of the Orthodox? Orthodox my foot. Damn it, I don't want to die here. The questioning was cut short by a fast and powerful attack from the Blood Demon, causing blood to splatter. A bloody arm accompanied the admission. That is enough. Guozhe now lay collapsed with his eyes closed and his face drenched in sweat, offering a justification for his sacrifice, despite failing to involve the government troops. If 2,000 people of this alliance die at the hands of the Blood Sect, then once again the will of the Orthodox Wulin will be rallied. Finally, Yuanhui stepped on the dry ground, looking down at the fallen Guozhe, and asked sarcastically, You pushed your subordinates to their deaths, yet for your own purpose you can still act so relieved? He stood, looking down at the defeated man with contempt, and exclaimed, Truly disgusting. Yuanhui questioned the morality of the opposing side. Is this how the Orthodox Wulin behaves? Responding to the criticism, Guozhe looked up with a pained but determined face, justifying his actions. Don't misunderstand. This is a noble sacrifice and a decision for the greater good. Finally, he uttered words.
Guozhe looked up with a pained expression and admitted defeat, asking his opponent to finish him off. Kill me. However, looking down coldly, Yuanhui delivered an unexpected verdict. No, I will not kill you. Finally, he let out a mocking and provocative remark. Are you leaving me with humiliation, or are you afraid of revenge? Standing over the defeated man, the young man explained coldly. No, the living are more useful than the dead. Yuanhui continued to offer a cruel deal. Half of your subordinates will also be allowed to live. Guozhe's face was filled with confusion. Internally, he questioned the Blood Demon's true purpose. What exactly is this guy plotting? Finally, Yuanhui concluded with an implicit and imposing declaration. You had better get used to it. Then, touching his chin, he made a prophetic statement affirming the change in his sect. This sect is now far different from the old sect you once fought against, asserting his supreme authority. At least, that is the case while I am in command. Hui Shang did not say another word, but immediately struck, politely taking one of his hands. But Zizi was not to be trifled with either. Ignoring the pain, he immediately counterattacked with a kick. However, before he could injure his opponent, Zizi was hit by a full barrage of moves. This forced him to retreat a few steps in excruciating pain. Not stopping there, Hui Shang launched her next attack. Her godlike speed was so fast that Zizi could not react in time. Immediately after, he let out a sound of immense agony.
By now, his expression had completely changed. The determined look of battle was gone, replaced by helplessness and exhaustion. The surrounding scene was utterly desolate, with corpses lying close together. While Zizi was still dazed, Tuishang appeared. This was getting interesting. Seeing this, he spoke up. Do you think that by doing this, the Blood Sect can rise again? You are truly a bunch of stupid fools. Do you think you will be left in peace after provoking the officials? Unexpectedly, she was not angry, but instead mocked him back. You are the ones who are fools. When did we ever provoke the officials?
At this moment, Tuishang only coldly replied, I wanted to do that too, but the blood demon ordered to keep your heads, so I have to accept it. Just as he was hesitating, saying, Blood demon, there's no way, a group of troops stepped in front of Zizi. Tuishang showed no respect, directly grabbing his hair and pulling his head up, saying, Ask yourself and you'll know. Zizi was stunned and speechless upon seeing the scene before him. Only after a long while did he ask in disbelief, Aren't those the martial artists from the Alliance branch? Tuishang immediately replied, Yes, there are still many alive, aren't there? This puzzled Zizi. Why did you let them live? She calmly continued, According to the current blood demon, keeping you alive makes for a good shield to use in negotiations. Hearing this, he paused for a beat. Negotiation. Taking hostages and using them for negotiation isn't rare in war, but the issue is that the organization using this method is the Blood Sect. Zizi was someone who had participated in the Great War of Good and Evil, so he knew very well what kind of organization the Blood Sect was in the past. They would never spare anyone's life, except for those who surrendered and promised to follow the Blood Sect's doctrine. The one called the Blood Demon, who led those people, used to be the embodiment of ultimate cruelty, so the actions of the new current Blood Demon are truly hard to accept as the Blood Sect style. After the surprise passed, Zizi resolved himself and said, Don't let me live to suffer more humiliation. Kill me right now. Yunhui calmly refused. That won't happen. You will be a valuable chess piece serving as our shield. Seeing him refuse, Zizi lowered his voice to analyze. Taking me hostage won't change anything. From the moment we decided to
This decision is for the future of the Wulin. Our sacrifice can prevent the impending disaster, and that is enough. Yunhui heard this and immediately mocked. The mindset of the orthodox path is truly cruel. Just by slapping on a label like justice or chivalry, a meaningless death can turn into such a noble sacrifice? Fine then, do those martial artists behind you also value their own deaths as much as you do? A few seconds later, Zizi spoke up again. Do not insult the pride of the Alliance's martial artists. They are just like me. Just as he was about to reaffirm this, Yunhui coldly cut him off. Then why are they still alive? If they truly swore to sacrifice themselves, then the moment they failed on the battlefield, they should have ended their own lives. Yet they have kept their lives until now. Noticing the change in the soldier's expressions, Zizi asked, What exactly did you do to them? He immediately replied, I just helped them wake up a bit. I asked them if their loved ones could live peacefully after they died. Everyone has their own story, but in the end they all answered that they wanted to live. I want to return to my little child who counts the days waiting for their father's return. I want to return to my wife who stays up every night.
Hearing this, Zizi questioned, Do you think swaying my emotions will convince me? Then he calmly exclaimed, Truly the mettle of a sub-branch master. Fine then, I will kill you right here. But if you die here, what will become of your loved ones? At that time, your wife and children will be left with nothing but the bloody head of a husband, a father. You will return to the embrace of your family in your own blood-soaked clothes. Your wife will go mad or clutch your cold corpse and scream in despair. The child, whom I don't
This blood demon knows very well what that feeling of grief is. That is exactly why I want to cut it all off from here. He just finished his sentence about the endless cycle of hatred where humans forever devour each other. Zizi hesitated. It seemed he was struggling internally for a long time. A few minutes later, Zizi finally spoke. I hope what you say is the truth. What do you want? Yunhui heard this and replied with satisfaction. Finally, you are enlightened. The scene shifts to a few days later. At the Hunan branch of the Wulin Alliance, a resounding voice suddenly rang out. Report. The government troops at the Guangxi branch have failed. Controller Li is retreating along with the Sichuan government troops. Zishan heard this and asked, so the Blood Sect bastards also stopped attacking and retreated? Then we will set up a heaven and earth dragnet, taking this opportunity. Before the old man's imagination could fly too far, the subordinate interrupted. The Blood Sect did not retreat, sir. It is said that the government troops did not withdraw because the Blood Sect retreated early, but rather withdrew after some negotiation took place between the two sides. We subordinates only heard that this matter is no longer under their jurisdiction, but we are still investigating what method they actually used.
Xishang was stunned upon hearing this and blurted out, "Prisoners? You mean they are all still alive?" A bodyguard immediately handed over a letter and respectfully added, "This is a letter sent from the Blood Sect. Please take a look, my lord." The old man mumbled as he read it aloud. "We are currently holding over 1,000 people, including the Guangxi sub-branch master, ZT. If you want to ensure their safety, accept the negotiation with this sect." After reading it, Yishang could not help but scold. Ridiculous. The martial artists of the Guangxi branch voluntarily sacrificed themselves for this alliance and for the Orthodox Wulin. I cannot let the decision of those brothers be insulted, and I certainly cannot act according to the wishes of those evil demons, damaging the prestige of this alliance. There will be no negotiation. Xishang, hearing the old man order the branches to immediately assemble near the Guangxi area, stammered, "Strategist." While the subordinates obediently accepted the order, he immediately spoke up. "Please reconsider, strategist. If we attack them in this situation, the fellow martial artists of the Wulin will certainly criticize this alliance." However, Yishang decisively denied it. "No, this alliance will still be the symbol of the orthodox path. Protecting righteousness is justice." Hearing these affirmations, Xishang vaguely realized, so the strategist already has a brilliant plan. May I be so bold as to ask how you intend to respond? Yishang did not answer, but simply asked calmly in return, "Hostages only have value if they are alive, right?" Not long after, the scene shifted to Guangxi. Someone suddenly spoke up. "How is Lian Ya?" Then a voice replied, "I have entrusted the young lady to the disciples most proficient in medical arts of this sect. They say that since this is a poison that affects the brain, if we want that, then Ji Yang must open his mouth, but even though we have increased the intensity of the torture, he still refuses to speak even once." Hearing this, Yuan Hui immediately asked, "What about the Miao Shou divine physician?" Yang Zan immediately replied, "I heard the last time he appeared was in Zhejiang, so I have already sent people there." Then he thought to himself, if it is the Miao Shou divine physician, he can certainly cure the poison without needing information from Ji Yang. It is difficult. If he's in Zhejiang, counting the round trip, it will take at least a month. The second venerable and fourth venerable must be very concerned about the current situation. After all, she is still the bloodline of the previous blood demon and was once a candidate supported by them. Thus, Zhang Long determinedly spoke up. "We cannot just sit idly and wait. We have never received any correspondence from the Wulin Alliance indicating they agreed to negotiate, so how can we call that a countermeasure?" he calmly continued. "And I still have my doubts. I would like to presumptuously ask the Venerables and Bloodstars here one thing. Do you really believe this plan will succeed?" Hearing this, the old man became furious. "What? Does this guy really need his head stomped on to wake up?" Seeing this, Yuan Hui immediately spoke up to advise. "Calm down. The first Bloodstar would never say such things without basis. Why do you suspect the plan will fail?" Only then did Zhang Long explain, "I have planted spies in the Wulin Alliance and their branches for many years. When it comes to gathering intelligence, no organization can compare to this sect. These are letters exchanged between the branches of the Wulin Alliance, along with information sent back by the moles. Please read them, and you will understand clearly what I just said." Thus, Yu Tian began to mutter, "Military forces from the four branches of Guizhou, Jiangxi, Guangdong, and Yunnan are marching towards Guangxi, where we are stationed. But in all those letters, there is absolutely no information regarding negotiations with this sect." This made Gaima sigh with emotion. The situation is not optimistic. Zhang Hao added, "The possibility of them throwing a smokescreen is almost non-existent, right?" Then Yun Hui spoke up. "If I were them, and I really wanted to attack this sect, I would deliberately spread the news that they agreed to negotiate. Only then could I deliver a fatal stab with a hidden knife." The old man calmly confirmed, "That's right."
Then Wei Kong also spoke up. So do you have any other plan? The old man immediately replied. Very simple. Apply the method our sect has used since ancient times. Execute all prisoners, except those who surrender and agree to join the sect. And before the enemy army arrives, disperse our forces and operate the sect under a decentralized model. Currently our strength is still significantly disparate compared to the Wulin Alliance to enter a head-on war. Yun Hui heard Zhong Long say that if they kept concentrating everyone in one place like now, it would be no different from leading themselves into a comprehensive decisive battle, and thought to himself, he makes sense. The Venerables and Bloodstars could not refute either, so it seemed everyone tacitly agreed. It was only natural. His current plan had no precedent in the Blood Sect. While he was still calculating, the old man spoke again. Lord Blood Demon is still young in age and lacks experience. Making mistakes is understandable, but Blood Demon is the head of this sect. Every decision you make will affect the fate of tens of thousands of disciples. Please do not let the achievements of decades go down the drain due to a bit of personal stubbornness. I hope you will lead this sect wisely. Unexpectedly, Yun Hui was not persuaded, appearing even more determined. I will continue negotiating to the end. First Bloodstar, do you want to make a bet with me? If I fail in the negotiation with the Wulin Alliance, I will agree to any condition you propose. Zhang Long thought to himself, a bet? Agree to any condition? What is this guy plotting now? He then replied, since Lord Blood Demon has spoken so confidently, I have no reason to refuse.
Because he had murdered the father of Guard Squad Captain Lu Changju and transferred 3/10 of the accumulated assets through the Huayu merchant group to him, Zhang Long wondered in surprise. How did he know about that? On the other side, Chengju also unexpectedly transmitted his voice. Lord Blood Demon, do you really intend to keep that promise? He replied decisively. Since I promised, naturally I must keep my word. Less than a second later, Yun Hui added, and not only that, you will also be held responsible for using fake information to lure the 4 great devils Moon Evil Sword here, causing me, Lian Sha, and the other venerables to fall into danger. The reason I haven't pursued your responsibility right now is that every single person in this sect is currently extremely precious. I won't force you to be loyal to me. John Long, seeing him get angry, realized he still had to maintain at least the minimum.
Hu Shang struck out and immediately scolded furiously. Do you take me for a joke? Why am I only hearing now that you have mobilized the Moon Evil Sword? I apologize for drawing my sword in front of the Blood Demon, but I cannot overlook a former subordinate daring to disregard the hierarchy and order of this sect. If your excellency wishes to punish this later, please place the blame on me as well. Yun Hui said to himself, I didn't intend to take his life, nor did I intend to take his hand like that. But after thinking it over, he said, I will reconsider. As I stated before, negotiations with the Wulin Alliance will continue until the end. Please pay attention to the management of the prisoners. The meeting ends here. After everyone had left one by one, Yun Hui transmitted her voice to him. You truly have lost your mind. Do you not realize that what you are doing is no different from the blood hand demoness of the past? Or are you also eager to meet the same end as her? You should know that it is thanks to me that you are still alive. From now on, you must conduct yourself properly. Shaoan calmly remarked. Hu Shang really knows how to maintain hierarchy and order. He replied, she is indeed a bold woman. I plan to give her a position in the future, so it is best to save face for her. Just then, a subordinate ran up to report. Blood Demon, there is a reply. Yun Hui immediately asked, that was fast. What did they say? He immediately responded, they said the debt between them and Sichuan will be paid in full. He then said, good, everything is progressing smoothly. Receive them with great care. The remaining matter is, Yun Hui was still hesitating when the scene shifted to that night. Taking advantage of the patrol's inattention, a figure quickly took action. Inside, thousands of Wulin Alliance prisoners
The Wulin Alliance had no intention of negotiating with the Blood Sect. However, since the branch master and the brothers of the Guangxi branch were being held as prisoners, they could not act rashly. Having finished speaking, he immediately added, please make a decision, my lord. Upon seeing them, Zissi understood immediately. If we go, please take care of our remaining family members. The intruder immediately promised, please do not worry. The strategist has pledged in the name of the Wulin Alliance to take full responsibility to the end. Then someone asked in surprise, Branchmaster, what is the matter? The old man immediately raised his voice. Everyone listen to me. In order to destroy the Blood Sect, we must die. It is all for the peace and stability of the Orthodox Wulin. Hearing this, one of them responded sorrowfully, yes, we subordinates are willing to sacrifice ourselves without complaint. The intruder was deeply moved upon hearing this.
Continuous whispers of discussion rang out. Is that true? Has the Wulin Alliance abandoned us?
Yunhui remained calm, thinking, it didn't deviate from my prediction at all. Then he spoke up. You all heard it clearly, didn't you? The Wuling Alliance will march their army to Guangxi, but they are not coming here to save you. They are advancing on this place to destroy this sect, and you are nothing but tools to achieve that goal. They even arbitrarily sent a secret order requiring
He lightly leaped up, his feet landing on the city wall. Yunhui skillfully put on the demon mask. The moment had finally arrived. Before him was a crowd of people surging forward like a tidal wave. Each line waved a flag of a different color, but everyone's face was solemn, as if carrying a burning flame of passion within them. Bai Shangyi, the third strategist of the Wuling Alliance, rode a horse leading the group. His face showed no expression, but in his heart he thought, those foolish Blood Sect members, do they think their schemes are enough to surpass me, Bai Shangyi? The scene of that night came rushing back. Hostages only have value when they are alive, but last night, more than 1,000 hostages had ended their own lives. Shangyi dismounted with his sword in hand. However, their deaths have become a powerful source of inspiration for us. This is the most ideal stage. He raised his sword to the sky, thinking, well then, let this play begin. Shangyi shouted, Wuling Alliance, listen to me. He stood on the moral high ground and performed. We have rested not a moment, traveling thousands of miles to Guangxi to rescue 1,000 brothers imprisoned by the evil Blood Sect, but the situation has changed. Shangyi pointed his sword at the tightly closed gate. Last night our brothers could not bear the torture and humiliation from them, and have all passed away. We wanted to negotiate for our brothers, but they despised that sincerity. The people behind him, hearing his inciting words, also felt their blood boil. O brothers of the Wuling Alliance, raise your weapons, destroy those deceitful demons, restore justice to the Wuling, and use their blood, Shangyi continued to shout as he stood there, to comfort the souls of our fallen brothers. The people behind stared in confusion. The city gate creaked open. Inside stood a dense row of people. Someone shouted, the city gate is open. Shangyi looked at the scene in astonishment. No, how can this be? Zushu walked out first, followed by faces as cold as ice. No one said a word to each other. Seeing this, the old man panicked.
The old man turned back and said to someone, You dare to deceive this strategist. The person was startled. Impossible. This subordinate saw it with my own eyes. The scene from that night rushed back. All of them had taken poison to commit suicide right in front of him. Shangyi frowned slightly, his gray pupils darting back and forth. So what was this about? Shangyi looked at those people who resembled puppets. He could not rule out the possibility that they were using human skin masks. From within that bound crowd, a voice rang out. Listen here, Wuling Alliance. From the ranks, Yunhui appeared, wearing a devil mask. This sect has never tortured or humiliated any prisoners. Look, aren't they all still alive? Shangyi narrowed his eyes, listening to the boy's words. Yunhui continued, Although an unfortunate incident occurred last night, we will not pursue it. Yunhui's voice rang out again, like a slap to the
Having said that, Sitsi walked towards Xianghe. The old man suspiciously reached out to touch his face. Wait, when skin touched skin, Xianghe froze. Is it not a human skin mask? He withdrew his hand, his grip on the sword tightening. Why are you still alive? Did you not receive the order and the poison from this strategist? Zitzi calmly replied, I received it, but I did not obey. Hearing this, Xianghe frowned. Did not obey? He walked past Xianghe, ignoring the old man, saying, Well done. Because of you, this strategist's plan has gone up in smoke. In his heart, he cursed vehemently. That stupid Wu Zitzi. Because of him, I am in a difficult position. Xianghe recalled his own words and thought, There is no other way. I cannot take back what has been said anyway. He slightly lifted the sword from his scabbard. For now, let's just put on a proper negotiation show.
Please rest assured. Then he shouted towards Yunhui. Current blood demon, I agree to negotiate. The boy crossed his arms over his chest. That's more like it. Chengu, over on this side, glanced at Changlong. I do not gamble without reason. The old man lowered his head in silence. His eyes also closed tight. Yunhui sat on a chair, carried out by 4 people. Shangyi spoke up. Are you the current blood demon? The 4 men set him down on the ground. That is correct. The old man kept a stern face. I will skip the meaningless pleasantries. State your conditions for returning the hostage. Suddenly, Shang Yi's entire body seemed to be jerked backward, his eyes widening in shock. With a single slash from Yunhui, Shang Yi's head was severed from his neck, but it turned out to be just an imagination. The boy crossed his arms. Elder Bai Shang Yi, frankly speaking, I really want to kill you right here and now, but I cannot let anger ruin everything. Yunhui recalled the old man's hypocritical face from his past life with anger, the one who had killed him in the previous life to hide the secret of the sword immortal treasure. Wait until the time comes. I will give you a painful death as you deserve. His voice rang out calmly. My request is very simple. Sitting before an army of thousands,
The old man closed his eyes slightly, his expression pensive. If the hostages are returned safely, I will comply. Suddenly, the young man interrupted. There is one more thing. Yunhui sat there, spreading his hands. Use the name of the Wulin Alliance to acknowledge this sect as the new master of Guangxi and congratulate us on our sect opening ceremony. Everyone below was furious. What? You people are pushing it too far. Xiang Yi also pointed at him and shouted, Current blood demon, do not cross the line. Withdrawing the troops is already a high enough price to exchange for the hostages. Yunhui's voice was cold, his gaze sharp. That is just your way of thinking. In reality, who is the one suffering the loss? He remained seated, his mind steady as a mountain. Seeing this, the old man scoffed. Truly a stubborn bunch. Xiang Yi curled his lips, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Do you think I dare not abandon the hostages to attack you? If I kill all the hostages and declare to the world that they betrayed us, what can you do? Zushu shouted from behind. Third strategist, what did you just say? The old man clicked his tongue slightly. Shang Yi waved his hand to order. Gag that traitor. He was about to shout, Who is the traitor? But two people had already turned around to gag Zushu. The old man turned his head to look, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. You all once swore to sacrifice yourselves, but now
Shang Yi raised his sword high, his voice booming. The negotiation is officially over. The hostages held by the Blood Sect are no longer members of this alliance. These words stabbed deep into the hearts of the bound men. In essence, they were brothers who had voluntarily marched out with determination for the future of the Wulin, but now they were deemed to have betrayed their oaths, turned into traitors by the poisonous tongue of the Blood Sect. Shang Yi pointed his sword tip at Yunhui, but the boy remained unflinching. This strategist has fought alongside you all for over 20 years. Submit to me and live. Defy me and die. The old man seemed certain of his victory. In the end, that mob in Guangxi is no different from the Blood Sect scum. Anyway, those traitors voluntarily sacrificed themselves. Shang Yi continued to ramble on. Defending that decision to the end was also the duty of this strategist. Yunhui sat there, resting his chin on his hand, as if watching a play. He turned to Yuetian and the person beside him, asking, Did you hear that clearly? You still intend to preach morality? The Blood Sect leader is still here. Who are you to dare? But before he could finish, Shang Yi had to shut his mouth as he watched the person in front of him remove their mask. He was stunned, his eyes widening. Controller, why are you? Controller Li Shi took off the mask. Truly disappointing. He walked up to Shang Yi. Is this how one who worships justice behaves? The old man panicked.
His face was stone cold. There must be a limit to disrespecting this controller. I will report this to my superiors and have them reconsider relations with the Wulin Alliance. Yunhui appeared just in time, blocking the way between the two. Controller, please withdraw first, as we don't know what he might do. Li Baichen smiled and replied, All right. Shang Yi retorted, trembling. Who are you talking about? Who is doing what? Just like that, he turned his back and walked away, ignoring Shang Yi shouting from behind, Wait, my lord. Li Baichen thought to himself, I owe you, Blood Sect leader, and muttered, Third strategist, 20 years really were a waste. The old man screamed at Yunhui, You dare use despicable means to humiliate the honor of this strategist? He found it a bit ridiculous. Plotting? An oppressive aura radiated from Yunhui, causing Xiang Yi to retreat and shield himself with his hand. Do you think my mind only knows how to plot dirty schemes? The old man looked at that oppressive pressure in fear. Impossible. Him? His martial arts rival the 8 great experts? Yanhui's crimson pupils looked at him as if he would take his head in a single breath.
If you no longer care about the safety of the hostage, this seat has nothing left to hold back. Let this seat see which side will be destroyed first. Seeing Yunhui's entire body radiating power, Xiang Yi stood nearby, thinking in panic. Impossible. Is his cultivation equivalent to the 8 great experts? His
Thinking this, Xiang Yi fearfully clasped his hands and bowed his head, followed by thousands of people behind him also bowing. Congratulations to your noble sect on opening the sect. He continued, we have been rude. At a large hall of the Martial Arts Alliance in Wuhan, Hubei, Xiang Yi seriously reported to the person sitting above. But through this failure, I have learned a lesson. In this alliance currently, only I, this strategist, know about the current blood demon. He frowned tightly, looking forward. So please give me one more chance. Now I clearly understand what kind of person he is. This time I will definitely. The Wulin Alliance second strategist, Sima Zhongshuan, frowned. The mistake you committed is so serious that even resigning wouldn't be enough, yet you still have the face to speak up now? Hearing this, Xiang Yi turned his head to look at him. Is this fault mine alone? Zhongshuan asked back. What did you say? The old man calmly replied. The chief strategist passed away while I was absent, and strategist Sima lost the blood demon sword, dragging along all these terrible events as they are now. Zhongshuan disregarded that and replied. At least I took the initiative to step up and clean up the aftermath of that incident, but what has the third strategist done? Hearing this, the old man couldn't take it anymore and stammered in anger. You... Not only did you offer up the entire Guangxi to the enemy, but you also congratulated the Blood Sect's opening ceremony in the name of this alliance? I only temporarily bowed my head to save the brothers of this alliance. Finally, the person sitting high above gritted his voice. Enough. This is the responsibility of all.
He thought seriously, at a critical time like this, why are they still attacking each other? The absence of the chief strategist was truly giving him a headache. In his heart, Xiangmu suddenly remembered Yuan Meng. How long had it been since they were last subdued by an enemy like this? Breaking the alliance with Wushang City, the emergence of the Blood Demon Sword, and the resurrection of the Blood Sect. All these unprecedented historical events were happening at the exact same time. 20 years of peace had passed in complacency and arrogance, and now chaotic times have once again descended upon the Wulin. The enemy's hand had reached even this place. The will rising within him made his entire body tremble uncontrollably. Zhongshuan looked at him in confusion. Alliance?
The position of chief strategist was originally a role that shared half of the responsibilities of the Wulin Alliance with me, but it has been left vacant for too long. Zhongshuan asked in astonishment, Alliance leader, you mean? Then both of them fell silent in thought. Sure enough, he had summoned them here to appoint the new chief strategist. That idiot had just made a huge mistake this time, so he certainly wouldn't be entrusted with such a responsibility. Then the position of chief strategist would surely belong to me. Suddenly, Xiangmu spoke up again. The chief strategist, everyone's faces were tense, will be assumed by this person. Hearing this, Zhongshuan wondered, this person? A wooden cane slammed hard onto the floor. Seeing who had arrived, everyone was panicked. Impossible! That is... Both of them shouted, Master! Chief Strategist! Only to see the former Chief Strategist of the Wulin Alliance, Feng Dexian, smiling and saying, I thought I would be able to live a leisurely life with my descendants in my final years. The old man stroked his beard and continued, Who would have thought the Alliance leader wanted to squeeze every last bit of energy out of me until the very end? In Guangxi, at the temporary headquarters of the Blood Sect, Third Blood Star, Blood Killer Demon Ji Young, clasped his hands. Lord Blood Demon, please give Lady Bai Lian Sha a chance to become the sect leader's wife. Hearing this, Yunhui looked at him questioningly. What do you mean? Ji Young replied gently. You are so intelligent. Surely you already understand clearly what this subject means. I shall take my leave first. Yunhui asked back with a bored expression. You requested a private audience with me just to say those few words? Finally, he leaned back in his chair wearily, contemplating. How could he not understand? The internal issues of the Blood Sect regarding factions had not yet been resolved. Yunhui had thought everything was over after expelling the 6th Blood Star, Han Baixia. He sighed. What a headache. How should I handle this now? Suddenly, Hui Xiang appeared and asked gently, Why are you sighing as if the sky is falling? Yunhui shouted in shock. Lady Bai Huishai, why did you show up unexpectedly like this? You should have booked a private appointment first.
She excitedly continued, By the way, are you still calling me young lady? It's fine to use formal address in public. I thought you would know how to speak properly in private. Yunhui replied,
That is because, in private, calling you young lady is still correct. Huisheng smiled. From the moment the blood demon calls me or Lian Ya young lady, everything is already wrong, because that action is no different from tacitly acknowledging the factions of the past. Do you understand my meaning? He agreed. That actually makes sense. No, you are right, Bai Huisheng. She giggled. That's right. Very good. Just calling my name comfortably like that is fine. Finally, he asked, All right, Huisheng, did you come here just for that? Huisheng replied absently. Of course there is something else. I intend to ask you what position you plan to give me. Yunhui crossed his arms and looked at her. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a noise rang out from outside. The first venerable asks for an audience. Huisheng approached him and whispered, So, what position do you plan to give me? With a slightly fearful expression, he replied, I will announce that at the inauguration ceremony. Please wait a little longer. Then Yunhui spoke loudly. Let the first venerable in. At the same time, Huisheng jumped down. The old man's face was calm as he advised, Blood Demon, there is no need to speak so politely to this subject. Please maintain your dignity. Hearing this, he replied indifferently, Dignity only needs to be shown when absolutely necessary. This is not a formal occasion. Besides, Senior is also an elder of the Wulin. I want to show you respect. Wei Kang sighed. Truly different. Yunhui was surprised to hear this. The old man explained, This subject has served 3 generations of blood demons. From past to present, they were all strangely similar. Hearing this, he smiled and thought to himself, because the previous inheritors of the blood demon's sword were all swallowed by it, so their similarity was inevitable. Thinking so, Yunhui replied, Perhaps it's just because I was raised in a different environment than them. Then he asked, But what is the matter that brings you to see me? Wei Kang replied, This subject has something to ask you immediately. The old man's face suddenly turned serious. Which path do you intend to lead this sect? The doctrine of this sect has always been to cleanse the world with blood. However, looking at your actions and words so far, this subject sees that what you are But I did not expect the first one to be the first venerable, yet it makes sense, as he has served 3 generations of blood demons. His faith in the doctrine is deeper than anyone else in this sect. I could use the authority of the blood demon to suppress him, but doing so would only cause the disciples to lose faith. Thinking this, Yunhui spoke up. Then let me ask. The old man slightly frowned upon hearing him speak. If we continue to cleanse the world with blood as per the doctrine, then in the end, what will be left? Yunhui asked seriously. Will any true purification exist in a world full of gore? I dare say not. Wei Kang suddenly spoke up. Please forgive me for interrupting, but this servant wishes to confirm again. His face tensed as he questioned. Are you denying the doctrine of this sect? Yunhui turned his head and replied, That is correct. I am denying that doctrine, because it is precisely that doctrine that has caused so many disciples to lose their lives. Saying this, he stepped forward, using the name of preserving the doctrine to turn the whole world into enemies. Then Yunhui stopped and looked at Wei Kang. This sect once fell into the calamity of annihilation, then struggled to rise again. Yet the first thing done after rising is to once again walk the path leading to destruction. It is precisely that doctrine that is pushing the disciples to their deaths. First Venerable, do you truly believe that is right? The old man glared back. The doctrine is the pillar and the identity of this sect. Even if you are the blood demon, who would still want to follow you if you despise the doctrine of this sect? Yunhui also coldly replied, That old, outdated doctrine, aside from the name of tradition, how much real value does it have left? The doctrine cannot be looked down upon, but the lives of the disciples can be treated lightly. Finally, he concluded, I myself will abolish that doctrine. And if that is seen as an act insulting the authority of the blood demon, or even considered a choice that will ruin the future of this sect? Finishing his sentence, Yunhui took out his sword, his face cold as he continued, Then this seat will withdraw from this position of blood demon.
Yunhui patted his chest confidently. I am different from them, and I do not need to be like them. The path this sect must walk is not into the abyss. The entire congregation cannot follow this sect merely out of loyalty forced by chains. They must follow this sect with a willing heart. With a gaze unchanged, the old man calmly asked Yunhui,
Do you think that is possible? He replied frankly without hesitation. I can do it. I will create a path of revival for this sect. He looked in bewildered surprise as Wei Kang laughed silently, then laughed even louder, his face joyous like a child's, without a hint of mockery. But this strange behavior of the old man confused Yunhui. What is it? Why are you suddenly laughing? Stopping his laughter, the old man spoke up to explain that he was right. The current doctrine of the sect was too old and outdated. This old man has spent his whole life serving the blood demons, but they were merely the embodiment of that very doctrine. Your subject has witnessed them dyeing the entire Wulin red with blood. It is perhaps shameful to say, but there was a time when your subject considered that to be the truth. Yunhui, full of doubt, asked the old man a question. Could it be that the first venerable also denies the current doctrine? Wei Kang said that after the previous sect leaders passed away, he only then began to think. This frankness
You make a very valid point. If we cannot escape the shackles named doctrine, we will forever repeat the mistakes of the past. Wei Kang did not deny it either. That is correct. This subordinate knows that. Perhaps has known it for a very long time. It is just that this subordinate did not have enough courage to be the first to stand up and deny it. This subordinate has spent an entire life serving the blood demon. If I did that, my life would become meaningless. But after seeing the image of you daring to stand up to rectify what is wrong, this subordinate thinks that continuing to ignore it would be truly shameful. This subordinate does not swear to the blood demon, but swears to Yunhui. This subordinate is willing to dedicate this body to the new blood sect that you are building. Please allow this subordinate to be a part of it. In terms of cultivation base, the current leader of the blood sect is still the first venerable blood-breaking sword emperor Duan Wei Kang. It just so happened that he was thinking about how to persuade the old man to join his side. Unexpectedly, the old man had the same thought as him, so it was lucky for Yunhui. Secretly rejoicing in his heart, Yunhui voiced his agreement as if he had subdued the strongest general. I have no
Yunhui sheathed the sword. Wei Kang asked curiously, now that this subordinate can see it up close, that is the blood demon sword, correct? Yunhui suddenly felt strange, looked up and replied, yes, that is correct. You have discerned its exquisiteness with a keen eye. This sword was forged by a grandmaster craftsman. That form is still not the true state of the blood demon sword. Hearing this, Yunhui felt both excited and suspicious. This was the first time he had heard of it. He muttered, this old man really talks a lot. Although Yunhui complained about the old man talking too much, when the old man had a question, he agreed to answer. Wei Kang wanted to ask for Yunhui's opinion on how to balance the two dispersing factions of this sect. Mentioning this issue, Yunhui sighed dejectedly. I thought that once a third force like me became the blood demon, all problems would be solved. Turns out that's not the case. From his words, Wei Kang realized that he didn't know what would happen if a new blood demon took the throne. Wei Kang told him that long ago, when the sect leader of this sect was decided, those who followed him would gain status. As for those who were competitors and their subordinates, they would lose power. Inferring from the current situation, the most anxious ones must be those who used to follow young lady Bai Liansha. Unlike young lady Bai Huishang, they receive no promises regarding positions. Moreover, the young lady is currently in critical condition due to the Xuan Ma poison, and it is unknown when she will wake up. Hearing the precarious rules of this sect, his face suddenly darkened. Now he understood. It turned out that the reason Ji Yang suddenly asked for a private meeting and spouted nonsense was not out of loyalty to Bai Liansha, but because he feared losing his blood star position. Considering both ability and achievements between Bai Liansha and Bai Huishang's position was clearly valued higher. But if that's the case, those in Bai Liansha's faction will certainly think I am favoring Bai Huishang.
Yunhui gazed intently at the old man. Although he was a bit suspicious, he still wanted to hear the old man's answer. Do you have a satisfactory solution? The old man only said a few words. Embrace both forces. It was true that everyone knew this should be done, but when Wei Kang said this, it made Yunhui feel vague. Wei Kang asked Yunhui for a small favor. Please accept both young ladies as principal wives. One word from Wei Kang made time, space, and the whole world freeze. To be precise, he successfully made Yunhui stand frozen. That way, the problem between the two factions would be resolved smoothly, and the future bloodline would be even more solid. This was the most ideal plan. Looking at the old man's
Yunhui's face stiffened as he forced a smile, decisively refusing the old man's intention, because he already had a marriage engagement with young lady Sima Ying. Her father was the moon evil sword Sima Tua.
Wei Kong suddenly looked sorrowful. Being one of the 4 great villains, this was indeed trouble. In that situation, there really was hardly any other choice. Yunhui breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him, the pressure in his heart easing somewhat. He hoped that from now on no one would mention the marriage matter again. However, Wei Kong continued to think of a solution for a marriage alliance. The personality of young lady Bai Huixiang was also hard to predict. But let this subject try to persuade them to see. His voice rose softly, full of bewilderment. What? The old man's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Please marry Sima Tua's daughter as the principal wife, then accept both of the others as concubines. Yunhui froze, telling himself, does he want me to die early? He spoke up, not agreeing immediately, needing time to consider. He would handle it himself. Wei Kong did not make things more difficult for him. Scene change. At this moment, Shaoan was muttering, getting married to 3 people? As for Yunhui, he still found this whole thing ridiculous. Shaoan imagined the scene of Sima Ying holding Yunhui tightly, her eyes wary of the 2 young ladies, Huixiang and Lian Sha. Sounds interesting, actually. How about marrying all 3? Yunhui glanced at Shaoan, implying this was no joke. Thinking forever without a solution, he felt listless. Gaining the favor of the first venerable was good, but the advice regarding the current situation was not useful at all. So it was back to square one. In the end, he still had to solve it himself. Wait, just now someone mentioned being afraid of losing power, right? If that matter was used correctly, it might turn into a good move. A few days later, on the coronation day,
It's finally done. Now open your eyes. Sima Ying covered her mouth, trying to suppress her laughter. Yunhui was a masterpiece, where she had successfully transformed a male into a female. Sima Ying burst out laughing so hard she couldn't stand and sank to her knees, yet didn't forget to compliment him on being cute. Yunhui blushed slightly, wondering what exactly was cute about this. Even Shaoan teased him. Young lady, would you like to go out and have a cup of tea with me? Embarrassed, he immediately told Shaoan to shut up. Yunhui covered his face awkwardly. Don't tease me. Does it look very strange?
Sima Ying solemnly cleared her throat. Young lady. He looked at her in confusion, wondering why she was calling him a young lady. She imitated a man's voice and flirted with him. In all my life, I have never seen anyone as beautiful as you. Please become my wife. Wondering if one could actually marry someone with this slender physique. Before she could finish her sentence, Yunhui lifted her onto his shoulder. Sima Ying whined, please stay in character a little bit. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere began to get flustered. Sima Ying switched to a tender tone, sulking slightly at him. You've been very indifferent to me lately. Yunhui gently apologized to her. He hadn't expected there to be so many matters to resolve. Just as they were about to kiss, a loud voice interrupted, causing them to shyly pull away. The inauguration ceremony is ready. Yunhui blushed and grabbed a random excuse to ask, how is the blood demon sword? In his heart, he silently cursed this tactless person. It has been repaired and brought here half a K ago. He approached the sword, feeling both surprised and secretly pleased. So obedient, aren't you, Blood Demon Sword? I'm tolerating you this time out of respect for the occasion, so you better be grateful. He raised the sword high, admiring it. This was the true form of the Blood Demon Sword that the first
An army of the Blood Sect stood lined up on both sides, stretching endlessly in neat rows. The music playing at this moment was the Shangyang Divine Hymn. This was the song that the wife of the first sect leader loved dearly. Originally, the person destined to become the first sect leader was the wife of the Blood Demon Ancestor, but after she passed away, the Blood Demon Ancestor chose the path of becoming the Blood Demon to fulfill the unfinished dream of his beloved. The makeup and red wedding robes worn during the coronation ceremony are a custom originating from that time. To clarify the origin of this tradition, it was established by the Blood Demon Ancestor to commemorate his late wife, and that custom has been handed down to this day. Up ahead, facing him was Huixiang. She stood straight with a majestic expression, holding a small cup with both hands, her face full of allure. I will watch how you lead this sect. Yunhui gave a firm pledge. I will not let you down. Immediately, he drank a type of liquid. A hand tightly gripped a small dagger placed near a stone pedestal, and a declaration rang out. Blood offering. Then he used the dagger to slice his left palm, demonstrating absolute determination. As he clenched his
Yu Tian held a cup, kneeling to request a drink from her. The other two also held cups in their hands. Then came Ji Yang and Wei Kong, each having their cups filled in turn. At this moment, Tui Shan continued to ladle a cup from the stone basin.
Yunhui and Tui Xiang stood beside each other. She raised the cup high above her head, affirming that the ritual was complete. Blood intake. Immediately after, a formal chant confirmed, "Let us honor the new blood demon." Immediately after, Tui Xiang drained her cup, followed by Yu Tian, who also drank his dry. The other two experienced a violent reaction and dizziness after swallowing. Yunhui knelt, maintaining a cold expression, as she issued a decisive command. "Current blood demon, kneel." Tui Xiang, holding the hat, stood straight opposite Yunhui, who was kneeling before her. Tui Xiang ordered him to perform the supreme ritual. Drink the wine containing the blood of these demon people, accept their life force, and then let all the people share in his bloodline. A hand placed the hat upon his head, affirming the new position of the blood demon. The myriad people are him, and he is the myriad people. This is a life completely opposite to the one before his regression. The new blood demon appeared in ceremonial red robes, wearing the sect leader's hat, a self-mocking tone ringing out, a discarded trash spy of the Blood Sect, yet after being reborn, I can step up to the position of sect.
The scene signaled the end of the recent events and opened a new phase in the story. Chengu held 2 orders in his hands with a serious expression, now proceeding with the investiture ceremony for the positions. Chengu opened the large red order in front of him. The proclamation rang out officially announcing the appointments, starting with the venerables. 2 men stood solemnly as the proclamation formally announced their names and titles. First Venerable Duanwei Kang, Second Venerable Ge Ma. The positions of these 2 venerables remained unchanged. Yu Tian's face became solemn as the ceremonial proclamation was chanted. The position of 3rd Venerable would be conferred upon 4th Venerable Hai Yu Tian. Yu Tian accepted the new position with the response, "I obey the decree," accompanied by a thought, "Fortunately, Master isn't upset. After all, he has no interest in these positions anyway." She made a final, meaningful statement. From now on is the real problem. Tui Xiang's face suddenly turned surprised. The position of 4th Venerable would be left vacant. In her inner thoughts, he promised to grant Tui Xiang a position higher than a Venerable, but if it's not the 4th Venerable, what position is higher than that? The proclamation continued to announce the appointment. The position of High Priestess was awarded to Bai Lian Xia. Ji Yang stood nearby with a face full of astonishment. Tui Xiang stood opposite the seated blood demon, questioning him with an angry tone. "In your eyes..."
Tu Sheng was furious at this moment. Damn it, she should have realized it from the moment he started dodging the question about the regression. Chengju stood on the high platform with red banners flying around, announcing, "The sect leader, after considering the consequences of the Great War of Good and Evil 20 years ago and the current situation of our sect, the new blood demon has decided to announce a new position." Hearing this, the other members reacted with surprise. What is the new position? Chengju continued with an authoritative expression, announcing the highest position, the position of vice sect leader of the Blood Sect. Finally, Chengju called out the name of the appointee, awarded to Bai Huishang. Hearing these words, Tu Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. As she thought about the appointment, the blood demon's voice rang out. "As promised, this is a position higher than a venerable. Are you not satisfied?" Tu Sheng's deepest concern was not about the position, but about trust. "You trust me?" The blood demon replied with a question affirming his trust in her. "At this point you still ask that?" Dark memories from their past appeared. "We used to entrust our..."
"Answer quickly." He smiled mysteriously with an inner thought. "This fool." Tu Shang sat in a submissive posture. "This humble subject accepts." Ji Yang saw this and shouted angrily, "This is truly inappropriate." The blood demon explained. "The word vice implies almost equal status, which means young lady Bai Hui Shang's position is almost equal to the sect leader." Ji Yang expressed his concern. "In our sect, the position of sect leader is like the sun in the sky, and the sky has only one sun. If a position is created that is nearly equal to it, it will be a threat to the sect leader in the future." No need to beat around the bush. Is it because Bai Hui Shang was given a higher status than Bai Lin Yashan that you feel uneasy? The blood demon sat on the throne and ordered loudly, "Listen up, all of you. Whose followers are you? Answer me. Whose followers are you?" Ji Yang and Tu Shang bowed their heads and exclaimed, "The blood demon!" He rested his chin on his hand, his face satisfied. "Good. You know it well. This seat is your blood demon. You are followers of this seat. Yet why do you still act as if you are followers of Bai Lin Yashan and Bai Hui Shan? This seat will not place anyone in a high position just because they stood above someone in the past. Of course, the reverse is also true." The blood demon stood on the palace podium, his expression solemn. "Here and now,
This seat clearly declares with the authority of the Blood Demon. This seat will employ talented people regardless of background or status. Anyone with worthy ability can occupy the
The Blood Demon stood majestically in his ceremonial robes. Those with suitable qualifications would be granted deserving positions, while those lacking would be given the opportunity to train and rise up. A wide but mysterious smile blossomed on the Blood Demon's face as he urged the believers, compete with all your might, not based on factions, but based on true strength. Tuishang expressed her submission. We subjects shall obey the sect leader's command. Tuishang thought to herself that this way of thinking was truly progressive. This way it was no longer about factions competing, but rather individuals. Ji Young and Wei Kong argued fiercely over the explanation of this harsh principle. If they lacked true strength, their positions would be snatched away immediately. Then a subordinate stepped forward quickly and reported with an urgent tone, "Sect leader, something big has happened." The Blood Demon responded with a short question. "What is it?" The subordinate reported, "Currently, about 30,000 government troops are marching towards here." Tuishang's face showed gravity, but the Blood Demon remained calm. 30,000? With that scale, it's no different from a conquest force or a war. He recalled the image of the Right Army commander.
The old general's voice rang out deep and murky, requesting the office of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief to dispatch 30,000 troops. Ultimately, what is your intention, Sir Chief Strategist? Under the dim blue light, the official wearing a golden hat tilted his face and whispered, "The commander of the Right Army is a man of integrity, not swayed by bribes." The former chief strategist spoke in a deep voice. "He is a man aiming for the 3 dukes' positions, so he fears revealing flaws more than anyone else." The old man continued with a heavy expression. "But because the regional military assistant commander of the office of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief accepted bribes from the Blood Sect, a loophole was born." Under the bright blue sky, the army was packed in long lines. "And thanks to them paying bribes, we were able to mobilize 30,000 troops with just a single letter." A man, likely a messenger, stood before the great gate of the Blood Sect, announcing an urgent order. The Blood Sect leader must appear alone, carrying no weapons, to answer the summons of the office of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief. If he refuses to show his face, this place will turn into a honeycomb under a rain of arrows. Yuetian immediately reacted violently to the enemy's threat. Who do they think they are, daring to act like this? Smash their heads in. The Blood Demon's feet stepped forward. Office of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief.
The Blood Demon appeared with his face covered by a demon mask bearing a threatening appearance. To confront them, how many people would we have to sacrifice? The opponent is the office of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief. Clashing with officials would only make the relationship with the Imperial Court worse. The Blood Demon appeared with a determined face looking forward. He affirmed his decision. "I will go alone. While this seat is absent, the sect will be handed over to you for responsibility, Vice-Sect Leader." Tai Sang accepted the responsibility solemnly. This servant did not expect to have to act on behalf of the sect leader so soon. Tai Sang's face was full of trust. "No need to say more. This servant will take thorough care of the sect. Please rest assured to go to battle, sect leader." The nature of the regular forces of the 5 military commissions is truly regular army, as they are a force established to maintain security and defense, thus completely different from troops run by other prefectures. The Blood Demon faced the regular army formation in front of a large wooden object being erected in the distance. What is that giant thing? Siege weapons, one of the reasons why government troops are terrifying. A military officer standing opposite the Blood Demon extended a solemn invitation. "Please come in." The Blood Demon's demon mask at this moment was truly terrifying and imposing.
General Kang stood with a dignified appearance, arms crossed. Everyone had practiced martial arts and reached a quite high level. The person who looked like the general had reached the supreme realm, and the commanders under him were also first-rate. Yunhui recalled Tiernan's words. "Yunhui, you should be careful. The late master once said that the reason the imperial army is terrifying is not just because of the millions of soldiers, but also because there are many experts hidden in the palace." The Blood Demon responded to that warning. It makes sense. If the imperial army consisted only of ordinary people, the imperial family would have collapsed long ago. At this moment, Yunhui faced a gleaming spear tip and asked about the identity. "May I know your identity?" The soldier with cold eyes shouted loudly, "Summoned for the crime of violating national orders, yet you still dare to ask for his identity?" The soldier holding the spear's voice became increasingly harsh. "I warned you beforehand that you must know the rules when coming here, yet you didn't listen." Yunhui stood there, half of his face hidden behind the mask. A voice rang out like a forceful command. "Now peel off that hideous demon mask to reveal the face behind it." A soldier held a spear straight in front of Yunhui's face, but his voice rang out deep and sharp. That might be difficult. The soldier panicked and sweated, trying to reassure himself. "I have to protect myself too." But immediately after, he exclaimed in shock, "What just happened? Why is my sword broken?" Yunhui leaned close to the soldier's face and questioned, "And just now you said I was called here to negotiate, which means the crime hasn't been proven yet, but now you treat me as if I have already become a rebel." General Kang rushed over.
But just as the last words were spoken, his face showed clear dissatisfaction, his eyes widened slightly, and his brows furrowed. Yunhui stood majestically and issued a threat. "Speak no more. If you open your mouth, everyone within a radius of 3 zhang will die." His face at this moment was fiercely challenging. "If you do not believe me, then go ahead and try." Immediately, a stream of red killing intent pierced through a soldier, whose face was filled with terror. General Kong, seeing this, panicked and could only watch as blood spurted everywhere. But he suddenly froze when he heard the soldier's voice. He thought, "It is still intact. He was not cut at all." The general stood facing the massive killing intent of the blood demon, sensing the terrifying power. "Is that killing intent? It is fearfully dense. His power is truly different." The general secretly marveled. Just radiating that aura alone can make people experience death? This man is...
A voice suddenly spoke up. "People often say that the evil faction is different from those called the orthodox faction. Seeing you now, I truly feel that difference." General Kang stared straight ahead, tense and solemn. Yunhui's face was hidden behind a mask, revealing only glowing red eyes with a cold, sharp gaze. This person was just an ordinary man who had not learned martial arts. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Who are you?" Gu Suze, with a shed head, sharp features, and a radiant, confident smile, introduced himself. "I am Gu Suze, the Vice Surveillance Commissioner of Guizhou." Hearing this, Yunhui understood immediately. The Surveillance Commission was the judicial agency managing all administrative and penal affairs of a province. If he was a vice commissioner, he must be the leader heading a prefecture. And deducing further, appearing in this situation, he was likely a man from the Guoliang Surveillance Office. Gu Suze smiled and spoke to reassure them. "General Kang, leave this matter to me." "General Kang, since he has already agreed to come here, there is no need for us to use such martial arts to go into battle. The confrontation has already been decided." On one side, the seasoned general responded, "If you say so, then I shall take my leave." With the appearance of the high-ranking official, Gu Suze, sure enough, the general always made very wise decisions. Yunhui's guardian sword spirit, Shaoan, appeared beside him and uttered, "So obedient, aren't we?"
"I hope you also consider the general's prestige." Hearing this, Yunhui immediately cupped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Bai Mo, currently the leader of the Blood Sect." Shaotan's face looked panicked. "Bai? Since when did you become a Bai?" Yunhui reminded her that there was no need to reveal his real name. Recalling the previous sect leaders, Wei Ying and Huixiang, Yunhui replied, "The Blood Sect leaders of previous generations all bore the surname Bai. If I were to call myself Shao now, it would be tantamount to declaring a change within the sect itself. Wouldn't that be revealing my own hand?" Gu Suze, with a delighted face, spread his arms wide and offered sharp words to remind the other party of his position. "Sect leader Bai, for now you have been summoned for the crime of violating the imperial decree." Then Gu Suze made a conditional offer. "Do you intend to hand over your weapon to us? If the charges are dropped, I will return it to you." Yunhui responded to Gu Suze's offer with a tone full of confidence and defiance. Even without a sword, the bare hands and feet of a martial artist can still become weapons. He continued to question the other party.
Gu Suze smirked, clearly unconvinced, and made a new request. "Or at least take off that mask. We don't know if you are truly the sect leader or not." The sect leader replied with a firm refusal. "I can hardly do that right now. I will only remove it when we arrive at the commander's manor." Yunhui, looking tired, showed clear dissatisfaction and annoyance. "I was in such a rush earlier that I didn't have time to wash my face. If I take off the mask and get laughed at, where would the dignity of the Blood Sect leader be?" He gave a final warning.
Then please keep your word. If we arrive and you remove the mask only to reveal you are not the real sect leader, the commander's side will not let this matter slide. Finally, an antique horse carriage was pulled through a dense forest. Sitting inside the carriage, Yunhui wondered with a suspicious tone, "This carriage is of the luxurious type reserved for high-ranking officials. I'm being summoned for violating a national decree, yet they put me in such a fancy carriage?" Suze, sitting opposite him, kept a friendly smile and raised his hand to imply the special nature of the carriage. "This carriage is made of special material, so our conversation will not leak out." Yunhui listened to the explanation, then asked in a probing tone, "It seems you have something private to discuss with me, right? If you intended to summon me..."
It's easy to understand, right? Aren't the evil sects inherently different from the orthodox sects? Shaoan, floating beside Yunhui, expressed her confusion at the opponent's concession. What nonsense is that guy spouting? There must still be a pile of trash within the government, right? Yunhui sternly replied to Shaoan, "That's not what he means, Shaoan." She suddenly questioned back, "Then what does he mean?" Yunhui then clearly explained the relationship between the forces. The Wulin Alliance has a close relationship with the government. They ceaselessly offered money and tributes, not because they are too afraid of the government, but because they can gain many benefits through a close relationship with the government. After the explanation, he decisively said to Suze, "Let me ask." "No need to ask. It is exactly as you guessed." "Do you know what I intend to say?" Yunhui sat directly opposite. Suze posed the key question, going straight to the point. "Is the Wulin Alliance causing the government to mobilize the army to pressure our sect? Is this what you wanted to ask?" Yunhui revealed half his face with a sharp, cold gaze. Perhaps I underestimated the government. He assessed him. This man was not ordinary at all. Suze put his hand to his head, thinking. The money and tributes the Wulin Alliance offered to the government were certainly not insignificant. They also had relationships with the imperial family and high-ranking officials, so it was hard for the government to ignore their requests. Yunhui remained expressive.
Van Ri recalled the image of the massive army and made an assessment. Sending such a large force here wasn't for a leisurely stroll, was it? The government's tolerance was indeed different from that of the martial world. Gu Suze sat in contemplation instead of answering directly, then put forth a request. "I have one thing I want to confirm." Suze rested his chin on his hand and questioned Van Hui. "Why did you seek out the regional military assistant commander to ask for permission for your noble sect to hold the ceremony? Is it true that you even used bribery to accomplish that?" Van Hui continued to defend himself. "Anyone who doesn't keep up with the times will just get swept away by the waves. This sect also has no intention of harming the government or innocent civilians." Gu Suze responded to the defense with an indifferent expression, appearing not to trust it much, but then he clasped his hands and unexpectedly offered a sincere apology. "I must apologize. Previously I held prejudice against the ghost sect and the sect leader." He went on to explain that this attitude was understandable in the past. Thinking back to over 20 years ago, everyone felt the same way. The person who changed that was none other than this sect leader. Van Hui was extremely surprised, but a flicker of suspicion passed through him. Did this government official even know how to apologize like this? He seemed like a decent person. Suze smiled, expressing his trust, reciprocating the earlier apology and recognition. "It is wonderful to know that the sect leader is a man of such character and learning. That puts the government somewhat at ease. Deep relationships between people are born only when they understand each other. There are many empty seats. Why did you sit next to me? I feel we can resolve the current situation well if I talk with you." Van Hui replied with a brief question. "What situation?" Gu Suze smiled and didn't answer directly before saying, "I have a request. May I call you Brother Bai?" Van Hui grinned broadly, and Xiaolan Ro had already guessed Gu Suze.
The commander originally intended to let this matter pass quietly. Brother Bai's violation of the imperial order regarding the permission to open the sect was a minor issue. If it were just that, even the strict commander could have overlooked it. But the problem is that currently 3 princes of the Great Yan Empire are present at the 5 military commission's commander's manor. Among the many princes, 3 have been conferred the title of king: Prince Zhen, Prince Jing, and Prince Ying. These 3 princes are following His Majesty's orders to Therefore, the 3 princes ordered the 5 military commissions to quickly resolve this issue. When the commissions refused to take action, perhaps they tried to influence the superiors. It seems they were very calculating. But there is no need to worry too much.
The commander has requested the regional military assistant commander to process all documents related to your sect. Since there is no evidence, it can only stop at the level of negotiation. Brother Bai only needs to participate in the hearing and answer the questions, and everything will be resolved. However, at this time, you must absolutely avoid any words or actions that might offend the three princes. If those people directly raise issues with Brother Bai, the commander will not be able to intervene. Gu Suze stood up, turned around, and gave a final confirmation. Brother Bai, do you understand? Yunhee nodded. I understand. I will keep your advice in mind. Sect Leader Bai and Gu Suze walked together. Suze continued to show concern and worry for Sect Leader Bai as they arrived at the commander's manor. I have prepared a place for you in the most secluded corner of the manor. Be careful not to meet anyone until the hearing is over. Suddenly, Gu Suze lost sensation in his body. He swayed and grabbed the handrail. His face showed dizziness as he uttered, It's best not to... Gu Suze collapsed onto the floor.
Are you the sect leader of the Blood Sect? Suze's eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. A man in a magnificent blue robe with golden patterns stood upright and majestic. Recognizing who it was, he hurriedly knelt down respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness Prince Ying. Prince Ying's sharp gaze, accompanied by a mysterious smile, posed a direct question. I heard you are very strong, aren't you? At this moment, Yunhui, with a stunned expression, exclaimed, Damn it! Yunhui recalled the past scene, where Suze seriously warned him, Brother Bai, although I have said it many times, no matter what happens, absolutely do not confront the three highnesses. Yunhui thought to himself, that was the advice he had always emphasized. He cupped his hands in salutation, thinking that getting involved with Prince Ying now would bring no benefit, so it was best to maintain a cordial relationship. Yunhui's voice rang out. Greetings, Your Highness Prince Ying. Suddenly a subordinate next to Yunhui shouted, Do you have the audacity not to kneel before the prince of the great Yan Empire? How dare you be so rude in front of the prince? His crimson pupils turned to look at him. Who is he? The face was unfamiliar. Yunhui looked at that subordinate and assessed him. Based on the aura he emitted, he was around the Supreme Realm, and his hand was already placed on the sword at his waist. The subordinate continued to order. What are you still standing there for? Kneel down immediately. A hand reached out to stop the subordinate's rage. Guard K, I did not tell you to step forward. He now realized it turned out to be a guard. Prince Ying had said so, yet he still talked back. Your Highness, this action is no different from insulting the imperial family. He interrupted. This king said it is fine. Why do you still dare to interfere? Prince Ying gently reprimanded him. The Zhonghu has its own rules. How can we force them? Only when he said this did the man bow his head.
He looked at Prince Ying, who was smiling politely. It seemed Prince Ying was more open-minded than he had thought. The prince smiled, his eyes narrowing. Please forgive the rudeness of this prince's guard. The rules of the imperial family are simply this way. Yunhui gently shook his head. It is fine. How could I find fault with the guard's loyalty? Hearing this, Prince Ying merely uttered an "Oh." He then exclaimed, It is quite different from what I have heard. He turned his red pupils to look at Prince Ying. Different how? He looked away, the corners of his lips curling up. Strategist Sima of the Wulin Alliance once said that people of the Blood Sect are Yunhui thought to himself, so strategist Sima of the Wulin Alliance is also present here. He recalled that man's despicable face with anger. That guy had already cast some bait earlier. Yunhui smiled, but there was no joy in that smile. We may live unrestrained lives and be honest about our ambitions, but that does not mean we are foolish or lacking in dignity. Just like that, the two continued their conversation back and forth. Prince Ying spoke up. I was curious about what kind of person the sect leader of the Blood Sect was. It is truly a pleasure to find you so agreeable to talk to. Yunhui replied, Your Highness praises me too much. This subject can only be grateful. However, a sense of unease rose in his heart. Everything was going strangely smoothly. He laughed heartily. Since it is fate, this prince also wants to lend you a hand. I heard that you have complied with the summons from the commander-in-chief's manor to avoid conflict with the imperial court. Yunhui looked at the scene, puzzled. What is this? His atmosphere is completely different from before. His voice spoke slowly. Yes. Prince Ying stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. You are accused of violating the imperial decree, but this prince will use my authority to clear that charge for you. Yunhui calmly replied, I am grateful for your highness's kindness, but as I said, wishing to maintain
Prince Ing's face turned serious, no longer having the playful air from before. Your trial will involve the interference of my eldest senior brother, Prince Jen. He will certainly drag out all sorts of other charges to drive you into a dead end. Hearing this, Yunhui's gaze hardened. Prince Jen will interfere. Why? Gu Suzi, kneeling on the ground, felt his head grow heavy as he listened to their conversation, while Yunhui was lost in thought. Something is wrong. I haven't had any friction with Prince Jen, have I? Looking at Prince Ing's face, it was clear he hadn't expected this either. Yunhui asked straightforwardly, "What do you want from me?" Prince Ing closed his eyes slightly. This prince believes that what this prince wants is not disadvantageous to you at all. His expression turned manic. This prince always cherishes talent. This prince wants to recruit you into the Blood Sect under my command. Gu Suzi knelt on the ground, looking at the two pant legs, one blue, one red, standing next to each other. Since a moment ago, the two of them had suddenly fallen silent. They must be transmitting sound to speak privately. He broke out in a cold sweat. Based on what was exchanged earlier, perhaps Prince Ing was making a trade offer in exchange for protection during the trial. This is trouble, brother. Bye. By the time Gu Suzi looked up, Prince Ing had already turned his back with a smile on his lips. This prince gives you 1 day to think. Just like that, he and his guards turned and walked away. I hope you will make a wise decision, as it will bring benefits to both you and the Blood Sect. When those two figures had walked far away, Gu Suzi finally dared to ask, "In the end, something bad has happened. What did you two say to each other?" Yunhui replied curtly, "Nothing that brings any benefit." He raised his eyebrows in confusion. "No benefit?" Yunhui turned to Gu Suzi and said, "I have something to ask, Brother Gu. Where is Prince Jin currently?" Hearing the question, he was stunned. Prince Jiang? Gu Suzi was just short of kneeling down to beg him. "Stop talking nonsense. Have you forgotten why you were summoned by the commander's manor? Before tomorrow's trial, you must not leave this place. Please be cautious." Yunhui smiled with narrowed eyes, but
At the official residence of the 5 military commissions' commander's manor, Yunhui sat from afar, observing each house with lights on. He could not sit still and wait for things to happen when he did not know how tomorrow would turn out. He recalled what Prince Ying had said. "Sec Leader, tomorrow's trial will be personally attended by my eldest royal brothers. His Highness Prince Jen has a close relationship with the Woolen Alliance and places special importance on Taoism, while the Blood Sect, in his eyes, is just an evil sect that needs to be exterminated. His Highness Prince Jen will certainly..."
Since the era of Emperor Jin Shang, the imperial court and the Woolen had signed a treaty. As long as boundaries were not crossed, the government would not interfere. However, unlike his imperial father and previous emperors, His Highness Prince Jen wanted to purge all martial artists he deemed harmful to the nation. The Woolen Alliance seemed to have placed high expectations on Prince Jen, and they had always secretly supported him. It seemed the Woolen Alliance believed Prince Jen would be the successor to the throne. Their maintenance of a close relationship with the court was not only for immediate benefits, but also a strategic move for the future. Prince Ing smiled, but that smile carried a threatening undertone. Conversely, if you and the Blood Sect agree to submit under this prince's command, this prince guarantees support for the Blood Sect. His finger raised to his mouth. You just need to hinder the Woolen Alliance. Do not let them go too far in supporting this prince's eldest brother. If you can do that, it won't be long before this prince ascends the throne. A blazing fire will burn everything, and the Woolen Alliance will vanish from the Jianghu forever. Prince Ing extended his hand toward Yang Hui. Once the Woolen Alliance disappears from the Woolen, won't the rest depend on you? Shaoan spoke up as he was flying away like the wind. Not too bad, right? At least even if something happens with the court, Prince Ing will be the one backing you, just like how the Woolen Alliance is using Prince Jen. Yang Hui's eyes shone brightly. This matter cannot be taken lightly. From the past until now, the Woolen Alliance and officialdom have never had a good ending. Old images came flooding back. Have you forgotten how the court treated Bai Tanxiang and the Flying Crane Moon family, those who once placed their trust in the government? Shaoan held her face in panic. So what do we do now? Prince Jen already considers you a thorn in his side, and if you refuse, you'll offend Prince Ing as well. Yang Hui replied calmly and softly. It's fine. Hearing this, she was terrified. Huh? Is there something wrong with you? Since becoming the sect leader, your guts have
Yunhui flew through the night like a gust of wind. After all, the throne would not belong to either of them. At the private residence of Prince Jen, within the 5 military commissions' commander's manor, 2 figures sat opposite each other in the darkness. The person outside the screen spoke up. "Your Highness Prince Jen, this subject wishes to make the periodic report." Prince Zhen had a calm expression. Yet in broad daylight, someone ran to the tavern and got drunk, and now throwing a banquet? Even when the imperial father is seriously ill, he is only obsessed with wine and women. Who knows what he is thinking? Among the three of them, the one least worthy of succession is Prince Jing. Over where he was drinking, someone called out, "Your Highness, Prince Jing." Prince Jing looked up at the person before him, who was none other than Yunhui. "I don't recall inviting anyone, do I?" Shaoan, clinging to his head, said, "Yunhui, are you mistaken?" Yunhui retorted, "I remember very clearly." She looked at the dead drunk Prince Jing and assessed, "Can this scoundrel really become the emperor?" The third prince of the great Yan Empire, Prince Jing, held a beauty in his arms. "Who are you?" Yunhui clasped his hands in greeting. "I am the sect leader of the Blood Sect. I have come here because I wish to meet your Highness privately." His crimson pupils glanced to the person in front of him. "Have you arrived?" Prince Jing laughed aloud. "A person prosecuted for violating national orders dares to come to this prince's manor in the middle of the night like this. Very brave, worthy of praise." He smiled with eyes squinting, his hand pulling down the beauty's clothes in his arms. "However, go back." His feet stepped forward. "I won't take up much of your time, Your Highness." But just as Yunhei stepped forward, a group of guards pointed their swords at him, making Yunhei unable to advance further. Prince Jing tilted his head back, his hand teasing the beauty. "This is the final warning. Do not cross the line." His eyes opened slightly, both casual and threatening. "Do you think you can provoke a prince and still remain safe and sound?" Suddenly, Prince Jing's eyes widened, shocked to the point his pupils contracted. Yunhei's sword had not left its scabbard, yet the guards had collapsed to the floor. In just a blink of an eye, he spoke in panic. "What did you just do?" A green fire appeared in one of his eyes. "Just a small trick to make them sleep temporarily." Yunhei's eyes flashed with madness. "Now, can your Highness speak with me in private?" Inside the holy hall, bodies lay scattered. Prince Jing sat imposingly on his chair and asked probingly, "Making others fall into a deep sleep without touching them? Is that simply just a trick?" He waved his hand towards the girl beside him and asked, "Then can you make this child sleep?" Hearing this, the girl beside him cried out in panic, "Your Highness, why would you say that?" Prince Jing looked at her and replied indifferently, "It's just sleep. What is there to be afraid of?" The girl retorted angrily, "Then your Highness should try it yourself."
He silently exclaimed, yet that man was not afraid, instead showing great interest. Shaotan's voice rang out. "Is he so drunk that he doesn't know what fear is?" Prince Jing looked up at him and spoke. "Why are you still standing there? Aren't you going to continue displaying your skills?" Yunhui looked at him and replied, "I have already performed, Your Highness." As if surprised, Prince Jing let out a curious sound. He looked at the girl behind who was lying motionless on the ground and praised. "So the rumors are not wrong. People of the evil path are indeed better at illusion arts than the orthodox path." Yunhui looked at him and answered, "Your Highness is truly different from what the world rumors." In his heart, he thought, Yunhui had assumed the woman was a courtesan brought to serve wine, but it turned out not to be so. He looked at the girl lying motionless on the ground and pondered. On the outside, she was a gorgeously made-up woman, but her movements bore the demeanor of a martial artist. Moreover, because she kept watching him vigilantly, she must have been hit by the Wan Yi eye. Yunhui then asked, "Now can we talk?" His voice still rang out steadily, for there were invisible eyes and ears everywhere. Yunhui was stunned, filled with suspicion. Invisible eyes and ears? His eyes narrowed, his mind in turmoil. Does he mean we can't talk here because someone is watching? Prince Jing bid farewell. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Blood Sect leader." Looking up, he saw no one in front of him, and muttered, "He has already left." On the roof, a mysterious figure listened intently from above, thinking, "The Blood Sect leader has left." The masked man narrowed his eyes, thinking that perhaps the guy had come to Prince Jing to ask for help with the trial, but it seems unsuccessful. He reassured himself. It made sense. After all, what significant power could a drunkard like him possibly have? He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice someone behind him. "All right, I'll report back to your Highness when I return." Only when he realized it did he startle and shout, "Who are you?" Suddenly his eyes widened, and then the space fell unusually silent. Inside the sanctuary, Prince Jing slammed his teacup down on the table, thinking, "You set up such a big board, yet gave up so quickly, Blood Sect leader." He lowered his face, feeling a bit disappointed. "It's not that I didn't want to talk to you, but being under surveillance, this is probably best for both sides." A voice suddenly rang out, shocking Prince Jing. "I didn't expect the Watchers to be subordinates of those two." Yunhui stood before him and spoke frankly. "I have dealt with all the eyes and ears now. Your Highness, please speak freely." Prince Jing was so astonished, he shouted, "What did you say? I only drank 1 cup of tea and you've already disposed of them all?" he said with some worry. Your skill is indeed extraordinary, but it puts one in a difficult position. Yunhui reassured him. Please do not worry, Your Highness. I have arranged everything properly, so the trouble you fear will not happen. He continued. Now you don't need to pretend to be addicted to wine and women anymore.
But I have no power to help. I am merely the son of a deposed concubine, and a man who only knows how to indulge in wine and women, so what power could I possibly be called to have? Yunhui spoke up to expose his lie. Your Highness truly knows how to conceal your presence. If you insist on denying it, then I will speak plainly.
Hearing him finish, Prince Jing furrowed his brows and raised his voice irritably. You, how do you know about that? The story was, before the regression, after the emperor passed away and the funeral was being held, Prince Jing led 300,000 northern defense troops and 200,000 troops from the Five Lakes Commander's Manor to march on the capital. Prince Jen and Prince Ying used the city defense troops and the imperial army to intercept them, but ultimately failed, fighting to the death alongside their loyal subordinates until the very last man. The world debated whether Prince Jen or Prince Ying would ascend the throne, but in the end the one who seized the throne was the despised son of a deposed concubine. At this moment Prince Jing was sitting quietly on his chair, arms crossed, focusing on cultivation. Yunhui stared at him, thinking to himself, is he expelling poison from his body? As expected, he practices martial arts. Although he hasn't reached the same realm as Prince Ying, he is still at the level of a first-rate expert. Prince Jing opened his eyes to look at Yunhui and asked curiously, why don't you ask how I know? Yunhui replied, the government monitors the Zong Hao, so the Zong Hao cannot help but monitor the government, right? Two servants standing behind whispered, Your Highness, what should we do? Prince Jing waved his hand and said, you all withdraw. Then he turned back to ask the boy, monitoring the government, huh? Yunhui explained. It's truly ridiculous. Since you have your freedom, you should just concern yourself with Wulan matters. Why do you people interfere in the affairs of the imperial court? Yunhui spoke up in response. It is not that we want to interfere, but our sect's enemy, the Martial Arts Alliance, is constantly colluding with the court and playing all sorts of schemes. He continued, I simply cannot stand by and watch for the sake of my sect's safety. Prince Jing crossed his arms, looked at him, and said, that sounds reasonable. Thinking of the two old men, La Shu and Prince Jen, Yunhui said, if Prince Jen ascends the throne, it would be a disaster for this sect. Therefore, this sect has no choice but to pay attention to those two princes. Prince Jing seemed to realize something and said, so that is why you asked Prince Ying to postpone for a day and sought to meet me instead. What do you want? Do you want to ask me to do my best to ensure the trial goes smoothly? Yunhui was startled, thinking that he had been monitoring everything. He replied, that is correct. This is not necessarily bad for your highness. If the result of the trial favors the other side and affects my sect, the Martial Arts Alliance will favor Prince Jen even more. Prince Jing sat up straight and said, there is
But if I exchange for that, I will be subject to stronger restraint from those two compared to now. The loss is too great to accept, Yunhui mentally exclaimed, truly hard to persuade. Shaoan spoke up grumpily. Look at his arrogant look. He closed his eyes, raising a compromising voice. If your highness can endure Prince Zhen's power becoming stronger, then I must accept it as well. Prince Jing suddenly spoke up. But if there is no benefit, I will fill that deficit in another way. Yunhui was surprised. You mean... He seemed to have thought of a solution, so he snapped his fingers. A maid appeared and brought something up. Yunhui looked at the item being brought up, pondering in silence. Judging by its shape and thickness, it was an old sword case, with enough room for a sword or saber. But looking at the amount of talismans pasted on it made him feel truly uneasy. Prince Jing called out, "Come closer and take a look." Yunhui asked curiously, "What is this?" Prince Jing crossed his arms and replied, "It is the demon sword." He looked down and added, "This prince is looking for someone who can suppress this demon sword. If you can control this demon sword, I will grant your request." Yunhui was suspicious in his heart. He would endure the restraint of the other two princes just to suppress that demon sword? He spoke up. "Is there no one in the imperial palace who can suppress it?" Prince Jing replied, "If it were the 3 grand generals, they could do it, but they only act on the orders of the royal father." Yunhui was doubtful. Was this the first time he had heard of the position of 3 grand generals?
Yunhui also explained that making hasty contact with the 8th grade experts would certainly alert the Wulin Alliance, who would then report to Crown Princess Enwang. Once inside the Zhonghu, avoiding the eyes and ears of the Wulin Alliance was nearly impossible. He pushed the sword toward the young man and asked, "That is why I am asking you, Blood Sect leader. Can you attempt to suppress that demon sword?" Yunhui spoke up. "This deal seems unfavorable to me." Prince Jing harmed with curiosity. The young man raised a finger to state his condition. "Suppressing the demon sword can cost one their life. Therefore, in addition to doing my best to assist with the trial, I must request an additional compensation." Prince Jing looked at him and said, "Usually those who talk too much are incompetent. Do you actually possess the ability to suppress the demon sword, that you dare to bargain with me?" Yunhui grasped the sword and replied confidently, "This sword is the Blood Demon Sword, the divine artifact of the Blood Sect, and also a demon sword. I have subdued it once before." Prince Jing smiled, looking at him with appreciation. "Is that so? Good. Then what do you want?" The young man waved his hand and declared, "If the Wulin Alliance uses the Imperial Court's power to pressure this sect, please prevent that. Surely that is within your capabilities, right?" Prince Jing
In Yunhui's subconscious, Tiannan spoke up to warn him, "Be careful, Yunhui. The demonic energy is very strong." Shaoan indifferently said, "Ch, he can't even control the blood demon sword yet, so what is this thing to him?" Suddenly, Yunhui's pupils dilated again. He looked at the sword radiating murderous aura and thought to himself, "Even though it is covered in talismans, I can still sense the demonic energy and evil intent overflowing. What exactly is this sword?" High-quality iron, the skills of a famous artisan, and thousands of temperings. Only when these three factors are met can a precious sword be born. In the Central Plains Wulin, there are countless such precious swords. But among them exist strange swords known as demon swords. There are many secret histories revolving around the birth of demon swords, among which the most credible story is the origin of the pair of swords, Ganzheng and Mo Ye. During the Warring States period in the state of Wu, there was a famous artisan couple named Ganzheng and Mo Ye. Their craftsmanship was so exquisite that they were regarded as unprecedented great master artisans. One day, King Helu of Wu bestowed upon them a precious iron called guanyin.
The king of Wu did not believe that. On the contrary, he thought they were being lazy and not seriously executing his orders. Therefore, he became angry and had their relatives arrested, using their lives to force the couple to forge the swords. With no other choice, Ganjiang and Mo Ye sought out their master, the great artisan Oyezi, for guidance. Their master told them that to melt the Guanyin black iron, there must be the flesh and blood of a living person. After hearing their master's advice, the couple returned to the forge. Upon returning, Mo Ye threw herself straight into the furnace before anyone could stop her. Strangely enough, not long after, that black iron actually melted. Mo Ye sacrificed herself to protect the lives of their family, while Ganjiang had no time to wallow in the pain of losing his wife. In endless despair and resentment, he dropped parts of his own body into the melting metal, hair, fingernails, and even blood. The hot blood flowed into the cauldron like a final sacrifice. Then, after thousands of temperings, the swords were finally completed. The two swords were named after the couple themselves, Ganjiang, bearing the yang nature, and Mo Ye, bearing the yin nature. Two precious swords were born, but no one dared to touch them. Anyone who grasped the hilt was haunted by vengeful spirits, self-destructing or dying suddenly without apparent cause. Therefore, those who knew the story called them not precious swords, but demon swords. In the Central Plains Wulin, there were only 5.
The remaining 3 swords were only known through rumors. Even a regressor like Yunhui did not know who possessed them, yet one of those 3 swords was lying right before his eyes. Yunhui's hand slowly reached toward the box containing the sword. Subduing a demon sword was an extremely dangerous matter. Even experts who had broken through to the transformation realm would find it hard to keep their lives if not chosen by the sword. He gripped the cloth tightly. But for someone with the power of the sword Immortal Secret Record like me, it is a different story. Then he decisively drew the sword. The cloth wrapping outside was immediately torn into pieces. Prince Jing exclaimed in surprise, "Oh," lamenting in his heart. He drew the demon sword without hesitating for even a moment. This was the demon sword that caused even the Imperial Guards, famous for their high martial arts skills in the palace, to lose their minds just by slightly opening the scabbard. Naturally, no one had succeeded in subduing it. He silently messaged, "Blood Sect leader, I have high expectations for you." The scabbard fell to the ground with a thud.
A beautiful woman approached, gently reaching out to lift Yunhui's chin. My lord. Her fingers glided over his chest, her demeanor inviting. My lord, come here. Then she rushed forward boldly, her voice soft as the wind. Please hold me, warm my cold body with your warmth. Without a second of hesitation, Yunhui swung his fist, striking.
He thought to himself with satisfaction, I have prepared fully thanks to my experience with the blood demon sword. I have channeled the Xianten true chi to the top of my head to block the evil energy from invading. He sternly warned Shaoan, give it up. I will never act according to your will. She sat up abruptly, her gaze fixed tightly on Yunhui. Looking closely, she realized, you, that hair and eye color. It turns out you are the master of the blood demon sword. He thought to himself, the prestige of the blood demon must be truly formidable. Even a vengeful spirit with such heavy resentment like her recognizes it. The blood demon appeared to correct her. Master? What master? I just specially took him in as a subordinate. Don't misunderstand, Shaoan sword. Shaoan gritted her teeth. You bastards. She burst forth with her aura. No matter how strong you are, how long do you think you can hold out?
He gritted his teeth and said, I will take that soul away. Even the flames naturally submit to my control. Activate heavenly authority. Ta Lian's form began to fade, and she screamed miserably, No, no! Finally, she turned into a stream of brilliant energy, gradually merging into the sword. Prince Jing was also terrified by that terrible power. The evil aura is dissipating. Could it be that he really suppressed this demon sword? Truly a divine skill worthy of the one who once split the entire Wulin in half, the Blood Sect leader. Van Hui silently called out, Ta Lian's sword. He stared at the sword in his hand. I have always wondered whose soul this demon sword contained. Now I understand. A flood of memories returned. Long ago there was a sect named Fragrant Flower Joyous Palace that had now vanished from the Wulin. Its palace master was a notorious female expert of the evil path who used sorcery to bewitch men and killed hundreds of people, Chu Ta Lian. She was once hunted down for her cruel crimes and met an ending that was not very pleasant. He whispered, Ta Lian's sword. Her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped as she asked back, Did you just call me? Can you see me? How can a mortal see me? Van Hui explained, I have a special ability. Ta Lian smiled with squinting eyes and proposed, A special ability? You are truly an interesting human. Do you want to become my slave?
Shilian burst into laughter. Men are all the same. I just need to touch them slightly, and from you to anyone else, they will all obediently serve my sword body. Quit Ma shouted angrily. That terrible hobby of yours is still exactly the same as before, isn't it? Yunhui thought wearily. This is the first time I haven't wanted a sword this much. Shaoan growled. What kind of damn sword is this? However, Tianan shyly exclaimed, I actually think the Shilian sword isn't too bad. Isn't that sword quite seductive? Shaoan panicked. Tianan, you like the Shilian sword? Has your head gone wrong somewhere because I beat you too much? He cleared his throat. I'm just saying. Yunhui pottered. I know every sword has a different personality, but among them, the worst one is definitely the Shilian sword. Luckily, it belongs to Prince Jing and not me. Prince Jing lowered his head, staring intently at the sword placed on the table. Have you subdued the demonic nature of this demon sword? He immediately corrected. It's not demonic nature, but the lingering resentment. However, the result is that it has indeed been subdued. He reached out towards the sword while praising. Truly commendable. This prince will keep his promise, so hand over the sword. However, Yunhui reached out and touched the sword first. This action confused Prince Jing immensely. Sect leader Blood, what is the meaning of this? He explained, I have handled the resentment, but this sword itself has too strong a personal will. It is very dangerous. A demon sword chooses its master. If you are not the master and touch it, I fear you will encounter danger, so please do not touch it directly. Prince Jing immediately turned and ordered his guard.
The very next second, Prince Jing froze. What is going on? Yunhui speculated. It seemed the sword was rejecting him. Li Bi, however, was licking the sword furiously. Someone exclaimed, truly never seen such a monster like this. Prince Jing, turning angry out of shame, waved his hand and said, This prince has changed his mind. This prince only wanted to confirm a few things about this sword. Therefore, this prince will bestow this demon sword upon its true master who has tamed it, which is you. A huge question mark immediately appeared in Yuanhui's mind. That puts me in a bit of a difficult spot. Realizing he had no ability to become the master of the Shaoan sword, Prince Jing acted generous. Do not worry, Blood Sect leader. Would this prince break his promise just because you do not want to accept a precious sword? Not only will I back you in this trial, but in the future, this prince will also try to ensure the government officials do not interfere in Wulan affairs. You are completely worthy of being bestowed this sword, so do not refuse. Yuanhui thought helplessly. It's not like I want to accept that sword either. Then he humbly replied, for a lowly martial artist like me to receive such a sword, it is truly overstepping my bounds. Prince Jing's face changed color. Do you dare to despise this prince's goodwill? Yuanhui silently judged. This cowardly guy, why is he like this? Tianan appeared and questioned.
Look! He was startled and looked in the direction she pointed, only to see Li Bi preparing to stab himself, muttering, "All right, I will do it." His eyes went pitch black, as if his soul had been drained away. "Young miss, if that is what you desire, then even this life of mine, I can offer it to you." Murderous aura swirled violently around Li Bi, appearing as if it wanted to tear the very air apart. Yunhee rushed over, snatched the sword from his hand and cursed, "You poisonous wretch, are you planning to steal a human life too?" At that very moment, Li Bi was utterly bewildered. "What am I doing?" Prince Jing smiled and said, "Thank you for accepting it, Blood Sect leader." "This thing is truly a monster," Shaoan exclaimed in delight. "The master of the blood demon sword is softer-hearted than I thought." He broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself, "I don't like meaningless killing." She narrowed her eyes and expressed, "I didn't expect a mortal to be able to talk to a sword. I hope you'll look after me from now on." Shaoan sinisterly calculated, "And if there's a chance, I'll turn you into my slave." Yunhui, feeling helpless, turned to leave. "There's no other way. I'll have to keep you temporarily, then find a suitable person to transfer you to." Shaoan heard this and her blood boiled. "I heard all of that." Prince Jing suddenly proposed. "Now can you lift the sword up?" he asked in confusion. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" He smiled and replied, "This prince wants you to raise the sword so this prince can observe it." Yunhui understood implicitly. He mentioned there was something else he wanted to check, right? Thinking this, he agreed. Having said that, Yunhui lifted the sword with both hands. Prince Jing said nothing, but just stared at the sword. He found it strange. What is he looking at? Seeing him stare intently at the blade and hilt like that, Yunhui guessed that he seemed to be looking for something. He spoke up first. "Is there something that makes you examine the sword so carefully?" Prince Jing indifferently reminded him. "Drop that curiosity. The agreement between us is not about this." Finally, he put his hand on his head, frustration clearly showing. "It's not this one. Put it away." Prince Jing sighed. "It's getting late. This prince needs to rest. See you at the trial." Yunhui politely replied, "Wishing Your Highness a peaceful rest," and thought to himself, "Telling me not to be curious? Hearing you say that makes me even more curious." At the residence of the Blood Sect leader, someone was restless in the
Shaoan appeared and asked him, "You're not sleeping. Where do you plan to go again?" He replied, "I plan to go to Prince Jing's place to check things out. Seeing how closely he observed the sword, he is definitely looking for something. He immediately agreed even when I made additional demands, so it seems there is something unusual. Actually, I have a method, but I don't know if it will succeed." She asked curiously, "What is it?" Yunhui reached out, grabbed the sword resting on the bed frame, and called out, "Shaolian's sword, you have to help me a bit." Shaolian was startled. "Good heavens, why is this guy so persistent?" Tianan infatuatedly exclaimed, "Shaolian, your voice is truly beautiful." Yunhui asked wearily, "Since when has he been like this?" Shaoan said sternly, "Since you put Shaolian and Nantian in the same scabbard." Shaolian bluntly gave Nantian a slap and shouted, "I really can't stand this pervert. I only care about that slave over there, so get away." He trembled and softly called her name. Nantian surprisingly said, "Why does even your slap make one so mesmerized? Can you slap the other side too?" Shaolian scolded, feeling chills. You're crazy." Yunhui commented, "You two got close pretty fast, didn't you?" She flew into a rage and grabbed Nantian's hair. "Close my foot. Why do you keep seeking me out?" He shared, "I want to use a type of evil art that Shaolian used to use, but it's hard for me to use it on my own now, so I need your help. You can mesmerize the opponent with the sound of the sword, right?" Shaolian rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. "If we had Shaolian's soul essence, Po,
Cunning was clearly visible on Shaolian's face. But I have a condition. You must become my slave. Yunhui closed his eyes tightly and placed the sword into the scabbard. Tiannan, Shaolian, you two just have fun together. She panicked and shouted, Wait. All right, I know. I will help. So please don't let me share a scabbard with that sword maniac anymore. Outside, the man in black clothes speculated. The Blood Sect leader has been in the room for about half a K already. It's so quiet. He must be asleep. At that very moment, a bird
It was as if it was vibrating on its own. His eyes became soulless and empty, as if he had lost all consciousness. He sat motionless, allowing Yunhui to fly right over his head. Yunhui quickly put on his mask. Success. I didn't expect that just the resonating sound of the sword could plant a suggestion. If the Huan Yi Eye spreads origin energy through vision to invade the opponent's mind, then Xu Xiaolian's evil art exerts influence through hearing, not vision. If I can combine these two effectively, I can create a powerful form of suggestion. But that is a task for later. I have read the aura of Prince Jing's soldiers before, so I cannot be mistaken. He quickly activated his golden eye. The aura on the left belonged to Prince Jing, and the one on the right belonged to the guard Li Bi. Furthermore, regarding those hiding near this area, 1, 2, 3, a total of 4 people, perhaps I should help them sleep a little. On Prince Jing's side, Li Bi entered and reported, Your Highness, no matter how picky the bewitching sword is about its master, we should have at least obtained a rubbing. Who knows when we will meet that Blood Sect leader again? Why did you let him go like that? He sat with his arms crossed and replied, It is not that this prince did not want to take the rubbing, but that I could not do so. That Blood Sect leader is very sharp. If I had asked to rub the patterns of this sword then, and also demanded to see the sword he was carrying, he would certainly have found a way to...
Just as he stood up, the two started discussing again. What about that other sword? All the envoys you sent to find that person have perished. Perhaps the sword held by that Jue Xin should be put aside for now. Yunhui was stunned. Jue Xin's sword, one of the 4 great demon lords? So he is referring to the Jie Sha sword, the Shaolian sword, the Blood Demon sword, and now the Jie Sha sword. What exactly is Prince Jing investigating that involves these existing demon swords? The Blood Demon suddenly appeared annoyed. I thought seeing the Shaolian sword here was just a coincidence, but it seems not. The Shaolian sword and I were both born from the same father. Shaolian appeared and added, That Jie Sha sword is the same. The Blood Demon continued, Here, our father, in your terms, is a great artisan. Yunhui froze for 2 seconds. All of you demon swords are the work of one person? Who is it? It coldly replied, You know that name well, O Yezi. Yunhui was taken from one surprise to another. The great artisan O Yezi, the master of Ganjiang and Moye, the great artisan who created countless precious swords for the kings of the Warring States period. Who would have thought that Oyezi himself was the one who forged these world-famous demon swords? It is indeed darkest under the lamp. He didn't expect the answer to his question to be so close. The person who would later become the emperor, Prince Jing, is tracking down the whereabouts of the 5 swords.